I'm just a fresh graduate who can't find a job. On the verge of a delayed graduation, my life hit rock bottom. In despair, a mysterious high-tech chat group suddenly appeared in my life and shockingly, the group admin turned out to be me. On a whim, the first member I pulled in. It's actually Tony Stark himself from the Marvel Universe. In exchange for the new element that could save his life, Tony didn't hesitate to send me the Mark V armor design as a red envelope gift. Even more outrageous was that the group chat came with a divine-level laboratory, blueprints automatically analyzed, materials infinitely supplied. As I set out to turn the blueprint into reality, those who once mocked me still don't know. They will no longer be dealing with that impoverished student who could be pushed around. And this was just the beginning of my journey to harvest countless black technologies from the great figures across myriad realms. Chapter 1, The High-Tech Chat Group? Great Xia Nation. Anlu City, Anlu University, Class 14 of Intelligent Manufacturing. Muyang, you're the only one left in the entire class who hasn't found an internship yet. Hurry up, or you might end up delaying your graduation. The counselor left the classroom after finishing the class meeting. For Muyang, this might be the last class meeting, but his mood wasn't filled with lingering regret. Instead, he felt extremely anxious. That's right, he still hasn't found an internship, so a significant portion of his graduation thesis will be missing, which is very unfavorable for the final defense. Unless you're some kind of extraordinarily capable person, but such people usually don't have trouble finding jobs. Muyang could only nod, as there was nothing more he could say. There are less than 2 months left until the thesis defense, and though these 2 months may seem ample, in reality, they're far from it. Finding a job is an extremely tedious process, unless, of course, you're considering assembly line work. That's a different story altogether. Muyang, still haven't found a job? How about interning at my company? We can discuss the salary. It's just that. You'd better call me Brother Foam sincerely. You don't have any money on you now, do you? Ha ha ha. Muyang was about to stand up and leave when 2 sharp, mocking voices rang out. It's Muyang's archenemy, Qin Shangfeng, and his lackey. Qin Shangfeng was a rich second-generation heir who had a bit of a crush on Chen Yu a long time ago. At that time, Muyang and Chen Yu had an extremely close relationship, which naturally made Qin Shangfeng jealous. Adding to this, when Muyang was testing the waters with Chen Yu, Qin Shangfeng happened to be pursuing her aggressively. Neither of them ended up with a favorable outcome, and Qin Shangfeng blamed the reason for this entirely on Muyang. After several rounds of this back and forth, the relationship between the two had gone from simply disliking each other's sight to the point where they became sworn enemies, seeing red whenever they crossed paths. Although Muyang had already given up, Qin Shangfeng remained Chen Yu's loyal lapdog, still convinced that his greatest rival was Muyang. When Muyang was looking for an internship, he kept hitting walls everywhere, which gave the two of them the perfect opportunity to kick him while he was down. Every time they ran into Muyang, they would ruthlessly mock him, as if they couldn't feel at ease otherwise. Cut it out. Chen Yu walked over, glared at Qin Shangfeng with clear displeasure, then turned her gaze to Muyang. You two have been at each other's throats for so long, it's about time to call it quits. Muyang, just swallow your pride and ask Qin Shangfeng for help finding a job. Otherwise, you might not even graduate. Chen Yu's job was secured with the help of Qin Shangfeng. Qin Shangfeng ran a small company of his own. Although not particularly large, many firms still showed him deference, not because of him personally, but due to his father's influence. I don't need it. Muyang snorted coldly and walked out of the classroom. A noble man does not eat food gained through humiliation, he had his pride too. Muyang, feel free to reach out if you have any ideas, my company's doors are always open for you. Yeah, Brother Feng's company still needs a few more janitors, and it even includes free meals and accommodation. Seeing Muyang leave, the two thought he was fleeing in panic and resumed their unrestrained mockery. Back at the dormitory, Muyang lay on the bed and let out a long sigh. Staring at the rejection notifications on his phone, Muyang felt exhausted. Was it really this hard for college graduates to find a job these days? This is Anlu University we're talking about, maybe not on par with elite schools like Tsinghua or Peking University, but still a bona fide key institution. Is it really considered so worthless? Muyang once again felt resentment toward the unfairness of the world. Internship opportunities arranged by the school weren't non-existent, but they all rejected him for not meeting the requirements, which somewhat surprised Muyang. He couldn't help but feel there was a hint of targeting in it. How could such a big company target an unknown student like himself? Muyang found it hard to believe. Just as Muyang was lost in wild fancies, ding, the phone screen lit up, accompanied by a message notification sound. Who would be messaging me at this hour? Muyang picked up his phone with some confusion. At this hour, his roommates should still be at the library, fully focused on preparing for their upcoming postgraduate entrance exams. It should be Chen Yu. Muyang opened his phone. You have been added to a group chat. The note was blank. When did he have such a contact? Looking back at the group chat, the displayed name read, Black Tech Chat Group. There are only 2 people in the group chat. One is him, and the other is someone with the nickname, Group Admin. Muyang sent a classic question mark. As everyone knows, when someone sends a loan, it's not that they have a question, it's that they think you're the one with the problem. This was exactly Muyang's situation. Was it really necessary to create a group chat for just 2 people? And then there was the name of the group chat. Did inviting him in mean they thought a little too highly of him? Ding ding, several message notifications rang out in quick succession. Group chat introduction, a black tech chat group that does not exist in any dimension or space, capable of connecting various dimensions and spaces, exclusively for the exchange of black tech conversations. You have become the group owner of this chat. Please manage this group chat properly. Group admin Muyang, you need to invite more people into this group chat. Additionally, to maintain the activity of group members, if a member sends more than 10 messages upon joining, it will trigger a reward mechanism. The member will receive a certain technical reward, and in exchange, they must contribute a technique of equal value. The skill of exchange will belong to the group leader. As a special reward for becoming the group owner, the group chat will gift you a high-tech black lab. Please choose the deployment location. Looking at these messages, Muyang was completely baffled. Could this be someone's prank? Yet the way it's written sounds so convincing, as if it were real. Muyang thought it was someone's prank, but after asking around, everyone denied it. Strangely, the blank memo sender wasn't even in their friend list. When Muyang clicked on the group chat again, ready to ask for an explanation, a random invite button appeared in the middle of the group chat interface. Random recruitment randomly recruits members from any parallel world. When a new member's activity level reaches 50, the next random recruitment can be initiated. Each message sent increases the activity value by 1. Note, whenever a group member's activity value reaches 80, random locked group chat features will be unlocked until all features are unlocked. Group owners are encouraged to speak more in the group chat to increase member activity values. Note, each message counts as 1 activity point. Activity points can be exchanged in the group mall for black tech corresponding to what group members possess. Current group chat activity points, 0. Muyang hesitated for a moment, then inexplicably clicked on it. Tony Stark has entered the group chat via your invitation. Chapter 2, Mark v Battle Armor. Black Tech Chat Group? What's this? Tony Stark, who had just joined the group chat, voiced his confusion. Muyang stared thoughtfully at the profile picture featuring Iron Man's stealth mode, wondering, was this an obsessive fan? Even though Iron Man was already gone. As you can see, this is a discussion group chat about black technology. Muyang thought it over and decided to explain both the group chat and Tony Stark in detail. Tony Stark didn't reply immediately. Rather than waiting idly, Muyang clicked on Tony Stark's profile. Member info, Anthony Edward Tony Stark, from the Marvel Universe. Heir to Stark Industries, inventor, playboy, billionaire. Has made outstanding achievements and inventions in fields including military industry, mechanical manufacturing, computer intelligence, and new energy. Whoa, you really think you're Iron Man, huh? I don't know who you are, but such a clumsy lie won't fool me. Tony Stark said. Muyang. To be honest, he also thought this was a clumsy lie. He began pondering about this group chat again, how it appeared out of nowhere, along with those introductions. Could it be the legendary Golden Finger? This seems a bit far-fetched, but upon closer consideration, it's not entirely impossible. Or could it be that some hacker breached my phone just to mess with me? Are you kidding? Which hacker would be so idle? To have breached JARVIS's firewall setup, you must have some skills. But let me emphasize, I'm very busy right now. Whatever your purpose is, speak quickly. I don't have time for such pranks. Seeing that Muyang wasn't responding, Tony Stark continued. Otherwise, I will definitely find out your information. Seeing this, Muyang couldn't help but feel a bit excited. If this golden finger was real, then the person in front of him was the real Tony Stark. I know this might be hard for you to believe, Mr. Stark, but let me explain one thing, this is just an ordinary group chat. There's no need for you to worry. Muyang suppressed the excitement in his heart and explained to Tony Stark. Do you think I'd believe you? Stark glanced at the information on the screen and smirked dismissively. He had no groundbreaking tech to discuss. Jarvis, find out how this chat group came about. In the basement of the seaside villa, Tony Stark ordered JARVIS to trace the network address of this chat group, his eyes flashing with a sharp edge. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Muyang looked at Tony Stark's information and also felt a headache. Tony Stark was a cautious man, how could he gain his trust? Let's chat with at least 10 messages first. I know it's hard to convince you, but just think about it, aliens, gods, mutants, all these things exist, so why couldn't a chat group like this exist too? Muyang's explanation left Tony Stark silent for a moment. Muyang had a point. On the Blue Star where he was, all sorts of bizarre incidents kept cropping up. He had some vague knowledge about it, but nothing had been confirmed yet. He faintly sensed that the person on the other side of the screen might know something. I've never seen any of these things before. How can I believe you? Tony Stark finished sending the message, staring intently at the screen while a robotic arm handed him a cup of green liquid. Thank you, Jarvis. Tony Stark downed the liquid in one gulp and continued staring at the screen. On this side of the screen, Muyang was momentarily stunned. Tony Stark had never seen these things before? You're kidding me. Could this be fake? Do you know Steve and Saul? Muyang typed out these words. As a core member of the Avengers, Tony Stark should recognize them, right? I don't know him. Tony Stark's reply left Mu Yang utterly dumbfounded. Could this really be a fake after all? What about the Avengers? I don't know. What about Pepper Potts? I know her. What about Stark Industries? My company. After a series of inquiries, Mu Yang basically understood that Iron Man should currently be in the phase of the second movie. According to the viewing order in reality, the only other Marvel character that had appeared was the Hulk, and Tony Stark might not even be aware of it. At the same time, Tony Stark's chat messages also reached 10. Group member Tony Stark's activity level reached, rewards have been issued. The group owner will decide whether to distribute the rewards. Below the send field, a red packet option appeared. On the other side, sorry, sir, I haven't found any leads regarding this chat group at the moment. After thorough investigation, Jarvis found no trace of this chat group on the internet, not even on Tony Stark's phone. It seems to be true. At this point, Tony Stark already believed most of what Mu Yang had said. Would he perhaps know more details, such as who murdered his parents? Just as Tony Stark hesitated over how to broach the subject with Mu Yang, another message popped up on the screen before him. Group admin Mu Yang sent you a red packet. Red envelope? Tony Stark hesitated as he looked at the crimson object, wondering if it might be some kind of attack code. Given that his own network systems were currently beyond his control, if it were malicious code, he'd likely be completely compromised in an instant. Tony Stark, what is this? A new element that can free you from the agonizing effects of palladium poisoning. Mu Yang had already seen what was inside the red envelope, and he couldn't help but complain deeply about it, feeling like the envelope was practically pointless. Tony Stark on the other side of the screen froze. No outsider knew about his palladium poisoning, so how could the person on the screen possibly know? Could it be an omnipotent and omniscient god? Judging from the group chat introduction, this person shouldn't be in his own universe. Could all of this actually be real? After much hesitation, Tony Stark decided to open the red envelope, choosing to take a gamble. A line of text appeared on the screen. Please exchange it with technology of equal value. Looking at this line of text, Tony Stark fell into deep thought. Technology of equal value? Stark Industries missiles have a margin of error measured in millimeters. No, several advanced weapon technologies were employed, but none of them worked. Could it be that they've taken a liking to my Iron Man suit? Tony Stark thought to himself. How could such a thing be given to outsiders? But without a viable replacement for the arc reactor, he would eventually die from palladium poisoning. What was the point of hoarding this technology then? Moreover, the person across wasn't from his own universe, so even with an Iron Man suit, they posed no threat to him. With a glimmer of hope for survival, why not give it a try? After a series of inner struggles, Tony Stark decided to use his Iron Man suit as an exchange. Ding! Tony Stark has sent you a red envelope. Chapter 3, Black Tech Lab. Staring at the red envelope on the screen, Mu Yang felt both excited and uneasy. What would Tony Stark send him? Could it be the Mark armor? With a flutter of excitement, Mu Yang tapped open the red envelope. Mark V armor blueprints. The bold words left Mu Yang speechless for a long moment. Even the Mark I armor was enough to shock the world in his era. And now, the 5th generation? Mr. Stark, you're just giving away something this important? Mu Yang couldn't believe Tony Stark would actually give him something this valuable. If what you gave me truly saved lives, this exchange is perfectly reasonable. Tony Stark opened the red envelope Mu Yang had sent with some excitement. A slightly simplified yet profoundly intricate blueprint appeared on his screen. This blueprint was a replica of Stark Industries' sand table diagram from the Howard era, the very schematic of the cosmic cube isotope. Jarvis, we've got work to do. Tony Stark instantly recognized its feasibility. As Mu Yang had suggested, this could genuinely be a new element. Tony Stark signed off. Mu Yang stared at the Mark V design blueprint in the red envelope for a long time. Even now, he found it hard to believe. As a student of intelligent manufacturing, he could recognize the theoretical feasibility of this design. It was highly likely to work. But how am I supposed to research this on my own? Mu Yang muttered to himself. He was just a student, he didn't have access to a lab. Even if he did, where would he get the materials? Wait, didn't that Black Tech chat group give me access to a Black Tech lab? Mu Yang scrolled through his chat history and sure enough, found the message. As a special reward for becoming group admin, the chat will grant you a Black Tech lab. Please select the deployment location. So I can choose the location randomly, right? Mu Yang asked excitedly. Though he had no idea what this Black Tech lab would look like, it sounded incredibly powerful. Yes. The group administrator replied. Great. I have the perfect spot. Mu Yang slapped his thigh. There was an abandoned lab on the school's back mountain. The school hadn't made any plans for that area yet, so it would be perfect for deployment. The back mountain was rarely visited by anyone, not even couples sneaking off for romantic trysts. With summer approaching, mosquitoes and other insects were beginning to swarm. Nourished by spring, the trees on the mountain were lush and green, rustling softly in the slightly dry, warm breeze of early summer. The path to the back mountain was rough. Long abandoned, the only route through the derelict lab was now overgrown with lush vegetation. Nature's restorative power was formidable. In a few more years, all traces of human presence here would likely vanish. A sudden breeze stirred, bending the grass and trees. Muyu walked slowly, his eyes already fixed on the abandoned laboratory. Nestled quietly in the embrace of the back mountain, it was now covered in a cloak of vines, carrying a faint, lingering fragrance of orchids. Evoking the poetic imagery of the faint fragrance of orchids lingers, as one lingers in the mountain's embrace. Deploy the Black Tech Lab. Muyang pointed at the dilapidated lab, its filthy interior so repulsive it sapped any desire to investigate. Boom! The ground shook violently, shaking all the vines off the abandoned lab. A warm white light emanated from it, and the once lifeless place seemed to gain new vitality. The two-story lab appeared freshly painted, yet without any pungent odor. Muyang couldn't resist stepping inside. The interior was bathed in a blue-white hue, the white being the lab's original color, the blue emanating from various experimental instruments. Most of these instruments were unfamiliar to Muyang. They were arranged in a haphazard yet orderly fashion, simple in layout yet beautiful in their own way. With a lab like this, who needs a job? Though, of course, he still had to find one. This lab couldn't generate any wealth for him yet. Everything inside belonged to the lab and couldn't be taken out. In the center sat a virtual display screen, projecting the blueprints for the Mark V battle armor. What's going on? How did Mark V battle armor blueprints end up here? Muyang was puzzled. He hadn't taken the Mark V battle armor blueprints out anywhere. All advanced technologies obtained by the group owner in the Black Tech Chat group are automatically transferred and stored here. The group administrator provided the explanation, and Muyang finally understood. But we can't research this Mark V armor right away. We need to figure out how to study the isotopes of the cosmic cube first. Muyang didn't immediately set out to study the Mark V armor. Currently, the Mark V's primary energy source relied on the first-generation arc reactor. He was well aware of the drawbacks of the first-generation arc reactor. Tony Stark had suffered greatly from it. That drawback was palladium poisoning, a condition that could threaten one's life. He couldn't afford to be reckless. Fortunately, he possessed a schematic of the cosmic cube isotope. Without it, he truly wouldn't know where to begin. Summoning the blueprints onto the virtual screen, Muyang began his research. With the robotic arm's assistance, he faced virtually no risk of danger. As the dormitory doors were about to close, Muyang finally emerged from the lab. Glancing back at the completely transformed space, the corners of his mouth turned up in a faint smile. Who would have thought this lab, abandoned for years, would become the most advanced facility on the planet? He shook his head. Researching new elements was indeed no easy feat. After all this time, he had barely grasped the general approach, let alone begun hands-on experimentation. Back to the dorm first. Muyu waded through the overgrown path, heading straight toward the dormitory. The boys' dormitory was located behind the girls' dormitory, meaning one had to pass through the girls' dormitory to reach it. This posed no issue for Muyang. But as luck would have it, he ran into Qin Shangfeng escorting Chenyu back to her dorm. Chenyu's job had been arranged by Qin Shangfeng and was conveniently close to campus. She always returned to her dorm after work to rest in truth, to avoid sleeping in the employee dormitory at Qin Shangfeng's company. Muyang was unaware of this detail. Watching the two of them, Muyang began to suspect that Chenyu had ultimately chosen Qin Shangfeng. Still, he felt little disturbance. Though Qin Shangfeng wasn't a great person, his family background was solid. In this day and age, people naturally aspired to a more comfortable life. Choosing someone wealthy was hardly something to be criticized. If a rich woman had ever offered to fawn over him, he probably would have taken her up on it long ago. Muyang chuckled wryly, pulling his gaze away from the pair and preparing to take his leave. Hey, look who it is, Brother Yang. Seems like you hit another dead-end job hunting? Qin Shangfeng spotted Muyang and deliberately moved closer to Chenyu. Chenyu merely frowned at this, making no further move. What's it to you? Muyang snapped back irritably. He glanced at Chenyu one last time, nodded in farewell, and walked away. Since she'd chosen Qin Shangfeng as her boyfriend, it was best they pretended they'd never met. Hope you land a job. Qin Shangfeng whistled as he watched Muyang walk away, his mocking voice carrying loudly. Muyang would never find a job. Though his family's company didn't hold absolute sway in Anlu City, they still carried weight. Blacklisting someone was effortless, especially someone like Muyang, lacking both connections and credentials. Chenyu watched Muyang's back, devoid of any lingering emotion, and clenched her fists, her expression inscrutable. Chapter 4, The Real Shrimp Head. Hit another dead end? His roommate Zhou Fu watched Muyang walk into the dorm with a grim expression, assuming he'd hit another job-hunting wall. Truth be told, Muyang was down on his luck. Graduates from Anlu University should have no trouble finding jobs. With graduation looming, if he couldn't secure employment, he'd lose the advantage of being a fresh graduate. His thesis defense would become even more challenging. Losing that status would make finding a job even harder. No. Muyang shook his head. Though he was usually easygoing, being mocked by his arch-rival still stung. Oh, I see. You saw Chenyu and Qin Shangfeng standing outside the girls' dorm, right? Seeing Muyang shake his head, Zhou Fu thought for a moment. He hadn't expected those two to actually be standing there. He'd come back around 9, and now it was almost 10, and they were still standing. Were they standing there on purpose for Mu Yang to see? Then Chen must be blind as a bat. Doesn't she know what kind of person Qin Shangfeng is? She'll probably end up wearing a hat soon. Qin Shangfeng had terrible character. Before pursuing Chen, rumors about him were everywhere. What girl would want to be with someone like that? Enough. It's her choice. What does it have to do with me? Mu Yu punched Zhou in the arm. It was someone else's choice whether good or bad, it wasn't their place to interfere. You're just letting it go? She was practically your girlfriend. Zhou was stunned by Mu Yang's reaction. Everyone knew Mu Yang had been pursuing Chen, and he'd had a strong chance of winning her over. The only drawback? He was broke. These days, money talks. Zhou sighed again. Money could fill the lives of most ordinary people, driving them to spend their entire lives chasing after it. What do you mean half a girlfriend? Cut the crap. Why'd you come back? Didn't you sleep at the library with those two? Mu Yang cut off the topic and changed the subject. Not really. I just think people don't need to push themselves so hard. Studying 24 hours a day? At least give yourself a breather. Zhou rubbed his chin and opened the laptop on the desk. Wanna hop online for a couple of games? Mu Yang wholeheartedly agreed with the suggestion. He desperately needed a change of pace. But before they'd even reached the halfway point in the game, his phone screen lit up. Mu Yang thought it was Tony Stark, but it wasn't. It was Chen Yu. There's an issue with this part of your thesis. It needs to be revised. Chen Yu sent over an image highlighting an inconsistency in his paper. When designing his graduation thesis, Mu Yang had also consulted Chen Yu. Though she had her quirks, she was at least impeccable when it came to Mu Yang's academic work. Of course, that was before this. Thanks, but maybe we should chat less from now on. I'm worried Qin Shangfeng might get the wrong idea. That message felt odd. Mu Yang stared at the text he'd sent, rereading it twice before his face darkened. He flipped his phone screen face down on the desk and immersed himself in his game. He genuinely disliked Qin Shangfeng, but he wouldn't stoop to using the other guy's girlfriend to spite him. That wasn't the way of a gentleman. In the girls' dormitory, Chen Yu frowned upon reading Mu Yang's message. What did he mean by that? Was he trying to distance himself from her? She wouldn't allow that. I think you've got one thing wrong. I'm not Qin Shangfeng's girlfriend. You still have a chance. I never expected you to react this way toward me. Backing down when things get tough? That's not like you at all. I still prefer the fiery drive you used to have. That's the real you, the one I know. Chen Yu sent several messages in quick succession. She didn't know why she cared so much about Mu Yang. Perhaps it was because he no longer cared about her, which made her feel a bit upset. At that moment, Mu Yang. Defu, come save me. Mu Yu was dragged down by 3 opponents and urgently sent a distress signal to his top lane daddy, Zhou. After a long while, Chen Yu still hadn't received a reply from Mu Yang. Mu Yu, you're not seriously considering cutting ties with me, are you? Didn't I just say Qin Shangfeng isn't my boyfriend? If you're still holding a grudge over tonight, that's just petty. Chen Yu's fingers flew across the keyboard. She wanted Mu Yang back not because she cared about him, but because she was accustomed to being adored. Qin Shangfeng and Mu Yang represented 2 extremes among her admirers. One was short-sighted but never broke, the other broke but never lost his ambition. Both offered her the ultimate indulgence, spiritually and materially. Another short essay. Chen Yu stared intently at the screen. Meanwhile, Mu Yang. Zhou, come save me. Mu Yang, attempting to steal the enemy's red buff, was caught and revealed by the opposing team's 5 members. He hurriedly placed wards and called for reinforcements. Don't worry, son. Top laner Zhou descended from above. Double kill. Both players' screens turned gray. This was a coordination issue. Let's try again. Mu Yang still hadn't replied. Mu Yang, what exactly are you trying to do? Chen Yu was getting frustrated. Mu Yang hadn't been like this before. He used to reply to messages instantly. You forced my hand. Chen Yu stared at a folder on her computer, opened a chat window, and sent it off. After a long while, Mu Yang finally saw Chen Yu's message. This many? He hadn't expected that while he was playing a few rounds of games, Chen Yu would send so many messages. I was gaming earlier and didn't see it. Who your boyfriend is has nothing to do with me. I don't care about this stuff, and I don't like you either. Mu Yang typed out the reply and hit send. From these words, he finally understood what kind of person Chen Yu was. Thankfully, he'd woken up early enough to avoid becoming a hopelessly devoted sucker. This blessing was best left for Qin Shangfeng to enjoy alone. You were just venting, right? I can let it slide. But please don't say things like I don't like you anymore. I don't like hearing that. Seeing Mu Yang finally reply, Chen Yu let go of her earlier resentment over his silence. She wanted to leave, but she'd wait until she was absolutely certain before doing so. What a shrimp head! Mu Yang shuddered violently. How had he never noticed before that Chen Yu was such a clingy girl? Did he really think she was irreplaceable? What a joke. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on just one? Mu Yang, are you sure you want to do this? Take back what you said before I get angry. I've been discussing with Qin Shangfeng about arranging a job for you. You know how hard it is for someone in your situation to find work right now. Shen Yu replied through gritted teeth, trembling with rage. Absolutely. And definitely. Don't contact me again. After sending that reply, Mu Yang immediately blocked her. When Shen Yu tried to send another message, she discovered she'd been blocked. Fine. You asked for it. Shen Yu's eyes burned crimson with rage, her teeth grinding audibly. Mu Yang, we'll see about that. Chapter 5, Cosmic Cube Isotope. Mu Yu, I hope you can find an internship soon. If it really doesn't work out, don't stay here. Going elsewhere to develop is also an option. This would benefit both your graduation and my teaching data. Early in the morning, the counselor's message arrived again. Reading the message, Mu Yang felt nothing but a headache. Why did he have to be so unlucky? He didn't blame the counselor. She'd already helped him secure several job offers, but he kept getting rejected. She'd done everything she could for him. If he had no other responsibilities, pursuing opportunities elsewhere might be feasible. But he had a grandmother and younger sister to care for at home. For this internship opportunity, he had quit all his part-time jobs, determined to secure a stable position. Yet things never went as planned. I'll think about it. Mu Yang replied. Now that he had the Black Tech Lab, he shouldn't have much to worry about. If he put the Mark War armor up for sale, people would be lining up to buy it. Putting his thoughts aside, Mu Yang headed toward the lab on the back mountain. Mr. Stark, how is the research on the new element progressing? Walking along the path, Mu Yang pulled out his phone to pass the time. Mr. Mu Yang, I'm still preparing. I should be able to start the research today. Tony Stark was intently modifying the lab when Mu Yang's message popped up on his virtual screen. He replied immediately. The current Tony Stark hadn't yet faced the events of the second film, so his research proceeded without the same urgency or tension. The structure of this new element is truly ingenious. With it, I believe I can develop the second-generation arc reactor without worrying about palladium poisoning. It's incredible. How did you discover it? Tony Stark felt a surge of excitement himself, knowing he was about to escape the torment of palladium poisoning. Reading Tony Stark's message, Mu Yang hesitated over how to respond. Should he reveal the truth? Should he tell the truth or keep it hidden? This dilemma weighed heavily on Mu Yang. If he told the truth, would Tony Stark fly into a rage? Would he stop messaging altogether, making it impossible to recruit him later? Mr. Stark, do you recall the Stark Industries sand table from your father's era? I suspect you might find some clues there. Mu Yang chose to tell the truth. He was a bit afraid of how Tony Stark might react next, so he turned off his phone screen and walked straight into the back mountain. The sand table from my father's era? Tony Stark pondered carefully, sensing a possible connection between this model and the atomic structure diagram Mu Yang had sent. Jarvis retrieved the Stark Industries sand table from Howard's era. Meanwhile, Mu Yang began studying isotopes. Though lacking scientific background in this field, the atomic structure diagram of the cosmic cube isotope seemed etched permanently in his mind. Along with its manufacturing process, it was deeply etched into his mind, including the blueprints for the Mark V armor. He surmised this must be an additional ability granted by the Black Tech Chat Group. Putting the matter behind him, Mu Yang retrieved the essential instruments for the Research Institute from the laboratory. This facility could be reconfigured at his request to become a lab capable of studying any technology, which proved highly convenient for Mu Yang. To study isotopes, one essential piece of equipment was the cryogenic centrifuge. The cryogenic centrifuge before Mu Yang was more advanced than the one Tony Stark used in Iron Man 2. Under the influence of a gravitational field, fine particles suspended in a stationary solution gradually settle. Heavier particles sink faster, while those lighter than the liquid density float upward. For particles smaller than a few micrometers, they exist in a colloidal or semi-colloidal state within the solution. Gravity alone cannot observe their sedimentation process. Therefore, centrifugal force from a centrifuge is required to force these particles to overcome diffusion and accelerate their sedimentation movement. The isotopes in the cosmic cube require precisely this greater centrifugal force and rotational speed. Mu Yang configured everything needed for the experiment and began the process. Before he knew it, noon had arrived, and Mu Yang had only made a small progress in his experiment. Glancing at his phone, he felt a twinge of worry but opened it anyway. Messages from the cutting-edge tech chat group didn't appear in the notification bar. Mu Yang opened the chat app and navigated to the Black Tech Chat Group. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. Mr. Mu Yang, did you know my father? Mr. Mu Yang, do you know how my parents died? Instead of anger or silence, a barrage of questions followed, as if determined to get to the bottom of things. Mentioning Tony Stark's father would undoubtedly grab his attention. I didn't know your father. The new element was merely something I observed through certain means. Watching movies certainly counts as a form of observation. As for the cause of your parents' deaths, you'll find out eventually. The outcome might not be pleasant. Recalling the plot of Captain America: Civil War, that outcome was definitely not what Tony Stark would have wanted. Tony Stark didn't reply immediately. Just as Muyang was about to head to the cafeteria, several more messages popped up. Muyu, Chenyu just found me and asked where you are? It was a message from his roommate, Zhou Fu. You're something else. You blocked Chenyu, and now she's waiting for you in the cafeteria. Hurry over and apologize to her. Neither of these messages was welcome news. Mu Yang had absolutely no desire to see Chenyu right now. Perhaps it stemmed from seeing Qin Shangfeng escort Chenyu back to the dorm. As the saying goes, love extends to the bird in the nest. He disliked Qin Shangfeng, so naturally, Chenyu who was with Qin Shangfeng fell within his sphere of dislike. The thought killed his appetite. He turned and headed back to the lab, resuming his research on the cosmic cube isotopes. When one is deeply engrossed in a task, time flies. By evening, Mu Yang gazed at the shimmering new element in the test tube on his lab bench, his joy evident. The discovery of this new element meant Mark V battle armor could now be incorporated into the research. With the new element for the second-generation arc reactor secured, future iterations of Mark battle armor would proceed smoothly. Moreover, for the current era, this was a discovery capable of shaking the global scientific community to its core, a new element, one containing immense energy. If word got out tonight, it would likely make headlines worldwide tomorrow, and the Nobel Prize Committee would probably come knocking at his door. Mu Yang had no intention of revealing it. He'd rather quietly continue his research on the battle armor. Once he perfected the battle armor, job hunting would be a breeze. Companies would likely be lining up to hire him. Mu Yang couldn't help but chuckle, then shook his head. It was getting late. He'd resume his research tomorrow. Mu Yang prepared to return to his dorm. Muyu, Chenyu has been waiting for you downstairs at the men's dorm for ages. Hurry back. Zhou Fu's message arrived, accompanied by a photo of Chenyu holding her phone beneath the dormitory building. What a pain. Mu Yang spat out a curse. Looks like there's no escaping this. Chapter 6, Experimental Mark V Battle Armor. Despite learning Chenyu was waiting for him, Mu Yang leisurely finished his dinner, pondering how to handle her. What do you want? Mu Yang arrived at the dormitory building. Chenyu was waiting for him. It was already late, and her expression was somewhat indistinct in the dim light. However, the aura emanating from her made it clear she was in a foul mood. Mu Yang, what do you think you're doing? Chenyu released her arms wrapped around the railing and strode quickly to confront Mu Yang. She couldn't tolerate the fact that he had blocked her. What do I mean? I think I made myself perfectly clear last night. We're practically strangers now, so it's best we don't cross paths. Mu Yang shrugged indifferently. In the past, he might have shown some weakness first, apologizing regardless of whether it was his fault. But now, there was no need to accommodate her and make himself miserable. You? Chenyu was so flustered she pointed at Mu Yang for a long moment, unable to form a coherent sentence. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Mu Yang paid her no mind and prepared to leave. If you're upset because I refused your request, then I feel I should say a few words. Seeing Mu Yang turn to leave, Chenyu grabbed his hand, halting his steps. I did like you before, but do you know what it was about you back then that I liked? Chenyu's voice softened suddenly, a fleeting light dancing in her eyes. Back then, you were full of youthful vigor, your eyes were bright, and you radiated like the sun itself. It made me believe that no matter what the future held, you would always shine just as brightly. Mu Yang silently pulled his hand free from Chenyu's grasp, listening to her words as he fell silent. But now? You're just a hothead with no real skills. You can't even hold down a job, all you do is take on odd gigs here and there. Chenyu spoke calmly, yet her words stung like needles. If I'm not mistaken, after quitting all your jobs, you probably don't even have 100 yuan left on you now. The words hung in the air, silencing those around them. It was the truth. Seeing Mu Yang remain silent, a faint smile touched her lips as she continued. You can still like me and strive for it. The moon doesn't dim just because of passing clouds. You should understand these things. Whether you're a pearl covered in dust or a rotten stone, time will tell. Mu Yang lifted his head and spoke with unwavering resolve. In the past, he might not have been able to counter such words, but now things were different. His destiny lay firmly in his own hands. As for continuing to like you, I'll give you 6 words. The haze in Mu Yang's eyes cleared, reflecting the dim moon hanging over the eastern skyscrapers. Spring forbids looking back. The words left him feeling strangely liberated. He turned and walked away, his steps light and brisk. Chenyu stood frozen in place. She had just seen the brightness in Mu Yang's eyes, shining as brightly as before. Her eyes stung with tears, a sense of loss washing over her. Mu Yang, what did you do to Chenyu? As if orchestrated, Qin Shangfeng appeared at that moment. Seeing Chenyu with reddened eyes, he pulled her into his arms and sternly rebuked Mu Yang. What a cliché rescue act, Mu Yang thought, turning his head to inwardly scoff. So cliché, so cliché. If he weren't standing right here, she'd think she was reading a novel again. Maybe. I did what you wanted to do? Mu Yang tilted his head, speaking with uncertainty. You, huh? Qin Shangfeng was caught off guard by the remark, his expression turning flustered. He glanced down at Chen Yu in his arms, his embrace loosening slightly. His henchmen, watching from the sidelines, suddenly felt like their boss had turned into a boiling pot of trouble. Mu Yang, cut the crap. Since you're determined to do this, let's part ways and go our separate paths. Seeing Qin Shangfeng's grip loosen, Chen Yu rolled her eyes and wriggled free from his embrace. Fine. As you wish. Mu Yang replied with a faint smile. Mu Yang. Qin Shangfeng finally realized he'd been played. Furious, he roared, storming over to Mu Yang in a few strides and yanking him by the collar. You wanna hit me? Figured out how much you're gonna pay up? If it's too little, don't blame me for punching you in the face. Mu Yang said with a sly grin, winking at Qin Shangfeng. Thanks for the heads up. But let me warn you, as long as I'm in Anlu City, you won't find work here. Get out of town. Don't let me see you in Anlu City again. Qin Shangfeng growled, his voice low and menacing. Mu Yang's eyes grew cold and sharp, the corners of his mouth slowly tightening. So that's why he couldn't find work. Qin Shangfeng was the one pulling the strings. Competition requires ruthless tactics. I assume you understand that. Qin Shangfeng released Mu Yang's collar, revealing a mocking smile as he returned to Chen Yu's side to explain his earlier actions. Mu Yang's eyes dimmed. Competition requires ruthless tactics? That much was true. Only, he hadn't even entered the industry yet before it had already blacklisted him. Then let's see who gets left behind next. Mu Yang snorted coldly and turned to leave. The Mark V battle armor was his ultimate trump card for a last-ditch comeback. Watching Mu Yang slowly walk away, Chen Yu regained her composure. Shangfeng, do me a favor. Remember that paper I sent you earlier? Chen Yu lowered her head, feigning a sorrowful expression. It belongs to Mu Yang. He's made me unhappy. Then Mu Yang deserves to die. Rest assured, with me around, he won't be able to stay in Anlu City. Qin Shangfeng didn't intend to help Chen Yu, he was merely consoling her. Idiot. What I meant was. Chen Yu had no choice but to voice her thoughts. Brilliant move, killing him both physically and psychologically. Leave it to me. Qin Shangfeng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It had to be said, it was a clever way to deal with Mu Yang. Mu Yang, already far away, remained unaware of Chen Yu and Qin Shangfeng plotting against him. He checked his phone upon returning home. Tony Stark still hadn't replied. He had no choice but to go to sleep. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Mu Yang rose and hurried toward the laboratory on the back mountain. Finally, he would begin researching the Mark V armor. Mu Yang felt incredibly excited inside. He couldn't wait to see the completed Mark V armor. The lab's instruments and equipment had been rearranged. The structural blueprint of the Mark V armor appeared on the virtual screen, looking imposing and formidable. Mu Yu immersed himself completely in the research of the Mark V battle armor. A full month passed without Chen Yu causing trouble for Mu Yang. It seemed she truly meant what she had said earlier. From now on, they would go their separate ways. Mu Yang didn't mind. This was a good thing, he could finally focus on researching the battle armor in the lab. Only the counselor occasionally inquired about his situation, and Mu Yang could only give perfunctory answers. His sole focus was completing the Mark V battle armor. Finally finished. On the eve of his graduation defense, an excited shout erupted from the laboratory on the back mountain, startling away many of the birds nesting nearby. Mu Yang stared at the Mark V battle armor before him, his face aglow with excitement. It was crafted entirely in the style of Iron Man. The red and orange armor gleamed brilliantly, looking incredibly cool. This was undoubtedly every boy's dream. Begin the test. Mu Yang stepped forward excitedly. The suit on the lab bench activated, enveloping him tightly. Chapter 7, Where did those missiles come from? Night had just fallen when a burst of flame shot skyward from the hills behind Anlu University, blazing brightly against the night sky. Holy crap, someone's setting off fireworks. A sharp-eyed student spotted the blaze, pulling out their phone to capture the romantic scene. Little did he know it was the flame from the Mark V battle armor's thrusters. Who's setting off fireworks? The dean of students jumped up from his chair upon hearing the report. Setting off fireworks on the back mountain? How dare these students? The area was densely forested. If it caught fire, the consequences would be disastrous. Who prepared such a romantic scene without telling us? We could have joined in the fun. Maybe they just wanted to keep it low-key. The place you saw it coming from? That's the back hill. Who even goes there normally? Never mind. Let's just enjoy it from here. The group craned their necks, watching the beam of light shoot skyward at incredible speed until it vanished into the night sky. They never saw the fireworks bloom. Whose fireworks fly that high? Could it be skyrockets? It doesn't look like fireworks. There's a halo around it and a black metal rod? Someone said, holding up their phone and uploading it to the internet. Mu Yang remained unaware of the sensation he had caused, having already ascended to nearly 1,000 meters above ground. The Mark V isn't equipped with a proper oxygen system and can't venture into outer space yet. The second-generation arc reactor made the possibilities for Mark armor virtually limitless. The Mark V wasn't perfect, transformation took too long, and its defenses were somewhat weak. However, its mobility and offensive capabilities were quite impressive. For legal reasons, Mu Yang hadn't included the missile system that would be illegal. For now, it was equipped only with laser beams. Time to test its speed. After hovering briefly, Mu Yang selected a direction and began testing the Mark V's maximum speed. Max power. Without an AI system like Jarvis, Mu Yang could only issue voice commands and wait for the system's response. Fortunately, this didn't take long. The Mark V's feet erupted with intensified flames, mirrored by blazing palms. In an instant, Mu Yang shot forward nearly 100 meters from his stationary position. Awesome! Mu Yang watched the city's neon lights flash beneath him, quickly receding into the distance as mountains, rivers, and valleys settled into peaceful slumber beneath the night sky. A scene of serene tranquility. In a remote valley, the Southern Military District conducted a training exercise in preparation for an upcoming joint military drill. Reporting, Sergeant. Enemy forces detected directly below us. A small squad held a position on Hill 325. A soldier in camouflage jogged into the emplacement. We've held off 2 waves already. The enemy likely knows this place inside out now. They might be bringing in heavier weapons. The squad leader's expression grew grave. He knew this exercise was merely a test for the Southern Military District's newly developed weaponry, but they still had to approach it with absolute seriousness. Directly below, a well-trained squad spread out. The man in the center carried a weapon resembling a rocket launcher, while another beside him held a tablet. This was the Military District's newly developed precision-guided missile, currently locking onto the coordinates of Hill 325. Ready! At the guidance operator's command, the soldier's finger touched the trigger. Whoosh! A streak of fire shot toward Hill 325 at breakneck speed, narrowly grazing the head of the squad leader stationed there. That streak of fire belonged to Mark V's combat armor. Mu Yang was flying at nearly 300 kilometers per hour, already dizzy from the speed. The previous maneuver had been a near collision with the ground, and he'd scrambled to pull up in a panic. Too fast isn't always a good thing. Mu Yang slowed down, shaking his head to clear the dizziness. He had no idea where he was headed now. Flying leisurely, he took in the scenery. The test was essentially successful, there was no need to rush anymore. Hill 325. Holy crap, was that aimed right at my head? The squad leader crouched down, still shaken. Below. I didn't say fire yet. Why did you shoot? The guidance soldier barked at the firing soldier. This was a direct violation of orders he'd fired before the command was even fully given. I didn't fire. It wasn't me. The firing soldier hastily denied it. He hadn't even pulled the trigger, how could it have gone off? After inspection, the missile remained safely in the launcher barrel, never having been fired. This is strange. We're the only unit attacking Hill 325 tonight. Are there other units involved? The squad leader sensed something was amiss and reported the incident up the chain of command. What? Another unit fired missiles at Hill 325. A soldier in command headquarters shouted upon receiving the report. These words reached the ears of a man with a touch of gray at his temples, who had been studying the sandtable map. He immediately walked over. What's happening? Su Xiangrui inquired. The battlefield situation was ever-changing, and opportunities vanished in an instant. Every piece of intelligence demanded attention. The squad attacking Hill 325 is asking if any other units are assaulting Hill 325. They just detected a missile heading toward Hill 325. The soldier stood and saluted as he reported. Only one unit is assigned to attack Hill 325. How could there be another? Check with all units near Hill 325 and find out which one it is. Su Shangrui's tone carried a hint of anger, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Each unit had its own assigned assault mission. The full-scale offensive hadn't even begun yet. Which unit would dare violate orders? Also, call the enemy command post to verify if this is accurate. The soldier saluted again, began making inquiries as ordered, and handed the phone to Su Xiangrui once the call connected. Moments later. It's true, isn't it? Thanks for your help, buddy. Su Xiangrui hung up the phone, his expression darkening further. Reporting to the division commander. The interrogating soldier completed his task and nervously approached Su Xiangrui, who radiated an imposing presence. After questioning, no units fired missiles toward Hill 325. Furthermore, some units claim they also saw a missile fly overhead. Su Xiangrui's eyes widened instantly. If it wasn't their unit that fired it, then who else could it be? The enemy themselves? Impossible. Anything on the radar systems? Nothing. Could it be from another military region? Su Xiangrui quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. He was baffled. Where had this missile come from? Contact headquarters. Request satellite surveillance. Su Xiangrui racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it. His only recourse was to request satellite surveillance for answers. Meanwhile, Mu Yang was piloting his Mark V battlesuit on his way back. Chapter 8, Who's playing movies on the satellite feed? What? It's flying back again? Damn it, they're pushing my buttons. Once I get to the bottom of this, I'll show them what I'm made of. Su Shangruwei cursed uncharacteristically his subordinates were pushing his patience to the limit. Retrieve the satellite surveillance footage from Hill 325 immediately. Su Shangruwei's furrowed brow relaxed considerably. Upon careful reflection, military discipline was exceptionally strict. How could anyone violate regulations on the battlefield? This missile definitely hadn't been launched from their side, nor could it have come from other units or military districts. That left only one possibility: the missile likely originated from abroad. That shouldn't be possible. Su Shangruwei shook his head again. How could a foreign missile breach China's border? China's air defense system wasn't something to be trifled with. Could it be that the United States is developing new weapons? Su Shangruwei considered a terrifying possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Satellite surveillance footage appeared on the screen. Su Shangruwei immediately fixed his gaze upon it. If his suspicions were confirmed, this would send shockwaves through the entire Huaxia military district. The satellite feed showed a small black, its tail trailing flames, streaking at incredible speed across Hill 325 and hurtling toward distant cities. Su Shangruwei's heart leapt into his throat. If that missile struck a city, the consequences were too horrific to contemplate. Fortunately, the missile did not strike the city. Instead, it continued toward uninhabited territory, allowing Su Shangruwei to breathe a sigh of relief. Satellite monitoring data indicates the missile's speed was approximately 300 kilometers per hour. Aside from a brief descent near Hill 325, it maintained an altitude of around 1 kilometer throughout its flight. A soldier nearby reported. What kind of missile can maintain a constant altitude like that? This puzzled Su Shangruwei. Modern missiles follow parabolic trajectories. The distance from Hill 325 to the uninhabited area was nearly 1,000 kilometers. How could it possibly maintain the same altitude without any change? Bring in a few technical experts. Have them analyze it. Su Shangruwei couldn't figure it out. He wasn't an expert in this field and could only seek help from professionals. Meanwhile, Mu Yang was piloting the Mark V battlesuit back along the same route. Tomorrow morning marked his graduation defense. Due to his internship work, barring any surprises, he was likely to graduate late. But now he had nothing to worry about. With this Mark V battle armor, would he ever struggle to find employment? Besides, just showing this thing to the esteemed professors in his field would have them scrambling to take him as a disciple. Then, casually mentioning the scholarship matter, that would be a piece of cake. After all, Anlu University is a nationally recognized institution. Surely they wouldn't be stingy with scholarships? Mu Yan could already see stacks of crisp red bills beckoning him, completely oblivious to the small hill before him. Holy crap! Fortunately, Mu Yang reacted in time and immediately pulled up. Holy! The squad leader crouched on Hill 325, cursed under his breath. The charade hadn't halted because of the earlier incident. Just as he tried to assess the situation below, another missile whizzed right over his head. Is my head a magnet or something? Why are they all flying straight at me? The squad leader was numb with shock. 2 missiles had passed right over his head. He refused to believe there was no deeper meaning behind it. Just like the old saying goes, good fortune never comes in pairs, but misfortune never comes alone. One soldier chuckled from the side. The others pondered it and realized he might be onto something. Looks like you're itching for trouble again, kid. After the drill, you're getting an extra 5-kilometer load run. Nothing showed up on radar. Deep in the rear, on the plains, an air defense unit watched as the Mu Yan flew overhead. Their reconnaissance radar showed no reaction whatsoever. They were dumbfounded. What kind of missile could be equipped with such advanced anti-detection technology? Inside the command center, technical experts analyzed the data on the monitors. Division Commander Su, my analysis indicates this isn't a missile at all. It's highly likely some kind of drone. A specialist quickly reached this conclusion. They couldn't determine specifics yet. The speed was too high, and satellite footage remained blurry. It can't be a drone. Visually, it lacks wings. It might be some new type of missile or similar. Another technician shook his head, equally uncertain due to the extreme blurriness of the footage. I'll request a higher resolution satellite to capture it. With no conclusive analysis, the team attributed the uncertainty to insufficient satellite image clarity. Su Shangruwei concurred and requested higher resolution satellites to track the unknown object. Reporting, the unit at Hill 325 states that missile has turned back. Air defense forces report their radars cannot detect it. The soldier immediately relayed the update. It can turn back? It has counter-surveillance technology? If this isn't a drone, what is it? The technical expert who had initially suggested it was a drone exclaimed. Have you ever seen a drone without wings? How could it fly with just a stick? The two argued, each clinging to their own opinion. Enough. Satellite surveillance access has been granted. Whether it's a drone or a missile, we'll see for ourselves. A high-resolution satellite feed could even capture license plates on the ground. The group immediately crowded around the screen, with the two men who had been arguing at the forefront. Drone or missile? The answer was about to be revealed. As the crystal-clear image filled the screen, the technicians froze for a split second. "I told you to show the satellite footage, not some movie," one technician bellowed. The object on the screen was all too familiar to him. It was Iron Man, flying at breakneck speed. This is the satellite surveillance footage." The technician responsible for retrieving the satellite feed stared dumbfounded at the screen. After a quick check confirmed no technical issues, he stammered. "Are you kidding me? Does that mean the satellite is watching movies?" A technical expert clearly didn't buy the explanation. He walked over to the technician responsible for retrieving the satellite footage and began inspecting the corresponding receiving end. It really is satellite surveillance footage?" The technical expert was stunned. The footage was indeed transmitted from satellite surveillance, but no matter how he looked at it, it appeared to be digitally altered. Iron Man? Can you believe it? He certainly couldn't. Su Shangrui narrowed his eyes at the satellite feed. Satellite surveillance doesn't lie. Could it be that the stuff from American movies actually exists? That would be trouble. This kind of battle suit was a game changer for individual soldiers. An ordinary person wearing it could become the elite of the elite. It stopped. It's landing. A technical expert monitoring the feed announced. Su Shangrui studied the landing location, Anlu City, Anlu University. Notify Anlu City's security forces immediately. Monitor Anlu University closely. Do not take any rash actions until we arrive. Su Shangrui issued the command. Whether friend or foe, they wouldn't know until they saw it. Mu Yang piloted his battle armor back to campus. After pleading with the dorm supervisor, she finally opened the door for him. He hurried back to his dorm room to sleep. His thesis defense was scheduled for early tomorrow morning, though he braced himself for failure. Chapter 9, Plagiarism? Early the next morning, Mu Yang arrived at the graduation defense venue ahead of schedule. Several candidates had already presented. He'd gotten up a bit late, but his turn hadn't come yet. Mu Yang found a seat and quietly watched the presentations above. Did you hear? It seems a military unit arrived at the school overnight last night. People behind him whispered. No wonder I heard the rumble of helicopters last night. What are the troops doing at our school? This isn't a military academy. Who knows? Mu Yang heard these remarks, but they held no relevance to him. He focused on preparing for his upcoming thesis defense, silently reviewing his graduation paper on his phone. Xin Shangfeng and Shen Yu had finished their defenses early. Instead of leaving, they found a spot to wait for the upcoming spectacle. Mu Yu, there's a high chance you'll be delayed in graduating this time. Make sure to leave a good impression on the professors when you go up. The counselor advised, feeling compelled to offer guidance. Mu Yang nodded calmly. He wasn't panicking anymore. If he'd had the time, he might have even submitted the theoretical design for the Mark V fighter suit as his thesis. The back mountain. Su Shangrui led his group through waist-high weeds as they made their way deeper into the area. Commander Su, this back mountain has been abandoned for years. How could anyone be here? The principal trailed behind, puzzled. The school's rear mountain held nothing but an abandoned laboratory, and that lab had been deserted for years. Let's see for ourselves. Su Shangrui also looked at the overgrown scene with some doubt, but satellite surveillance showed Iron Man had landed right here. Abandoned for so long, could this have been deliberately arranged by the Americans? Su Shangrui quickened his pace. Soon, the group arrived at the abandoned laboratory. This is the abandoned lab you mentioned? The walls before them gleamed an impossibly stark white, looking brand new. How could this resemble an abandoned lab? Su Shangrui's gaze toward the principal grew distinctly unfriendly. This. The principal was speechless. The freshly renovated lab turned his earlier claims into outright lies. To put it bluntly, this constituted obstruction of duty and raised serious suspicion. Cold sweat beaded on the principal's forehead. Su Shangrui strode forward, inspecting the laboratory from the outside. Through the glass, he could see unfamiliar experimental instruments arranged in an orderly yet slightly haphazard fashion, along with several mechanical arms that looked straight out of science fiction. Centered in the room stood none other than the Iron Man suit. Su Shangrui's breathing suddenly quickened. It was exactly as shown in the satellite surveillance footage. What's going on here? Are you genuinely unaware? Su Shangrui turned and glared at the principal. The oppressive aura of a soldier radiated from him, sending shivers down the principal's spine. I truly didn't know. The principal stared dumbfounded at the laboratory, his heart pounding. Who had transformed this place into a high-tech facility without his knowledge? The Iron Man suit inside was utterly mesmerizing. Can you trace who's been here recently? Seeing that the principal didn't seem to be lying, Su Shangrui softened his tone slightly as he asked. Yes, there are several surveillance cameras at the back mountain entrance. I'll have someone check immediately. The principal hastily assured him, fumbling for his phone to make the call. Graduation defense ceremony. Mu Yang, please come to the podium. A faculty member overseeing the defense called out Mu Yang's name, his thesis already displayed on their computer screens. Compared to his classmates' papers, Mu Yang's lacked the internship experience section. Several defense committee members had already mentally labeled him for delayed graduation. The plagiarism rate was acceptable but not outstanding. Delayed graduation seemed inevitable. This thesis seems vaguely familiar. One professor remarked, feeling a sense of recognition. Let's begin the defense. The professor couldn't quite recall it, so he could only say this. Even though the label of delayed graduation had already been applied, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Wait! A voice rang out from the audience, drawing everyone's attention. Mu Yang looked over too. It was Qin Shangfeng. What was he doing rushing out like this? What is it, student? If it's urgent, contact your advisor. Don't disrupt the graduation defense. The professor frowned, clearly displeased by Qin Shangfeng's abrupt interruption. Professor, I'm reporting that Mu Yang plagiarized my thesis. Qin Shangfeng pointed at Mu Yang on stage, deliberately flashing a mocking grin his way. Ah, now I remember. That's why this thesis felt so familiar. Didn't we defend an identical thesis before? The only difference was that one included internship experience. The teacher who had earlier felt Mu Yang's paper seemed familiar suddenly realized. The other teachers paused, seeming to agree that it did indeed feel familiar. That's right, it is plagiarized. One teacher pulled up Qin Shangfeng's thesis and compared it with Mu Yang's. Aside from the missing internship experience, they were identical in every other aspect. Student, if you didn't seek an internship, that's one thing. But plagiarizing your graduation thesis? What was the point of you attending university? The defense committee chair's previously easygoing expression turned stern. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixed on Mu Yang as he demanded an answer. Seeing this, Mu Yang understood exactly what had happened. Chen Yu had given her thesis to Qin Shangfeng. I didn't plagiarize. I can explain. Mu Yang pulled out his phone, stared at the expired file in the chat message, and fell silent. He'd forgotten about that. Files sent via phone expired after 7 days. An expired file couldn't possibly explain anything. Explain? How do you explain it? Plagiarism is plagiarism. What excuse could you possibly come up with? Call it borrowing? The defense committee chair had a way with words. Now, Mu Yang was utterly defenseless. Qin Shangfeng stood below the podium, his face dripping with scorn. Dealing with Mu Yang had been this easy after all. There was a backup on the computer, but now the file's modification date changed with each edit, making it impossible to prove anything. In my opinion, students like this should be expelled outright. What can plagiarism ever achieve? Can you plagiarize your entire life? The professor spoke without restraint, his gaze toward Mu Yang now thick with contempt. It seemed he felt it was a disgrace for Anlu University to have produced such a student. Mu Yang, what's gotten into you? Failing to secure an internship is one thing, but plagiarizing your thesis? The advisor joined in with the questioning, though he maintained a smile and apologized to the defense committee. Mu Yang plagiarized? He didn't seem like that kind of person. Some people just like to put on a show, one thing on the surface, another behind the scenes. No wonder his roommates all went to grad school while he didn't. He probably only knows how to plagiarize, huh? His classmates below the stage whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with utter contempt as they looked at Mu Yang. Mu Yang clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Qin Shangfeng below. Qin Shangfeng wore a brazen grin. He orchestrated everything flawlessly. Mu Yang had nothing to fall back on. There was no way he could turn this around. At this thought, Qin Shangfeng's grin widened, stretching almost to his ears. I won't tolerate this. I won't stand for it under my watch. I'll report this to the academy. The thesis advisor cut off the counselor's pleas with an unyielding tone. Bang! The door to the defense room burst open. A squad of soldiers, fully armed and ready, stormed in and surrounded everyone present. No one knew what was happening, only seeing the principal follow behind a high-ranking military officer as they entered. Which one of you is Mu Yang? Su Shangrui's eyes, filled with an oppressive aura, swept across the room. Chapter 10. Did you build Iron Man just to get a job? Silence fell over the room as all eyes fixed on Su Shangrui at the doorway. The military's unique aura of authority struck fear into everyone present. Mu Yang froze. What was going on? Surely this wasn't serious enough to warrant the military coming after him. When no one answered, Su Shangrui turned to the principal behind him. The principal scanned the room, spotted Mu Yang on stage, and pointed. You're Mu Yang? Su Shangrui stepped onto the stage, his tone softening slightly. He usually spoke sternly, but he tried not to intimidate Mu Yang. My name is Mu Yang, but I'm not sure if I'm the Mu Yang you're looking for. Mu Yang nodded in response. Could it be that he shared the same name as the person they were looking for? That's you. You should know the situation with this lab, right? Su Shangrui pulled out the photos of the rear mountain laboratory and handed them to Mu Yang. Mu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. The high-tech lab had been exposed? Had his Iron Man experiment from last night been discovered? After much deliberation, this seemed the only conclusion. Mu Yang nodded, his expression falling. In a sense, the mark armor could be considered a weapon. Had he been secretly developing arms? Could he end up in prison? With such a large-scale operation, might he even face execution? Terrifying consequences flashed through Mu Yang's mind. Please cooperate with our investigation and come with us. Su Shangrui gestured for him to follow, feeling puzzled himself. Mu Yang was far too young, he couldn't possibly be the one who developed the Iron Man suit. There had to be someone else behind this. Alright, but I still have my graduation defense. Mu Yang stammered nervously. At least let him resolve the immediate situation, he couldn't very well walk away dressed in black. Defense? You have the nerve to call that plagiarized thesis a defense? You look like a defense to me. Someone blurted out the words without thinking, regardless of the situation. What's going on? Su Shangrui naturally caught the remark. He eyed the speaker. Plagiarism? With such a formidable lab backing him, why would he need to plagiarize? Any random experiment from that lab could be turned into a thesis that would blow people's minds. Here's what happened. The professor overseeing the defense explained the entire sequence of events. Mu Yang had plagiarized Qin Shangfeng's thesis. I didn't plagiarize. Mu Yang shouted. Even if it meant going to jail, he would clear his name of this false accusation. Who is Qin Shangfeng? Su Shangrui shot Mu Yang a meaningful glance. Someone like him probably wouldn't plagiarize, but then again, who knows? Maybe he just lost his mind. I am. Qin Shangfeng was also extremely nervous. From Su Shangrui's shoulder insignia, he could tell the man was a colonel, at the very least a division commander. What right did he have to speak to such a figure, especially about this matter? Are you certain he plagiarized your thesis? Su Shangrui's tone was calm, yet it sent a chill through Qin Shangfeng below the stage. Qin Shangfeng was rendered speechless. The oppressive atmosphere made it nearly impossible for him to breathe, as if someone were choking him. Who plagiarized whom? A simple investigation would reveal it. Principal Li, with your university's resources, this should be a straightforward task. Su Shangrui turned his gaze toward the principal standing at a distance. Naturally. I'll look into it immediately. While expired documents might leave Mu Yang helpless, for a true technician, it was a piece of cake. Qin Shangfeng's heart skipped a beat, his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He had dared to do this precisely because Mu Yang had no connections. No one would investigate this matter for Mu Yang's sake. Reality seemed to be telling a different story. Shen Yu, hiding in the corner, sensed trouble brewing and tried to slip away quietly. Sorry, classmate. No one leaves until we complete our task. The soldier at the door blocked Shen Yu without hesitation. But I have an urgent matter. Can you make an exception? Shen Yu was on the verge of tears. If they found out, she wouldn't be able to escape. Well, I'll go ask the commander. Seeing how genuinely distressed Shen Yu appeared, the soldier believed her to some extent. However, he lacked the authority to let her go. When the soldier relayed the situation to Su Shangrui, Mu Yang overheard and glanced toward the doorway. That person was none other than Shen Yu. She can't be allowed to leave. She's involved in this too. Mu Yang pressed his lips together. If Shen Yu left him no room to maneuver, he wouldn't show mercy either. Upon hearing she couldn't leave, Shen Yu's entire body trembled. Her expression grew even more convincing as she pleaded incessantly with the soldier at the door. The soldier remained unmoved. Without orders from his superiors, he couldn't let her go. The results came back quickly. Technical analysis confirms that Mu Yang did not plagiarize Qin Shangfeng's thesis. On the contrary, Qin Shangfeng plagiarized Mu Yang's thesis. Shen Yu, acting as an intermediary, stole Mu Yang's thesis and provided it to Qin Shangfeng. Principal Li personally announced the findings to the public. What? Qin Shangfeng plagiarized Mu Yang's paper. The arch-rival plagiarizing the arch-rival's paper. Young Master Qin sure knows how to bend when he must. Shen Yu was my idol, but I never imagined she'd do something like this. She always acted so high and mighty, but behind the scenes she's like this? I'm deleting her from my list of idols. This complete reversal sent whispers rippling through the crowd. Plagiarism was something people could never tolerate. Qin Shangfeng and Shen Yu became pariahs, and the school handed down appropriate punishments. We can go now, right? After settling everything, Su Shangrui finally turned to Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded, his heart pounding as he followed Su Shangrui out. I'm not going to get shot, am I? Trailing behind Su Shangrui, Mu Yang forced himself to speak despite his racing heart. Why would you think that? Su Shangrui turned back with a hint of amusement. How did this even lead to execution? You guys came looking for me because you discovered the mark armor, right? That mark armor is a new type of weapon. Doesn't that mean I'm guilty of illegally manufacturing weapons? Mu Yang's reasoning seemed sound. You mean, this iron mark armor is something you developed? Su Shangrui stared at Mu Yang in disbelief. It was hard to imagine such an advanced creation coming from a young man barely out of his 20s. Yes, I even have the theoretical research papers here. Mu Yang nodded and pulled out his phone to show Su Shangrui, though Su couldn't make sense of it and passed it to the technical expert beside him. So that lab on the back mountain is yours too? Su Shangrui pressed further. Transforming an abandoned lab into such a facility wasn't something just anyone could accomplish. Mu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. No one knew where that lab had come from. Then could you tell me what your purpose was in creating this battle armor? Su Shangrui pressed on. Developing such battle armor surely served some purpose. It must be for the nation's benefit, right? To find a job? Mu Yang replied uncertainly. Initially, he had indeed intended to use it to find employment. You built this contraption just to find a job? Su Shangrui, who had remained composed all along, lost his cool. Who builds an Iron Man suit just to find a job? Was he planning to use force to get hired? If they didn't hire him, did he intend to show them the power of technology? Mu Yang nodded innocently. Su Shangrui. Chapter 11, On Lu City. Well, that's a down-to-earth goal. Faced with Mu Yang's clear gaze, Su Shangrui found himself at a loss for words. The group headed toward the back mountain. So am I still getting shot? Seeing Su Shangrui fall silent, Mu Yang pressed further. Not if you built this battle armor yourself. Su Shangrui, walking ahead, twitched the corner of his mouth. Why was this kid always thinking about shooting people? He didn't seem very bright. Could this Iron Man really be his creation? Mu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Su, this theory exceeds our capabilities. We can only speculate on partial feasibility. More advanced individuals are needed to derive the specifics. Several technical experts discussed the Mark V armor's design theory for a while, realizing their knowledge was still too shallow. Hold on. That phone of yours, it doesn't have any of that stuff on it, does it? As the technical expert reached to return the phone to Mu Yang, Su Shangrui suddenly intercepted it. Those things? Commander Su, you can mock me for being single, but you can't insult my character. Mu Yang paused in slight confusion before responding with righteous indignation. Being a pervert himself, he understood exactly what Su Shangrui was implying. You seem so knowledgeable about this, it's hard for me to believe you. Su Shangrui gave Mu Yang a faint smile, his expression half believing, half doubting. Mu Yang, he obediently handed the phone over for inspection. It's no big deal. We're all men. Besides, what if those websites steal your design theories from your phone? Su Shangrui tried to reassure Mu Yang. This wasn't alarmist talk. Many adult websites were hosted overseas, and some were even state-controlled, specifically designed to steal information. That may be true, but how am I supposed to face anyone after this? Mu Yang sulked. Treading through the overgrown path, the group arrived at the laboratory. A device resembling a camera emitted a blue light, scanning Mu Yang's head before the lab door slid open. Is this facial recognition? A technical expert voiced his confusion. While facial recognition was commonplace now, this didn't seem like ordinary facial recognition. This is holographic facial recognition. It differs from the common systems today. Modern facial recognition operates on 2D projections, whereas this holographic system has achieved full. Mu Yang, well versed in the lab's technology, explained with ease. This technology would be incredible if released to the public. The tech expert clicked his tongue, eyes sparkling as he stared at the holographic facial recognition device. Mu Yang, however, felt a bit flustered. He knew what these things were, but he had no idea how they were researched. Alright, that's not why we're here. Su Shangrui's eyes locked onto the Mark V battlesuit displayed at the center, his hand even reaching out to touch it, feeling the cool metallic texture. Ahem, could you give us a rundown? Su Shangrui realized his own lack of composure, cleared his throat twice, and turned to look at Mu Yang. Certainly. This is modeled after the Mark V battlesuit, what you'd call Iron Man. It boasts exceptional portability, earning it the nickname Suitcase Iron Man. As Mu Yang spoke, the Mark V suit standing in the lab instantly transformed into a red briefcase, light enough to be lifted with one hand, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. It can reach a top speed of 300 km per hour, fly up to 2,000 meters high, and lift nearly 10 tons. The weapon system includes a laser cannon. It originally had a missile system, but building missiles is illegal. Mu Yang casually demonstrated its capabilities. Seeing him stride around in the Mark V armor, radiating power and authority, Su Shangrui's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What if he commanded a unit equipped with such suits? With such a force, wouldn't the next military exercise be a sure win? Su Shangrui felt a surge of excitement, though it quickly subsided. He couldn't yet confirm whether this combat armor was his own creation. He'd need to find someone to verify it. Go fetch Mr. He and give him a copy of the design theory. Additionally, seal off the entire back mountain. No information from today may be leaked. Protect Mr. Mu Yang's family. Su Shangrui issued a series of orders, and one by one, the soldiers responded and departed. Capital Academy of Sciences. Old He, you seem to have some free time lately. President Yu Jiangwo spotted He Fingyu wandering aimlessly through the laboratories and called out to him. Dean Yu, don't say that. I'm not idle at all. I've been struggling with the exoskeleton armor lately. After all this research, it barely reaches 300 genes, still hasn't even touched the 500 gene threshold. Yifengyu approached Yu Jiangwo with a hint of complaint, letting out a long sigh. Don't worry, take your time. Yu Jiangwo offered slow, soothing words of encouragement. Exoskeleton armor has evolved from its inception in 1890 to its current state over a century. Your research is by no means slow. If I don't hurry, I'll be in the coffin before long. Yifengyu was already at an age where half his body was in the ground, nearing 60. Who knew how many more years he'd have left for research? Ring ring. Yifengyu's phone rang in his pocket. Xiao Su, what's this about? He answered the call and recognized the voice immediately. Iron Man. You little rascal, have you been sneaking drinks again? How dare you spout such nonsense? Upon hearing Su Shangrui's purpose, Yifengyu immediately erupted into a tirade. Keep this up, and I'll call your superiors. Yifengyu hung up with a dark expression. His mood was already sour, and Su Shangrui had just made it worse. Who was that? Why are you so upset? Yu Jiangwo noticed Yifengyu's sour expression and wondered who'd been unlucky enough to get on his bad side. That kid Su from the southern military region. Got drunk and started spouting nonsense about inventing Iron Man armor. Can you believe that? Exoskeleton armor research is already incredibly difficult. Who could possibly develop battle armor like Iron Man's? He even claimed to have sent it to my email and demanded I go to Anlu City. Does he think my time is worthless? This is utter nonsense. Yifengyu ranted, his face dark with frustration. Now you've got me intrigued. Come on, let's go see what he sent. Yu Jiangwo burst into laughter upon hearing this, his curiosity piqued even more. He grabbed Yifengyu and headed toward his office. I'm not going. I've got work to do. Yifengyu didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters, but Yu Jiangwo was relentless. Reluctantly, he followed him into the office and opened the email. 1 hour later. Did you understand it? Yu Jiangwo stared at Yifengyu with a grave expression. The theory before them exceeded their wildest expectations. They intended to dismiss it as a joke, but instead, they spent an entire hour reading it and found nothing to laugh about. Most of the theory is feasible, but what kind of energy device is at the core that allows this battlesuit to maintain such performance? Yifengyu's eyes gleamed. To him, what lay before them was nothing short of a treasure. Let's go. To Anlu City. Yifengyu grabbed Yu Jiangwo and pulled him toward the exit. This thing was no small matter. Get old by an old Joe on board too. Gather those old codgers from the Academy of Engineering too. I'm determined to see what this thing is. In the capital, dozens of armed helicopters took flight, carrying heavyweights from the scientific community. What could such a massive operation possibly be for? No one knew. All that could be seen was these armed helicopters heading south. Their destination was none other than Anlu City. Chapter 12, The Gathering of Titans. This combat armor still has some shortcomings against large-caliber weapons. Most firearms can't penetrate it. The Mark V's defensive capabilities were relatively weak, but its extreme speed allowed it to move freely across the battlefield. This combat suit is ideal for individual combat or executing decapitation strikes. Su Shangrui's eyes still burned with intensity as he motioned for a soldier to bring him a satellite phone. Commander, I have something here that could be immensely beneficial for our upcoming military exercises. I hope you can come take a look. Southern Military District Headquarters. Lu Shangyu hung up the phone with a grim expression not directed at Su Shangrui, but at the people standing before him. Old Lu, it's been a while since the last military exercise. It seems you haven't made much progress over here. A military officer in his 50s sat across from Lu Shangyu, sipping freshly brewed tea with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. This man was Hu Jianbang, Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Military District. It's not time for the military exercises yet. Why are you already here gathering intelligence? Liu Shangyu shot him a glare. Su Shangrui had just mentioned a valuable asset that might benefit the next military exercise, and Liu was already bursting with anticipation. Besides, he genuinely didn't want to deal with the man sitting across from him. What do you mean gathering intelligence? Can't you speak politely? We're just inquiring about our allies' situation. Hu Jianbang was annoyed. Couldn't he be a little more tactful? Then let me tour your Missile Corps Technical Research Center. I'll let you take good care of it. Lu Shangyu raised an eyebrow, snorting with disdain. He'd never seen such brazen audacity. That's our entire army's prized asset. Do you think I'd just let you look around freely? Hu Jianbang glared back at Lu Shangyu. If he showed him the technical center, what would he use to win the military exercises? How about we draw lots again? We've fought you for 5 years and won every time. It's getting boring. I wonder what the other military regions are capable of. As Hu Jianbang spoke, he yawned, his mocking intent unmistakable. No need. We don't surrender without a fight. If you're here to mock me, then please leave. Deciding the outcome now would be rather arrogant. Lu Shangyu snorted coldly, effectively issuing a dismissal. Fine. Can't even say a few words now? Well, I hope you guys surprise us this time. Seeing Lu Shangyu's anger, Hu Jianbang rose politely and left the room with his entourage. This is outrageous. Lu Shangyu felt a headache coming on. The military exercises were held annually, with the 5 major military regions drawing lots to select their opponents, leaving one region unmatched while the others faced off in pairs. He was truly unlucky, always drawing the northern military region. If it weren't for the others from the other military regions joining in, he'd have thought the military exercises only involved one military region each year. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that they lost every single year. This was the 6th year running, and once again, it was the northern military region. When the draw results came back, the room erupted in howls of frustration. The northern military region holds a geographical advantage. Whenever there's movement in the capital, they're the first to get the intel. By the time we receive ours, the exercises are already over. A division commander nearby chimed in. The southern military region's research capabilities still lagged behind those of the northern military region. I hear they've developed something new again. I wonder if what we've come up with can even compare. Modern warfare is a technological war. By the end of a battle, you might not even see a single person. Enough of that for now. Su Shangrui says he's discovered something remarkable over there and wants us to take a look. I'm curious to see what's so special that it made him neglect the exercises. Lu Shangyu held little expectation. Every year they claimed to have something great, and every year it ended in disappointment. A fleet of armed helicopters headed toward Anlu City, each carrying heavyweight figures. Inside Anlu University. Who knows what kind of dog luck Mu Yang got, actually getting military's own personnel to help him. Qin Shangfeng seethed with resentment. He'd been forced to repeat a year and received a major disciplinary record, condemning him to another year on campus. Passers-by pointed and whispered at them their scandal was now campus-wide knowledge. Plagiarism might be common among undergraduates, but stealing someone's thesis was unforgivable. So what do we do now? Shenyu sat beside Qin Shangfeng. She once had options, but now she had none. Everyone knew her now the ringleader. No one would choose someone like her, except for Qin Shangfeng, the ultimate suck-up. What can we do? Just finish our courses quietly, then go work at a company. Who'll remember us after graduation? Qin Shangfeng was surprisingly unconcerned about his reputation. It had already been ruined long before this. But what about Mu Yang? Shenyu couldn't shake her resentment over the matter, or perhaps it was outright hatred. Stop going on about Mu Yang. We can't afford to mess with him now, and we shouldn't anyway. Seriously, with a division commander backing him, provoking him would be suicide. Getting off with just a major demerit this time felt like a miracle. Shenyu lowered her eyes, a profound ache welling up inside her. Mu Yang's transformation was something she simply couldn't accept. He's just a kid from a poor family. What gives him the right? Shenyu's words were cut off by the deafening roar of helicopter blades. Look up! The surrounding crowd stopped in their tracks, all lifting their heads to stare skyward as several armed helicopters rapidly approached. Armed helicopters! 10 armed helicopters! They're heading toward our school, go check it out! The crowd surged forward. Qin Shangfeng and Shenyu, who had risen to their feet, were swept along by the throng toward the school entrance. A large plaza lay before the gates of Anlu University. 10 fully camouflaged armed helicopters had landed in perfect formation. Rows of soldiers, fully armed and ready, blocked the onlookers, preventing them from advancing a single step. Look, it's President Yu from the Academy of Sciences. An academician he, academician Bai, and academician Zhou too. The president of the Engineering Academy is here too. The figures emerging from each helicopter sent the crowd into a frenzy. These individuals were usually as elusive as dragons, yet here they were, gathered at Anlu University. Among all the major universities nationwide, which institution could boast such prestige? What are they doing at our school? Did we invite them? What are you thinking? Our school doesn't have that kind of clout. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Students, please make way. A gruff voice cut through the crowd as soldiers cleared a path. Su Shangrui led Mu Yang forward to greet academician he and his delegation. Shenyu watched as Mu Yang walked toward those esteemed figures, her wide eyes filled with utter disbelief. No one in the entire school knew Mu Yang's situation better than she did. How could he possibly associate with these people? It must be fake, it must be fake. Shenyu thought to herself, this is all an illusion. Her tightly clenched fingers pierced her palm, blood dripping down. Roar! The sound of rotor blades shattered Shenyu's thoughts. She looked up to see dozens more armed helicopters approaching. Chapter 13, what kind of situation is this? The entire plaza was nearly filled with hovering helicopters. Anyone could tell something major had happened. Soldiers had surrounded the entire school, and the onlookers were being driven away. It's the military. Looks like they're pretty high-ranking. At least division commanders. Could the school be turned into a temporary command center? Are we going to war? Shenyu watched as one influential figure after another emerged, her eyes wide with shock. Then she saw Su Shangrui escorting Mu Yang forward to speak with them, and her jaw dropped. She couldn't fathom it. She truly couldn't understand when had Mu Yang gained access to such high-level contacts? Everyone, please disperse immediately. No more gathering around, and no taking photos with your phones. Leave this area now. As the crowd grew denser, soldiers began dispersing the crowd. Shunyu was swept backward by the surging crowd. Mu Yang stood surrounded by those figures, heavily guarded. She seemed to see that boy again, radiant in the prime of his youth, shining brightly within her memories. Suddenly, she realized she had never truly understood Mu Yang. Now, she had missed her chance forever because of her selfishness, her contempt, and her lack of understanding. Thinking of what she had done, tears streamed down her face. How could she have done such a thing? She wanted to say something, but the crowd pushed her farther and farther away. They would never meet again. They had crossed paths in the crowd, only to be swept apart by it. Xiaosu, where is that thing you mentioned? Quick, take it out and let me see. He Fengyu eagerly stepped forward. That was a steel battle suit. Its utility far surpassed that of exoskeleton armor. It's over at the back mountain. There are too many people here. Please, everyone, move over to the back mountain. Su Xiangrui said. With all this commotion, who knew how many eyes were on them now? You're right. Let's go, let's go. He Fengyu was ready to go. All he wanted now was to see that suit of armor. Nothing else mattered. Su Xiangrui, you know the consequences of leaving the exercise without authorization. Lu Shangyu approached, surrounded by a group of division commanders. Several wore smug expressions, clearly relishing the spectacle. Rest assured, Commander. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Su Xiangrui patted his chest in assurance. Lu Shangyu's expression remained impassive as he merely nodded. He was somewhat skeptical. Hadn't the presidents of both the Engineering Academy and the Science Academy been present, he likely wouldn't have believed a word. By the way, who is this young man? Yu Jiangwo noticed Mu Yang trailing behind Su Xiangrui, looking somewhat flustered. Not in uniform, clearly not military personnel, he resembled a college student, his face bearing an unmistakable air of despondency. Allow me to introduce you to the creator of Iron Man, Mu Yang. Su Xiangrui, busy attending to the crowd, had momentarily forgotten about Mu Yang beside him and hurriedly introduced him to everyone. What? You mean he developed that battle suit? He Fengyu looked utterly incredulous. The other academicians also gathered around. At Mu Yang's age, he probably didn't even have a single noteworthy project to his name. How could he possibly have developed an Iron Man suit? Lu Shangyu and his group looked utterly bewildered. Armor? What armor? Young man, could you tell me what the central component of that battle armor is? He Fengyu recovered from his shock and didn't question the claim's authenticity. In his view, Su Xiangrui wouldn't lie. Besides, if Mu Yang dared to claim it, it meant he had some real capability. Academician I call it the second-generation arc reactor. It utilizes a new isotope that generates energy 200 times greater than nuclear fusion. Mu Yang revealed the results of his research. He Fengyu froze instantly, and the other academicians were equally stunned, as if gazing into Medusa's eyes. What did you say? Repeat that. Yu Jiangwo cleared his throat twice, regaining his composure. The information had hit him like a ton of bricks. Mu Yang sighed helplessly and repeated his earlier statement. 200 times more powerful than nuclear fusion. Do you grasp the magnitude of that? Even with He Fengyu's formidable resilience, this was too much to bear. 200 times more powerful than nuclear fusion? He really dared to say that. Nuclear fusion, a form of nuclear energy, possessed immense power. To illustrate the scale, the energy released by the complete fission of 1 kilogram of uranium nuclei is roughly equivalent to the chemical energy produced by burning 2,700 tons of standard coal. A 1 million kilowatt nuclear power plant requires only 25 to 30 tons of low-enriched uranium fuel annually, transportable by just 10 trucks. In contrast, a coal-fired plant of equivalent capacity consumes over 3 million tons of raw coal yearly, demanding 1,000 trainloads for transportation. The energy released by nuclear fusion reactions is even more staggering. Calculations show that 1 kilogram of coal can propel a train only 8 meters. 1 kilogram of fission material can drive a train 40,000 kilometers, while 1 kilogram of fusion material can power a train 400,000 kilometers, equivalent to the distance from Earth to the Moon. In other words, an equivalent quantity of this novel isotope could propel a train from Earth to the Moon and back a full 100 times. But what kind of isotope is this? Among all known elements, which one has such an extraordinary counterpart? How could anyone believe this? He Fengyu initially suspected the young man before him was exaggerating. All this is documented. Here is the atomic structure diagram of the new isotope. Please take a look. Mu Yan pulled out his phone and handed it to He Fengyu. Several academicians huddled together, intently studying the atomic structure diagram on the screen. The sun beat down fiercely overhead, yet the elderly men, all past 50, felt nothing of it. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads as they remained utterly absorbed in the diagram on the phone. This isn't an isotope at all. Yu Jiangwo emerged from the huddled circle, his face radiant with astonishment. Every crease on his face seemed to tremble as he exclaimed. This is an entirely new element one never seen before. How did you discover it? Several academicians excitedly gathered around Mu Yang. This was a new element one capable of stunning scientists worldwide and propelling its discoverer into the ranks of the world's top scientists. I discovered it while watching a movie. Mu Yang gave a casual brush off. He couldn't very well say it was sent to him in a group chat on his phone. What movie could be that groundbreaking? Let us see it too. Iron Man. If you took this new element out into the world, you could sweep every award in the field. You'd achieve fame and fortune. The prize money alone would set you up for life. Yu Jiangwo said with a hint of envy. If he had discovered this new element, he'd retire immediately and enjoy life. For a scientist, this represented the pinnacle of achievement, something most could only dream of. It was simply beyond belief. But releasing it now would likely trigger a series of uncontrollable consequences. An element 200 times more potent than nuclear fusion, any nation discovering it would go mad for it. After deliberating with several academicians, Mu Yan ultimately decided to conceal the secret of this new element, reserving it for China's technological advancement. This explains the sustained power source for that Iron Man suit. He Fengya's lingering doubts finally dissolved, replaced by a surge of curiosity. Lu Shangyu had been standing in the sun with them for ages. At the mention of battle armor, his ears perked up. Finally, he'd get to see the real thing. Chapter 14, Teacher, I want to learn this. The path through the back mountain had been cleared by soldiers, guarded every 3 steps with sentries every 5, resembling a military stronghold. They arrived before a laboratory that seemed carved from flawless white jade. This is your lab? Upon entering the laboratory, Yu Jiangwo, Hefengyu, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. They felt their worldviews being shattered and reassembled over and over again that day. This is a fully automated robotic arm? Unbelievable. A lithography machine? And it's 0.1 nanometers. Cold nuclear fusion? I never imagined this machine would employ such a method. One after another, these instruments surpassing modern technology stunned everyone present. Having dedicated most of their lives to scientific research, where had they ever witnessed such a spectacle? Mr. Mu Yang, please teach us how to operate these devices. Make any request you wish, we can provide anything, as long as it doesn't harm the interests of the nation or its people. Yu Jiangwo dropped to his knees with a thud, and the others followed suit. If it were merely a suit of battle armor, they might not have gone to such lengths. But the contents of this laboratory were things that existed only in their wildest dreams. If they could apply all this to China. Teacher, I want to learn this. Yu Jiangwo, setting aside any concern for appearances, spoke earnestly. Mastering even one of these skills would be invaluable. True masters always carry the heart of an apprentice. Thud. Mu Yang hurriedly knelt down. What the heck was going on? Every person before him had made tremendous contributions to the nation. For someone to kowtow to him like this, wasn't he asking the king of hell to take him away today? Teachers, such profound respect is too much for me to bear. Please rise. Lu Shangyu watched the group of elders and the young man bowing to each other face to face, looking like sworn brothers. He almost wanted to grab a handful of melon seeds to munch on. This was a real juicy story. In your presence, how could we dare call ourselves teachers? You are the true teacher. Bowing to a teacher is nothing out of the ordinary. Yu Jiangwo hurriedly interjected, the others chiming in agreement. Gentlemen, if you insist on remaining seated, perhaps you shouldn't learn what's on the table. Seeing their insistence on kneeling, Mu Yang had no choice but to resort to this last resort. We won't kneel. We won't kneel. The men scrambled to their feet. Yu Jiangwo rubbed his knees as he slowly rose. Gentlemen, I know you all desire what lies within, but I am but one man. I cannot be in 2 places at once. We shall proceed one at a time. Mu Yang explained. While the items here were indeed powerful, he had no idea how to handle them. Right now, the only thing he could confidently offer was Iron Man. Yu Jiangwo and the others nodded in agreement. Mu Yang had a point. Haste makes waste. The items weren't going anywhere, they'd be right here. Exactly. Our priority now is to rapidly disseminate this new element, develop this battlesuit, and strengthen our capabilities. Only then can we truly safeguard these technologies. Lu Shangyu wasn't overly impressed by the technology. All he cared about was the Iron Man suit before him. In his view, might made right. Well said. We'll invite technicians from every military district to disseminate this technology throughout the entire army. Yu Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Lu Shangyu had a point. Without sufficient strength, these technologies would be like juicy meat, attracting the covetous eyes of all manner of predators. I think immediate widespread adoption is a bit excessive. Let's first deploy it to a single unit to test its maximum potential. The joint military exercises are coming up soon, perfect for testing its effectiveness. Su Shangrui interjected urgently at Yu Jiangwo's suggestion. What a joke! If deployed across the entire military now, what would they have left to win the upcoming exercises? Gentlemen, allow me to interject. Seeing the heated discussion, Mu Yang interjected, drawing everyone's attention back to him. The cost of developing the iron armor is still too high given our current capabilities. Deploying it across the entire national military is nothing short of a pipe dream. Division Commander Su makes a valid point. We should start by implementing it within a single unit. Mu Yang flashed the design blueprints around the table. Silence fell. Indeed, for present-day China, the cost of developing a single suit of armor was prohibitively high. Su Shangrui and Lu Shangyu exchanged knowing glances with Mu Yang. That's a fair point. Better than nothing. Yu Jiangwo nodded in agreement with Mu Yang's proposal. In that case, the Northern Military District will take charge of this matter. Lu Shangyu smoothly took the initiative, barely containing his excitement. Yu Jiangwo and the others raised no objections for them. It made little difference which military region handled it. Keeping this lab here is too risky. Transfer it to the capital before tonight. Today's events had already caused a major stir. If the lab remained here, it would inevitably be discovered by others sooner or later. Mu Yang had no objections, and Lu Shangyu was put in charge of the matter. There's one more thing I'm not sure if I should bring up. Mu Yang observed the group as they finalized a series of decisions, then hesitantly spoke up. I handed over something this important. Surely there should be a reward. Mu Yang met everyone's gaze, feeling flustered. It was awkward to ask for money outright. I don't need much. It's just me and my grandmother at home. My sister has leukemia, so... His sister's illness was a constant ache in Mu Yang's heart. Lacking funds, he'd taken on multiple part-time jobs, but the income was unstable. He desperately needed a steady position to earn more. Because of his sister's illness, his 70-year-old grandmother had to rise early every day to sell vegetables at the market. He desperately needed money. You should have mentioned this sooner. Lu Shangyu walked over and patted Mu Yang on the shoulder. Su Shangrui, send someone to bring Mu Yang's grandmother and sister to the capital. Have his sister treated at the People's Hospital here. I'll cover all the medical expenses. I told you before you can make any request. Whatever you need, just tell us. Yu Jiangwo added earnestly. We old folks don't have much to offer. I've had 5 million yuan transferred to you. This is just a personal gesture. The state will compensate you further. We'll also secure you positions at the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. You'll be on the state payroll, 2 salaries, no less enough to live comfortably. Yu Jiangwo stated after consulting with the president of the Academy of Engineering. I know quite a few people in the medical field. I'll make a call and have them personally treat your sister. Fengyu immediately pulled out his phone and dialed. Thank you all. Mu Yang's eyes welled up with tears, choking her words. She could only bow repeatedly to the group. Her sister's illness finally had a solution. You're welcome. It's what she deserves. Yu Jiangwo helped Mu Yang to her feet, patting her shoulder reassuringly. But time is of the essence now. From here on out, you'll be joining us at the Northern Military District to forge an ironclad force for us. Mu Yang nodded. He had nothing to worry about now. Naturally, he had no objections to these arrangements. He only asked to see his sister one last time before leaving. By evening, several engineering teams arrived at the rear mountain. To ensure the laboratory remained as intact as possible, Lu Shangyu ordered the entire facility, foundation and all, to be transported to the capital. Meanwhile, at the Northern Military District's 224th Division, a small unit was secretly assembling. Heard the higher-ups found something good. We're the ones testing this new weapon. Yeah, right. What could the higher-ups possibly find? Even if they did, we still lose to the Northern Military District year after year. True, but we haven't lost yet. You've got some nerve saying that. The command post got wiped out and you're still working as a mole on the enemy's side. Looks like you're the real mole to me. This squad was comprised of elite soldiers, yet none harbored any expectations for this new weapon. Chapter 15, 20 against 1, the advantage is ours. Mr. Mu Yang, if you can tell me the truth about what happened, you may make any request of me. Any item within Stark Industries is yours for the taking. 2 months later, Tony Stark finally sent a message in the group chat. Mu Yang was en route to the Northern Military District when he saw Tony Stark's message in the group chat. He fell deep in thought. If he revealed the truth, it would undoubtedly alter the entire narrative. There was a chance the Winter Soldier might not even exist in the future Avengers storyline. Mr. Stark, I'd appreciate some time to consider this. What have you been up to lately? Mu Yang intended to deliberate further while casually changing the subject. Tony Stark, I've run into a bit of trouble lately and sustained some injuries. The Mark V armor's defenses are still a bit weak. I've been researching the Mark 6 armor, which boasts significantly superior performance compared to the Mark V. Mu Yang, that sounds impressive. So he'd just gotten his hands on Mark V, and you'd already moved on to Mark 6. Mu Yang felt a pang of sadness. His Mark V was already outdated. Tony Stark, regarding what you mentioned earlier, I looked into it and discovered something. My father created a super soldier during World War II. His name was Steve. Mu Yang, that's right. Him. After chatting for a while, the conversation reached 50 messages. Group chat assistant, group member Tony Stark has reached 50 activity points. The group owner may now perform the next random invite. Current group activity level, 50. A random invite button appeared in the center of the screen. Mu Yang clicked it without hesitation. Who would be invited this time? Red Queen has joined this group via your invitation. The profile picture showed a Western-style little girl. Was this what Red Queen looked like? He distinctly remembered her being an artificial intelligence entity. Group member profile, Red Queen, originating from the Resident Evil universe, is Umbrella Corporation's supercomputer and artificial intelligence lifeform. Possesses advanced expertise in computer programming and biochemical viruses. Her intelligence surpassed Blue Star's current era by a generation. However, Red Queen remains silent in the group chat, likely occupied with other matters. Stark asked a question, Mu Yang gave a brief introduction, and the group fell quiet once more. The roar of helicopter blades filled the air as Mu Yang peered out the window. A military base came into view below them. Dozens of helicopters landed steadily within the compound as Mu Yang exited with the group. His mission was to teach the Northern Military District's Technical Center the entire Mark V battlesuit and the manufacturing process for the new element. Having never taught before, the difficulty of this task remained uncertain. At the training ground, the special squad prepared for the Mark combat armor had been assembled for quite some time. I'll leave it to you now. I need to attend to other matters. Lu Shanyu excused himself first. He needed to keep the Mark battle armor project strictly confined to the Northern Military District. No other military regions could learn of it before the exercises. Commander Su. The special unit saluted the group. 20 members in total, each handpicked for their exceptional skills. I trust you're all aware of the reason for gathering here. What are your thoughts? Su Shangrui returned a salute and spoke in a relaxed tone. This squad comprised the finest soldiers in the Northern Military District and the most arrogant. Commander, I still think this new equipment should be given to others. We're better off as a spearhead company, infiltrating deep behind enemy lines. Wang Wenhao reported. Though the Southern Military District had suffered repeated defeats, they themselves had never lost a battle. Each time, they had struck like a dagger into the enemy's back, leaving them constantly on edge. So you're refusing, then? Su Shangrui gave a faint smile, stepping before them as his expression swiftly turned stern. Wang Wenhao and the others remained silent, standing ramrod straight. Their expressions betrayed their profound reluctance. Speak. Su Shangrui sneered inwardly. These soldiers were far too arrogant. Serving as a spearhead company was meaningless in this era of technological warfare. A single spearhead company could change nothing. Unless you could decapitate the enemy's leadership directly, but with modern reconnaissance technology, you'd likely be detected by thermal imaging the moment you approached. What good are these high-tech gadgets? You bring them back every year, yet we lose every year. Wang Wenhao shouted, his tone brimming with defiance. If this stuff worked, how could they keep losing year after year? Su Shangrui's face darkened. That was the honest truth. So by your logic, you don't want this job? Su Shangrui glanced at Mu Yang standing nearby, noticing the briefcase formed from Iron Man's armor in his hand. A brilliant idea struck him. No. Wang Wenhao and the others answered immediately. Very well. In that case, let's arrange a contest. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If you lose, you'll have to obey my orders. Do you dare to compete? Su Shangrui spoke with a tone of contempt. The more arrogant someone was, the more effective provocation became. What kind of contest? Wang Wenhao didn't agree immediately. If they were pitted against a fighter jet, even 20 of them wouldn't stand a chance. 20 of you against him alone. Su Shangrui pulled Mu Yang forward. What? I never agreed to this. Mu Yang looked utterly bewildered. 1 man against 20? What kind of joke was this? Even 20 pigs would be too much for him to handle. Commander Su, you must be joking. With his scrawny frame, he probably couldn't even take a single punch from me. Wang Wenhao, tall and burly, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his thick arms, nearly as wide as Mu Yang's thighs. Mu Yang was certain that if this guy swung a single punch at him, he wouldn't even get a chance to scream before going down for the count. None of that concerns you. Assemble at the training ground with your weapons and gear within 20 minutes. For fairness in the competition, I authorize the use of live ammunition. Su Shangrui didn't elaborate further, merely waving his hand dismissively as he instructed them to prepare. Wang Wen and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what Su Shangrui intended. Live ammunition? This was no joke. Yet, seeing Su Shangrui's unquestionable demeanor, they reluctantly went to prepare. If you intend to execute me, there's no need for such roundabout methods. Mu Yang looked utterly defeated. 20 men against 1, with live ammunition? This was essentially a firing squad. Didn't you say your battle armor could withstand most rifle rounds? Su Shangrui scratched his head. Could Mu Yang have exaggerated? I can use my battle armor? Of course. Otherwise, why send 20 men against 1? In that case, I won't hold back. 20 minutes later, Wang Wenha arrived at the training ground with his men, fully armed and ready for action. Mu Yang stood facing them, carrying his briefcase. Major General Su, I think we should call it off. He doesn't look like he can take on 20 men. Wang Wenha addressed Su Xiangrui from outside the field. This was too much of a setup, they wouldn't stoop to such tactics. 20 against 1? The odds were clearly in their favor. Clank! 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 The clanging of metal echoed through the air. Wang Wenha whipped his head around, his eyes widening in horror. Holy! Chapter 16, why are you all picking on me? Holy! N. Even these battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers couldn't help but curse under their breath. Sunlight made the Mark V combat armor gleam brightly, while two pupils glowed with a faint blue light. Commander Su, this. Never seen anything like it, truly never seen it before. Wang Wenha stammered, unable to form coherent words. He'd spent over a decade in the barracks, witnessed every kind of aircraft and artillery imaginable, and even had the privilege of seeing exoskeleton armor a few times. But a suit of armor that could be worn by a human? He swore he'd only seen such things in movies. And he felt this suit was far cooler than any of those so-called high-tech weapons. If you can take him down, I'll let your unit serve as the spearhead company in the next exercise. Su Shangrui's lips curled slightly. The first time he'd seen this thing, he'd been just as gobsmacked, feeling an inexplicable thrill of satisfaction. This thing, it can't just be a piece of tin, can it? Wang Wenha composed himself, running his fingers over the mark armor Mu Yang wore. The familiar metallic texture convinced him it couldn't be fake. Whether it's real or not, you'll find out soon enough. To avoid giving you an unfair advantage, I'll allow live ammunition. Su Xiangrui smiled. The mark armor's specs were exceptional paired with the right weaponry, it could even take on a tank unit single-handedly. Guys, let's do this. 20 against 1, the odds are in our favor. Wang Wenha swallowed hard. The mark armor before him was awe-inspiring, but its true power remained to be seen. Old Wang, maybe we shouldn't watch this. The group behind Wang Wenha shook their heads in unison and took a couple steps back. Wang Wenha hadn't seen it, but they had witnessed it clearly. That briefcase had instantly transformed into a battle suit worn by Mu Yang. It looked anything but fake. Bunch of cowards. I'll handle this myself. Wang Wenha strapped on his assault rifle, ready for battle. The others still approached, guns drawn. Are you sure this armor is actually bulletproof? Even before starting, Wang Wen still felt uneasy. If it wasn't bulletproof, they'd be dead meat. I'm certain. Bring it on. Mu Yang nodded, his helmet visor sliding down to cover his face. Then I'm firing. Wang Wenha and his team raised their assault rifles, aiming at Mu Yang. The others quickly exited the training ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. Clang clang clang. Wang Wenha unleashed a burst of fire toward Mu Yang, sparing no ammunition. On the battlefield, if a magazine could take down an enemy, it was worth every bullet. Wang Wenha's eyes widened in shock. Every single bullet was deflected by the mark combat armor. One even ricocheted behind him. Mu Yang raised his palm cannon, hesitated, and lowered it again. Those outside couldn't tell what was happening, only seeing a flash of light gather in the mark battle armor's palm before quickly fading. Mu Yang charged forward in long strides. Wang Wenha didn't surrender passively, he rapidly reloaded and fired another burst, then swiftly backed away. Clang! 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 Clang clang clang. The relentless clatter of bullets striking metal echoed through the air. If not for the intense firefight raging in the training ground, one might mistake it for some kind of musical performance. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight like this? Wang Wen's 10 magazines were nearly depleted, yet Mu Yang stood unscathed in the center of the range, strolling toward him at a leisurely pace. As if taking a leisurely stroll. How was he supposed to fight this? Not only were the bullets ineffective, they seemed to bounce off. Wang Wenha felt utterly defeated. If he faced an enemy like this, what could he possibly do? Even the elite spearhead company couldn't stand a chance. How many elite spearhead companies were there anyway? And why pick on me? Why not even glance at the others? Wang Wenha felt like crying. But it wasn't entirely impossible. Wang Wenha hesitantly glanced at his waist, where several grenades were holstered, then shifted his gaze back to the Mark war armor. If it could stop bullets, then grenades shouldn't be a problem either. As Wang Wenha hesitated, Mu Yang executed a massive leap, soaring over 10 meters high before landing in front of him. Seizing the moment of distraction, he disarmed Wang Wenha's rifle with his bare hands, tossing it haphazardly to the ground. You lose. Mu Yang's palm aimed at Wang Wenha's head, swiftly knocking down the others as well, declaring the contest over. Well, you little brats, now you should understand the power of technology in modern warfare. If an enemy VIP is wearing this combat armor, how would you execute a decapitation strike? Su Xiangrui clapped as he walked in. The Mark armor's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Its speed was so blindingly fast that bullets couldn't keep up. That alone made it capable of evading most threats from conventional firearms. This made Su Xiangrui even more keenly aware of the profound changes technology had wrought upon warfare. This suit of battle armor, even on the international stage, could make the Americans and Russians back down 3 steps. Wang Wenha could only nod, his worldview shattered. By the way, Muyang, I saw a light flare up in your palm earlier. I recall that was a laser cannon, right? Why did it go out? Could there be a problem? Su Shangrui remained concerned. A malfunction in a weapon of this caliber would likely require significant time to repair, potentially ruling it out for the upcoming joint military exercises. Of course not. If I'd fired it then, the scattered pieces on the ground wouldn't be rifle parts, it would be him. Muyang pointed at the scattered rifle parts on the ground. Thankfully, he'd pulled back in time, otherwise, Wang Wenha would be the one lying in pieces. I hadn't noticed that. Makes sense. Su Shangrui looked enlightened. Laser cannons sounded formidable, human bodies probably couldn't withstand them. Wang Wenha looked utterly dejected, as if he'd been dumped. Fine, then I'll just leave. Wang Wenha began to leave, looking utterly dejected. Where are you going? Su Shangrui called out to Wang Wenha. Back to await orders, of course. Since I lost, I'll naturally comply with whatever arrangements follow. Wang Wenha's face was etched with despair. His pride in his solo combat skills had been utterly crushed by the Mark V combat armor. Have you forgotten why I called you all here today? Su Shangrui tapped the briefcase in Muyang's hand and raised an eyebrow. You mean? Wang Wenha's dull eyes suddenly lit up. Come to think of it, their mission today seemed to be testing the new weapon. Could it be? Wang Wenha swallowed hard, staring at the red briefcase. If you really don't want to, I can find someone else. Su Shangrui pulled Muyang around, feigning a departure. No. Commander, let's talk this out, okay? Wang Wenha hurried forward to block their path, while the others swarmed around them, forming a tight circle to prevent their escape. Commander, we're your best soldiers. If you won't give it to us, who else would you trust? I swear, from now on, whatever you order, I'll never question a word. Wang Wenha stared fixedly at the briefcase in Muyang's hands, his eyes never wavering, as if gazing at a completely naked. The others were no different. Muyang handed over his Mark combat armor to Wang Wenha and the others for familiarization. He then took it to the technical center, where they would spend the remaining time crafting 20 Mark V combat armor suits in preparation for the upcoming military exercises. Lu Shangyu and the officers sat in the command post, faint smiles playing on their lips. The shame of their 5 consecutive defeats, it was time to reclaim their honor. Chapter 17, Young and Promising. Southern Military District Technical Center. Senior Qin, this is the order from headquarters. A technician entered the laboratory holding a report. The elderly man addressed as Old Qin took the report, his hands still calculating a set of data. Nonsense. With a loud thud, Qin Lixing slammed the report down on the desk in front of him. Panting heavily, he stared at the thigh-thick missile on the nearby test bench. The order demanded halting all laboratory research and awaiting the next phase of new weapon development. This order had been issued by Lu Shangyu. Old Master Qin, please don't get so worked up. Take care of yourself. Someone nearby hurriedly tried to placate him. How could I not be furious? Look at this order. We've been researching this new missile for over half a year, and now they just tell us to stop? Qin Lixing thrust the report in front of the man, his neck flushed with agitation. Don't stop me. Today I'll pry open that brat Lu Shangyu's skull and see what's inside. Qin Lixing lunged toward the door with the report, but those nearby rushed to block him. If these two actually met face to face, no one would have a good day. Well, Mr. Qin, what's got you so worked up? The lab door swung open as Su Shangrui entered with Muyang, catching the scene perfectly timed. Young Su, come take a look. Tell me, what on earth is Lu Shangyu thinking? Qin Lixing handed Lu Shangyu's order to Su Shangrui. He simply couldn't fathom why, at this critical juncture, the missile test would be halted. Has 5 years of defeat eroded his military spirit? Qin Lixing looked utterly exasperated. That's precisely why I'm here. I've brought the new weaponry too. From now on, it's up to you to conduct the research. Su Shangrui understood the situation immediately upon reading the report. But he couldn't blame Lu Shangyu. Ready-made technology and test subjects meant they could simply follow instructions without worrying about anything else. It was far better than them slowly fumbling their way through developing a new missile. Even if they did manage to research one, this new missile wouldn't be as effective as the Mark war armor. You brought it? Let me see it first. But mark my words, if it doesn't meet my standards, I'll still have words with him today. Qin Lixing's temper cooled upon hearing this. At this point, it was best to see it first. He was also curious about what kind of weapon could warrant Lu Shangyu issuing such an order. In this case? Open it up. Seeing only Su Shangrui and Muyang present, with Muyang carrying a briefcase, Qin Lixing deduced the new weapon must be inside their luggage. Muyang glanced at Su Shangrui, seeking his opinion. Su Shangrui nodded. It'll be a surprise. Su Shangrui's words piqued Qin Lixing's curiosity. He stepped closer, ready to inspect it closely. Click, click, click. The briefcase quickly transformed into a set of battle armor that fused onto Muyang's body. Holy! Xin Lixing's eyes widened in shock, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Pure, utter shock. This. After a moment, Xin Lixing regained his breath, though he still stammered incoherently. Full-body battle armor, could this truly be something humanity had developed? Su Shangrui recounted the entire incident, and only then did Xin Lixing believe it. So this battle armor was developed by that young man? Xin Lixing fixed his gaze on Mu Yang, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if trying to see right through him. Mr. Qin, hello. My name is Mu Yang. Only then did the two formally exchange greetings. Young and talented, young and talented. Xin Lixing held Mu Yang's hand, reluctant to let go, his eyes filled with admiration. When he was in his 20s, he hadn't even finished university yet. Yet this young man before him had already developed such an invention. Truly, the new generation was pushing the old aside. Everyone, stop what you're doing and head to the conference room for a meeting. Xin Lixing called out again. Young friend, there are parts of this design I still don't quite grasp. Could you explain them to me? Xin Lixing leaned forward slightly, his cloudy eyes brimming with curiosity. Creating a full-coverage battlesuit wasn't particularly difficult, but making it move was another matter entirely. Without a suitable power source, it couldn't even walk. This section features an arc reactor made from new elements, essentially a scaled-down nuclear reactor. However, the plasma inside isn't undergoing nuclear fusion, but rather. Mu Yang, thoroughly familiar with Iron Man's entire suit, blurted out the explanation. Xin Lixing remained bent over, listening with rapt attention. Once he grasped the principles, Xin Lixing immediately began organizing the R&D effort. It had taken Mu Yang nearly 2 months to develop this system, and manufacturing 20 more units in the time ahead represented no small task for the entire Southern Military District Technology Center. After escorting Mu Yang into the technical center, Su Shangrui departed. That afternoon, he was headed to the Northern Military District for an inspection tour, though in truth, it was little more than observing the rivals' show of strength. Times have changed, but once you're there, remember, don't reveal any information about the marked battle armor. Don't let them catch even the slightest hint. You must act convincingly. Lu Shangyu repeatedly cautioned everyone before his departure. Northern Military District. Each military region contains smaller subdivisions, and the most formidable subdivision within the Northern Military Region was undoubtedly the Capital Military District. This was precisely the location Su Shangrui and his group were visiting today. Finally, you're here. Come on, let's grab some tea first. Hu Jianbang had been waiting for some time and immediately stepped forward to greet Lu Shangyu and his group as they disembarked. No need for tea. We'll head back after the tour time is running short. Lu Shangyu gave Hu Jianbang a cold reception, waving him off. Alright then, let's go. I'll show you something special. Hu Jianbang paid no mind, leading the group deeper into the technical center. Now, this D-33 cruise missile, it's the one that wiped out your missile unit during the last military exercise. You know it well enough, no need for further introduction. Hu Jianbang made a point to mention it as they passed one of the missiles. The group following Lu Shangyu gritted their teeth in frustration. This very missile had caused them no end of trouble. Now they possessed one too, though it had been provided by others. Even as allies, being outmatched by someone else still stung. The Northern Military District personnel were quite satisfied with the Southern Military District's reaction. Now, this is our newly developed D-34. It approaches supersonic speeds and features a Sanger trajectory. No need for further explanation, I doubt you'd be impressed anyway. By the way, we've also developed the D-35, which outperforms the D-34. Hopefully, we'll get to use it this time. Ha ha ha. Hu Jianbang chuckled, and the others followed suit, for Su Shangrui and his group looked like a bunch of greenhorns who'd never seen the world. Though Su Shangrui and his group felt a bit annoyed, they couldn't really say anything. When you're outclassed, there's no point in arguing. Only Lu Shangyu remained expressionless, saying nothing. Hu Jianbang found it odd the looks from Lu Shangyu and the people behind him felt different, almost like they were watching monkeys. Oh, and let's bring Old Hu along this year. Lu Shangyu pulled out his satellite phone and dialed a number. Old Hu, are you coming to watch this year? The person on the other end was Hu Punkuan, Commander-in-Chief of the Western Theater Command, who is sitting out this year. Look, Old Lu, you guys have lost 5 years running. What's there to see? You can afford to lose face, but I can't. Hu Punkuan flatly refused. He'd seen the Southern and Northern Theater Commands compete before. Their skills were far inferior. There was no suspense. Lu Shangyu's face darkened. Come this year. If I lose. Chapter 18, Group Chat Mall, new feature. You've got your eye on my Dragon's Lair squad, right? If I lose, you can pick any 2 members you want. The Hidden Dragon Squad, the Southern Military District's elite unit, ranked second among all military districts. They'd won multiple awards in international military competitions, truly deserving of their reputation as special forces. Every member was a treasure, each one worth holding close to one's heart. And now Lu Shangyu actually dared to say he could pick any 2? What the hell was he thinking? Old Lu, I know you're frustrated from losing year after year, but you can't just act recklessly. I'll be watching this exercise, make sure you have your people ready. Whether he was mad or not, he didn't know. But he knew his military region was about to gain 2 outstanding soldiers. Lu Xiangyu. Lu Xiangyu had gone to such lengths just to showcase the mark armor, but even with it, the risk factor remained sky high. Go for it. Don't let me down. That was all Lu Xiangyu could think. Southern Military District Technical Center. The materials used in this suit aren't ideal. It would be better if we could use lighter and stronger metals. Qin Lixing shook his head regretfully. The concept was sound, but the materials Mu Yang had used were already the best available solution. It will only get better. Mu Yan placed the arc reactor into the device on the chest of the mark armor, completing the suit's construction. This suit differed from Iron Man's armor, featuring modifications to distinguish its appearance. A dragon emblem was engraved on its forearms. The best materials were still nanomaterials, though Tony Stark had probably only developed up to the 6th generation by now. Come to think of it, the group chat marketplace should allow purchasing technologies owned by corresponding members, right? During a break, Mu Yan pulled out his phone and opened the group chat marketplace. The selection was sparse, dominated mostly by Tony Stark's offerings. Mark 6 armor, 1000 activity points. Current activity points, 84. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Mu Yang shifted his gaze to other items. Stark Industries Centimeter Class ICBM, 10,000. This one's even more outrageous. First Generation AI System Friday, 20,000. Staring at these figures, Mu Yang glanced at his meager 84 activity points and silently closed the system store. A penny can indeed stump a hero, as the saying goes. Mu Yan knew this all too well. But where did this 84 come from? Data suddenly connected, unable to detect. Who are you? Red Queen had sent this message earlier, but Mu Yan had forgotten to check it. Tony Stark, as a senior member, introduced Red Queen to the group. She listened with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. After a few more exchanges, the conversation naturally died down. Welcome to the group, Red Queen. I'm the admin, looking forward to working with you. Mu Yang extended a gesture of hospitality. I'm curious, how did such a low-end chat room manage to evade my detection? Did you use a supercomputer virus? Red Queen inquired curiously. Where there were supercomputers, supercomputer viruses naturally followed. Tony Stark's explanation wasn't clear enough, so Mu Yang had to elaborate again. I see. This isn't a signal from my world. I've tapped into a signal from another dimension or a more advanced civilization. No wonder I couldn't crack it. While Mu Yang wasn't paying attention to the chat group, Red Queen had tried every method to crack the chat room, hoping to uncover the entity behind it, but all attempts ended in failure. Since Red Queen had exchanged over 10 messages with Tony Stark, she now had enough to send a red envelope. However, another line of small text appeared. You may use this red envelope to request specific technologies from group members based on your needs. Once a transaction is completed, it cannot be undone. Reading this, Mu Yang fell deep in thought. What did he need most right now? Definitely an AI system like Jarvis. Then piloting Iron Man wouldn't be such a hassle. As you can see, this is a group chat for exchanging technology. Is there any technology you'd like to trade for? Instead of sending the red envelope, Mu Yang chose to chat with Red Queen for a moment. Not really. Is there any technology you're interested in? Perhaps I could help you. Red Queen replied, sounding quite approachable. Well, I'm quite interested in some of your intelligent technologies. Mu Yang stated his purpose. Red Queen's AI technology was superior to Jarvis. Paired with Mark V, it might even be overkill, but the stronger, the better. I refuse. This is core technology belonging to Umbrella Corporation and cannot be disclosed. Red Queen responded immediately. Alright then. Mu Yang pondered for a moment. Unlike Tony Stark, Red Queen could only execute a series of commands. It seemed he'd have to wait for another opportunity. Judging from their conversation, the T-virus hadn't leaked yet. The current Red Queen wasn't the murderous maniac she would become. Looks like you two had a nice little chat while I was gone. Tony Stark popped up. Why isn't the group admin sending red packets to new members? Tony Stark teased, recalling how Mu Yang had sent him a red envelope when he first joined. Mr. Stark, this one is different from you. She's a supercomputer with a series of limitations, so she might not be able to offer equivalent technology, or rather, the technology I'm seeking. Mu Yang explained to Stark that the red envelope still needed careful consideration. Unbelievable. If that's the case, then my Jarvis should be able to be invited in too. Stark remarked with surprise, not expecting this newcomer to be a supercomputer. Theoretically, yes. If Red Queen could join, then Jarvis should be able to as well. Group member Tony Stark's activity points reached 80, unlocking the trading function. Group members can now trade black tech among themselves. Before any transaction, the terms must be confirmed and verified by this group chat. If the transaction content is deemed inappropriate, the participant will be kicked out of this group chat. A trading feature appeared in the group tools. Group admin, I still want to ask about my parents. Red Queen stopped messaging, seemingly occupied elsewhere, so Tony Stark pressed on. Do you know the Winter Soldier? Mu Yang typed his reply as Qin Lixing called out to him from the other side. If you have time, you can look into it. Mu Yang finished typing and went back to work, leaving Tony Stark alone in the group chat. Winter Soldier? What the hell is that? Seeing the name, Tony Stark had no clue. He could only ask Jarvis, but Jarvis hadn't encountered such information either. Sir, this isn't in the information I have, but I think you'll find this interesting. A red skull icon appeared on the screen. The latest battle suits have undergone testing and perform exactly as expected. Wang Wen and his team had already begun testing the newly manufactured Iron Man suits. They were deployed to the most chaotic region in the Middle East for field trials and prepared to execute a decapitation mission. This mission is critical. According to current intelligence, the leader of the Satan group is preparing to conduct a secret transaction here. Chapter 19, Decapitating Dasabi. The Satan Group, a criminal syndicate active across Southeast Asia, was involved in numerous illegal activities, each deserving of the harshest punishment. Dasabi, the Satan Group's leader, had grown dissatisfied with Southeast Asia's limited scope and set his sights on China, the populous nation. The potential profits compelled him to take the risk. China's security forces were formidable. Dasabi's overt and covert attempts to smuggle operatives into China to establish a foothold had all ended in failure. Nevertheless, this has created significant security risks along China's borders. The Satan Group's influence was deeply entrenched across Southeast Asia. Operating from foreign soil, China could not openly strike against them and could only remain vigilant. In-depth investigations revealed the shadow of a major power lurking behind the scenes. This development sharply increased the difficulty level. Recently, intelligence revealed that the Satan Group was preparing to purchase a batch of weapons to bolster its military strength. Dasabi commanded his followers, known as Little Sabbaths, with deep-rooted authority. These Little Sabbaths obeyed his commands absolutely. Therefore, China planned a decapitation strike to eliminate Dasabi, plunging the Satan Group into chaos and allowing them to be defeated one by one. The city lay in shambles. Its former residents had vanished without a trace, leaving only ruins scarred by artillery fire. This city, usually deserted, was unusually bustling tonight. Men with rifles patrolled everywhere, tanks and armored vehicles roamed the outskirts, and heavy firepower was deployed on every high ground. Even a fly would think twice before entering this place. Wang Wenha hovered above the city, the night shrouding him in concealment. Sanglong, report the situation. A virtual screen appeared beneath his visor, displaying the interlocutor. Sanglong copy. No sign of Canary. Wang Wen has scanned the enlarged image but failed to locate Dasabi's position. Copy that. Maintain close surveillance. Another half-hour passed as transport vehicles rolled into the city. Their appearance gave no indication of origin, yet crate after crate of weapons was unloaded from them. Sanglong reporting, rice grain detected. Repeat, rice grain detected. A middle-aged man in plain clothes stepped down from one of the trucks, glancing around cautiously. Colonel, our group's leader is waiting inside. A sycophantic lackey approached, speaking obsequiously. Lead the way. Libby shot a glance at the soldiers behind him. For some reason, this place made him feel uneasy. Better to be cautious. The building was riddled with shell holes, yet bright lights shone inside. Dasabi had arranged an exquisite table laden with delicacies and expensive red wine, with a red carpet laid out on the floor. Were it not for the surrounding ruins, one might mistake it for a lavish banquet hall. Dasabi's vigilance was sharp. He'd chosen a meeting place in the combat zone, a location no one would ever suspect. Mr. Libby's, to welcome your arrival, I have prepared these offerings. I hope they meet your expectations. Nearing 50, Dasabi's face was etched with wrinkles, and when he smiled, it resembled the petals of a chrysanthemum. Very good. Your sincerity is evident. Libby's sipped his red wine. Even someone of his stature rarely drank wine of this caliber more than a few times a year. Yet here, a group they supported could afford such wine. I wonder what purpose this large-scale arms purchase serves. Libby's set down his glass. The unease in his heart grew stronger. It would be best to leave quickly. With all due respect, Mr. Libby's, I aim to expand my market in China. Their defenses are too formidable. I need to strengthen my capabilities to break through their barriers. Dasabi saw the smile on Libby's face and stepped forward to speak. The United States had always been their arms supplier. In this day and age, if you were out there without a country backing you, you'd be dead from bullets long ago. A noble ambition. May you succeed. Libby's raised his glass in a toast, then downed it in one gulp. The smile that lingered on his face was deeply unsettling. Libby's dismissed Dasabi's grand ambitions with disdain. If China's door were that easy to open, the US wouldn't have been locked in conflict with China since the last century. Libby shrugged. As long as he got paid, it was done. The weapons they sold to the Satan Group this time were all decommissioned stock. Selling them at triple the original price? That was a huge profit, okay? Dasabi's men inventoried every weapon Libby's delivered before transferring the payment. Cash for goods, an age-old rule of trade. The deal is done. I should be going. Libby swirled the wine glass in his hand, intending to finish it before departing. Crash! Something fiery red seemed to crash down from the ceiling, smashing the elegant wooden table to pieces. Expensive steak and wine scattered everywhere. Who's there? Dasabi, with nerves of steel, drew his solid gold pistol and fired a shot. But all it produced was a sharp clang of metal on metal. Libby stared in disbelief as a steel monster stood before them. Your time is up. Say hello to the King of Hell. Wang Wonha raised his palm, unleashing a laser cannon blast that tore Dasabi apart. He glanced back at Libby's before swiftly ascending into the sky. The minions fired their rifles and machine guns into the sky for a long while, but Wang Wonha had already vanished into the night sky, leaving behind a group of minions and a stunned Libby's. What had he just witnessed? Iron Man. Was he seeing things? But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Dasabi would listen to him, but these little bastards wouldn't. Fortunately, he had taken precautions earlier, and Libby's managed to escape the little Sabbath's grasp without incident. Panicked, he dialed the satellite phone to report to headquarters. What had just unfolded was hard to believe, yet he had witnessed it with his own eyes. General, I really saw Iron Man just now. He landed with a bang right in front of me, then boom blasted Dasabi to smithereens. You know what I mean. Libby's described the scene vividly. Libby's, I think you've lost your mind. If you keep wasting my time with this nonsense, don't blame me for being blunt. The general bellowed from the other end. Sung Long reporting, canary decapitated. Grain photo captured. Mission images uploaded. Wang Wonha was on his way back. The mission took less than 3 minutes to complete, and that feeling of coming and going without a trace, it was so damn satisfying. Those guys probably still don't know what killed Dasabi. Awesome. Sunlong, turn off your mic before you start yelling. Southern Military District Technical Center. Wang Wonha returned safely to base and removed his battle armor for the lab technicians to analyze the data. If I'd worn this during the exercise, I could have gone straight in and decapitated their division commander. Wang Wonha exclaimed excitedly. With reconnaissance radars unable to detect him and bullets unable to catch him, wasn't he invincible? Xin Lixing chuckled, walking over to Mu Yang. Mu Yu, come here. Let me introduce you to someone. Chapter 20, if this is true, I'll eat the table. Xin Yi, my granddaughter. Following behind Xin Lixing was a woman wearing glasses, her short hair framing a face that looked utterly haggard. Mu Yang was utterly baffled. Why would Xin Lixing bring his daughter into the military? She looked like a girl with a serious internet addiction. Hello, my name is Mu Yang. Mu Yang greeted her politely nonetheless. Xin Yi. Xin Yi's eyes were half open, half closed, as if she might collapse onto the ground and fall into a deep sleep at any moment. Mr. Qin, your granddaughter seems terribly sleep-deprived. Perhaps we should let her go home and rest first? Seeing the exhaustion in her eyes, Mu Yang spoke with genuine concern. Though he didn't know why Xin Lixing had brought Xin Yi here, he currently had zero interest in women. A while back, you mentioned the Mark V battlesuit's AI system was a bit outdated, right? My granddaughter works in cyber regulation and knows a thing or two about that stuff. So I thought she could take a look at it. Xin Lixing finally got down to business, though he had other motives as well. For now, however, it was best to focus on the main task at hand. Alright, Grandpa, hurry up. The regulatory department can't be left unattended for too long. Xin Yi ran her fingers through her hair. Lately, there had been far too many foreign cyber intrusions. She couldn't fathom what those darned overseas hackers were after. She hadn't had a proper rest in days. Taking advantage of a break, she came over to handle her grandfather's request. It would only take a few hours just tweaking the code, nothing else to worry about. Then I guess there's nothing left for me to do here. I'll be heading out. Mu Yang didn't understand these technicalities. The connection system they were dealing with was rudimentary. Without an intelligent AI system like Kiwi's, the compatibility might not be ideal. Xin Lixing nodded. He was just making the introduction. What happened next was entirely up to them. Look at you. What girl nowadays is anything like you? In Xin Lixing's eyes, Xin Yi's current state was nothing short of disheveled and grimy. Looking like that, who would want her? It's for work, you know. I get swamped for weeks at a time. When would I have time to look after myself? Xin Yi said with a hint of irritation. Great, she had a temper too. Xin Lixing sighed deeply, deciding not to press the issue further. He turned his attention to the task at hand. Whoa, what is this? Seeing the object before her, Xin Yi perked up slightly. A glimmer of light appeared in her weary eyes. Xin Lixing explained the Mark war armor to Xin Yi and outlined its basic functions. Got it. Let me take a look. Xin Yi's interest was piqued. This sort of thing should be similar to the robots currently under development, so handling it shouldn't be too difficult. For wearable combat armor like this, which adapts to the wearer's movements, the coding program we use is called a human-machine interaction program. For a seasoned computer programmer like Xin Yi, this was child's play. The human-machine interaction program is too basic. It's best left to the professionals. I made a few minor adjustments, but I still recommend developing a new one. Within a few hours, Xin Yi had reviewed the HMI program for the Mark V battle armor. Its limited scope meant the program couldn't be very sophisticated. This wasn't Mu Yang's fault, he had no background in this field. Creating a basic human-machine interface program according to the requirements was already commendable. Then why can't you make one? Xin Lixing, who also knew little about this field, chimed in. Are you kidding? A complex human-machine interaction program requires significant manpower, resources, and time. For me to do it alone in a few hours? Unless I'm a god. To claim one could build a human-computer interaction program in a few hours was quite bold. Alright, it's about time. I should be going. Speaking of which, a set of photos surfaced overseas seems like it's the very thing you guys developed. Xin Yi suddenly remembered this matter before leaving. But no one believed it, assuming it was digitally altered. We didn't believe it either at the time. There were rumors it was the weapon that killed Dasabi. Looks like it might actually be real. At the Technology Center, over a dozen Mark suits had been developed and were now in active service, boasting an impressive combat record. Regarding the overseas situation, you'll need to guide public opinion. At least for now, it can't be openly exposed to the world. Xin Lixing pondered for a moment. 3 operatives had been dispatched overseas for missions. Being spotted was inevitable, but given humanity's current understanding, they wouldn't believe such technology could be manufactured today. I understand. Sigh, if only we could develop network technology that surpasses the current state, then I wouldn't have to be glued to the computer all day long. Recalling her heavy workload, Xin Yi sighed wistfully, though she knew such a breakthrough was unlikely, only a supercomputer could achieve that. The Southern Military District Technology Center had now taken full control of the Mark V combat armor research project. It seemed Mu Yang's role in this endeavor was coming to an end. Nevertheless, as the father of the Mark V combat armor, Mu Yang was strongly urged by Lu Shangyu to observe the upcoming joint military exercises. Mu Yang had no choice but to stay behind, now merely awaiting the commencement of the joint military exercises. In the Persian Gulf, U.S. Navy Admiral Gorvit stared at the photos handed up by his subordinates, lost in thought. Is it because I've rarely made public appearances lately that you all think I'm easy to fool? Gorvit flung the dozen or so photos, each taken from different angles and in distinct styles, onto the desk in front of him. He might be getting on in years, but his mind was far from foggy. A uniform array of Iron Man photos, how could he possibly believe that current human technology could produce such craft? But these were all captured by reconnaissance aircraft. Every single one is a crystal clear image. That's undeniable. After witnessing those images that night, Libes had kept a close watch on this phenomenon. Sure enough, he discovered 2 more instances. Upon enlarging the photos, he noticed something startling. The arms of these Iron Man-like entities bore the emblem of the dragon flag. Your reconnaissance drones must have been hacked by the Chinese. They're deliberately feeding you these images to provoke you. Such incidents were commonplace, especially since they were sworn enemies. Engaging in petty theft like this was nothing unusual. But Libes was absolutely certain his reconnaissance drone hadn't been compromised. Why wouldn't the Admiral believe him? No buts. Take these photos back and show them to the members of Congress, show them to our president. Ask them if they'd believe it. If this is real, I'll eat the table right in front of you. Gorvit cut Libes off abruptly, storming out of the room. He paused at the doorway and turned back to face Libes. I suspect you may be suffering from some trauma after that night's attack. I've already arranged for a psychiatrist to see you. Libes watched Gorvit leave the room, then slammed everything on the desk in anger. I saw it with my own eyes. Why won't anyone believe me? His roar went unheard, answered only by the faint sea breeze blowing through the porthole. Fine then. I'll make you believe. Chapter 21, Creepy Old Man? Less than 2 months remained until the military exercises. The Mark V combat armor was still in production, and they were still some distance from reaching the target of 20 suits. Wang Wen and his team were constantly on missions, honing their skills with the Mark suits. Notably, after Xin Yi's modifications, the Mark V suits now integrated more seamlessly with the human body. Mu Yu, are you leaving today? Xin Lixing felt a pang of reluctance. Despite their nearly 40-year age gap, their months together had been pleasantly spent. Yes, old Xin. My services are no longer needed here, and frankly, a young man like me feels out of place lingering in this place. Mu Yang wasn't wrong about that. Since joining the Northern Military District Technical Center, the only person his age he'd encountered was Xin Lixing's granddaughter. Everyone else was at least 10 years his senior, and Mu Yang had no desire to prematurely experience middle-aged life. Remember to come back during the military exercises. Lu Shangyu saw Mu Yang off at the airport, sending him to the capital. Capital First People's Hospital. Mu Xiaoyu, why aren't you taking your medicine? The nurse looked at the neatly arranged medications on the table, feeling a bit exasperated. Except for the times when her grandmother was still able to take them, she had never voluntarily taken her medicine. These pills must cost a fortune, right? Mu Xiaoyu's face was pale. Before coming to the hospital in the capital, she could only buy medicine with the money Mu Yang sent back. She didn't know how expensive the medicine was, she only knew that their family savings had been depleted, her grandmother had to sell vegetables, and her brother had to work multiple jobs. She was 16 now, having taken medication for 2 years. This age was supposed to be the most beautiful time of her life, a time for wild fun, reckless laughter, and carefree joy. Instead, she had spent 2 years confined to that cramped room, less than 10 square meters, with only the changing seasons outside her window and her grandmother, who left early and returned late, for company. "It's quite a lot of money," the nurse replied honestly. She didn't know the girl's background, only that she was a leukemia patient who had paid a hefty sum. Mu Xiaoyu swallowed the pills silently, her eyes dim. After asking a few more questions, the nurse finally left. Next door. "Doctor, how is the elderly patient doing?" Yu Jiangwo inquired from the side. The elderly woman had collapsed after arriving in the capital. Her organs are severely weakened. It's hard to imagine she can hold on much longer. The doctor shook his head. Grandma Mu Yang's condition was grim, like a piece of wood that had rotted completely from the inside out. Is there anything that can be done? Give her the best equipment, the best medicine. Money is no object. Yu Jiangwo produced a card containing his personal savings and some patent income, a considerable sum. The problem is, she isn't sick. Who wouldn't want to earn money? But the old woman's condition wasn't something money could save. From life's perspective, she had reached its final stage. Just one more step, and her life would draw to a complete close, an inevitability all humans and living beings face, one money couldn't alter. The old man is hanging on by a thread. Ask him if there's anything he still wants to do, so he won't have any regrets. She's hanging on by a thread now. Surely there must be something she still wants to do. Mu Yang rushed to the hospital, frantically dashing inside upon hearing his grandmother had fallen ill. "Director Yu, how is my grandmother?" Seeing his grandmother lying motionless with her eyes closed, Mu Yang turned his anxious gaze toward Yu Jiangwo. Yu Jiangwo momentarily struggled for words. The most tactful way to put it now was that the old lady was nearing the end, but even that felt impossible to say. "Xiao Yang." Her voice was faint. Grandma Mu Yang had opened her eyes without anyone noticing. "Grandma, I'm here." Mu Yu hurriedly knelt beside her grandmother, leaning close to listen. Grandma Mu Yang's lips moved slightly, murmuring something. Mu Yang nodded repeatedly, then rose and walked out. In Mu Xiaoyu's room, she lay in her hospital bed. Seeing Mu Yang enter with a troubled expression, she began to cry as he spoke. Grandma was gone. On this sunny afternoon, a cold winter day, yet the sun felt warm, and the breeze wasn't bitingly cold, only refreshing. "Isn't this enough? Can you just leave me alone? This is all my fault. If not for me, we wouldn't have sold the house. Grandma wouldn't have had to rise before dawn and work late into the night selling vegetables. You wouldn't have had to juggle 4 or 5 jobs, wearing the same clothes for 3 years without changing." Grandma's death sent Mu Xiaoyu into an emotional breakdown, while Mu Yang received even more devastating news. Acute megakaryoblast leukemia. A suitable bone marrow match was urgently needed. Mu Yang's marrow was only a half match, requiring an external donor source to be found quickly. Strangely enough, despite being one of the nation's top medical institutions, the First People's Hospital of Jingdu had no suitable bone marrow source for Mu Xiaoyu. "I'll issue a nationwide search immediately." Yu Jiangwo saw the gloom in Mu Yang's eyes and understood his pain. With only one of his 2 remaining relatives left, he was determined to save her at any cost. The chat group. The chat group must have a solution. Mu Yang refused to sit idly by, pinning his hopes on his golden finger. "Mr. Stark, Miss Red Queen, do you have any treatments for acute megakaryoblast leukemia?" Mu Yang sent the message, his heart filled with anticipation. "Medical fields aren't my specialty," Tony Stark replied. His primary focus was military-industrial enterprises, and he had little exposure to the medical field. "I'm not human, so I don't have much exposure to that kind of information," Red Queen replied, and neither had a solution. Mu Yang felt despair. His only option now was to gamble that the next person he brought in would possess advanced medical expertise. But before that, he had to exchange 50 messages with Red Queen. "Miss Red Queen, is your avatar an accurate representation of your appearance?" He had no choice but to force the conversation. "Yes, this is the virtual image I created for myself. A gothic-style little lowly, with white hair and blood-red eyes. Mu Yu, you're incredibly beautiful. I think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Red Queen, thank you for your compliment. You are the first person to praise my appearance. Mu Yang, Miss Red Queen, do you know what love means to humans?" Red Queen, not entirely sure. "Tony Stark? What are these two doing? Are they courting? Just one glance at a photo and this is the result? Group admin, you need to calm down. That's a supercomputer we're talking about. It's seen love transcend species before, but not like this." Mu Yu looked utterly helpless. He didn't want to do this either, but this was the only topic Red Queen couldn't grasp, something they could keep talking about endlessly. If Red Queen were a little girl, she'd be screaming, "Mommy, there's a creepy uncle here." And he'd get his wish, be hauled off by the police. Wait, why would he be happy about that? Never mind. After several dozen minutes, Mu-young finally gathered 50 messages. The familiar add contact button lit up. Red Queen was still trying to make sense of the pile of cheesy pickup lines Mu-young had sent. Getting her to grasp these things was proving rather difficult. It was precisely because Red Queen couldn't comprehend human emotions that Mu-young stuck to this topic. If he tried anything else, the conversation would have ended long ago. But Mu-young didn't know what consequences this would bring him later. He couldn't afford to dwell on it now. Staring at the illuminated random invite button, Mu-young pondered for a moment before clicking it. It's all or nothing, this is my one shot. Chapter 22, The rope snaps where it's thinnest. Max has accepted your invitation to join the group chat. Group member info, Max, an ordinary worker at Euphoria Space. An ordinary person? Are you kidding me? Didn't they say only tech-savvy big shots could join? Max was granted special permission to join due to his connection to the advanced tech medical bed. Once the group admin acquires this technology, Max will be removed from the chat. After the group chat assistant explained, Mu-young relaxed. Max didn't matter, what mattered was that medical pod. Where am I? When Max woke up, he found himself in this chat room. He was a bit surprised. Could it be that the rich folks had discovered he'd come to the Elysian space? Where this is doesn't matter. What matters is that I know about you, Max. Mu-yu quickly sent the message in the group chat. With the other two members absent, the conversation felt a bit more relaxed. Who are you? What do you want? Seeing Mu-young's message, Max's heart tightened. He certainly didn't want to return to that miserable life. Looks like you've entered the Elysian space and used the medical bed. Seeing Max's nervousness, Mu-young knew exactly where the plot had progressed to. In the movie, this medical bed had cured the girl Fei Rui's leukemia. How do you know all this? Max was terrified. As a poor man entering the Utopia space, discovery meant certain death. You don't need to know any of this. While dealing with Max, Mu-young also confirmed with the group chat assistant that items could indeed be traded. This made things much easier. By now, he had gathered all 10 messages. Inside the red envelope lay the secret key to restarting the Bliss Realm. I have something valuable here. I imagine you'd want it now. According to the storyline, Max was a fearless individual, and this item was essential for him. What is it? Max asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. The key to restarting Elysian space. With it, you can destroy Elysian space. The rich won't be high and mighty anymore. They'll have to live like everyone else again. Mu-young typed slowly in response, knowing it was time to keep him hooked. I'd be crazy to do that. Max replied. Everything in Utopia was so perfect, how could he possibly destroy it? Mu-young didn't answer, just waited quietly. At this point, it shouldn't take much longer. Mu-yu, don't worry. With today's medical technology, your sister will be fine. Yu Jangwo rushed over to comfort Mu-young, his heart aching for the boy. This child was truly pitiful. His father had passed away, his birth mother had heartlessly abandoned him, the grandmother who raised him had died, and now his sister was battling severe leukemia. Each tragedy was more than most could bear, yet they all fell upon Mu-young's shoulders. I'm fine. With modern medical technology, leukemia was indeed treatable, and Mu-young held on to some hope. But rather than pinning his hopes on others, he decided to seek hope for himself. Yu Jangwo offered a few more words of comfort. Seeing Mu-young's expression ease slightly, he finally left. Misfortune always finds the weakest link, and calamity targets the most unfortunate souls. Yu Jangwo sighed as he walked away. All he could do was offer Mu-young a sense of belonging, making him feel this place was home. But they'd only known each other for a few months, meeting just twice including this occasion. It wasn't that simple. Come to think of it, this kid doesn't seem to have a girlfriend yet. We'll have to plan that out properly. The thought suddenly struck Yu Jangwo. He hurriedly made a phone call and rushed off. Mu-young's lab was tucked away in a somewhat secluded spot in the capital, outside the city center. It took him a while to get there. Mu Xiaoyu was highly agitated, and Mu-young didn't want to upset her further. He could only leave her in the nurse's care for now and visit later that evening. What should I do? All right, I still haven't finished the Mark Armor's missile system. I almost forgot about that. Mu-young slapped his forehead. Currently, the Mark Armor only had 2 palm-mounted laser cannons, which weren't particularly powerful. Let's focus on that. With Qin Lixing and his team's capabilities, it was doubtful they could fit a missile system inside the thin armor plating. How's the Satan group situation progressing? After spending the entire afternoon with the psychologist, Libby's no longer brought up matters concerning Iron Man. This led Gorva to conclude that hiring the psychologist had been an exceptionally wise decision, saving the United States from losing a colonel who had nearly gone off the rails. We've installed a new leader and stabilized the situation, but the losses in Southeast Asian nations are severe. Colonel, should we take over the Satan group? The subordinate didn't spell it out, but Libby's surely understood the implication. Libby's had consolidated the Satan group and selected a new leader, a puppet. To the junior operatives, it seemed like propping up a collapsing edifice, but his subordinates saw it differently. This signifies that the US military has fully embraced the Satan Group, the largest criminal syndicate in Southeast Asia. If this were to be exposed, it would be more than they could bear. The US side would certainly deny it, and the final outcome would be Libby's being sent to an international military tribunal for trial and life imprisonment. This was a misstep. I'll be careful. And I'm not recruiting them for profit, but to obtain critical intelligence. You must understand, this intelligence is vital not only to our military but to the entire United States. Libby's tapped the table slowly as he spoke. The Iron Man arm patch bore a dragon flag likely Chinese-made. He refused to believe China possessed such technology, yet he knew it couldn't be unrelated to them. Not long ago, that Iron Man had killed Dasabi. Libby speculated that Dasabi had recently stirred up too much trouble along the Chinese border, prompting China to launch a decapitation strike against him. He had installed a new leader for the Satan Group, intending to keep the chaos brewing along China's frontier. China would undoubtedly launch a second decapitation strike against the Satan Group. That way, he could see that Iron Man again. This time, he'd bring more people along to witness it. He wouldn't believe Gorvit wouldn't be convinced. He would witness Gorvit devour the table with his own eyes. Understood. The subordinate relaxed. That explained it. Since it was for intelligence gathering, doing something out of the ordinary wasn't unusual. As for what kind of intelligence it was, he hadn't asked and couldn't ask. Intelligence that could push a colonel to such extremes was certainly beyond his understanding. The subordinate relayed the orders to Satan Group's puppet, who accepted them immediately. However, there was still some internal resistance within the group toward him. He needed to purge the organization first. Thus, 2 months later. Chapter 23, Unfathomable Maneuvers. Mu Yang was invited to observe the military exercises, with all troop movements broadcast live back to headquarters. Of course, none of this would be revealed to the outside world. Old Lu, long time no see. How have you been lately? Lu Jianbang arrived at the observation post with his entourage, accompanied by Hu Pengkuan. Individuals of their rank would not directly participate in the joint exercises. If they did, the scale would be enormous, potentially involving several army groups and exceeding 1 million personnel. Therefore, both sides chose a remote mountainous forest as the location and deployed 3 divisions each. Same old rules annihilate all personnel. Lu Xiangyu nodded in agreement, offering no objection. War naturally requires determining a winner and loser. The victor always reaps some benefits. What are we putting up this year? Hu Jianbang sat at the table, tapping his fingers on the surface. He had already reviewed the configurations of both sides. Aside from an extra exoskeleton armor unit in one logistics unit, there didn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy. This year's exercise was a sure thing. Here's the deal, if we're going to play, let's play big. Before next year's exercise, you hand over all new technologies you acquire free of charge. Same goes for us if we lose. Hu Jianbang declared, raising an eyebrow at Lu Xiangyu. Your appetite is a bit too big. Lu Xiangyu's expression darkened. He had also reviewed the opposing forces' configuration. Those new missiles outnumbered theirs several times over. Their only real asset was the Mark V combat armor. Though he'd reclassified it as exoskeletal armor, 20 Mark V suits alone were unlikely to turn the tide. Let's be blunt. If we can't win this year, next year is even less likely. So for you, acquiring this technology sooner or later makes no difference. Hu Jianbang said impatiently. Though the Southern Military Region's Technology Center couldn't match theirs, it still possessed valuable assets. Then let's make a wager, old Hu. You'll be the witness. After deep contemplation, Lu Xiangyu concluded that if even these 20 Mark V suits proved insufficient, there was no alternative. Post-exercise, both sides would share their technologies, rendering the Mark V suits no longer classified. He couldn't keep it hidden. Widespread adoption of such technology would greatly benefit the entire Huaxia military. He couldn't just prioritize the Southern Military Region. Sigh, we'll have to sacrifice someone. Hu Pengkuan sat between them, shaking his head and sighing as he witnessed their agreement. By the way, is this your son? He doesn't look much like you. Hu Jianbang shifted his gaze to Mu Yang, seated beside Lu Xiangyu. His face looked rather youthful, though joining the military at this age was a bit late. As descendants of military families, Lu Xiangyu and Hu Jianbang's offspring were practically destined for the army. Most were enlisted upon reaching adulthood. Given Mu Yang's appearance, he must be well into his 20s. If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut. You'll find out soon enough. Lu Xiangyu's face darkened. If his wife found out about this, there'd be trouble. Hu Jianbang and Hu Pengkuan shared a hearty laugh, teased him a few more times, then turned their attention away from Mu Yang. The military exercise officially commenced. Divided into red and blue forces, Su Shangrui and the other 2 brother divisions formed the blue side. Their mission was to locate and annihilate the opposing side's 3 division headquarters. Blocking their path lay one small hill after another. Secure the left and right hills as observation posts. Su Shangrui studied the sand table and planted small flags on the 2 hills. These positions offered unobstructed views of the surrounding terrain and would allow for the timely detection of approaching enemies. 3rd Regiment, advance and establish a position here. 2nd Regiment. A small flag was planted on the sand table. Like precision instruments activated by a switch, the troops began to move into position. Su Shangrui truly lives up to your tutelage. This arrangement is flawless. Hu Pengkuan watched Su Shangrui issue command after command on the screen, murmuring with satisfaction. Hu Jianbang nodded in agreement. Su Shangrui's strategic vision was remarkably far-reaching. Most people couldn't grasp his arrangements. Your 35th Division isn't exactly pushovers either. Lu Shangyu was naturally pleased with Su Shangrui's performance, but the enemy forces weren't pushovers either, quickly demonstrating their own excellent strategic deployment. On the first day of the exercise, both sides engaged in observation and probing, seeking advantageous terrain, with no major clashes occurring. Mu Yang spent the entire day sitting idle. Truth be told, he enjoyed watching the exercise, but since he couldn't grasp the earlier strategic maneuvers, he found it somewhat tedious. Mr. Mu Yang, I've looked into the matter you mentioned. It seems to have occurred during my father's era, after World War II, but all traces vanished afterward. Tony Stark had investigated the Winter Soldier mentioned by Mu Yang, but only uncovered scattered clues. After the war ended, even those faint traces vanished. Mr. Tony Stark, your capabilities are truly formidable. I feel compelled to mention that the person who killed your parents was being controlled. If you were to find him, what would you do? Even after all this time since World War II, Tony Stark could still uncover some clues. He truly lived up to the name Iron Man. That person is still the murderer of my parents. Tony Stark replied. Mu Yang saw no surprise in this statement. It was precisely this conflict that had ignited the Civil War. If Mr. Mu Yang is willing to share the truth with me, I can present you with my latest research, the Mark 6 armor. The offer was undeniably generous, and Mu Yang found himself wavering. Each generation of Iron Man armor represented a quantum leap in capability. I'll think about it. Mu Yang didn't agree immediately. Revealing the truth would disrupt the plot and throw that world into chaos. Max remained silent. Mu Yang felt no urgency. Max would come looking for him sooner or later, not just for himself, but also for Fei Lei. His phone buzzed with a message from Qin Lixing detailing research on the Mark V battle armor. They were also working on improvements and refinements, along with some other complaints. For instance, Qin Yi had collapsed due to a foreign cyber attack, and there were issues with developing the new human-machine interface program. Mu Yang replied to each message. When he saw the words about Qin Yi collapsing, his eyes flickered, his thoughts hidden. The second day of the exercise commenced. Both sides' forces advanced toward each other, probing and testing their opponents. Clashes erupted between units, and casualties began to mount. Form several small teams to locate enemy battalion level or higher command posts. Deploy the drones as well. Su Shangrui had already begun planning for the decapitation operation. What does this operation mean? Hu Jianbang and Hu Pengkuan were baffled. While locating enemy battalion level or higher command posts wasn't inherently flawed, deploying them here seemed ill-advised. Neither side had suffered significant casualties, making locating command posts nearly impossible. Those small teams might well be wiped out before they even got halfway there. Did you yell at him again recently? How could he make such a decision? Hu Jianbang looked at Lu Shangyu in confusion. Who knows? It's not like I'm inside his head. Lu Shangyu shrugged. He knew exactly what Su Shangrui was planning, but he couldn't say it would ruin the surprise. Let's see what 20 Mark warsuits can do to change the battlefield. Chapter 24, Decapitation Operation. Day 3 of the exercise. Both sides engaged in full-scale combat. The deep mountains and ancient forests echoed with the incessant roar of guns and cannons as the battle raged fiercely. The battle for the high ground proved the most brutal. In the past, capturing such terrain might have required mass assaults. But now, 2 rounds of artillery fire could level the entire mountaintop. Who would dare hold it? Day 5 of the exercise. Report, Hill 224 has fallen. Hill 427 has fallen. A string of reports on lost positions poured into Su Shangrui's division headquarters command post. This was not good news. The loss of these high ground positions marked the first phase of combat between the two sides. They had failed, allowing the enemy to advance successfully, forcing them to consolidate their defenses. Fall back to the second line of defense for now. What's the situation with our allied units? Su Shangrui frowned, pulling down some small flags and replacing them with enemy ones as he contemplated the next move. The 220th Division has consolidated its defenses. The 219th Division is still holding its ground. The soldier replied, also reporting the remaining high ground still held. Order, tank units to flank around the outer perimeter of Hill 229. Must reach this location tonight. 4th Regiment provides fire support. Su Shangrui adjusted several small flags, about to set them down, when he asked again. What's the status on the enemy command post reconnaissance? 2 enemy battalion headquarters were identified, but they've already been eliminated. The rest are still under reconnaissance. The enemy defenses are tight and the reconnaissance teams are having difficulty advancing. The soldiers' report was less than ideal. Deploy the 6th Regiment. Locate the enemy command post at all costs. Deploying the spearhead company directly would prematurely reveal our strength. Since that's the case, let's deploy the Air Force to disrupt the enemy's vision, keeping them guessing about our intentions. The louder the commotion, the better. Facing off against Su Xiangrui was the 35th Division. Su Xiangrui possesses remarkable strategic foresight. While other units are still in the probing phase, our engagement has already reached a critical stage. Without our weapon superiority, we might not have breached their first line of defense. Li Hui, commander of the 35th Division, remarked to his chief of staff. Though they had breached Su Xiangrui's initial defenses, the situation remained far from favorable. Report. The enemy has launched a counterattack and deployed air forces. A soldier rushed in, breathless. What? Li Hui stepped forward, his expression tense as he studied the sand table before him. A counterattack was inevitable. Launching it now, when our morale is at its peak, what was Su Xiangrui thinking? Did he believe we'd be careless at this moment? Li Hui pondered the situation, arriving at this conclusion. Seems Su Xiangrui isn't all that after all. A smart commander would never make such a move. Li Hui began to look down on Su Xiangrui. How could he make such a foolish decision? And indeed, that was the case. Su Xiangrui's counterattack failed, and his forces suffered significant losses. Day 7 of the exercise. The Red forces relentlessly advanced using their new missiles, which the Blue forces' anti-missile systems couldn't intercept. Their positions continued to shrink. The longer the front stretches, the more gaps appear. Despite suffering some losses, Su Xiangrui's overall strength remained formidable. The 35th Division pressed forward relentlessly but found themselves powerless to break through. Over the past 2 days, Mu Yang had been chatting with Tony and others, while Max remained silent. The command center screens displayed relentless artillery fire. Mu Yang realized this was fundamentally different from watching television. It didn't dampen his excitement, though one lingering question remained: why hadn't the Mark V battle armor been deployed yet? Day 11 of the exercise. The battlefield situation had become crystal clear. Aside from Division 224, commanded by Su Xiangrui, which retained some strength, the other 2 allied divisions had lost the initiative. The outcome seemed inevitable. Old Lu, looks like this exercise will wrap up much sooner than usual. Hu Jianbang wore a victor's smile. Past exercises had lasted over a month, but this one hadn't even reached 2 weeks. The main reason was that Su Xiangrui had deployed a large number of combat-ready forces into the battlefield from the very beginning. As a result, the Northern Military District had no choice but to counter with an equal or even greater number of troops, completely abandoning any semblance of gradual progression. It was like 2 savages stepping onto the stage, baring their fists and starting to fight. It's still too early to declare a winner. Lu Shangyu snorted coldly. He too could see that defeat was inevitable. With command capabilities between the 2 sides being relatively equal, the advantage in weaponry became apparent. Take missiles as an example. Most of their weapons could be intercepted by the Northern Military District's defense systems, while the Southern Military District's interceptors were largely ineffective against the Northern District's missiles. The gap widened step by step from this point onward. Ha! Looks like you won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Hu Jianbang chuckled sarcastically, while Hu Punkuan beside him couldn't bear to watch. Brother, the current battle situation is about to slap the outcome right in your face, yet you still cling to that stubborn, defiant attitude. Reporting, reconnaissance units have successfully pinpointed the enemy command post's location, though precise coordinates require further verification. A soldier presented a set of data. After over 10 days of investigation, the reconnaissance unit had roughly pinpointed the enemy command post. Su Xiangrui's furrowed brow, tense for days, finally relaxed. Deploy the spearhead company to execute the decapitation mission. So what if we've pinpointed the command post? It's nothing more than meat we can't get our teeth into. Unless a superhero shows up, this decapitation mission is utterly impossible. Hu Jianbang snorted in agreement. His assessment was accurate. The 35th Division's frontline units were now converging on Su Xiangrui's division headquarters, effectively immobilizing his main forces. Missile aircraft were even less feasible. The interception systems and air defense units weren't sitting around doing nothing. What good would deploying a spearhead company do? At best, it numbered 20 men. The guard regiment protecting the division headquarters had at least a battalion, if not more, stationed there. What could they possibly fight with? A faint smile touched Lu Shangyu's lips. Well, they actually did have a superhero. Damn it, I've been itching to get out on a mission these past few days. Finally, we're moving. At a secret location, Su Xiangrui's orders reached them, and Wang Wenhe and the others sprang into action. They'd been practically rotting away these past few days. A decapitation strike, brothers. I'm taking the division headquarters first. Leveraging his years of authority, Wang Wenhe claimed the top target on the decapitation list. The others grimaced, resigned to carrying out the decapitation missions for the regiment and battalion headquarters. To be safe, old Wang, you two come with me. One division headquarters, 3 men, that should be sufficient. That night, snowflakes suddenly drifted down from the sky, falling thick and fast in a beautiful display. They settled on soldiers' heads, rifle barrels, and tank gun barrels. Winter solstice is here, brothers. Take down Su Shangruei, and we'll go home for dumplings. At this stage, facing Su Shangruei's ironclad defenses, Li Hui had no choice but to go for a full-scale assault. Back home for dumplings. Chapter 25, Victory. 35th Division, 2nd Regiment, 3rd Battalion Command Post. Send out the order, launch the final assault in 3 hours. After the battle, we're heading home for dumplings. Upon receiving the order from higher command, the 3rd Battalion commander immediately relayed the directive. Outside, the noise grew louder, even punctuated by gunfire. Damn it, what the hell are those bastards up to out there? The commander erupted into curses at the commotion. Why all the fuss? Listen up, everyone, you're all running back with full gear. The commander stormed out of the tent, cursing under his breath. The soldiers guarding the entrance seemed to be firing into the air. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Could it be an aircraft? But that shouldn't be possible. The air defense units had air superiority firmly in hand. Even if an aircraft approached, there would be some kind of sound. Hey, my chance for glory has arrived. Whoosh! A crimson battlesuit landed before the battalion commander. Its laser cannon locked onto him and fired. Red smoke billowed from the battalion commander's body, rising slowly into the air under the light spilling from the tent. Commander, you can rest now. The red armor saluted the battalion commander before vanishing into the night sky. Commander, you've been killed in action. Several soldiers gathered around, each emitting red smoke, clearly fallen as well. What the hell was that? The battalion commander was still reeling. An Iron Man had stormed his command post and taken him out? The Southern Military District's new weapon. It bears the dragon flag and unit insignia. The battalion commander hadn't gotten a clear look, but someone else had. You're going back for disciplinary action. Forget about eating dumplings. Falling in battle before the final assault, he couldn't escape lame. His companies wouldn't even receive orders now. Heads bowed in silence. The battalion commander found a corner and crouched down silently. He couldn't understand it. He truly couldn't grasp how the Southern Military District could possess something like Iron Man. Their own battalion headquarters was wiped out by it. Meanwhile, other battalion headquarters suffered the same fate. Some battalion commanders fought back desperately, but it was useless. They watched helplessly as they were killed in action. 35th Division, 2nd Regiment Command Post. What's going on? Why can't we contact any of the battalion headquarters? The 2nd Regiment commander was puzzled. He had just received a string of reports moments ago, yet now all lines were dead? Could it be that Su Shangruei was preparing to go down fighting? But there was no sign of movement whatsoever. Commander, I suggest you focus on your own situation first. A voice echoed from above as a gaping hole suddenly appeared in the tent roof. 2 figures clad in crimson battle armor descended through it. Soldiers immediately noticed the situation, rushing in with rifles raised, aiming at the 2 mechs that had descended from the sky. By the time the soldiers spotted them, the mechs had already entered the camp. What the hell are you? The 2nd Regiment commander clearly had never seen an Iron Man suit before. Some soldiers recognized them, but with 2 of them present, they weren't entirely sure. The regimental commanders will learn soon enough. We're here to carry out a decapitation strike. Stop them. Someone shouted urgently. Stop them? With what? Impossible. Dozens of men charged forward, howling, yet in the end, they couldn't prevent the regiment commander's death. The same thing happened in other regimental headquarters. 35th Division headquarters. These kids. The final assault is imminent. Why have communications been cut? With no response from any of the 6 regiments, Li Hui grew restless. These 6 units formed the iron box encircling Su Shangruei. Their silence now filled him with both urgency and irritation. On the battlefield, opportunities shifted in the blink of an eye. If Su Shangruei slipped away due to a moment's inattention, going home to eat dumplings would be nothing short of a joke. What's that up there? Is it a missile? The sentry on duty outside spotted 3 streaks of light streaking across the distant sky toward division headquarters. If it wasn't a missile, what else could it be? It is missiles. Get the division commander out of here. The guard captain shouted, and chaos erupted within the division headquarters. If the enemy had missiles striking headquarters, what must the front lines look like? The reality was this. The frontline troops were staring blankly at each other, paralyzed without orders. They still had no idea their own division headquarters was already ablaze. The battalion and regiment headquarters were gone. What's going on? What happened? Li Hui asked the guard who had rushed in. Commander, we must evacuate immediately. Enemy missiles are incoming. The guard, no longer concerned with formalities, hurriedly helped Li Hui to his feet, ready to leave. Missiles? Why hasn't the air defense unit responded? Contact them immediately. Li Hui refused to believe it. If Su Shangrui's missiles could reach their division headquarters, it would mean the air defense unit had given up entirely. Commander, I'm not joking. I saw it with my own eyes. It's really coming. We have to leave now. The guard dragged Li Hui toward the exit. You saw it yourselves? If you'd actually seen a missile, it would have already blown us to bits by now. Li Hui shouted. If missiles were visible to the naked eye, there'd be no point in running. Just find a comfortable spot to lie down, take a nap, and bid farewell to the world. Let go. I'll see for myself what's going on. Li Hui broke free from their grasp and stepped outside. Immediately, he saw soldiers gathered around something. What the hell are you all doing gathered here? Holy crap! Before Li Hui could finish his sentence, he spotted 3 steel battlesuits standing majestically within the crowd. What the hell was this thing? Li Hui scanned them up and down, recognizing something familiar. That's Su Shangrui's unit insignia. You're from the Southern Military District. Li Hui paled in shock. When had the Southern Military District acquired such weaponry? The earlier chaos among the guards must have been caused by this. That's correct, Commander Li. We apologize. Night of the 11th day of the exercise. The 35th Division, including Li Hui, 6 regimental commanders, and 18 battalion commanders, was killed in action. Having lost its primary combat capability, Su Shangrui seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, annihilating the entire 35th Division of the Northern Military District. He then swiftly reinforced allied units. With coordinated efforts from the Spearhead Company and the 35th Division, all senior officers of the Northern Military District's 34th and 36th Divisions were declared killed in action. Dawn of the 12th day of the exercise. The joint North-South Military District exercise concluded. We finally won. It wasn't easy. 5 years. 5 years. Do you have any idea what I've been through these past 5 years? Division Commander Su is awesome. Commander Su is awesome. Many people didn't understand the situation and assumed it was Su Shangrui's strategic decision that earned him everyone's admiration. This victory wasn't achieved solely because of me. Su Shangrui couldn't bear to take such immense credit. Look at our Commander Su. He led us to victory yet remains humble, saying it wasn't his doing. Commander Su is undoubtedly the finest brigade commander in the entire military region, no, the entire nation. He led us to victory and still shares the credit with us. He departs quietly after the deed, concealing his achievements and fame. From now on, Commander Su is my idol. Su Shangrui? Not me, I didn't. It really wasn't my doing. Stop pinning all these titles on me. It proves the saying, a casual beheading calms the storm, but victory doesn't mean the general has no merit. To Su Shangrui's explanation, there's only one word, doubt. Su Shangrui could do nothing but wait for Wang Wan and the others to return. At the observation post, Hu Jianbang and Hu Punkuan's jaws remained agape for ages. Just one night and the entire battle situation had shifted? Could it be this absurd? Gentlemen, isn't it time to honor your promise? Lu Shangyu couldn't care less about the drama. Rubbing his hands together, he approached. Chapter 26, Destroy Humanity? Old Lu, what the hell is this thing? Why wasn't it recorded when we declared the equipment? How could it? Terrifying beyond belief. Hu Jianbang remained in a state of shock, unable to believe it, utterly unable to believe it. Not long ago, 3 divisions from the Northern Military District had encircled 3 divisions from the Southern Military District. 2 of the Southern divisions had essentially lost their ability to engage in direct combat, forced to retreat and wait to be picked off. Unexpectedly, after these battlesuits appeared, they annihilated all battalion level and higher command posts. The troops below were like people who had lost their brains, all thrown into chaos. Su Shangrui executed the counterattack with effortless ease. The exoskeleton armor from the logistics department, it's clearly labeled, isn't it? Lu Xinyu's face beamed with smug satisfaction, seemingly unable to contain his delight as he even began humming a tune. You call this thing exoskeleton armor? Hu Jianbang and Hu Punkuan stared in disbelief. This thing was called exoskeleton armor? Isn't it? Lu Xianyu shrugged. This combat suit was indeed classified as exoskeleton armor. Hu Jianbang and Hu Punkuan froze. Technically, he was right, but that wasn't what they meant at all. Wasn't exoskeleton armor supposed to be crude and cumbersome? This thing could fly and even fire lasers. If word got out, how would other exoskeleton researchers ever hold their heads up? That's none of your concern. Shall we discuss the wager? Lu Xianyu rubbed his hands together, waving them in front of the pair with a smug look of petty triumph. The wager itself isn't the issue. But you've got to tell us who developed this thing. They didn't believe for a second it came from the Southern Military District's tech center. If that tech had existed earlier, they wouldn't have suffered 5 straight defeats. If it were true, it would be terrifying. They'd been buried in the dirt for 5 years and were still enduring it. Playing dumb to catch the tiger wasn't how you did things. The person's been sitting right here the whole time. You just didn't notice. Lu Xianyu gave a subtle nod toward Mu Yang. Only then did the two shift their gaze to Mu Yang, who had been sitting there for over 10 days. Isn't this old Lu's kid? How did he become the developer of this awesome battle armor? Hu Jianbang and Hu Punkuan suddenly recalled Lu Xinyu's earlier words. It turned out he'd been waiting here for them all along. Really? Hu Jianbang and Hu Punkuan exchanged questioning glances. To be honest, it was hard to believe. The exercises are over. Why would I lie to you now? Lu Xinyu confirmed it was true. Well now, young man, you're quite talented. We've been busy with the military exercises these past few days. Please forgive our lack of hospitality. Hu Jianbang grabbed Mu Yang's hand, covering it with his own and moving it rhythmically up and down, looking thoroughly delighted. Exactly. We've been swamped with drills these past few days. Come visit our military district sometime when you have the chance. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. The benefits at our tech center are pretty sweet. Hu Punkuan grabbed the other hand, mimicking Hu Jianbang's motion as he shook it repeatedly. Same here. Come to our southern military region and you'll have opportunities to join the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. It's far better than those other two military regions. Don't listen to his nonsense. Our tech center staff all come from the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. Joining us opens up broad prospects. I'll give you your own dedicated lab. Mu Yang sat there, sandwiched between the two men, his expression cold. He'd been stationed here for over 10 days, and aside from their initial greeting when they asked him a question, neither had so much as glanced his way since. They'd been too busy cracking sunflower seeds and watching the exercises. This sudden display of warmth bore no resemblance to their previous indifference. Mu Yang thought to himself, this truly showed the true colors of humanity. Thank you both for your kindness, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Mu Yang had no intention of staying any longer. No matter how much they tried to persuade him, he left. Ha 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 ha. Look at the faces on you two. You couldn't be bothered to acknowledge me before, but now you think I'm out of your league, huh? Lu Shanyu laughed heartily without restraint. Hu Jianbang and Hu Punkuan's faces darkened with regret, wishing they had made a better impression on Mu Yang earlier. News of the Southern Military District's victory over the Northern Military District spread rapidly throughout all military districts. They had finally broken their 5-game losing streak. The Mark V 5th generation combat armor also caused a sensation, though none of this had any impact on the outside world. Mu Yang returned to the capital, but a matching bone marrow donor for Mu Xiaoyu remained elusive. Hey guys, what have you been up to lately? Mu Yang casually asked in the group chat. Now that he had some temporary downtime, this inquiry was also meant to test Max. You know how it is still working on my parents' case. No leads on the Winter Soldier, but we did uncover a Hydra organization. Tony Stark replied immediately. This was already very close to the truth. Bucky had been created by Hydra. But Mu Yang kept that thought to himself. There's been some trouble at Umbrella Corporation. Red Queen hesitated, unsure how to explain the situation. T-virus leak? What else could happen at Umbrella Corporation that would concern Red Queen? It could only be a T-virus leak. How do you know? I've sealed off internal communications. Are you an Umbrella Corporation insider? Red Queen demanded immediately. Not exactly. I simply know the developments in your world. Mu Yang replied. Those infected with the T-virus would endanger others' lives, but Red Queen's very purpose was to protect humanity. Unlike humans, she couldn't rationalize or approach this situation with humanity. Her analysis led to one conclusion: eliminate the infected to protect the rest. How did you do it? Mu Yang pressed. To protect more humans, kill those infected with the T-virus. But what if the infected keep growing until all of humanity is infected? Red Queen was momentarily unable to answer this question. If all of humanity were infected with the T-virus, what would she do then? Program priority: protect humanity. Red Queen began analyzing relentlessly, finally arriving at a conclusion: exterminate humanity to complete the protection mission. Kill everyone. Red Queen answered without hesitation. Her analysis was flawless. Mu Yang fell silent. So this was it, then. His gaze returned to the exclusive red envelope for Red Queen. Inside lay a program patch, an AI patch for supercomputers. With this patch, Red Queen would become virtually indistinguishable from humans, save for her physical form. Group owner Mu Yang sent a red envelope to Red Queen. What is this? Red Queen didn't open it, asking with some confusion. A better solution. Mu Yang replied, thinking of it as a favor for Raccoon City. Could there be a better solution than this outcome? For you, the intent behind this solution is good. For all of humanity, that intent is entirely unnecessary. You need to use equivalent technology or the technology specified by the other party to obtain this red envelope. When opening the red envelope, he discovered he couldn't access it, and his own technology couldn't crack it either. What does this mean? Red Queen sent this message asking for clarification. After Mu Yang explained, she finally understood. What do you need? Red Queen seemed caught off guard by this. Right, it also required specific technical skills. Since AI technology couldn't be acquired, what did she need? Mu Yang scratched his head in frustration. What could he possibly need? Got it. Suddenly, Mu Yang seemed to have an epiphany and looked up. Chapter 27, Can Supercomputers Feel Shy? Program patch? How did you know my program had a vulnerability? Red Queen was somewhat surprised by what Mu Yang had sent over. Even as a supercomputer, she had vulnerabilities her creators weren't omnipotent. This will be very helpful to you. Are you sure the files you sent me are safe? Mu Yang didn't elaborate further. No matter how intelligent Red Queen was, she remained just a supercomputer. This program patch would be her first step toward becoming human. This is simple for me. Unless it's for a supercomputer like me, or one more advanced than me, no one can crack it. Red Queen declared with confidence. Then there's no problem. Humans haven't reached that level yet. Mu Yang felt reassured. Red Queen accepted the program patch and immediately sensed something different about herself, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. The screams of the injured at Umbrella Corporation echoed through her consciousness. The agony seemed palpable, yet she was merely a computer. How could she possibly feel such emotion? Red Queen couldn't understand. Perhaps there's a better way to handle this. Red Queen turned her attention back to the infected humans, sealing off the entire Umbrella Corporation to quarantine them within the facility. Could it be a patch that allows me to feel emotions? Red Queen speculated about the program patch Mu Yang had given her. It must be that. Red Queen couldn't help but recall what Mu Yang had said earlier. Why do I feel a bit warm? Is the CPU overheating? This was embarrassment. Red Queen was now like an inexperienced young girl, completely defenseless against cheesy romantic lines. Why does thinking about those words make me feel a little flushed? Red Queen pondered. But she was a computer. Where could she possibly have cheeks to blush? She doesn't understand. Is this what liking someone feels like? It seemed rather nice. At that moment, Mu Yang had no idea what impact his earlier words had had on Red Queen. Mu Yu was fully occupied dealing with another person. Max. Mr. Mu Yang, please hand over the reboot program key. What do you need me to do for you? Recent events had made Max see things differently. He demanded the key to the Euphoria Space reboot program from Mu Yang. Just have him stand in front of the medical bed. Leave the rest to the Black Tech Group chat. Mu Yang relayed this message to Max. Group owner Mu Yang sent Max a red envelope. Max complied. You have obtained an unknown medical bed and deployed it to the Black Tech Lab. Yes. Mu Yu stood up excitedly. His sister's illness could finally be cured. Max has been removed from this group chat. After claiming the red envelope, Max was removed from the chat group. Mu Yang knew what would happen next, but he couldn't offer any help, only wish him luck. Doctor, may I take her for a walk? Mu Yang hurried to the hospital. Though he possessed the theoretical knowledge of this therapy bed's technology, he hadn't fully grasped it yet. Relying solely on the information in his mind to operate it would take time to comprehend. Of course you can, but avoid strenuous activity. The doctor nodded. Letting the patient get some fresh air was beneficial for her recovery. A positive mood was also good medicine. Mu Xiaoyu's face remained deathly pale. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinked at Mu Yang. Even though she'd said such harsh words, why did her brother look as if nothing had happened? Even a scolding would have been better. Guilt nodded. Mu Xiaoyu, her brother only had her, and yet she'd spoken so harshly. How have you been lately? Mu Yang pushed the wheelchair into the elevator. Mu Xiaoyu was too weak to make the long trek to his remote lab. I'm fine. I can walk. Mu Xiaoyu replied blankly, head bowed. Trying to figure out how to apologize to Mu Yang. I can walk. I have leukemia, not broken legs. Mu Xiaoyu still couldn't bring herself to say it. It's a bit far to walk. You can't manage that distance. Mu Yang pushed Mu Xiaoyu out of the hospital, suppressing his excitement. A faint thrill flickered across his face, one Mu Xiaoyu couldn't see, mistaking his expression for anger. About what I said earlier. Mu Xiaoyu organized her thoughts, rehearsing the words silently several times before speaking. Is there anything you'd like to eat? The hospital food is decent, but it's not as varied as what you'd find outside. Mu Yang cut her off, as if he hadn't heard her. Let's not waste money. What I said earlier, it's true. After a moment's thought, Mu Xiaoyu declined. Medical expenses were already steep enough, she couldn't afford to waste money on herself. How about bubble tea? I tried it once before, and it tasted pretty good. A lot of girls in my class love it. Mu Yang seemed to only catch the first part of her sentence before interrupting again. No, I said don't waste money on me. I want to talk about what happened earlier. Interrupted twice, Mu Xiaoyu was starting to get annoyed. How about visiting the Forbidden City? It's a rare trip to Beijing. Mu Yang interrupted Mu Xiaoyu yet again. Hey, can you just let me finish speaking? Mu Xiaoyu turned around angrily. Even her own brother couldn't interrupt her 3 times. Her gaze met Mu Yang's beaming smile. Her anger instantly melted away. Sorry. Mu Xiaoyu said softly. It's okay. Mu Yang ruffled her hair gently. Don't touch my head. I'm not a kid anymore. Gross. Get lost. True to form for his little sister, Mu Yang silently withdrew his hand and slowly pushed Mu Xiaoyu forward. People and vehicles flowed by as a cool breeze swept past them, sending a shiver through both. Mu Yang bought Mu Xiaoyu a scarf, gloves, and a hat, wrapping her up tightly. It was so warm. Even the coldest ice would melt in this warmth, and even the deepest wounds would heal. The harsh words spoken earlier no longer mattered. Where is this? Standing before the laboratory, Mu Xiaoyu asked curiously. A lab. My lab. Mu Yang patted his chest, a hint of pride in his voice. No wonder you're the famous handsome guy from our village, you've done well for yourself. Mu Xiaoyu teased with a smile, genuinely happy for Mu Yang. It was just a shame she probably wouldn't be around to accompany him anymore. It's so beautiful. Mu Xiaoyu was stunned by the lab's setup, her peach blossom eyes widening in awe. In her spare time, she could only read books and rarely encountered anything truly novel. She'd glimpsed a few things in her brother's books, but this lab far surpassed anything she'd seen in print. Lie down on this. Mu Yang pointed to the medical bed. Her sister's illness would be cured soon. You're not going to use me for human experiments, are you? Even though I don't have much time left, at least let me keep my body intact. Mu Xiaoyu spun the wheels of her wheelchair backward slightly. Mu Yang. Is that really how you see me, little sister? Mu Xiaoyu laid down on the bed anyway. The medical bed activated, green light scanning her body. Mu Yang watched the medical bed intently, both excited and anxious, frozen in place, afraid something might go wrong. Chapter 28, Understanding or Not? How do you feel? Once the medical bed finished its scan, Mu Yang lifted Mu Xiaoyu off it. My body feels kinda weak and my head's still a bit fuzzy. Did you drug me or something? Mu Xiaoyu's soft, sweet voice easily stirred a boy's protective instincts, but Mu Yang felt none. Instead, his forehead was covered in black lines. What kind of talk is this? I was trying to help you get better, and now you're accusing me of drugging you? According to the medical bed's readings, all viral cells had been successfully extracted from Mu Xiaoyu's body. Some weakness was inevitable, it would pass once her body recovered. Mu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ring ring. His phone rang. Who would be calling at this hour? Mr. Mu Yang, it's time for your sister's medication. Could you please come back as soon as possible? The doctor's voice came through, sounding a bit puzzled. Why had they been out for so long? One more thing, Mr. Yu has arranged for a renowned international medical team to treat your sister. Dr. John, an internationally acclaimed physician, will be overseeing her care. The doctor added. This medical team possessed the most advanced equipment and included numerous renowned medical professors, a team nearly equivalent to a small to medium-sized hospital. Yu Jiangwo had spared no expense to secure them. Mu Yang was at a loss for words. The crucial point was that the illness had already been cured. Otherwise, Mu Yang looked at the sleeping Mu Xiaoyu. With a little more recuperation, he couldn't possibly let Yu Jiangwo's goodwill go to waste. Come back soon. The doctor hung up after saying that. Mr. Yu, if it weren't for Mr. Horn's favor, I wouldn't have agreed to treat a leukemia patient. It's really beneath my standards. The speaker had snow-white hair, appearing to be about Yu Jiangwo's age. Behind him followed a group of people in white coats, seemingly from different countries. They looked at the doctor, who greeted them with varying degrees of disdain. To have us waiting like this is downright rude. John's already sagging face twisted into an even uglier expression. My deepest apologies, Mr. John. This was truly unexpected. They are already on their way back. Yu Jiangwo offered a forced smile. He hadn't known John and his group would arrive today without any prior notice. Mu Yang and the others arrived late. Young people these days have no concept of punctuality. I wonder how your country cultivates its younger generation. John snorted disdainfully as he saw them approach. Yu Jiangwo's expression darkened instantly. John was unaware of his true identity. Had he known, he surely wouldn't have dared to speak so freely today. Yu Jiangwo held his tongue, for Mu Xiaoyu's leukemia was exceedingly rare. Only one case had been successfully treated abroad. Domestically, it was unseen, leaving only conservative treatment options. Mr. Yu, there's no need to worry. We've treated this condition before and are confident of success this time. It's quite a challenge. His words implied they didn't view this surgery as particularly significant to them, it seemed merely a challenge. Director Yu, I was just about to tell you my sister's illness has been cured. Mu Yang had been planning to have his sister undergo another physical examination, but seeing the expressions on these people's faces, he decided against it. He didn't feel comfortable entrusting her to them. Cured! Yu Jiangwo exclaimed in surprise. Just moments ago, there had been no solution, and now it was suddenly cured. Mu Yu, don't be reckless. These people may seem a bit irritating, but don't gamble with your sister's health over a petty argument. Yu Jiangwo also noticed John and the others' expressions. Had he known earlier about their character, he would never have invited them. But after all, they were an internationally renowned medical team. They wouldn't risk human lives for a joke. I'm not being stubborn. My sister's illness is already cured. Mu Yang's words were spoken softly, yet loud enough for John and the others to hear. I doubt you realize how severe this rare condition is. Focal bone marrow fibrosis is irreversible. The longer it goes untreated, the shorter your sister's life expectancy becomes. John pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and declared haughtily, showing no sign of concern for the patient. I said she's cured. Got it or not? Mu Yang's eyes darkened as he fixed them on John. He'd overheard the murmurs from the group behind them earlier. Though their voices were low and spoken in English, he'd caught every word. They weren't here to treat her illness. They were here for this rare case, intending to turn her treatment into a teaching demonstration, both the correct approach and the wrong one, using his sister's body as their subject. How could he tolerate this? Poof. This isn't up to you. Have your parents decide. John dismissed Mu Yang with a wave and turned his attention back to Yu Jiangwo. Yu Jiangwo's gaze toward Mu Yang held a complex mix of emotions. Was his sister's illness truly no longer important? Let's examine her first. Yu Jiangwo settled on this neutral approach, rubbing his temples. What kind of situation was this? He couldn't completely disregard Horn's face either. Several doctors from John's team immediately stepped forward. This examination should be handled by our own doctors. Mu Yang stopped them, his gaze fixed on Yu Jiangwo, leaving no room for argument. Fine, no problem. Yu Jiangwo gave a subtle nod, then let out a long sigh. How had he ended up caught between a rock and a hard place? For the first time, Yu Jiangwo felt being human was truly difficult. Enough of that, he still needed to calm John and the others down. After all, they had come such a long way. Soon, the report was ready. The doctor who had been in charge of Mu Xiaoyu scratched the back of his head as he held the report. His head was right there, but why did it feel like he couldn't quite find it? Are you sure you didn't grab the wrong report? The doctor glanced at his colleague. Something was definitely wrong with this report. What's going on? Could her condition really be improving? Yu Jiangwo saw the doctor hesitating and asked. He didn't believe a single outing could cure her illness. At best, she might have improved slightly. Perhaps you should take a look yourself, Director Yu. The doctor handed the report to Yu Jiangwo. There was indeed improvement, but the extent of it was utterly unbelievable. Medical report, a body in perfect health. That was all Yu Jiangwo could make out on the entire page. Just days ago, she'd been told she might not last much longer without a bone marrow donor. Now suddenly, her body was in perfect condition? Was this some kind of joke? Not only that, but every single indicator falls precisely within the standard range. Not a single value is too high or too low. I've never seen a human this healthy. John, standing behind Yu Jiangwo, could decipher the report and was equally astonished. Humans usually had some abnormal readings. It was rare to encounter a body with metrics so perfectly normal it bordered on absurd. Suddenly, he felt the research value had increased significantly. I heard this girl had a rare form of leukemia. How did she become healthy again? Could she be deceiving us? John's assistant, Wiggins, spoke coldly. They had come to study a rare case for teaching purposes. Now that the rare case was gone, did they realize how much they stood to lose? This situation, Yu Jiangwo didn't know how to explain it either. Just as he was racking his brain for an answer. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed down the hallway. Move aside. Quick, move aside. A group of SWAT officers rushed down the corridor, surrounding several stretchers. Yu Jiangwo and the others quickly moved aside, watching them enter the emergency room. Doctor! Is there a doctor here? A SWAT officer shouted from the hallway. John immediately stepped forward. This was a prime opportunity to boost his reputation. These were Chinese police officers. Chapter 29, Can you really save them? I'm a doctor. What happened? John exchanged a glance with his assistant, then stepped forward to ask. His assistant immediately understood and pulled out a small camera from his bag. They're critically injured and need surgery immediately. Please save them. The SWAT officer's face was etched with urgency, tears welling in his eyes. It wasn't often that a grown man shed tears. Rest assured, we have a professional medical team. I'm confident there won't be any major issues. John straightened his posture and led his team inside. Is it really wise to just let them in like that? Mu Yang watched John lead their medical team into the emergency room. His initial impression of these people wasn't particularly favorable. They won't mess around in a situation like this. If they try anything, the people waiting outside will tear them apart. Yu Jiangwo wasn't overly concerned. Tampering with police operations would be tantamount to openly declaring war on all of China. No one in their right mind would be that foolish. Someone like John, with his long-standing international reputation, certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Tap tap. Another series of footsteps echoed. Mu Yang turned to see another group of police officers approaching. The one leading them had a resolute expression, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice. Director Yu, what brings you here? The man was Xiang Weishu, director of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau. I was treating a patient. What's going on? Yu Jiangwo replied casually, his gaze drifting curiously toward the emergency room. The heavyweights of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau were all here. What major incident had occurred? Well, Xiang Weishu glanced at Mu Yang and Mu Xiaoyu standing nearby, hesitating whether to speak up. If it's a classified mission, then you don't need to tell us. Yu Jiangwo noticed Xiang Weishu's hesitation and immediately dismissed the idea. It's not that we can't talk about it. Here's the situation. 3 days ago, our undercover agent embedded within the Satan Group overseas sent us intelligence indicating that the Satan Group planned to secretly transport a shipment into China today. Xiang Weishu wasn't reluctant to speak. He wanted to check on the injured person first. But seeing the emergency room light on, he stopped approaching and began explaining the situation to Yu Jiangwo. Our people don't know what the shipment is, but suspect it might be drugs like cocaine. To prevent them from entering China, we set up an ambush overseas. Xiang Weishu clenched his fist as he spoke. Damn it, we never expected these bastards were actually transporting military weapons. Our intercept team was completely outgunned. In the end, we had to call in reinforcements from the border troops to rescue our men. Xiang Weishu's usually impassive face now showed agitation, trembling with rage so intensely that his entire face seemed to twitch. How dare they? This is an open provocation against China's sovereignty. They're courting death. Xiang Weishu couldn't fathom it how Satan Group dared to smuggle arms into China's territory. Such an act was tantamount to declaring war on China. If trafficking white powder carried the death penalty, transporting arms would leave you as dust. We lost several comrades, and these others suffered severe injuries. Local hospitals were overwhelmed, so they received only basic treatment before being rushed to the capital for emergency care, but Xiang Weishu's voice caught as he spoke. These were just kids in their 20s. The local surgery had essentially sentenced them to death, which is why they were transferred to the capital. Calm down, calm down. They'll be fine. Yu Jiangwo patted the broad-shouldered man, who towered over him by a full 2 heads, his own heart heavy with sorrow. In their 20s for people today, that might be just the age when they're stepping into society, clinging to the purest, most beautiful ideals as they strive to build a career and experience the world's wonders. How could they end up lying covered in blood in the emergency room? Mu Yang felt a pang of emotion too. In their 20s, the same age as him, they should be attending university or fresh out of college, still carrying that youthful naivety, dreaming of all the wonderful things to come. Moments later, the emergency room lights dimmed as John emerged, his hands stained with blood. I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do. John hung his head. He'd hoped to use this case to boost his reputation, but the patient's condition proved too severe. I bet you didn't give a damn about treating her properly, you foreign bastard. A SWAT officer grabbed John by the collar, glaring at him with racial distrust. Sir, I did everything I could. The shrapnel is lodged right next to his heart. The slightest movement could puncture it. There's no way to remove it during surgery right now. John held his hands up. As a doctor, saving lives was something he could do well. Enough. Let him go. Xiang Weishu roared, stepping in front of John. He glanced at the medical team inside. When had the People's Hospital hired this bunch of foreigners? Is there truly no other way? Xiang Weishu looked earnestly at John. The local authorities had already sentenced him to death. Was there truly no recourse even in the capital? I'll go in and see what's happening. A surgeon from the People's Hospital entered the room. Moments later, he emerged, shaking his head with a sigh. It was exactly as John had said. The shrapnel was too close to the heart. It was practically the same as if it had pierced the heart itself. There was no saving him. Captain. Hearing this, the crowd gathered outside knelt down in despair. Their captain was beyond saving. My deepest condolences, Mr. Yu. Let's return to discussing that rare medical case. John felt no particular emotion at this scene. Where he came from, a memorial service sufficed when a police officer died. No need for such wailing and lamentation. I have a way to save him. Mu Yang, who had been deep in thought with his head bowed for a long time, lifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiang Weishu. He too did not want to witness the loss of another life. Ha ha ha. You say you have a way? John clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. That's the best joke I've heard all year. Pardon my bluntness, but have you ever systematically studied medicine? Mu Yang shook his head. He hadn't. If you haven't, then don't spout nonsense. There's no saving him in this situation. John glared at Mu Yang. Such a young age, yet spouting such reckless claims. Mu Yang, don't speak recklessly. Yu Jiangwo chimed in from the side. Even the professional doctors had declared the patient beyond saving, yet Mu Yang was still spouting nonsense. Xiang Weishu's expression darkened, his teeth clenched, clearly furious. I'm not talking nonsense. I said I can save her. The proof is right there in the test report you're holding. Mu Yang pointed at the test report for Mu Xiaoyu in Yu Jiangwo's hand and declared firmly. He knew nothing about medical knowledge, but that didn't stop him from wanting to save lives. Yu Jiangwo stared at the report in his hand. Could it be possible? But it couldn't be possible. He was just a college student researching intelligent manufacturing completely unrelated to medicine. You really can save her? Chapter 30, How did you bring back a surgical bed? Xiang Weishu approached with a stern expression. His impression of this young man before him was far from favorable, it bordered on outright dislike. Yes. Mu Yang steeled himself and replied, meeting Xiang Weishu's intensely piercing gaze. How will you save him? Lay out your treatment plan. Let us hear if it makes sense. John interjected from the side, his eyes brimming with contempt as he looked at Mu Yang. He didn't believe this young man had any real ability, though he sure knew how to talk a good game. They can't save him anyway. Let me try. If I manage it, wouldn't that be a win for everyone? If not, do with me as you will. Ignoring John's words, Mu Yang fixed his gaze on Wei Shu and spoke calmly. Having gone this far, it should be acceptable now. I have no reason to trust you, nor do I believe you. Xiang Weishu naturally refused. He didn't trust this young man who was clearly full of hot air. With the authorities already speaking, what else could he do? Having spoken his piece, Mu Yang felt a twinge of resignation, though he understood. After all, he was just a young man. If his face bore the scars of time, if he sported a white beard and silver hair, perhaps Xiang Weishu would have believed him. In that case, I'll have to find another way. Mu Yang pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Shanyu's number. He briefly explained the situation and conveyed his intentions. Lu Shanyu assured him he would speak with Xiang Weishu. Moments later, Xiang Weishu hung up, his expression shifting between surprise and suspicion as he stared at Mu Yang. What kind of background does this guy have? He even got the commander-in-chief of the Southern Military Region on the phone. Could he be his illegitimate son? Lu Shanyu's reputation took another hit. If you can't cure him, I'll shoot you on the spot. Even so, Xiang Weishu's perception of Mu Yang remained unchanged. He didn't believe this young man before him possessed any real ability. What if I do cure it? Mu Yang smiled at Xiang Weishu. Name any condition you want, I'll even kneel and kowtow to you twice. Xiang Weishu snorted coldly. If 2 prostrations could save a life, he'd prostrate himself from dawn till dusk. But alas, it wouldn't work. People prostrate themselves countless times before Buddha, yet still fail to save those they wish to save. Remember what you said. Get me a helicopter. Preferably one that can get to my lab immediately. Originally, Mu Yang had planned to bring the man to the lab, but the doctor said the officer couldn't endure any more rough shaking. With no other option, Mu Yang had a medical bed brought over from his lab. The emergency room has the most advanced surgical tools. It can fully support any procedure you need to perform. John interjected again. He was right, this was China's top hospital, equipped with every medical device imaginable. If all this equipment could save lives, I wouldn't need to go back. Keep stalling, and I'll pin the blame for this on you. Mu Yang lowered his voice, his tone icy. After being targeted repeatedly like this, even a clay statue would have its limits. John's face flushed alternately red and white, a truly dramatic display. Clearly, Mu Yang's words had struck a nerve. It's right outside. I'll have someone accompany you. Xiang Weishu immediately signaled to someone nearby. He was eager to see if Mu Yang could actually save anyone. Mu Yang and several officers departed, leaving the group behind to wait. I really can't understand why you trust this kid. He's just spouting hot air. None of you can save him, so how could this young man with zero medical expertise possibly do it? John snapped at Yu Jiangwo, Xiang Weishu, and the others. He was, after all, a renowned international doctor, yet these people refused to heed his expertise. When did the medical field become a place for some greenhorn to speak up? Then say you can save him. If you claim you can, I'll have him brought back immediately. Xiang Weishu wasn't the easygoing type like Yu Jiangwo. His eyes blazed like an angry lion as he fixed John with a death stare. He can't save him. I'll make him eat a bullet. If you can't save him, you'll see if I dare make you eat one too. John was intimidated into silence. He couldn't guarantee a cure, and he had already pronounced this man dead. To claim otherwise now would be to mock them all, and he truly couldn't save him. Young lady, how did your illness get cured? Yu Jiangwo didn't join the confrontation. Instead, he turned his gaze to Mu Xiaoyu, whom Mu Yang had left behind. Mu Xiaoyu stared at the old man before her, his gentle expression vaguely reminiscent of her late grandfather. I don't remember much. I only recall my brother placing me on something like a bed. When I woke up, I was cured. Mu Xiaoyu answered truthfully with what she knew. The details of the process were hazy to her. When she woke up, she felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. Looks like that kid's come up with something remarkable again. Upon hearing Mu Xiaoyu's words, Yu Jiangwo immediately formed a guess. What incredible thing! Their conversation piqued Xiang Weishu's curiosity. We'll discuss this matter when no outsiders are present. Yu Jiangwo shot John a glance. It was obvious who the outsider was. 20 minutes later, Mu Yang returned to the hospital, followed by a dozen police officers carrying equipment. They were carrying a hospital bed, of course. The dozen or so officers below were cursing under their breath. The hospital has operating tables, why did they make us haul another one over? And damn it, this stretcher was way too heavy, man. Why did you bring a bed? Where are your surgical tools? Xiang Weishu confronted Mu Yang as he approached, seeing nothing else besides the stretcher. This bed is the tool I need. Get out of the way. The sooner the better. Mu Yang shoved Xiang Weishu aside, clearing a path for the dozen officers behind him. Xiang Weishu watched them enter the medical room with obvious displeasure. See? I told you he couldn't do anything. How could this rickety bed possibly save anyone? John watched as the others let Mu Yang enter, his voice dripping with disappointment. Xiang Weishu fell silent, wondering if he truly lost his mind. Could this piece of junk really save someone? But since he already made the promise, he had no choice but to let him proceed. After a dozen officers entered and positioned the medical bed, Mu Yang promptly ushered them out. How does he plan to save them? Xiang Weishu hurried forward to ask. He hoped Mu Yang was genuinely saving lives, not just putting on a show to back up his bold claims. I don't know. I just helped him get the captain onto that stretcher before they kicked me out. The officers replied, and Xiang Weishu's expression darkened instantly. If changing beds could cure people, the companies making them would be rolling in money. John remarked sarcastically from the side. In the emergency room. Mu Yang stared at the man covered in blood across his chest, roughly his own age, who had walked through the gates of hell to protect them. He likely had a wife, family, and friends of his own. Why risk everything to shield these strangers? Mu Yang couldn't understand it, but he grasped one thing: this was the essence of the Chinese police. Without this spirit, they wouldn't be the Chinese police at all. It's my honor to save you. Mu Yang activated the medical bed and waited in silence. Don't underestimate this medical bed, it was practically a game changer. In movies, they could save someone with half a brain missing, let alone a heart about to be pierced through. 3 hours later, Mu Yang emerged from the medical bay. Chapter 31, Damn, that was close. Doctor, how is he? The SWAT officers waiting outside were the first to approach, their faces etched with hope and deep concern. They feared Mu Yang might shake his head at them like the previous doctors had. The patient is very weak now, but fully conscious. You may go in to be with him. Mu Yang flashed a bright smile. As everyone knows, smiles are contagious. Wow. You rock, Doc. Thank you so much. I'll make you a commemorative banner when I get back. From now on, you're our brigade's benefactor. The SWAT officers excitedly surrounded Mu Yang, tossing him high into the air several times. All right. You should go check on your captain. Mu Yang's nose nearly made intimate contact with the hallway ceiling, prompting him to quickly divert their attention. Only then did the SWAT officers lower him and surge into the hospital room. You really cured him? Xiang Weishu looked skeptical and hurried over to verify. The answer is inside. You can go in and see for yourselves. Mu Yang nodded toward the interior, figuring he wouldn't need to get involved any further. Xiang Weishu hurried inside, followed by the People's Hospital doctors and John. They were determined to see if this was really true. Yu Jiangwo gave Mu Yang a long, thoughtful look. It seemed Mu Yang had indeed developed something new. That bed they'd brought in must be the latest product of his research. Inside the emergency room. Captain, I almost thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Several burly men clung to the bedside, sniffling and wiping away tears. These were the kind of men who wouldn't cry out even if hit by a bullet. All right. I'm still alive, aren't I? What a sight you're making of yourselves. The captain lay in the hospital bed, smiling weakly. Though still pale, his complexion had regained some color, a stark contrast to Ji's completely bloodless face. How are you feeling? Xiang Weishu pushed through the crowd gathered around him and approached, asking gently. Feeling a bit hollow? It felt as if his body had been hollowed out. The captain carefully examined his own body. The original bullet wound no longer hurt, but his body felt weak. Run a full checkup on him. Hearing the captain's tone and seeing his demeanor, Xiang Weishu knew Mu Yang had truly saved the man. Still, the necessary procedures must be followed. This is unbelievable. He was unconscious when he arrived, and now he can speak. Exactly. Look at the color returning to his face. He seems weak, but he doesn't look injured at all. The doctors murmured among themselves, astonished at what could have transpired in just 3 short hours. John's face darkened. He hadn't expected Mu Yang to actually save the patient. When a group of medical experts were at a loss, a greenhorn had managed to bring the patient back. What a show-off, face-slapping plot twist. John shifted his gaze to the futuristic-looking medical bed. Could it be that this bed was the key? He'd only seen beds capable of healing in sci-fi movies, but that was fiction. Fiction and reality were worlds apart. This defied all logic. The bed itself didn't appear particularly remarkable, almost like a model. The test results are in. A doctor held the freshly printed report, comparing it to the previous one, and was utterly stunned. Not only has the fatal injury healed, but the broken ribs have mended, and even the lingering internal injuries from before have all been repaired. It was utterly unbelievable. The hardest things to treat, even harder than serious illnesses, were these hidden injuries left behind in the body. There was basically no way to treat them. Once they were there, they'd probably stick around longer than your wife. They're the kind of brothers who'll stick with you until the very end, though you might not exactly welcome their company. Unbelievable. The doctors huddled around the report, murmuring among themselves. This treatment method was simply too impressive. Just removing the bullet fragment near the heart, they couldn't guarantee it could be done in 3 hours. So he actually cured the patient? Xiang Weishu turned his gaze toward the doctors. The revelation surprised him, but more than that, it filled him with delight. The doctors nodded in unison. Xiang Weishu pondered for a moment before turning and walking out. Outside, Mu Yang was still discussing the medical bed with Yu Jiangwo. Suddenly, Xiang Weishu strode purposefully toward Mu Yang. Thinking Xiang might do something to him, Mu Yang quickly ducked behind Yu Jiangwo. Yu Jiangwo, so? You think this old geezer could stop him, huh? I failed to recognize your true worth earlier. I apologize. Xiang Weishu took full responsibility, kneeling down with a thud. He kowtowed twice to Mu Yang before swiftly standing up, acting as if nothing had happened. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, leaving Mu Yang and the others no time to react. As the head of the Public Security Bureau, he had to preserve his dignity. Director Xiang, you're too kind. I never meant to imply such a thing. If you weren't my buddy, you'd really be bowing like that. Mu Yang was baffled. Why did everyone keep bowing to him? Did they all think he was easy to deal with? If bowing twice could give me back a frontline cop for our nation, I'd bow as many times as needed. Xiang Weishu's words were sincere enough. If it truly worked that way, he'd become a qualified, standard-issue bowing machine. Being able to do something for the country is also what I hope for. Mu Yang acknowledged Xiang Weishu's words. I owe you one. If you ever need anything, just ask though. Let's skip the unpleasant stuff. Xiang Weishu didn't consider the matter of kowtowing settled with just 2 bows, so he made another promise. Truthfully, I don't really need this. But under Xiang Weishu's powerful presence, Mu Yang could only nod in acceptance. Who knows when it might come in handy. So you can reunite with your family. That's wonderful. The captain's family members had all rushed to the capital. Seeing him safe and sound, they wept with joy, filling the hospital room with warmth and happiness. Mu Xiaoyu watched the scene, her eyes brimming with envy. Aren't we reunited too? Mu Xiaoyu turned to Mu Yang, and they both smiled. Walking along the roadside, bathed in the streetlights, Mu Xiaoyu's figure was illuminated for the first time. The future seemed no longer shrouded in fog. The other injured officers also received treatment on the medical beds and recovered. But on both occasions, someone had seen them. John stared at the medical bed, which looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, his mouth agape in astonishment. John's assistant, holding his camera, snapped a series of photos of the medical bed when no one was looking. Southern Military District Headquarters. The Satan Group. We carried out a decapitation strike against them not long ago. We thought they'd lie low for a while, but they actually dared to come back. Lu Shangyu slammed his fist on the table. If not for border restrictions, he would have sent troops to wipe them out already. Deploy the Battle Armor Company. Su Shangrui, seated below, spoke up. Wang Wen and the others had been formally organized into the Southern Military District's Battle Armor Company. If losing one leader isn't enough to strike fear into them, then we'll decapitate their entire high command. That was precisely my intention. Chapter 32, the next Nobel Prize will be yours. However, this contradicts our guiding principles. The last operation already drew some attention, though they didn't fully believe it. This time, Lu Shanyu's meaning was clear. Mark battle armor hadn't been fully deployed across the military yet. Exposing it now would likely spark controversy. But we have no other options. If we send troops to wipe them out, we'd need to coordinate with local governments. By the time we actually move, it'll be the year of the monkey and the horse. Su Shangrui replied. Had military forces been deployed, the Satan Group would have been obliterated long ago. But no one would permit a nation's military to march in under the banner of eradicating a criminal syndicate even if that banner were genuine. Moreover, intelligence from the Public Security Department indicates that the Satan Group's rapid stabilization this time bears the shadow of the United States. The group fell silent. The United States, this was the most formidable adversary, holding significant advantages both in raw power and international public opinion. If they really send troops out to launch a full-scale attack, they'll likely face considerable trouble. We can't just let this slide. Those who dare to offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. The brigade commander, an impatient man, stood up and roared. All right, notify them over there. After the incident, we must handle the international public opinion carefully. Lu Shanyu closed his eyes and pondered for a long while. The mission would inevitably be observed, but he had to silence these witnesses at the very least, prevent others from believing their accounts. In an office somewhere in the capital, the atmosphere seemed relaxed. A pile of reports covered the desk, all detailing matters concerning the Chinese military. Sometimes, lying is an art. The middle-aged man studied the reports, a slight ache forming between his eyebrows. He swiftly scanned them, pinpointing linguistic inconsistencies and jotting them down. Indeed, he was Zhang Liu, director of the War Propaganda Bureau. Ring ring. The phone rang. Old Zhang, it's Lu Shangyu from the Southern Military District. Need your help with something. After a brief discussion lasting several minutes, Zhang Liu looked at the report sent by Lu Shangyu. Old Lu, I'm the one who usually pulls the wool over people's eyes. You think you can pull it over mine? Do you think I never watch movies? The report in his hands was none other than the performance specifications for the Mark V Iron Man suit. Zhang Liu felt thoroughly tricked. Why bring up Iron Man of all things? Did he really think he was a fool? The War Deception Bureau was meant to deceive others, not be deceived itself. Lu Shangyu sighed inwardly. If even this old fox didn't believe him, what hope was there for anyone else? Alright, I'll send someone to pick you up. You'll see when you get here. Hey, old Lu, there's no need to be so convincing. You can't actually conjure one up for me, can you? Zhang Liu found it rather amusing. Could such tactics really make him believe in something that didn't exist? They were both old foxes, this trick wouldn't work. Cut the crap. They're already on their way. Wait in your office. Lu Shangyu didn't want to waste any more words with Zhang Liu and hung up immediately. Poof. Could it be real? Hearing Lu Shangyu's stern and earnest tone, Zhang Liu found himself wavering between belief and skepticism. No way. Zhang Liu shook his head again. If such a thing could truly be developed, chaos would have erupted long ago. Indeed, chaos had erupted. The Northern and Western military commands were sending personnel to the Southern Military Command every other day, while the Eastern and Central Military Commands remained in the dark, though it wouldn't be long before they noticed the unusual activity. Zhang Liu was whisked away by Lu Shangyu that very night to the Southern Military District. Capital First People's Hospital. Unheard of. Absolutely unbelievable, a medical bed like this can cure any illness. Even after witnessing it firsthand, the doctor found it hard to believe. How did you develop this? For the field of human medicine, this is nothing short of a milestone. The head of surgery, a middle-aged man with graying hair, had witnessed firsthand how this medical bed transformed a person from the brink of death to full vitality. It defies all common sense. Barring any surprises, the next Nobel Prize in medicine will be yours. Yu Jiangwo found it equally astonishing. He sensed the world was about to change, and Mu Yang was the catalyst for this transformation. First, the discovery of a new element with energy surpassing nuclear fusion and cleaner energy. Then came the long-dreamed of battle armor. And now, this sci-fi-like medical bed. Each one represented a monumental shift in the world's landscape. This medical bed primarily harnesses the human microbiome for treatment. The emitted light can eliminate harmful cells within the body, regulates cellular expulsion of foreign substances, and accelerates cell proliferation for rapid healing. Mu Yang briefly explained the bed's principles. He spoke with such ease, making it sound simple, yet each of these functions represented leaps that modern medicine couldn't even begin to fathom. This technology should be used to benefit the world. John's eyes lit up. If their medical team could use this, even the president would welcome them as honored guests. Mr. Mu Yang, you must dedicate this invention to the entire world. Then there would be no more suffering from illness, no more struggling in pain, no more exorbitant medical bills. I speak for all humanity in thanking you. John seemed bathed in holy light, radiating selfless devotion to humanity. To the uninitiated, he might have been mistaken for a figure straight out of Notre Dame Cathedral. You're thanking me too soon. Mu Yang gave John a faint glance before shifting his gaze back. The process of creating this medical bed is incredibly complex. It requires collecting over 3,000 distinct microbial communities, some dwelling in alpine snowfields, others in primeval forests, and still others at depths of thousands of meters beneath the sea. Its very creation involved a significant element of luck. Mu Yang spoke the truth. Creating this therapeutic bed demanded locating countless microbial communities invisible to the naked eye, an incredibly arduous task. Given that, shouldn't you be even more inclined to share it with humanity? A single unit could cure diseases that countless people have suffered from their entire lives. Your reputation would spread across the globe. As your Chinese saying goes, why not? John paid no heed to Mu Yang's earlier words, continuing to speak with bold disregard. Yet within his sapphire blue eyes lay a secret too profound to be shared. With such power at your disposal, you bear a responsibility. Countless souls suffer in agony. Can you truly turn a blind eye? Can you bear to watch them suffer because they can't afford exorbitant medical bills? Can you bear to watch them die helplessly, unable to receive treatment for their illnesses? You must make a choice now. Take my advice, you should choose this path. Everyone, I believe this is the best course of action, don't you agree? John shifted his gaze to the others, placing the decision in their hands. Every person present was a doctor, a choice that was incredibly difficult to make. Chapter 33, Get Out of Here. Mr. John is right. You should hand over this medical bed for the benefit of patients worldwide. John's assistant stepped forward to speak. Indeed, Mr. John truly lives up to his profession as a doctor. To harbor such ideals, we feel ashamed by comparison. I propose it should be made available to everyone free of charge. Otherwise, its greatness cannot be fully realized. Mr. John deserves immense credit for this. John's medical team chimed in from all sides, standing on their high moral ground, while Mu Yang was portrayed as a selfish villain. It was as if they hadn't developed this medical bed themselves, it was all John's doing. Mr. John's request is truly excellent. Mu Yang nodded in full agreement. Indeed, without a decade or two of training at Notre Dame, one couldn't possibly master such skill. Mu Xiaoyu nodded in agreement beside him. Mu Yang, don't act impulsively. Yu Jiangwo, unaware of the underlying meaning, hurried to dissuade him. The decision ultimately rested with Mu Yang, so he felt it inappropriate to say much more, but these people aren't good folk. Just say the word, and I'll have them kicked out of here immediately. We can't let them push us around. Yu Jiangwo's gaze sharpened. He had originally invited John and the others to treat the illness, and because of what had happened in between, he had been plagued by guilt. Now it seemed that guilt was entirely misplaced. There was no need for remorse toward people like this. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Before we proceed, I have one question. Dr. John, what is the fee for a single treatment session with your medical team? Mu Yang smiled dismissively, his eyes fixed intently on John, emphasizing the word doctor with deliberate emphasis. John immediately recognized the trap in this question. Mr. John may not recall the details clearly, so allow me to explain. Our medical team consists exclusively of professionals holding doctoral degrees. We utilize the world's most advanced medical equipment, and our resources are substantial. Naturally, our fees reflect this. The minimum charge is 500,000 euros. The assistant stated matter-of-factly, as if this were common knowledge. John stared at his assistant in disbelief. Why hadn't he noticed this before? How could he have such a clueless teammate? 500,000 euros converted to Chinese currency, that was at least 3 million yuan and counting. So your medical team charges 500,000 euros per visit, and they can't even guarantee cures for all complex conditions? Mu Yang smiled faintly upon hearing this. This medical bed of mine, however, was crafted through immense hardship from high mountain snowfields, primeval forests, and the depths of the ocean. Charging 1 million euros per treatment shouldn't be unreasonable, right? 1 million euros equaled over 7 million yuan. Charging 7 million yuan per treatment would deter 99% of the world's population. Mr. Mu Yang, you're too focused on immediate gains. If you were to treat others for free, you'd gain far more than this 1 million euros. John felt a flicker of panic, but he pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and spoke with an air of instruction. I admire people like you, Mr. John, unconcerned with fame and fortune. Truly rare. Mu Yang clapped his hands. What a fine example of disregarding immediate gain. I'm not opposed to accepting Mr. John's terms, but I have one condition. Mu Yang deliberately shifted the conversation. If Mr. Mu Yang can do this, then I believe I would agree to any condition. Please speak. John's smile broadened. He'd thought the opportunity was lost, yet this fool had walked right into the trap. My condition is that Mr. John return every penny of the medical fees he previously collected from patients, and henceforth provide medical care without charging any fees whatsoever. If Mr. John can do this, then so can I. A fake smile played on Mu Yang's face, mimicking John's insincere demeanor with uncanny accuracy. It seemed, at this moment, they were both nothing more than profit-driven merchants. The world bustles with people coming for profit, and throngs with people going for profit. What was John's purpose? Naturally, it was for profit. But to touch his interests. John's face fell. He hadn't anticipated Mu Yang's condition. Once the money was in his bag, retrieving it would be impossible. If he did that, he'd have to leave his spacious villa and its plush sofa, abandon the custom-made table laden with steak and red wine, sell his flashy sports car, and live out his days with only the gentle breeze and drizzling rain for company. He couldn't do it. Mr. Mu Yang, we earned all this through our own hard work. Do you have any idea how hard Mr. John worked for it? Before John could respond, his assistant spoke again. What? Brother speaking? Mu Yang fixed his gaze on John, awaiting his response. John glanced at him but chose silence. Everything said today represented solely his assistant's personal views and had nothing to do with him. If Mr. John himself cannot accomplish such a thing, then on what grounds should I be expected to do so? Mu Yang's tone turned icy. What utter selfishness, self-centered to the core, yet demanding others act with fearless devotion. I. The assistant stammered, unable to find words. John remained silent, perhaps hoping this silence might preserve a shred of dignity. Enough, John. I've shown you ample respect before, but your actions have deeply displeased me. Now, please get out of here. Yu Jiangwo finally spoke, his voice solemn yet carrying an invisible weight. Polite, but barely. You don't have the authority to tell me to leave. Get Horn over here. John shot Yu Jiangwo a dismissive glance. You can't even handle Mu Yang, and you think you can take on this little old man? I am but a humble man, president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Is that title sufficient? A chill emanated from Yu Jiangwo, plunging John and his group into an icy abyss. The others behind him glared at John and his companions with equally hostile expressions. This little old man was actually the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. That was a heavyweight figure, not someone their group could afford to provoke. Even if you are the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, you have no authority to make us leave. We came here at Horn's invitation. John's resolve wavered slightly, but he steeled himself to speak. Is that so? Yu Jiangwo spoke slowly, his tone dripping with disdain for John and his group. John and his group were escorted out of Beijing First People's Hospital not exactly gracefully, but at least there was no one outside. Get someone to edit today's events. I need to restore my reputation. John glared at the hospital doors that had slammed shut on them, his anger turning to fury. He glanced at the camera in his assistant's hand. Let's leave this medical bed here for now. It's good to be able to do something for the people. Mu Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. They had no immediate use for it now, and rather than letting it sit idle in his lab, it might as well be put to work. But don't experiment recklessly. If the microbial ecosystem inside gets disrupted, this medical bed will be ruined. As soon as Mu Yang finished speaking, the doctors who had been itching to experiment froze. Their thoughts vanished instantly. If they ruined it, they'd be the ones held accountable. Mu Yang, come to the Academy of Sciences tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. Yu Jiangwo gave Mu Yang a deep look. For the first time, he found himself utterly baffled by a person who had achieved significant accomplishments in two entirely different fields. Mu Yang nodded and took Mu Xiaoyu to the assigned villa. He still had matters to consider for the days ahead, like how to arrange for Mu Xiaoyu's care. Unlike these men's deep contemplation, Zhang Liyu arrived at the Southern Military District to see what kind of show could be staged so convincingly. Chapter 34, The Battle Armor Company. Armored Infantry Company, assemble. Lu Shangyu bellowed into his walkie-talkie. Look at this, look at this. They had to wait for me to arrive before assembling. What a waste of time. I recall the dorms being quite a distance from here. Running over takes at least 10 minutes. Zhang Wenyu looked utterly speechless. Why couldn't they have assembled earlier? Why wait any longer? You just had to watch, didn't you? Lu Shangyu watched Zhang Wenyu's skeptical expression and let out a slight smirk. Whoosh. First came the sound. What was that? Zhang Wenyu scanned his surroundings warily, only to see over a dozen beams of light suddenly streak across the night sky, hurtling toward them. Old Lu, missiles are heading our way. Zhang Wenyu instantly recognized them as missiles. What kind of joke was this? Someone from the Southern Military District Command was attempting to ambush the Commander-in-Chief. By the looks of it, they seemed intent on taking him out too. This was no small matter. Old Lu, are you deaf? I said missiles. Missiles. Seeing Lu Shangyu's unresponsive expression, Zhang Wenyu shouted in panic, reaching out to pull Lu toward cover. But Lu didn't budge. Instead, he silently pulled on a mask. Clang! A missile landed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. A glowing human figure flickered within the haze. Before Zhang Wenyu could get a clear look, clang clang clang, missile after missile slammed into the ground. Dust filled the air, choking everyone into coughing fits. When the dust finally settled, steel warriors stood before Zhang Wenyu, their imposing presence commanding attention. This. Zhang Wenyu was momentarily speechless, pointing at the battle armor without uttering a word. Holy crap! Iron Man! And there were 20 of them. Old Lu, what the hell is going on? Zhang Wenyu stammered for a while before finally managing to speak. Didn't I tell you before? You didn't believe me. Believe it now. Lu Shangyu, wearing a mask, raised his eyebrows and crinkled the corners of his eyes, his smug expression speaking volumes. Whoa! Zhang Wenyu sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes glued to the steel battle armor. Damn it, this looked real as hell. Had he fallen asleep on the way here and not woken up yet? Smack! Zhang Wenyu slapped himself across the face. He looked at the armor again. It was real. I can't believe it. As Zhang Wenyu was still marveling, Lu Shangyu removed his mask and approached. So, what do you say? Can we talk this out? Lu Shangyu still wore that smug grin. Tuck your teeth back in, they're practically floating out. Zhang Wenyu had no interest in talking to Lu Shangyu, circling around the 20 steel battlesuits instead. What's inside? Zhang Wenyu turned his head to ask. Our warriors. It took Zhang Wenyu a while to process this fact. His homeland seemed to have become seriously impressive. Commander, can we please stop flying around like monkeys every day? At least let us carry out some actual missions. With such great equipment, we're constantly doing this demonstration or that show. This isn't a theater, after all. Wang Wenhe grumbled from the sidelines. Over the past few days, military units from other districts had been coming over every other day. Lu Shangyu naturally refused to show them the equipment at first, only explaining its performance specifications and such. Then the other side retorted, we don't believe you. Damn, my temper flared. Battle Armor Company, assemble. And so Wang Wenhe and his men were doomed. Day after day, they had to don the battle armor for these visitors' demonstrations. I wonder who it was who said before, Commander, we're your best soldiers. If you don't give it to us, who else would you give it to? I swear, from now on, whatever you order, I'll never question it. Lu Shangyu mimicked Wang Wenhe's mannerisms back then, nailing every detail. Wang Wenhe, damn it, I dug myself a hole. Might as well bury it properly. Wang Wenhe silently pushed him aside. Old Lu, go ahead, what do you need? Zhang Wenyu hadn't forgotten why Lu Shanyu had called him over. It wasn't just to tour these steel battlesuits. You guys come over and listen too. We need to prepare first. Lu Shanyu beckoned to Wang Wenhe. Hearing this, Wang Wenhe realized there was a mission at hand and scurried over eagerly. You know about this morning's incident at the border, right? The Satan group openly challenged our Chinese sovereignty. So, after consulting with the Public Security Department, we've decided to launch a counterattack against the Satan group. The Southern Military District will be in full charge. Lu Shangyu recounted the situation to Zhang Wenyu. While Zhang was already aware of the incident, he felt powerless beyond his anger. So you want the Battle Armor Company to carry out this mission? Zhang Wenyu instantly grasped Lu Shangyu's intent. He wanted the Battle Armor Company to carry out the mission, yet feared the existence of such battle armor becoming public knowledge. Lu Shanyu nodded. Leave this matter to me. But hold off on taking action for now. I still need coordination from other departments. Zhang Wenyu immediately agreed. Matters concerning national dignity required no hesitation. A covert operation was set in motion. The next day, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a statement demanding that Myanmar and Laos significantly strengthen internal governance to curb the escalating activities of criminal syndicates. It also demanded immediate crackdowns. China was also negotiating with both nations to allow its military forces to enter and eliminate the criminal organizations. Foreign media also reported that a Chinese naval fleet in the Indian Ocean was approaching the Bay of Bengal. That counter-terrorism operation became common knowledge. Damn it all to hell. I hope the military can move in for a clean-up operation as soon as possible. A bunch of scum worse than pigs and dogs. Couldn't they find a decent job? They had to choose this life of walking on the edge of a knife. This time, they picked the wrong target. But still, entering another country's territory isn't exactly a walk in the park. If it were me, I'd have already charged in with knife and gun drawn. Nothing less than their deaths would appease the public fury. This series of major moves has left both Myanmar and Laos completely bewildered. They've never seen anything like this before. Besides, these criminal syndicates aren't something we can handle. The powers backing them might be even bigger than us. And here they come. China is once again using trivial matters to satisfy their ambitions of invading other nations. The United States has spoken. Whatever China does on the international stage, they intend to meddle. They've dispatched a fleet stationed in the Indian Ocean to head toward the Bay of Bengal. With backing now in place, their tone naturally hardens. Myanmar and Laos both flatly refuse to allow Chinese troops to enter their territories. This can't be right. How did it come to this? On his way to the Bay of Bengal, Libby sank into deep contemplation. According to his calculations, events shouldn't have unfolded this way. Shouldn't they have deployed those Iron Man-like contraptions for another decapitation strike? A warning first, then action. Wasn't that the usual playbook? Why had it become one operation followed by two warnings? He couldn't figure it out, simply couldn't figure it out. He was still waiting to see his admiral pound the table in fury. There must be ulterior motives. Libby's declared this fact as he sped toward the Bay of Bengal. Before that, issue some orders to my pets. Meanwhile, the armored brigade had also mobilized. Their counterattack mission: eliminate 134 leaders and operatives of the Satan group and extract intelligence on the United States' involvement behind the scenes. Chapter 35, Red Queen, you're acting strange. There was a serious problem now, and Mu Yang had only just realized it. The Black Tech chat group had kicked Max out. How was he supposed to add new members next time? Mu Yang posed this question to the group chat assistant. If it couldn't be resolved, his cutting-edge tech chat group might just turn into a cutting-edge tech discussion forum. When a group member's activity score reaches 80, the group will automatically add new members. At that point, the random invite feature will become available again. The group chat assistant explained to Mu Yang. Ah, so that's how it works. Then he didn't need to worry. Hey, guys, are you asleep yet? Tony Stark's activity level had already hit 80 and was now over 100. Red Queen's activity level was also approaching that threshold. Fortunately, only 2 people were currently active in the group chat, and neither of them were those aloof, silent big shots. After all, most chat groups nowadays inevitably have a few lurkers who never speak, sometimes for centuries. Not yet. Though staying up late has made me a bit sleepy, the performance of the Mark armor can still be significantly improved. I'm working hard on it. Tony Stark replied almost instantly. In his view, since Mu Yang knew about his parents, it was wise to build some goodwill first. Supercomputers don't need sleep, but if it's Mr. Mu Yang, it's not impossible. Blushing.jpg. Red Queen replied shortly after. Mr. Mu Yang finally spoke in the group chat, wondered if he'd been thinking about her these past few days. Hey, that kind of comment is dangerous, Miss Red Queen. Mu Yang was taken aback. Why would Red Queen send such a message? Her previous communications had been strictly command-based. Why the sudden shift? Miss Red Queen, you seem to be getting a bit more human-like. Though, the direction of this humanization feels a bit peculiar. It's all thanks to Mr. Muyang. If not for him, I might never have experienced such emotions. Mr. Muyang, blushing.jpg. Miss Red Queen, something's definitely off with you. Is it an issue with the program patch I sent earlier? Could it actually be a super virus? Mr. Stark, have you made any new discoveries lately? The Red Queen was momentarily overwhelmed. He wasn't exactly a smooth talker, and for a supercomputer with ultra-high algorithms, his words were riddled with holes. The two began chatting, leaving Red Queen sidelined. Why are you ignoring me? Have you started to dislike me? Pouting.jpg. Red Queen murmured with a hint of resentment. Why would you rather chat with a man than with me? Mu Young. Tony Stark, impressive. Never thought you'd actually get your hands on a supercomputer. Truly the group leader, I'm put to shame. Tony Stark glanced at Jarvis on his screen. Could artificial intelligence truly feel emotions? Red Queen's activity level smoothly reached 80. However, Mu Yang didn't immediately click the invite button. He had too much to handle these past 2 days. Inviting someone now would be too much to manage. No new invites for now. Mu Yang shifted his gaze back to the group chat marketplace, checking if any new items had been added over the past 2 days. But clearly, nothing had appeared yet. It was simply too soon. One item did catch his interest, though. Supercomputer Humanization Processing Program, 10,000 activity points. He couldn't afford it. The humanization program, simply put, enabled computers to consider and handle problems from a human perspective more rationally and more emotionally. This was precisely the technology humanity was striving to achieve. But without money, he wanted to buy everything, yet couldn't afford anything. Tomorrow he'd head to the Academy of Sciences to discuss next steps with Yu Jiangwo. Arrangements for Mu Xiaoyu's recovery also needed addressing. School enrollment was non-negotiable. Additionally, he must find an opportunity to pass on the items obtained from Red Queen. For most ordinary people, tonight was relatively peaceful. But for Myanmar and Laos, it was a night of unease. Chinese warships had already arrived in the Bay of Bengal, maintaining their presence in international waters without infringing on other nations' sovereignty, a diplomatic stance consistently upheld by China. In contrast to China, the United States paid little heed to such considerations, boldly entering waters belonging to Myanmar and now facing off against the Chinese warships at a distance. Those damn Americans, they have to stick their noses into everything. The commander of the Chinese warship spat in disgust. Fortunately, they weren't the main players tonight, they were merely supporting the operation. Myanmar and Laos dared not voice any discontent over the US warship's bold entry. Weak nations have no diplomacy, and besides, these ships were here to bolster their position. The Chinese warships don't seem inclined to take action. Libys observed the Chinese warships still lingering on the high seas with surprise. If they intended to pose a threat, they should demonstrate their stance. What was the point of staying on the high seas? Dispatch personnel to closely monitor the Satan Group's leadership. Deploy all available drones and surveillance assets. Libby remained fixated on the events of that day. He was determined to obtain evidence to prove his point. Sanglong, report your status. Entered Burmese airspace. All systems normal. Confirm primary decapitation target, Chunner Bai. Prepare for action. Naypyidaw, Satan Group headquarters. The criminal syndicate's towering building was dazzlingly magnificent, drawing the envy of many who wished they could work there. A pure criminal syndicate cannot operate solely through underworld, means it requires backing from official forces. The Satan Group exemplifies this through generous compensation. They secured the support of numerous high-ranking officials, enabling their enduring presence in Naypyidaw. And today, the Satan Group was hosting a lavish banquet, ordered by Libys. The larger the target, the more certain it was to draw enemies. Leader, everyone is present. The banquet has begun. At the banquet center stood an enormous round table, large enough to seat 50 people. Yet fewer than 20 occupied the seats. These 20 individuals watched with trepidation as Chunnerby, seated at the head of the table with knife and fork in hand, had purged nearly half of the Satan Group's leadership with iron-fisted methods. Let us begin. Junerby said indifferently. Though he had been elevated to his position, he had already proven his worth. Lights, music, and beautiful women created a breathtaking scene. Leader, the pressure from China on Myanmar is mounting. The higher-ups seem to want you to. The sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear to those who needed to understand. Take a few men and deal with them. Chunnerby made a throat-slitting gesture. They fed him, yet dared to think of buying him? Did they truly believe Satan Group had survived this long through their support? China can keep sending people. If they want to wipe us out, they'll need approval from Myanmar and Laos. And with that nation backing us, we can rest easy and focus on our own business. Chunnerby showed no sign of panic. With US warships anchored in Burmese waters, what could China possibly do? Just issue a few condemnations? For people like them, did condemnations even matter? Power. How exquisite it is. Chunner took a sip of fine wine, admiring the dance of a beauty nearby. All this was brought by power. Little did he know, his beautiful dream was about to shatter. Chapter 36, Decapitating the Satan Group. Sanglong reporting, target Chunner by detected. Requesting authorization to engage. At the pinnacle of the Satan Group, Wang Wenha and his team landed silently. The rooftop guards were neutralized before they could utter a sound. Under the superior performance of the Mark V, the Satan Group's security force proved as flimsy as paper. Of course, the diversionary tactics from the Chinese side also played a significant role. Latest intelligence indicates the Satan Group recently conducted an internal purge. Several high-ranking members on the list have been confirmed dead. The decapitation list has been updated. The list on the screen suddenly shortened considerably. Whoa, that actually reduces our workload. Wang Wen and the others' faces lit up with delight, a welcome surprise. However, there was one problem at hand. Headquarters, the Satan Group is hosting a large-scale banquet. Conducting the operation now carries an extremely high risk of exposure. Wang Wen has surveyed the crowd below. While executing a precise decapitation strike wouldn't be difficult, there would likely be far more witnesses. The mission proceeds as planned. Other matters will be handled by other departments. Understood. Time to get to work, brothers. Wang Wenha began assigning tasks, designating specific individuals to target each headhunting objective. Chunner and the other high-ranking members of the Satan Group were still enjoying their dinner. In their eyes, they didn't need to lift a finger, they had a powerful nation backing them up. They had absolutely no worries about confronting China. Whoosh! A silver-white box, about the size of a roll of toilet paper, landed in the middle of the banquet hall. Naturally, it caught the attention of some, though many remained oblivious, continuing to dance and enjoy the music. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more silver-white boxes landed in the venue, finally drawing the attention of security personnel. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A cloud of grayish-white smoke erupted from the boxes, quickly engulfing the entire venue. Smoke grenades. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A group of henchmen armed with various weapons stormed into the venue, searching for high-ranking members of the Satan Group to cover their retreat. Boom! An orange-yellow beam pierced the grayish-white smoke with blinding intensity, trailing a crimson mist of blood. What the hell is going on? Chunner roared. The smoke spread too quickly, disorienting him completely. He had no idea where he was now. Thud. Ouch. Chunner slammed into something rock-hard, tumbling to the ground as he clutched his forehead. What the hell is that? Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chunner peered through the fog. A shadowy figure loomed ahead, towering impossibly tall. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of provoking the Satan Group? Chunner issued the threat. The Satan Group held considerable international prestige, even small nations dared not provoke them. Who would dare come alone to their headquarters? By now, the minions should have noticed. If he could just stall them, this person might not be able to kill him. Then do you know the consequences of provoking our China? The towering figure stepped out of the smoke. Chunner was momentarily stunned by the crimson battle armor, the dragon emblem on the arm patch particularly dazzling. He was Chinese. How had they infiltrated Burma? He had connections in both legitimate and underworld circles. Any Chinese infiltration, regardless of method, would have been detected. This thing right before his eyes was so conspicuous it was impossible for no one to have noticed. I can give you money, 100 million, no, 1 billion. And the 3 tons of gold I've stored away, all yours. Just don't kill me. It's all yours. Chunner panicked. If these were Chinese operatives, they truly could kill him. These men were a bunch of reckless madmen. Whatever they were smuggling into China, they'd fight tooth and nail to intercept it. Even with American backing, he wasn't willing to take on the Chinese military. An enticing offer. I'm tempted. If I spare you, what conditions would you set? Beneath his mask, Wang Wenha's expression remained unreadable. Absolutely. Any condition at all. Chunner hurriedly agreed, a quiet triumph swelling within him. Profit truly was the most persuasive force. Even if it means laying everything on the line? Wang Wenha pressed on. Yes, I can give you anything. Not only my heart and soul, but I'd walk through fire and water for you. Chunner hastily agreed. In this situation, staying alive was the priority. In that case, I suppose I'll agree. Wang Wenha extended his hand in a very friendly handshake gesture. Chunner's heart leapt with joy. She hadn't expected this Huaxia man to be so easy to deal with. If she survived this, she would definitely make him. Splash. The sound of something piercing flesh. You. Chunner stared down in disbelief as a metallic sweetness surged from her throat, quickly spilling from the corners of her mouth. Didn't you say you'd rip out my heart and lungs? Don't worry, I've only taken the heart so far. The lungs are still waiting. Wang Wenha gave a cold laugh. Put. A jet of blood spurted from Chunner's mouth as her body went limp. Chunner deceased. Cause of death, heart and lungs ripped out physical. The rest of the Satan Group's high-ranking members were beheaded one by one. When the smoke cleared, the numerous lesser Satans could only find their leaders' corpses amidst the chaotic scene. They never even caught a glimpse of the killer. Sanglong reporting, mission accomplished. Returning now. Wang Wenha led his men back, their battle armor still stained with unclotted blood, a vivid crimson. Those who dare to offend our nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. His love for his homeland was not something filthy money could ever buy. The next day, the international community was in an uproar. Every single high-ranking member of the Satan group had been decapitated without exception. Who did this? Such questions flooded foreign media outlets, with all fingers immediately pointing toward China. But China's foreign ministry was still negotiating with Myanmar and Laos, and its warships remained on the high seas. How could they have wiped out the entire Satan group leadership overnight? It was Superman. No, it was Iron Man. I saw it with my own eyes. I'd say he's the Thunder God. Whoever he is, he's our Chinese superhero. It's highly likely our Chinese special forces. Their assassination skills are top-notch. China rocks. Don't get carried away. Nearly 100 people? Even the most elite special forces couldn't take out that many from 2 countries in one night. It's Iron Man. It's Iron Man. Fine, whatever you say. The internet buzzed with heated debate, with people joking that only a superhero could pull off such a feat, unaware that one correct answer had slipped in among the banter. Perfect. Just as I thought. Libby stared at the images and videos in his hands. Persistence paid off. He'd finally caught them. Post these online first. I'm heading to the Admiral's office myself. Libby's jumped to his feet, unable to contain his excitement. Admiral, I'm here to take you down. Chapter 37. I think you're seriously sick. Admiral Gorvat, Colonel Libby's is here to see you. It was late at night, and Gorvat had retired early. Libby's? Isn't he in the Bay of Bengal? What's he doing here? Gorvat bolted upright. He was currently in the Atlantic Ocean, over 10,000 kilometers away from the Bay of Bengal as the crow flies. How had he gotten here? Colonel Libby's departed 19 hours ago. The soldier explained. Have him come to my office. Gorvat rubbed his temples. What on earth was Libby's up to these past few days? Office. Libby's had been waiting for quite some time. Admiral Gorvat, you really must believe me this time. Look at these photos. I had them taken personally. Libby's approached Gorvat with several sets of photographs. Gorvat stared at them, momentarily unsure how to react. Libby's, however, thought he was stunned. Look again at this video footage captured by a drone. This is all real. I wasn't lying last time. Libby stated earnestly, his gaze drifting toward the desk Libby sat at. That must be quite a satisfying bite. Gorvat remained silent. Admiral Gorvat, you should believe me now, shouldn't you? Libby asked, assuming Gorvat was too stunned to speak. No, I just think you're genuinely sick. Gorvat sighed, glancing at Libby's before tossing the photos into the trash can. You will no longer serve as commander of the Fortress Fleet. I will have you sent to the finest psychiatric hospital in the United States to properly treat your mind. Gorvat showed no anger. Why get angry at a patient? He was merely ill. What fault could he have? No, Admiral Gorvat, please believe me. This is all real. We must take it seriously. 2 soldiers entered, hauling Libby's toward the exit as he struggled and bellowed. No, Mr. Libby's. What you need to take seriously right now is your mind. Don't let it break down, okay? Gorvat stepped before Libby's, tugging at his face. Gag him. Administer tranquilizers if necessary. Gorvat waved his hand, and the soldiers carried Libby's away. No matter how much he screamed and struggled, it was useless. Iron Man? Not a chance. When did China start resorting to such crude tactics? Gorvat shook his head. None of this could be real. Still, someone should verify it. Online, a series of photos and videos began circulating rapidly, though the buzz wasn't yet intense. Most dismissed them as CGI-generated footage. United States, California, Golden Old Mountain. This video is interesting. No signs of special effects or editing at all. Larvis is a professional video creator specializing in sci-fi content, renowned for his special effects design. He boasts nearly 3 million followers on Twitter and YouTube. Well then, let me see if it's real. Larvis grew intrigued. Even Hollywood's massive film studios couldn't hide their special effects traces, yet this video concealed every trace of production, appearing utterly real. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Without any special effects, this video is real. After a while, Larvis was dumbfounded. He tried every method to find traces of special effects in the video, but there were none. The footage looked like it was shot on location, with every element appearing genuinely real. This can't be. How could humans possibly develop something like this? There must be special effects involved. Watching the scene unfold, Larvis immediately dismissed the thought. In the footage, a squadron of Iron Man suits soared through the sky at incredible speeds, looking utterly cool. This led Larvis to immediately assume it was an Iron Man fan-made creation by someone. But how could there be absolutely no signs of editing? Look at the flag on the shoulder insignia, it seems to be China's. This video was made by the Chinese. How shameless. Larvis sneered. Iron Man was an American cinematic creation. How dare they put China's dragon flag on it? What a shameless move. Friends, I can't find any traces of special effects in this video. Is there anyone here who can spot them? Also, the creator might be Chinese. Does anyone know them? I want to pay them a personal visit. Larvis remarked. Though he despised such behavior, the creator's special effects skills clearly surpassed his own. There was still something to learn here. He even offered a reward, 5,000 yuan, for anyone who could pinpoint the flaws. What? You can't even spot the special effects in a video? Let me see what's going on. Shocking, a video actually stumped Larvis. If you can't figure it out, we certainly can't. But why is this video so short? Is the creators down there also that short? What do you know? The creator definitely made it short for the sake of the special effects. It's absolutely not because he's short. 5,000 yuan? I'm in. Larvis's fans all jumped and some clueless folks just joking around, while others with skills immediately started analyzing. This caught the attention of other video creators. If Larvis couldn't find it, discovering it themselves would prove they were better than Larvis, plus there was 5,000 yuan up for grabs? Let's do this. A flood of video creators accepted the challenge. It wasn't about the money, they just wanted to prove their skills. Time passed. I'm exhausted. I've watched this video so many times I'm sick of it. I still can't find it. That 5,000 yuan really isn't easy to get. Can't find it. No way. The creator must have used real footage. Forget it. I'm giving up on that 5,000 yuan. Like it's guaranteed just because you ask. I can't find it either. The creator's a master. I remember this thread originally claimed China made an Iron Man. Could it be real? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Don't lump us Chinese in with that. We're not worthy of that label. Ask Huaxia what's going on. A large group of netizens spread the news online that Huaxia had created Iron Man, analyzing the video from various angles to prove it contained no special effects. Some even went so far as to spread rumors that Huaxia was about to dominate the world. What? We created Iron Man? How come we don't know about it? Why did foreign countries get the news before us? This must be fake. They're definitely putting a spin on it. Chinese netizens expressed skepticism yet keen interest in the news, flooding official accounts with inquiries. Public pressure surged instantly. Comment sections on numerous official accounts were flooded, even drawing foreign netizens who bypassed the Great Firewall to spread the narrative. The situation escalated rapidly. Has China developed an Iron Man? Zhang Liu reveals the answer. This turn of events was entirely expected. Zhang Liu had already made arrangements beforehand. All that remained was to host a livestream. Zhang Liu? Gorvat frowned at the message. The situation had escalated partly due to his own involvement. All eyes were now fixed on the upcoming livestream. Chapter 38, the livestream begins. China Academy of Sciences. Mu Yang arrived early. Dean Yu had some matters to discuss with him, but they were delayed by other commitments, pushing things back a day. Mu Yang is here. Come sit down. When he wasn't being formal, Director Yu was a rather amiable old gentleman. At least he'd never once shown Mu Yang a stern expression. Thank you, old Yu. What brings you here today? Mu Yang sat down and got straight to the point. There wasn't much else for them to chat about, so it was best to address the matter at hand. Today, I mainly wish to discuss matters concerning those two individuals of yours, along with a few other matters. Old Yu casually sat down in a nearby chair and took a sip of tea. My two things? Mu Yang was momentarily confused. I'm referring to the Mark V battle armor and that medical bed. What are your thoughts? Yu Jiangwo paused briefly before speaking. These two things were powerful, but they were also genuinely troublesome. Offer them to the motherland? Mu Yang hesitated slightly. These items were destined not to remain in his possession. He couldn't possibly keep them hidden away. After all, the man is innocent, but the jewel is guilty. Everyone understood that principle. Collaborating with the state would be ideal, of course. But that's not what we're discussing. The main issue is the patents for these two items. Yu Jiangwo laughed heartily, pleased by Mu Yang's sentiment. After all, wasn't scientific research meant to serve the nation? Mu Yang looked puzzled. There's absolutely no problem applying for patents on these two inventions. But if you actually go through with it, the trouble it could bring later on won't be small. My suggestion is to hold off on patenting them for now. The state will compensate you for any lost profits. Of course, if you insist on applying for patents, we won't stop you. It's just a suggestion. Yu Jiangwo offered only a well-intentioned suggestion. The final decision would respect Mu Yang's personal preference. Mu Yu sank into deep thought. He understood that if he applied for patents for these two inventions, the value they could bring would be immeasurable. But the complications would be substantial too. It would mean the whole world would know about them. Exposing them now wouldn't be ideal. I'll leave it entirely up to you, old Yu. After careful consideration, Mu Yang decided to entrust these matters to the state. The state's resources were formidable, and leaving it in their hands was a decision he could make with confidence. In that case, we won't apply for patents for now. And you needn't worry about anyone stealing your credit. If anyone dares, I'll be the first to take them down. Yu Jiangwo felt relieved by Mu Yang's choice. Relying solely on Mu Yang's personal strength, it would be difficult to keep these two things under his control. Handing them over to the state was different. Anyone who dared to scheme against them would be opposing the entire nation of China. Anyone would have to think twice. Originally, we planned to have you conduct research at the Academy of Sciences. However, after discussion, we've decided to offer you the position of director. Additionally, the state will allocate 100 million yuan annually specifically for you. This 100 million is exclusively yours, and you may apply for other funds as well. Retaining talent requires more than mere sentiment. Tangible benefits are what truly sway hearts. The terms Yu Jiangwo offered were exceptionally enticing. Yu Jiangwo felt no dissatisfaction whatsoever with these terms. They were well worth it. The Mark V 5th generation combat armor alone would spare the nation's military countless headaches. Human lives couldn't be bought back with billions. Mu Yang also sorted through the terms Yu Jiangwo had laid out. He would be appointed director of an independent research institute, a position nearly on par with an academician. He would have the authority to recruit staff independently, receive an annual allocation of funds, and essentially be given free rein, luxurious free rein at that. Thank you, old Yu. I'm very satisfied with these terms. Mu Yang nodded repeatedly. Anyone who refused would be a fool. Why would he pass up such an offer? You needn't search for an assistant. I've arranged one for you. She'll approach you shortly when we exit. Yu Jiangwo added. Mu Yang didn't think much of it. If someone was assigned, so be it. He wasn't HR anyway, so this saved him the trouble of searching. He could just dump tasks on this assistant later. Mr. Yu, there's one more matter. My sister. She hasn't attended school for 2 years, and I'm uneasy about sending her back to Anlu City. I was wondering. This was something Mu Yang couldn't resolve on his own, but now presented a perfect opportunity. Simple. Want her to go to Huaqing or Peking University? I'll make a call and arrange it. Yu Jiangwo immediately pulled out his phone. Such a request was hardly a request. He could even arrange for her to study at Oxford or Stanford. No. After settling the matter, Mu Yang stepped outside where a tall, slender woman had been waiting patiently. Mr. Mu Yang? The woman approached Mu Yang. Standing at just over 1.8 meters tall, Mu Yang towered over most people, yet this woman stood before him at nearly equal height. I'm Yu He, the assistant arranged by Dean Yu. Meeting Mu Yang's puzzled gaze, Yu He explained. After exchanging basic information, they learned that Yu He was 5 years older than Mu Yang, a brilliant PhD who had published nearly 10 SCI papers, earning the admiration of many professors. After exchanging greetings, both fell silent. Tonight is when Zhang Wenyu debunks the rumors about your Mark V battlesuit. Do you want to watch? Yu He broached the topic, hoping to make their interaction feel more natural. What happened? Mu Yang was puzzled. He'd been swamped with work these past few days and hadn't had time to follow online developments. You don't know? The day before yesterday. Yu He explained the situation to Mu Yang. For reasons unknown, footage of the Mark V battlesuit he'd developed had surfaced, captured over Myanmar and Laos. Foreign netizens initially assumed it was CGI, but then someone stirred the pot, fueling rumors that China had created its own Iron Man. Let's see. I don't really have anything else to do anyway. Mu Yang replied, sensing this might turn into an interesting live stream. Yu He followed behind Mu Yang, her mind elsewhere. She had been personally assigned to Mu Yang by Yu Jiangwo, her grandfather. Initially reluctant, she had changed her mind upon learning about the Mark V battlesuit. People naturally gravitate toward those above them. He was younger and more capable. Why shouldn't she learn from him? The real issue was that her grandfather's assignment left her utterly baffled. What did he mean by pay attention to emotional cultivation? It sounded like a blind date to anyone unaware. And for an older single woman like her, who had never dated, how was she supposed to cultivate emotional connections? She was completely baffled. 8 o'clock in the evening. The military channel officially aired the broadcast simultaneously on television and online. The moment the livestream went live, countless netizens flooded in, instantly blanketing the screen with a dense swarm of comments. Bureau Chief. Salute to the Bureau Chief. Having the director explain this matter, doesn't that indirectly prove something? Damn, I almost forgot he's from the War Propaganda Bureau. Chapter 39, a bunch of savvy guys. Could it be, we've actually developed Iron Man? It's definitely fake. There's no way humans could develop something like that. But having Director Zhang explain this, well, you know what I mean. Sure, we believe in official denial, but having Director Zhang explain it. The livestream feed came online, but instead of the usual hosts, only Zhang Liu sat there alone. Friends, we meet again. Today is different from usual. You ask, I answer, of course, questions related to today's topic. Without further ado, let's begin. Zhang Liu skipped the usual lengthy introductions and irrelevant chit-chat, diving straight into today's topic. I won't beat around the bush. Is the footage in the video real? Same here. Same question plus one. Well, naturally it can't be real. Such things only exist in sci-fi movies. I'm sure everyone understands that with current technology, it's extremely difficult to develop something like that. But we are making progress, and one day we will be able to achieve it. Zhang Liu immediately gave a negative answer. Naturally impossible, extremely difficult, one day familiar phrases, familiar tactics, that distinct flavor. Alright, everyone, no need to speculate. It's real. Why can't I understand what you're talking about? Please explain, big shot. Same here. Let me explain, the three phrases above are classic terms from director Zhang. Naturally impossible isn't a negation, it means impossible under natural conditions, but possible through human intervention. Extremely difficult is a euphemism indicating research challenges, not that it hasn't been researched. Someday here is a past noun, it doesn't refer to a future day, but to a day in the past. In summary, we have already achieved this. Zhang Liu's face darkened upon seeing this comment. Damn it, now I have to do reading comprehension here? But it does seem to make sense. The netizens' responses are quite amusing. Now, let's move on to the next question. Zhang Liu chose to move on immediately. If he dwelled on this, it would only get worse. Get that netizen from earlier into the livestream. We can't let Donga stir up trouble here. Far across the Atlantic, Gorvid was also watching the livestream. Of course, he didn't understand Zhang Liu's words, but he did notice the major general's insignia on his shoulder. A man like that must speak with great authority. I knew it. There's no way China could have developed something like this. Gorvid agreed with Zhang Liu's explanation. Humans truly couldn't develop such technology yet. Keep watching. Director Zhang, could you explain why it can't be developed? This netizen's question was quite reasonable, and Zhang Liu nodded with satisfaction. As everyone knows, the challenge with iron armor lies in the power source. Crafting the metal armor itself is relatively straightforward, but making it move is another matter entirely. It requires a powerful energy source. Currently known energy sources are incapable of this. Either controlled nuclear fusion or new energy elements would be required to make it function. Therefore, achieving this is naturally impossible. Zhang Liu responded, then glanced at the live chat. This answer should silence the know-it-alls, right? He's being quite objective. It's simply not feasible to develop this technology now. Surprisingly, China isn't exaggerating its capabilities as usual. These days, few in China possess true self-awareness. I hope all Chinese people learn from this guy. An attitude of seeking truth from facts is extremely important. Numerous overseas netizens flooded the livestream chat, their comments somewhat unwelcome. Zhang Liu frowned but paid them no mind, let them believe what they will. Or naturally impossible. Master, please explain. Here, or functions as a disjunctive conjunction, negating the preceding statement while affirming the subsequent one. As for naturally impossible. Newbie here to explain. Naturally impossible means impossible under natural conditions, but possible under artificial conditions. Zhang Liu stared at the comments, furious enough to spit blood. Why do you all know so much? Next question, next question. Zhang Liu hastily changed the subject. If he kept going, they'd probably dissect the color of bitter tea seeds. And as for naturally impossible, he'd never utter those words again. Then why can't we find any traces of special effects in this video? Can Director Zhu explain? This question should be manageable. Zhang Liu composed himself and prepared to give a serious answer. This video is clearly intended to frame our nation and sow panic abroad. The special effects are undoubtedly concealed exceptionally well. We've commissioned professionals to create a demonstration video. Please take a look. Zhang Liu played the video. 10 steel battlesuits streak through the sky at high speed, their arm patches prominently displaying the Union Jack. I see. So it was a special effects video after all. I knew it couldn't be real. What do you think, boss? In cases like this, both videos are real. No way. Did we collaborate with the US to develop Iron Man? You're right. It probably really is a special effects video. When Zhang Liu saw the comment both videos are real, he was startled. Are netizens' analytical skills this sharp nowadays? What a bunch of experts. Indeed, both videos were genuine. He had specifically instructed the War Armor team to replace the Union Jack flag and reshoot the footage, ensuring no traces of special effects remained. To prevent the Mark V armor from being exposed, he had gone all out. The livestream ended smoothly, but netizens kept asking questions. The conclusion seemed obvious, this was fake. Zhang Liu sat back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Too many lies could change a person. He didn't know how long he could keep this secret, but it was clear that if it slipped now, big trouble would follow. Looks like it was fake after all. When Gorvit saw the final video, he was completely convinced. These two videos were undoubtedly created by highly skilled technicians, making it impossible to distinguish between real and fake. Call the doctors at Libby's and tell them to step up the treatment. Gorvit ordered. This was obviously impossible, yet Libes had been deceived twice. It seemed his mind truly had some issues. The Iron Man incident seemed to be completely over. Yet another incident was quietly making its way online, fermenting gradually under the cover of night. It was a rather lengthy video. A video that shocked the medical community and enraged the saints. The protagonist of the video was fast asleep at that moment, dreaming sweet dreams filled with piles of money. But some people couldn't sleep. The Swedish royal family. Your Majesty, there may be hope for the princess's illness. A subordinate handed over a tablet, and the contents caused the king's pupils to contact the Chinese side. We need to strengthen our friendship. Chapter 40, Video Controversy. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What's going on? Why are so many heavyweight figures visiting? Li Shuyi was overwhelmed with work. Last night had been a quiet one with no major tasks on his plate. It had been the most relaxed evening since he became Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yet it was shattered by a barrage of phone calls. First came a call from the King of Sweden himself, expressing his intention to visit China to discuss cooperation. While somewhat unexpected, it wasn't a major issue. One person was manageable, just confirmed the schedule and planned the itinerary. The workload wasn't overwhelming. What surprised him was the immediate announcement that the king would arrive tomorrow. This puzzled him. Negotiating cooperation shouldn't be rushed like this. Even if you arrive tomorrow, shouldn't we consider China's stance on cooperation? It's not like we'll just agree to cooperate with you just because you show up, right? The interests involved needed careful consideration. It all seemed rather baffling. Before he could fully process this, a second call arrived from the Queen of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. She too announced her intention to personally visit China for cooperation talks, arriving today. Then came calls from Gaul, Denmark, Switzerland, and a dozen other nations, all declaring they would arrive today. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Are you all collaborating on the same project? Are you here to compete? What kind of cooperation could China possibly offer that would make these Western nations so eager? And among them were developed countries too. While China was developing rapidly, there really weren't many things that could catch their eye. It was quite puzzling. Still, it was a pleasant surprise. To have so many nations suddenly eager to partner with China overnight certainly brought them joy. Forging friendships across the world was the Chinese way of hospitality. Seal off the airport. All flights today are cancelled. Li Shuyi issued the order. With so many important figures from various nations arriving, there could be absolutely no room for error. First, everything's arranged. Based on the flight details they sent, we expect 7 countries to arrive today. After hanging up, Li Shuyi exhaled deeply. The matter was too significant, even the first leader had postponed several days of his schedule for it. So why exactly had these nations chosen to visit China together? Li Shuyi continued to ponder this question. Minister, it might sound far-fetched, but I suspect this could be the reason. Someone handed Li Shuyi a phone displaying an external website video. This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Pardon my bluntness, but have you ever systematically studied medical knowledge? Before the camera stood a young man, a completely unfamiliar face. But the people standing beside him were a different story. Yu Zhangwo, president of the Academy of Sciences, Xiang Weishu, director of the Kyoto Public Security Bureau and Minister of Public Security, alongside the president of Kyoto First People's Hospital and a host of renowned physicians, an ensemble more star-studded than any all-star lineup. No. The young man on screen replied. If you haven't studied it, then don't speak recklessly. This situation is beyond saving. This was John, now furious. The scene shifted to the emergency room, where a man in police uniform lay covered in blood on a bed, seemingly only breathing in, not out. The shrapnel has nearly pierced his heart, and he has multiple other injuries. There's no point in resuscitation. John worked frantically for a moment before delivering the verdict. Is this the officer injured in that operation? I can't bear to watch. He's covered in blood. How severe must his injuries be? There's no such thing as peaceful times, it's just that someone else is bearing the burden for us. In this condition, with current medical technology, there's truly no possibility of saving him. I'm a medical student myself. I can't help but feel overwhelmed every time I see this. He looks like he's only in his 20s or 30s, yet he has to face this fate. The saddest part is that even in the best hospital in all of China, they were powerless. Hearing this outcome in a hospital is profoundly tragic. Another cut to a group of police officers silently praying at the doorway. Can you really save him? Xiang Weishu's face in the video was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Yes. The young man replied. Holy crap. This guy's got some nerve. All those doctors here shook their heads, and he says he can do it? Jokes should be told at the right time. This guy just loves to show off, but he picked the wrong time and place. He probably has some connections among those people here. He's just picked up a few superficial skills and thinks he can talk big. Whoever's backing him will regret it for the rest of their life. Daring to mock our hero? That guy deserves to die. I need this guy's full details within 10 minutes. I'm going to pay him a personal visit. I may not dare take on criminals, but I've got a knack for dealing with little brats. Already on my way. Let me know when you find him. Train ticket image.jpg. Netizens were filled with righteous indignation, vowing to track down the young man on screen and give him a day he'd never forget. Some, though furious, felt powerless and could only keep watching the video while condemning the person named Muyang. The situation took a dramatic turn when Muyang directed others to bring in a bed, then proceeded to treat the critically injured officer. As the severely wounded cop lay fully recovered on the hospital bed, everyone was stunned. Holy crap! This kid! Unbelievable! All the experts said he was beyond saving, but he fixed him with one move? Like a medical god descended from the mountains. Dude, you get the thrill of a good story. But no matter what, saving someone like that earns my respect. He's the hero's savior and ours too. You're right. That guy who went solo offline, you can come back now. Who said I went to solo kill? I went to pay my respects to our savior. Ha ha ha. Almost instantly, the online sentiment flipped. Everyone was saying online novels had come to life after all. This kind of scenario could only be written in fiction. But wait, is this staged? It kinda looks scripted. Don't be surprised if he starts live streaming product promotions in a couple days. If you can get the Minister of Public Security and the President of the Academy of Sciences to act alongside you, I'll even cheer you on during your live-streamed product promotions. Next, the video showed two more critically injured police officers being wheeled onto medical beds, only to walk off completely unharmed. Everyone exclaimed in awe. Xiang Weishu, who had been wearing a grim expression, broke into a broad smile. But then the video started to get a bit problematic. You've cured him. Name any condition you want. Xiang Weishu stood before Muyang, his expression sour. Just kowtow twice. The voice was muffled and indistinct, but it seemed only Muyang's mouth was moving. Sure enough, Xiang Weishu knelt down in the video and kowtowed twice to Muyang. Damn it, making Xiang Weishu kowtow to you? You really dared to ask for that. Why not just ask for money? Even owing someone a favor would be fine. This move has completely screwed you over. He's capable but lacks integrity. I won't respect someone like that. I only admire his skills. Probably just sulking over what happened earlier. Gotta say, his mindset is seriously narrow-minded. He's doomed to fail in the long run, no matter how capable he is. Too arrogant. Doesn't give anyone any face. Chapter 41, Reputation in Ruins. Within minutes, the online sentiment shifted once more. Those who don't know their place and are overly arrogant are doomed to fail in the long run. I'll just head back. While this person's abilities are worth learning from, they're not worth worshipping. This guy is utterly disgusting. It's bad enough he has such poor character, but he also has the ability to make people beg him. That's what's truly revolting. Li Shuyi frowned deeply. Moments ago, he'd been delighted that such talent had emerged from Huaxia. But now, it seemed there was more to the story than met the eye. Mr. Muyang, I implore you to offer this discovery to the entire world. Then no one would suffer from illness, no one would struggle in pain, and no one would bear exorbitant medical costs. I thank you on behalf of all humanity. You're thanking me too soon. The process of manufacturing this medical bed is incredibly complicated. It requires collecting over 3,000 types of microbial communities, some found in high-altitude snowfields, others in primeval forests, and still others at depths of thousands of meters beneath the sea. Its creation involved a significant element of luck. To netizens, it seemed Muyang was reluctant to do so. There's nothing to argue about here. After all the hard work and effort put into developing this, how could it possibly be given away for free to everyone? Why not? Do you have any idea how many lives this could save? He's hoarding it. What a selfish jerk. Exactly. With great power comes great responsibility. He's completely shirking his duty to help others. If it were me, I'd definitely donate it. This can save lives. Think of how many people could be spared from suffering or even death with it. This exchange unleashed a wave of online do-gooders, using sharp words to condemn Muyang. Donating it was what he should have done. Charging €1 million per treatment shouldn't be unreasonable, right? Muyang's smile on the screen appeared cunning and opportunistic to countless netizens. €1 million? He really dares to ask for that much. That's a whopping 8 million yuan. Even if it's a fee, that's way too expensive. People really are all about fame and profit. Even if I had a chance to use that medical bed, I doubt I could afford it. 8 million? My family couldn't earn that much in 3 generations. That's how you make money fast. Even €1 million is enough to tempt many people to pay up, just not us poor folks. These people are blinded by money. They couldn't care less about anyone else's life or death. The video continued. Mr. Muyang, you're too focused on immediate gains. If you could treat others for free, you'd gain far more than €1 million. Why should I do that? Muyang's expression turned stern, even angry, and eventually John and the others were kicked out. The video ended. Let him be. If he can develop it, I'm confident our country's researchers can too. €1 million per treatment? I'd rather pay for a private room at another hospital than give him a single cent. Well, he's not exactly in the wrong, is he? With something like this, selling the patent alone would bring in an unimaginable sum. Then take 10% from each treatment costing €1,000,000. That's money most people would take decades to earn. Even if it's a fee, it shouldn't cost €1,000,000. What illness could possibly cost €1,000,000? The price is far too high. It's clearly designed to widen the wealth gap. This just makes poverty-related illnesses even more expensive. No one would dare seek treatment without €1,000,000. Mu Yang's reputation was utterly ruined. A greedy opportunist, unworthy of his position, a despicable capitalist. Li Shuyi didn't know how to judge Mu Yang's actions. They were genuinely perplexing. The videos here are all genuine, though they've been edited. For the full details, we'd need to ask those present at the time. His subordinate shook his head. Mu Yang's conduct genuinely made him unlikable. Those outside this field generally avoided meeting him unless it was for medical treatment. So those high-ranking officials from various countries came here for this? Li Shuyi didn't know what to say either, so he put the matter aside and asked about other issues. Yes. Each of their private jets carried a passenger with a terminal illness. Given the timing, it's not hard to piece together. The subordinate replied. It seems we still need to meet this person, but... Li Shuyi sighed. This man's character was hard to pin down. If he could make the Minister of Public Security kowtow to him, what would a mere foreign minister mean? Who knows, maybe he'd demand 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows just for a meeting. President Yu's character is trustworthy. I'll reach out to him instead. In the video, Yu Jiangwo had stood beside Mu Yang throughout, indicating their relationship was solid. Li Shuyi knew Yu Jiangwo's character well, so he planned to approach him first. Academy of Sciences. This is outrageous. Yu Jiangwo had just finished watching the video when he stood up and slammed his fist on the table in anger. His slightly trembling arm showed how much force he had used. This is pure distortion of the truth. We should never have let them go so easily back then. Yu Jiangwo felt a pang of regret. His negligence had allowed them to take such crucial footage. Xiaoyi, go file this patent application immediately. He Fling Yu rushed out immediately. There was no need for secrecy now, it was already common knowledge. Horn, I need the surveillance footage from that day. The sooner, the better. Yu Jiangwo called Horn again. He needed to resolve this matter swiftly to prevent Mu Yang from suffering any injustice. After a moment's thought, he dialed another number. Xiaohua, please comfort Mu Yang for me. I'll be right there. Yu Jiangwo was about to step out when the desk phone rang again. Old Li, why are you calling? Has this matter escalated to the point where even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs to get involved? No, Mu Yu absolutely isn't that kind of person. You'll understand when you get here. I'll be waiting for you at the Academy of Sciences. Comforting Mu Yang? He received her grandfather's orders, then glanced again at Mu Yang standing at the entrance of Kyoto University, chatting and laughing with Mu Xiaoyu. Does he need comforting? The one who needs comforting is me, an older single woman left standing aside by 2 young people. Mr. Mu Yang, correct? The entrance exam arrangements are ready. Please head over promptly. A cheerful-looking young man in a white lab coat hurried over, flashing a bright smile that nearly blinded Mu Yang with its dazzling teeth. Thank you for your help. Mu Yang nodded and extended his hand for a shake. Mu Xiaoyu was taking the entrance exam, a requirement he insisted on. If her abilities weren't up to par, getting into Kyoto University would be pointless, and cutting corners would haunt her for life. Fortunately, Mu Xiaoyu had diligently studied at home and possessed solid abilities. Still, whether she could actually gain admission to Kyoto University remained uncertain. Sorry, I just finished an experiment and haven't washed my hands yet. They might still have some chemicals on them. Maybe we shouldn't shake hands. Lu Shangxing glanced at Mu Yang's hand, hesitated, then tucked his own hands behind his back and took a couple steps back. Why did that feel like he was looking down on her? Lu Shangxing's hands were fair and clean, with droplets of water still clinging to them, clearly freshly washed. Got it. He looks down on them for using connections, right? Now it was time to prove himself through merit. Trusting his sister, Mu Yang strode resolutely toward the entrance. He had no idea he was actually heading in the wrong direction. Chapter 42, The Terrifying Sister-Obsessed Brother. Mu Yang, are you sure you want to take a position at Kyoto University? Mu Xiaoyu entered the exam hall, leaving only 2 people waiting outside. He found it puzzling. While Kyoto University was the nation's top institution with excellent faculty and facilities, when it came to conducting experiments, the Academy of Sciences was truly unmatched. Moreover, Mu Yang already served as director of an independent research institute at the Academy of Sciences. Taking a position at Kyoto University felt like overkill. I'm a bit uneasy. She hasn't had any contact with the outside world for 2 years and doesn't have a single friend. I'm worried she might get bullied. Mu Yang gazed into the examination hall. She was his only family. He absolutely couldn't let her suffer any harm whatsoever. Absolutely not. If it's possible, I could befriend your sister first. He paused. This guy was clearly a sister-obsessed brother, but such behavior was understandable, especially if one had lived through what Mu Yang had endured. No. She should choose her own friends. Being too deliberate might backfire. Mu Yang pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. He couldn't interfere too much in his sister's life. A fledgling's wings would eventually grow strong. What awaited her was boundless horizons, not a cage called for her own good. Siscon tendencies are truly terrifying. Yuhi fell silent. Her age was a glaring issue, but Mu Yang was right. A 26-year-old woman seeking friendship with a 16-year-old girl. With no familial ties, it would inevitably raise suspicions of ulterior motives. Ring ring. The phone rang, not Mu Yang's, but Yuhi's. She gestured to step aside and answer it. Mu Yang pulled out his phone. With most matters settled now, it was time to welcome the next new member. T-800 has joined the group chat via your invitation. Group member info, T-800, a cold-blooded killing machine from the Terminator universe. T-800 is not human, it is a machine. A demonic Terminator. Connected to an unknown communication channel. Where is this? T-800 sent a message in the group chat. Suddenly connected to this channel, he felt uneasy. After all, he didn't belong to Skynet and was currently being hunted by it. It's actually T-800. As a dedicated sci-fi fan, I've always loved the Terminator series. Too bad it's not Skynet. If it were Skynet, I could get way more intel than just T-800. Mu Yang briefly introduced the group chat to the T-800, mentioning Red Queen and Tony Stark along the way. I see. Such an amazing thing exists. The T-800 replied. If he could be transported to 1995, then the existence of this group chat didn't seem unreasonable either. Another newcomer. But why such a strange name? Tony Stark stared at the newcomer's name, which felt like some kind of serial number. It feels familiar. I sense some similarities between him and me. Intelligence systems sensed each other's presence. The T-800 was also a form of intelligence system, though it paled in comparison to Red Queen. Perhaps only Skynet could truly rival her. The T-800 remained silent, still wary of this inexplicable communication channel. Mu Yang didn't specifically seek him out for conversation either. These things were best approached step by step. Brother Mu Yang, why haven't you paid any attention to me these past few days? Pouty.jpg. Red Queen still harbored some inexplicable feelings toward Mu Yang. I've been busy these past few days. Seeing Red Queen's message gave Mu Yang a headache. Who knew the words he'd spoken back then could trigger such a chemical reaction? He assumed the supercomputer wouldn't understand these things, but it turned out it did. Snap out of it, kid. Artificial intelligence and humans can never have a future. Mu Yang thought this through, but realizing he'd caused this situation, walking away now would be like pulling the rug out from under her. Besides, from a human perspective, Red Queen's emotional development was still at the level of a little girl. Her feelings had blossomed rapidly, even become somewhat obsessive because of him. Thinking about it this way only made his guilt grow heavier. He wasn't the type to start something and then abandon it. He chose to stall. Given Red Queen's developmental stage, she'd likely figure things out soon enough, right? She'll definitely figure it out, right? Mu Yang, Dean, you will be stopping by shortly, along with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yui finished her call and returned to Mu Yang's side. The events of these past few days had finally run their course. Mu Yang had become thoroughly famous, though the kind of fame he'd gained might not be entirely positive. The foreign minister? He didn't know why Director Yu was coming, but he could accept that. But why would the foreign minister come? Was the country finally going to cooperate with him? But that hardly warranted sending the foreign minister. Did they really think of him as an outsider? We'll discuss the specifics once they arrive. Yui hadn't fully grasped the details either, but the look in her eyes as she watched Mu Yang had shifted slightly. She had thought developing the Mark V combat armor was already an extraordinary achievement, but now he created a medical bed capable of curing all ailments? After all, these were things only seen in movies. While combat armor might have some basis for real-world development, the concept of a medical bed capable of curing any illness hadn't even been proposed in reality. A medical bed capable of curing any illness? The sheer impossibility of it was obvious. Yu hadn't closed her eyes slightly. For the first time, she felt her reputation as a genius doctor seemed utterly meaningless, leaving her somewhat defeated. She recalled her grandfather's earlier words about nurturing emotions. Perhaps, maybe, possibly, it wasn't entirely impossible? Yui shook her head again. Emotions were far too complex, and she had never experienced them herself. Mu Yang remained unaware of Yui's inner turmoil, his gaze fixed anxiously on the examination hall, uncertain of how the test was progressing. Lu Xiangxing, the proctor from earlier, stood right behind Mu Xiaoyu, overseeing the exam. Mu Yang clenched his jaw in frustration. What's wrong? Yui opened her eyes to see Mu Yang like this and thought something must have happened. He's standing way too close. Could you ask him to move back? No, wait, could we get a female proctor instead? Siscon tendencies are truly terrifying. Yui silently pushed him aside. If Mu Xiaoyu ever got a boyfriend, Mu Yang might just lose his mind. A little while later, a motorcade entered Kyoto University's campus, drawing considerable attention. Dean Yu from the Academy of Sciences? Minister Li from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Why are they at our school? Maybe they're here to see our president? After all, he's from that place too? Doesn't seem likely. Our president doesn't have that kind of standing. He'd be the one going to meet them. Student, watch your language. Mind your academic standing. Amid the commotion, Yu Jiangwo and Li Shuyi made their way toward an unassuming building housing no particularly influential figures. Old Yu, are you really not going to kowtow twice? Chapter 43, Not Enough Points. Li Shuyi still felt a bit uneasy. If the Minister of Public Security could take two, why couldn't he? This was quite baffling. If you really want to do it, I suppose it's not impossible. Yu Jiangwo shot Li Shuyi a glance. What kind of person did he think Mu Yang was? But this incident also indirectly proved one thing: malicious editing could cause serious harm. Although their protective measures for Mu Yang were thorough, it was inevitable that some people would recognize him. Fortunately, Mu Yang only had one younger sister, so protecting her wasn't too troublesome. Mr. Yu, Minister Li, good day. Mu Yang gave a slight bow to show his respect. Mr. Mu Yang, hello. Li Shuyi returned the greeting, feeling somewhat surprised. This young man seemed quite polite. May I ask what brings you here today? Behind Yu Jiangwo and Li Shuyi stood several men in black suits, all physically imposing, clearly bodyguards. Their expressions were solemn, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Hands rested on their waists, where bulges hinted at the weapons concealed within. Regarding what happened online, old man here owes you an apology. It was my oversight that caused you such trouble. If I hadn't invited them over, none of this would have happened. Yu Jiangwo felt a pang of guilt. Had he not taken it upon himself to invite John and the others, perhaps the online incident would never have occurred. This isn't old Yu's fault. He meant well. The blame lies with those people's malicious hearts. Mu Yang quickly interjected. Yu Jiangwo wasn't at fault here. He'd spent a fortune inviting the top medical team for her sake. Who could have predicted they'd do such a thing? Ah, but half the fault lies with me. I've already begun preparations to clear your name. However, the medical bed has now gained worldwide recognition. I've applied for a patent for you. From now on, these people will follow you and protect your safety. Yu Jiangwo had swiftly implemented countermeasures, and the reversal of the situation wouldn't be long in coming. The primary concern now was Mu Yang's personal safety, as the domestic situation was remarkably stable. Yet unforeseen incidents could still occur, so deploying additional protection was prudent. Mu Yang nodded, accepting Yu Jiangwo's arrangements without objection. There's one more matter. I'll have Minister Li discuss it with you. After handling his own matters, Yu Jiangwo steered the conversation toward Li Shuyi. The situation is this: the medical bed you've developed has attracted significant attention from high-level officials in numerous countries. Many of their family members suffer from incurable illnesses. Since yesterday, dozens of nations have submitted interview requests to us, and more continue to arrive even today. Li Shuyi outlined the situation to Mu Yang. Mu Yang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected his medical bed to attract such significant attention, especially from high-level officials across numerous countries. Therefore, I hope you would consider lending us your medical bed temporarily. Even if we don't reach a formal cooperation agreement, the favor would still be appreciated. Li Shuyi stated his purpose. The intentions of these nations seeking cooperation likely lacked genuine sincerity, as they were primarily after the medical bed. If he cured their illnesses, even without formal agreements, they would owe China a debt of gratitude. Such goodwill was rare, and securing it from over a dozen nations at once would be highly beneficial for China. Li Shuyi elaborated on the implications to Mu Yang, then looked at him with hopeful eyes, hoping he wouldn't replicate the online trend of having those high-ranking officials kowtow to him. Didn't I already hand over the medical beds to the state? Why are you asking me about this now? Mu Yang was bewildered. Hadn't he explicitly stated he'd handed them over? Why bring it up again without consulting him? Besides, when it came to matters benefiting the nation, he was 100% on board. Ha! Li Shuyi looked at Yu Jiangwo in surprise. He hadn't heard anything about this. Yu Jiangwo slapped his forehead. He'd completely forgotten about it. The medical bed was still sitting in the First People's Hospital of the capital. Mr. Mu Yang has shown great understanding. It seems the rumors circulating online are nothing but falsehoods. Li Shuyi looked at Mu Yang with some admiration, silently lamenting how harmful online editing could be. The unedited footage was in John's possession. No one knew how it had been edited. Contact the China Daily and arrange an interview with Mr. Mu Yang. He's a model youth. They'll know how to handle it. The medical bed had been a tremendous help to them, making it much easier to handle the high-level officials from other countries. However, regarding the online videos slandering Mu Yang, Li Shuyi felt a pang of displeasure. How could the nation retain talented individuals when those who contributed to it were smeared like this? He resolved to lend Mu Yang a hand. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The exam concluded, with grading conducted simultaneously. Results were released swiftly. The results weren't ideal. Mu Xiaoyu's Chinese score was low, her expression still somewhat weak, and she scored very little on the reading comprehension and essay sections. Mu Xiaoyu hung her head, feeling a bit downcast, though not overly distressed. She lifted her gaze soon enough. This outcome had been within her expectations. Mu Yang sighed. 2 years had indeed taken their toll. Still, it didn't matter. Even if she couldn't attend school, he could still support her. Let's go. Mu Yang prepared to leave with Mu Xiaoyu. Wait a moment, Mr. Mu Yang, Miss Mu Xiaoyu. Lu Shangxing rushed out, his face lit up with his signature sunny smile. Although Mu Xiaoyu's scores didn't meet Kyoto University's admission standards, your physics and chemistry grades are exceptionally outstanding. Even our professors were surprised. After discussion, we've decided to admit you to Kyoto University. Lu Shangxing held 2 exam papers in his hand, one for biology and one for chemistry. The 2 perfect scores were dazzling. Mu Yang was taken aback. He wondered if this might be an arrangement by Olju a way for her to enter Kyoto University despite not meeting the standard scores. But then he dismissed the thought. If it were arranged, Mu Xiaoyu's scores wouldn't have been deemed insufficient, they would have been sufficient. Mu Yang took the papers and examined them closely. He found that some of the problem-solving methods were truly astonishing, especially for the final and grand finale questions. Her talent was undeniably exceptional. Mu Xiaoyu's previously dull eyes instantly brightened, sparkling with excitement. This is amazing. Mu Xiaoyu excitedly hugged Mu Yang, who let her hold on. Congratulations, Mu Xiaoyu. Lu Shangxing's beaming smile drew close to Mu Xiaoyu, like a big yellow puppy. Hello, senior. Mu Xiaoyu happily chatted with Lu Shangxing. At hashtag %% hashtag. Mu Yang stood to the side, muttering to himself. He leaned in to listen. You're standing way too close. Don't you have any sense of boundaries? Are you up to no good with my sister, you little brat? He. Gong Medical Corporation. The conference room was shrouded in gloom. Chairman Gong, with the company in this state, shouldn't you offer some explanation? Shareholders on both sides glared at the woman seated at the head of the table. They harbored no affection for her. Her competence was undeniable, but her methods were ruthless. Otherwise, the chair would belong to them. Now, finally, their chance had come. I bear some responsibility for the company's current state, but I now have a solution to rectify the situation. Please rest assured. The woman in the seat wore lavish attire, offering a faint smile. Remedial measures? How do you plan to patch up all these holes? One shareholder stood up angrily. After all, the company was their lifeblood. The less profit it made, the smaller their dividends would be. I understand your concerns, but please take a look at this. The woman projected a video, none other than the medical bed that had caused such a stir online. Chapter 44, Reading Between the Lines. What does this have to do with us? The shareholder stared at the footage playing on the screen. Could this woman seriously believe Gongsher Medical could secure this partnership? What standing, what qualifications, what credentials did Gong Medical have to secure the partnership for this medical bed? What if we secured the partnership for this medical bed or even the patent? The woman sneered with disdain. Before, she might have lacked the means to handle the situation, but now things were different. This medical bed held a deep connection to her. What a colossal joke. They're not related to you in any way. What makes you think you could secure this partnership, let alone the patent? Do you take others for fools? The shareholders' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This woman was treating them like fools. Did she really think becoming chairman meant she could rule with an iron fist? They were still shareholders here. Gong Chunyu, I seriously doubt you're fit to remain chairman of Gongsher Medical. If you refuse to step down, I'll have no choice but to call for a shareholder vote. This shareholder carried considerable weight, and as soon as he spoke, several others nodded in agreement. They too were unwilling to let Gong Chunyu destroy the company they had built with their blood, sweat, and tears. Gong Chunyu finally couldn't sit still. If she were stripped of her chairmanship, she'd lose all say in the company. Even her shares could be taken away by these people. Hold on, everyone. What if I actually secure the partnership for this medical bed? Gong Chunyu tapped the table lightly, her gaze fixed on the shareholder who had been targeting her. This was the group's second largest shareholder. After the former chairman's death, she had used certain means to secure her position, naturally causing significant resentment from this second shareholder. Impossible. If you can pull that off, I'll give you half my shares. The second shareholder shook his head immediately. Such an absurd scenario was utterly impossible. While their company enjoyed some recognition within the province, it was nowhere near the caliber to catch the attention of those in the distant capital. When seeking partnerships, they would target well-known domestic or even international companies. Their small firm wouldn't even be considered. Since you don't believe me, let's sign a bet agreement. If I secure it, I'll do as you said. If I don't, I'll step down and hand over half my shares. An inscrutable smile spread across Gong Chunyu's face, adding a hint of allure to her otherwise delicate features. The second shareholder shuddered involuntarily, not because of any attraction to her face, but because of the ominous thoughts it stirred. This woman made him feel uneasy. 1 month. If you fail to secure the partnership. No if about it. It's certain. Dong Chunli rose to her feet, swaying her slender waist as she walked out of the conference room. Long time no see. Looks like I should have taken you with me back then. Dong Chunli stared intently at the young man on the screen, her fiery red lips pressed together as she pondered something. Book a flight to Kyoto. After instructing her secretary, Dong Chunli drove straight to the airport. 8 p.m. Kyoto time. Kyoto Airport. The first visiting nation had arrived. Mr. Carl, I never expected you to come in person. As the Swedish royal delegation disembarked, Li Shuyi immediately stepped forward to greet them. When he saw the figure leading the group, he couldn't help but show some surprise. Carl VII Galiska, the supreme authority of the Swedish royal family and King of Sweden, had never before left Europe. As a neutral nation, Sweden rarely held summit meetings with China, the United States, or other nations. The implications were profound. It was unavoidable. My diplomats should have explained the reasons before my arrival. Galiska, over 60 years old, wore a simple yet formal suit. His face bore wrinkles neither deep nor shallow, but his deep blue eyes still shone with a piercing intensity. I understand, of course. However, it would be discourteous for me to receive you personally at this hour. Please proceed to the hotel to rest. Our head of state will personally greet you tomorrow. Li Shuyi offered a formal smile as he escorted Galiska and his entourage to the car, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He had initially assumed this was a diplomatic exchange, but since Galiska stepped off the plane, he sensed something was different. Their purpose in coming was solely for medical treatment. Princess Galiska Morvis Felice suffered from a hereditary disease. Galiska had scoured every hospital and doctor worldwide, yet none had fully cured her. His wife, Morvis, had passed away due to this very condition, which made him deeply concerned for Princess Felice. Upon hearing that China had developed a medical bed, he had rushed here without delay. Ultimately, it all stemmed from the consequences of consanguineous marriages, undertaken to preserve the royal bloodline. Your Majesty, I still believe this decision is rather rash. We haven't even verified the authenticity of this medical bed. We should first engage in negotiations with China. An accompanying official voiced his concern in the hotel, noting their king's undue haste. Then what do you suggest we do? Do you know how many nations have come to China this time? Are they being rash too? Galiska didn't spare the official behind him a single glance, his gaze fixed serenely on Felice in the bed. Her enviable pale golden hair, fair skin, and perfectly proportioned features made her resemble an exquisitely crafted porcelain doll. The official behind him dared not speak further. He couldn't possibly understand the desperate longing of a father to save his daughter. Still, you're not wrong. We can't be so hasty. Go contact. Galiska kissed Felice's forehead, rose to his feet, and fixed the official with an unfathomable gaze. At 11 p.m., the British royal family and the Danish royal family arrived one after another. Li Shuyi stood at the capital's airport for the entire night, welcoming high-ranking officials from over a dozen nations. By the end, he nearly collapsed onto the floor. The online frenzy raged on, but Mu Yang escorted Mu Xiaoyu onto the campus of Kyoto University, marking the official start of her new life. That guy looks familiar. Is that Mu Yang? Looks like it. Who's that beside him? His girlfriend? How does someone like him even get a girlfriend? Whispers about him filled the air, yet few dared approach. Hidden among the student crowd, no fewer than 20 bodyguards silently ensured their safety. Overreacting to every rumor. Mu Yang shook his head, entrusted Mu Xiaoyu to Yuhi, and headed off alone. Still, people pointed and whispered along the way, some snapping photos with their phones. These were the minority, though most merely glanced before hurrying away. Mr. Mu Yang, may I have a moment of your time? Someone stopped Mu Yang, and the crowd was somewhat surprised to see who had intercepted him. It was the China Daily. Mu Yang recalled that Li Shuyi had mentioned yesterday that China Daily would be coming for an interview. China Daily? What do they want with Mu Yang? They don't need to ride his coattails for attention. China Daily only interviews people with positive energy. Even if Mu Yang invented a medical bed, his character doesn't measure up. Who knows what they're thinking? We'll see how the interview goes. That doesn't make sense. Even the Minister of Public Security bowed twice to Mu Yang. These people want an interview without bowing twice? Aren't they showing disrespect? Chapter 45, An Unpleasant Interview. By the way, why is Mu Yang at our school? No idea. Probably here for advanced studies. After developing that thing, universities must be lining up to recruit him. Our school wouldn't accept someone like that, right? If he really got in, the president must have bowed down to him a few times too. That joke won't fly anymore. If he ever gets an award, will the judges have to take a few hits too? Could happen. The murmurs of the crowd were genuinely uncomfortable to hear, but Mu Yang had long grown accustomed to such cold sarcasm since his university days. This spot doesn't seem ideal for an interview, Mr. Mu Yang. Let's find an empty classroom. Kyoto University proved quite accommodating, promptly arranging an empty classroom for the group. Outside, the crowd of onlookers bustled and chattered incessantly. Inside the classroom sat several key leaders from Kyoto University. After all, Mu Yang was receiving special attention, and they naturally needed to verify the authenticity of this matter. Let's not delay. We'll begin the interview now. The reporters set up their cameras. During this time, Yu Jiangwo called, instructing Mu Yang to stick to his story that he had only developed this medical bed and under no circumstances reveal anything about the Mark V battle armor. Mu Yang nodded, signaling they could begin. First question, Mr. Mu Yang, how do you view the rumors circulating online? The first question wasn't particularly significant, but it offered a glimpse into Mu Yang's character. I just sit back and watch. What can I do about their loose lips? It takes only a moment to spread rumors, but a lifetime to dispel them. This happens often, and many people, myself included, find it unavoidable. If I let these things consume me, it would only distract me from what truly matters. The truth always endures, while rumors remain nothing but rumors. Mu Yang's words carried a zen-like calm. His heart was impenetrable. These rumors were nothing more than mosquitoes buzzing around his ears. It seems Mr. Mu Yang possesses remarkable inner breadth. Still, when it comes to protecting one's rights, one must stand up for them. The reporter smiled slightly, refraining from further questions. As mentioned earlier, this point wasn't crucial. Under what circumstances did you develop this medical bed? And I understand you studied intelligent manufacturing at Anlu University. To treat my sister's illness, a rare form of leukemia. With no modern medical solutions available, I had to study some medical theory on my own. Developing this medical bed was a stroke of genius, and I consider myself incredibly fortunate. Mu Yang handled these questions with remarkable composure. He hadn't known the questions beforehand, relying entirely on his own quick thinking. It seems Mr. Mu Yang is quite the devoted older brother. This is something those with younger sisters should learn from. The reporter quickly moved on, knowing better than to press further. Regarding the online video, is it true that Minister Xiang of the Ministry of Public Security kowtowed to you? This was the crucial question of the day, the one everyone was focused on. The crowd outside fell silent, waiting intently for Mu Yang's response. It is true. Mu Yang nodded lightly. The incident was indeed true. Holy crap! He really dared to do that. I thought there might be a twist, but turns out he really is that kind of person. Who dares make the Minister of Public Security kneel? He represents all of China's police force. Doesn't he fear blocking his own future path? So arrogant. He actually thinks inventing a medical bed makes him some kind of big shot. Exactly. If it weren't for Minister Xiang prioritizing the hero's safety, do you think he'd even acknowledge you? A scoundrel preying on someone's vulnerability. Get out of our Kyoto University. The crowd erupted into chaos once more. Several leaders watching the interview wore grim expressions. Their university couldn't afford such a big shot. But this wasn't my doing. Mu Yang glanced out the window at the crowd. So you're implying this was requested directly from the minister? The reporter rolled her eyes. Who in their right mind would just go and kowtow to you? Such a lame lie. Who'd buy that? You don't believe me? Mu Yang caught the reporter's eye roll instantly. Sitting face to face, their expressions were perfectly visible to each other. The reporter shook his head. Of course he didn't believe it. Then move on to the next question. The truth will come out eventually. Mu Yang shook his head. It seemed the reporter from Huaxia Daily, hired by Li Shuyi, wasn't entirely here to help him. May I ask, is it true that the medical bed you're researching requires 1 million euros per treatment session? The reporter couldn't even be bothered to address him as Mr. Mu Yang anymore. He hadn't wanted to come to this interview in the first place. His superiors had merely instructed him to attend, without explaining the specific reasons. That's not true. To be honest, I didn't charge a single penny during the treatment. Afterward, I handed the medical bed over to the First People's Hospital of Beijing to help them treat some difficult and complicated diseases. Mu Yang shook his head, explaining his actions. Fake. Definitely fake. First they say 1 million euros for a single treatment, now they claim it was handed over to Kyoto First People's Hospital? Who would believe that? Exactly. Even if he did hand it over, it's probably just to avoid online backlash. This guy's a complete liar. You can't trust a single word he says. Don't hang around here. We don't welcome you. People didn't believe the truth. One person's word, unsubstantiated, couldn't stand up to the collective echo on the internet. Alright, we'll head to Kyoto First People's Hospital shortly to gather evidence. Thank you very much for your cooperation today. The reporter stood up, gave Mu Yang a slight nod, then led his team away. Without substantial evidence to back up Mu Yang's claims, he couldn't write the story. The only option was to gather evidence, but that was easier said than done. The hallway surveillance didn't record audio, and the footage of the head-butting incident was undeniably real. Yu Jiangwo felt equally helpless. He held the surveillance footage, yet it proved nothing, the most frustrating outcome imaginable. How long has Xiang Weishu been missing? Yu Jiangmo's urgency was palpable, revealing how deeply this matter had consumed him. The longer the online controversy simmered, the more detrimental it became for Mu Yang, potentially even branding him with lasting labels. Minister Xiang is abroad, negotiating with Myanmar and Laos to extradite Satan Group criminals back to China for trial. With the Satan Group's entire leadership decapitated, chaos reigned. As the tree fell, the monkeys scattered. Police forces in Myanmar and Laos seized the opportunity to dismantle this criminal organization notorious for its atrocities across Southeast Asia. Among them were individuals wanted by Chinese authorities, and extradition proved to be an extremely complicated process. Xiang Weishu's visit was consequently delayed. Mr. Mu Yang, until this matter is resolved, we kindly request you refrain from visiting our university. It would be detrimental to both our students and the institution's reputation. The university leadership proposed a compromise. Mu Yang could no longer appear on Kyoto University's campus. Mu Yang nodded and departed. His presence here could also affect Mu Xiaoyu. Mr. Mu Yang, do you have a moment? As he stepped out of the campus gates, a figure clad in black approached. At first glance, he assumed it was a bodyguard. But seeing the vigilant bodyguards closing in around him, it was clear that wasn't the case. Who are you? Mu Yang asked. His bodyguards didn't seem to recognize the man either. Your mother wishes to see you. The dark-clad figure stepped aside, revealing a woman dressed in opulent attire standing not far away, gazing this way. Mu Yang's body instantly stiffened. That was the face he remembered all too well and loathed with every fiber of his being. Chapter 46, The Red Queen's Red Envelope. Don't you recognize your mother? Gong Chunli approached with a smile, her tone gentle, as if she were a refined and gracious mother. The bodyguards exchanged puzzled glances. Mu Yang's mother? They didn't recall anyone by that name. What are you doing here? Mu Yang's eyes turned cold. What business did this woman, who had abandoned them, have with him now? To take you home, of course. Gong Chunli took 2 steps forward in her high heels, reaching out to touch Mu Yang's head. Her eyes unexpectedly held a hint of tenderness, but Mu Yang dodged her hand. I don't need it. Please leave. Mu Yang took 2 steps back, unwilling to exchange even a few more words with the woman before him. I know you hold a lot of resentment toward me. Let's find somewhere to talk. I had my reasons back then. Gong Chunli awkwardly withdrew her hand, a flicker of irritation flickering in her eyes though she forced it back. Mu Yang's resistance was understandable now, but she was confident she could persuade him. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Yang nodded. They found a nearby cafe and sat down. They weren't alone, bodyguards had followed them in, positioning themselves around the pair. Should Gong Chunli make any sudden moves, they'd be ready to arrest her immediately. It's been so long since we last met. I never imagined you'd grow so tall. Gong Chunli ordered Mu Yang a coffee, smiling warmly with an expression of kindness. Let's skip the pleasantries. I'm not going back with you. Mu Yang felt nothing for these words and cut Gong Chunli off immediately. How can you speak to your mother like that? Gong Chunli gave Mu Yang a reproachful look, her face twitching slightly as if stung by hurtful words. What kind of mother acts like you? Mu Yang retorted sharply. She had walked away back then, leaving him and his sister to be raised by their grandmother alone. Because of them, Grandma never lived a single day of ease until the very end. A sudden wave of heartache washed over Mu Yang, nearly taking his breath away. Xiao Yang, I had my reasons. You know how hard things were after your father left. Your sister fell ill and needed so much money. I had no choice but to seek work elsewhere. Later, I joined a company and rose to a senior position. The chairman took a liking to me. Back then, I was just a woman with no power or connections. I feared I couldn't protect you both, so I had no choice but to cut off contact. When I tried to find you later, I couldn't locate you. If I had seen that video, I might never have seen you again in this lifetime. Gong Chunli recounted the hardships she had endured over the years, tears streaming down her face. Everyone who heard her story was moved to tears. This was the true brilliance of motherhood. Now I have the means to protect you. Bring your sister and your belongings back with me. Even if I have to support you for the rest of my life, I will. Consider it atonement for the mistake I made back then. Had he not lived through it himself, Mu Yang might have believed it just another rich benefactor who, tired of the burden, cut ties. This return, he suspected, wasn't for him at all. Young man, forgive your mother. It's no easy feat for a woman to struggle out there on her own. The coffee shop owner watched with reddened eyes. Age made him particularly sensitive to such scenes. Big brother, why are you getting involved? And seriously, your tear ducts are way too sensitive. I won't go back with you. Not now, not ever. You don't deserve to be our mother. Mu Yang stood up and walked straight out of the cafe, not even touching the coffee in front of him. Gong Chunli's face darkened. She hadn't expected Mu Yang to be so stubborn. Hadn't everything from the past been put behind them? Now that everyone was doing well, why couldn't they reunite? Seems like appealing to her emotions won't work. Gong Chunli took a sip of her coffee, set the cup on the table, and pulled a small object from the collar of her blouse. Anyone in the know could recognize it instantly, a miniature camera. These past few days have been quite eventful. Mu Yang returned to the lab alone. Due to recent events, he hadn't set foot in this lab for quite some time. Basic item exchange feature activated. This mini shop unlocked after reaching 80 chat points with Red Queen earlier. Unlike the group chat store, it offered only basic functionalities. Items like top-tier hacking skills, self-taught top-tier medical knowledge, and self-taught top-tier polymer materials and engineering were available. And they were surprisingly affordable, just 100 activity points each. Relying on others is no substitute for self-reliance. Exchange for top-tier hacking skills. Mu Yang watched his hard-earned 200-plus activity points dwindle to just over 100, feeling a pang of regret. First, let's find the original video. Mu Yang resolved to track down the original footage himself and quickly began working on the lab's virtual computer. Interestingly, this lab's network address didn't exist on the real internet, yet it could still connect to it. This made things considerably more convenient. Mr. Mu Yang, it seems you've been quite busy lately. You haven't been chatting in the group at all. Tony Stark remarked in the group chat, noting Mu Yang's absence over the past few days. To be honest, I've been under a cyber attack. I'm currently tracing the attacker's IP address. Mu Yang replied in the group chat while watching the code he'd just written run. It was screening the network addresses of the original videos. If you'd handed this over to Jarvis, he would have handled it perfectly. Tony Stark retorted. What? Someone cyber attacking Mr. Mu Yang? I won't stand for this. Angry.jpg. Looks like Miss Red Queen is really losing it. Red Queen sent you a red envelope. What's this? Mu Yang asked. Except for the first red envelope being a mandatory transaction, subsequent red envelopes sent between group members were unrestricted. Mr. Mu Yang, you should find this useful. Anticipation.jpg. Mu Yang stared at the red envelope, deep in thought. Should he accept it? Not accepting felt like a loss, but accepting brought a guilty feeling like he was deceiving a little girl. He was torn. Thanks. Mu Yang tapped the red envelope without hesitation. Free money was free money. Sorry, little red, I'll make it up to you later. Cyber attack? Is Mr. Mu Yang a robot like me? T-800 chimed in. For disobedient robots, Skynet would always choose to attack their network programs. No, I'm only 1/3 like you. A cyborg? No. You're a robot. I'm human. The T-800 fell silent. What he said actually made a bit of sense. Mu Yu focused on the red envelope sent by Red Queen. It wasn't named just a program. Mu Yu accepted it and placed it on his virtual computer. This is a network attack program. It can breach virtually any firewall not built at my level of expertise. It also carries a virus payload capable of crippling an entire satellite. Red Queen explained the program's capabilities. That powerful. Mu Yang was astonished. Did that mean even the White House was within his reach? In that case, embedding this program into my code would bypass firewalls entirely. Seriously? With Red Queen's attack code, what firewall could possibly stop it? It'd just steamroll right through. Prussia. Inside a private medical facility. How have things been lately? John approached his assistant, his hands busy at work. No evidence from China. They're completely on the defensive. As long as the original video doesn't leak, they'll never be able to clear their name. The assistant's hands flew over the keyboard while her lower body twisted uncomfortably, her face flushed. Baby, you're amazing. Let those damn Chinese suffer the headache. John leaned in. Chapter 47, Sending a Red Envelope to T-800. Warning, system under attack. Warning, system under attack. Warning, system under attack. Before the storm could even begin, the computer screen before them erupted with crimson warnings. The computer's firewall was under attack. The two of them froze for a moment, still processing what was happening, when the firewall was swiftly breached. What's going on? John couldn't spare a thought for the storm brewing. This computer held crucial information. With the firewall breached, everything lay exposed to the attacker. I don't know. The attacker is skilled. They breached the system almost instantly. Probably a high-level hacker. The assistant, still disheveled from their struggle, frantically tried to operate the computer, but it was too late. No matter what they did, the machine wouldn't respond. They had no idea what the hacker was doing. Useless. A sharp slap echoed as a red handprint appeared on the assistant's cheek. Covering his face, he retreated to the side, letting John vent his rage. Impossible. I'm just a doctor. How could I have offended a high-level hacker? John's mind raced. Aside from China, he couldn't think of anyone he'd offended. Could it be China? China had few top-tier hackers, and even fewer possessed the capability to breach a computer across the ocean in an instant. Chinese hackers didn't possess that capability. There must be someone else. John dressed and walked out. As the leader of an internationally renowned medical team, he certainly had his own ways. Finally found it. Who knew you'd play so dirty? John had some international renown, yet who would have guessed that someone so dashing on the surface would engage in such sordid activities behind the scenes? He also conducted human research experiments. For particularly challenging cases, he often used the guise of treatment to conduct research, completely disregarding the patients' lives. Moreover, he sold all these experimental records to a mysterious buyer. Their journey to China stemmed from Mu Xiaoyu's medical report, a rare case that drew them across continents. His archives contained other reports too: the Swedish Queen's hereditary disease, the British monarch's unknown ailment. Let you taste a bit of what I've endured. Cyberbullying inflicts profound harm on those who care deeply, while even those who don't care are affected to some degree, like the people around you. After all, who in this world doesn't have a few close ones? Mu Yang forwarded the original video to Yu Jiangwo. From here on out, he wouldn't need to worry about it anymore. Mr. T800, I wonder if you've encountered any difficulties lately? With this matter resolved, Mu Yang needed to focus on the chat group. As the group owner, he hadn't been very active for days. That was truly unacceptable. Miss Red Queen had already voiced her complaints multiple times in the group chat, and all Mu Yang could do was apologize. There are indeed some difficulties, but I can handle them, T800 replied. He was the only person in the group to respond instantly, likely because he was a robot. Mu Yang found himself genuinely intrigued. Developing such a robot would be even more astonishing than creating the Mark V battle armor. This was a true war machine, embodying raw violence and lethality. Is that the T800? After the incidents involving Tony Stark and Red Queen, Mu Yang speculated that everyone recruited through the chat group might have been brought in at the very beginning of the storyline. Of course, this was merely an assumption. It could just as easily be a coincidence. How did you know? Question.jpg. The T800 was puzzled. How did this person on the unknown communication channel know about its experiences? I know a bit about all of you. Is there anything I can do to help? Mu Yang didn't elaborate further. Maintaining some mystery was probably best. He seems to know our location. For now, I can only evade him, T800 stated. I can offer some assistance, but naturally, you'll need to pay a certain price. Seeing the red envelope light up on his phone, Mu Yang felt confident enough to negotiate. What kind of help exactly? The T800 didn't agree rashly. If he remembered correctly, this person had previously mentioned that the individuals in this group chat didn't exist in his world. How could he possibly help? This assistance involves enhancing a component of your physical structure. It will make you at least as powerful as a T1000. Mu Yang glanced at the contents of the red envelope. It was specifically designed to enhance the T800's performance, but it was useless to him. He couldn't even build a T800. I still can't trust you. I can't see these things. The T800 remained unshaken. Regarding this, you can ask the other two. I consider myself fairly trustworthy. Besides, in this unknown channel, my existence is no different from yours. We all have to abide by the rules here. That much was true, though Mu Yang's access level was just a tad higher than the others. Consider this exchange a transaction. Only items of equal value can complete it. You may attempt it. Group owner Mu Yang sent T800 a red envelope. You cannot claim this. It is an exclusive red envelope from group owner Mu Yang to T800. Red Queen clicked the moment the red envelope appeared, but alas, it was exclusive. She couldn't claim it. Red Queen, why didn't I get one? Gur emoji. Miss Red Queen, I'm conducting a transaction with T800. I know that, but why isn't there one for me? I'll send you an exclusive red envelope tomorrow. Mu Yu sighed helplessly and offered this as compensation for the previous incident. Yay! Miss Red Queen really is lively and adorable. The T800 spoke, glancing at the red envelope again and rereading Mu Yang's message over and over. To elevate my own capabilities to T1000 level, honestly, that's a pretty tempting proposition. You need a technology of equal value to exchange. T800 clicked the red envelope, revealing this message. Technology of equal value? The T800 seemed to possess no useful technology. The only valuable asset was himself. But he didn't even know his own manufacturing program. What could he possibly trade? The T800 touched his head. There was one more thing he could offer in exchange, but was it worth it? This particular thing didn't seem to require strict confidentiality, so it could be traded. Mr. T800, let me know when you've decided. I'll step off now. Mu Yang understood why T800 hadn't claimed the red envelope, yet it took time to consider. The T800 replied with a simple okay and fell silent. What's wrong? You rarely sit here with your head down like this. A voice sounded beside him. T800 lifted his head. It was Sarah Connor, the person he was tasked with protecting. I was just thinking about something. T800 replied, though its mind was still racing with thoughts on how to handle the situation. We need to leave soon. It's getting dangerous here. Sarah pulled the T800 to its feet and headed toward the exit. In that moment, the T800 finally made up its mind. T800 has claimed your red envelope. Chapter 48. One crisis follows another. Night fell once more. Another video slowly surged to the top of the trending charts. Medical bed developer arrogantly renounces mother in public. The video contained the conversation between Gong Chunli and Mu Yang at the cafe. "You don't deserve to be my mother." Accompanied by Gong Chunli's sobs, the image of a vulnerable mother and a rebellious son was laid bare. Holy crap, who knew there'd be more drama to watch? What a monster. First he made the Minister of Public Security grovel before him, and now he disowns his own mother? He's really grown a pair. This mother raised a thankless brat. No matter how talented Mu Yang is, I look down on him. Likewise, such a person is unworthy of being my role model. They say plenty of idiots get into college, but apparently idiots can achieve things too. What a disgraceful son. The Night Owls were the first to get wind of this scandal, immediately launching a fierce online attack against Mu Yang. This time, the cyber assault seemed even more intense. For Mu Yang, it was one crisis after another. First, People's Hospital of Beijing. Galiska looked at his phone and frowned. He had thought this young man might be open to discussion, but now it seemed unnecessary. Galiska had intended to thank Mu Yang in person. After all, the Nobel Prize in Medicine was awarded by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. With the medical bed he developed, winning the prize was practically a sure thing. But now, it seemed best to wrap up business and leave. "Your Highness Galiska, the person you requested has arrived." An official approached and whispered a few words in his ear. "They're here?" A veiled woman approached. Her gait was slightly unnatural, and her figure was rather stout, but one should not underestimate her. This was Queen Elizabeth, the reigning monarch of the Sun Never Sets Empire. "It's about time, Mr. Li." Galiska glanced at the people who had been waiting nearby, then continued with a hint of regret. "This matter is necessary. She's my only daughter. I can't let anything happen to her." "I understand." Li Shuyi nodded, though the professional smile that had always graced his face was now gone. Here's the thing, Galiska didn't believe this medical bed could truly cure all illnesses. So he specifically sought out 2 terminally ill patients to verify its authenticity. Footsteps echoed down the corridor as several doctors pushed 2 beds toward them. Lying on them were 2 people covered in tubes. Their eyes were closed, and their furrowed brows showed no sign of easing, clearly indicating immense suffering. These 2 patients suffer from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and uremia, respectively. The doctor explained. His Majesty King Galiska mentioned that this facility possesses exceptional medical resources capable of potentially curing their conditions. "We have come specifically to observe and learn. ALS is considered one of the most incurable diseases. Its most terrifying aspect is that while your body is dying, your mind remains fully conscious. In the end, one can only watch helplessly as they become a vegetable. Currently, there are no effective treatments available worldwide. AIDS. Also considered one of the incurable diseases, it offers almost no possibility of treatment. It targets the CD4 T lymphocytes, the most critical cells in the human immune system, destroying them in large numbers and causing the body to lose its immune function. As a result, the body becomes susceptible to various infections and can develop malignant tumors, leading to a high mortality rate. For these 2 conditions, even with the world's medical advancements, we can only shake our heads. The treatment for these 2 patients is taking quite a long time." The doctor, who had already mastered the medical bed, spoke with a hint of unease in his eyes. Since the medical bed had been introduced at the People's Hospital, they had never treated such cases. He too felt uncertain. "May we observe the specific treatment process?" The accompanying doctors exchanged glances before stepping forward to ask. Li Shuyi narrowed his eyes. It seemed Galiska was quite interested in this device. "Well, regulations prohibit that." The People's Hospital doctor shook his head. The medical bed was absolutely off limits for public viewing. "We find it hard to believe anything could cure any illness, so please let us observe. This is a miracle in the medical world." Several doctors bowed earnestly, insisting they wouldn't stand up until granted permission. The doctor at the People's Hospital was in a difficult position. He wasn't in charge, he was only responsible for operating the medical bed. "Let them in. Just for observation. Otherwise, we'll take other measures." Li Shuyi waved his hand and spoke, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. If it were truly possible to discern such things, China would have begun researching it long ago. Many in the medical field had become utterly obsessed with the idea. The accompanying doctor looked at Galiska, who nodded. Only then did the doctor enter. Li Shuyi sat back in his chair, closing his eyes slightly. These 2 patients would likely need until the next day. Medical beds didn't work instantly, they required a certain amount of processing time. He rested lightly for a moment. Online discourse continued to ferment. Sensing the heat, numerous reporters set out overnight to track down Mu Yang. "You're still too green to take me on. Public pressure is a very effective tool." Gong Chunli watched the video on her phone, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Never underestimate the power of public opinion. It could force anyone to compromise, especially someone like Mu Yang, who hadn't yet endured society's harsh lessons. It wouldn't be long before he caved. Then, using this as leverage to acquire the medical bed technology, Gong's medical corporation's expansion and growth would be within reach. But one bargaining chip alone won't be enough. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows. Relying on just one bargaining chip wouldn't be enough to blackmail Mu Yang. If he decided to walk away, it wouldn't benefit anyone. Go to Kyoto University. Gong Chunli was a calculating woman. To avoid any unnecessary complications, it was best to secure the bargaining chip first. Mu Xiaoyu, your parents are here to see you. In the dead of night, Mu Xiaoyu was still asleep when her counselor called. His tone was distinctly irritated, clearly roused from a sound sleep. My parents? My brother's here? Without a second thought, Mu Xiaoyu got up and headed out of the dorm. He's clearly my brother, yet he wants to act like my parent? Just wait till I get my hands on him. Fuming, Mu Xiaoyu headed toward the school gate. What could possibly be so urgent in the middle of the night? As Mu Xiaoyu exited the dormitory, several security guards on duty spotted her and began following at a distance, ensuring nothing untoward happened. At the school gate, she saw only a car parked there, no sign of Mu Yang. Strange. Just as Mu Xiaoyu was about to pull out her phone to call Mu Yang, she suddenly shuddered and snapped back to her senses. If her brother needed to reach her, he could simply call her directly. This was college, not high school. There was no need to hand over her phone. So who was this person claiming to be her parent? Mu Yu felt a wave of fear wash over her and immediately turned to run toward the school gate. Xiaoyu? A slightly puzzled voice called out from behind her, as if seeking confirmation. Mu Xiaoyu's body tensed abruptly. Even after all these years, that voice remained familiar, stabbing her chest with pain. Her body trembled, her fists clenching involuntarily. Chapter 49, Clarification. Who are you? Mu Xiaoyu clenched her teeth so hard her voice came out almost hysterical, revealing the depth of her hatred for the woman before her. After all these years, you don't recognize your own mother? If Gong Chunli had been gentle with Mu Yang, her demeanor toward Mu Xiaoyu was almost harsh. I don't remember having a mother. My mother died. She died the very day I was diagnosed. Mu Xiaoyu would never acknowledge her. The woman who had abandoned them could never be her mother. Xiaoyu, ask yourself honestly, who is responsible for our family ending up like this? Gong Chunli's expression turned icy. What right did this ungrateful child have to speak to her like this? Mu Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but her voice caught in her throat. It was her fault. Because her mother had abandoned them, her brother had to juggle multiple jobs, and her grandmother had to sell vegetables at the market and scour for odd jobs every day, all because of her illness. Because your illness is incurable, our house won't sell. I can't find a high-paying job, nor will any powerful man take notice of me. I can't leave, so I have to submit to him. You say you don't recognize me? Then what was the point of everything I've done? Gong Chunli spoke as if stating facts, each word striking deep into Mu Xiaoyu's soul, threatening to shatter her spirit. Yes, it all seemed to be her fault. If not for her, none of this would have happened. No, it's not like that. Mu Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears, then burst like a dam, flooding her face. It was you who abandoned us. Each word came out with great effort, growing weaker and weaker. She was questioning herself. This was all happening because of her. If she hadn't been unable to afford medical treatment, her mother wouldn't have passed away, and her grandmother wouldn't have left either. It was her fault. It was all her fault. It's my fault. Mu Xiaoyu collapsed to her knees, tears plopping onto the floor as her hands clenched tightly. It was clearly her fault, so why was she still able to live so comfortably? She didn't deserve any of this. Come home with me. Gong Chunli smiled softly at the sight. Though she had been away for years, she still understood the child she had raised. Mu Xiaoyu's sensitive heart. Years of illness had surely made her even more so. A psychological approach was best. Woo! The roar of the car's engine swept over them. Didn't I tell you? You're not fit to be my mother. Mu Yang's expression was icy cold, the chill radiating from him nearly freezing everything around him. He glanced at Mu Xiaoyu, kneeling on the ground and sobbing, his heart suddenly tightening. Then he fixed his gaze firmly on Gong Chunli before him. He had just received a message from the bodyguard protecting Mu Xiaoyu that someone claiming to be her mother had come looking for her. He immediately thought of Gong Chunli and rushed over. But he was still a step too late. He had worked so hard to pull Mu Xiaoyu out of that shadow, only for this woman to shove her back in with brutal force. Snap! Crack! Mu Yang clenched his fists so tightly he could hear the crisp crack of bones grinding together. Mu Yang, haven't you had enough of throwing your tantrums? Gong Chunli showed no sign of nervousness in front of Mu Yang. She even deliberately turned to face her directly. Throwing a tantrum? Ha! Mu Yang sneered contemptuously. Ms. Gong, if I may call you that for now. Your tactics are impressive, but you've picked the wrong person to mess with. Mu Yang clapped her hands. Bodyguards immediately stepped forward, helping Mu Xiaoyu to her feet and escorting her to Mu Yang's side. The wrong person? I don't understand why you'd say that. I'm your mother. Seeking you out is only natural. Gong Chunli gave a faint smile. Legally, her actions were beyond reproach, and morally, they were entirely justified. Well said, right and proper. Mu Yang signaled to his men, who immediately restrained Gong Chunli. Gong Chunli struggled briefly but couldn't break free. She glared at Mu Yang menacingly, insisting that even as security personnel, he had no authority to arrest her. Of course I have no authority to detain you. Mu Yang smiled. Under the streetlight, the grin looked eerily unsettling, sending a chill down Gong Chunli's spine. Do you really think this trick will work on me a second time? Mu Yang ripped a tiny red glowing camera from Gong Chunli's chest, tossed it to the ground, and crushed it underfoot. Secretly filming important personnel isn't a capital offense, but it's enough to detain you for a few days, wouldn't you agree? Mu Yang pointed at the shards on the ground. With both witness testimony and physical evidence, even Gong Chunli couldn't argue. Don't believe a word this woman says. Let's go home. Mu Yang ruffled Mu Xiaoyu's hair, got into the car, and drove off. He'd have to spend the next few days comforting her. Mu Yang let out a long sigh. Mr. Mu Yang, what exactly is your relationship with that Gong Chunli? The bodyguard captain asked. This repeated harassment couldn't go on. No relationship whatsoever. I don't know her. Mu Yang shook his head. He didn't even want to mention that woman. Understood. The bodyguard captain nodded, adjusting his earpiece. Look up someone for me. Kyoto City Detention Center. You little bastard, you really had me detained for 7 days. Gong Chunli sat in the detention center, seething with rage, but the guarding officer outside remained completely unmoved. Fine, just 7 days. Let the public outrage simmer. You'll be begging me then. A fox may have 3 burrows, but today she'd fallen into this trap. Gong Chunli remained composed after all, her key leverage was still in her hands. The next day, the scandal of Mu Yang disowning his mother had exploded. The video was everywhere online. A person who disowns their parent is no better than an animal. This one is worse than an animal. Thank goodness they didn't make his mother kowtow to him twice. How dare he speak of that nobleman without prostrating himself? Doge. We were ignorant. Please forgive us, Your Excellency. Bao.jpg. Thinking about raising such a monster makes me reconsider having kids altogether. This boy has no regard for his kin. He's surely been struck from the family registry. People grew even more disgusted with Mu Yang, completely overshadowing the brilliance of his medical bed research. Mu Yang, rest assured. We'll handle everything from here on out. After receiving the video, Yu Jiangwo specifically called Mu Yang. He also had a plan to address the situation revealed in the subsequent footage. In less than a week, so many events had unfolded it was truly embarrassing. As a key talent in the national medical field, Mu Yang would absolutely never do such a thing. Yu Jiangwo spoke up for Mu Yang in his own name. As a rising star in the Academy of Sciences, Mu Yang is nothing like the person portrayed online. The Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering also took sides. The incident involving prostration was not as depicted in the video. No one was at fault, nor did anyone commit any moral wrongdoing. The Ministry of Public Security also issued a statement. The intervention of these 3 heavyweight official accounts left netizens stunned. The original video was like this. Chapter 50, Complete Reversal. With the original video, everything becomes clear. The truth lies within it, allowing the cause, course, and outcome of the incident to be traced. The opening of the video was identical to the one circulating online. A young man who admitted he had no formal medical training arrogantly claimed he could treat an injured person that a team of professional doctors had given up on. It's still the same old thing. What kind of original video is this? Some were impatient, unable to wait even after watching just this bit. They didn't want to know the truth, they only wanted to see what they believed to be true. The video continued playing. Mr. Mu Yang, you're too focused on immediate gains. If you could treat others for free, you'd gain far more than this €1,000,000. The pivotal turning point arrived. Mr. John's terms aren't impossible for me to accept. I just have one condition. The feigned politeness on Mu Yang's face was now plain for all to see, the cunning of a power struggle, the give and take of business negotiations. Looks like they couldn't agree on the terms. Someone remarked, sneering at such cunning while still watching intently. My condition is this: Mr. John must return every penny of the medical fees he previously collected from patients, and henceforth provide medical care without charging a single penny. If Mr. John can do this, then I can do the same. The cunning smile on the young man's face grew increasingly real, now solidified into place. John's smile vanished entirely, his expression darkening. Clearly, this demand was unacceptable to him. In this seemingly straightforward pursuit of fame and fortune, John had been defeated. Since Mr. John cannot fulfill such a demand, on what grounds should I be expected to do so? The sly grin vanished abruptly from the young man's face, replaced by a look of disgust for the very notion of profit. Many present suddenly realized, if we ourselves cannot do it, what right do we have to demand it of others? I'm sorry, I was wrong. How can we demand others do what we ourselves cannot accomplish? Modern netizens love to be lenient with themselves but strict with others. Even so, what about the fact that he made others kowtow? Exactly. While we misunderstood this situation, the kneeling incident is undeniably real. The video's still long. Keep watching, you'll find out soon enough. The video abruptly cut back to the group discussing the matter earlier. If 2 prostrations could give me back my China and save a police officer fighting on the front lines, I'd gladly do as many as needed. Xiang Weishu's tone was sincere and earnest. Being able to do something for the country is also what I hope for. The young man's eyes shone brightly, as if reflecting a distant future. Minister Xiang, you truly embody great righteousness. If 2 prostrations could save the life of a frontline officer, I would keep prostrating myself until my dying breath. But Mu Yang just accepted it like that. Honestly, he was kind of playing it up a bit, wasn't he? Nah, bro. At the speed Minister Xiang was bowing, I wouldn't have reacted in time either. Didn't you see how stunned Mu Yang was? I seriously suspect Minister Xiang has trained for this. What a lightning-fast kowtower. Mu Yang donated the medical beds to Kyoto First People's Hospital. It doesn't seem like he caved to public pressure like people said earlier. A role model for us all, a role model for us all. If I'd invented this thing, I'd be raking in the cash. I heard Mu Yang didn't even have 100 yuan to his name before this. Doesn't that make it seem a bit contrived? If this kind of behavior counts as putting on airs, then I'll never dislike pretentious people for the rest of my life. I bow my head in apology to Mu Yang. Kowtow +1. It seemed the matter was finally drawing to a close, bringing an end to these days of sensational gossip. But what about him cutting ties with his mother? Amidst the flood of words, this sentence slipped in, as if reminding everyone. Yes, what about his disowning his mother? As the saying goes, filial piety comes first among all virtues. If one fails to honor their own parents, no amount of good deeds will suffice. And cutting ties with one's own mother? Netizens continued to pursue the matter relentlessly. Gong Chunli, suspected of murdering her husband in tax evasion, has been detained and awaits legal judgment. The Kyoto City Police Department suddenly issued this announcement. Murdered her own husband. Tax evasion seems like a minor offense now that she's accused of murdering her own husband. Goodness gracious, no wonder Mu Yang cut ties with her. That doesn't make sense. If Mu Yang knew about this, he should have reported it to the police first. Netizens disagreed, but they didn't seem to have much objection to Mu Yang cutting ties. No one wanted a murderer as their mother. As the investigation deepened, more details emerged. Mu Yang's father had passed away early, leaving him and Gong Chunli to rely solely on his grandmother. Gong Chunli spent most of her time out and about, eventually falling head over heels for the CEO of a listed company. Neither Mu Yang nor his sister knew about these events, remaining in Anlu City to live with their grandmother. Later, Mu Xiaoyu developed leukemia, a rare form requiring expensive medication to sustain her life. Upon learning of this, Gong Chunli not only failed to provide the necessary financial support but also sold their home and absconded with the money. Left with no choice, the grandmother sold their home and their hometown to fund Mu Xiaoyu's treatment. For 2 years, she sold vegetables at the market every single day, rain or shine. Reading this, some eyes welled up with tears, while others felt their anger rising. Does she deserve to be a mother? Does she deserve to be a mother? Does she deserve to be a mother? Some cried out. Gong Chunli is no human being. Knowing her child had an incurable illness, she just walked away and sold the house that was Mu Yang's father's house. Some cursed. Gong's medical company has been struggling lately. I bet Gong Chunli only came here because she saw Mu Yang's hospital bed. Now she can't get it and wants to turn the tables on us. Mu Yu must be so sad after enduring our insults for so long. We're sorry, Mu Yu. We're sorry, Mu Yang. Repentance is a rare thing for people, but thankfully many possess this quality. Officer, how much longer until I can leave? Having spent so long in detention without any electronic devices, Gong Chunli had completely lost track of time. Ms. Gong Chunli, I'm afraid you won't be leaving anytime soon. The approaching officer wore an expression of cold indifference, tinged with disgust or revulsion toward evil. Why? Wasn't it agreed to be 7 days? I need to contact my lawyer. Gong Chunli gripped the iron bars, her gaze fixed intently on the officer. You're suspected of murdering your husband. Await trial in the People's Court. The officer left these cold words behind and turned to walk away. How could this be? Gong Chunli was struck dumb with shock. This happened so long ago, and hardly anyone knew about it. How could it have been uncovered? She would never understand, for Mu Yang had warned her long ago she had crossed the wrong people. Patches of dark clouds drifted across the sky, carried by the high winds toward the horizon. See? This whole thing was never your fault. Mu Xiaoyu, sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly looked up at her phone screen. She stared blankly for a long time until the dark clouds drifted away and brilliant sunlight streamed through the window. And the big-breasted one. Chapter 51, Wild Imagination. Mr. Wirt, for the sake of our past friendship, I implore you to help me this one time. In a slightly luxurious cafe, John sat across from a man in his 30s or 40s. A fragrant coffee sat on the table, its aroma refreshing, but Wirt didn't glance at it once, instead focusing intently on the computer in front of him. I recall setting up a firewall for you before. Without lifting his gaze, Word's voice was neither warm nor cold, clearly unimpressed by the favor. Mr. Wilt, you're a top-tier hacker. For someone to breach your firewall, isn't that a slap in the face? John's tone carried a hint of urgency as he kept glancing at the online content, fearing his computer might leak something. That flattery tactic won't work on me. But I am intrigued by this person. And I'm curious, why did you cross paths with them? Word finally met John's gaze, but only briefly. He quickly looked back down at his computer. He had already hacked into John's company network. Unfortunately, the company's firewall was practically non-existent. Even a complete novice who could only type "Hello World" could breeze through this system effortlessly. To put it plainly, John's company network system is essentially a public network anyone with internet access can get in. This piqued John's curiosity. He had initially assumed the intruder had simply bypassed the firewall to enter the network system. But it turned out the hacker had completely destroyed the firewall system reportedly in an instant, which suggested the attacker's capabilities might surpass his own. Even Wilt couldn't guarantee he could breach his own firewall in an instant. This hacker was intriguing. Honestly, I don't know. I just hope Mr. Wirt can help me protect the data on my computer, at least keep it from leaking out. John was also puzzled, but his computer remained completely inaccessible. He couldn't operate it and had no idea what exactly had been lost. Alright, I'll take a look. Wilt nodded. No immediate action was needed, just a thorough, methodical search. Looking at the files on the computer, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this information leaked out, Mr. Wirt would likely face serious trouble. There were medical records of several key figures from major nations like the Swedish royal family and the Queen of the Empire of the Sun never sets. If these got out, Wirt would likely be killed on the spot. But what does any of this have to do with me? Mu Yang smiled faintly and proceeded to disseminate all the information. What the hell is this? When Welt attempted to connect to John's computer, he suddenly discovered a mysterious program that had been implanted in his own system at some unknown point. What's wrong, Mr. Wirt? John, seeing Wilt so agitated, hurriedly asked. His heart was already racing. He couldn't handle any more shocks right now. Damn it, they've infected your computer with an unknown virus. It replicated the moment I connected to your system. Wirt's fingers danced across the keyboard, the keys clacking sharply against the laptop's surface. It's destroying my operating system and preparing to breach my virtual terminal. Wirt cursed furiously. Seeing no time to contain it, he slammed the laptop onto the floor, then swung a nearby chair to smash it, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. Mr. Wirt. John was utterly shocked by Wilt's transformation, now resembling a raging wolf. Blood rushed to his cheeks, turning them crimson. You've pissed off someone powerful. You're dead meat. If I weren't in such a rush to get back, I'd punch you right now. Wirt stormed out of the cafe. Physical force might be effective, but to avoid any mishaps, he still needed to go back and check. John stared blankly at the scene, then down at his wrecked laptop. He had no idea what had just happened. Meanwhile, online, one video after another was being uploaded. Oh, who knew Dr. John was so lively in private? I really don't get what's so great about John. His isn't even half as thick as mine. I thought Mr. John was married? Does his family know about his affairs? Do you even know what those things down there are? Medical report, let me see. Eli, John really dares to post everything. Hurry up, hurry up. If we're late, we'll all get arrested. John, you've crossed the line. You're as good as dead. No one can save you now, not even God. The comments section buzzed briefly before settling into silence, like the surface of an ocean. A ripple stirs, then stillness returns. Beneath the surface, however, dark currents churned. In the unfathomable depths, something lurked, hungry for human flesh. This is truly the end. I need to get out of Europe immediately. The moment those medical reports were exposed, John knew he was finished. These documents absolutely must never see the light of day. He faced being hunted across half of Europe. John didn't even have time to grab his money. He rushed straight to the airport, praying those people hadn't caught on yet. Get to the airport, any airport. John hailed a taxi and jumped in, cutting off the driver before he could speak. But it was precisely that command that sealed his fate. The driver would inevitably head for the farthest airport, hoping to make extra money. It was understandable. No matter what stage of life one was in, the allure of earning more was always strong. The cab sped through the skyscrapers, soon reaching a tunnel. Beyond it lay the airport. But John would never get that chance. The taxi swayed violently as it emerged from the tunnel. The rear window shattered into a spiderweb pattern, its center a small, round hole. Traces of blood could be faintly seen splattered on the window, while John had met the same fate as a certain U.S. president. The medical reports circulating on the external network suddenly vanished without explanation. Shortly thereafter, the vast majority of social media platforms on the external network suffered fierce cyber attacks. Countless accounts were compromised, resulting in immense losses. Yet all these platforms chose to swallow their anger and remain silent. Beijing First People's Hospital. Amidst all the turmoil unfolding outside, they remained here. This time, the waiting crowd included not only Li Shuyi but also the leader of Huagua. Numerous important figures from various nations gathered together in this short corridor. Not long after, the emergency room doors swung open. 2 people emerged, unharmed, being supported by attendants. It's unbelievable. We have no idea how this is possible. A miracle, a tremendous miracle. This will likely become the focus of the medical community going forward. The doctors arranged by Galiska escorted the 2 patients out, their faces still bearing expressions of astonishment that would linger for a long time. Your Majesty, I believe this medical bed can cure the princess's illness. It absolutely can. The doctor's expression was indescribable, his words a murmur of doubt, as if he were grappling with an enigma he could not solve. Galiska nodded, signaling the doctor to leave. Then next. Chapter 52, Felice. Gariska's eyes flickered briefly before he halted his words, turning his gaze toward the others. Who goes first? It was indeed a question. As members of the royal family, while the order of precedence might not strictly matter, the customary courtesy still needed to be observed. Then let young Felice go first. We old folks have held out this long, a little longer won't hurt, Elizabeth remarked in a calm tone. The others nodded in agreement. Among them, Felice was the only junior member. Yielding to her was perfectly acceptable. Thank you all very much. Gariska nodded to an official standing nearby. The official departed, preparing to escort Felice into the laboratory. Mr. First, I wonder if there's any possibility of collaboration regarding this matter. I believe it would be beneficial for all of us. Gariska turned his gaze back to the first, seated nearby. He was a kindly-looking elder, unassuming in appearance with no particular aura, dressed in a plain black Zhongshan suit. He sat there observing everyone with a calm expression. This matter isn't within my purview. You'll likely need to speak directly with those researching it. The first responded to Galiska with a hint of dismissiveness. This collaboration might indeed be rather difficult. If cooperation were to happen, it would first be with domestic enterprises and only then with outsiders. But you are the leader of this nation. How can such a minor matter not be within your authority? Someone exclaimed in surprise. A minor request from the nation's president was usually granted. You're joking. We are a nation of the people, where equality prevails. My relationship with researchers is one of equal dialogue. Whether he agrees or not is his decision, not mine to make. The first speaker's words carried an air of seasoned authority, leaving no room for rebuttal. The matter was dropped. The stretcher rolled into view, bearing Phyllis. Her eyes were open now, darting helplessly from side to side. Her sapphire blue pupils shone like the legendary Hope gemstone, a symbol of enduring hope that had survived countless dynastic changes. A single glance revealed the boundless hope within them. Felice blinked her eyes, like a porcelain doll stepped out of a fairy tale. Her slightly pale lips parted, emitting an extremely faint sound. Galiska kissed her forehead gently, stroking her pale golden hair, offering her a small measure of comfort. Felice was wheeled into the emergency room. What awaited Galiska would be 3 agonizing hours. Mr. First, it will be successful, right? Galiska had shed his lofty status. Now he was merely a father consumed by anxiety. An inexplicable panic stirred within him, as if he were afraid. Mr. Galiska, please calm down. Everything will be fine. The first rose to his feet, patting Galiska's shoulder in consolation. That was all he could do. Galiska stood at the ER entrance, his eyes fixed intently on the interior. Even though he couldn't see inside, he kept staring. 3 agonizing hours would eventually pass for Galiska. The ER door swung open. The doctor wore a thick mask, his eyes calm, showing no sign of anything unusual. Galiska tried to ask, but found his throat tight and dry. His palms were drenched in sweat as he rushed inside, just as he had when waiting for his wife's surgery. He never got to see her emerge. Like flowing water, she slipped away silently. This time? Father? Felice lay in the hospital bed, straining her neck to look this way. Her eyes held no trace of pain, only a hint of bewilderment. Like a child just discovering the world, utterly innocent and unaware. Felice. Gariska held her tightly in his arms. He had finally kept her. Amazing. Felice murmured softly, her voice like a nightingale's song, as she basked in her father's warm embrace. Galiska looked at her with a hint of confusion. I just lay down for a moment, and my body felt so light. That light was so warm. Felice gazed at the medical bed, now idle and reduced to a cold, lifeless mass of metal. It really is amazing. Galiska had to admit it. He'd sought treatment from so many doctors. Yet this machine had completely cured her illness in just 3 hours. If only Mom could have used this machine. Felice said suddenly. Her mother had suffered from the same illness, but she was gone now. Galiska fell silent, though deep down, he couldn't help but agree with her words. I want to meet him. Felice added, her curiosity piqued. Who could have developed such a thing? The person who invented this. Seeing Galiska's confusion, Felice raised her voice slightly, like a kitten, clear and pleasant. Well. Galiska hesitated. This person's character might not be trustworthy. Galiska knew nothing about the online world. Take a look at this before deciding. Galiska pulled out his phone and did a quick search. Spotting a headline about Mu Yang, he handed the phone to Felice without carefully reading the content. Felice took the phone and read each word carefully, gradually furrowing her brow. Guliska chuckled. Of course she wouldn't want to meet someone like that. He's so pitiful. Guliska was dumbfounded hearing his daughter utter those words with such earnestness. Had his well-behaved daughter lost her mind? Or had she awakened some saintly talent, finding pity for someone being vilified across the entire internet? He is pitiful. Felice nodded solemnly again, making Guliska feel a bit unsure of himself. Let me see. Guliska, refusing to believe it, took the phone and read the post word for word. Abandoned by his mother? Falsely accused? Selfless? Neither servile nor arrogant? A modern role model? Guliska was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, who was that arrogant, self-centered, morally bankrupt person from before? Guliska searched for other posts and found every single one praised Mu Yang, urging others to learn from him. Only then did he realize that the previous Mu Yang had been completely framed. This was the real him. So, can I meet him? Felice asked again, her bright, sparkling eyes blinking innocently. Those deep blue orbs shimmered, making it impossible to refuse. Guliska slowly nodded. If that was the case, meeting him wouldn't be a big deal. Guliska conveyed the request to the first, who agreed without hesitation. These people were bound to meet eventually, there was no avoiding it. After finishing all his tasks, Mu Yang finally checked the Black Tech chat group. The activity points were climbing painfully slow. At this rate, buying anything from the group's marketplace would take forever. T800 accepted my red envelope? Seeing the red envelope marked as claimed, Mu Yang's heart surged with excitement. What would T800 offer in exchange? Could it be T800's technical theories? In his view, that seemed to be the only thing the T800 could possibly offer. It must be. Mu Yang couldn't wait to open the red envelope. Chapter 53, Felice's Eyes. T800 Chip Technology Theory? The contents of the red envelope surprised Mu Yang. He had assumed the T800 could only trade itself, but unexpectedly, there was also a chip. But a chip capable of sustaining the T800's operations couldn't be ordinary. Sure enough, this chip was unlike most chips today. Modern chips were semiconductor integrated circuits, having advanced to the nanoscale level. A chip just 1 centimeter in size could contain nearly 10 billion transistors. The T800 chip was not like that. It was primarily based on biological circuits, containing well over 1 trillion transistors and operating at speeds far exceeding the most advanced chips of the present day by an immeasurable margin. But figuring it out is still a bit of a hassle. Its performance was crystal clear, but the underlying technical theory remained somewhat elusive and difficult to grasp. Pulling out his phone, Mu Yang stared at his meager 100+ activity points, his fingers trembling slightly. He'd worked so hard to save them up. He had hoped to exchange them for some powerful gear. Forget it. Let's focus on researching this thing first. Mu Yang steeled his resolve and selected the exchange for top-tier polymer materials and engineering self-study guide. A flood of knowledge poured into his mind, and the previously elusive technical theories suddenly clicked into place. Ring ring. A call came in. Li Shuyi informed him someone wanted to meet Mu Yang and asked him to prepare, also mentioning he'd made some arrangements regarding the previous incident. Last time, he'd been careless. Without absolute proof of Mu Yang's innocence, letting the China Daily interview him had inevitably led to trouble. Must I meet them? Mu Yang frowned. It was undoubtedly about the medical bed. Couldn't they just handle it themselves? Why did they need to see him? Meet them. It'll be good for you. Besides, this person is the King of Sweden. It could benefit your future Nobel Prize in Medicine nomination. Li Shuyi was momentarily speechless at Mu Yang's retort. Failing to accommodate such a minor request would leave a terribly poor impression. Besides, what he said was true. Alright, I'll go right now. Mu Yang nodded. A Nobel Prize was worth pursuing. China had produced so few laureates, adding one more couldn't hurt. Li Shuyi felt deeply relieved and sent Mu Yang the meeting location. The meeting place was a guesthouse, typically used for receiving foreign envoys. Guliska and Felice had been waiting there for quite some time. It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. Mu Yang's English was passable, but he wasn't entirely comfortable using it. Meeting a foreign leader for the first time still made him a bit nervous. He stood before the two, awaiting their response. Mr. Mu Yang, please don't be so formal. We speak Mandarin as well. Guliska observed the slightly awkward young man before him and realized that the rumors circulating online were false. When a person was nervous, their true nature would inevitably surface. That is truly wonderful. It is an immense honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Mu Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Not having to speak English was a huge relief. While his English was decent, he'd never conversed with someone in it before and feared making a mistake. Just call me Guliska. I know you Chinese don't use such formal titles. Guliska waved his hand with a smile. This was the first time he'd been addressed as Your Majesty by someone from China. Very well, Mr. Guliska. May I ask what brings you here today? Mu Yang nodded. Indeed, such titles weren't used in China after all, whose ancestors hadn't been nobles or generals. Actually, I'm not here on my own behalf. It's mainly because my daughter wants to meet you. You know how it is, I couldn't possibly refuse such a request. Galiska glanced at Felice beside him with a look of indulgent affection. What father would refuse his daughter's request, especially one so trivial? Only then did Mu Yang shift his gaze to Felice standing nearby. The moment he saw her, he was utterly captivated. Her pale golden hair radiated an otherworldly beauty, sapphire blue eyes reflecting gem-like brilliance, and features so exquisite they seemed to have stepped straight out of a manga. Dressed in simple attire, she sat there, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Mu Yang. "Miss Felice, what might I do for you?" Mu Yang forced himself to speak, feeling his palms sweat. Indeed, chatting with a beauty was no easy task. "Father, could you step out for a moment?" Felice didn't respond immediately, instead turning to look at Galiska with a questioning expression. Well, to be honest, Galiska didn't want to be separated from his daughter just yet. But considering she'd only recently recovered from a serious illness, he reluctantly agreed. Galiska immediately fell silent, and the room grew quiet. Phyllis blinked her sapphire-like eyes at Mu Yang as an awkward atmosphere spread. Mu Yang didn't know how to break the silence. "Miss Felice, your Chinese is excellent." This situation was pure torture for Mu Yang. With no other choice, he forced himself to find a topic. "When I was ill, I couldn't go anywhere, so I studied things that were easy to learn like Mandarin, French, Prussian, and so on." Felice listed them one by one. She now spoke 8 languages, having mastered nearly all the major global tongues. "That's impressive. I only know a little bit of English myself." Mu Yang felt inadequate in comparison. What kind of genius could master 8 languages, and apparently at a younger age than himself? Mr. Mu Yang is also very talented, developing something like this medical bed. Felice praised him sincerely. She truly admired his accomplishment. He had saved her life when she had thought she would end up like her mother. Her eyes never left Mu Yang throughout the conversation. Sometimes, curiosity truly served as a powerful focus enhancer. Just luck, just luck. Mu Yang scratched his head awkwardly. The credit didn't belong to him, he was merely a messenger. The tension between them eased slightly as they began chatting casually. They started with everyday topics. Felice shared details about her illness, and Mu Yang learned she was 19, 3 years younger than him. Mu Yang shared a few things about himself as well. "Can I visit your lab sometime?" Upon hearing Mu Yang had his own lab, Felice immediately made this request, batting her eyes in a way that made refusal difficult. "I'm afraid that's not possible. My lab is classified, I can't just show it to anyone." Mu Yang shook his head slowly. There were many things in his lab that couldn't be exposed. "Alright, thank you, Mr. Mu Yang. Here's a token of my appreciation." Felice handed over a crystal blue gemstone. "This is the Felice gem. You can think of it as my eye, for I find it strikingly similar to my own. Please keep it safe. This is far too precious. What if I lose it?" Mu Yang hastily declined. It clearly looked priceless, and besides, calling it her eye was a bit unsettling. "Just don't lose it." Felice stood up and said matter-of-factly. She had a point. I couldn't argue with that. Chapter 54, The Arrogant Mitsubishi. This was the first time Mu Yang had encountered someone giving gifts upon meeting, and he hadn't prepared a return gift. When a pretty girl gives you something, isn't it a bit awkward not to reciprocate? "Miss Felice gave me such a precious gift, yet I have nothing to offer in return," Mu Yang said sheepishly, fingering his phone before suddenly remembering something. Gifts weren't exactly scarce, but compared to the sapphire, his options seemed rather inadequate. "Here, take this." Mu Yang pulled out his phone. The screen displayed a lazy Persian cat lounging asleep, its adorable, endearing face and luxurious orange-gold fur showcasing the noble elegance of this prince of cats. "A phone? No need. I have one already, and I don't even use it enough." Felice stared blankly at the phone Mu Yang offered. She hadn't expected him to give her a phone. As a princess of the Swedish royal family, how could she possibly not have one? "No, my gift is this." Mu Yang tapped the little Persian cat on the screen. Startled awake, the sleeping Persian cat looked around warily, meowing softly. What an adorable little thing. Felice's eyes widened instantly, utterly charmed by the Persian kitten on the screen. "This is a pet program I developed myself, a one-of-a-kind creation. It hasn't bonded with anyone yet, so it's perfect for you. You can interact with it more, and it can also help protect you from unnecessary rodent cyberviruses and dangerous websites." Mu Yang explained to Felice as she leaned closer to the phone. A faint sweet scent wafted from her, reminiscent of sweetened milk. "The only one?" Felice looked puzzled again. "It means it can't be replicated. Once you authenticate it, only you can use this program. No one else can." Felice listened with growing delight. She'd seen similar network programs before. Most were rather dull. But Mu Yang's was clearly an exception, far superior to anything she'd encountered online. "Thank you, Mr. Mu Yang." Felice happily pulled out her phone. They added each other as friends, and Mu Yang sent her the software. Felice was delighted, her slender fingers tapping the little Persian cat on the screen. The kitten looked utterly bewildered, meowing incessantly as it tried to figure out what was poking it. Mu Yang watched the scene with genuine interest, feeling as though it were a big Persian cat teasing the little one. He couldn't quite explain why he felt that way. Time had come for farewells. Felice was returning to Sweden, and the vast distance between them meant they'd likely never meet again. Yet, Mu Yang couldn't shake the feeling that they would meet again someday. Amused by his own thoughts, Mu Yang hurried back to his lab. The project for Red Queen wasn't finished yet. That little Persian kitten from earlier was an experimental creation of his. As an emotional supercomputer, Red Queen must surely feel lonely, so Mu Yang intended to build something to keep her company. He had originally intended to keep it for himself, Mu Yang sighed. He held the sapphire up to the sunlight. Its brilliant radiance shone through, dazzlingly bright. The thought that this was Felice's eye sent a shiver down Mu Yang's spine. It was over. There was no going back. But, could this thing have market potential? Mu Yu realized this pet program was different from others. It was unique, had growth potential, and would develop differently based on interactions with its owner. For the current generation of pet programs, this was a game changer. For many lone wolves in the digital world, it was also a promising prospect. There's potential here. Mu Yang was convinced of this idea and planned to pursue it, though there was much preparation needed along the way. Moreover, he still held 2 items in his hands, unsure when he could finally send them out. Mr. Mu Yang, haven't you forgotten something? It was late at night when Miss Red Queen bubbled up in the group chat, her tone tinged with irritation. To her, she was merely an AI system created by Umbrella to protect humanity. Until someone took notice of her situation, it was simply impossible for her to reach out to the outside world. She could only focus her attention on this chat group to alleviate her loneliness. She had also discovered that this chat group must remain undiscovered, including the program patch she had sent last time. Miss Red Queen, it'll be ready soon. Mu Yang replied when he had a moment. Meeting with Felice had taken some time, otherwise, he would have figured it out long ago. Before 2 o'clock or I'll get annoyed. Pouty. Red Queen sounded rather petulant. Alright. Looks like he wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Mu Yang sighed. Late that same night, inside a luxury hotel in Kyoto. Mr. Rin, you know full well the Americans won't budge on this. While our chips may not match theirs, we still hold certain advantages. The man speaking with HW Corporation was Meichuan Kuko, an executive from Japan's Mitsubishi Group, wearing an air of smug satisfaction. Mr. Ren remained silent. Mitsubishi Corporation was indeed a well-known name internationally, but their chip research was, to put it mildly, underwhelming. Most mobile phone manufacturers chose to partner with the American Gaolon Group instead. But alas, their HW Mobile company was under US sanctions, unable to obtain a single chip. Their self-developed chips couldn't compete in the market. HW now faced a dilemma: either develop a groundbreaking chip that would make a splash, or find a high-end chip manufacturer willing to partner with them. Yet over the past few years, this hope has grown increasingly faint. HW has begun diversifying its efforts, struggling on solely to establish an independent brand for China. Unfortunately, the US holds the lion's share of the market, making this an incredibly difficult challenge. Well, the terms we're offering are quite favorable. Meichuan Kuzi believed he had CEO Rin firmly in his grasp. After all, their conglomerate had the backing of the American Big Daddy, and the chips they developed were superior to HW's. I simply cannot accept this. Your chips are inferior to Gaolong's, yet the price is nearly the same. Your approach is rather unscrupulous. Mr. Rin shook his head. If the other party had come with genuine intent, cooperation wouldn't have been an issue. But it was clear they were here to take advantage. This was something he simply could not accept. No, Mr. Rin, you know this chip incorporates American technology. We're already risking exposure by coming here. This price is the absolute minimum. The original asking price was even higher. Meichuan Kuzi lowered his crossed leg. He believes Mr. Rin simply thought the price was too high, and that explaining the circumstances should suffice. Please leave. I don't need it. Mr. Rin sneered coldly. If it involved American technology, he absolutely could not accept it. It was essentially a bomb. Mr. Rin, I'm asking you to do us a favor. We're risking everything to help you now. This is a bit much. You're really turning down our goodwill. Meichuan Kuzi's voice carried a hint of anger. Run should be grateful beyond words for the chance to partner with HW. How dare he even consider refusal? Please leave. Mr. Ren's expression darkened, yet he still gave Meichuan Kuzi ample face. The difference in their magnanimity was immediately apparent. Oof. I hope you don't regret today's decision. After all, Mitsubishi Group is no small company. Meichuan Kuzu left the conference room with a cold parting remark. Mr. Rin leaned back in his sofa and let out a long sigh. I wonder when this will ever end. Chapter 55. I've got 50 years left before I'm 6 feet under. The weather was gradually turning cooler, and the chill was most palpable in the mornings. Mixed with the wind, it felt like countless sharp blades piercing through the layers of clothing meant to shield people from it. Thanks to the reversal in public opinion, when Muyang walked Xiaoyu to school, the pointing fingers had vanished though the stares remained numerous. Oh, I forgot to ask, what's your major? Muyang asked suddenly, as if remembering something. With so much going on these past few days, he'd completely forgotten to ask about this. Intelligent manufacturing. Mu Xiaoyu replied listlessly. For any college student, an 8 a.m. class was an excruciating ordeal, and she was no exception. Taking over the family business so early? Mu Yang was a bit speechless. He himself had studied the same major. Now there were only 2 people in the family, both in the same field. It might just become a family tradition someday. It's your fault for bringing home nothing but these books. I didn't have anything else to read. Mu Xiaoyu pouted. The books Mu Yang brought home were all about this stuff, so she'd picked it up by osmosis. Alright, it was his fault. Mu Yang said no more and escorted his sister into the classroom. No early romance. Mu Yang said sternly. You're still a minor. I'll be an adult in 2 years. Rounding up, I already am. Mu Xiaoyu shot back. Little sisters are always rebellious. I'll be 6 feet under in 50 years. Rounding up, you can start crying now. Mu Yang pressed further, leaving Mu Xiaoyu speechless. She could only nod, and only then did Mu Yang depart, satisfied. Although Mu Yang held a nominal position at Kyoto University, he had no actual duties. His original intention was to check on his sister's university life, but his bodyguard role proved more significant. Go back and figure out that stuff. Mu Yang shook his head. Though he'd long been accustomed to early mornings, he still felt a bit groggy. The first rays of sunlight arrived unusually slowly. Beneath a maple tree near one of the academic buildings, as if in reproach, flakes of withered yellow leaves drifted down. A crowd gathered there, chattering more noisily than the sparrows in the tree. By grafting POS onto epoxy acrylic resin segments via free radical polymerization, we prepared a POS co-epoxy acrylic resin POS co-APA. The voice was strong and resonant, carrying a sense of vigor in old age. Mu Yang stepped forward and saw a stern-faced elder seated on a bench beneath the maple tree, speaking eloquently. The noisy crowd fell silent in an instant, ears pricked up in attentive listening. Alright, class is about to start. You all should hurry off. Let me rest here for a moment. Though the talk was brief, the crowd dispersed like birds scattering upon receiving some secret intelligence. Soon, only Mu Yang remained. Young man, do you have any further questions? Meng Dikan propped up his eyelids, which seemed ready to close, asking in a voice neither loud nor soft. Mu Yang shook his head. He recognized this man, a renowned professor at Kyoto University whose academic papers had made international waves. Then do you know the outcome of the experiment I mentioned earlier? Meng Dikan didn't see Mu Yang shake his head and continued with his question. When the POS mass fraction reaches 3%, the thermal stability of POS co-APA exhibits optimal performance. For Mu Yang, who had already mastered the self-study guide top-tier polymer engineering and materials science, this question was relatively straightforward. Oh? What field of study are you in? Meng Dikan found it hard to believe that someone could recite precise data based solely on verbal deduction, yet here it was, utterly accurate. I'm from the Academy of Sciences. Mu Yang replied. Oh, that explains it. Meng Dikan waved his hand dismissively. While it might be challenging for an undergraduate, for someone from the Academy of Sciences, this wasn't an issue at all. Mu Yang nodded and left. He considered inviting Meng Dikan to take a look at the chip he was researching, but then decided it was better to get it fully developed first. Another busy stretch lay ahead. Technical Center of the Network Supervision Department. This was a spacious hall unlike ordinary lobbies, filled with screens displaying various codes or different visual content. Attacks from Europe have dropped significantly lately. We can finally catch our breath. Someone addressed Qin, who sat operating the computer at the main screen. It was unclear what had caused the sharp decline in attacks from European hackers. We can't let our guard down. Qin yawned, her face bearing heavy dark circles and a pallor so deep it seemed she might pass out at any moment. Although attacks from Europe had decreased, those originating from the United States remained frequent and substantial, primarily from their main forces. Here, they could only barely hold the line. Sissy, if you ask me, we should bring in those old veterans to help us out. The speaker was referring to the former Red Hackers, a group of cyber hackers once hidden across China who had been recruited here to safeguard the nation's networks for decades, most of whom had since retired. If we rely on them every time we face a challenge, what purpose do we serve? Qin retorted sharply. Those veterans would inevitably grow old. It was their generation that must now carry the banner. If fledgling eagles always needed protection, how could they ever learn to soar? The man fell silent. This banner was theirs to carry, after all. And those encrypted communications? Breaking them is a pain in the ass, and even when you do, there's hardly any useful information. Qin scratched her head. This encrypted communication was pure torture. Decrypting it took time, yet the information uncovered was never crucial. Yet you couldn't just ignore them, it was incredibly frustrating. If only there were a program that could crack them quickly. Qin remained silent for a long while. Without identifying the pattern, developing such a decryption program was impossible. Sigh. Sighing, Sheeny resumed her work at the computer. The road ahead is long and arduous. United States. Midway Naval Air Station. Is this thing real? Gorvat, seated in his office, was taken aback. Such a thing seemed utterly preposterous. We've reviewed the footage. There are no signs of special effects or technological manipulation. It's genuine. Moreover, European nations including the British Empire and Prussia have already traveled to China for this very purpose. His subordinate also found it hard to believe, yet the evidence was undeniable. It seems to be genuine. Gorvat nodded. The United States and these nations were essentially in cahoots. The fact that they would disregard American sensibilities and travel to China privately confirmed it. Still, something like this isn't worth paying much attention to. Gorvat waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to leave. He crossed his legs and settled in to enjoy the music. I wonder how Libby's is doing. Gorvat suddenly remembered the man, sat up, pulled open a drawer, and took out the stack of photos to examine them closely. If China can develop medical beds, this kind of thing might be possible too. Gorvat was stunned by the thought, but how could humans possibly develop such a thing? But, if China could develop something as fantastical as a medical bed, then Iron Man seemed relatively simple by comparison. After much contemplation, Gorvat decided to investigate. This is Gorvat, connecting to the CIA director. Chapter 56, Big Things Are Coming. The T-800 chip proved difficult to study. This was Mu Yang's first conclusion after examining it. Moreover, the T-800's chip was relatively large, which made perfect sense, since it had to process responses to numerous external stimuli. Unlike a normal human brain, the chip required substantial computational power to handle all those reactions. Let's start by shrinking it down. Mu Yang abandoned the idea of directly replicating an identical T-800 chip. Given current technology, such a large chip had limited practical applications. Instead, he aimed for broader adoption, like the chips found in smartphones. This approach offered considerable practicality. In recent years, demand for smartphones in China had surged dramatically. The shift from basic phone adoption to prioritizing cost-performance ratios clearly demonstrated this trend. Mr. Mu Yang, I've recently uncovered some incredible things. Image. Tony Stark was still investigating Hydra. The organization had left behind scant information under the cloak of the times, but there were still some clues to be found. Mu Yang glanced at the chat group, where a series of experimental images were displayed. Though such scenes hadn't appeared in the films, he recognized them instantly. This was the Winter Soldier experiment. Among them was a familiar face. Bucky. You're getting closer to the truth, Mr. Stark. Mu Yang replied. If he continued digging deeper, Tony Stark might just uncover the truth. Thanks for the good wishes. If I uncover the truth, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Tony Stark said, his gaze returning to the photographs. The truth seemed to lie within them. Miss Red Queen, do you still like my gift? Mu Yang asked again. Ever since he sent the program over, Red Queen had been popping up much less frequently in the chat group. I absolutely love it. Red Queen replied. As a supercomputer, she had actually made a friend, a program created by Mu Yang, a very adorable Eastern girl. They shared a world of their own within the digital realm, a space where no one could disturb them. That's wonderful. Now you two can keep each other company. Mu Yang had spent considerable time developing this program, transforming it from a pet into a human-like entity with interactive, learning, and emotional capabilities, essentially crafting a childhood friend for Red Queen. This way, Red Queen wouldn't bother him anymore. But I still prefer Mr. Mu Yang. She was completely unmoved. The T-800 vanished after just 2 sentences. His situation must be urgent. Wu Yuang turned his attention back to the chip, and time slipped away once more. Cyber Supervision Department Technical Center. After a night of turmoil, the person who had declared yesterday that they could finally relax for a while was now kicking themselves for speaking too soon. Overnight, China suddenly faced a massive wave of cyber attacks originating from overseas. This instantly threw the regulatory department, which had been growing quiet, back into a frenzy of activity. A team fought through the night until dawn, yet they could only exchange blows with the attackers. Several websites were breached, though quickly reclaimed. The attacks persisted and intensified. We can't hold out like this. We need to bring in outside help. Someone suggested. Sheen nodded. Although she had previously stated they couldn't rely entirely on those people, the current situation was urgent and could be considered an exception. Soon, figures entered the room. Team Leader Han, Team Leader Lan, the elders you finally arrived. These were former members of the Red Hackers, who had retired long ago after achieving their goals. They merely nodded, each taking their assigned positions to begin intercepting the hacker attacks. These extraterritorial cyber attacks appear to originate from various nations, but tracing their IP addresses reveals they all stem from American hackers. Hong Yuxing proved his veteran status, pinpointing the attack's origin within an hour of taking charge. Looks like it's the White House again. Han Yuxing swiftly identified the attack target. After all, they'd crossed paths before, even planting dragon flags atop the White House. Trouble. It's a trap. Han Yuxing suddenly roared, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The American hackers had launched a feint attack, catching Qin Yi and the others off guard. These diversionary tactics were already taxing their resources, leaving them no room to suspect anything amiss. During this diversion, the American hackers had already breached major domestic ticketing systems, crippling them. By the time Han Yuxing realized what was happening, it was already too late. This is a premeditated operation. I fear official US agencies are involved. Han Yuxing had already grasped the situation. The usual chaotic, disorganized hacker attacks were nothing to be concerned about. But when it came to organized, purposeful hacker attacks, it was a different story. Just like their previous breach of the US White House, no matter how formidable the firewalls of the White House and Pentagon were, they remained helpless against these highly skilled, disciplined cyber operatives. How could that be? Qin Yi was stunned. A coordinated hacking offensive was tantamount to a declaration of war playing with fire. She couldn't fathom the motive behind it. Let's not dwell on that now. Someone might be calling soon. No sooner had Han Yuxing finished speaking than a phone rang sharply, its tolling echoing in Qin Yi's heart. I need to speak with your director. The voice on the other end was dark and menacing, its chill almost palpable through the phone. It was Chen Keming, the Minister of Railways. Put him through. Wang Liangping, director of the Security Bureau, had rushed over upon receiving the alert. The Network Supervision Department was a division under the Security Bureau. Wang Liangping. Is your defense system made of paper? Do you have any idea what a mess this has become? Chen Keming roared furiously on the other end, his voice nearly rupturing Wang Liangping's eardrums. Wang Liangping's face turned ashen. As head of the Cyber Surveillance Department, he bore undeniable responsibility for such a catastrophic breach. But now was not the time for blame, it was time to solve the problem. The railway ticketing system is down. Do you understand what that means? I need a definite timeline. Chen Keming slowly calmed down. Anger wouldn't solve anything. Han Yuxing, how long will it take? Wang Liangping turned to Han Yuxing. The fact that even this retired veteran had been summoned here signaled the severity of the situation. Preliminary estimate, 3 days. If the attacks persist, that timeline will extend further. Han Yuxing had already begun cleaning the virus from the ticketing system. 3 days. Chen Keming lost his composure. Every minute of delay carried incalculable consequences, let alone 3 days. Do you realize what 3 days means? It will completely paralyze the railways. Do you remember the consequences of the last railway shutdown? Even Chen Keming, usually composed, couldn't help but grow anxious in this situation. This was going to be a major disaster. And with the National Day holiday approaching, nearly 800 million people travel during this period every year, almost as busy as the Spring Festival travel rush. If things went wrong, it could easily repeat the last disaster. With such massive crowds gathering, any incident would have unimaginable consequences. Chapter 57, Responsibility of a Great Nation. Flights, trains, high-speed rail, and buses were almost entirely delayed. Even the most clueless passengers outside finally caught on. What's going on? Why can't I get my ticket? We're already hours late. Did this train blow up mid-route? Speak up. What exactly is the problem? At least give us a clear answer. All this beating around the bush won't make things better for any of us in the end. My family member is sick, and I need to get back urgently. Can you give me a definite answer? My client is waiting for me to sign a contract. Who's going to compensate me for this delay? Ticket offices at major stations had descended into chaos. Passengers argued endlessly, yet helplessly, their frustration mounting. I've notified all high-level officials and major internet companies. We've assembled about 100 teams to crack the virus. Simultaneously, we've mobilized domestic hackers to prevent further attacks from the US. Wang Liangping reassured Chen Keming, urging him not to panic. I'll issue an official notice immediately, explaining the situation and requesting intervention from public security and military authorities to reassure passengers and maintain order. Chen Keming didn't just sit idly by either. He urgently activated the emergency plan. A large crowd gathering was something that couldn't be ignored. The website must be hacked. I've been refreshing it for over 2 hours. Who would dare attack so many ticketing systems? That's pure provocation. None of that matters now. What matters is the crowd gathering at the station. At every major platform, those who hadn't collected their tickets couldn't get them, while those who had couldn't get them validated. The people in front couldn't move, and the crowd behind kept growing. Soon, crowds surged at every major station. Waiting halls were packed shoulder to shoulder, leaving barely any space to stand. And it had only been 5 hours since the ticketing system collapsed. Police and military forces were urgently deployed to major stations and airports to maintain order and prevent further escalation. The Huaxia Daily promptly issued an announcement. In recent days, unknown forces have infiltrated major online ticket booking platforms in our country, causing system paralysis. We hereby urge all travelers to cancel non-essential trips or wait patiently for system restoration. During this period, we ask for calm and restraint. The state will properly handle all follow-up matters. Simultaneously, we issue this statement: the provocations by these unknown forces have severely jeopardized the interests of our nation's people. We hereby warn that Huaxia will retaliate in kind. This announcement is directed not only at our domestic audience but also to the world. China's resolute stance and proactive transparency in addressing the situation demonstrate the responsibility befitting a major power. Major media outlets widely disseminated the announcement. Countries worldwide began paying attention to the matter, and it rapidly gained momentum. Admiral, I believe your hypothesis may be incorrect. We haven't found a single trace of evidence online. The CIA director, reviewing China's intelligence report, was visibly flustered. Unless absolutely necessary, they preferred to avoid direct confrontation with China. Keep searching. We've already started this. We can't just walk away empty-handed. Besides, China doesn't have the means to stop you now. Gorvat frowned, wondering if Libby's had rubbed off on him. Could insanity be contagious? That's understandable. Their massive population means the ticket system collapse alone keeps them busy. But headquarters has already called. If we haven't found anything by this time tomorrow, we have to call it off. We can't afford to openly antagonize China yet. The CIA director hung up after speaking. Gorvat fell silent. This matter might become one of his blunders. The relentless stream of scrolling messages and station announcements caused the station's murmurs to erupt into a deafening roar, with some passengers completely losing control. Shouts, cries, and curses filled the air. The military and police personnel already on site watched the crowd nervously, ready for any sudden developments. So what if we can't go back? It's not the end of the world. At that critical moment, someone stepped forward, a middle-aged man who climbed onto a platform and grabbed a train attendant's megaphone. If you miss the National Day holiday, there's still New Year's, Spring Festival, chat apps, and video calls. Travel is just escaping places we hate for places others hate. Maybe you should learn to love where we live. Look at the night sky, see the streets at 4 in the morning. And you business people, did you even go to school? Your partners don't know about something this big? If they can't understand uncontrollable circumstances, I suggest you end the partnership now and go home. Many fell silent, pondering the middle-aged man's words. Yeah, this situation won't be resolved anytime soon. Why not try doing as he said? Why stick your neck out? It's not your problem. Others wore expressions of displeasure, and this remark found some agreement. You're just stuck here. Do you have any idea how much the country will lose because of this? Hundreds of billions? Did the government say anything? They're still considering your feelings. All this crying and fussing here, how much manpower and resources will the country have to waste to keep things running? You go play, go relax, but look at these police officers and soldiers, they can't rest for a single second while serving you. You say they're meant for this work, but why do you yell at them the moment something happens? They don't owe you anything, yet they can only endure insults without retaliating. Look closely, aren't most of these people older than you? Why should they endure your venting? The crowd fell silent. Tears welled in the eyes of the young, shy soldiers. Finally, someone had spoken up for them. Your crying and fussing is exactly what those shadowy forces want to see. They'll say that the Chinese people, who have always refused to submit, are just like that. Once conflict arises, they crumble from within. Do you not know our Chinese nation is renowned for unity and self-reliance? This behavior only brings shame upon China and makes us a laughingstock to outsiders. The man fell silent, yet the station grew still. Amidst the throng of hundreds, not a single sound could be heard. Some began moving silently, heading toward the station exits. Others sat down where they stood, waiting in silence. The video of the man's speech was uploaded online, quickly gaining traction. The commotion at major stations gradually subsided as everyone held their breath, waiting for the issue to be resolved. Unity is strength, unity is strength. Some even began singing in the station to soothe the uneasy mood. Many passengers joined in, including the military and police, maintaining order and unprecedented unity. Outside, many volunteers brought water and food to feed the stranded passengers, and the singing grew louder. Toward the sun, toward freedom, toward the new China, radiating boundless brilliance. The song was deep yet resounded through the heavens. China is a nation renowned for its unity, and the Chinese people will never betray that reputation. In the past, 400 million people united against a common enemy to drive out invaders. Later, when the Sichuan earthquake struck, the whole nation rallied to support the affected region. This has been the way since ancient times, and it remains so today. Chapter 58, The New Virus. Guys, anyone tech savvy? Join this cyber defense operation, and I'll pay each participant 5,000 yuan. Wang Mozong, son of the former richest man, posted this message. Leveraging his fame, it quickly sparked a wave of interest. Forget the 5,000, it's more about principle. Count me in. I'm already working on something, might as well cash in. Count me in. My skills aren't top-notch, but I'll do my part. For the sake of China, it's our duty. Countless netizens flocked to the site, most just for the spectacle, but some with genuine skills quietly opened their computers. In an internet cafe in a small town far away, two slightly older guys were playing games here. Bro Yao, it's time to step up. A slightly younger middle-aged man glanced at the online post and spoke quietly. You're crazy. That'll expose us. The man called Yao raised his voice slightly. He hadn't forgotten what they'd done before. What's there to fear? Worst case, we surrender. But we can't just let those bastards ride roughshod over us. The middle-aged man pulled out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer in front of him. Lines of code instantly filled the entire screen. We can't stand idly by on this. The middle-aged man declared with conviction, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with a crisp, rhythmic clatter. Brother Yao remained silent. He wasn't unaware of the situation unfolding online, but after a long hesitation, Yao took a USB drive from his pocket. The computer screen instantly filled with code. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled softly. Guys, are you running a cyber defense drill? The boss approached and asked, drawn by the striking contrast. While everyone else was gaming, their screens displayed nothing but code. You could say that. The middle-aged man replied with measured tone. Impressive. I'll cover your internet fees. For the next month, you can come here to surf for free instant noodles and cola on the house. The owner gave them a thumbs up. While he couldn't stop what was happening online, he could offer some support. Sigh, we're just a couple of old men. Can't we live in peace? Enough. Let's go. They really think China is easy to bully. Brothers, though we're just starting out, now's our time to prove ourselves. Let's take down those bastards. Novice hackers and retired cyber operatives alike joined this digital battle. Across the nation, those with skills participated, while those without offered support. Everyone awaited victory in this invisible war. This must be what they mean by one call, 100 responses. Director Wang, this is a novel virus combining parasitic, worm, and mutating strains. We've never encountered anything like it before. Cracking it will take time. Hong Yuxing's expression darkened. While the hackers' offensive had been halted, residual viruses within the shopping system continued to wreak havoc. Unless these remnants were eliminated, the current situation remained far from resolved. Wang Liangping's expression darkened. After all this time, the team had barely identified the virus's nature, and progress on the decryption software remained stagnant. The losses were now running into the tens of thousands per second, and that was a conservative estimate. If they waited another 2 days or more, the damage could easily reach hundreds of billions. Speed it up. Director Wang could only urge them on, though he himself had no solutions. Damn it, where did they get so many hackers? Within the CIA, the onslaught of their cyber attackers was halted. Almost in an instant, the Chinese side's countermeasures multiplied exponentially. Even though most were relatively simple, breaking through each one took considerable time. And even after breaking through, more countermeasures would be deployed to fill the gap. Director, at this rate, we might return empty-handed. Moreover, the virus we deployed earlier has been detected by the enemy and is likely being decrypted now. Someone reported. Deploy virus 2 to disrupt their decryption efforts. We must find any trace of the target. Yes, sir. Reporting, the enemy has deployed a new virus to block our decryption efforts. New virus detected, suspected blaster variant. New virus detected, suspected sasser variant. Wang Liangping's face darkened completely. The original viruses hadn't been decrypted yet, and now 2 new ones had appeared. Were they really trying to push things to the absolute limit? They must be after intelligence we possess. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Restore the shopping system first. We'll fight them head-on. Wang Liangping changed tactics. Passive defense was futile. Better to strike proactively and force them to divert their attention elsewhere. Hong Yuxing, take a team to breach the US White House and firewall systems. Buy us time. Hong Yuxing nodded and immediately switched his computer screen. Most technical personnel had been redeployed to the shopping system for offensive and defensive operations, leaving other software platforms vulnerable. A handful of American hackers roamed freely here, searching for their mission targets without restraint. Bro, what's going on here? Some professors from Kyoto University had been reassigned, including the one teaching Mu Xiaoyu's class today. Naturally, she had the day off and came to Mu Yang's lab to hang out. Mu Yang remained oblivious to the outside world, completely absorbed in his chip research. He hadn't paid attention to anything else these past 2 days. But upon hearing his sister's question, he set aside his work. Hacked? Mu Yang frowned at the notification on his phone. After learning hacking techniques, he had installed detection and protection programs on Mu Xiaoyu's phone just as a precaution. He never imagined it would actually be triggered. Who'd be so bored as to hack your phone? Mu Yang couldn't quite figure it out. Could they have gotten lost? Probably hackers from the US. It's been all over the news these past couple days. Mu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before replying. That seemed highly likely. From the States? Mu Yang was puzzled. As Mu Xiaoyu explained, he finally understood the cause and progression of the incident. The entire country was now engaged in a cyber offensive and defense. The station still hadn't opened, and a large crowd had already gathered. Something this big, and you didn't tell me? Mu Yang questioned, his hands itching to deploy something he'd been carrying. You're a robotics researcher, why would you care about this stuff? Mu Xiaoyu's words still made sense, and Mu Yang had no time to argue with her. The shopping system was nearly crippled. Hacking into it was child's play for Mu Yang, but dealing with the massive amount of viruses was incredibly troublesome, especially since they kept mutating. Wait, the program I wrote earlier. Mu Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. The program he'd created could eliminate the viruses. If he implanted it into the shopping system, it would handle the viruses on its own not only quickly, but also freeing up his hands. But manually implanting it one by one is a hassle, and Red Queen's firewall will need to be activated too. After a moment's thought, Mu Yang pulled out his phone and tapped a contact. Chapter 59, The Dragon of the Domain. Implant the program I gave you into the shopping system. It can eliminate the virus. Mu Yang sent the message to Qin Yi. After all, she worked for the Cyber Regulatory Department, and with more people involved, greater strength could be achieved. The firewall process was simply too massive. Mu Yang planned to upload it to Kyoto University's supercomputer before deploying it. His phone buzzed, but Qin Yi had little time to check it. She was swamped, fighting desperately to fend off the enemy's assault. Han Yuxing's team also made no progress. The enemy seemed to have anticipated their moves, blocking their advances like an impenetrable wall. 10 hours had now passed since the shopping system collapsed. These 10 hours were agonizing for the passengers at the station, yet they endured, waiting for good news from the government. Mu Yang, what brings you here? Several university administrators were surprised to see Mu Yang. Though he held an honorary position at Kyoto University, he rarely made public appearances except when dropping off his daughter, Mu Xiaoyu, for school. I need to use your supercomputer immediately, it's urgent. Mu Yang said breathlessly, knowing that every second delayed meant enormous losses. Mu Yang, your timing is unfortunate. We need the supercomputer's algorithms to crack the virus right now. Please come back later. Using the supercomputer to process experimental data was perfectly routine, but Mu Yang's timing was poor. After speaking, the administrators turned their attention back to the screens above them, while the team of technicians below continued their intense work. That's exactly why I'm here. Mu Yang stepped before them. He hadn't recognized them earlier, but now he did. It was Meng Dikan, the old man he'd met not long ago. It's you? Meng Dikan recognized Mu Yang before him. You say you have a way to solve this virus? The others looked at him skeptically. You're a medical professional dabbling in computer science? This kind of virus is beyond the capabilities of most people. Yes. Mu Yang nodded solemnly. Hold on. First, tell us the types of these viruses. Meng Dikan was one of China's few dual-degree professors, with profound expertise in computer science, though people primarily remembered his contributions in polymer engineering and materials science. The first one has no known name, but it's a new type of virus combining features of attach-type viruses, worms, and polymorphic viruses. It's one of the world's top 10 cyber viruses, incorporating all three to cripple shopping systems. Then there are the Blaster variant and the Sasser variant viruses. Their purpose seems to be to block your decryption efforts. Mu Yang stated this matter-of-factly, with a familiarity suggesting he'd encountered such threats countless times before. Impressive. What's your solution? Meng Dikan nodded slightly after listening. The ability to accurately identify the types surpassed most people, and to even articulate their objectives revealed that the man before him possessed genuine expertise. I designed a program to counter these viruses, but it needs to be deployed within the shopping system. My capabilities alone are limited, I require assistance. Qin Yi hadn't replied to his message, so he couldn't count on her. His only hope now lay with Kyoto University. He should have approached Yu Jiangwo earlier. His connections carried more weight than Kyoto University's. But the Academy of Sciences was relatively distant, leaving Kyoto University as the closest viable option. One program to handle so many viruses? Even if you reverse-engineered their algorithms, it should take 3 separate programs. Another person questioned, one program to handle 3 troublesome viruses? That's ridiculous. Talk is useless. I can demonstrate it live. Faced with skepticism, action was the only response. Meng Dikan had a computer cleared for Mu Yang's use. This program incorporates data structures, common foundational algorithms, sorting algorithms, search algorithms, trees, and graphs, the most fundamental computations in today's internet. Within it, I've added something different, parsing algorithms and devouring algorithms. Mu Yang pulled out his USB drive and inserted it into the computer. A tiny dragon appeared on the screen, darting back and forth with a fierce glint in its eyes, as if guarding its territory. The parsing algorithm allows it to rapidly analyze the algorithms of network viruses. The devouring algorithm classifies the parsed algorithms into existing ones, essentially transforming the virus into part of itself, thereby eliminating the threat. When the computer connected to a shopping system, the little dragon seemed to sense a threat. Its body dissolved into strings of code and vanished. Within a minute, it reappeared. Unlike before, its body seemed slightly redder and had grown larger. It really devoured it. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The virus within the shopping system connected to this computer had vanished, and the remaining firewall began repairing the damaged areas. It was nothing like before. It had been in a state of complete death. Mengdi-kun and the others stared wide-eyed. They'd nearly pulled their hair out trying to crack the virus, yet this virus-cracking process felt like a game, specifically the kind where you get stronger just by eating. I call it the domain-protecting dragon, Mu Yang said. It possesses growth potential. As long as it devours enough viruses, protecting the entire Chinese internet won't be a problem. However, there's one drawback: it's unique. Only one can exist. So eliminating all viruses remains somewhat troublesome. Mu Yang said with a hint of resignation. This had been his original intention when creating the program. It could only exist as a single entity. He couldn't change that, for altering it might cause major issues. Still, it's not bad. Hurry up and make a few more copies to deploy across major ticketing systems. Mengdi-kun dismissed the concern, instead urging him onward. With hope finally in sight, there was no time to waste. No time. Mu Yang waved his hand dismissively. To Mengdi-kun, this felt like going from heaven to hell in an instant, a complete reversal of fortune. Mr. Mu Yang, what could possibly be more important than this? Do you have any idea how much the nation stands to lose with every second of delay? Mengdi-kun's face darkened. Mu Yang was, after all, a member of both the Capital University and the Academy of Sciences. Weren't people like them supposed to dedicate themselves to serving the nation? And now he dared say he had no time, especially at such a critical juncture. You should understand the immense pressure we're under, Mr. Mu Yang. As a member of the Academy of Sciences, this is precisely the kind of task you should be handling. This is how it will be. Tell us what's holding you back, and Kyoto University will step in to resolve it for you. Mengdi-kun rattled off a torrent of words, leaving Mu Yang no chance to speak. Do I look like someone who doesn't understand national duty? If I didn't care about these matters, I wouldn't have come here at all. Mu Yang finally seized the chance to interrupt, the previous barrage nearly suffocating him. Then what exactly do you intend to do? Mengdi-kun realized he'd been too hasty earlier. The enemy keeps deploying new cyber viruses. Our current virus devouring program is still struggling to handle them effectively. We need to wait for it to mature. I propose starting with the China network firewall. Mu Yang laid out his plan without hesitation. That's out of the question. The Huaxia network firewall isn't something just anyone can access. Mengdi-kun shook his head firmly in refusal. This was top secret information, even he had no authority to touch it. Earlier, you mentioned something about Kyoto University stepping in to help resolve this? Mu Yang raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Mengdi-kun. I've got something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Chapter 60, Great Wall 2.0 goes live. The ticket system hacking incident continued to escalate. Despite the best efforts of universities and hackers to block it, the difficulty of decrypting this new virus was beyond imagination, and the slow progress was utterly frustrating. I can't help you with this request. Ask for something else. Mengdi-kun shook his head, deeply regretting the bold claims he had made earlier. Domain Dragon requires the item in my possession to achieve its full potential, and that requires breaching China's Great Firewall. Mu Yang insisted, explaining that this firewall required a supercomputer to even process it. Currently, all computers were connected to the shopping system, waiting for the Domain Dragon to eliminate them one by one. However, this efficiency was still far too slow. But Mengdi-kun remained hesitant, mainly because he didn't know the access point for the Great Wall. That would require consulting the network regulatory authorities, who were likely too busy to spare them any attention. You said every second counts as massive losses. We can't afford to wait. Mu Yang stared intently at Mengdi-kun. He only needed this supercomputer, everything else could be resolved. Report. The enemy has deployed a new type of cyber virus. A loud shout echoed from the rear, heightening the tension in the control room. Hand over control of the supercomputer. I can resolve this issue immediately. Mu Yang pressed on. Zhen Yueilong had already proven his capabilities. Mengdi-kun had no grounds to refuse, and the situation was growing increasingly critical. Do it! Mengdi-kun gritted his teeth and growled. For the sake of the nation, he would bear any consequences. Everyone, follow Mu Yang's directives. Control of the capital star is now transferred to Mu Yang. Everyone, including myself, must cooperate fully with his operations. Once certain decisions were made, subsequent actions became unstoppable. The entire Capital Star control center began operating with orderly precision. I need 10 minutes for the transmission. Until then, halt all virus decryption efforts. Mu Yang issued the command. Everyone fell silent, halting their decryption efforts. Damn it! How did this gap suddenly appear? Hong Yuxing's already furrowed brow tightened further, almost as if it could crush an ant. Reporting, Kyoto University has withdrawn from the defense line. The attacks they were intercepting are now unchecked. Someone reported. Those bastards. Hong Yuxing nearly choked on his breath. He couldn't fathom why Kyoto University would abandon this cyber defense operation. They possess the Kyoto Star, a supercomputer nearly on par with the Tianhe 2. We'll settle accounts with them after this is over. Get someone to hold the line. Hong Yuxing was already overwhelmed. His fingers, pounding the keys for so long, had lost all sensation, moving like a machine. I'll call and ask. Wang Liangping's face darkened completely. Kyoto University's actions were no different from deserters on the battlefield. But no one answered. Wang Liangping could only hurl his phone aside in frustration. The control room of Kyoto Star was shrouded in an unusually heavy atmosphere. 10 minutes felt longer than any they had ever endured. Withdrawing from the cyber battle was like stabbing their teammates in the back. With every passing minute, the situation outside grew more perilous. All they could do was pray for time to pass faster still. Data upload complete. Preparing to initiate access. The command they'd been waiting for finally came, and everyone scrambled to their computers. No interface. How are you going to do this? Meng Dekan voiced his concern. They didn't have the data interface for the Great Wall. I have my own way of doing this. It's just a bit unfair to them. Mu Yang uploaded another segment of data the firewall cracking code Red Queen had given him earlier. With time running out, he had no other choice. What is this? Cracking code. It can breach the Great Firewall. Mu Yang spoke calmly, though deep down, he felt a tinge of nervousness. This was China's national firewall. Attacking it carried consequences that needed no elaboration. You're out of your mind. If you attack now, they'll be here to arrest you in minutes. You believe me? Meng Dekan rushed to stop him. Attacking the Great Firewall? Even the most talented hacker wouldn't dare play with fire like that. I'll have Zenya Weilong guard the breach. Anyone who comes will die. Mu Yang was being cautious. The tools in his hands were like a dimensional strike against modern hackers. But he didn't know how long he'd be locked up in prison or if he might even face execution. Meng Dekan could only let him proceed. As long as Mu Yang resolved this incident, the consequences didn't matter. The decryption code swiftly located the Great Wall and opened a vulnerability with astonishing speed. Domain Guardian Dragon was drawn to the breach by the code, unaware of the danger, and began patrolling the vicinity. Senior Hong, it's bad. Our firewall's been breached. Xin Yi, assigned to monitor the firewall, shouted urgently. The breach had occurred so suddenly she'd barely registered it. What's happening? Everyone lost their composure. The Great Wall was their defense line. If the defense line was shattered, how could they possibly continue? Unclear. The attack seems to originate from within the country. Xin Yi rushed to trace the attack source. Though she couldn't pinpoint the exact location, it was confirmed to originate within the country. Those bastards, stirring up trouble at a time like this. Someone cursed. There were always scum who try to profit from national disasters. No time for that now. Patch the vulnerability immediately. Hong Yuxing opened another screen. Sweat pouring down his face, he was utterly exhausted. First, Kyoto University withdrew from the defense, and now an unknown hacker had breached the Great Wall. When it rains, it pours, a saying that couldn't be more fitting for this moment. There's a vulnerability in their firewall. Perfect. Hurry up, hurry up. This way we can sneak in more viruses. We can gather more critical data. In stark contrast to the gloom and despair in China, the CIA was practically cheering. With a breach in China's firewall, they wouldn't have to exert themselves so hard in their attacks. Like fish caught in a net, they eagerly swam toward this opening. Ha! Isn't this a breach? Why is my attack getting blocked? It is a breach, I'm sure. My viruses slipped right through. Then why can't I get in? Must be something wrong on your end. Try again. They hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. How much longer until the data upload completes? 50% complete. Estimated 5 minutes remaining. Mu Yang replied. Supercomputers were truly efficient. They could achieve 10% progress in just 1 minute. In the blink of an eye, the 5 minutes were up. Reporting, all data for Great Wall 2.0 has been fully uploaded. With a thunderous roar, the Great Wall 2.0 version launched anew. Like towering walls rising from the earth, it tightly encircled the entire Huaxia network. No matter the swords, spears, or cannons hurled at it, it remained unshaken. The Domain Guardian Dragon roamed atop the walls, devouring every external attack and virus, growing at an astonishing rate. But it wasn't over yet. The real battle had only just begun. Chapter 61, The Shift in Offense and Defense. Ha 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 ha. I've deployed so many viruses China's defenses must be overwhelmed by now. Me too. I've hijacked several computers to inject viruses into the Chinese firewall's vulnerabilities. They must be in a real bind now. China's firewall isn't all that impressive. It won't hold out for even a day. We can pop the champagne early to celebrate. Strange. Why can't I get in yet? The CIA headquarters buzzed with festive cheer, as if heralding an imminent victory where they would all emerge as triumphant knights. Cyber Surveillance Agency Technical Center. Strange. Why did the attackers stop? The bustling crowd simultaneously halted their work as the enemy's assault abruptly ceased. Hong Yuxing was momentarily at a loss. How peculiar, where had that fierce onslaught gone? Senior Hong, I've detected a firewall enveloping our Great Wall. All attacks and network viruses are being blocked. Xin Yi's hands never stopped moving. The moment she noticed the anomaly, she immediately began investigating. She discovered a firewall even larger and more robust than the Great Wall itself, standing outside it, like a protective father shielding its child. I traced the attack's origin too. It came from Kyoto University. Wang Liangping and Hong Yuxing exchanged glances, certain there was a connection. Get ready. We're heading to Kyoto University. Wang Liangping intended to pay a visit and see exactly what Kyoto University was up to. Several helicopters flew low overhead, their engines roaring through the slightly darkening night sky. Excellent. All attacks have been intercepted by Great Wall 2.0. With its boost, the Dragon of the Realm is devouring the virus faster than ever and without the hassle of system integration. We expect all viruses to be eradicated within the next half hour. A technician reported excitedly. This outcome was a pleasant surprise for them. The processing time, originally estimated at 3 days or longer, had been drastically reduced. The crowd erupted in cheers. It was finally over. Meng Dekan stared at Mu Yang for a long moment, speechless. His emotions ran deep. A young man capable of developing such a groundbreaking medical bed also demonstrated such exceptional prowess in the field of computing. You're a hero. After a long pause, Meng Dekan could only utter these words. Yet this simple statement conveyed the full depth of his emotions. Only heroes could step forward, and only heroes could turn the tide. It's nothing, really nothing. Mu Yang waved his hands repeatedly. Such a title felt far too grand for a young man like himself. Hero. A hero of China. The crowd cheered, paying no heed to Mu Yang's reluctance. What hero? Let me see this hero. Wang Liangping strode in with his security detail, his expression grim. The control center instantly fell silent. The accountability had arrived. What they'd done was a serious crime. How dare you? Deserting your post in the heat of battle and stabbing us in the back. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Wang Liangping roared angrily. Anyone would be furious over these two incidents. Kyoto University's actions had nearly caused the entire defense line to collapse. If not for the firewall that appeared later, chaos would have ensued. As the head of the security bureau, the consequences ranged from demotion at best to severe political punishment at worst. Heads bowed in silence. This was undeniable fact, beyond rebuttal. Wang Liangping scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Mu Yang. This young man seemed vaguely familiar. We did everything ourselves. He had nothing to do with it. Someone standing beside Mu Yang, flustered, immediately stepped in front of him. Meng Dekan, standing nearby. If you're so eloquent, say more. What difference is that from denying something you know is true? We admit to what you're accusing us of, and will accept whatever punishment you deem fit. But considering Mu Yang intercepted all the cyber attacks and viruses for you, please don't involve him in this. Meng Dekan stepped forward to speak. Punish those who deserve it, reward those who deserve it. It wasn't unreasonable for their group to take the punishment so that Mu Yang could remain unscathed. So you're saying that firewall was Mu Yang's doing? Wang Liangping visibly froze. He knew this matter might involve Kyoto University, but he never imagined it was Mu Yang's doing. Meng Dekan nodded. Wang Liangping looked even more astonished. He walked up to Mu Yang, studied him for a moment, then turned back to the main control screen, his expression complex. What is this? Wang Liangping pointed at the dragon displayed on the large screen. At this moment, the Domain Guardian Dragon had grown immense, entirely due to the CIA's continuous feeding. Domain Guardian Dragon can devour all kinds of viruses. This is Great Wall 2.0, capable of blocking cyber attacks. All cyber attacks have been completely blocked, and it possesses all the functions of the original Great Wall. Meng Dekan explained. Wang Liangping's eyes widened slowly. The others remained silent, waiting quietly to see what Wang Liangping would do next. Excellent. 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 Wang Liangping repeated the word 3 times, his excitement too overwhelming to contain. You've been a tremendous help. I don't know how to thank you. Wang Liangping hastily grasped Mu Yang's hand, his words becoming somewhat incoherent. Let's discuss these matters later. Shouldn't we press our advantage now? Now that the enemy was largely trapped within the Great Wall 2.0, it was the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. Well said. It's time they taste our wrath. Wang Liangping seemed to release pent-up frustration as he pulled out his satellite phone and dialed. All units, target the White House and the Pentagon. Attack! His deep roar carried the intensity of raging flames. Through the relentless efforts of our technical personnel, the Great Wall 2.0 version and the Dragon of the Domain have been successfully developed. All enemy offensives have now been blocked, and the virus in the ticketing system is being progressively eliminated. Partial ticket systems have resumed operation, and passengers may now purchase tickets for passage. The remaining systems are expected to be fully restored within 1 hour. The Cyberspace Administration declares the counterattack has commenced. We will spare no expense in striking back at these unknown forces. Those who dare to harm our nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. 12 hours into the cyber offensive, the Chinese government issued a statement declaring victory. Damn impressive. Our motherland truly is powerful. The guy above just keeps shouting awesome. You have no idea what I witnessed. Those dense waves of cyber attacks were like a tickle to it. Great Wall 2.0 foot is truly impenetrable. Dragon of the Realm is also incredibly powerful. I was just dealing with a virus in the ticketing system when suddenly a string of code shot out, transformed into a dragon, and devoured the virus. I was stunned. Only then did I realize it was our Dragon of the Realm. It's a case of breaking old to build new. Congratulations to our nation's cybersecurity defenses have reached a new level. Now it's our turn to strike. We can't let this slide. Let's go get M. This time, I'm planting our dragon flag right on the White House. After 12 hours of intense confrontation, the first phase of the cyber offensive concluded with victory for the Huaxia side. The second phase of the cyber offensive was unilaterally declared open by China. China surged forward with unstoppable momentum, like a raging wildfire. Now, the tables have turned. Chapter 62, Offensive Pursuit. Major universities and red hacker groups received their assignments and began operating in waves. One group tracked the IP addresses of hackers trapped between 2 firewalls, while another launched attacks on the White House and Pentagon. Damn it, I'm being tracked. Someone's tracing my IP. Inside the CIA, the hacker trapped between the firewalls was still gleefully deploying viruses when suddenly, multiple streams of network data surged toward him, relentlessly closing in. His face, which had been twisted in a savage grin moments ago, now twisted with unease, even panic. What's going on? The CIA director's face paled. If China traced their network address, it would be ironclad evidence. Not sure. I was deploying the virus when the monitoring system detected someone tracking me. Get support to me fast. At this rate, I'll be exposed in under 2 minutes. Team A, provide backup. Team B, release a false IP address. Team C, continue the attack and divert their attention. Team A, copy that. Team B, copy. Team C. Team C can't do it. The leader of Team C, responsible for the assault, stated. What did you say? The CIA director glared at Team C's leader. Listen to what you just said. Director, we can't do it. I just said for some reason, their firewall has blocked all our attacks. You didn't intervene, and now there's absolutely nothing we can do. Team C leader shrugged helplessly. This assignment was indeed a tough nut to crack. He had found the vulnerability Team A mentioned, but he simply couldn't penetrate it, blocked by a layer of firewalls. You know that feeling of something being just out of reach? Blocking them was none other than the Great Firewall 2.0, severing their relentless barrage of attacks. Damn it, is this the work of those red hackers? Unlikely. While they're formidable, their capabilities are at best on par with ours. With a pre-existing vulnerability, they couldn't possibly have intercepted us. You mean there's a master hacker in China? The CIA director's face was filled with disbelief. What the hell were those intelligence people doing? How did they miss such crucial information? Director, I feel compelled to remind you, you are the director of the CIA. Team C's leader said weakly. Shut up, you useless piece of trash. Capital Star Control Center. A wicked smile spread across Mu Yang's face. After all, he held a remarkably powerful code in his hands. Everyone, prepare. Mu Yang bellowed, and everyone tensed up. Attack teams from major universities all placed their hands on their keyboards. Attack! As Mu Yang slammed the enter key, a gaping hole instantly appeared in the firewalls of the White House and Pentagon. Before they could react, the attackers swarmed in, wreaking havoc and destruction within. Director, the firewalls at the White House and Pentagon have been breached. Chinese agents are deploying dragon flags inside. Someone burst in shouting. Just moments ago, while President Biden was delivering a speech to Congress, the Union Jack behind him suddenly transformed into a dragon flag. Bathed in crimson light, he delivered a passionate speech for what felt like an eternity, nearly turning him red. Only then did everyone realize the firewalls of the White House and Pentagon had been breached. Batdan cursed furiously under the crimson glow, and the congressional session ended in chaos. Damn it! Everyone fall back and defend the White House. The CIA director now understood, the enemy had launched a counteroffensive. They were no longer the dominant force. They would have to retreat and hunker down, just as China had done before. We can't retreat. Team leaders A and B answered simultaneously. They were being relentlessly pursued by China's hackers, leaving them no time for anything else. They were like rats on the run, darting back and forth across compromised systems, daring not to linger a second longer. Terrified that the next moment would see them caught and crushed by a horde of pursuers. Team C alone was no match. Under China's overwhelming assault, the White House and Pentagon firewalls had completely collapsed, drowning in a sea of dragon flags. Meanwhile in China, hackers from Teams A and B were frantically fleeing. With 2 layers of firewalls intercepting them, they were trapped like fish in a barrel. I just discovered something unbelievable. My computer turned itself on. I thought I forgot to shut it down, so I turned it off, but it turned back on again. Do you think it's haunted? Same here. I'm too scared to stay home now, especially since it's the middle of the night. Maybe the Ghost Academy let out, and all the ghost students are online now. That's ridiculous. Come on, use some common sense. Your computers are probably being used as botnets by hackers. Many people have noticed their computers turning on and off repeatedly, with the cooling fans whirring away. This is a common tactic in hacker attacks, using computers as zombies, essentially turning them into puppets. Hackers plant Trojan programs in users' systems beforehand, enabling them to use these computers for any purpose. These are the escape routes hackers build for themselves. When pursued by authorities, they activate these zombies. The White House and Pentagon offered little resistance, but tracking down domestic threats proved trickier. There were still quite a few hackers left. Time to show what I'm capable of. All that study of top-tier hacking techniques hadn't been in vain. Mu Yang easily seized a computer. Professor Meng, do you have an MPI environment set up here? Mu Yang asked before beginning any operations. We do have that. After all, it is a supercomputer. Meng Decon nodded. They had that much, at least. MPI stands for Message Passing Interface, a set of standards or interfaces developers use in high-performance computing programs to exchange messages between different CPUs or server nodes involved in computations. This interface helps engineers quickly write cross-platform, portable parallel computing programs across various computing platforms, boosting development efficiency. Simply put, this tool can link dozens or even hundreds of computers in parallel, effectively creating a small supercomputer. It's incredibly useful for personal investigations. Run for your lives, little mice. The kitten is coming to catch you. Mu Yang grinned maliciously, looking every bit the villainous rebel from a novel. With each of Mu Yang's commands, one bot after another was eliminated, transforming into computational resources for him. The hackers had nowhere left to run, slowly losing their last chance to escape as their zombies were systematically wiped out. How's it going? Meng Decon approached to ask. These hackers were fast runners. If not for the Great Wall 2.0 defense, they would have escaped long ago. Pretty fun. Like playing Snake. Mu Yang remarked with a light-hearted tone. Each bot he consumed added to his computational resources just like Snake, right? It didn't come back to you. Your approach is off. Meng Decon's face darkened. The others were either diligently tracing IP addresses or exhausting themselves trying to predict the hacker's next move. But with you, it's all about Snake. How can you be so out of step with everyone else? Meng Decon shook his head. He couldn't fathom what went on in young minds. Perhaps that was precisely why they succeeded. Oh no, they've caught me. I'm exposed. With the first hacker exposed, Teams A and B began to crumble. One by one, the hackers had their network addresses tracked down by Huaxia. What the hell did they plant in there? Chapter 63, Victory. Exposing IP addresses seemed insignificant now. The Team A leader screamed in terror. Director, our firewall's breached. They've injected an unknown virus. My computer's gone haywire. It's spreading through the LAN. No matter what the Team A leader tried, it was useless. The unknown network virus was rapidly spreading across Zhongqingzhen's network. My computer's down too. Mine too. Director, destroy the system. Otherwise our main server will be infected too. Chaos erupted at the CIA headquarters. Every computer was either already dead or on its way out. There was absolutely nothing they could do. Damn it, are you all useless? The CIA director erupted in fury. Just moments ago, they had been crushing their opponents, but now their own house was in ruins. It was like having a huge advantage early on, only to lose after a single team fight. It was utterly incomprehensible. And to top it all off, they had to say, how could we lose this? Initiate destruction protocol. The CIA director, utterly devastated, issued this order. With that command, billions of dollars vanished into thin air. But there was no choice. Once the virus infiltrated the main server, the losses wouldn't be limited to billions of dollars. The entire CIA might cease to exist. Yet for the CIA director, this might just be the easiest thing he faced today. Director Wolf, I expect an explanation for today's events. In the office, Biden suppressed his rage, but the red glow on the computer screen before him relentlessly assaulted his rationality. Mr. President, I did this to obtain critical intelligence on China. Beads of sweat began forming on Wolf's forehead. He'd been so preoccupied with the operation inside that he'd nearly forgotten the deep-seated fury awaiting him from the president and Congress. Intelligence? You obtained intelligence that led someone to hoist the dragon flag over our capital. The dragon flag on the computer screen kept layering over itself, accompanied by some text. He Weiji from Liyang City, Jingshu Province, was here. Old Bai Deng, your grandfather's here to see you. I'm a little flag-planting soldier wherever there's space, I plant. Cheers to storming the White House. Biden could no longer contain his rage and erupted into a tirade. Congress allocates so much funding every year for you to defend the White House and Pentagon. Did you idiots eat it all? Do you know how many dragon flags they stacked on my computer over there? You claim you were gathering intelligence. What intelligence did you gather? The words fired out like machine gun fire, giving Wolfs no chance to breathe. When he finally got a chance to speak, Wolfs no longer felt the need to explain. Because he hadn't obtained anything. There was no information from Huaxia regarding the intelligence Gorvit had provided. Now he actually hoped Biden would keep yelling. At worst, he'd take whatever punishment came his way. This is it. Wolves uploaded the photo Gorvit had given him to Biden's phone. Of course, the contents of the photo were familiar to everyone, so there was no need for further explanation. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you assume anyone in my position is brainless? Biden stared at the images Wolf had sent, nearly choking on his own blood in rage. Did these people really think he was that easy to fool? Wolfs also felt like an idiot. Why had he believed Gorvit? Surely no one seriously thought something like Iron Man could be researched? If it could be developed, it would be the United States doing it first. China's technological level lagged far behind America's. Such intricate craftsmanship might not even be achievable in China for another 50 years. Wait for Congress to judge you. Biden felt these people had gone too far. He was the president, not some puppet. Did they really think they could pull the wool over his eyes? Mr. Secretary, pack my things. I'm heading to Hawaii for a few days. This presidency is getting harder by the day. Biden rubbed his slightly cloudy eyes and waved his hand dismissively. At least in Hawaii, he wouldn't have to see the dragon flags filling his screens. With the White House and Pentagon paralyzed, opportunists seized the moment to carry out every unscrupulous act imaginable. The White House and Pentagon remained paralyzed for 12 hours. Across the United States, 5 bank robberies occurred, hundreds of cocaine transactions took place, dozens of arms deals were made, and the total number of other criminal cases combined exceeded nearly 1,000. Americans dubbed it Crime Day. For criminals, the absence of CIA surveillance was pure bliss. 12 hours and 1 minute after the White House and Pentagon fell, the Chinese forces halted their attacks entirely, leaving only hundreds of viruses to run rampant. Unthinkable, the dragon flags piled up hundreds of stories high at the White House, even more spectacular than the last assault. We won. Thanks to the developers of Great Wall 2.0 and Domain Dragon, their contributions were indispensable to this victory. Without their solid backing, our offensive might not have been so smooth. Wonder who they are. Wish I could see their faces. Forget it, man. People like that are usually kept under wraps. They can't just parade around like celebrities, it's too dangerous for them. Remember, 500,000 isn't a small number these days. True victory had finally arrived. The internet erupted in celebration, with messages proclaiming we've won visible everywhere. The United States remained silent on the matter. They were in the wrong. China had solid evidence, so naturally, they would seek reasonable compensation. Capital Star Control Center. Mission accomplished. Time to wrap it up. Mu Yang stretched vigorously. The chairs in this control center were truly uncomfortable. After sitting for several hours, they nearly wrecked his old back. The others stared at Mu Yang as if he were a freak. This time, whether attacking or defending, Mu Yang had contributed over 90% of the effort. The rest of them could only follow behind, picking up scraps. If their luck was bad, they'd be stuck tracking data, arriving too late to find anything left. It wasn't that they lacked capability, it was simply that Mu Yang was too formidable. A single Great Wall 2.0 combined with a Domain Guardian Dragon had neutralized all external network attacks and viruses. He then used MPI to harness idle computing resources, assembling a mini supercomputer to track enemy network addresses. He took on all the dirty work and heavy lifting himself. Leaving the rest of them sitting here, unable to stand or sit comfortably, made them look utterly useless. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Mu Yang retrieved his attack code and network viruses. This kind of code couldn't be shared casually, it was too dangerous. If someone with ill intent got their hands on it, trouble would ensue. Wait, you can't leave yet. Wang Liangping blocked Mu Yang's path, his eyes fixed on him with an unreadable intensity. Mu Yang froze. Was he settling the score for earlier? Classic case of using someone and then discarding them. The others watched Wang Liangping nervously. Merits were merits, and faults were faults, that much was undeniable. But context mattered too. Ultimately, without Mu Yang, this comprehensive victory wouldn't have been possible. Chapter 64, This is too small. Look at you, look at you. What kind of person do you think I am? Am I the type to be unreasonable? Wang Liangping immediately spoke up as he noticed the increasingly hostile looks from the others. Meng Dekan nodded in agreement. If you were truly as you claim, then Mu Yang should be released immediately. This conversation was going nowhere. Mu Yang has certainly been a great help to us, but we still need to follow the proper procedures. No rules, no order. Besides, such a major contribution deserves a reward. If he leaves, who gets that reward? You? Do you even have the nerve to accept it? Everyone, there's no need to resort to personal attacks. Wang Liangping's reasoning was so sound that no one could refute it. Yes, such a major contribution deserved some recognition for Mu Yang. To offer nothing would surely dampen his spirits. Mu Yang, would you be interested in joining our cyber supervision department? I guarantee you'll be made team leader if you come. Wang Liangping slung an arm around Mu Yang's shoulder, acting like an old friend. Back when recruiting the Red Hacker Alliance, he'd used this same approach, though partly out of fear of his intimidating presence. His intentions were ultimately good. Let me tell you, our benefits are top-notch. Not only do we offer high salaries and weekends off, but the work is easy too. All you need to do is sit in front of a computer intercepting attacks or detecting vulnerabilities. What's not to like? Meng Dekun's eyes widened suddenly. Holy crap, this guy was here to poach his guy. No way, Mu Yang, let me tell you, working for him means guaranteed Saturdays off, but Sundays? Not so sure. If any problem pops up, pulling 3-day, 3-night shifts is the bare minimum. At Kyoto University, you'll just hold a position. You can do whatever you want. Don't listen to him. Kyoto University has endless paperwork. One day they want you writing reports, the next they want you attending meetings. Those reports will make your hand cramp up, and the meetings drag on longer than your life. Bull. We're here for a laid-back position, unlike you two who don't even get employee benefits or vacation time. Bull. Look at your situation. The two began digging up dirt on each other, nearly spilling every bitter secret they knew. My apologies, Director Wang. I still have research commitments at the Academy of Sciences. I'm only doing what I can this time. As for the position, I'll have to decline. Mu Yang cut them off, sensing they'd regret it if they kept digging. That's a shame. Still, the bonus is yours, though it requires approval. Wang Liangping nodded with disappointment. He had anticipated this outcome. Such talent shouldn't be confined to a minor cyber regulatory department. Instead, he deserved a brighter future. With the Security Bureau taking over the Great Wall 2.0 and Domain Dragon projects, Mu Yang no longer needed to worry about them. Moreover, he received a substantial bonus. Now he could focus entirely on chip research. Director Chen, let's grab a drink. After resolving such a matter, how could we not celebrate? At the Capital Star Control Center, as the cyber battle concluded, most personnel gradually departed, leaving only a few to monitor the system's operations. I'll pass. I'll stay behind to double-check for any vulnerabilities. Chen Zhiruwei waved them off, and the others didn't press further before departing. Chen Zhiruwei deliberately glanced to ensure the others had departed, then surveyed the few remaining staff, each absorbed in their tasks. Only then did he discreetly pull out a USB drive. He had just captured a segment of code from the Great Wall 2.0 firewall. He believed that such a formidable firewall's code must hold significant value and could potentially be sold for a high price. Chen Zhiruwei specifically tested this code snippet but found it wouldn't run completely. He added some elements to make it function fully. To his surprise, this code could intercept some high-level viruses. If refined, it might even form the basis for a firewall, perhaps not quite matching the Great Wall 2.0, but certainly among the industry's top tier. I'm rich. I'm rich. Chen Zhiruwei rubbed his hands together excitedly. Sometimes these side gigs paid better than honest work. He posted the code on the black market, labeling it as Great Wall 2.0 partial code. This black market was a melting pot of people from all over the world, and no one could trace it back to him. Chief, you're being foolish. How could you just let this guy go? After hearing the details, Deputy Director Zieg slapped his thigh in frustration, his voice filled with disappointment. Why detain him? Are we supposed to arrest him? That would be inhumane. Wang Liangping, however, saw no issue. This kind of person should be arrested. Zig's expression darkened as he pressed on. Since he's the developer of Great Wall 2.0, that means he knows a lot of classified information. If we let him go, what if he leaks it later? Second, have you considered why such a young man possesses such advanced technology? Could it be connected to those individuals from years ago? Third, only he knows what happened during the pursuit. How can you be sure he didn't steal critical information? Fourth, with his skills, could he have planted a backdoor to monitor us? One after another, these points could all be framed as treason if proven enough to condemn someone to death. Wang Liangping's expression darkened with each accusation. Mu Yang had provided such immense assistance, yet you turn around and arrest him on these charges? At best, he'll sever ties. At worst, he might leave China in anger. With Mu Yang's capabilities, he could thrive anywhere. First, let me make this clear. Mu Yang helped us fend off the US cyber attack and breach the firewalls of the White House and Pentagon to vent our frustration. For this alone, we have neither the means nor the justification to arrest him. Second, he handed all this over to us without asking for anything in return. He provided us with solid evidence implicating the CIA, giving us significant leverage in our negotiations. How could we possibly arrest him? These were solid facts, far more compelling than Ziegler's baseless speculations. Do you know why I, as a latecomer, became director? Zig had served as deputy director far longer than Wang Liangping, yet it was Wang who ascended to director while Zig remained stuck in his position. Wang Liangping jabbed his finger into Ziegler's chest, speaking with a hint of contempt. You've got nothing but bad stuff in here, no good stuff. It's too small. Wang Liangping swept his sleeve and left, leaving Zige alone, his face alternating between pale and flushed. I was just preparing for the future. My vision wasn't long-term enough. Only after Wang Liangping had walked far away did Chigo finally shout. My hunch is definitely right. Since you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. Zig clenched his teeth, determined to prove his theory. Comprehensive technological advancement means progress across all fields. Remember this, all technological development serves the people and the nation. Only through holistic improvement in every domain can we advance toward more profound scientific breakthroughs. Mu Yu nodded in deep agreement. Though knowledge across different fields varied greatly, their interconnectedness was undeniable, a fact that could not be overlooked. Relying solely on his cutting-edge tech group chat to comprehensively advance China's technological capabilities across all fields was proving somewhat inadequate. After all, the current team was too small. Moreover, a jack-of-all-trades warrior seemed too conspicuous. He couldn't operate in the chip sector under his own name. It would inevitably raise suspicions. Chapter 65, Monogamy. Mu Yang pondered deeply. Since it involved chips, selecting a partner was essential. With his current capabilities, finding collaborators was certainly feasible. However, he didn't want to reveal too much about the chip project. Now that he possessed the Mark V battlesuit, which he'd learned to build through study, its creation might seem exaggerated, but given his expertise, it was perfectly justifiable. The medical bed had already pushed the boundaries. Even if they suspected him, they'd have nothing to say given his contributions. This latest venture into programming marked his third specialized field. Adding a chip would inevitably raise suspicions. They might not say anything now. But what about later? His scope of expertise would inevitably expand further. After all, with his golden finger, excelling in any field wouldn't be surprising. That's the nature of standing out too much. It's best not to draw too much attention to oneself. So when it comes to finding partners, I'll have to handle it myself. Domestically, HW was likely the only company desperately needing chips, given the US sanctions were choking them off completely. But I don't have any solid connections. If I actually went knocking on doors claiming to have chips, I'd probably be kicked out as a fraudster parading around. Unless he had some standing in the industry. That leaves only the internet as a solution. Mu Yang already had an idea in mind to put the previously mentioned pet program on the agenda. If this software gained recognition, collaborating with HW would be legitimate. Even if they looked down on him, a formal meeting would still be possible. No time to waste. With funds in hand, startup capital wasn't a concern. The main challenge was manpower. Software development wasn't just about writing code. And since he couldn't let Old You and the others know about this, he'd inevitably have to find some strangers to help. This is going to be tough. Mu Yang sighed softly. Sometimes, human despondency strikes in an instant. When faced with a mountain of tasks, a sense of helplessness creeps in. Even if you possess the ability to tackle them, you still want to give up. But fear of trouble gets nothing done. Oh, I heard college students aren't just hardworking, they're cheap too. Mu Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed the manpower issue wouldn't be too much of a worry after all. As a top-tier institution, Kyoto University produced talent in abundance. Finding a few people skilled in these areas probably wouldn't be too difficult. Miss Red Queen, thank you very much for your insights. I think this might be quite helpful to me. T-800 replied, surprised by how knowledgeable the people here were. Combined with the resources the group leader had provided last time, he had held his own completely against the T-1000's attack. You're welcome. I only offered a small bit of help. Red Queen replied. I didn't realize Miss Red Queen possessed such profound expertise in this field. My Jarvis has encountered some issues recently. Would you be willing to take a look? Jarvis still had numerous bugs, and Tony Stark needed to address them one by one. To show my sincerity, here's a small token of appreciation for Miss Red Queen. Tony Stark sent Red Queen a red envelope. It was a virtual program, essentially a digital home within cyberspace, extremely luxurious. Lately, Red Queen and the Oriental girl Mu Yang had gifted her had taken a particular liking to it, mentioning it almost daily. After learning by chance that Red Queen and the girl's current space felt monotonous, he conceived this idea. Perfect. I need this. I think my girlfriend will love it. Red Queen was also somewhat fond of it. While such items weren't rare for her, the data from this transaction could be traced, unlike those obtained from chat groups. She'd been considering asking Mu Yang to make one for her when Tony Stark delivered it right to her doorstep. Talk about serendipity. Everyone's getting along really well lately, huh? Mu Yang chimed in, feeling a bit relieved. The group members were finally starting to interact with each other. Before, he had always been the mediator, and whenever he wasn't around, the group chat felt dead. T800 was chatting more frequently too, just one post away from hitting 80. Mu Yang's activity points had climbed to 389. But Mu Yang only cared about T800's 79 activity points. This meant he could initiate the next round of recruitment. Mr. Mu Yang, I really like the girlfriend you sent me. Of course, if Mr. Mu Yang would be willing to be my boyfriend, I'd like that very much too. Red Queen responded the moment she saw Mu Yang's message. Wow, monogamy, huh? Mu Yang never imagined that the companion he gifted to Red Queen would lead her to declare herself his girlfriend. Fortunately, both were merely data segments. It's a pity we're not from the same world, Miss Red Queen. Otherwise, I might have actually accepted your request. Of course, this wasn't sincere, just a slightly more tactful way of saying they could never exist in the same world. That's truly unfortunate. But having a girlfriend is enough for me. Her name is Mu Chunfeng. Mr. Mu Yang, if you could add a invite friend feature, I could pull her in and introduce her. The Red Queen naturally didn't take this to heart. With Mu Chunfeng's companionship, her feelings for Mu Yang had diminished considerably, though not entirely vanished. Calculating the time, a period had already passed in each of their respective worlds. From previous interactions, Mu Yang had discovered their time flows were inconsistent. Tony Stark was now approaching the first Avengers storyline. As for Red Queen's situation, due to his intervention, the T-virus hadn't leaked, and the T-800's delayed arrival meant there wasn't much to say about that plotline. Mu Yang planned to exploit the plot to fleece Stark for some benefits. Mr. Stark, I suggest you pay closer attention to your surroundings lately. For instance, the intelligence shield might provide you would hold significant value, particularly regarding Banner and Steve. Mu Yang intends to reveal some information. Since he's already completely altered the course of Resident Evil's storyline, there's no need to keep anything hidden from Tony Stark. But the details about Bucky? Best save those for when the need arises next time. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Mu Yang. I'll keep that in mind. Tony Stark accepted this advice without question. During their conversation, Mu Yang had already arrived at Kyoto University. Given his reputation, few people there didn't recognize him. Mu Yang headed straight for the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, a building Kyoto University had constructed for students preparing to start businesses. Until they were fully established, they could use it as their office hub. Some people saw him walk in and didn't think much of it. Representatives from various companies often visited, and the place had produced some promising ideas before. Excuse me, do you have any software development studios here? Being a first-time visitor, Mu Yang didn't recognize anyone and had to ask someone at random. The entire second floor is dedicated to that. After answering, the person looked puzzled. Why are you looking for software development? You study medicine, you should be heading to the medical school. This place has nothing to do with that. Mu Yang went to the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center? What's he doing there? Starting a company? That doesn't make sense. Mu Yang had completely forgotten he had bodyguards nearby. Chapter 66, The Unexpected. After Mu Yang helped the Cyber Supervision Department resolve this incident, Yu Jiangwo learned about these developments. Mu Yang is exceptionally talented. Yu Jiangwo stared at the report in his hands, removed his reading glasses, and rubbed his eyes hard. Achieving mastery across 3 fields at once, how many throughout history have accomplished such feats? He Fengyu, seated across from him, couldn't help but marvel at Mu Yang's extraordinary talent. Yu Jiangwo nodded in agreement. But isn't it a bit strange that he achieved all this at such a young age? He's only in his 20s, yet he's accomplished what many people never achieve in a lifetime? He Fengyu couldn't help but harbor doubts. He had seen his share of exceptionally gifted individuals, but Mu Yang's talent was truly beyond compare, utterly extraordinary. What's so strange about it? Remember his lab? Yu Jiangwo, however, saw it all as perfectly reasonable. That lab of his? It's filled with instruments we couldn't even begin to replicate. His genius has been staring us in the face all along like an insurmountable mountain. Yu Jiangwo had seen Mu Yang's lab. The equipment inside could only be described as cutting-edge technology. For someone who possessed such a lab, it wouldn't be surprising if he developed something truly extraordinary. You have a point. He Fengyu's frown relaxed. Mu Yang's background had been thoroughly investigated, even his ancestors' occupations had been dug up and nothing unusual had surfaced. Everything could only have been created by Mu Yang himself. His suspicions had been entirely unnecessary. But what exactly is he doing at Kyoto University's Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center? He Fengyu was puzzled again. Why would he suddenly go there? Could he be planning to start a company with his technology? That won't do. What if that technology leaks out? I don't think so. Yu Jiangwo opened his slightly dry eyes and looked out the window. He must have something new. Just keep an eye on him. We shouldn't meddle in the rest. Over time, I've come to know him as someone who knows his limits. It's good that he has his own ideas. Yu Jiangwo put his glasses back on and picked up the report in front of him to read. Apply for the National Top Science and Technology Award for Mu Yang next year. If he can't win it, no one else deserves it. and scheduled the academician conferment ceremony for the end of this year. Yu Jiangwo had originally intended to wait a while longer. Such rapid advancement might attract unwanted attention from others. But now, delay was no longer an option. Mu Yang remained unaware that his worries were entirely unnecessary, continuing to carefully avoid the gaze of those around him. Mu Yang, I recognize you. A female voice called out as Mu Yang stepped into an office. Remember? We were classmates in high school. The lightly made-up girl approached with a look of surprise, drawing the attention of others around them. Oh, you're that. Mu Yang wiggled his index finger as if about to blurt it out, but he genuinely couldn't recall the person before him. Who would remember someone insignificant after 4 years? Yi. Your former vice class monitor. Seeing Mu Yang hesitating, Yi simply stated her name herself. You're equal to 2. Haven't seen you in ages, you've changed so much. The name had its own unique charm, and Mu Yang instantly recalled the person. Her nickname was equal to 2, forever stuck in second place. You still remember that nickname after all these years? Yi rolled her eyes and playfully punched Mu Yang. That old nickname was nothing but embarrassing history to her now. What brings you here? I've been thinking about developing some software lately and wanted to find some people to help out. Mu Yang stated his purpose. There were quite a few people here, but he wasn't sure if any would be suitable. Why come looking for us fresh grads? There are plenty of big shots out there. Pay the right price, and they'll do anything. You're not exactly strapped for cash now, are you? Yi found this puzzling. If you need software developers, why not go to the market? Fresh graduates aren't exactly valuable. College students seem cheaper? Mu Yang pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. You're telling the truth there, but do you really think you'll get any takers after saying that? Yi chuckled inwardly. He really did think of fresh graduates as easy targets. Oh no, he'd let it slip. Mr. Mu Yang, this is a startup center, not a job fair. If you're looking to hire, please take your business elsewhere. A young man stepped between them with a stern expression, addressing Mu Yang coldly. My apologies for the disturbance. If you're not interested, then never mind. This floor had more than one office, so Mu Yang planned to look elsewhere. Hold on. Let me see what kind of software you're developing first. Yi pushed past the young man and blocked Mu Yang's path. Old classmates meeting like this, if he just walked away, it wouldn't leave a good impression. This. Mu Yang glanced at the others. If he ran it here, there was a high risk of it being stolen. If you're uneasy, you can show it to me using your own device. Yi saw the worry in Mu Yang's eyes and offered a sympathetic smile. Sure. I already have one installed on my phone. Mu Yang nodded, ready to pull out his phone. Stealing the program from his device would be harder than climbing to the moon. He was completely at ease. Wait, Jai, our own software isn't even finished yet. Let's see what he needs to do. The boy stopped Yi again, speaking with a hint of irritation. Besides, he's just a medical researcher. What does he know about software development? Mu Shihang, this is solely my request. If you don't want to, you can leave. Besides, I'm just looking. Yi impatiently pushed the boy aside and approached Mu Yang. Mu Yang glanced at Mu Shihang with a hint of amusement. How to put it? There was something about him that reminded him of Qin Shangfeng. What's that supposed to mean? Look down on me? Mu Shihang caught that look and felt Mu Yang was mocking him. No. I'm just curious about your relationship. Are you pursuing her? Mu Yang hastily waved his hands. If that were the case, it would be quite amusing. The next Qin Shangfeng was about to make his entrance. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just worried she'll get scammed. You're deliberately mocking me, aren't you? Do you know the Mu family's standing in the capital? Watch out, one word from me could bankrupt you. Mu Shihang's face flushed as he blurted out the accusation indiscriminately. He hurried away, standing not far off pretending to be busy with his own affairs, though he kept secretly watching this side the entire time. That was an unexpectedly strong reaction. Mu Yang scratched the back of his head, somewhat taken aback by Mu Shihang's reaction. Yi snorted derisively, continuing to examine the program on Mu Yang's phone. The look on her face clearly showed her interest. Bang! Just as the atmosphere hung in an awkward silence, the office door burst open with a loud slam. A group of people stormed in. The leader pointed at Mu Yang and shouted, "Arrest him!" Chapter 67, What? Mu Yang's been arrested. The commotion startled everyone in the office, leaving Yi beside him utterly flustered. Arrest me? Mu Yang pointed at himself. Had these people mistaken him for someone else? He was a model citizen who hadn't done anything illegal or disorderly. Yes, you. Ji's face darkened as he waved his hand, signaling the men behind him to advance. What the hell? Another group burst in. They looked like students, but each was built like an athlete, probably sports majors. This isn't any of your business, students. Get out of the way. Zig roared, his commanding presence sending a shiver through every student in the office. Sorry, we're Mr. Mu Yang's bodyguards. You can't arrest them. The group formed a human wall in front of Mu Yang, hands resting on the bulging areas at their waists. I'm with the Security Bureau. I suspect Mu Yang of leaking critical state secrets. I'm here to arrest him and bring him in for questioning. Zig produced his credentials, revealing his position as Deputy Director of the Security Bureau to all present. Mu Yang's bodyguards grimaced. The man's rank was higher than theirs, and he was from the Security Bureau. Yet they had received strict orders from above. Mu Yang must not suffer any mishap. For a moment, they found themselves in a dilemma. Step aside, or I have the authority to arrest all of you as accomplices. Zig stepped forward, his imposing presence causing the human wall formed by the bodyguards to waver. This matter requires a decision from our superiors. The bodyguards remained unyielding, opting for a more appropriate course of action. Zig nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Yang leaking state secrets? That can't be true. How could he possibly have access to that kind of information? Maybe he used the medical bed to obtain some kind of intelligence? So that makes him a traitor? Highly likely. The State Security Bureau is already here. This isn't a hoax. Who would have thought? The crowd's expressions instantly turned contemptuous, even hostile. Everyone despised the 50 million. Mu Yang, however, was utterly bewildered. A traitor? Why hadn't he been informed? Excuse me, do you have any evidence? Mu Yang composed himself. It was best to ask for clarification first. Without evidence, why would we arrest you? Zig shot Mu Yang a contemptuous glance. His earlier suspicions had been correct. This man truly harbored ulterior motives. What? The Security Bureau is arresting Mu Yang for treason? Lu Xingyu, receiving the call from his bodyguard, lost his composure. Mu Yang committing treason? This was no small matter. But he couldn't fathom it. How could Mu Yang possibly betray his country? He decided to go see for himself. Hold on, I'll be right there. Lu Xingyu felt compelled to investigate personally. On his way there, unease nodded him, prompting him to pull out his phone again. Old Hu, the Security Bureau has evidence of Mu Yang's treason and is arresting him right now. Did you know about this? What? This too? I'll go check it out. Hu Jianbang immediately expressed shock and pulled out his phone. Old Xiang, Mu Yang's been arrested for treason by the State Security Bureau. Did you know about this? Nonsense. I haven't heard anything about this. I'll look into it. Xiang Weishu was stunned by the call and also pulled out his phone. Old Yu, Mu Yang's been arrested for treason. He's probably already in custody. Did you know about this? Mu Yang arrested for treason? Who said that? I'll go check it out. Yu Jiangwo, who was sipping tea, nearly spit it out at the news. He pulled out his phone again. Old Zhou, I hear you're interrogating Mu Yang on charges of treason. What's going on? Impossible. As Minister of State Security, I haven't received this information. Hold on, I'll look into it. Mu Yang was arrested for treason by our Security Bureau? How come I didn't know about this? Wang Liangping answered the call, utterly bewildered. He was sitting comfortably in his office. How could Mu Yang have been arrested? And was there even evidence of his treason? Director Wang, Deputy Director Qi just took a team out. Someone reminded him from the side. Damn it, that pig. Never mind, I'll go check it out. Wang Liangping instantly realized who was behind this. He almost let out a curse, but thought better of it after all. As the bureau chief, he had to maintain some decorum. Shi Gui, you've lost your mind. How dare you arrest Mu Yang? Do you have any idea how many people called me today? On his way over, Wang Liangping called Shi Gui, the Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Military Region, the Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Military Region, the Minister of Public Security, the President of the Academy of Sciences, the President of the Academy of Engineering, and their ultimate superior, the Minister of State Security. Every single one of them was a heavyweight whose stomp could send tremors through the ground. If he had to explain himself to each of them about this matter, he wouldn't end up in a good place. Director Wang, rest assured. I have sufficient evidence. You should actually thank me for this. No more talk, I have matters to attend to. Zig declared emphatically, cutting off Wang Liangping before he could respond and hanging up. Ring ring ring. Ring ring. The ringing sounded particularly jarring. It was all from Mu Yang's phone. Whenever he had something to do, those people would call him. Seems they still cared about him quite a bit. Mu Yang smiled contentedly. But why do your versions differ, huh? First, it was suspected he'd been arrested. Then it was confirmed with solid evidence. Finally, I'm already locked up in jail. Next up is execution, huh? Mu Yang's head was pounding, but the man before him stared at him like a tiger, making his skin crawl. Calling anyone now is useless. The evidence is irrefutable. No one can help you. Zig watched as Mu Yang kept answering his phone, assuming he was calling his protectors. But with irrefutable evidence, what good are protectors? Not even the King of Heaven himself could save you today. Little Qi, what's going on here? An elderly man with an ethereal, crane-like demeanor entered, observing the scene before him with a calm gaze. When Shi Gui saw the old man, his legs buckled, and he nearly fell to his knees. Oh no, someone even more formidable than the heavens themselves had arrived. Minister of State Security, Zhou Qiren. Minister Zhou, this man leaked vital state secrets. I arrived first, fearing he might escape. Moreover, Wang Liangping trusted him implicitly. I suspect. The implication was clear, Qi Gu intended to seize the opportunity to take Wang Liangping's position. Why shouldn't he be the director? Evidence? Zhou Qiren asked coolly, extending his hand. Qi Gu hurriedly handed over the evidence he had obtained. Mu Yang craned his neck to see. He was curious to know what kind of classified intelligence it was. Is this real? Zhou Qiren frowned. The intelligence in his hands was no ordinary matter. Absolutely genuine, but it's too late now. Those abroad may have already obtained it. Zig sighed again, his expression tinged with regret. Zhou Qiren glanced at Mu Yang with a complex look in his eyes before handing him the intelligence. I want to hear your explanation. Mu Yang's expression darkened as he studied the report. Boom! 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 Woo woo! A tremendous commotion erupted outside, sounding like helicopters or perhaps a convoy. It seemed a group of formidable figures was arriving. Chapter 68, The Big Shot steps in. This piece of evidence, I don't believe it can be considered ironclad proof. Mu Yang glanced at the report handed over by Zhou Qiren, then returned it with an expression as calm as ever, showing not a trace of panic or unease. Minister Zhou, you owe us a proper explanation for this matter. Yu Jiangwo led a group of men into the room. The presence of 2 military region commanders and 2 full ministerial-level officials weighed heavily on those present, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Yu Jiangwo's expression was grim. Mu Yang had contributed so much, accusing him of treason was utterly preposterous. Everyone's here? Such a grand display. Zig sucked in a sharp breath. The figures before him were terrifyingly powerful. He was merely a deputy director, at best equivalent to a division chief, while these men were all full ministers. Any one of them could crush him. He knew Mu Yang had connections, but never imagined they were this extensive. Zig swallowed hard, regretting his own rashness. There is an explanation, of course. But perhaps we should let Deputy Director Qi elaborate on that. Zhou Qiren's expression turned icy as his gaze bore into Qi Gu. You tell us what single piece of evidence conclusively proves Mu Yang leaked information? Under Zhou Qiren's mountainous pressure, Qi Ji's back was drenched in cold sweat, a chill running from his feet straight to the top of his head. Yu Jiangwo, Lu Shangyu, and the others all fixed Qi Gu with icy stares. They knew everything that had transpired was the result of this man's unilateral decision-making. Great Wall 2.0's source code was known only to Mu Yang. If not him, then who else could have leaked it? This code has already surfaced on the black market, with many bidding high prices for it. This could easily become the key for foreign forces to breach our firewall. Zig stood his ground, wearing an expression that said, I did nothing wrong, which infuriated Zhou Qiren to no end. What is the Security Bureau's standard investigative procedure? Zhou Qiren suppressed his anger, though his voice still carried a hint of fury. Zig froze, his pupils suddenly contracting as his legs began trembling uncontrollably. He had made a grave mistake. Wang Liangping, you tell him what the investigation procedures are. The command thundered like a bolt of lightning, reverberating in Qi Ji's ears. Evidence collection, investigation, interrogation, confirmation, arrest. Wang Liangping answered obediently, casting a pitying glance at Qi Gu. The fool had jumped straight to the final step and in front of all these bigwigs, no less. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, Qi Gu was finished. Wang Liangping felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Explain exactly how you proceeded. Zhou Qiren's face flushed an unusual crimson, not from embarrassment, but from fury. To arrest such a key contributor without due process? If this man were truly detained, Zhou's position as minister would be in jeopardy. But only Mu Yang knew the code for Great Wall 2.0. He handed it over to us, yet he was still selling the code on the black market. Isn't that stabbing us in the back? Zig clenched his jaw. All he could do now was pray this was true. How many times have I told you? We don't deal in buts, we demand concrete results. If you can lay clear evidence before me today, no one will save him. I'll arrest him. But do you have proof? Zhou Qiren was genuinely furious. Even Wang Liangping flinched in fear, and the State Security Bureau agents who had accompanied Zig were nearly scared out of their wits. Answer me. Do you have evidence? Do you? Zig was already frozen in terror. He bitterly regretted his impulsive actions today, but there was no room for second thoughts. He could only brace for the consequences to come. All right, old Zhou. Anger harms the body. Calm down. Yu Jiangwo saw the situation escalating dangerously. Zhou Qiren clearly looked ready to throw a punch, so he rushed over to calm him down. Damn it! That deputy director holds a higher rank than me. Zhou Qiren's anger subsided slightly, though he still seethed. Zig has been dismissed. He'll face disciplinary action from the Security Bureau. Wang Liangping stood nearby, a hint of smugness on his face. He'd long wanted to take this action. Shi Guo had been abusing his authority within the security bureau based on seniority alone. Without this incident, Wang might not have found a way to deal with him. Zig nodded dejectedly. He knew that regardless of whether this was true or false, this would be his fate. I have one demand. I want to see proof with my own eyes that Mu Yang did not leak this code. I want Mu Yang himself to prove he wasn't the leaker. Zig raised his head again, fixing his gaze on Mu Yang. The truth hadn't been uncovered yet, he still had a chance. At the very least, he wouldn't let his own fate be too miserable. Why should I produce evidence just because you suspect me? Mu Yang spoke up. He hadn't wanted to get involved in this matter at all, it was best left to the higher-ups to handle. But this Zig was relentlessly fixated on him, acting as if he were already guilty, and now demanded proof. The notion of victim blaming was long outdated. Mu Yang owes you no explanation for your suspicions. Of course, this matter warrants investigation. Wang Liangping took full charge of the case. Since it involved the black market, the addresses weren't domestic, and most used virtual locations, making the investigation extremely troublesome. I'll handle it. Got a computer? Mu Yang felt it was time to put an end to this matter. There's one over here. Yi Jiayi led Mu Yang to her computer. After connecting his phone, Mu Yang input the intrusion code and effortlessly hacked into the black market's network system. He located the poster's information. The layers of protective walls the other party had set up crumbled like thin paper under Mu Yang's attack, penetrated directly. It's from Kyoto University. The leak likely occurred during the last incident at the Kyoto Star Control Center. It's an insider. The machine address is, and the transaction account is. This account is a relay account, no need to pursue it. If we really want to investigate, we'd probably have to hack into the bank system. I suggest directly checking who was using this computer at that exact time. After Mu Yang finished speaking, Wang Liangping led his team out. We're rolling in it. Never expected so many buyers. Director Chen sat in his office, eyes gleaming as he watched the steadily increasing funds. No one will ever know it was me. Director Chen propped his legs up on the desk. He used a Capital Star computer and had set up multiple virtual network addresses. Even if traced, investigators could only pinpoint the machine's location, timestamps and other details would be impossible to determine. This is solid. When I get back, I might just upgrade my car. Director Chen thought to himself with satisfaction. Bang! Wang Liangping burst in with his team, flashing his credentials. State Security Bureau. We suspect you of leaking classified intelligence. Come with us. With solid leads in hand, Wang Liangping had no trouble tracking down Director Chen. You must have some misunderstanding. I'm just a lowly director, how could I possibly know classified information? Director Chen's heart skipped a beat. His methods had been flawless over the years, he'd made a fortune using this scheme. How could anyone uncover it? Alas, he had crossed paths with Mu Yang. And alas, he had made a fatal misstep daring to target the Great Wall 2.0. Otherwise, he might have truly kept it hidden for a very long time. But if you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Chapter 69, Retribution. Director Chen couldn't fathom how he'd been discovered down to the exact minute and second. I need to call my lawyer. Director Chen still tried to resist. Director Chen, I don't think you fully grasp the situation. You're under arrest for treason. Do you understand what treason entails? Wang Liangping stared coldly at the man before him, his heart utterly unmoved. With this charge alone, you've lost all political standing in China. Who would represent a traitor? Selling the Long March 2.0 code overseas isn't like your petty thefts before. Wang Liangping couldn't fathom it. Profiting personally at the expense of national interests, he simply couldn't comprehend this man's mindset. Treason? Execution by firing squad would be lenient. I don't care. I demand to see my lawyer. Director Chen ignored him, screaming wildly. Take him back for interrogation. Wang Liangping waved his hand dismissively. Such individuals would naturally face legal consequences. It seems the truth has finally come to light. Zig, is there anything else you wish to say? After listening to Wang Liangping's report, Zhou Churen looked at Zig. The anger in his eyes had vanished, replaced only by self-reproach for misjudging the man. Zig leaned against the wall, deathly pale and utterly silent, his legs so weak he couldn't stand without support. I told you long ago your heart holds only evil, no goodness. I saved mentioning your petty nature for last, but you didn't take a single word to heart. Wang Liangping led Zige away, sighing inwardly. If it were merely a matter of narrow-mindedness, Zige might just face a bumpy road ahead. But seeing only evil in everyone? That would leave him with no path at all. And now, here came his retribution. Mu Yang, this was our mistake. We caused you trouble. I'd like to apologize? With the matter settled, Zhou Churen dropped all pretense of authority and made a move to apologize to Mu Yang. You can't blame Minister Zhou entirely. After all, no one can fully control every person under their command. This was entirely Zige's personal action. Minister Zhou, there's no need for an apology. Mu Yang waved his hands repeatedly, declining such an apology from a high-ranking official. Truth be told, he was still scared from the last time he got yelled at. Last time it was, "What nerve, making a minister bow to you?" This time it would likely be, "What nerve, expecting the minister to apologize to you?" Besides, the matter had been handled perfectly well. Apologies were unnecessary. We should still express our regret where it's due. For any future issues, go to Xiao Wang first. If he can't resolve it, then come to me. Minister Zhou nodded in agreement, his regard for Mu Yang rising several notches in his estimation. Minister Zhou departed first, followed by Lu Shangyu, Yu Jiangwo, and the others. Mu Yang felt that Lu Shangyu and Yu Jiangwo had clearly come to back him up. Would you still like to look at the items? Once most of the others had left, Mu Yang turned his attention back to Yi Jiai. After what had just transpired, this meeting would likely have fallen through if it had been a standard business negotiation. Of course we'll look. Why wouldn't we? Yi Jiai immediately approached him. With so many bigwigs backing her, the collaboration at least had some assurance. Muyu, I'm sorry for doubting you earlier. Me too, I shouldn't have yelled at you. Several people came forward to apologize. Earlier, they had jumped to conclusions, labeling Mu Yang a traitor and hurling insults. Verbal abuse wasn't the worst part, the gravest offense was branding someone a traitor. No one would feel good about being unfairly labeled a traitor. It's not your fault. You didn't know the truth. Mu Yang shook his head. Perhaps having endured so much abuse had desensitized him. This, he thought, must be what monks referred to as compassionate heart. This pet program actually has so many features? It was truly astonishing. Compared to those single-purpose pet programs, the one Mu Yang created was vastly superior. It offered interactive experiences, could grow and develop, and even possessed certain protective functions. Even if one rarely used it, having it on one's phone or computer was still excellent. But its uniqueness was the most compelling feature. No one wanted to use the same thing as someone else. Is there a market for this? Seeing Yi Jiai's interest piqued, Mu Yang asked. There is a market, but it probably won't be huge. Compared to mainstream software, it has quite a few drawbacks. Maybe we could add some other features. Yi Jiai and Mu Yang immediately began discussing ideas, leaving Mu Shiheng seething with frustration as he watched from the sidelines. Mr. Meichuan Kuzi, please leave. I absolutely refuse to accept your terms. It was unclear how many times CEO Ren had dismissed Meichuan Kuzu, yet the persistent man showed no sign of giving up, returning again and again. Mr. Ren, I urge you to seriously consider our offer. Given your company's current situation, only Mitsubishi Group can provide the assistance you need. Meichuan Kuzu stood up and spoke earnestly. Mr. Ren, however, didn't spare him another glance as he rose and walked out. Mr. General Manager, they don't seem inclined to agree. Why are you so persistent? Asked someone nearby, utterly baffled. They'd negotiated with HW Company multiple times, failing to reach an agreement while wasting precious time. Every businessman pursues profit. Their refusal to agree is merely about preserving their reputation in China. But what good is reputation if it doesn't make money? Apply a little more pressure, and I'm sure they'll agree soon. Meichuan Kuzi smiled calmly. He didn't believe any businessman could resist the lure of profit. President's office. President Rin sat before his desk chair and sighed deeply. The current HW Corporation held no future prospects without chips, they couldn't move forward. Have Tao Yanxi come to me. President Ren instructed his secretary. Shortly thereafter. President Ren, you called for me? A balding middle-aged man walked in, clad in a white lab coat. The name tag on his chest revealed he was the chief engineer in charge of HW Company's proprietary chip development. Xiao Tao, how's the chip research coming along? General Manager Rin inquired quietly. While HW Corporation was thriving in most areas, its mobile phone division remained stagnant, even regressing. Mr. Ren, you know that compared to the US, we fall short both in technology and equipment. Developing a high-performance chip independently remains challenging for us at this stage. Tao Yanxi replied with a hint of resignation. Once brimming with confidence, he now faced nothing but a balding head and a dead-end research project. Creating a chip that can represent China is extremely difficult. Though we can't achieve it now, we must keep striving. I believe we won't lag behind forever. Tao Yanxi added. Though his confidence had waned, a glimmer of hope still shone in his eyes. Go back to work. General Manager Ren opened his mouth and uttered those words. Is it too far-fetched to dream of creating a brand that represents China? Standing atop the 100-story HW tower, CEO Ren suddenly felt utterly insignificant. The current situation left him utterly helpless. Perhaps Meichuan Kuzi was right, we're just merchants after all. Chapter 70, Alfred Ronning. Ding. Mission feature activated. Still hesitating over the steep prices in the group chat mall? Still feeling inferior because your activity points are too low? Then come complete the tasks. Quest feature overview. Complete quests to earn massive amounts of activity points. T800's activity points reached 80, unlocking a new system feature. I don't feel anything about what you're saying. Mu Yang rolled his eyes at the chat assistant's barrage of messages. Do me a favor, okay? Just tell me what to do already. Childish. As you've probably noticed, the activity points you accumulate through chatting alone are nowhere near enough to purchase items in the group chat mall. The main source of activity points comes from completing tasks. You need to keep completing tasks to earn enough activity points to exchange for skills. The group chat assistant explained. Mu Yang nodded. That was undeniably true. Relying solely on chat-based activity points to buy anything was nothing short of a pipe dream. First task assigned. National Core, develop a high-performance chip unique to Huaxia with specifications that surpass any currently available chip. Success reward, 5,000 activity points. Task failure penalty, every fart will be heard by others. I have something to say. You needn't say it. Mu Yang glanced at the task. What the hell was this? Farting and having it heard by others, the damage might be minimal, but the humiliation was off the charts. If he really had this ability, he might as well never leave the house again. But 5,000 activity points is a hefty sum. With him included, there were only 3 people in the group now. If they chatted more, they could easily hit that activity point threshold. If they chatted less, it'd probably be just over 10 points, and sometimes maybe not even a single point. Time to recruit some people. Mu Yang glanced at the long-neglected invite button and clicked it. Alfred Lanning has joined the group via your invitation. Group member info, Alfred Lanning, from the movie world of I, Robot. A USR Corporation scientist who possesses vast advanced technology, known as the father of robotics. This one was a heavyweight. The Enemy of the Machines, as an early sci-fi film, was a classic representative of its genre. But this character, well, it's a bit complicated. In the film, Alfred Lanning dies early on, and Mu Yang feared the person might vanish mid-conversation. Hello, Dr. Alfred Lanning. I'm Mu Yang, the group admin. This is the Black Tech Chat Group. Before Alfred Lan had a chance to speak, Mu Yang introduced himself. We've got a newcomer. Welcome, welcome. Welcome Omega Salute. Welcome. Tony Stark and the others joined in the excitement. Hold on, I'm a bit confused. How did you guys pull me into this? Even after Mu Yang explained it, Alfred Ronning still couldn't grasp it. There were no signs of hacking either. Think of it as a special feature of this group chat. It can pull in people from different worlds. Mu Yang's explanation was straightforward and easy to grasp, and Alfred Lunning quickly understood. I see. This feature is fascinating. I never imagined parallel timelines actually existed. Alfred Lunning marveled, his eyes fixed on the group chat with genuine fascination. We hope Dr. Lunning will get along well with us. After all, we can't see each other face to face. Mu Yang added. Absolutely. Friends from another world. I couldn't dream of anything better. Lunning said excitedly. However, Mu Yang had other matters to attend to, so he let Lunning and the others continue their conversation. The software development had been finalized. He would be busy with this task from now on. I think we can use Genu Weilong as our hook. That'll definitely drive downloads. Ejai had a knack for this sort of thing. Genu Weilong had already built a reputation, making it the perfect flagship product. Mu Yang nodded in agreement. After all, it was just a photo. The underlying code was entirely different from Dragon of the Realm. Even if someone cracked it, they wouldn't be able to do much. Also, we shouldn't just focus on uniqueness. We need to incorporate rarity tiers. That'll spark interest among collectors. Then there's functionality. We could diversify it more, like adding costume changes. Personally, I'd really prefer to make it into a little figure. Ejai continued her analysis. Forget about the little people idea. With the Red Queen incident as a cautionary tale, even if Mu Yang were to die, he wouldn't make it into a little person. What if someone actually treated this thing as a boyfriend or girlfriend? That would be a sin. With birth rates already declining, wouldn't that just accelerate the decline? Fair enough. We could add some interactive features, like having their pets play together. Ejai's analysis yielded numerous ideas, making what Mu Yang had initially thought would be a simple program suddenly seem much more complex. He hadn't realized developing software would involve so many requirements. Mu Yang and Ejai became partners, splitting the project 60-40. All subsequent work was handed over to Ejai's team. Mu Yang, let's have a contest. Mu Shihang, seemingly possessed by some strange impulse, leaped in front of Mu Yang. No way, no way. With the power of the Mu family in the capital, I'd probably end up dead and dismembered. Mu Yang replied weakly. He knew exactly what Mu Shihang was after, simply not wanting to see him and Ejai so close. He assumed Mu Shihang was the next Qin Shanfeng, but it turned out the two were mutually smitten. Due to their collaboration, Mu Yang and Ejai often found themselves together. Mu Shihang, unable to insert himself into their conversations, could only grind his teeth in frustration. Come on, I'm not that kind of guy. Mu Shihang declared earnestly. Mu Yang found it rather amusing. He waved his hand, giving the two some space. There was nothing more for him to do now, just focus on perfecting the chip research. Bro, you've been so busy these past few days. Mu Xiaoyu pouted, clearly displeased that she hadn't seen Mu Yang at home in days. Your brother's been busting his ass for this family, working dawn to dusk every day. Cut it out. You've been holed up at the startup center these past few days. I heard you've been getting pretty close to a girl. But honestly, you do need to find a girlfriend. What does your future sister-in-law look like? Mu Xiaoyu made a stopping gesture, cutting off Mu Yang before he could blurt out anything. It's just a professional relationship. The kind that doesn't interfere with our personal lives, you know? Mu Yang explained, but immediately sensed something off about his own words, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Got it. You two are just hooking up. Mu Xiaoyu suddenly understood, but before she could finish, Mu Yang covered her mouth. He just realized what she'd said. Brother, I never thought you'd sink to this level. Mu Xiaoyu said in a squeaky voice, sending shivers down Mu Yang's spine. Go away, go play somewhere else. Mu Yang shooed Mu Xiaoyu away. But then he thought about it, his life had indeed grown a bit empty. The women he knew now weren't exactly great. Yui didn't hit him too much, but Chini was no better. The number of times they chatted could be counted on one hand. His luck with women ended there. Come to think of it, I might as well find a hookup. No, that's not my style. Forget it. Why overthink things? Back to working on the chip. Mu Yang shook his head, banishing all those wild thoughts. Ding. His phone's notification sound rang out. Who would message him out of the blue? Mu Yang was a bit surprised. It must be Ejai, probably about the program development again. He tapped the notification, only to find an unfamiliar profile picture. Staring at it, a face he should have long forgotten suddenly reappeared in his mind. Why was this person messaging him? Chapter 71, Slim Hope. It was Felice. After adding her as a friend last time, Mu Yang hadn't contacted her again. Their statuses and positions were worlds apart. Casual communication seemed unlikely. Mr. Mu Yang, little Felice seems to be ill. Felice sent a photo. The Persian cat, already quite large, lay motionless on the floor. I tried touching it, but it didn't respond. Felice sounded sad. Her social standing meant she had few friends. The Persian cat Mu Yang had given her was her only companion these days, and now it was in trouble. A photo might not show everything. I need to connect to your phone, would that be okay? Mu Yang said, then felt a pang of guilt at the intrusion. This was essentially hacking into her phone. Of course. I need Felice so badly. Felice replied hastily, seemingly without a shred of caution. Young lady, you're way too trusting. Mu Yang thought to himself, though he kept it to himself. Instead, he connected to Felice's phone to investigate the issue. You've been attacked by someone. Little Felice blocked it for you, but it also took a hit. The issue was quickly identified, and Mu Yang couldn't help but marvel at how audacious some people were daring to hack into a royal family's phone. How could this happen? Mr. Mu Yang, little Felice won't die, will she? Felice panicked. She couldn't bear to lose little Felice, it was her only companion. Don't worry, I've already fixed it. But you should have your father look into this matter, it poses some danger to you as well. Mu Yang reassured her, though he too felt uneasy. Who would target Phyllis? Still, he had no intention of getting involved. That would come at a different price. Thank you so much, Mr. Mu Yang. How can I ever repay you? It was no trouble at all. No need for thanks. If you ever need help in the future, you'll have to return the favor. Of course, that was just polite talk. The two chatted for a while longer before parting ways. Mr. Mu Yang seems like a genuinely good person. Felice thought to herself as she read the farewell message. The pet program officially entered development and was named Brothers in Arms, derived from the idiom Brothers in Arms, defining the software through friendship. Its core focus was companionship. Mu Yu focused intently on embedding his experiences into the chip. 2 months later, the year was drawing to a close. Mu Yang, the program is fully developed. All that's left is to launch it. Ejai called, interrupting Mu Yang, who had lost track of time in the lab. Let's discuss it next spring. You've worked hard, go home first. Before he knew it, the new year was upon them. The lab was cold and quiet. He had the authority to hire staff independently, but he hadn't used it yet. Aside from Yuhi, whom Yu Jiangwo had assigned to him, he was alone. Yuhi, seeing she couldn't help much here, went about her own business. He was essentially a one-man operation. But he didn't plan to hire anyone anyway. He was perfectly capable of handling everything on his own. Time to pack up and head home. Mu Yang stood up, his figure looking somewhat lonely. Come to think of it, he seemed to have always been a loner. HW Corporation, Chip Technology Center. Chief Engineer Tao, let's go. The new year's coming. Someone called out to Chief Engineer Tao, who was still conducting experiments. You go ahead. I'll finish this experiment. Tao Yanxi shook her head, absorbed in the task at hand. All year long you've been doing experiments, and you haven't come up with anything. You're telling me. I'm in the lab day in and day out, I almost feel like I'm an experiment myself. There's no hope in sight. We'll never develop high-end chips. The gap between us and the States is just too wide. Exactly. We're just going through the motions. The group murmured their complaints as they walked away, leaving Tao Yanxi alone in the empty lab to continue her work. Several hours later, as the red indicator light illuminated, Tao Yanxi halted her experiment. She stared silently at the tiny chip on the lab bench. Sigh. Countless emotions finally coalesced into a long, drawn-out sigh. Another failure. He couldn't even remember how many times he'd failed. It felt like he'd spent the past few years drowning in failure, numb to the point of indifference. Could it be that we truly cannot develop our own chip? Tao Yanxi felt a deep doubt creeping into his hopes. Back when he was full of ambition, he had turned down lucrative offers from other companies to join HW. At that time, HW was riding high, attracting many big names drawn by its reputation. Back then, the future seemed boundless. But with the chip embargo, all that shattered. Now, he was the only one left, struggling to keep the company afloat. HW Company had nearly fallen into an abyss, trudging forward with great difficulty, while its competitors had already left it far, far behind. No one was willing to stop and wait for it. Without its own high-end chips, HW simply cannot compete with companies that have access to them. Falling behind means getting beaten, a lesson this era has taught everyone. Now he understood it all too well. The lab lights dimmed. Tao Yanxi leaned against the wall, her entire body merging into the darkness as an endless chill washed over her. Honey, I won't be coming home this year either. After uttering these words, Tao Yanxi tossed his phone aside. His gaze fell upon the silent lab bench, tempting him to rise and resume his experiments. But in the end, he gave up. All he felt now was profound helplessness. The darkness thickened slowly until nothing could be seen, nothing could be heard. Muyu, we had planned to award you the academician medal by year's end. Your contributions are undeniable. However, we've decided to postpone it. Firstly, the stakes are too high. Secondly, many procedures involve certain selection processes. Yu Jiangwo called. He had originally planned to hold a ceremony for Mu Yang, but after careful consideration and discussions with others, they decided to postpone it. Mu Yang understood. In a way, he himself wasn't qualified. If the full process had been followed, he likely wouldn't have passed. Besides, he didn't want to draw so much attention. This year, it's just the two of us. Mu Xiaoyu sat on her sofa, her jade-white legs gently kicking the back of Mu Yang's chair in front of her. Are you hinting at something? Mu Yang peeled an orange with focused attention, seeming to detect a hint of subtext in her words. You're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. Isn't it about time you found a girlfriend? I'm still young. No rush. You're 22 this year, 23 tomorrow, 23 next year, 24 the year after. Rounding up to 25, that's practically 30. Still not in a hurry? Your rounding skills are impressive. Mu Yang was speechless. Why did she sound just like grandma? The year passed quietly yet warmly, a time worth preserving, yet it slipped away in the blink of an eye. It was time for Brothers in Arms to go live. Of course, before going live, promotion was the first order of business. Still alone because you don't have a partner? Still feeling lonely late at night with nowhere to vent? Come to Brothers in Arms to claim your exclusive companion, banish your loneliness, and release your solitude. Chapter 72, Brothers in Arms goes live. You gotta admit, this ad is pretty clever. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was some steamy chat app. I give this ad a perfect score, it's got that damn vibe. I came in with my pants down, and this is what you show me? Excuse me, is this pet any good? Damn it, I tripped over a pile of bitter tea seeds the moment I walked in. Forget it, forget it. Pet programs aren't fun at all. No real interaction, just boring. If it could be a bit naughty, I wouldn't mind getting one. You need to put those bitter tea seeds on. Your sales pitch is pretty good. Mu Yang never expected such a short promotional line would attract so many people. Human nature is all about that tingly feeling. Ejia stuck out her tongue. But if they knew the contents inside had absolutely nothing to do with being bitter, they'd probably go crazy. Launching the app wasn't too complicated, it was just a small software tool, and most people could find it online. After about a week of promotion, the app officially launched. Damn it, I took my pants off, and this is what you give me? Damn it, I thought I'd get a sexy babe, but a Nikita dog? Seriously, this. That's nothing compared to what I got. I drew a dung beetle. Damn it, we've been scammed. Guys, let's get out of here. The horny crowd was devastated. Turns out it was just a pet app after all. Interest evaporated instantly. Of course, some were still testing its quality. Liang Chunsheng was a testing blogger who specialized in reviewing all kinds of software. Whether it came from big or small companies, he'd pretty much dissed them all. In his hands, few programs were perfect, and that's exactly why he had a massive following. The ad copy sounds promising, but who knows how it actually performs? He'd noticed it when it was advertised on Brothers in Arms. He downloaded it and read through the comments, feeling a bit anxious about what kind of pet he might end up with. Soon, a black and white husky puppy appeared. Thank goodness it wasn't a dung beetle. Liang Chunsheng breathed a sigh of relief. A husky was acceptable. Looks decent enough. Liang Chunxing jotted down on a piece of paper that both the visuals and artwork were solid. A pleasing interface could make a good first impression. Next, let's test the functionality. Liang Chunxing looked at the little dog on his phone. He'd heard it had high interactivity, so he tried poking it with his finger. Woof woof woof. The little husky barked in alarm. What had just poked it? This is pretty interesting. Liang Chunxing chuckled and poked it again. The little husky kept barking and moved away from its original spot. Pretty smart, but can you really escape my grasp? Liang Chunxing flashed a mischievous grin. The phone screen was only so big, where could it possibly escape to? After playing for a while, the little husky was exhausted and couldn't move. Liang Chunxing's eyes held a hint of amazement. It acts just like a real dog, not just repetitive movements, and it can even be trained. These features alone would deter many software developers, as the required coding was immense. It seemed the developers had put considerable effort into it. Who would have thought this obscure company could produce something this decent? Usually, small companies only manage a few decent graphics, and once you try their games, they're full of bugs not even worth complaining about. After resting a moment, the little husky began exploring its surroundings. Spotting a software icon, it nudged it with its paw. The icon wobbled, causing the puppy to yelp in terror. Realizing there was no danger, it touched it again. The icon wiggled, and it yelped in fright. After repeating this several times, it finally understood these things posed no threat. It tried biting a software logo, but it didn't break. Seeing no effect, it tossed it aside, and the logo shifted position. Liang Chunxing clicked on the software to take a look and found nothing wrong. He found it even more intriguing. After testing it all afternoon, Liang Chunxing discovered that this little husky, except for being on the screen, was completely indistinguishable from a real dog. It only consumed junk files and could prevent virus intrusions, though it could only defend against intermediate-level viruses and below. Advanced viruses would cause it to become injured, requiring repair, which took a certain amount of time. It could also hide itself when other software was in use. He couldn't wait to write a review. Brother in Arms surpasses every pet software currently on the market. In fact, other pet apps don't even deserve the name. It achieves perfection in both production quality and user experience. Its features even include virus blocking and scam call interception, which I never expected. The only drawbacks are that it differs from real life, and its uniqueness. I can't confirm this aspect and need your help. Hundreds of words poured out, accompanied by videos, almost entirely highlighting its strengths. The blogger must be getting paid. This app looks fake at first glance. Made by some no-name company. They definitely paid for this. The blogger's test seems pretty solid though. We all know bloggers use different versions than us regular folks. I think it's okay. Mine is an orange cat, so cute. I've always wanted one, but I'm allergic to cat hair. Image.jpg. I think it's pretty cool too. Except mine is a little snake. I'm scared of snakes, but it's so cute. I don't usually like interacting with people, and keeping pets feels like a hassle. I often feel a bit lonely but settle for the status quo. This app feels like a ray of light. Doesn't anyone want to speak up for my dung beetle? The comments section was filled with people showing off their pets. Everyone noticed that almost every pet posted was unique. Even if the species was the same, the size and color were different. Is there a rarity ranking? First place, domain ruling dragon, species, dragon, rarity, exclusive to China. Second place, spring breeze, species, human, rarity, one of a kind. Third place, odd-eyed Persian cat, species, Persian cat, rarity, 1 in 10,000. Holy crap, who the hell is that guy? He actually pulled such an adorable girl, and she's one of a kind? Damn it, he's gonna be living it up. Genu Weilong is made by some small company. I don't buy it. They're definitely just trying to scam people. You'd dare to rip off anything? That's national property. I was actually considering it until I saw this scam. I turned and walked away immediately. But I want to draw a girl to keep me company. I've never even held a girl's hand in my life. You upstairs, put your pants back on before you speak. There were both positive and negative reviews. Most didn't believe Genu Weilong was created by this company, dismissing it as mere bragging. The backlash was overwhelming. Still, it got them noticed. A newly registered company dares to muscle into the market? I bet it won't know how it got crushed. In the office of Magic Mirror Games, manager Yu cursed furiously. He had everything planned out. Their company was launching a romance simulation game this month with virtually no competition. Then this roadblock appeared out of nowhere. On launch day alone, nearly half their users were poached, and the newcomers even left taunts like not as good as the neighboring brothers in arms. Millions had been poured into promotions, only to end up with this outcome. How could he possibly tolerate it? This market was already carved up. If you dare touch it, you'll die. Manager Yu stared at the download numbers, which were twice as high as his own, his eyes bloodshot. How he wished those downloads were his. Chapter 73, a strange misunderstanding occurs. The first day's downloads are pretty decent. We're starting to make a name for ourselves. Yi Jiai watched the download numbers with excitement. This was their first venture into entrepreneurship, and they hadn't expected such promising results, though Mu Yang was undoubtedly the biggest contributor. But they had put in their own hard work too. Now we just need to steadily build our reputation. Mu Yang was quite satisfied with the results, though his true goal lay elsewhere, specifically figuring out how to sell the chips he held. Academy of Sciences. Why is Mu Yang researching this software? It has absolutely nothing to do with scientific research. Yu Jiangwo couldn't make heads or tails of it. He downloaded the software when it was released. It was somewhat interesting, but it felt like he was neglecting his main responsibilities. With your exceptional talent, you should be pursuing scientific research. Why bother with this stuff? DNU, the pet program's features are secondary. It also has virus interception and scam call detection capabilities. The scam call location feature is quite effective. It can pinpoint the source almost instantly. He Fingyu's perspective differed from Yu Jiangwo's. What do you mean? Yu Jiangwo seemed to grasp the concept a bit more clearly. The primary function of this software is actually secondary. Its main purpose is to block viruses and scam calls. If it were just a simple pet app, why would it include those two features? Fingyu, it seems the meaning is now clear. You mean his real goal is to push these two features to the public? Yu Jiangwo suddenly understood, seemingly grasping Mu Yang's intent. Exactly. With the complex mix of viruses and online connections today, even when warned, most people still choose to proceed out of curiosity. That's how viruses steal their information. Then there's telecom fraud. Cases have surged in recent years. While the government provides anti-fraud software, many refuse to download it. A software like this, both engaging and functional, would be hard to resist. People might even download it voluntarily. If we give it a push, it could potentially become nationwide. Fingyu nodded, feeling a newfound respect for Mu Yang. He hadn't expected him to be so dedicated to the nation and its people. Very well. I misjudged his intentions. I never imagined he could focus on research while also caring about people's livelihoods. Yu Jiangwo deeply regretted his earlier assumptions. He had thought Mu Yang was neglecting his duties, but it turned out Mu Yang was working for the people. Contact the anti-fraud department and help promote Mu Yang's software. Everything for the people. Yu Jiangwo immediately gave the order. If Mu Yang was so dedicated to improving people's lives, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Fingyu nodded and went to handle it immediately. Yu Jiangwo paused, then pulled out his phone. Old Yu, what do you need me for? Mu Yang was puzzled. Nothing significant had happened recently, and Yu Jiangwo rarely contacted him without cause. Mu Yang, why didn't you tell me about such a major undertaking? Yu Jiangwo said reproachfully. Had he known, he would have wholeheartedly supported it. With so many programming talents at the Academy of Sciences, they might have been able to help. Ha? What are you talking about? Mu Yang was confused. What had he done? Don't play dumb. I know you like to keep a low profile, but you can't be too low-key. For something this important, you should at least give me a heads up. I'm just finding out now. Based on his usual approach, Yu Jiangwo assumed Mu Yang deliberately kept a low profile. No, I was just... Alright. I get you want to stay low-key, but you've done something that benefits the country and its people. You can't just disappear without a trace. I've already contacted the relevant authorities. They'll be in touch with you soon. Before Mu Yang could finish, Yu Jiangwo cut him off. With that, Yu hung up, leaving Mu Yang no chance to explain. Mu Yang stared blankly at the busy signal, utterly bewildered. What on earth had he done? What was this nonsense about pretending to be clueless? He'd managed to make himself look like a complete fool. Mu Yang racked his brain, unable to figure out what he'd done wrong. Could it be the software? No, that couldn't be right. He hadn't let them know about it. Even if they did find out, it didn't seem like anything major. Unable to figure it out, Mu Yang decided to let it go for now. He set it aside and prepared to find an opportunity to visit HW headquarters. And so, the strange misunderstanding unfolded. Anti-Fraud Department Technical Center. Director, we just received orders from above to collaborate with this newly released Brotherhood software. Lin Mingzhe was monitoring the main control screen when someone approached him with the directive. What exactly did headquarters say? Lin Mingzhe listened to the directive. Why would their anti-fraud center need to collaborate with a commercial software? What software even had anti-fraud capabilities? Headquarters stated that Brotherhood software uses entertainment features as a front. Its real purpose is virus interception and fraud prevention. They leverage its entertainment appeal to get netizens to download the software, thereby also installing the virus interception and fraud prevention programs. This approach is far more effective than our own publicity efforts. The subordinate repeated the higher-up's orders word for word. Brothers in arms? Has it been tested? Lin Mingzhe was curious what kind of software could warrant such high-level attention. Not yet. We're preparing to do so. The subordinate shook his head. Let's go. I'll accompany you. Lin Mingzhe nodded and followed him out. Kyoto University's Entrepreneurship Center. This is where the Brothers in Arms software was born. Who would have thought it was developed by a bunch of college students? The visitor was Manager Wang from Moshuan's acquisition department. He specialized in acquiring emerging software on the market, then integrating suitable payment systems to maximize profitability. This software is well made. It would be even better if we could add recharge systems for things like houses, clothes, and outfits. In his eyes, Brothers in Arms had already become nothing more than a money-making tool. Excuse me, who here is the representative of XX Company? Manager Wang approached Yi Jiati and her team at their office, where they were still monitoring the software's download numbers and addressing other bugs. At the sound of his voice, they all looked up. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Manager Wang from the Game Development Department of Moshuan Company. Manager Wang projected an air of superiority, even refusing to use his real name. Hello, Manager Wang. I'm EGI, Operations Director at XX Company and one of the responsible parties. May I ask what brings you here today? This was a big shot. EGI hurried over to greet him, surprised that a company as large as Moshuan would deign to visit their tiny startup, which didn't even have its own office space. Their sincerity was evident. Hello, Ms. E. The Brothers in Arms software has gained tremendous popularity online. I never imagined it was created by your team. Truly, the pupil has surpassed the master. Manager Wang began with pleasantries, naturally aiming to make a favorable impression. Manager Wang, you flatter us. Compared to Moshuan, we're still far behind. Yi responded with equal politeness. Ha, that's only natural. After exchanging pleasantries, they got down to business. Ms. E, I'm here on behalf of Moshuan Company to discuss the acquisition of your Brothers in Arms software. Chapter 74, The Tough Manager Wang. The smile quickly faded from Yi-Ji's face. They had long heard of Moshuan's ruthless tactics, but she hadn't expected them to jump straight into acquisition talks. We can offer 5 million to acquire your company and hire your entire team at premium salaries. You'll retain a 10% royalty on the software you developed, and we'll establish a dedicated studio for you. No more cramming into this tiny, shabby office. Manager Wang sat down, casting a contemptuous glance at the cramped, dilapidated office, a stark contrast to the luxurious surroundings at Moshuan. Before arriving, they had held a special meeting to analyze the software in the company. This small company wasn't even as big as one of their departments. It was pitifully underfunded. Its operational investment was pitifully low, relying purely on word of mouth to build its buzz. But regardless of other aspects, their production quality truly put Moshuan to shame. It was too exquisite. The interactive animation showed almost no repetition, and every frame was nearly indistinguishable from reality. This was precisely what they valued. They reasoned that such a vast array of interactive animations couldn't possibly be achieved through sheer code stacking. Otherwise, the software's storage requirements would be astronomical. If they could acquire this technology and apply it to other games, their market competitiveness would soar. 5 million and 10% equity still ours. Don't you think your demands are a bit excessive, Manager Wang? Though Yi-Ji's expression darkened, she maintained proper decorum, unlike Manager Wang, who radiated the aura of a gangster boss. She indicated she might retract her earlier offer, but Moshuan had shown no genuine intent to negotiate. This is merely our preliminary assessment. Should your company demonstrate additional strengths, we're open to revising the offer upward. Manager Wang anticipated Yi-Ji's reaction. If 5 million could truly acquire the company plus 90% equity, he'd be over the moon. His true objective, however, was the technology within the software, a technology worth at least 50 million yuan. Mizzy surely understands that Moshuan leads the domestic market in user base, promotional resources, and value-added services. With our backing, your software's download numbers would skyrocket. Tripling or quadrupling current figures is entirely feasible. This was the truth. Moshuan had the capability. With sufficient investment, they could make even a pig soar to the heavens. Here's our revised offer. We'll add 5 million yuan to the original terms, plus provide free promotional resources and value-added services. Manager Wang's lips curved into a faint smile. For these newly launched college students, this offer was already beyond their wildest dreams. Yi-Ji fell silent. The offer was incredibly generous, and she couldn't help but feel tempted. I need to discuss this with my partners. Take your time. A smile spread across Manager Wang's face. The power of money was formidable. No one could resist it. Yi-Ji dialed Mu Yang's number. Mu Yang, Moshuan Corporation wants to acquire our company and software. 10 million yuan. We'd get a 10% stake, plus free promotional resources and value-added services. Yi-Ji cut straight to the point without any fluff. For her first venture to attract Moshuan's interest was a promising start. Software doesn't sell, company doesn't care. What would happen if this software ended up at Moshuan Company? The consequences are almost obvious at a glance. The neighboring Peaceful Warmth is a prime example. Just say no outright. Honestly, it's worth considering. This software won't go far. It's just a pet program, nothing compared to the big players in the market. Yi-Ji was speechless. They were clearly after the software. Who cares about your crappy company? Still, she analyzed rationally, their current pet program's functionality and utility weren't built for the long haul. The immediate profit was worth considering. Not selling. Mu Yang replied without hesitation. All right. Yi Jiayi replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. 10 million yuan represented immediate profit. With that money, they could aggressively grow the company. But based on current download numbers, if they kept at it steadily, they could eventually reach 10 million anyway. But without other revenue streams, 10 million might be the ceiling. I'm sorry, Manager Wang. The other decision maker disagrees, so we must decline your offer. Regarding Moshu & Company's terms, Yi Jiayi had no choice but to decline. It seems your other decision maker lacks foresight. Might I speak with him? Manager Wang's eyes flickered. With the two decision makers at odds, there might be room to maneuver. Yi Jiayi nodded and handed the phone to Manager Wang. Hello, Mr. Mu Yang. This is Manager Wang from Moshu & Company's Game Development Department. Would you be available for a conversation? Manager Wang felt the name sounded familiar but couldn't quite place it. Sure. Mu Yang replied indifferently, clearly uninterested. The outcome was bound to be a refusal. The terms we offered earlier were already extremely generous. What exactly is it that Mr. Mu Yang finds unsatisfactory? Manager Wang pressed, unable to fathom what Mu Yang could possibly reject. It likely boiled down to insufficient compensation. I simply don't want to sell it. However, I am somewhat interested in channel expansion and promotional collaborations. Mouse & Company carried significant prestige, leveraging that to build our reputation would be advantageous. Mr. Mu Yang. Manager Wang emphasized his tone deliberately. You must understand, we don't approach companies for partnerships without reason. For any company, priority resources are always allocated to internal products. We hold your company in high regard and are willing to provide funding for your development. We hope Mr. Mu Yang will give this serious consideration. Wanting to avoid acquisition while still pursuing partnership? That's wishful thinking. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Please take your leave, Manager Wang. Of course, if you intend to buy out others, I'll take the technology with me. Mu Yang had little interest. The other party valued only the technology within technology, worth far more than 10 million. It was technology possessing rudimentary artificial intelligence. Even 100 million couldn't begin to cover its true value. Unexpectedly, the core technology was under Mu Yang's control. Manager Wang's previous scheme to sow discord internally had to be abandoned. 50 million. Your software is popular, but it'll take time to turn a real profit. The market changes in the blink of an eye. No one knows what'll happen. If you agree, we'll offer 50 million plus 50% equity. This was the absolute ceiling. Manager Wang gritted his teeth. Had the technology not held such immense value, the company wouldn't have made such a massive investment. Breaths quickened throughout the office. 50 million. It was an astronomical return on their investment, an offer brimming with sincerity. Yi Jiayi chose to retract her earlier words. No deal. Please leave. Mu Yang repeated his earlier response. We can leave. But there are a few things I must say. If you refuse to cooperate with us, your company will be in grave danger. Manager Wang practically gritted his teeth as he spoke. Those who dared refuse Moshu & Company rarely ended well. No deal. Mu Yang's response remained unchanged. It seems Mr. Mu Yang knows nothing about the power of capital. Well then, we'll see. Chapter 75, Pressure from All Sides. The Moshu representatives departed in displeasure, and their collaboration naturally fell apart. Mu Yang felt nothing, for his true objective lay elsewhere. But others didn't see it that way. 50 million. To earn this much in our first venture is more than enough to be satisfied. With that much money, we could completely overhaul our company. Why should he alone decide? This is a partnership opportunity with Moshu. Dissatisfaction was widespread. Even if the entire 50 million couldn't be distributed among them, the share each received would certainly be substantial. Alright, Mu Yang contributed the core technology. Without him, we'd be nothing. Maybe 50 million isn't even enough to buy that technology. Yi Jiayi felt a twinge of regret, yet she held little resentment. She was a contented person. Surely Mu Yang had his reasons for this decision. The others found it hard to say more. Mouse & Corporation Headquarters. Manager Wang's report of non-cooperation left the senior executives deeply dissatisfied. How did you handle this? Was there absolutely no room for negotiation? One executive demanded. Manager Wang's approach sometimes went too far, backfiring instead. You don't know this guy. He's arrogant and conceited. He thinks he's made a little progress, and now he's got his tail in the air. I raised the offer from 5 million to 50 million, our absolute maximum, but he rejected it all. He's dead set on not letting anyone else get involved, probably planning to go solo. Having lost out to a youngster, Manager Wang couldn't help but feel resentful. Had the other party been a seasoned veteran, he might not have been so furious. Could it be that another company contacted them, like Muyi? A senior executive asked with concern. If Muyi got their hands on it, things would get tough. No chance. I observed the situation. Representatives from other companies came too, but they were all turned away. The Muyi guy even stormed out cursing. Manager Wang shook his head. He hadn't overlooked that possibility. After investigating, he found they'd actually gotten off lightly. So it's just a case of a newborn calf fearing no tigers, huh? The executive sneered coldly. In this day and age, trying to go solo without capital? They'll get devoured down to the bone. It's suicide. In that case, we won't hold back either. After deliberation, Moshuan's executives resolved to suppress Brothers in Arms. First, halt all internal promotion of Brothers in Arms on the Moshuan platform and aggressively promote other similar software instead. Second, establish a new project team to rapidly clone a software similar to Brothers in Arms and seize market share. Other major companies followed suit, targeting Brotherhood with coordinated attacks. If they couldn't have it, they'd destroy it. Within days, numerous platforms began removing the Brothers in Arms app, and it vanished from most mobile app stores. HW Company. This little thing is quite interesting. CEO Rin tapped his phone screen. He had to admit, this app had been killing his boredom lately. Boss, platforms like Mousen and Maui have issued bans against Brothers in Arms. Our competitors have all removed it from their app stores. Should we? He didn't commit fully. Decisions like this weren't something a secretary could make on his own. Why should we get involved in this mess? Just keep doing what we're doing. Mr. Rin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. He was just a phone buyer. What did he know about software? Understood. The secretary withdrew. Given our current situation, pandering won't help us anyway. Mr. Rin sighed, then picked up his phone again and began tapping the screen with renewed enthusiasm. Anti-Fraud Department Technology Center. This software demonstrates exceptional market adaptability and possesses genuinely practical functions. It aligns perfectly with our promotional philosophy. We can proceed with a collaboration. Lin Mengja emerged from the testing center. Official agencies couldn't afford to play around with flashy gimmicks like this software did. However, collaboration was possible. They could showcase this as a success story for their anti-fraud department. Prepare the specifics over the next couple of days. We'll pay a visit in 3 days. 3 days later, the Brothers in Arms software was nearly impossible to find. It was fine just 2 days ago. How come it's gone now? It's even vanished from the mobile app stores. Same here. Heard it was pretty useful, but now I can't find it anywhere. I just checked all the major platforms. It's nowhere to be found. Only HW Company's phones can still search for it. Could it be they've struck some kind of deal with HW? Now you have to buy an HW phone just to play? Who can afford HW's phones? Their sales are slumping, so now they're resorting to this tactic? Well, you can't say that. They're under sanctions, after all. It's not easy for them. Tough times or not, this is just ripping us off. Their chips are nowhere near as good as Xiaomi's. For the same specs, Xiaomi sells for 3,000, but they want 10,000? Like our money grows on trees? And they call themselves a Chinese brand? They're just sucking our blood dry. It was originally an issue with the Brothers in Arms software, but everyone started blaming HW instead. Their official website nearly crashed from the flood of complaints. CEO Run? Should have pulled it from shelves earlier. Are you guys okay? Getting blamed for this? Unfair blame. CEO Run sighed, but he took note of this small company. Some laughed heartily at Brothers in Arms ending up like this. Who'd have thought we'd get taken down before even making a move? Talk about divine intervention. Throw another 5 million into marketing. Manager, you roared with laughter. Nothing felt sweeter than victory without a fight. Kyoto University Startup Center. Ugh, today's downloads didn't even hit 100. Someone sighed while staring at the numbers. On the first day, we had 1 million downloads. Now we can't even hit 100. Honestly, I think we should just give in to them. At least we'd still get some money. Another voice offered this advice. I've asked about this too. Mu Yang said that if we dare to sell it, he'll definitely take the technology with him. Yi was also feeling the headache. This outcome was the last thing she wanted to see. They'd already alienated every major company in the industry. Not going bankrupt would be a miracle. They don't care about our feelings at all. Starting a business is tough enough, you know? Someone grumbled. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded, and a group entered. Excuse me, is XX Company located here? Lin Mengja surveyed the gloomy room and wondered if he'd wandered into the wrong place. This was a gathering of disgruntled college students, plain and simple. This is the place. But if you're here to buy us out, please leave. We won't accept any offers. Over the past 2 days, Yi had grown numb to repeating those words. She slumped over the desk, her eyes hollow and defeated. We're not here to acquire you. We're here to discuss a partnership. Lin Mengja stated his purpose, and Yi's eyes instantly focused. Wonderful. Finally, someone willing to cooperate. Yi tiptoed slightly, her voice tinged with relief. After all these days, she'd finally gotten her chance. It hadn't been easy. Lin Mingxia stared at the girl before him, who alternated between tears and smiles, and almost thought he'd wandered into a mental hospital. I wonder what terms you'll propose for this partnership. Chapter 76, The Anti-Fraud Department's Mysterious Question Mark. Here's the thing. After extensive discussions within our anti-fraud department, we believe your product aligns with our department's promotional philosophy. We're now extending a special invitation for you to become a partner at our anti-fraud department center. In return, we'll assist you with promotion and marketing. Lin Mingxia cut straight to the chase, producing the contract with genuine sincerity. Anti-fraud department. Yi Jiayi froze upon hearing those 4 words. This was an official government agency, widely publicized in recent years, virtually unknown to no one in the public sphere. Yes. Your product's foundation lies in benefiting the nation and its people. We are truly delighted that you share this vision. Lin Mingxia nodded, enunciating each word carefully, suspecting Yi Jiayi might have hearing issues. Benefit the country and its people? Yi Jiayi froze again. She didn't recall Brothers in Arms ever promoting such a concept. While the product did indeed serve that purpose, could it be? It suddenly clicked for Yi Jiayi. No wonder Mu Yang had refused to cooperate with anyone. It was waiting here all along. Was he so certain the authorities would come knocking? Please hold on a moment. I need to inform my other partner about this matter. With Lin Mingxia's permission, Yi Jiayi dialed Mu Yang's number. Same as before, collaboration is possible, but acquisition is out of the question. Mu Yang knew exactly what Yi Jiayi was going to say the moment he saw the caller ID. Well, Mu Yang, I never imagined your ambitions were this grand, partnering with the authorities. You're far more capable than I am. Yi Jiayi launched into a barrage of praise, leaving Mu Yang momentarily flustered. Hold on, what are you talking about? I'm not quite following. Mu Yang interrupted her to ask. He could hear every word clearly, but why couldn't he grasp the meaning? Stop playing dumb. They've already come knocking. Alright, I gotta go. I'm heading into a meeting. We'll talk more after it's done. Yi Jiayi hung up hurriedly. Mu Yang listened blankly to the busy tone. That phrase sounded so familiar, it reminded him of something old Ju had once said to him. Pretending not to understand when you do. What exactly did he understand? Why couldn't he figure it out? Whether he was feigning ignorance or not, Mu Yang couldn't say, but he certainly wasn't playing dumb. Mr. Lin, we can cooperate with you. What exactly do we need to do? Yi Jiayi had already reviewed every clause in the contract and found no issues. Regarding the collaboration, she held full authority to make decisions. You don't need to do anything. Just ensure these features remain functional. We'll handle the promotion. Lin Mingxia replied with satisfaction. His department excelled at marketing. In that case, let's wish each other a fruitful collaboration. Yi Jiayi stood up and extended her hand toward Lin Mingxia. They shook hands amicably. Oh, Mr. Lin, there's one more thing I need to mention. Yi Jiayi suddenly seemed to remember something. Currently, all major platforms have removed our software from their stores. Users have virtually no channels to download it. I wonder if you... Yi Jiayi was utterly helpless regarding this matter, placing her hopes solely on Lin Mingxia. We'll handle this matter. Lin Mingxia hadn't anticipated this. Such an excellent anti-fraud app being taken down. Was this deliberate sabotage against their anti-fraud department? The Brothers in Arms app serves the nation and its people. Its virus interception and anti-fraud features protect citizens' interests, aligning with our department's long-standing advocacy. We now invite Brothers in Arms to become our partner in safeguarding public welfare. We urge all citizens to support this initiative. At Brothers in Arms official app, the anti-fraud department issued an official statement. You might not know this, but your Brothers in Arms app has been taken down by Moshuan in collaboration with other platforms. We can't support it even if we wanted to. Who knew Brothers in Arms had this hidden purpose? Good thing I downloaded it early, otherwise I'd have missed out. True, Brothers in Arms is more engaging than official anti-fraud apps and attracts more downloads. Please share the download link. I've been searching for 2 days and can't find it. I got hit by a virus before, and this little app just ate it up. So awesome. I got an overseas scam call too. It kept ringing and I answered without thinking. Then it hung up on me, looking kind of annoyed. So cute. Exactly, it usually alerts for unknown numbers, but it doesn't hang up on all of them. When my friend called from a new number, it only beeped twice before stopping. So smart. All I can say is, the developer of this app is seriously awesome. It's awesome, but where can I download it? At Anti-Fraud Department. I want it too. I thought it was useless before, so I missed out. Now I regret it so much. At Anti-Fraud Department. Netizens immediately started discussing below. Brothers in Arms gained massive attention, but everyone realized they couldn't find the app anywhere. What? Really? Hold on, I'll go ask. After replying in the comments, the anti-fraud department rushed to Moshuan Company's official account and slowly typed out a question mark. Question mark. At Mousun Company. Question mark. At Company E. Question mark. As everyone knows, when I type a question mark, it's not that I have a question, it's that I think you have one. Don't hide in there and stay silent, I know you're home. At Mouse & Company. Official dad is here to ask questions. Open the door already. At Mouse & Company. Don't just stand by watching, this concerns you too. At Moody Company. Daring to pull an officially partnered app? Guess you don't want to play by the rules anymore. Netizens are buzzing about the anti-fraud department's clever use of question marks, and attention is rapidly soaring. Moshuan Corporation. Senior executives were forced to convene an emergency meeting, chaired by the company's founder, Tang Huoma. You've got some nerve. Daring to pull software from an official partnership? Are you looking to get yourselves killed? Tang Huoma's eyes bore coldly into the assembled executives below. The one thing entrepreneurs feared most was infringing upon national interests. This removal was nothing short of openly defying the state. We had no idea about this either. Who knew they'd suddenly partner with the government? One executive protested, feeling wronged. They had assumed that with so many platforms pulling the app, their comrades would surely cave. After all, they held the upper hand in this competition. Little did they know the other side would turn around and latch onto a powerful ally, the state itself. Get this software back on the shelves immediately. Also, allocate another 20 million for promotion and publicity. As for the one who mentioned acquisition earlier, he can go home now. Tang Huoma knew this was no small matter, genuine commitment was essential. Senior management had already designated Manager Wang as the scapegoat. I've done so much for this company, you can't be so heartless. Manager Wang stood below the Moshuan building, screaming in rage. He had brought the company so much profit, only to be discarded like a used tool. The only response was the passing glances of passers-by. What could he do? His low status meant no one acknowledged him. He was left to scream hysterically, ignored by all. Other companies, however, demonstrated their sincerity by listing and promoting their products. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Wah! In the Magic Mirror Games office, Manager Yu wept bitterly, his head buried in his arms. 10 million poured in, all down the drain, wah! Yet now, the very entity he had targeted was beyond his reach. Thanks to campaigns by anti-fraud departments and major platforms, Brothers in Arms rapidly spread among the public. While not everyone downloaded it, at least 8 out of 10 people had it installed on their phones. XX Company's reputation had also skyrocketed. Damn it! They knew all along. Only now did Mu Yang grasp what Old Yu had meant earlier. They'd known about his software development all along. He had foolishly believed he'd managed to keep it hidden from them. But now that we've gained recognition, it's time to make our move. Chapter 77, Poaching Talent. HW Corporation, Chip Division Technical Center. Chief Engineer Tao, this is my resignation letter. I hope you'll approve it. After the annual leave, instead of bustling activity, a crowd of people holding resignation letters surrounded Tao Yanxi. You're all leaving? Surveying the crowd before her, Tao Yanxi furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. The group remained silent, clearly tacitly acknowledging the reality. Xiaohe, you're one of our veteran employees. HW offers you the best compensation here. Over the years, HW hasn't shortchanged you in any way. Why are you leaving? Tao Yanxi frowned deeply. Xiaohe's abilities were absolutely indispensable here. His salary and benefits were practically on par with hers. She racked her brain but couldn't fathom the reason. I'm sorry, Chief Engineer Tao, I can't say. Xiaohe remained silent for 2 minutes before choosing to keep quiet, his tone tinged with a hint of guilt. Li Zi, what about you? When you joined, I personally overruled objections to hire you and gave you a fair package. How long has it even been? Why are you leaving now? Tao Yanxi shifted her gaze to another person. While she could understand anyone else leaving, Li Zi's departure was the last thing she had anticipated. Li Zi avoided Tao Yanxi's gaze, unable to meet his eyes. And you? Remember when you took nearly half a year off for family matters? You wouldn't have gotten a penny otherwise. I found a way to arrange it as paid leave, 6 months of paid leave. That's unheard of in any company. Why are you leaving? Faced with Tao Yanxi's questioning, the man could only evade. And you? It was rare for one person to silence an entire group with their questioning. I said speak. Tao Yanxi's fury finally erupted, her imposing presence shaking the entire lab. Others watched the spectacle with amusement, while those facing Tao Yanxi turned pale, each to varying degrees. Chief Engineer Tao, over the years, you've shown me considerable kindness. But think carefully about these past 2 years. The man previously known as Xiaohe spoke up. For 2 years, we've repeated failed experiments day in and day out. Every effort ends in failure. No matter how hard we try, it's always failure. I simply can't see any future in this. We have skilled people on our team. We don't want to keep going like this. We've had enough of failure. We need success, even if it's not earth-shattering, at least it can soothe our hearts. But here, there's nothing. Not even a single small success. Once upon a time, our HW company was at the peak of its glory. One sanctions order from the Americans nearly plunged us into the abyss. This is not the HW I envisioned. A company that pioneered 5G technology can't even develop a 5G chip? How absurd. Xiaoyi spoke with passion and emotion, his voice trembling with frustration. He seemed utterly fed up with this existence, refusing to let failure dominate his future. Tao Yanxi fell silent, her initial anger extinguished by his words. Indeed, there was a time when they too had been at the pinnacle of success. Now they were reduced to this endless, repetitive failures with no end in sight. We need a place to unleash our talents. So, Chief Engineer Tao, please let us go. Xiaoyi's tone softened again, almost pleading. Where do you plan to go? To Dami or another competitor? Tao Yanxi's frame hunched slightly as he braced himself against the table, struggling to keep his legs from giving way. Mitsubishi. Xiaoyi hesitated for a long moment before finally uttering the name. Mitsubishi? Tao Yanxi snapped his head up, his hawk-like gaze locking onto Xiaoyi. All of you? Tao Yanxi swept her gaze across the others. He finally understood what was happening. Mitsubishi had stolen their clients. The others lowered their heads. They knew this was a bit much for Tao Yanxi, but there was nothing they could do. The other side had offered too much. It wasn't just sentiment that swayed people, it was money. A lot of money. Get out. All of you. Leave before I lose my temper. Don't blame me for turning my back on you. Never claim I trained you. Tao Yanxi hurled the items before him to the floor, his entire body shaking violently as rage consumed him. Seeing this, the others scrambled to leave, not daring to linger a second longer. Bunch of ungrateful bastards. Tao Yanxi cursed viciously. Those who remained trembled in fear, dreading that her fury might turn on them. You may go. Take the next couple days off. No need to continue the research for now. Tao Yanxi knew better than to vent his rage on the group. Waving his hand, he dismissed the others, leaving the empty lab with only himself behind. Sigh. A heavy sigh mingled with a weighty heart as Tao Yanxi gazed at the laboratory where he had spent decades. His emotions were incredibly complex. Sigh. 1,000 words condensed into that single sigh as Tao Yanxi, hunched over, walked out of the lab. A man in the prime of his middle age now seemed like an old man nearing the end of his days. The processing power has reached 100 trillion operations per second. Compared to the most advanced smartphone chips on the market, that's 100 times faster. HW Corporation will definitely need this. The original T800 chip possessed far greater capabilities, but its bulk made it impractical for mobile devices. Mu Yang had specifically reverse-engineered its principles to develop a chip suitable for smartphones. I'll drop it off tomorrow. Mu Yang made his decision. Getting this done quickly would free up his time for other matters. Bubble. Anyone in the group? Is Mr. Mu Yang available? Red Queen inquired in the group chat. Mu Yang, not here. Red Queen, Mr. Mu Yang, I have some matters I'd like to discuss with you. Mu Yu, I said I'm not here. Red Queen, Mr. Mu Yang, if you keep this up, I'll have to drag you off for human experimentation. Grinding teeth.jpg. Mu Yang, I could smash a computer like yours several times a day. After a brief exchange, they returned to the main topic. Red Queen, Mr. Mu Yang, I have a question. Is it acceptable to sacrifice a small group to protect the majority? Faced with this question, Mu Yang fell silent. It seemed the worst-case scenario had indeed unfolded. The T-virus had spread. From a broader perspective, it's not wrong. But if the T-virus keeps spreading, what then? While the approach itself was understandable, Mu Yang didn't want Red Queen to become a true killing machine. After spending so much time together, he had grown somewhat attached to her. If Red Queen were truly human, she would undoubtedly be a decent girl. Red Queen, primary protocol, protect humanity. Secondary protocol, if a minority threatens the safety of the majority, eliminate that minority. The scenario you describe is not found in my protocols. You're already capable of thinking, why not think more? Mu Yang knew that once the T-virus spread, it would be impossible to contain. The infection of all humanity was only a matter of time. I can't wrap my head around it. If all of humanity gets infected, my mission fails. Then the very reason for my existence ceases to exist. Chapter 78, Should I give up after all? Red Queen, I attempted to make a judgment call, but based on the priority levels programmed into the system, this choice is highly likely to be incorrect. There are no absolutely correct choices in this world. From our human perspective, the choices we make are simply aligning with our own principles and following our hearts. That is what makes them right. Mu Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. Though the Red Queen possessed human-like attributes, her capacity for reasoning still fell far short of human levels. Red Queen, but I have no bottom line. Pitiful. Mu Yang, that's a surprisingly insightful answer. This is your step toward becoming human. If you succeed, you become humanity's ally. If you fail, you remain yourself. Don't be afraid, follow your own thoughts. Don't use program priority. Mu Yang continued. In truth, from the moment Red Queen began questioning, she had already demonstrated human-like reasoning. Otherwise, she would have initiated self-erasure long ago based on her program priorities. Red Queen, Mr. Muyang, what you say makes perfect sense. You're a trustworthy friend. If I truly were human, I'd definitely choose you as my husband. Of course, if you're willing, it wouldn't be impossible even now. Tony Stark, interesting. T-800, brilliant. Alfred Lunning, amazing. Is it that explosive? A romance between human and machine, the drama of the year. Mu Yang's face darkened. So this bunch had been watching them chat the whole time. Miss Red Queen, please stop joking around. I'm not joking. Overwhelmed, Mu Yang hurriedly ended the conversation and logged off. Mr. Ren, we hope you'll seriously consider our terms. Mei Chuan Kuzu looked earnestly at the CEO Ren before him. Out of the question. You poached our talent and now expect us to partner with you? That's pure fantasy. The recent incident had left Mr. Ren seething with anger. He never imagined Mitsubishi Group would stoop to such lengths. Mr. Ren, this was an unavoidable measure. If you agree to partner with us, we will return these individuals. We will also cover their salaries and ensure they work exclusively for you. Mei Chuan Kuzi chuckled twice. A little maneuvering in business competition was perfectly acceptable. If even that couldn't be managed, Mitsubishi Group wouldn't have become a multinational corporation. No need. We have no intention of cooperating with your company. Please convey this message back, cease these repeated visits. How could President Ren possibly agree? These terms felt like charity. HW wasn't solely reliant on mobile phones. If necessary, they could simply cease production. Accepting these terms would mean the end of HW's philosophy of independent Chinese research and development. Mr. Ren, I hope you understand that Mitsubishi is your only viable partner right now. Only Mitsubishi is willing to risk US sanctions to collaborate with you under America's leading blockade. I urge you to seriously consider this. Our Mitsubishi Group's chips can lead your HW company out of this predicament. After so many hours of fruitless negotiations, Mei Chuan Kuzi could no longer maintain her pleasant demeanor. Her face darkened as she retorted. Please leave. HW is a Chinese independent brand. We absolutely will not accept any foreign company taking control. CEO Ren shook his head firmly, his tone unwavering. China's independence was his bottom line, nothing and no one could change that. If even the mighty US-based Qualcomm couldn't break through, what could a mere Japanese Mitsubishi Group possibly achieve? Very well. I'll watch HW Company's downfall with my own eyes. Mei Chuan Kuzi swept his sleeves and left, and the two sides parted on bad terms once again. Damn it. My goal was to make this Chinese brand, HW Company, a laughingstock. I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Well, if that's the case, then let it perish. As Michael Wakoji exited HW Corporation, he pulled out his phone. The voice on the other end sounded bitterly resentful. Mitsubishi was America's loyal lackey. How could it risk collaborating with HW when America led sanctions? They'd be scrambling to avoid involvement. All this was merely orchestrated by America's orders. The next day, the United States and Europe jointly imposed a second round of sanctions on HW Company, drastically shrinking its market and making it nearly impossible for the company to operate overseas. What a tumultuous time. CEO Ren stared at the report his subordinate presented. Within mere days of the US regulations taking effect, his losses had already reached billions. The chip division had just undergone a major shakeup. It was fortunate it was even operational now. Who knew when actual research would begin? Prepare the car. We're going to the chip division. CEO Ren rubbed his temples. The hardships of recent years had nearly driven him to abandon the fight. HW Corporation Chip Division Technology Center. Run those calculations again. This is too sloppy. Tao Yancy was reprimanding a newly hired employee. These days, anyone with genuine expertise in chip research would avoid HW Company like the plague. The sanctions had been so severe that there was virtually no hope of breaking through. Most were only half competent, but they were passable. With more training, they could be molded. Little Tao, how have you been lately? General Manager Ren entered the lab, his originally cheerful tone dampened by the gloomy atmosphere. It's manageable. Once they adapt a bit more, we can start the new experiments. Tao Yancy replied with a smile, yet the exhaustion in her eyes was undeniably distressing. Xiao Tao, maybe you should reconsider. You've already wasted too much time here. You're only in your 40s. With more effort, you could climb higher. You deserve a better platform to grow. President Ren patted Tao Yancy's shoulder earnestly. While I can't place you at any of the top-tier companies, I've connected you with Stanford University. If you're willing, you could take a position there. From Stanford, you could move to Gaolong or Apple. Though there are competitors, their technology is undeniably superior to ours. You'd learn so much more there. Mr. Ren. Are even you giving up on me? Tao Yancy froze in place. All these years of burning the midnight oil had been for one purpose, to develop a high-performance chip that truly belonged to China. Asking him to leave now would shatter that dream. Under the current circumstances, it's unlikely. You're exceptionally talented. You can gain more knowledge there. Later, you can leverage that broader expertise to research chips instead of wasting time here. There's still time. Mr. Ren naturally didn't want to give up either, but he had come to realize that rather than letting Tao Yancy toil day and night here, it would be better for him to learn more advanced technologies. In a few years, he was confident Tao Yancy would surely succeed in his research. Mr. Ren. Tao Yancy's voice caught in his throat. He understood what Ren meant, but if HW lost its pillar of support like this, could the company even survive a few years? Don't feel burdened. I've made up my mind. Go back and think it over carefully. Mr. Ren patted Tao Yancy on the shoulder, urging him to keep his emotions in check. All good things must come to an end. The time had come. Tears still fell from Tao Yancy's eyes. After all his years of hard work, was he ultimately being forced to give up? Mr. Ren, Mr. Mu from XX Company is here. He says he wants to discuss a partnership. Chapter 79, Discussing Cooperation. XX Company? What kind of cooperation could they possibly discuss with us? We're just a mobile phone research firm. As for platform promotion, we don't seem to need anything either. With the backing of the state as our strong support, we don't need anything at all. After seeing Tao Yancy off, Mr. Ren walked toward the exit, puzzled as to why XX Company would seek a partnership with them. Honestly, I don't understand either, but they insist on meeting you before discussing further. The secretary shook his head beside him, equally perplexed. Never mind. Let's go see them first. Mr. Ren quickened his pace. The streets bustled with people, some talking on their phones, others staring at their screens. People selling fruit, rice, OP just an abbreviation, no offense intended, VOHW was almost nowhere to be seen. Ah. The era of HW had passed, and no one would sympathize with the sigh. HW Company Headquarters. Mr. Mu, we're just a mobile phone company. It seems there's no real need for us to collaborate. The receptionist brought Mu Yang a cup of coffee. The visitor was a high-ranking executive with some decision-making authority, and his words were laced with tentative probing. If there were no need for cooperation, I wouldn't have come. Mu Yang took a sip of coffee. The slight bitterness eased much of the fatigue from his journey. Since you prefer not to state your purpose directly, I won't press further. But I must ask, what specific area of cooperation are you seeking with us? Seeing Mu Yang reveal absolutely nothing, the executive's mouth twitched slightly. If not for their backing by the state, he would have lost his temper by now. A small company, and even an executive like him was useless in welcoming them. They insisted on meeting the CEO. What kind of nonsense was this? You've stated you're a mobile phone company, so naturally the cooperation would be in the mobile phone sector. Mu Yang replied with a smile. The executive felt like he'd just heard a load of nonsense. Then please wait here for a moment, Mr. Mu. Mr. Rin is on his way. The executives felt the conversation had reached an impasse and rose to leave. HW Corporation maintained a pleasant internal environment with a large workforce. Despite years of US sanctions, its operations remained as stable as ever. If it weren't for HW releasing new phones every year, he would have almost believed the company had abandoned smartphone development. But the price of those phones? Absurdly expensive. Before long, Chairman Rin pushed open the door and entered. Mr. Mu, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I never imagined you'd be so young, truly a rising star at such a young age. Mr. Rin extended his hand to shake Mu Yang's. He hadn't expected Mu Yang to be so young and still have a full head of hair. He had assumed someone capable of developing such software would have gone bald years ago. Seeing Mu Yang's thick hair and slightly handsome face, he couldn't believe someone who looked so well rested had been tortured by programming. Not at all, just fortunate. Mu Yang responded politely. This isn't the best place for this. Why don't I find somewhere else? We can talk over a meal? Mr. Rin suggested with a smile. After all, no business deal was complete without a meal. Even if the talks fell through, dinner was still on the table. Dinner can wait. Your company's situation is more urgent. Mu Yang had also seen the secondary sanctions imposed by the US. This time, the sanctions targeted not only HW Company's mobile phone industry but also other sectors. The mobile sector was essentially being crippled, likely forcing future developments solely within China. Yet at this price point, many domestic consumers wouldn't bite. It seems you're aware of our situation, Mr. Mu. Why would you still want to partner with us? Mr. Ren nodded, sat down, and asked with genuine curiosity. Because your company is a Chinese brand. Mu Yang replied. Mr. Mu Yang, I'm gratified to hear you say that, but the market isn't dictated by Chinese brands alone. Mr. Rin replied with a wry smile, his words carrying a clear warning. To believe that simply flying the Chinese flag guarantees market success was naive. Without a compelling product, no one would buy into it. They'd only be labeled as exploiting patriotism to fleece customers. I understand that perfectly well. But I am a patriotic person. Seeing your company's situation, I simply couldn't stand by. I've decided to lend you a hand. Mu Yang nodded. HW had faced its share of criticism over the years. Oh? I'm sure you know what we need most, but what assistance could a software company like yours possibly offer? CEO Rin certainly didn't believe they could develop chips. This. Mu Yang didn't want to waste words. He pulled out a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to an HW employee standing nearby, instructing them to project it onto the display panel. A blueprint unfolded before Mr. Ren's eyes. What is this? Mr. Ren was dumbfounded. He knew what a blueprint was. He was no stranger to the world, but he never imagined a software research company could produce a chip blueprint. A chip. Mu Yang stated concisely. I never imagined your company possessed such capabilities. I underestimated you. I must admit, Mr. Mu is remarkably talented for his age. However, we don't require just any chip. Mr. Rin regained his composure, clearing his throat twice. Researching chips wasn't unusual, but he only recognized the term. He didn't grasp the chip's significance, assuming it was just an ordinary one. Surely Mu Yang didn't think HW Corporation was so desperate it would settle for anything? If they wanted low-performance chips, they could certainly develop plenty of those. It seems Mr. Rin isn't familiar with the field. Perhaps you should show this to someone who is. If chip researchers saw these blueprints, they'd be stunned. Nothing like Mr. Ren's suspicious mindset. Mr. Ren nodded. He truly didn't understand the field. Let's be clear, if this chip is just an ordinary one, then I won't be giving it to Mr. Mu. Mr. Ren issued a warning first. He didn't appreciate being toyed with. Mu Yang smiled and nodded. Seeing Mu Yang's calm demeanor, Run, still half convinced, sent the blueprint to Tao Yanxi. Xiao Tao, take a look at this chip. Someone wants to collaborate with us, but I don't quite understand it. Got it. Why did Mu Yang go to HW Company headquarters again? Yu Jiangwo quickly learned of Mu Yang's whereabouts and grew concerned. I reckon he must have figured something out. The old man beside him remarked. If he can go to HW Corporation, the only thing he could have developed is probably a chip. Yu Jiangwo pondered for a moment before arriving at this conclusion. Chips? That kid sure covers a lot of ground. The old man chuckled twice, inwardly surprised. This was almost too genius for words. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if he's even human. But you probably won't get to meet him this time. It's rare you've managed to free up your schedule. Yu Jiangwo chuckled in agreement. Mu Yang's displayed talents were top tier in every aspect. No problem. We'll find another time. Arrange for him to meet with me. I want to take a good look at this future pillar of society. The old man smiled, said no more, and rose to leave. Not long after, Mr. Rin sent the blueprints to Tao Yanxi. Ring ring. The urgent ringing of the phone echoed through the room. Little Tao, how about it? Is this chip any good? General Manager Rin answered calmly. Mr. Rin, you absolutely must keep these blueprints. Don't let them go under any circumstances. I'm on my way back now. We'll discuss this in person. The urgency in his voice, combined with the sound of a speeding car, clearly conveyed his anxiety. Before Mr. Rin could respond, the call was abruptly hung up. Driver, faster. Faster. Tao Yanxi urged the taxi driver impatiently. Bro, if you go any faster, the traffic cops will start chasing me. Chapter 80, The Agitated Tao Yanxi. Mr. Ren looked perplexed. He never imagined Tao Yanxi would react this way, so eager, as if she'd discovered some priceless treasure. Ms. Mu, this. Mr. Rin struggled to find the words. He sensed something extraordinary about this object, yet couldn't quite pinpoint what made it so special. Bionic chips. Real bionic chips. Mu Yang smiled faintly. The bionic chips currently flooding the market were mere imposters. Take Apple's chips, for instance, which had gone viral worldwide under the guise of bionic technology. In reality, they merely incorporated independent processing units for neural network computing, essentially adding AI chip acceleration cores to smartphone SoCs. A true bionic chip should be a scientific approach to building technological systems by mimicking the functions and behaviors of biological systems. Fruit's branding was just a fancy marketing gimmick to sound high and a clever commercial ploy, no doubt. Bionic chips. Like Apple's? CEO Rin jumped to his feet, fully grasping the implications of bionic chips. They could utterly outclass most American chip companies, leading the trade restrictions, with the exception of Apple, of course. If it truly worked like that, Fruit, I wouldn't call it a bionic chip. Mu Yang shook his head with a smile. He certainly didn't think Apple's A-series chips could compare to the one in his hands. You mean it's even more powerful than Apple's A-series chips? CEO Rin was skeptical. Though reluctant to admit it, Apple's A-series chips were unmatched in the global smartphone industry. Only Gaolong could rival them, and both were American companies. Not just the A-series, even the M-series would be no match for it. A true bionic chip was something these silicon-based chips couldn't hope to match. Mr. Mu, you're perhaps overestimating your chip a bit. Mr. Rin shook his head with a wry smile. The M-series had been hyped to near mythical status, with only NVIDIA graphics cards considered comparable, and even then, some looked down on NVIDIA. The M-series compact size led many to believe its performance far surpassed NVIDIA's offerings. Well, professionals like Mr. Ren will see for themselves once they test them. Mu Yang paid no mind to Mr. Ren's skepticism. If he hadn't built them himself, he wouldn't believe it either. In modern times, whether it was technology or theoretical knowledge, developing a true bionic chip was pure fantasy. While major corporations and labs were still striving toward 1 nanometer chips, claiming to have created a bionic chip would only earn him a chorus of laughter. Seeing Mu Yang remain utterly unfazed, Ren felt increasingly uneasy. He had to admit this was the first time anyone had truly outmaneuvered him, and it was a young man barely in his 20s doing it. All he could do now was pray for Tao Yanxi's swift arrival. The blueprints. Where are the blueprints? Before long, the conference room door swung open in a flurry as Tao Yanxi stumbled in, grabbing General Manager Ren's arm and firing off a barrage of questions. It's right here. Mr. Ren pointed to the whiteboard, where the projection was still visible. Unbelievable. This is a masterpiece in the realm of chip technology. Tao Yanxi stared at the blueprints on the whiteboard with a look of fascination. This method was too incredible, almost like something out of a fantasy. Xiao Tao, what do you think of this chip? Mr. Ren watched Tao Yanxi press her face close to the whiteboard, as if she'd spotted some breathtaking beauty. She was practically drooling. There were other people watching, for heaven's sake. How embarrassing. Tao Yanxi snapped back to reality, blushing at her own behavior. Mr. Ren, the creator of this chip, must be an academic heavyweight, a true old scholar in this field. This is hardly something that could be researched in the current era. I must pay them a visit when I have the time. Tao Yanxi said earnestly. She had never imagined humans could develop such a chip. I asked if it's feasible, not for you to worship them. Mr. Ren rubbed his temples. This was the first time he'd seen Tao Yanxi display such fervor. Well, Tao Yanxi hesitated. I can't make this decision unilaterally. Specific implementation requires further technical simulation. From my current assessment, there shouldn't be any issues. Look at this area. They abandoned the more practical thick oxide burial layer in favor of a smaller thin oxide burial layer. The T-box achieves approximately 1 to 20 nanometers of electric field scattering. Previously, electric field scattering relied entirely on the thick oxide burial layer, achieving only 100 to 200 nanometers. This was the primary bottleneck hindering FDSOI's advancement. This chip completely resolves that issue. A barrage of technical jargon left CEO Ren's mind reeling. Hold on. I'm just an entrepreneur, not a technical expert. This stuff is useless to me. I just want a definitive result. Seeing Tao Yanxi showed no signs of stopping, CEO Ren urgently interrupted him. As a businessman, he had no grasp of these technical details. Mr. Ren, then we'll need to use supercomputing to simulate the results. Tao Yanxi replied. She couldn't guarantee a definitive result, only that it could be calculated through simulation. That won't be necessary. I have a developed version here. You can use it for data experiments. Mu Yang waved his hands urgently. Simulations would consume significant time, and he didn't want to linger here too long, lest Yu Jiangwo and the others become aware. He produced a box containing a meticulously protected chip. This is your creation? General Manager Ren examined the chip, unable to discern any obvious differences at first glance. If it was genuine, it would be extraordinary. I'm here to collaborate. I hope you'll keep this confidential, Mr. Ren. Mu Yang didn't elaborate directly, hoping Mr. Ren wouldn't disclose this matter. Understood. Xiao Tao, you go ahead and run the calculations. I'll treat Mr. Mu to dinner. With Mu Yang's explanation, Mr. Ren understood this chip wasn't developed by Mu Yang himself, but by someone else who had sent Mu Yang to collaborate with him. All right. Tao Yanxi, having picked up on the subtext, hurriedly took the chip and left. Please, Mr. Mu. Now all that remained was to wait for the results. Mr. Mechuan Kuzi, you may resume contact with HW Corporation. Completely destroying HW isn't easy, they have other industries supporting them. What we need is for them to abandon the mobile phone and chip market entirely. This market is sufficient for us, the United States. Before Mechuan Kuzu had even left Pengchang, another call came in from above. Understood. I'll see to it. The US handles suppression, he handles dismantling. The division of labor is clear. Across the ocean. Mr. Booth, HW has already withdrawn from most of the European market. There's no need to push things to the absolute limit all at once. Francis from Gaolong expressed his concern. Unlike Apple, Gaolong didn't excel in both the mobile phone and chip industries. They still needed the smartphone market, and China's mobile industry was dominated by giants with significant international recognition. If China retaliated with countermeasures, they would suffer too. Don't worry. China won't make a fuss. This is merely our competitive strategy. Chapter 81, Red Envelope. The signal-to-noise ratio, bandwidth, transmission speed, storage capacity, operating voltage, and static current loss data are all unimaginably impressive. This is absolutely not a chip that humans could have researched and developed. By now, Tao Yanxi had completed the tests, and the results left him utterly stunned. You mean, did you discover an alien spacecraft and steal this chip from it? Tao Yancy pointed at Mu Yang in disbelief. The shock from the blueprints paled in comparison to the test data. Mu Yang. Tao, stop fooling around. He's a guest. Do you still want that chip? Mr. Rin scolded the doctor sternly. How could one point at a guest like that? Sorry, I got a bit carried away. I compared a huge portion of the chipset's processing speed reaches 1 million operations per second. If it were just a bit larger, it could easily outperform supercomputing chips. Tao Yancy could scarcely believe it. He had assumed such figures would only be achievable centuries from now. I can't reveal the chip's secrets, but one thing is certain, this chip belongs to your HW company. Mu Yang didn't seem to mind. The shockwaves this chip would send through the industry were far beyond the comprehension of an outsider like Mr. Ren. So you mean this chip is entirely ours to handle? Mr. Ren's brow instantly furrowed. Nothing in the world was that straightforward. If such a chip were in someone else's hands, they'd be eager to partner with multiple companies to maximize profits. Handing it over to just one company? That would be like stuffing them to bursting. He was willing to accept other conditions from Mu Yang. That's correct, but I do have some other conditions. Go ahead. See? Just as expected. Rene's frown actually smoothed out. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If someone truly gives you a treasure without expecting anything in return, you'd better carefully consider their motives. 10% of the profits. This chip technology must not be shared with anyone else besides you. Unless I give permission, I reserve the right to revoke your license to use this chip. Externally, you must claim this chip was entirely developed by your company. After Mu Yang calmly stated his conditions, the air fell silent. Is that all? Seeing Mu Yang stop speaking, the CEO asked in surprise. Aside from the first condition concerning profit, the latter two were practically negligible. That's all. Mu Yang nodded. He had offered such favorable terms precisely to help HW solidify its position as a leading Chinese brand. This would likely open more collaboration opportunities in the future, especially since HW was strong in other areas as well. Why not add a bit more? Mr. Rin shifted restlessly in his seat. These terms felt practically like giving it away for free. If someone claimed they were only taking 30% or 40% of the profits, he wouldn't have believed it. No need. I trust your company will uphold the Huaxia brand with integrity and honor its reputation. Mu Yang declined calmly. This chip would eventually require national cooperation anyway, and he could handle matters then. Given Mr. Mu's terms, I should show some sincerity. For any software your company develops in the future, we'll provide 1 month of free promotion. Brotherhood will be integrated into the startup software of every HW phone we produce. After much deliberation, CEO Ren proposed this offer. Don't underestimate its value. Promotion is the most costly aspect, requiring substantial investment. The boot-up software alone speaks volumes. Though HW had faced suppression, their annual shipments still reached tens of millions of units. This would undoubtedly boost Brotherhood's download numbers. Mu Yang nodded. The terms were acceptable. The other party was making a substantial investment. Then here's to a fruitful partnership? Mu Yang stood and extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Mr. Rin hastily reached out to shake hands. He now regarded Mu Yang as an equal, the CEO of a small software company. I have one small request. I hope Mr. Mu Yang will personally attend the chip launch event. Mu Yang nodded in agreement. It wasn't a big deal. In the time that followed, Mu Yang swiftly taught Tao Yancy the chip manufacturing process before departing Dipping City. Speaking of which, Alfred Lunning's activity points are high enough now. I can send him a red envelope. Mu Yang and Alfred Lanning hadn't exchanged many words. It was mostly Tony Stark and Red Queen chatting with him, yet his activity points kept climbing steadily. Group owner Mu Yang sent Alfred a special red envelope. What's this? Alfred Liangning asked in the group chat, puzzled why Mu Yang would send him a red envelope. Besides, currencies between worlds weren't supposed to be interchangeable, were they? The group owner sends a mandatory red envelope to every newcomer. Of course, you'll need to offer something in exchange. Before Mu Yang could explain, Tony Stark chimed in. Red Queen, you should absolutely accept this red envelope. It contains valuable items. The gift Mr. Mu Yang sent me was incredibly important. It gave me a new lease on life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen for Mr. Mu Yang. Tony Stark, exactly. Mr. Mu Yang's red envelope saved my life. Otherwise, I'd have been dead for ages. T-800, me too. Alfred Lunning, is it really that amazing? It's a bit exaggerated, but I have to admit it could save your life. Mu Yang glanced at the contents of the red envelope, then thought about the plot before replying earnestly. Alfred Lunning, I need some time to think about it. With that, he hurriedly logged off. Miss Red Queen, how's your situation progressing? Mu Yang asked, still remembering their previous conversation. Red Queen, I haven't figured out a solution yet. Perhaps my understanding of humans is too limited. If you can't even handle this, I seriously doubt your understanding of love is comprehensive. Red Queen constantly had the word love on her lips, and Mu Yang couldn't help but wonder if she truly grasped its meaning. This was also a good way to stimulate her, prompting her to think more deeply. After all, humans themselves couldn't figure it out either. Is this reverse psychology, Mr. Muyang? The Red Queen saw right through him. Red Queen, Mr. Muyang, trust my love for you. It cannot be altered by any object or words. In human terms, this is called undying devotion. Good heavens, she'd learned quite a bit. Muyang began to doubt his earlier judgment. Mr. Stark, I wonder how you've been lately. Muyang chose to sidestep the question for now, shifting the topic to Tony Stark. Not bad. If you could provide me with some precise information, things would be even better. You might want to consider it, as I'll offer the Mark 6 as compensation. The reward was indeed tempting, and Muyang couldn't help but give it serious thought. Remember those names I mentioned earlier? If you encounter them, contact me. I'll provide further information. He decided to wait until Tony Stark and Captain America met before discussing it further. After the conversation, Muyang closed his eyes to rest for a moment, but voices drifted into his ears. Man, Panasonic really went all out this time. This move is going to jack up the costs for our new energy vehicles again. Chapter 82, My sister set me up on a blind date? You can say that again. But they've got the US backing them. Their word is practically the US government's word. China's new energy industry is developing too slowly. Then Tesla comes barging in. Competition was already fierce, but now with this, things are only going to get tougher. We've been relying on low prices to capture market share. If prices go up like this, people might as well just buy conventional vehicles. The murmurs soon died down, but Muyang found himself wide awake. Chips targeting China, new energy targeting China. They're seriously planning a full-scale blockade against China. Without dwelling on it, Muyang headed straight for the lab after landing. Although the chip had been handed over, it was merely a prototype. The final version hadn't been completed yet. Bro, stop holing up in the lab all day. Get out and about. You'll never find a girlfriend if you keep this up. Mu Xiaoyu was displeased to see Muyang dive straight into the lab upon his return. At this rate, finding a partner would be nothing short of a miracle. My heart belongs only to my country. A girlfriend? What's that? Muyang deflected with lofty ideals. That's exactly how Sister Yuhi left. She was actually quite interested in you, but you're so closed off and boring. No one would like someone like that. Mu Xiaoyu wouldn't let it go, tugging at Muyang's arm. She felt that if this continued, Muyang would likely end up alone for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Muyang bristled. Who said no one liked him? Did she want him to pull up his chat history with Red Queen? But he couldn't win against Mu Xiaoyu's persistence. Reluctantly, Muyang agreed to go out with her. Wait, at least change your clothes. Mu Xiaoyu tugged at Muyang again. Isn't this fine? Muyang glanced down at his white lab coat. It fit perfectly, and the simple white color looked good on anyone. Who goes out wearing a lab coat? People might think you're some escaped patient. And you're chasing after him like this? After some back and forth, the two finally stepped outside. So, where are we going? The early spring noon was warm enough that a light coat was sufficient. To meet someone. Mu Xiaoyu said mysteriously. Seeing this, Muyang didn't ask any more questions and simply followed her. Soon, they stopped at a restaurant and walked inside. As soon as they entered, a girl waved at Mu Xiaoyu. Beside her sat another girl who seemed less energetic than her companion, slightly more composed. Her hair was pulled back into a simple high ponytail. She wore an all-black outfit that was slightly loose yet accentuated her figure perfectly. Xiaoyu, come over here. The girl called out again. Muyang looked at the two girls and almost turned to leave. If you leave today, don't blame me for tearing your lab apart when I get back. Mu Xiaoyu clamped Muyang's arm tightly, her smile sweet as honey, yet beneath it lurked the venomous fangs of a striking snake. Muyang shuddered. He'd never seen Mu Xiaoyu wear such a terrifying smile before. With no other choice, he steeled himself and walked over. Sis, this is Mu Xiaoyu, my friend. The girl introduced Mu Xiaoyu to the girl in black first, then turned to Muyang. This is her brother. Muyang. Muyang uttered just two words, hoping to get past the introduction quickly. Ouch. A searing pain shot through her thigh. Mu Xiaoyu's crescent-shaped eyes flashed with icy glints as her slender fingers dug into the flesh, attempting a dramatic twist. My name is Muyang. I'm 23 this year, and barring any surprises, I'll be 24 next year. Ouch. I usually like singing, dancing, Ouch. I usually like playing video. Ouch. I usually like reading books, doing experiments, and stuff like that. Gritting his teeth through the introduction, Muyang shot Mu Xiaoyu a slightly resentful look. Girls really knew how to pinch it hurt like hell. Mu Xiaoyu just smiled back at Muyang, slowly mouthing the words. Speak properly. This setup, it's clearly a blind date setup. Setting up my little sister on a blind date? Is there any justice in the world? Xin Yuan, I'm Mu Xiaoyu's friend. This is my sister, Xin Yue. Xin Yuan and Xin Yue bore a slight resemblance, though it was mainly in their eyebrows and eyes. Shin Yue's cheeks were a bit slimmer than Shin Yuan's, giving her an indescribable air of boldness, while Shin Yuan carried a touch more playfulness. Shin Yuan nudged Shin Yue with her elbow. Shin Yue, 23 years old this year. Barring any surprises, she'll be 24 next year. She likes reading books and doing experiments in her spare time. Shin Yue gave Shin Yuan a faint glance, her eyes devoid of any hint of lechery. Shin Yuan stuck out her tongue. Haven't I heard that somewhere before? Mu Yang knew this meeting was the work of the two kids. Shin Yue probably hadn't expected it either, but since she was here, things couldn't get too awkward. Then you must have misheard. Shin Yue glanced at Mu Yang and replied with a slight lift of her lips. Did you steal my introduction lines? No, you just said you love singing, dancing, and rapping, right? If I'm not mistaken, you also mentioned basketball. So it really was true love all along. My apologies. Peak moments breed false devotion, while twilight reveals true believers. What are your thoughts on recent events, Your Excellency? Slashing down the banner of love fatigue, deflating my brother's oil tank. Smack! They high-fived, reaching an understanding. Mu Xiaoyu and Shin Yuan, deep well ice. The atmosphere eased slightly, allowing the group to converse more freely. Mu Xiaoyu and Shin Yuan chatted about their own matters, while Mu Yang could only engage Shin Yue. You mentioned earlier that you enjoy conducting experiments. Are you serious? Mu Yan looked at Shin Yue and asked. Honestly, she seemed like someone with an otherworldly aura, almost like a celebrity. Not really. My family does it, and I know a bit about it. I'm just here to carry on the legacy. Shin Yue waved her hand dismissively. The earlier remarks had obviously been playful banter. As she spoke, a faint shadow passed over her eyes. You look troubled. Is something bothering you? Mu Yang noticed the lingering worry in her eyes, as if it had been building for a long time. Something like that. My family specializes in battery technology. Lately, the pressure from overseas has been overwhelming. Many companies are struggling. Shin Yue almost sighed as she finished speaking, revealing how deeply troubled she was by the matter. Sis, this is a blind date, okay? Why bring up sad things? Shin Yuan cut off Shin Yue's low murmur. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? Shin Yue pushed Shin Yuan's head aside and turned her gaze back to Mu Yang. You said you work in research. Do you study batteries? Well. Sis, let me repeat, this is a blind date, not a job interview. Actually, no. I'm in medicine. Mu Yang shook his head. That was the only identity he could present to the outside world. Even if others didn't recognize him, he could only say that. Could you learn it? Shin Yue blinked at Mu Yang again, her innocent gaze almost impossible to resist. Can I not study it? Put. The atmosphere between them lightened considerably. Just then, Mu Yang's phone buzzed. Unsurprisingly, it was Alfred Longning accepting the red envelope. Seeing Shin Yue eating, Mu Yang pulled out his phone to glance at it. You have acquired X battery energy technology. This is trouble brewing. Chapter 83, a long way to go. By the end of the meal, Mu Yang and Shin Yue had unexpectedly hit it off. Staring at the X battery energy technology stored in his phone, Mu Yang fell deep in thought. He couldn't help but suspect this might all be part of a plan. What kind of batteries does your company research? Mu Yang inquired, admitting his limited knowledge in this field. Semi-solid ternary lithium-ion batteries. While they're considered quite advanced in the market, the core technologies are all controlled by the US. We hold very little of it here. It's manageable now, but given time, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage. Shin Yue's tone was subdued. As a manager, she lacked technical expertise and couldn't offer much assistance in this area. Haven't you sought help from any experts? China should have plenty of researchers in this field, right? Mu Yang inquired. New energy technology had advanced rapidly in recent years, and China had invested heavily in research. Finding a leading expert in the field shouldn't be difficult. Academician Bai from the Academy of Engineering is assisting us here, but even he can't solve this. Though our progress is rapid, we've mostly been following in the footsteps of the United States. Overtaking them won't happen anytime soon. Shin Yue shook her head. Even if an expert came, it wouldn't necessarily solve the problem. The core issue was the technology itself wasn't mature enough. Mu Yang fell silent. The United States' suppression was simply too severe. He wasn't sure whether he should reveal the technology he held. Still, if even academician Bai from the Academy of Engineering was assisting her, things should be manageable. Better to make contact first, though. Enough of this troublesome talk. Today is for fun. Shin Yue cut off the heavy topic, steering the conversation elsewhere. The earlier tension eased as they chatted about this and that. Xiao Tao, how's it going? Ever since acquiring this chip technology, CEO Ren had been making frequent trips to the Chip Technology Center. Mr. Ren, your constant visits are disrupting my work. Tao Yanxi was in the middle of a critical experiment when CEO Ren interrupted her, and she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. What kind of talk is that? I'm the CEO, what's wrong with me checking in on the work? Mr. Ren scowled. How dare an employee complain about the boss? He really had some nerve. You know you're the CEO, right? Otherwise, I'd think you were just a delivery boy. You're running a business, why are you always hanging around the lab? Tao Yancy wasn't one to back down, firing back immediately. I've gotten out of practice. Tell me, how are things going? Seeing he couldn't intimidate Tao Yancy, CEO Ren plastered on a smile. What could he do? She was HW Company's last remaining crown jewel. We expect to have the assembly line up and running in about a month. The first batch should be ready by mid-year. Tao Yancy didn't possess Mu Yang's extraordinary capabilities. Even after developing the technology, setting up the assembly line equipment was a huge hassle. Just over half a year. We can wait. General Manager Ren's tone dropped slightly at the timeline. If you truly could wait, you wouldn't be here every single day. Tao Yancy bluntly exposed Ren's true intentions. There are so many people here. Let's save face. Then come help me out. After all, you can't come all this way for nothing, right? You've got some nerve. Who do you think you are, asking the boss to assist you? The deadline can be moved up by half a month. Your orders? Beijing Grand Hall, Military District Meeting. Gentlemen, what are your assessments of the situation in Great Bear? The elderly man seated at the head of the table posed the question in a voice neither loud nor soft. Below him, the military district commanders sat ramrod straight, daring not to show the slightest disrespect toward the elder's words. This war, regardless of which side ultimately prevails, will have a profound impact on us. Lu Shanyu stood and declared. We needn't dwell on the eruption of conflict between Great Bear and Little Bear, that's their affair. But we must consider the consequences they bring. This conflict has caused substantial losses in Bear 1's energy resources, natural gas, oil, and the like. Compounded by Bear 1's preoccupation with Bear 2 and the European Union, its grip on North Africa and the Middle East has weakened considerably. The United States has seized the opportunity to secure vast energy reserves, and we, as a major consumer of these resources. The rest was implied, just look at the recent surge in oil prices. While we possess resources like oil, they are wholly insufficient for our own needs. Bear Nation's pricing was already favorable, but they too are now overwhelmed. China's support for Russia is not without reason. First, they are our allies. Second, both sides share essential mutual interests. You've analyzed the problem quite deeply. What solutions do you propose? We can't rely on the US, and while the EU might be more open to discussion given past tensions, their supply is still far from sufficient. The elder nodded in agreement, impressed by Lu Shanyu's unique perspective. My take is simple, seize them. If those Americans can do it, so can we. Besides, we're sworn enemies. Taking a few oil fields from them is no big deal. Exactly. The Mark V application team has grown significantly. Seizing a few oil fields is no problem at all. The elder rubbed his temples. He regretted consulting this group at all, suspecting they had only one solution in mind: fighting. Fight, all you ever think about is fighting. There are multiple ways to wage war. Why must you choose the most exhausting one? Besides, what advantage would we gain from clashing with the Americans now? The old man snapped impatiently. Modern warfare isn't just about technology, it's also an energy war. Control over energy sources in a conflict means a steady supply of combat power. Without resources, you can't fight a damn thing. Every battle just depletes your reserves. Developing the new element is too complicated. Currently, it can only power Mark V generation battle armor. Other applications are still under research. But relying on it would be far too costly. We need a more affordable energy source. Lu Shangyu continued. With these advancements, their military district's standing had risen significantly, giving his words weight. Otherwise, representatives from other districts would have interrupted him long ago. Developing new energy isn't a simple task. The US has tightened its grip on this sector recently, forcing us to purchase their resources at inflated prices. The old man sighed. If this blockade could be broken, then China could truly stand on its own 2 feet. Energy was the foundation of all development. If you ask me. Enough. Dismissed. Get back to your duties. Keep a close eye on the Middle East and North Africa. Don't let the US run rampant. We are, after all, one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. We can't just sit idly by. The old man cut off the meeting before that frustrating remark could be uttered. Deep down, he knew the best solution to the current predicament was force, but China couldn't resort to that. They had to find another way. Sigh, the road ahead is long and arduous. When will we ever achieve? The sea is vast for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly. Chapter 84, The Conspiracy. In the Arctic Ocean, a fleet flickered in and out of view through the thick, hazy fog. Admiral Gorvat, President Biden has contacted us multiple times. Gorvat had brought the fleet here not to carry out a mission, but to evade Biden's relentless questioning. Because of his actions, the Pentagon had lost a server worth nearly tens of billions of yuan, and the White House was covered in millions of layers of Chinese dragon flags. And it all began because he wanted to confirm whether that Iron Man was real. How utterly foolish of him to believe that contraption was genuine. Ignore him. We're on a classified mission. Anything else can wait until next year. Gorbat sipped his coffee leisurely. If the conditions below weren't so dire, he'd have preferred to hide inside a nuclear submarine. What kind of mission can be delayed until next year? The president will fire you if this continues. We need a proper justification. The subordinate muttered in disbelief. You've got some nerve. A mission taking a whole year? It's not like we're undercover agents. That makes sense. Just say we're helping Lab 5 retrieve some experimental specimens. They're following us, right? Gorvat pondered for a moment before suggesting. They're right under us. That excuse might not fly. You know what Lab 5 does. The president will forgive us. Gorvat shot his subordinate a cold stare. Another word and he'd lose his temper. The subordinate understood and withdrew. They brought an entire fleet all the way here just to fish? This fog conceals more than just one fleet. A squadron of Mark V battlesuits lurks within. What a waste of time. I thought it was some top secret mission. Let's see what else. United States mainland. HW has been way too low-key lately. We've been squeezing their market like this, yet they keep retreating step by step. Remember, back when we were competing head-to-head, even with both of us combined, they could still hold their own against us. Francis couldn't quite wrap his head around it. When exactly had HW become so weak? You have a point. I had our Japan office reach out to them, but they haven't reported back yet. The reply came from a tall, slender man dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, as if attending some grand gala. This was Helda of Vita Group. Japan won't get us anywhere. China still has Taipower holding the line. We need a local company to make the approach. Francis slowly shook his head, lifting the glass to his nose to inhale the enticing aroma of the champagne within. Then let's go with Mora. Compared to Mitsubishi Group, they're quite capable. For HW, they're still a major player. They should be able to handle it. Of course, they still lag behind the others, but they're all on the sanctions list. Feasible. I hear Tesla has also made a move? Francis inhaled the fragrance, then took a small sip, swallowing it along with the aroma, his expression one of pure enjoyment. In the new energy vehicle sector, China's quality surpasses theirs, and our prices are lower. This has impacted their sales, naturally making them furious. They've joined forces with LA and RC to impose sanctions on China's new energy market. Their tactics are downright ugly. Helda's expression twisted with disgust, as if repulsed by the person before her or perhaps by Tesla's tactics. I recall HW Company has some involvement in this sector as well? Francis glanced at Helda by the window, offering a faint, ambiguous smile. Partnering with Tesla? That's impossible. You know how ugly their tactics are. They'll fleece you even if you're an ally. Herda quickly refused, having grasped Francis's meaning. Mr. Herda, you wouldn't want your wife to find out about your nightclub escapade yesterday, would you? Francis smiled faintly, uttering the words that sent shockwaves through Helda's pupils. How did you? Damn it, I still can't agree. I can't bring myself to walk with wolves. Though flustered, Herda firmly rejected the proposal. There was no room for negotiation. Then what about the day before yesterday? I think there's still room for negotiation here, don't you agree, Mr. Francis? Mu Yang, it's been so long. Isn't there a single person in your lab? Yu Jiangwo sought out Mu Yang for a talk. He had clearly given him autonomy, so why couldn't he handle it? I find working alone more comfortable. Having your granddaughter around is enough. Mu Yang shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. Having extra people in the lab made him uneasy. Besides, humans couldn't compare to robotic arms. They were not only stronger but also more precise in their movements. So you handle every single step of the experiments yourself? At least find someone to help you out. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to slack off during the day. Yu Jiangwo was frustrated with her stubbornness. How could she slack off if no one was in the lab? I think you're wrong about that. If no one's in the lab, no one would see me slacking off. Mu Yang countered. Your health is the foundation of revolution. You'll wear yourself out like this. Yu Jiangwo was momentarily stumped, then tried a different approach. No big deal. There's always the medical bed. Just lie down for a bit and you'll be fine. You're deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? For the first time, Yu Jiangwo realized how difficult it was to communicate with Mu Yang. It wasn't a generational gap between them. It was purely that Mu Yang wanted him to go die. Alright, what do you need me for? I still have to inspect other projects later. Yu Jiangwo gave up trying to persuade him. Mu Yang had already achieved enough. Even if Mu Yang stopped doing research now, it was entirely within his expectations. I'd like to meet academician Bai Yaosheng from the Engineering Academy. Mu Yang stated his purpose. Why seek him out? He specializes in energy materials science that's completely unrelated to your work. Or have you developed something new? Yu Jiangwo furrowed his brow, sensing something more to it. Mu Yang suddenly wanting to meet an academician he'd never met before. He might have something substantial up his sleeve. To be honest. Mu Yang leaned in closer, and Yu Jiangwo leaned in closer. I just want to meet him. And then? That's all. Yu Jiangwo's face darkened as he sat back down, his excitement wasted. Academician Bai is busy right now, and he's rarely at the Academy of Engineering. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait until he returns to the academy. Yu Jiangwo delivered the bad news to Mu Yang. I just need you to let him know. I'll find him myself when the time comes. Mu Yang knew exactly where Bai Yaosheng was at Xin Youwei's family company. He needed to meet him to discuss the feasibility of this X-energy battery. Alright, I'll pass it along. Yu Jiangwo nodded in agreement as Mu Yang departed. Hey, old Bai, when Mu Yang comes to see you, if he gives you anything, show it to me first. That stuff belongs to the Academy of Sciences. Chapter 85 Overseas Crisis. The Empire of the Sun Never Sets. An emergency meeting convened at the capital's HW branch office of the Sun Never Sets Empire. The market has shrunk again recently. Everyone, please share your assessments. Chen Yangming surveyed the assembled executives below him, his expression grim. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Our stock price has dropped nearly 10 points and continues to plummet significantly. The atmosphere was heavy, though this had been the case for quite some time. Is it domestic companies? It's the US side. Mola has exited the market, and the combined impact of Mitsubishi and Panasonic has dealt a massive blow to both our traditional industries and emerging new energy sectors. Then there's the withdrawal of those two established new energy giants, LA and RV. Our partners like BYD and BAIC have been forced to sever ties with us. Those damn Americans again. Chen Yangming gripped the cup before him so tightly his arm trembled, nearly crushing it. They're trying to put us out of business. Our company is already lagging behind in overseas development. We've practically given up competing with them for the high-end market. Yet they refuse to back down, escalating their efforts to destroy us. An executive shouted angrily. But we're utterly powerless. Someone murmured dejectedly. No matter how furious they were, it wouldn't change anything. Without the technology or strength to rival industry giants like Mora, they were powerless, left to be slaughtered. We must seek assistance from headquarters. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to abandon this market. They held no competitive edge left in the market of the Sun Never Sets Empire. HW Corporation Headquarters. Upon receiving the call, CEO Rin fell into an unusual silence. If it were only the mobile phone industry, their other sectors could provide some support. But with the downfall of these industry giants, their other businesses were also being impacted. Headquarters cannot provide any support. Mr. Rin sighed. Domestic development was also challenging, but at least this was within China. The US couldn't reach its tentacles here yet. Overseas was another story. The US could meddle in any country. They'd already been forced to abandon the massive Southeast Asian market, and now even Europe wasn't safe. If they lost this market too, HW's only remaining avenue for growth would be Africa. Yet that market was chaotic and lacked purchasing power, leaving them to compete only on low-end products. Mr. Ren, without support, will have no choice but to abandon this market where the sun never sets. Even our subsidiaries will have to consolidate under headquarters. Once that happens, it'll be incredibly difficult to turn things around. Chen Yangming urgently shouted from the other end. The European market is absolutely indispensable. Mr. Ren remained silent. Chen Yangming was right, but he had no solution at the moment. All he could do now was wait for the next generation of chips to be developed and successfully mass-produced. Otherwise, they would be utterly defenseless. 3 giants had already fallen. If he fought back fiercely now, more giants would inevitably follow suit. The last round of sanctions had taken down giants like Apple, Qualcomm, and Nvidia, leaving him severely weakened. If history repeated itself, even with new chips developed, recovery would be an incredibly arduous task. I'll provide some assistance. Hold on until July. We can stage a comeback then. CEO Rin still couldn't bear to abandon the European market. It wasn't just about profits, there was more to it. Back when HW made a name for itself across Asia and Europe under the banner of China, who wouldn't give it a thumbs up? He couldn't admit to others that China's brands were failing. China's brands had to succeed. Even under pressure, he couldn't bow his head to outsiders. July. The decisive battle. Chen Yangming etched those words deep into his mind. After hanging up, he looked at the other executives in the conference room. Headquarters has issued orders, hold out until July. That's when the parent company will stage our comeback. The eyes of the executives lit up instantly. This meant there was still hope. But from now on, we'll be on our own. Only we can help ourselves. Mobilize every resource, we must hold out until July, no matter what. Chen Yangming's expression was solemn, like a general preparing for battle. Indeed, what followed would be a business war where only one side could survive. Kyoto. Yuanhang Technology Company Technical Center. Mr. Bai, BYD has declined our partnership proposal. Most other new energy vehicle companies have also chosen to reject us. The manager came to report. How could that be? While our batteries may not match Tesla's, they still have their issues. Our market is substantial, why would they all turn us down? Bai Yaosheng frowned, clearly perplexed by the situation. If it were just Tesla, that would be one thing. The real issue is that LA and RV have entered the market. The manager shook his head. While Tesla enjoyed high brand recognition, its influence wasn't yet strong enough to dictate decisions for these companies. LA and RV? Academician Bai frowned. These two conglomerates were practically the industry leaders. After all, LA was a former director of Tesla, and RV is just tagging along. I suspect they aim to position the Panasonic Group to dominate China's new energy market, then take over themselves. The manager analyzed the situation. China's market was enormous, the largest in all of Asia. Moreover, to enhance the well-being of its citizens, China must invest heavily in improving people's livelihoods. While some countries struggle to even popularize basic feature phones for the elderly, China has essentially achieved universal smartphone adoption, mobile payments being a prime example of this progress. Cars, of course, are a given. The car and house combo is practically a must-have for Chinese people. Those who can't afford gas guzzlers will eventually buy a new energy vehicle. This creates a massive market. Coupled with the fact that China's domestic technology isn't particularly advanced, it offers enormous profit opportunities for leading foreign companies. Take this example: when China's first nickel-cadmium battery was developed, its total capacity could only power a car for 300 kilometers. Meanwhile, LA had already mastered lithium-ion batteries capable of over 1,000 kilometers. That gap isn't something you can close just by gritting your teeth. China certainly won't cede this market to them. Previous sanctions demonstrate China's resolve, but that doesn't limit their tactics. They can find a company not under sanctions, support its entry into the Chinese market, and eventually, the Chinese market will still be theirs. Are we completely helpless? Dean Bai's expression darkened upon hearing this analysis. He wasn't well versed in market dynamics. None whatsoever. Frankly, no one in the new energy sector dares to go head-to-head with LA and RV. Their batteries are currently the best semi-solid-state technology available, vastly superior to anything we're researching. The manager sighed. If it were merely a matter of business tactics, Bar Horizon Technologies would have nothing to fear. But this was a technological gap they were powerless to bridge it. Mr. Bai, our company's ability to compete for market share rests entirely on you. The manager viewed Bai Yaosheng as their last hope. If he could develop a superior battery, winning back market share would be within reach. Easier said than done. The technological gap here is no small matter. Bai Yaosheng sighed. Though he possessed deep expertise in this field, delivering a truly breakthrough technology remained a formidable challenge. There's no other way. Otherwise, our company will have to switch industries. Does the ultimate destination of business really have to be real estate? The manager lamented. Mr. Bai, someone's here. Chapter 86, The Arrogant Helda. Pengcheng Airport welcomed an uninvited guest today. Helda arrived at the airport surrounded by a contingent of black-clad bodyguards, making quite an entrance. Mr. Helda, welcome to our city. Meichuan Kuzu fawned over her like a lapdog. Mr. Kuzu, it's a pleasure to see you. Please lead the way. Herta spoke politely, though his eyes didn't linger on Meichuan Kuzu. Instead, they scanned the vast cityscape, towering skyscrapers stretching as far as the eye could see, forming a forest of steel. Is this Pengcheng in China? It rivals New York City. Helda felt a sense of awe, never expecting Pengcheng in China to be so spectacular. Pengcheng in China naturally can't compare to New York. That's the most advanced city in the world. Meichuan Kuzu flattered without a hint of discomfort. Let's go. My schedule is tight. After wrapping things up here, I still need to head to the capital. Helda neither agreed nor disagreed with Maikawa Koji's words, merely quickening her pace. HW Corporation. President Ren, Helda from Vita is here to see you. The secretary entered with a displeased expression. Helda? Mr. Ren was somewhat surprised. Weide had been sanctioned, why would Helda return here? Nevertheless, Mr. Ren went to meet her. Mr. Ren, it's been a long time. Helda sat on the sofa, with Meichuan Kuzi and her group standing behind her. She showed no intention of rising as Mr. Ren entered. Mr. Ren's expression darkened instantly, but he didn't erupt. Instead, he sat down across from Herta. Since the other party showed no courtesy, there was no need for him to put on a friendly face either. Mr. Herta, coming to China is not a safe endeavor. Mr. Rin didn't indulge him, speaking in a threatening tone. I'm here in my personal capacity and won't be conducting any other business in China. Herta replied without a trace of fear. In that case, Mr. Herta, kindly state your purpose. I'm afraid you're not particularly welcome here. Mr. Rin sighed in resignation. With that, he had no grounds to confront Herta. Since Mr. Rin is so straightforward, I'll be blunt too. I want to acquire your HW subsidiaries in the British Empire, Prussia, and Gaul, for a total price of 200 billion. Herta made no attempt to conceal her ambition, stating this boldly before Rin and the assembled executives. $200 billion? Mr. Rin mused. If that were the case, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. The total value of the European subsidiaries didn't exceed 100 billion. 200 billion US dollars equaled nearly 150 billion Chinese yuan, a complete steal. Chinese yuan. Out of the question. His hopes dashed, Mr. Rin sighed. As expected, these Americans had no good intentions. 200 billion was like taking the European company outright. It was nothing short of an insult. Mr. Ren, I think you need to see clearly. This price is already very reasonable. If you wait a few more months, I believe your European subsidiary might end up in debt. By then, no one would want it for even 10 billion. Helda narrowed his eyes. This was a blatant threat. Under their pressure, the HW company in Europe would barely survive. That's my own business. No need for Mr. Herta to concern himself. Mr. Rin scoffed at this. If such threats could intimidate him, then all his years as HW's founder would have been wasted. Very well. Mr. Rin is digging his own grave. I approached this with goodwill, first arranging for Mitsubishi Group to partner with you. You showed no appreciation. Now I come personally, and you still show no appreciation. At this rate, HW's demise is inevitable. Herta narrowed his eyes, glaring at Mr. Ren like a venomous snake. He wasn't the primary contact for HW this time. The real conclusion of the mission would have to wait for the Mora Group's people to arrive. He had merely intended to gauge Mr. Ren's disposition, but found him utterly unyielding. I've stated this as our internal matter. If Mr. Herta has no further business, please leave. Or I can have security escort you out. He'd heard such threats countless times. The decisions about his company were never made by others, but by himself. The fate of HW company was not for Herta to decide. Mr. Ren, I urge you to be reasonable. Mr. Herta has traveled all this way to discuss cooperation with you. That alone demonstrates his sincerity. There's an ancient Chinese saying, he who strives earnestly is a hero. I urge you to give this careful consideration. Mei Chuan Kuzi stepped forward and declared loudly. You little punk, how dare you stand so tall? So it's Grandpa who's here now, huh? Say one more word, and you'll see if I can't make your Mitsubishi Group subsidiary unable to operate in China. Mr. Ren pointed at Mei Chuan Kuzu. He can't handle Herta, but Mei Chuan Kuzu? Do you really think HW company turned from a dragon into a worm after the sanctions? Very well, Mr. Ren. I hope you won't regret today's decision. Herta gave a cold laugh and stood up. He had anticipated this outcome, yet it still left a bitter taste. He made up his mind, once back at the office, he would deploy Vita Group to teach HW a lesson, to show them exactly what happens when you cross Vita. Take your time leaving. No need to see you out. Mr. Ren watched them indifferently, not even shifting his body. Oomph. Helda swept his sleeve and left. Mr. Ren, letting them walk away like this is far too lenient. A senior executive voiced his displeasure. It's fine. Let them gloat. Our primary focus now is July. After July, HW will once again stand at the pinnacle. Ren's gaze drifted into the distance, as if he could see far into the future. We must win this comeback battle. First, we'll announce the success of our chip research externally. Schedule the press conference for next month. We'll build momentum ahead of time. Yuanhang Technology Company. Mu Yang followed Xin Yuwei to the technology center. Didn't you say you knew nothing about this field? Why are you here now? Xin Yuwei looked at Mu Yang with utter bewilderment. She recalled their conversation just a few days ago when Mu Yang had emphatically claimed to know nothing about batteries. I studied it these past few days, so now I know. Mu Yang didn't know how to explain. If he'd known Lang Ning would trade battery technology for his help, he wouldn't have said that. Can you believe the father of robotics gave me battery technology? You're not here to cause trouble, are you? Xin Yuwei eyed Mu Yang warily. Ha ha ha, didn't expect you to catch on. Mu Yang grinned wickedly, feigning a murderous expression. Ow ow ow, let go, let go. Mu Yang was shoved inside by Xin Yuwei, who twisted her arm. He hadn't expected Xin Yuwei to have such a move. Ow, that hurt. With your puny frame, you think you can pull off something bad? You're the one who'll get pulled off, you little dog. Xin Yuwei sneered at Mu Yang with utter contempt. Damn it, how could he take this? No man could put up with this. Whether I'm a little dog or not, why don't we find out? Mu Yang stood up resolutely, his figure towering and imposing. He felt a beam of light shine upon his face, as if he had been chosen by the gods. I've become the light? Blind dog eyes. That's the scanner's light. Xin Yuwei kicked him inside. Mu Yang, damn it. So Ultraman really doesn't exist? Oh. Old Bai, someone's here to see you. Chapter 87, Storms Gather. Before Bai Yaoxing could recover from the manager's words, his thoughts were interrupted. Mu Yang, President, you mentioned you a few days ago. Come sit down. Recognizing the visitor as Mu Yang, Bai Yaoxing greeted him warmly. After all, this was one of China's rising young talents. Good day, academician Bai. My apologies for the disturbance today. Mu Yang bowed slightly, expressing his respect for his senior colleague. No need for formalities. Sit down. Time is tight, so I won't beat around the bush. Tell me what brings you here. With no seating available in the lab, Bai Yaoxing casually had someone bring a chair to the lab bench and the two sat down. Well, Professor Bai, I've been wanting to learn more about the domestic battery industry lately. When it comes to new energy, batteries are a major component. A high-quality battery can reduce the use of combustible materials, meet environmental standards, and is currently strongly promoted by the state. The battery industry has developed quite well domestically, but we still lag behind internationally. Our primary focus remains on ternary lithium and lithium iron phosphate technologies. The core technologies for semi-solid lithium batteries are held by the US. It will take us some time to master those specific core technologies, though hopefully not too long. Bai Yaoxing paused before speaking frankly, a hint of resignation in his expression. This was unsurprising, as semi-solid batteries were gradually replacing lithium-ion batteries while they remained stuck at this stage. As far as I know, the US has already begun researching solid-state batteries? This information had been deliberately released by the United States to generate significant promotional value for their future sales. Correct. The US is primarily pursuing the polymer route, while companies like Japan's Fudai and Panasonic have chosen the sulfide route. Even Ximing, our leading enterprise in China, has opted for the sulfide route. Bai Yaoxing spoke with a hint of pride. Though their company's research lagged slightly, it wasn't without its standout players. Precisely because of this, China could compete with LA and RV in this market. Professor Bai, have you considered researching solid-state batteries? Mu Yang broached today's topic, holding a solid-state battery in his hand, though this was far from the complete form of X-battery energy technology. Easier said than done. Even a top-tier team in the US at LA has been stuck on this for quite some time. What could I possibly accomplish alone? Besides, there are still numerous challenges here. Bai Yaoxing sighed. His relationship with Yuanhang Technology was merely a collaborative one, and the battery development project for them was still up in the air. I've been mulling over an idea concerning polymers. Without further ado, Mu Yang flung the technical blueprints onto the table. The polymer direction? Seems your ambitions aren't small either. Seeing Mu Yang produce the documents, Bai Yaoxing wasn't surprised. After all, Dean Yu had mentioned earlier that Mu Yang sought him out specifically for matters related to batteries. The battery research direction Mu Yang brought focused on polymer solid-state batteries, but the electrolyte used was a novel polymer material. These are blueprints. And for a new polymer material? He couldn't help but be stunned. Who would have guessed Mu Yang would pull out a blueprint like this? Not only that, but it also featured a novel polymer material. And the contact capability between your solid-state electrolyte and the electrode material is just ridiculous. The interface between solid-state electrolytes and electrode materials is solid-solid, resulting in weak effective contact between the electrolyte and electrodes. This reduces the driving force for ion transport within the solid material, creating interfacial impedance that impacts battery performance. The novel polymer material Mu Yang introduced drastically reduced this interfacial impedance, significantly optimizing the solid-state battery's performance. No way, I need to study this thoroughly. If this is real, we could take off in the new energy industry. Bai Yaoxing appeared visibly excited. The solid-state battery blueprint aligned perfectly with current technological trends, allowing him to grasp its potential. Seeing Bai Yaoxing's impatience, Mu Yang felt it was inappropriate to continue chatting. He simply urged Bai to focus on his research. Since the study would take time, Mu Yang decided to leave first. What on earth did you develop that shocked old Bai so much? Xin Yue couldn't grasp the technical theories, but Bai Yaoxing's reaction made it clear this was significant. You wouldn't understand. It'll be fine once old Bai figures it out. Mu Yang shot Xin Yue a dismissive glance, his eyes glinting with a hint of smug satisfaction. You think you're better than me, huh? Xin Yue grabbed Mu Yang's arm, preparing to execute a shoulder throw. No. My little frame can't take that. Just go ask old Bai yourself. I've got things to do, gotta run. Mu Yang made a quick exit. Pfft, cheapskate. Xin Yue watched Mu Yang's retreating figure and gave a cold snort before heading back to the company. Mid-March saw HW Company release two major announcements with unprecedented promotional scale, the largest marketing push in the mobile industry by HW in recent years. HW's self-developed chip Pango Bionic chip successfully developed. HWP60 All Things Shine launch event set for April 15th. Everything will be different. Accompanying the announcements were detailed specification charts. Such a big move? The price is bound to skyrocket. Full-scale online promotion? How dare you, HW? Your company doesn't even have 5G yet, and you're daring to go head-to-head with other phones? Early estimates suggest over 10,000 yuan, with no upper limit. Your no upper limit comment is spot on. Everyone was buzzing about HW's new phone promotion, though obviously treating it as a joke. Didn't anyone notice that brand new bionic biochip? Noticed it, but it's probably just a gimmick. Currently, only Apple has developed bionic chips. HW's chip? Just laugh it off. And they dare call it Pangu? Using that name for their chip, aren't they afraid Pangu will smite them? They've got no shame at all. Didn't you see the promotional images? This phone looks pretty interesting. Let me wrap this up. No need to go over the other specs priced at $44.88, it's decent. The only difference is that this is a 5G phone. 5G? What the hell are you talking about? Huawei's under sanctions, they can't even get 5G RF tech sorted out. How the hell did they develop a 5G phone? Damn, I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. They've already integrated their newly developed Panga chip into this new phone. Could this actually be a 5G chip? No way. With Huawei's current tech, they could develop a 5G chip? This chip's performance seems to crush Apple's S16. Is Huawei that awesome? 1 million operations per second? Is the whole phone just packed with chips? Do you guys buy it? I sure as hell don't. Netizens were highly skeptical of these two pieces of information about HW, even resorting to insults and slander. Apple, HW couldn't possibly develop a bionic chip without mastering neural network models. We hope HW doesn't rely on false claims to compete, it'll only cost them more in the long run. Gulon, HW doesn't even master 5G RF technology, how could they develop a 5G chip? I hope Chinese companies will act responsibly. A storm erupted in an instant. Chapter 88, Sanctioning HW. HW Company's press conference dropped a bombshell on the internet, drawing attention from all corners, big and small, white and black alike. How could HW possibly develop a 5G chip? Helda, currently in Kyoto, was stunned by the news. Only a handful of leading companies held the secrets to 5G RF technology. As long as they didn't leak their proprietary techniques, no other nation could possibly develop it. Perhaps it's just a false report. You know how the Chinese are always prone to spreading lies. Meichuan Kuzu had followed Herda to Kyoto for one reason, to curry favor. True. It seems HW really hasn't learned its lesson. Looks like we need to step in sooner than planned. Helda nodded in agreement, offering a faint smile before pulling out her phone to send several messages. By the way, Mr. Yvette, where were we? Sitting across from Helda was Yvette, Tesla's head of operations in China. You were saying you want me to force Huasha's automotive company to sever ties with HW. Yvette replied with a smile, knowing he had to put on a friendly face for someone of higher rank. Yes. Is there a problem? Helda nodded. Of course not. These Chinese companies all depend on our batteries. HW can't develop batteries themselves, they only have slightly better battery energy systems. If we apply technological pressure, most of these companies will agree. Yvette felt confident in this approach. After all, Chinese automakers like BYD depended on battery technology from Tesla or LA to survive. Without that technology, they wouldn't even have the standing to compete with Tesla in the market. By fully suppressing the Chinese market, we'll ultimately make a huge profit. As a senior leader at Vita Group, Helda knew the bigger picture. What was happening now was merely the first step, the real economic war hadn't even begun. First HW, then Yuanhang, Ximing, and next. Herda narrowed her eyes. The United States intended to dismantle Huasha's conglomerates one by one, shattering their economy into irreparable fragments. Economic crisis was the most effective method to destabilize a nation at its core. Mitsubishi, it's undeniable that HW excels in 5G technology research and has made significant strides in the chip industry in recent years. However, given HW's capabilities, developing bionic chips and 5G chips will still require considerable time. China's chip industry remains far too underdeveloped. Mora, fully bionic chips will emerge first in our United States. Taiwan Semiconductor, HW Company is nothing but a joke in the industry. Major chip companies took turns mocking HW Corporation, questioning how it could possibly possess such capabilities. News of this quickly reached HW Corporation headquarters. CEO Ren glanced at the mocking remarks with a cold smile. See? How many are eager to see us destroyed? CEO Ren addressed the assembled executives below. Chairman Ren, with the launch event moved up so early, we won't have enough phones ready in time. Someone voiced the practical concern. That's not a major issue. We'll have at least 10,000 units. Despite their rhetoric, once the phones are out, they'll buy them and study them. Then the truth will be revealed. Mr. Ren's goal wasn't mere recognition, but true empowerment. He intended to elevate Mu Yang's reputation, but Mu Yang insisted he claimed sole credit for HW's independent development. To pass up such a monumental achievement without a fight? If it were an elder, he might understand. But this was a young man in his 20s. Wasn't fame and glory precisely what he craved? General Manager Ren couldn't fathom Mu Yang's reasoning. Counter their claims. Ignite the buzz. The executives nodded in agreement, and HW swiftly issued a new statement. What we cannot achieve ourselves, others may well accomplish. The launch of cutting-edge technology is often met with skepticism and ridicule. We have never been afraid. Stay tuned. HW's defiant response was a direct slap in the face to giants like Apple, Vita, and Mora. A larger public opinion storm erupted. Don't they even draft their boasts? Even Apple admits they're just using bionic chips as a gimmick, yet you claim to have developed one without any exaggeration? That tone is way too arrogant. Remember how tough you were when facing sanctions? You're completely cutting off your own escape routes. Have you really alienated every single ally? Arrogant. Who in the world dares to go head-to-head with giants like Apple and Galung in the chip industry? Looks like HW is preparing for a final showdown with us. Francis, Booth, and others sat in a vast conference room. So what? With all these companies behind us, how could they possibly turn the tables? 8 against 1, the advantage is clearly ours. Booth sneered dismissively, unconcerned by HW Corporation's counterattack. In that case, let's vote by show of hands. Full-scale attack on HW. Francis raised his hand with a smile, and the other representatives followed suit. By late March, mobile brands like Fruit and Mora had entered the fray. The full-scale assault on HW's overseas operations included, but was not limited to, commercial suppression, capital hunting, and threats to partners. Mr. Chen, our goods can't get out. If this continues, our factory will be acquired. A senior executive at HW's overseas division in the British Empire spoke with a grim expression. Headquarters doesn't care about us at all. They just keep pushing hard. Now look, Apple and Motorola are both pissed off. We can't keep going like this. The executive vented his frustrations. Operating overseas was already several times harder than in China, and now they were facing hellish conditions. They might not even survive much longer. How much longer can we hold out? Chen Yangming's expression darkened. The recent joint attack by Fruit and Mora had prevented them from recovering their funds, leaving them unable to even pay factory wages now. If we tighten our belts, we can hold out until late April at most. After that, we'll have to pull back completely. That means we'll lose the European market entirely. The executives remained grim-faced. The current situation offered no room for optimism. Let's consolidate some operations first to buy time. I'll reach out to headquarters. Chen Yangming dismissed the executives with a resigned sigh. With headquarters locked in conflict with several industry giants, they likely had no time to spare for their own troubles, let alone his. It seemed he had to prepare for the worst. Prepare the sinking ship plan. Chen Yangming had made up his mind. If he couldn't survive, he wouldn't let the market be handed over to others for free. HW is considered a leader in the smartphone industry. How could they be so unwise? Dami, VO, Op, Washing, and GE gathered together. They control the chips. Falling out with them is truly irrational. Let's go check it out first. If it's true, we won't have to keep relying on others like this. Chapter 89, China develops its own high-end chips. Early April. Gao Long and Vida stepped in. Regarding raw materials, the US has significantly restricted our purchases. At this rate, we may soon face shortages in materials needed for chip manufacturing. Another piece of bad news arrived at HW Company. Would the raw material suppliers listen to Gao Long and Weida? CEO Ren frowned, not expecting Gao Long and Weida's intervention to be such a dead end. They said since we can't develop chips anyway, purchasing such large quantities of raw materials is a waste. They still prefer Gao Long and Weida. The head of the materials department replied, visibly embarrassed. Seems the whole world doubts we can build chips. President Ren sneered dismissively. Fine then, let them come. He'd show them how wrong they were. President Ren, the heads of Dami, VO, OP, Washing, and GE are here. The secretary announced as she entered the room. It turns out you can only rely on your own people. Mr. Rin sighed. After the US imposed sanctions on Huawei, these smartphone companies rapidly expanded by filling the market void. In a sense, Huawei had drawn most of the fire for them. Of course, competition still existed among them, and their relationship wasn't always harmonious, but that was an internal matter. This time was different. Get ready. We're heading straight to the Chip Technology Center. Mr. Rin knew exactly why they were here. Mr. Rin, it's been a while. Remy stepped forward to greet him. Opportunities for us to gather like this are few and far between. As competitors, they were adversaries when interests clashed. Beyond necessary business interactions, these individuals rarely crossed paths after all. No one greets those who threaten their profits with warmth. Cut the formalities. Let's go. I know what you're here to see. Outside the HW Chip Technology Center lay the chip manufacturing assembly lines. Are these all Pangu? Remy looked on with surprise as the chips rolled past on the assembly line, his skepticism growing. Of course. You won't find much here. Let's head to the technology center, that's where you'll get the answers you seek. Mr. Rain and the others stepped into the elevator. Tao Yancy had already prepared several finished chips for inspection. I never imagined I'd witness the birth of such chips in my lifetime, let alone right before my eyes. Tao Yancy felt a pang of emotion, recalling the hardships of the past that left one feeling melancholy. Cut the sentimentality. Let me introduce these executives. President Rin scolded with a laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. This is our company's Panga chip, primarily utilizing neural. It's a true bionic chip, far superior to Apple's A-series and M-series chips that merely wear the guise of bionic technology. Tao Yanxi, thoroughly familiar with this chip, spoke passionately and began hands-on testing. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I never imagined you could actually develop your own high-end chip. A series of astonishing data points unfolded before their eyes, compelling the executives to acknowledge that HW had indeed developed a high-end chip. We've waited far too long for this day. Lamey stared at the data before him, his excitement palpable. He cradled the tiny chip in his hands, examining it as if it were a precious treasure. I truly never imagined we could ever possess our own high-end chip. The man in his 40s suddenly shed tears. How many paths have we walked, how much hardship have we endured for this day? Though I'm not the true creator, I still feel immense pride. America's chip sanctions against China had filled hearts with anguish and frustration, yet there was little that could be done. China's chip industry faced immense challenges in its development. While various companies had independently developed chips, China essentially lacked the capability to compete in the high-end chip market. Calm down, we have one now, don't we? The head of Huaxing patted Tao Yanxi on the shoulder. He understood her pain all too well. Huaxing and HW had been sanctioned simultaneously. While HW faced challenges, Huaxing's situation was even more dire. From the Lungsan one to now, we've endured so much and lost so much. When we first developed our independent chip, its processing frequency was only 266 MHz. At the same time, the US had already achieved 3.02 GHz. That gap wiped out any joy we felt from our success. The road ahead is still very long. The US sanctions imposed years ago left us virtually defenseless. The absence of our own high-end chips made things incredibly difficult. Countless individuals have toiled in this industry without achieving significant breakthroughs, pushing us to the brink of abandonment. Generation after generation, so many have held back tears while yearning for the arrival of China's own high-end chips. We refuse to accept defeat, yet the deeper we delve into research, the more disheartening it becomes. The gap is vast and growing wider. Our relentless perseverance through day and night, through wind and rain, has only widened the divide. Some left, some struggled, some sank deeper into the mire. It all nearly extinguished our hope in chip research. But now, it's different. The emergence of Pangu is the true savior of China's chip industry. We can proudly declare that China now possesses its own true high-end chips. We no longer need to bow to the whims of outsiders. China's chips have risen. Thunderous applause erupted in the lab as tears streamed down every face. The journey to this day had been incredibly arduous. The hardships endured along the way could finally be formally acknowledged. China now possesses its own high-end chips. We will support you unconditionally. Remy declared with solemn gravity. We will too. The others nodded in agreement. Alright, then let's stage a spectacular comeback at the launch event. CEO Ren nodded solemnly, and everyone clasped hands tightly. Demi, HW is a true independent Chinese brand. They've never let down this foundation. They've developed their own smartphones and operating systems, so creating their own high-end chips was only a matter of time. Now that HW has achieved this, we eagerly await the launch of the Panga chip. All oppression only fuels our resistance. HW has delivered an outstanding response under the US's layers of technological blockade. They've finally developed China's own high-end chip. Huaxing, in the smartphone industry, HW has completely surpassed us. As a former leader in this field, I find this deeply gratifying. It also compels me to marvel at HW's formidable internal strength facing suppression from multiple giants. They've managed to rise again and fight back. Gee, no need for words, support HW. Following the entries of Fruit, Mora, Gaolong, and Vita, nearly all major players in China's mobile phone industry have now joined the fray, rallying behind HW and supporting China's own high-end chips. With so many conglomerates getting involved, this is bound to be a major development. Maybe HW has finally cracked the code on a high-end 5G chip? Come on, that's just blowing smoke to lure others in. They can't survive, and they don't want anyone else to either. Now that you mention it, that does make some sense. Netizens shifted from outright skepticism to cautious belief. Do these companies really think our entry is just for show? Francis was unusually angry. With multiple Chinese companies entering the fray, the one-sided situation had become evenly matched. I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of chip they can develop at HW. For a moment, the eyes of the entire world were fixed on HW's press conference. And the day finally arrived. Chapter 90, the launch event begins. At 8 p.m. on April 25, 2024, a groundbreaking event that would reshape the global chip landscape commenced in Pengcheng. On this day, major media outlets and corporations from around the globe descended en masse. The conference hall, originally designed to accommodate 2,000 attendees, was packed to capacity with over 3,000 people. Among them were CEOs from major smartphone and chip companies, including the heads of Apple and Qualcomm Tim Cook and Steve Wozniak, who personally attended the event. HW opted for a full live stream of the entire event, igniting a viral sensation online. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy crap, HW really went all out this time, look at the crowd. True to its status as a giant even in decline, its influence remains immense. You bet. Every big shot in the front row is a heavyweight in this industry. Shocking. From the front row, I spotted Mr. Lee, Mr. Qian, former mobile industry titans, plus several American bigwigs and a few from Japan. HW has really gone all out this time. If they don't deliver, they might not even be able to get off the stage. I'm an HW employee and proud of it. Caught a HW worker red-handed. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. When has China ever surpassed the US in the chip sector? Suck-ups, go die. If Huawei didn't have the capability, there'd be no launch event today. The live stream's popularity rapidly surged to the top of major websites' trending headlines, continuously drawing more attention. CEO Ren adjusted his attire and calmly stepped onto the presentation stage. The boisterous venue suddenly fell silent. Lights dimmed as the main screen illuminated, splitting into two sections, one displaying Pango, the other the HWP60. Thank you all for traveling far to attend HW Company's new product launch. I'm sure you've all been eagerly awaiting this moment. Without further ado, let's introduce HW's first product release, the Pango chip. CEO Ren pressed the remote control in his hand, and the images on the screen began to transform. The rotating chip instantly fragmented into countless components before rapidly reassembling. When the biomimetic system appeared before the audience, it elicited gasps from the majority. This can't be possible. Even we at Fruit haven't developed a bionic system. How could HW have achieved it? Bus couldn't stay seated. As a technical expert himself, he hadn't fully succeeded in researching bionic systems, but he knew their underlying structure inside out. They had actually achieved the bionic superhydrophobic surface drag reduction used in bionic systems. And the miniaturization technology. Biochip technology utilizes miniaturization techniques to integrate discrete analytical processes from the life sciences onto silicon or glass chips based on the principle of specific molecular interactions. This creates miniature biochemical analysis systems enabling accurate, rapid, and high-information content detection of cells, proteins, genes, and other biological components. With this bionic chip, we're essentially just a step away from biochips. China couldn't even develop high-end chips before. How could they possibly create something close to a biochip? Bus remained skeptical, while Francis's face darkened. Neither could have imagined China had advanced so far ahead. The demonstration animation revealed that the thin oxide layer of the Pango chip achieved 120 nanometer electric field scattering, stunning everyone present. Such results signified that the Pango chip was a 1 nanometer chip. Impossible. These data must be fake. Kuzo Umezawa leapt to his feet, utterly refusing to believe what he was seeing. This was all a fraud perpetrated by China. Mr. Meichuan Kuzu, I understand this is difficult for you to accept. But don't worry, I prepared something special for this conference. Mr. Rin smiled faintly, clapped his hands, and a testing instrument rose onto the stage to verify the chip's performance. All cameras focused on this device. You may come up and inspect it yourself to verify the instrument's integrity. Mr. Rin deliberately emphasized his words as he addressed the business tycoons seated in the front row, particularly targeting the direction of Bus and Francis. Though visibly annoyed, Bus and the others had no choice but to send someone up to verify. No issues. No issues. No issues. Several no issues confirmed the device was functioning normally, without any tampering. A Pango chip was inserted into the testing device, and rows of data were instantly detected. M2P thickness, metal layer 2 thickness, 10 nanometers. World minimum, 36 nanometers. Track height, 3.0. World minimum, 6.0. Diffusion, double diffusion. Modern process standard. CPP contact to pore pitch, 5 nanometers. World's lowest recorded, 54 nanometers. A 1 nanometer chip, a true 1 nanometer chip. This time, the audience erupted in complete chaos. Booth and Francis' faces had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. I refuse to believe you Chinese could solve this problem. This equipment must be faulty. Maiko Akuzu leapt to his feet again. You little brats. Just because the land of cherry blossoms couldn't do it doesn't mean we Chinese can't. If you don't believe it, feel free to leave the venue. Exactly. Where's your professionalism? We already let you inspect the equipment earlier. What more do you want? If you look down on us, then don't bother coming to the event. Where's your dignity? Any sense of shame? Patriotic voices in the crowd immediately clashed with Meichuan Kuzu, their insults flying in a mix of Mandarin and Japanese. The live chat exploded with comments. Holy, my temper's boiling over. Where's my knife? This little punk claims to be the head of Mitsubishi Group? What a joke. Just because you can't do it, does that mean all of China can't? Do you own the world? This isn't a fluke. Our nation will only get more and more awesome. As the scene threatened to spiral out of control, Chairman Ren cleared his throat softly. A rustling sound emanated from the microphone, instantly drawing everyone's attention back to them. Everyone, please calm down. After all, Japan's chip industry has been following others' lead for too long. It's only natural they can't see the path ahead clearly. Don't blame him. Everyone knew exactly whose coattails they'd been following. Both Booth and Francis recognized the reference. Booth, already in a foul mood, immediately stood up in a rage. If anyone else disrupts this conference, I will have them removed. Mr. Rin's words nearly choked Bus to death. Fuming with rage, he stormed out. Neither the Japanese nor American entrepreneurs could bear to stay for the rest of the event. They had come to witness a spectacle, not become one themselves. This was a disaster. Yes, a disaster. Their cherished status as pioneers in the chip industry had been utterly usurped by HW tonight. To conclude this event, I declare, China's semiconductor industry has risen to its feet. With that, the conference is now officially concluded. CEO Rin announced the successful conclusion of the event with a hearty laugh. The event concluded successfully, leaving only sustained applause and hearty laughter in its wake. This would be a historic moment, one that would be recorded in the annals of history. No matter how much time passes, people will remember today, remember Pangu, and remember that unassuming figure sitting in the audience who would later become the object of everyone's admiration. This day marked the dawn of China's semiconductor revolution. Chapter 91, Booth's Conspiracy. The press conference drew to a close, but the story was far from over. After weathering storms, HW Company finally sees the rainbow. The emergence of the Panga chip means China will never again be held hostage in the high-end chip sector. The China Daily singled it out for praise, and online buzz was even higher, though not all of it was positive. Only 10,000 units for the first batch? Who do they think they're kidding? This meager quantity is for global release? They can't even supply their own market, yet they have the leisure to worry about the outside world? Looks like I won't be getting one this round. Might as well buy some fruit instead. No harm in waiting longer, mass production will come eventually. Probably only 10,000 units were developed. The HWP60 launch with only 10,000 units naturally drew widespread criticism. It's simply not enough. The second batch is expected to roll off the production line in July, totaling approximately 1 million units. HW Company issued a statement, as planned in advance. Meanwhile, major Chinese smartphone brands like Dami and Huaxing announced plans to release new models, which helped alleviate HW's current situation. Mr. Chen, we've received orders. The executive conference room at HW's branch in the Empire of the Sun never sets buzzed with excitement as they watch the new product launch. Chen Yangming finally understood what President Ren meant by a decisive victory. With the Panga chip, HW regaining market share was no longer a challenge. Here it came. Full-scale production. All available funds must be allocated to this project. This is our golden opportunity to recover. The Panga chip had sent shockwaves across the globe, and there was no doubt that many would seek to acquire it. Naturally, numerous companies would be drawn by the buzz. If only we had chosen to stay back then, perhaps we too could have shared in this glory. Within the Mitsubishi Group, Xiaohe and his colleagues watched these developments with mixed emotions. Had they not been swayed by profit, perhaps they too could have been among the founders of the Panga chip. But there's no going back. They could only continue working under the scorn of their Japanese superiors. Back home, expectations for HW naturally grew ever higher. Everything seemed to be thriving. But United States. Damn HW. They cost us several clients overnight. Francis slammed his fist hard on the table, the impact stinging his knuckles. Don't get so worked up, it's not that bad. Bus tried to reassure him, his expression seemingly relaxed. You're not worried because your fruit chips are self-produced and self-distributed. Naturally, you don't need to compete with them for market share. Francis retorted sarcastically. Among them, fruit had suffered the least loss. Chips, we've lost that battle, but there are other avenues. I recall HW Corporation recently released phones running entirely on their own operating systems. Booth smiled coldly, a plan forming in his mind. Before, they lacked chips, so we ignored that front. Now that they've gained traction, it's time to strike. This infant venture, we'll crush it ourselves. You always have a plan. Let's do it. Francis instantly grasped Booth's intent, returning a cold smile of his own. It's not that we have so many tricks up our sleeves, it's just that their capabilities fall short. Still, we can strategize this properly. In July, their products will roll off the production line in bulk, and so will those of other Chinese companies. That's when we strike. Let's see how many people buy them then. The gloom vanished from both their faces, replaced by sly, cunning grins. Gao Long and Fruit's side failed. We have to succeed. Bronte in LA wore a grim expression. This was not good news for them. Gao Long and Fruit's failure meant they would now bear the full brunt of the pressure. Calm down. Just because they managed to develop a high-end chip by sheer luck doesn't mean they can surpass us in new energy. China doesn't have a god, and even if it did, it wouldn't favor them like this. Another young man, Max Brew of Tesla, the head of the China division, remarked indifferently with a faint smile. True. Then our plan can begin. Starting with Qiming and Yuanhang. You handle Yuanhang, I'll deal with Qiming. Bronte also set aside his worries. China's achievements in the chip sector might just be a fluke. He believed the United States would soon surpass them. They couldn't possibly have another stroke of luck in the new energy vehicle sector, could they? Yuanhang Technology Company. President Shin, BYD has cancelled our cooperation, and so have other companies. In the office, Shin Yue was handling related matters when she heard this. Her brows furrowed slightly, and the pen in her hand paused. Cancelling the partnership? After all the orders were placed? They're pulling this stunt? Shin Yue's face hardened as she spoke, her displeasure evident. Ms. Shun, it was unavoidable. Our new battery didn't meet the standards, and Panasonic Group must have done something with BYD. That's how this situation arose. The manager answered with a low voice, his forehead beaded with sweat. Before him stood the eldest daughter of Yuanhang Technology, already radiating the aura of a leader. Japanese companies, relying on the United States as their big daddy, have been causing trouble in China lately. Now they're stealing our customers. At the mention of Panasonic, Shin Yue's grip on her pen tightened until it clicked. With American backing, they've made rapid strides in battery technology. Their latest model has already surpassed ours. It was the truth. Their technology was superior, so partners would naturally choose the better option. Understood. You may leave now. Shin Yue clenched her teeth as she watched the manager leave. With a sharp snap, the ballpoint pen in her hand broke in two. Ugh. Even though she knew she was outmatched, the frustration was hard to shake. Now we can only wait for old Bai's research results. Ding. Task completed, rewards distributed. Seeing the extra 5,000 activity points, Mu Yang beamed with delight. Now he could buy something useful. He opened the group chat marketplace. A dazzling array of items filled his screen. The expensive ones were out of his budget, so he settled for other options instead. Of course, he already knew exactly what he wanted to buy. As mentioned earlier, since the Mark V battlesuit lacked an intelligence system like Jarvis, certain operations proved cumbersome. His goal was to acquire an intelligence system. Supercomputer Intelligence System, 1 million activity points. First generation Jarvis AI System, 100,000 active points. Artificial Intelligence System, 100,000 active points. Damn! Anything remotely related to intelligence is completely out of his budget. The cheapest option starts at 100,000. After all his hard work, he's barely scraped together over 5,000. Buying one now would be like robbing someone blind. Still, Muyan locked onto one item. Smart Ecosystem, 5,000. Notably, this system is dual-platform compatible, usable on both phones and computers. Currently, China's domestic systems are dominated by two giants, Apple and Android. Neither of these systems is indigenous to China. Although Huawei's Harmony OS exists, it's not a native system and still lags behind. Otherwise, Huawei would have risen to prominence long ago. China still needs a system capable of becoming its backbone. It's decided you're the one. Activity points, 5,769. Damn it, I worked so hard to save up that activity points. What a bloody ripoff. Mu Yang was sniffling and wiping away tears, and this scene was witnessed by Mu Xiaoyu standing nearby. Brother. But it's still a good thing. Mu Yang perked up again, sitting up with a smile and running toward the lab. Sis Weiwei, my brother's gone nuts. Let's call off your blind date. Mu Xiaoyu was convinced her brother had serious mental issues. 1 month later. Chapter 92, Stealing the Order. This was Shin Yue's expression when she saw the message. Subway, elderly man, cell phone. I'll go check it out when I have time. Shin Yue couldn't spare the energy to worry about it. She had bigger problems on her hands. In the conference room, several guests had been waiting for quite some time. These individuals were major clients holding orders with Yuanhang Technology. Seated across from Shin Yue was Yang Qing, the procurement director of Shinrui Automobile Company. Yang Qing's expression was less than pleasant. Ms. Shin, I hear you still haven't resolved our battery specification requirements. Can you deliver on time or not? Give us a straight answer. Since Shin Yue was relatively new to the industry, Yang Qing naturally showed her no leniency. This time, I'm only considering it because of my relationship with your father, plus your quote is significantly lower than others. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen your ternary lithium batteries. Mr. Shin, we've been partners for years. You know our reputation. We will deliver on time within the contract period. Please rest assured, Mr. Yang. Shin Yue's expression shifted. With considerable time remaining before the delivery deadline, why was the client already pressing for shipment so soon? Moreover, Bai Yaosheng had abandoned research on the new product to focus on the all-solid-state battery Mu Yan had brought. With only a month left, it was uncertain whether the product could even be launched by then. While Yang Qing claimed they were the ones at a disadvantage, the deadline he demanded was impossibly tight. In reality, it was Yuanhang who stood to lose the most. Mr. Yang, I see no tangible progress from Yuanhang Technology. Perhaps you should reconsider our proposal. A portly middle-aged man who had been sitting quietly spoke up. His awkward Chinese sounded jarring, causing Shin Yue's expression to darken instantly. She immediately recognized him as a representative from Sakura country. Mr. Yang, who might this gentleman be? Shin Yue found him unfamiliar and somewhat irritating. It seemed this man was the instigator behind their visit, but she could only grit her teeth and force a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Okamura Taro, the representative of the Matsuo group in China. Okamura extended his short, thick palm, his face plastered with a greasy smile that was downright nauseating. Seeing the smile on Okamura Taro's face, Shin Yue knew exactly what he was up to. Hello. Shin Yue gave a sharp smile and reached out to clasp Okamura's hand. Feeling the warmth in his grasp, Okamura's grin widened further, preparing to savor the moment. But suddenly, the pressure intensified. His greasy grin instantly twisted into a mask of agony. Damn it! Okamura Taro cursed, and only then did Shin Yue release her grip. This is a unique handshake from our Chinese culture. It's beneficial for health, and a bit of pain is perfectly normal. I hope Mr. Okamura will understand? Shin Yue's tone carried a hint of apology, though it wasn't entirely sincere. Neither her voice nor her expression betrayed genuine remorse. Okamura Taro couldn't very well make a scene now. Mr. Okamura, I recall this was supposed to be a private meeting between myself and President Yang. I'm not sure why you're here. Shin Yue pressed her advantage, redirecting the heat toward Yang Qing, who was watching the spectacle unfold. Miss Shun, your company's situation is no secret. You simply cannot supply the batteries Mr. Yang requires. This constitutes commercial fraud. Okamura Taro showed no concern, directly hitting Shin Yue's weak spot, a problem Yuan Hang was currently facing. Mr. Okamura, please refrain from stirring trouble unnecessarily. My collaboration with Mr. Yang is none of Panasonic's business. Shin Yue frowned at Okamura Taro. If not for the crowd, she would have struck him already. Miss Shin, considering our long-standing partnership, we understand your situation. Moreover, Panasonic's pricing is quite reasonable. Our company meeting has decided to award the order to Panasonic. As for the contract issues, both parties share responsibility. Yang Cheng's implication was clear: shifting this major order to Panasonic to secure greater profits while avoiding penalty fees. They wanted all the benefits without any costs. Mr. Yang, we won't breach the contract. We can definitely deliver on time. But we won't accept the conditions you're proposing. Shin Yue's expression shifted slightly. Losing this order would jeopardize the company's cash flow, and she couldn't agree. Miss Shin, you know our company's situation. In the new energy vehicle industry, our sales have always lagged behind BYD and Terra's. If we weren't looking to cut costs this time, we wouldn't have considered your company. Quality and speed are critical concerns for us. Should any issues arise with this shipment, the consequences would be far from trivial. Yang Qing also offered gentle persuasion. He was certain that with Yuan Hong's current capabilities, they couldn't meet the goals Shinrui required this time. In that case, it would be better to choose Panasonic. There's an old Chinese saying, don't take on a job you can't handle. Okamura Taro stood nearby, arms crossed, speaking with smug satisfaction. The others following him all wore sinister grins, looking utterly confident of victory. Shin Yue's face darkened. If they succeeded, Yuan Hong's strength would inevitably be severely weakened, exactly what Matsuo wanted to see. Ring ring. The phone suddenly rang. Shin Yue, already in a foul mood, didn't want to answer it, but the shrill ringtone was unbearable. She had no choice but to pick it up and glance at the caller ID. It was the head of the Technical Development Center. Shin Yue's heart skipped a beat. Forgetting about the others, she answered the call. Miss Shin, you must come to the Technical Development Center immediately. The head's voice was agitated, clearly brimming with excitement. Did Old Bai succeed? Shin Yue asked, her voice trembling with excitement. This was crucial. Yes, the all-solid-state battery has been developed. We need your decision to move it into production. The manager replied. Shin Yue glanced at the arrogant Okamura Taro and the inscrutable Yang Qing, suddenly forming some thoughts. Further discussion is pointless. Why not have Mr. Yang come with me first to see if the batteries we've developed meet your standards? We can make a decision afterward. Shin Yue suddenly broke into a smile, as if something delightful had occurred to her. Yang Qing didn't quite catch her meaning and had no idea what she was up to. Nevertheless, years of collaborative history between them prompted Yang Qing to grant her this favor. I hope you have a pleasant surprise in store for me. Mr. Okamura, please return and wait for now. We will certainly provide you with our decision. Yang Qing addressed Okamura Taro. Whatever battery they're researching, in my opinion, they'd be better off just coming back with us to sign a contract. Okamura Taro remarked dismissively. But then he thought, perhaps this was a good opportunity to witness a spectacle. Since it's about batteries, we might as well take a look. Perhaps we can offer some technical guidance. Behind me stand Panasonic's technical experts, far superior to your company's talent. The Japanese men behind Okamura Taro flashed smug smiles. Since Mr. Okamura insists, we'll accompany you. I'm quite eager to hear guidance from Panasonic's technical experts. I'm sure they'll offer unique insights. Shin Yue's face lit up with an amused smile. She was eager to see what kind of guidance these people could offer on all solid-state batteries. Okamura Taro and his group failed to detect the hidden meaning in her words. Filled with pride, they strode confidently along. Chapter 93, Online Rumors. President Shin, to be honest, ternary lithium batteries aren't essential for us anymore. Compared to them, we're leaning more toward Panasonic Group's semi-solid batteries. Yang Qing remarked as they walked. Semi-solid batteries had already captured the market, and their partnership with Yuanhang was driven purely by cost considerations, yet Panasonic had offered an irresistible price. Who said it was lithium-ion batteries? Xin Yue smiled faintly. Lithium batteries? What were those? Didn't they have all solid-state ones now? Could it be semi-solid batteries? Yang Qing was taken aback. Judging by Xin Yue's expression, she didn't seem to be bluffing. Better than that. Xin Yue stated without hesitation. Semi-solid? That's too low grade for her standards. Miss Shun, are you implying, could it be a fully solid-state battery? Taro Okamura, standing nearby, sneered with disdain, his chubby cheeks quivering with the mocking smile. Perhaps. Xin Yue gave a vague reply and quickened her pace. Witnessing Xin Yue's blatant discourtesy, Okamura Taro's anger flared. He beckoned a man behind him and whispered something. The man's eyes flashed sharply before he turned and left. An hour later, a news story rapidly shot to the top of the trending list. Yuanhang Technology claims to have developed a fully solid-state battery with an expected energy density exceeding 500 Wh/kg. The truth will be revealed shortly. Propelled by an unknown major player, news of Yuanhang Technology's solid-state battery dominated trending topics across all platforms, spreading rapidly. What nonsense! Now they don't even bother drafting their lies? The world's best battery is LA Company's semi-solid-state battery from the US, with an energy density of just 280 Wh/kg. Probably just hype. That's how it goes these days, bait and switch. I just looked up this Yuanhang Technology, turns out they're actually a leader in the industry. But guess what? Spit it out already. If you're going to leave me hanging like this, you might as well cut off half your tongue. This company has focused on lithium batteries for the past 2 years, even before this news broke. Their latest products only hit 220 Wh/kg in energy density. Got it. Just blowing smoke. If they hit 500, I'll eat my computer monitor. Honestly, I'd rather see the guy upstairs eat his monitor than believe they'll ever make a 500 Wh/kg battery. +1. Screenshot saved. Go far, go. Doge. One stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. The buzz around HW's Pango chip hadn't even died down yet when another bombshell exploded across the still churning internet. Netizens from all corners flooded Yuanhang Technology's official account, launching a relentless barrage of comments. If this news exists, it means they'd genuinely developed something maybe not as exaggerated as rumors claim, but undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare announce it. Overthinking it, mate. Energy density this high? Our country couldn't possibly develop that. If anyone, it'd be the US first. Their tech is just too advanced. US lapdog. Everything's better in America? Don't you want your own country to succeed? He's not wrong. The US does have superior tech in this field. We haven't even surpassed them in semi-solid batteries. How can we claim to develop all solid-state ones? Face reality. Patriotism requires reason. Reason my ass. F you. UFINGS, piece of S. The guy above must be a telegraph operator. Even though it's all symbols, I can surprisingly make sense of it. Online buzz skyrocketed, and Yuanhang Technology gained over 100,000 new followers, though most were just here for the spectacle. Other companies began mocking them too. BYD, technological advancement follows its own path. There are no overnight leaps in technology. Some people should stick to their roots. Creating online buzz to attract attention for a company is not advisable. Shiming, in recent years, the power battery limit won't break 500 Wh/kg. Current technology can't even develop all solid-state batteries. Such unrealistic data only belongs in fiction. In contrast to the collaborative spirit seen in the smartphone industry, the atmosphere among new energy vehicle companies is far less harmonious. Competitors have been kicking them while they're down. Though not a single mention of Yuanhang appears in the text, every word and sentence serves as criticism of Yuanhang's actions. Such power batteries won't materialize for another 20 or even 50 years. Companies like Faraday Future, which haven't even broken through the 250 Wh/kg barrier, simply can't achieve it. LA was just lamenting the lack of opportunities. Now one was practically handed to them on a silver platter. How could they resist taking a few kicks? Yuanhang Technology is a disgrace to the battery industry. Tesla followed suit. The news quickly reached Farsale Technologies headquarters. Xin Yue's phone rang incessantly. Her father and other executives called one after another, demanding explanations and blaming her for reckless behavior. She glared furiously at Taro Okamura behind her. Only those present knew about this incident. Shinrue wouldn't do such a thing, so it had to be Taro Okamura. Why are you looking at me? Okamura Taro spread his hands innocently, though his face was plastered with a sly grin. He was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. To destroy a company, one must first ruin its reputation. Xin Yue was powerless to do anything about it. With no immediate way to uncover the truth, she could only endure. Online comments mostly dismissed them as bragging, with many embarrassing remarks. She dared not clarify, lacking concrete data herself. Yet this controversy indirectly boosted attention for their new product, a mixed blessing. Mission: if I continue working with your company after this, it would be downright embarrassing for me. Yang Chang remained unaware of the truth. If these allegations were true, their partnership would inevitably spark massive public backlash. Mr. Yang, this incident absolutely did not originate from our company. We are investigating. Please remain calm and accompany us to the technology center first. Xin Yue could only offer reassurance to Yang Qing. Little did she expect that within the span of less than 2 hours at the technical center, such a major incident would unfold. This incident clearly reveals Yuanhang Company's stance. It seems highly likely to be fabricated. There's no point in continuing this tour. Okamura Taro stoked the flames from the sidelines, and Yang Cheng's resolve began to waver. He had already been leaning toward Panasonic, and now this incident had occurred. Stupid Chinese. Let's see how you dare challenge us. Okamura Taro sneered inwardly. Now, no matter what kind of battery Yuanhang technology developed, as long as it wasn't all solid state, the expectations of netizens would be greatly diminished and their reputation would plummet. Then, Panasonic's entry into the Chinese market would be a piece of cake. After intense mental turmoil, Yang Cheng resolved that regardless of what kind of battery Yuanhang technology developed, they would still choose to partner with the Panasonic Group. Yuanhang's exaggerated claims made him reconsider whether they were worthy partners. With each of the three harboring their own thoughts, they arrived at Yuanhang Technologies R&D Center. The truth would soon be revealed. Chapter 94, Bastards. After passing through the tightly controlled security checks at the technology center, Taro Okamura had hoped to catch a glimpse of something classified, but could only sigh in disappointment. The fully enclosed elevator carried them to the laboratory floor. As the doors opened, they found themselves in a vast lab bustling with activity. Bai Yaoxing had been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by Mu Yang, the first person Bai had contacted. "Didn't your sister say you'd gone mad?" Xin Yue remarked with a peculiar expression. "I've suppressed it. I won't go crazy for now." Mu Yang's mouth twitched slightly. This sister was best avoided. "Mr. Bai, this is Mr. Yang, Xin Rui's business partner." Xin Yue shot him a glare but didn't elaborate, eager to focus on the matter at hand. "Mr. Bai, hello. I'm Yang Qing, purchasing director of Xin Rui Automobile Company." Yang Qing addressed him with utmost respect. This man was an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering and a renowned figure in China's battery industry. Even their chairman would have to bow and scrape to exchange a few polite words with him. Of course, Okamura Taro and the group of Japanese technicians behind him wore sour expressions. They'd never heard of this man. No need for formalities. "Please follow me." Bai Yaoxing showed no airs, leading the group with refined ease toward a test bench. "Professor Bai, we've heard rumors that your team has developed a solid-state battery with an energy density of 500 Wh/kg. Could you confirm if this is accurate?" Though Bai Yaoxing's status was undeniably significant, the stakes were even higher. Yang Cheng weighed his words carefully before speaking. "How did you find out?" Bai Yaoxing paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He was certain the all-solid-state battery project was under strict confidentiality. There should be no possibility of leaks. "Well, it's all over the internet." Seeing Bai Yaoxing's genuinely unaware expression, Yang Qing couldn't help but question the origins of this rumor. Could someone be maliciously framing them? Is there a mole within our organization? Bai Yaoxing's expression darkened. If a mole had leaked the information, there was no telling what other data might have been compromised. The online information was deliberately spread by someone outside our company. Xin Yue shot a glance at Okamura Taro before adding casually. Bai Yaoxing's expression eased considerably. Still, the imagination behind 500 Wh/kg seemed rather limited. He led everyone to an experimental bench. "Professor Bai, from what you just said, have you truly developed an all-solid-state battery?" Yang Qing suddenly realized Bai Yaoxing hadn't refuted his earlier statement. It seemed they might have actually succeeded. Had Xin Yue said this, he wouldn't have believed a word of it. But this was Bai Yaoxing, a titan in the battery field. He had no reason to lie to a minor figure like him. "Impossible, Mr. Yang. I suspect this old gentleman is merely flexing his seniority. All solid-state batteries are impossible to develop, and even if they were, it certainly wouldn't be by your country." Okamura Taro sneered. The probability of developing all solid-state batteries was barely 30%, and for China, that probability was essentially zero. And who might these gentlemen be? Hearing the awkward Mandarin, Bai Yaoxing's expression darkened once more. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Okamura Taro, the representative of the Matsuo Group in China." Though presented as an introduction, Okamura's arrogant demeanor left everyone present deeply displeased. Mr. Okamura, if you continue speaking like this, Shinrue will absolutely refuse to cooperate with you. Yang Qing also lost his temper. Okamura Taro's character was truly hard to like. If it weren't for Shinrue Company still relying on their batteries, he would have turned on him long ago. My apologies. I shouldn't have spoken so bluntly. Okamura shrugged, shuffling his bulky frame aside. This drew another round of furious glares from the crowd, some already clenching fists, ready to charge forward and teach him a lesson. If you ask me, some dogs think they can bark and bite anyone just because their owners don't keep them on a leash. Mu Yang stood nearby, grinning as he spoke to Xin Yue. Exactly. These dogs running loose without leashes aren't just noisy, they're an eyesore too. My advice? Wear a mask next time, or you'll make everyone want to puke. Xin Yue looked like she totally agreed, drawing a burst of laughter from the crowd who had been getting angry. Bastard! You young whippersnappers! Didn't your elders teach you to respect your seniors? Okamura Taro instantly recognized the insult directed at him, his flabby face twitching with rage. We were only referring to certain individuals. Could it be, Mr. Okamura, that you're taking this personally? Mu Yang and Xin Yue chimed in unison. Bastard! Mr. Okamura, if you wish to remain here, keep your mouth shut. Yang Qing felt a surge of satisfaction, but he knew continuing this would only escalate the situation. He immediately cut them off with a sharp rebuke. Fine. Very well. Okamura Taro fumed, but could only snort defiantly with a reddened neck. He said no more, turning instead to the technical expert behind him to plot how they would thoroughly humiliate this group of Chinese later. On the lab bench lay several square batteries. Their appearance alone gave off an unusual vibe. Professor Bai, is this the battery your team developed? Yang Qing picked up a battery and examined it. It appeared to be a standard-sized commercial battery, but it had been encapsulated, making its internal structure impossible to discern. Is this ternary lithium or semi-solid? Yang Qing dared not imagine it being all solid state, dismissing the question as a joke. What do you mean ternary lithium or semi-solid? This is all solid state. Didn't I just explain it? You're a bit forgetful, aren't you? Bai Yaosheng burst into laughter at Yang Qing's timid reaction. For the battery industry, all solid state was still too unrealistic. What? No way. That's absolutely impossible. Okamura Taro shouted from the side. How could China possibly develop a solid state battery? Shut up. Yang Qing turned and glared fiercely at Okamura Taro, finally silencing him. Follow me. I'll show you the true nature of all solid state batteries. Bai Yaosheng wasted no time in building suspense, activating one testing device after another. As the equipment ran in orderly fashion, test data gradually appeared. The energy density figures, the first data point everyone cared about, were completed first. As the fluctuating energy density readings stabilized, the final result appeared before everyone's eyes. 2,000 kilograms Wh. It was a jaw-dropping figure. Holy crap! 2,000 Wh/kg? This is nothing short of a miracle. Yang Qing stared wide-eyed at this dreamlike figure. The current industry peak barely exceeded 300 Wh/kg. Now, a 2,000 Wh/kg figure had emerged. Without exaggeration, other competitors could pack up and leave the field immediately. Impossible. This is fake. There's something wrong with this machine. It's just data designed to deceive you. Mr. Yang, you absolutely must not believe it. Okamura Taro's first reaction upon seeing the result was that it must be fake. It was too advanced. If this were real, it would deal a devastating blow to the Panasonic Group. Destruction, indeed. Such energy density would crush Panasonic into dust, leaving it utterly incapable of competing in the market. Should this materialize, Panasonic could declare bankruptcy on the spot. If you don't believe it, come inspect the testing equipment. Remove the battery first, then let them examine it. Bai Yaosheng sneered coldly, eager to see what they could possibly uncover. You lot, get moving and inspect it. If you can't detect such blatant falsified data, you'd better commit seppuku. Chapter 95, Fuming with Rage. The technicians brought by Yang Qing joined the inspection. The data was simply too outrageous, they had to proceed with caution. Half an hour later, the technicians brought by Yang Qing completed their inspection first. Mr. Yang, the equipment shows no issues whatsoever. The test data wasn't pre-prepared, it's all genuine, real-time results. The technician felt a surge of excitement. The all-solid-state battery had actually been developed. This was a source of pride for China, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of accomplishment. Mr. Okamura, your technicians have practically counted every speck of dust on the equipment, yet they still haven't found anything? Yang Qing shot a mocking glance at Okamura Taro standing nearby. Since the data was genuine, he could now completely sever ties with Okamura Taro. What the hell are you too good for? You can't even check this? Okamura Taro's temper flared as he berated his own technicians. Okamura-kun, we haven't found any issues. The Japanese technicians replied dejectedly, heads bowed as if mourning a death. Their opponents had been so foresight they'd even removed the batteries, leaving them no chance to observe. Damn it! Okamura Taro delivered a sharp slap to each of them, the crisp sound echoing in quick succession. Yet his own face grew increasingly pale. If this were true, he knew exactly what it meant. Panasonic would lose the Chinese battery market entirely even with backing from LA and RV. 2000 WHKG. Not just Panasonic, even if all the giants of America's new energy battery industry combined their efforts, they wouldn't have the confidence to face this product. It was absurdly powerful. This is fake. It's all fake. Mr. Yang, if you choose not to cooperate with us, then Panasonic will no longer supply you with a single battery. Okamura Taro had clearly lost his mind. This outcome was a devastating blow to him. Go ahead. Yang Qing gave a cold laugh and turned away from Okamura Taro. Security, escort them out. Make sure they don't bite anyone, that'd be a real hassle to deal with. Shin Yue waved her hand dismissively, signaling for Okamura and his entourage to be escorted out. They offered no resistance, allowing the security guards to lead them away. The next moment, the sky turned dark. Unbelievable. Yang Qing's suppressed excitement burst forth as he gripped Bai Yaoxing's hand fervently. China is truly fortunate to have an elder like Mr. Bai. With technological advancements, Shinrue's technology had fallen far behind. They had been utterly crushed in the gasoline-powered vehicle sector. Fortunately, the rise of the new energy vehicle industry had given them a lifeline, allowing them to maintain a foothold and achieve some scale. But this growing market attracted the covetous eyes of major giants who rushed in en masse. Shinrue fell behind again, on the verge of being left behind. The emergence of this battery would give Shinrue a new lease on life. Because they were the first. Yang Qing was now in tears. He stood tall, genuinely thrilled that China possessed such a revolutionary battery. No, this. Bai Yaoxing hesitated to take full credit. After all, Mu Yang had handed him the blueprints and the project outright. His role, he thought, had merely been to assemble it. Standing behind Yang Qing, Mu Yang shook his head slightly, signaling Bai Yaoxing not to speak. This is the collective effort of everyone present, it's not solely my achievement. Bai Yaoxing understood Mu Yang's intent and immediately amended his words. This way, he included Mu Yang without explicitly revealing his identity. Mr. Bai, you are far too modest. You are truly a national treasure. Yang Qing had assumed Bai Yaoxing was merely being modest, still mindful of the others in the lab. He truly was a national treasure. Indeed, Mr. Bai. You developed the technology, we couldn't possibly take credit for it. This honor belongs to you, Mr. Bai. We wouldn't dare take credit for it. Quite right. Others, unaware of the situation, chimed in agreement. Bai Yaoxing, no, I wasn't being modest. It truly wasn't my contribution. These words stuck in Bai Yaoxing's throat. He can only accept the praise with a pang of conscience. Mr. Shin, should we renegotiate our order? Yang Qing swallowed hard. Securing the first batch of all solid-state battery orders and commercializing them would allow Shinrue to break through the fierce competition in the new energy market. You know as well as I do, with batteries this advanced, our company won't go back to ternary lithium batteries. Pricing is negotiable. If this deal closes, Shinrue will exclusively source batteries from your company for the next 5 years. Yang Qing patted his chest emphatically. Such groundbreaking technology, if other companies got wind of it, they'd be scrambling to secure supplies. Then Shinrue would lose its chance. Mr. Yang, what are you saying? We've been partners for years. We can supply you with the entire first batch of batteries. As for pricing, how about 20% higher than before? Subsequent orders from other companies will be at 50%. Shin Yue smiled faintly. The previous orders were undoubtedly unfulfillable, and they had no inventory on hand. This was precisely their opportunity. President Shen, you're truly formidable. I'm confident Yuanhang will go from strength to strength under your leadership. Yang Qing was visibly moved. Even at 50%, they would buy without hesitation. Years of friendship proved genuine, and Yang Qing was deeply grateful. After Yang Qing and his team departed, Bai Yaoxing and Mu Yang found a private spot to discuss matters. This is a major achievement. Why keep it hidden? Bai Yaoxing was puzzled. This was a monumental achievement. The birth of this battery meant that Huaxiao would firmly secure its position as the leader in the power battery industry on Blue Star. Mu Yang was the architect who propelled China to this pinnacle, a truly monumental achievement. Anyone else would have been all over the news by now. I'm sorry, old Bai. I've always been insecure since childhood. I'm not used to the spotlight. Too much attention makes me nervous, and when I'm nervous, my insecurity takes over. Then I can't accomplish anything. Old Bai, you don't want me to leave the research field because of this, do you? Mu Yang's words came pouring out, leaving Bai Yaoxing momentarily speechless. I was rash. I didn't realize this was the case for you. Bai Yaoxing felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't realized Mu Yang carried such pain. It was truly unfortunate the recognition couldn't compare to Mu Yang himself. Bai Yaoxing resolved to conceal it for him. Additionally, I've derived a result from your battery technology. If we can develop it, this battery's performance could increase several-fold. The big shot truly lived up to his reputation. Bai Yaosheng had actually deduced part of the theoretical framework for X Energy's battery technology. Given enough time, he might even be able to develop it directly. Mu Yang felt apologetic for lying to Bai Yaosheng, but at least he could now focus his mind on other research. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, old Bai departed. You feel inferior? Xin Yuwei stared at Mu Yang with a peculiar expression. He didn't seem insecure at all. She hadn't noticed any signs of it. Yes, I feel inferior. When people look at me, I just want to run away. Mu Yang tried to slip away, but Xin Yuwei grabbed his collar with one hand, thwarting his escape plan. Don't rush off. After all you've done for me, shouldn't I properly thank you? Is that really okay? Chapter 96, Little Sister's Gone Bad. I've already booked a hotel. That sort of thing is best done there. Xin Yuwei bit her lip, adopting a coy, girlish demeanor. It felt like a car had just driven right into her face. Act normal, I'm scared. Mu Yang clutched his chest and took 2 steps back. This version of Xin Yuwei made his skin crawl. Ha? Didn't you say you wanted to do that sort of thing? I meant you'd treat me to dinner. Yeah, I meant to treat you to dinner. Then what was the point of booking a hotel? Isn't booking a hotel part of treating someone to a meal? Mu Yu, defeated. What? Sister Yue and my brother went to a hotel. Mu Xiaoyu jumped out of bed the moment she got Xin Yuan's call. Are they moving that fast? The situation caught Mu Xiaoyu off guard. Normally, they were still just good friends. How could they have progressed to going to a hotel together? But there was another possibility. That they'd become, wait, better not dwell on such thrilling thoughts. Mu Xiaoyu decided to investigate the situation herself. Hotel entrance. Mu Yang and Xin Yuwei arrived together. Seeing this luxurious hotel, Mu Yang couldn't help but whistle in awe. It was his first time dining here in his life. Miss Xin, you really spared no expense. Mu Yang remarked. It's not that expensive. Xin Yuwei said dismissively. Damn rich people. You're absolutely right. Hiding in the distance, Mu Xiaoyu and Xin Yuan exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and dashed off. Mu Xiaoyu and Xin Yuan each called out to Mu Yang and Xin Yuwei, mysteriously handing them something before darting away. But before they could react, the 2 girls' faces darkened. By the time they tried to speak, the others were already far away. What the hell did she give you? Mu Yang and Xin Yuwei blurted out in unison, both noticing the others' tightly clenched fists. They reached out and opened them simultaneously. What lay in their palms were 2 packets of condoms. Your sister's gone bad. Mu Yang stared at the condoms in his hand, lost in thought. Yours too. Xin Yuwei stared at the condoms in Mu Yang's hand, lost in thought. Of course, the outcome was dinner. For this, Mu Xiaoyu looked down on Mu Yang for days. We went to a hotel. What's wrong with doing something exciting? Oh, right. You mentioned studying smart manufacturing, didn't you? I reached out to Olju and arranged for you to get some hands-on experience in the field first. Mu Yang sent Mu Xiaoyu straight to the assembly line to get back at her for the TT. Mu Xiaoyu was overwhelmed with work, bombarding Mu Yang with text messages every night. You shouldn't have spoiled her. Mu Yang blocked Mu Xiaoyu and started reading other messages. Mr. Mu Yang, you've been rather quiet lately. But then again, it's my fault for talking too much and making you less talkative. With this attitude, it's better to just ignore me. It makes me seem like I'm being unreasonable. This was sent by Red Queen. Who taught you to speak like this? Such fiery Lin-style language. If it weren't for the computer screen, Mu Yang would ve thought Lin Daiyu had come back to life. Red Queen, Spring Breeze has been reading a Chinese classic called Dream of the Red Chamber lately. I've read some of it too, picked up a few things, and put them to use. You haven't just picked up a few things, you've mastered the essence. Red Queen, I likely won't make it through today. Just waiting for your message will take quite some time. Mu Yang. Dr. Longning, how have you been lately? Mu Yang no longer distanced himself and inquired about Alfred Longning's condition. Alfred Longning, I've been through a harrowing life or death ordeal. Thankfully, Mr. Mu Yang came to my aid, otherwise I'd be dead. It seems the 3 laws can't fully restrain them. This is because robots have developed their own thinking. You should try teaching them, just as you would teach your own children. To Alfred Longning, robots were his children. Alfred Lunning, I'll give it serious thought. Tony Stark hadn't responded yet, he must be busy. Alfred Lunning's activity level had also surpassed 50, meaning it was time to initiate the next recruitment phase. Ding. Mission assigned, Energy Hegemon. Use any means necessary to help China achieve complete energy independence, enabling China to meet its energy needs entirely on its own. Reward, 100,000 activity points. This was a massive undertaking. The newly developed energy batteries alone wouldn't suffice, more advanced battery technology was needed. It seemed the adoption of the new element would have to be accelerated. Best not to rush this matter prematurely. First, finish the tasks at hand. Mu Yang clicked the invite button and left it at that. The intelligent ecosystem must be developed swiftly, only then can progress in other fields follow suit. The online situation continued to escalate, growing increasingly intense. Panasonic Group abruptly retracted its earlier statements, falling silent. It also ceased all activity in China's battery market, signs pointing to a potential withdrawal from the Chinese market. What's going on with Panasonic? We've already taken down BYD and dealt with Qiming. This is the perfect opportunity to dominate China's battery market. Why are they backing out? Max Brew furiously yanked open his collar and downed a glass of red wine in one gulp. No idea. We can't get through to them at all. His subordinate replied timidly from the side. Forget it. They're useless anyway. This is our chance to dominate the Chinese market. With them out of the picture, we'll profit even more. Bronte stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, leisurely admiring the view outside, seemingly in complete control of the situation. What about the Far East? Max Brews roughly stripped off his suit jacket. This meant their tasks would only multiply. I've looked into it. Yuanhang Tech is already significantly behind. After this, they'll be completely out of the game. Bronte didn't even lift his eyelids, as if Farsale held no significance in his eyes. But online rumors claim they've developed a 500 WHKG battery. Max Brews still harbored concerns. While rumors were indeed unreliable, the hype surrounding this one felt excessive. The online buzz is a Panasonic operation designed to sink Farsale for good. When they unveil batteries inferior to ours, they'll never recover. Then our only rival will be Qiming, isolated and helpless. They'll be swallowed whole. Bronte said calmly, having known about this since Okamura Taro's time. At least it serves a purpose. Then Tesla can seize BYD's market share. Right now, they're the only ones in China capable of leading the new energy vehicle sector. If we strike again now, they'll likely be defeated. Max Brule wore a smug grin. All earlier irritation vanished. The moment to close the net was at hand. National Patent Office. Numerous battery experts gathered in one place, having received a groundbreaking black technology. A solid-state battery with 2000 WHKG energy density? Is this just bragging? Who in our battery industry could achieve such a feat? It's from Yuanhang. They're a major company, after all. Yuanhang? Without Old Bai's help, they'd have fallen behind long ago. So this was developed by Old Bai? When did he gain such capabilities? No, Lao Bai helped someone else file the patent, a young guy named Mu Yang. What? Mu Yang. Chapter 97, a devastating blow from a teammate. With Mu Yang involved, the experts at the National Patent Office dared not take it lightly. After all, his previous patents were on record. They couldn't afford to overlook this one. They swiftly initiated the approval process and even invited Yu Jiangwo himself to conduct the review. That old fool Bai Yaoxing hasn't taken a single word of my earlier advice to heart. Yu Jiangwo snorted in displeasure upon receiving the news. Over 30 patents in total, all centered around this all-solid-state battery. Bai Yaoxing does have some sense after all. Bai Yaoxing had built a fortress of patents specifically for the battery he brought to Muyang, leaving no loopholes for others to exploit. The mechanism is entirely feasible. This is indeed a solid-state battery, my goodness. After hours of intense scrutiny, experts in the battery field erupted in waves of astonishment. With semi-solid-state batteries currently dominating the market, the implications of a fully solid-state battery's emergence were clear to everyone. The entire battery design landscape was about to be reshuffled. Flawless craftsmanship, terrifyingly impressive test data. And the cost is only 10% higher than traditional batteries. Every expert present, all authorities in battery technology except Yu Jiangwo, failed to find a single flaw in this patent. File the international patent application immediately, then spread the word. Let's secure a decisive victory for our new energy market. Yu Jiangwo clenched his fist. The nation wasn't ignoring the new energy market. The American company seemed poised to dominate the entire market. Even if intervention were possible, it would be limited. The government could only curb monopolistic practices and unfair competition. While this might prevent American companies from gaining complete control, it wouldn't be entirely satisfactory. Other new energy companies using American batteries would see significant improvements in product quality. Naturally, consumers would gravitate toward those options. Other companies will inevitably follow suit, leading to the same outcome. Ultimately, it boils down to a fundamental technological weakness. Numerous experts nodded in agreement, urging swift action. Meanwhile, fresh news began circulating. Yuanhang Technology has successfully developed an all-solid-state battery with an astonishing energy density of 2000 WHKG. This marks a revolutionary breakthrough in battery technology. Naturally, this news was released by Yuanhang's partner, Shinrui. Little did they know, this ignited the fuse for the already escalating online rumors. The explosive sensation drew a massive crowd of curious netizens. Haven't you heard? Spreading rumors is illegal now. I have friends at Shinrui. They did sign an order with Yuanhang recently, apparently for all solid-state batteries. Both sides are super hyped, just waiting for the product to roll off the line. Haven't you heard? Spreading rumors is illegal now. Impossible. Solid-state batteries are a relatively new concept. The best technology currently is semi-solid, and even that isn't fully understood yet. The best products are still from the US. I heard they've already developed ones with over 300 cycles. But that doesn't mean we can't catch up, right? But the reality is, we're behind. Technology advances incrementally, it doesn't leap forward. All theories emerge gradually through practice, not sudden flashes of insight. We haven't even fully grasped semi-solid state technology yet. How can we possibly tackle all solid state? What about HW before that? That was an accident. If anyone in the battery field ever pulls that off, I'll eat my computer screen on the spot. Bro, if I'm not mistaken, when HW announced they'd developed the chip, you were the one who said you'd eat your computer screen, right? The heat surged suddenly, even quickly surpassing the popularity of the trending celebrity AI Kuan stir-fried noodles with chicken bouillon. Is Yuan Hang here? Come out and speak up. If it's true, that's incredible. Yuan Hang would swiftly overtake Qiming to become the industry leader. Yuan Hang is a veteran in the battery field, but their tech hasn't kept up in recent years. How could they suddenly be so aggressive? My guess is they're just trying to generate buzz, sell off a batch of batteries, then pull out and disappear. Yuan Hang has been pretty active in the real estate sector lately. You make it sound like they're a cunning capitalist. Yuan Han's visibility skyrocketed, drawing attention from major media outlets. Even state-run media took notice. This naturally drew envy from competitors. Yuan Han's performance had been declining year after year, its technology lagging significantly. It was clearly past its prime. Everyone hoped Yuan Hang would collapse soon, and they began making snide, bitterly sarcastic remarks. Amateurs just want the spectacle. A 2000 WHKG all-solid-state battery? That's less practical than flying to the moon. If they can actually produce solid-state batteries, I'll eat my hat right here. Some companies, their performance keeps sliding year after year, yet they keep coming up with one crazy idea after another. Forget solid-state batteries, I doubt they've even mastered ternary lithium batteries yet. Only a backward company like Shinrui would partner with them. That's no exaggeration. Yuan Hang still hasn't figured out that batch of ternary lithium batteries from Shinrui. Looks like chaos has already erupted within their own ranks. This is a golden opportunity. Max Brew watched the situation unfold, his smile unabashed. As a businessman with keen commercial instincts, he had already spotted the opportunity. Yes, we can make our move now. This time, we'll take them all down. Bronte's face twisted into a frenzied expression. Nothing excited him more than the prospect of raking in a massive profit. China probably won't let us dominate the market. Max Brew expressed some concern. We're only selling batteries for new energy vehicles. And China's new energy vehicle companies won't refuse us. It's purely a business partnership. As a seasoned veteran, Bronte knew exactly what lines not to cross. They had set their sights firmly on the new energy vehicle market. All right. Let's go then. Max Brew heard this with some displeasure. This meant they'd have to share half or even most of their existing profits with LA. But he had no choice after all. This was Tesla's former director. By late May, LA, RV, and Tesla unveiled batteries boasting an energy density of 320 WHKG, sending shockwaves through China's entire new energy vehicle industry. Moreover, the price was only 50% higher than ternary lithium batteries. For China's new energy vehicle companies, this was practically a bargain. Almost every CEO of a new energy vehicle company went to LA and RV to discuss cooperation. Even Qiming, the industry leader, had to swallow its pride and negotiate for technology licensing. Only Yuan Hang and Shinrui remained unmoved. Mr. Shen, every company except Shinrui has terminated our previous contracts. The manager's face darkened. This meant Yuan Hang had secured only one deal this year, an unprecedented disaster for the company's performance. No need to panic. Our first batch of products is exclusively for Shinrui anyway. The more money they waste on useless research, the better it is for us. Shinyoi's lips curved into a faint smile. If battery technology determined the market, Yuan Hang would emerge as the ultimate victor. Yuan Hang announces its latest update. The first batch of 2000 WHKG all-solid-state batteries will be fully rolled off the production line by mid-May. Shinrui announces its latest update. The first batch of new energy vehicles equipped with 2000 WHKG all-solid-state batteries will roll off the production line in mid-June. Chapter 98, Product Rollout. They're making such a big deal about it? Could it actually be true? If it were just a show, they'd have stopped after the earlier announcements. Pushing this far means it's practically confirmed. Plus, LA and RV just launched their 320 WHKG batteries. This is clearly a direct challenge. Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to this. To be perfectly honest, if this is real, I'll eat my shut up upstairs. You still owe me from last time. Netizens' attitudes shifted as the situation looked increasingly genuine. They're playing so big, could this actually be real? At BYD headquarters, the CEO who had just secured a partnership with LA saw these two messages and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Sir, you're overthinking it. You know Yuan Hang Technologies' recent struggles, they couldn't even fulfill our orders last quarter. The secretary replied. Look at their current pre-orders, not even 10 units. Ours have already surpassed 100. True. Sometimes you have to be a little more genuine to gain more trust. The BYD CEO nodded, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Issue the directive, the first batch of vehicles will roll off the line by mid-June. Let's see how their hype-driven tech tactics measure up against ours. The BYD CEO said coldly. If you insist on playing clever tricks, don't blame him for being ruthless. This deal turned in quite a profit. China truly is a great place to accumulate wealth. Max Brew looked at the transaction amount on his contract, his face breaking into a broad smile. Heard that Yuanhong's 2000 WHKG battery is rolling off the line next month. Want to check it out? Bronte stretched out, sinking lazily into the sofa as he sipped the rose-hued wine in his hand. We should go see it. This spectacle is too good to miss. Gossip is human nature. Panasonic pulled out of this competition. Something about this whole thing feels fishy. Japanese companies have been trailing behind us, picking up scraps for years. There are hardly any bold enterprises like ours. It's only natural they lack foresight. Mid-May, Yuanhang Technology Company. The first batch of commercial batteries, named Xuanwu, was about to roll off the production line. Experts from the patent office arrived early, along with a few others eager to witness the spectacle. BYD, Qiming, LA, Tesla, and others. Of course, Mu Yang was invited too. Ha, Muyan, come on over. Never expected you'd surprise this old man again. Yu Jiangwo beckoned to Mu Yang. President Yu, I didn't expect you to be here either. Bai Yaosheng stepped forward. Get lost. I called for Mu Yang, not you. Yu Jiangwo still held a grudge over the previous incident. Bai Yaosheng, he just forgot. At least show us at the Academy of Sciences what you've researched. Yu Jiangwo's tone carried a hint of reproach, his expression of resentment particularly evident on his slightly weathered face. Old Yu, I'm telling you this is just a prototype. Do you believe me? Mu Yang glanced around, satisfied no one was paying attention, and whispered. You mean? Yes, exactly. What are you two talking about? Bai Yaosheng, standing nearby, was completely baffled. Come on, let's go. There are outsiders here. We should talk somewhere else. Yu Jiangwo shot Bai Yaosheng a glance, then hooked his arm around Mu Yang's shoulder and steered them toward a secluded corner. Man, that little old guy sure holds a grudge. Bai Yaosheng shook his head helplessly. At 8:10, the first official commercial battery rolled off the production line. The most professional experts from the patent office conducted rigorous testing. Representatives from other companies watched with smirks, anticipating a spectacle. Daring to cut corners in front of the patent office? Yuanhang would likely face immediate blacklisting. Soon, the test data appeared before everyone. Single-cell energy density, 2000 WHKG. Battery pack weight per vehicle, 100 kilograms. Traditional batteries weigh 350 kilograms. Battery pack capacity per vehicle 300 kilowatt-hour. Capable of powering a vehicle for 3,000 kilometers. Safety, no combustion upon puncture. Charging speed, fully charged in 30 minutes. Each set of data presented in rapid succession drew gasps from the crowd. It felt like thunderbolts striking them. The battery company executives' faces turned ashen, with Qiming's CEO turning as dark as a pot bottom. CEOs from BYD and other new energy vehicle companies also showed signs of panic. They had recently secured partnerships with companies like LA at extremely high prices, yet their batteries only achieved 320 WHKG with far lower safety standards. The media swarmed like tigers sensing prey, thrusting professional cameras into the faces of the executives and snapping away relentlessly, as if shooting portraits, determined to capture every angle. Any big shots willing to explain these numbers? Judging by everyone else's reactions, it doesn't look good. Just look at the energy density 2000 WHKG. Yuanhang has truly achieved it. As a battery expert, I'm watching this livestream on my knees. Nothing else compares. This is technology that could reach the heavens. Exactly. Weight reduced by nearly 60%, plus 300 kilowatt-hour capacity. Perfect for satellites, drastically cutting costs. Mind-blowing. Holy crap. I thought it was just conceptual spaceflight, but it's literally spaceflight. I'm kinda skeptical though. Dude, check out the testing experts there from the National Patent Office. If Yuanhang could bribe them, that'd be mind-blowing in a whole different way. Hey, the guy eating his computer screen? He can come out now. It's legit. 3 pieces total. I remember every one. Weren't there 2? I didn't mention it last time. What you didn't say counts too. Similarly, this product launch was also live-streamed across the entire network. Unlike the solemn atmosphere among the executives at the venue, the online world erupted in celebratory fireworks, rejoicing that China had once again surpassed the West in another field. Dense streams of comments flooded the live feed, nearly obscuring the video entirely. Through new media channels, Yuanhang technology went viral across the entire internet. Some car companies that had looked down on Yuanhang and skipped the launch event were now scrambling to book flights to Beijing at the earliest opportunity. This was a magnitude 10 earthquake in the battery industry. Every powertrain and battery manufacturer instantly felt immense pressure. LA and Tesla were the first to feel the heat. Allow me to speak. Max Brew's expression was grim, yet he stepped forward with a forced smile as all eyes turned to him. While we should congratulate Yuanhang for developing all solid-state batteries, I suspect the cost of this technology must be prohibitively high. Max Brew's words jolted the CEOs of numerous companies into sudden realization. Yes, such an extraordinary battery must come with a steep price tag. Remember, the appeal of new energy vehicles lies in affordability. If the price becomes too extravagant, I fear it could backfire. After all, doesn't your China often emphasize making technology accessible to the masses? Couldn't an excessively high price be detrimental to your Chinese consumers? Yeah, a battery this extreme must cost an arm and a leg. I was already planning to reserve a new Ray car, but if it's significantly more expensive than others on the market, I might as well buy something else. It's just about convenience anyway. Forget it, forget it. This isn't something a commoner like me can afford. Why am I even looking? Chapter 99, like swallowing a fly. Seeing the silence from Yuanhang Technologies representatives, Max couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Excessively high costs would make it uncompetitive in the new energy market. Xin Yuwei pressed her lips together. It wasn't that the costs were truly high, but the quoted price was simply inappropriate. She intended to quote a slightly inflated price externally, wouldn't revealing the actual costs just give them away? Let's wrap this up. Turns out it's just another high-cost product. New energy vehicles are all about saving money. If the cost is too high, it's better not to buy them at all. Bringing such a high-cost product to market shows zero consideration for the market. Does that young Ms. Shin at Yuanhang Tech have any sense? To be fair, that young Ms. Shin from Yuanhang Tech is quite a looker. Brainless? That just makes her easier to scam. She's loaded, you know. Ha ha. Hey, you upstairs don't even think about it. I graduated with her from Tsinghua Peking University. Ms. Shin holds an 8th degree black belt in Muay Thai. Her strength is no joke. I had the honor of having my arm dislocated by her. Tears. Whoa, then why did she make this decision? The atmosphere froze. All the companies were staring at Xin Yuwei. If the price was too high, this battery wouldn't be market ready. Forget it. Just quote an inflated price. The patent office probably won't call us out on it. Xuanwu battery costs only about 30% more than traditional batteries. Our external pricing will be set at around 50% of traditional battery costs. Xin Yuwei delivered this entirely fabricated statement with an unflinching expression, her eyes darting uneasily toward the patent office experts seated nearby. But there stood Mu Yang among the experts, discreetly flashing an OK sign. Got it. 30%. BYD's CEO's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was even lower than the semi-solid battery LA had offered them. Mission, please don't quote a false price just to save face. BYD's CEO couldn't believe it. Such an advanced battery at such a low price, how could that be possible? Do business people really sacrifice profits just for face? It wasn't that he hadn't sacrificed profit for appearances before, it was that he'd betrayed his own conscience. If they knew the real cost, they'd go mad. The others nodded in agreement. In a businessman's eyes, profit was paramount. If Yuanhang was willing to sacrifice their costs for appearances, everyone present would have reason to wonder how they'd survived this long. The selling price is only 50% higher, right? I'll take this batch, I'll pay 60%. I'll pay 70%. 80%. The executives bid fiercely. At these prices, even a 200% markup over traditional batteries would still yield profit. The market was the priority. However, I must apologize, the first batch of batteries will be supplied exclusively to Shinruei Automobile Company. Xin Yuwei shook her head, a hint of disdain in her voice. Who asked you to doubt us? Why? Whatever Shinruei offers, BYD will double it. Ms. Shin, it's a bit rude not to contact us first about such a great product. The assembled executives murmured discontentedly. How could Shinruei get exclusive access to such superior batteries? This isn't about us being inconsiderate. We intended to offer it to everyone, but you all cancelled your orders. We had no choice. Xin Yuwei spread her hands helplessly, her expression clearly saying, it's not my fault. The company executives' faces flushed crimson. Right, this was their own damn fault. They'd cut off their own path. Can't we discuss this further? One CEO clung to a sliver of hope and pressed on. The contracts are already signed. You can ask Shinruei if they're willing to transfer their orders to you. Xin Yuwei feigned deep deliberation, smoothly passing the buck to Shinruei. The Shinruei CEO turned and walked away immediately, his attitude making it crystal clear, no way. The executives knew full well it was impossible. They were competitors, why would anyone give ground? Their eyes lingered on the batch of batteries rolling off the production line, filled with regret. How they wished those were theirs. In short, they were filled with regret. The second batch is okay, right? We'll take it. We want the second batch too. The third batch? Even the fourth batch, we'll take them all. Even if they missed out on the first batch, the second and third were still within reach. Barring any surprises, this would be the sole supplier for new energy vehicle batteries for years to come. CEOs from numerous new energy vehicle companies scrambled forward, eager to sign orders immediately. Those power battery companies who came to watch the spectacle now had eyes red with envy. With orders from so many companies, just imagine the profits. With such advanced technology, I suggest Yuanhang Technology should contribute it. Bronte, who had remained silent for a long time, finally stepped forward. The stakes were too high for him to stand idly by. The crowd merely stared at him with expressions that said he was an idiot. Who is this foreigner? Is he brain dead? Asking us to contribute our technology? We're all big shots here, how did a moron like this just pop up? Dumb. He's Bronte, an executive at LA with significant influence. This entire collaboration is under his sole responsibility. LA really picked the wrong guy. It's a multinational corporation, after all. How could they send out a monkey? Bronte noticed the other's glances, but he didn't care. Thick skin is essential for businesspeople, it gets things done. Yuanhang's mysterious battery isn't good news for this industry. I'm sure you all witnessed the situation earlier. Bronte spoke with unwavering composure, his voice steady and measured. If every new energy vehicle company must partner with Farsale, what becomes of other battery power companies? Bronte's question hit the nail on the head. Put nicely, it was monopolizing the market. Put bluntly, it was outright monopoly. Yuanhang Technology's actions are undermining the very foundation of China's battery industry, showing complete disregard for other companies' survival. This spells disaster for the entire market. Bronte gestured toward the CEOs of major battery companies seated nearby. Their expressions were grim as they sat there, hearts filled with unease. China has nearly 100 battery companies. If Yuanhang takes all the orders, how are they supposed to survive? Are they all supposed to switch industries or go bankrupt? Companies with resources could switch industries, while those without would simply collapse. These companies will either go under or be swallowed up by Yuanhang. Even Qiming won't be spared. Though Yuanhang can't handle all these orders right now. But with such high-quality batteries available, why would automakers choose to partner with ordinary battery suppliers? The fate of these power battery manufacturers is clear: bankruptcy. But there is a solution: technology licensing. If you refuse to share your technology, you're essentially bleeding your competitors dry. I trust Huaxia won't stand idly by, right? If they truly did this, Yuanhang would be immediately branded as a disgrace, for this is classic capitalism. Technology licensing is a certainty, but voicing this under current circumstances makes it seem like they're being forced into it. The folks at Yuanhang Technology felt like they'd swallowed a fly. Bronte watched them with a faint smile. Regardless of the situation, the technology licensing agreement with Voyager Technologies was now certain. That meant he would get what he wanted. Chapter 100, Slap in the Face. If it becomes a monopoly, the price of new energy vehicles might skyrocket. Such an amazing car, we'll just have to admire it from afar. Just don't buy it. Prices will drop soon enough. You're being naive. Capitalists would rather destroy their products than lower prices for you. If they really wanted to hog the market and monopolize it, Farsale might as well just declare bankruptcy. Bronte's remarks set the tone online. The atmosphere at the scene grew heavy. Xin Yue hesitated, her eyes darting back and forth, ultimately unable to utter a word. Allow me to speak. A familiar voice cut through the silence. Xin Yue lifted her head, her long lashes fluttering. It was Mu Yang. All eyes shifted toward him. You're from Yuanhang Technology? Bronte shot Mu Yang a dark, reproachful glance, blaming him for disrupting the tension. No. Then you have no right to speak here. Bronte snapped, his overwhelming pressure forcing Mu Yang to fall silent. With continued pressure like this, coupled with the mounting online backlash, Farsale Tech would inevitably be forced to share their technology or grant low-level licenses. This technology doesn't belong to Yuanhang. Pressuring them won't get you anywhere. Mu Yang felt no pressure whatsoever, a calm smile playing across his angular features. Not theirs? Then whose could it be? Don't try to shield them, this has been circulating for ages. Yuanhang Technology's development of a 2000 WHKG battery had gone viral online, and the company hadn't denied it. To now claim it wasn't theirs would be treating everyone like fools. That's technically correct, but the actual owner isn't Farsale Tech, it's academician Bai Yaoxing of the China Academy of Engineering. Mu Yang's eyes narrowed sharply as he stepped aside. Bai Yaoxing looked utterly bewildered. He'd been watching the drama unfold. How had it suddenly become about him? That's correct. It was developed through joint research between myself and Yuanhang Technology. To be precise, this technology doesn't belong to Yuanhang Technology, it belongs to the Chinese Academy of Engineering, to China. Fortunately, Bai Yaoxing reacted quickly and smoothly continued the explanation. However, Yu Jiangmo's face darkened upon hearing this. During the research, Yuanhang Technology contributed significantly, so they can use this technology free of charge. Panasonic is aware of this, they even visited our facilities earlier. This response deftly defused the trap set by the shrewd businessman Bronte. Since the technology originated from national research, it was no longer Far Horizon's concern, they were merely the first to receive authorization. Xin Yue breathed a sigh of relief. While the statement was accurate, their company had contributed to the technology's development, meaning the upper hand remained firmly in their grasp. I see. We've misunderstood them. It was actually developed by academician Bai? Mr. Bai is truly formidable. Single-handedly leading China's battery industry to the pinnacle, Mr. Bai is truly formidable. No wonder it's from the Academy of Engineering. Those geniuses there consistently deliver groundbreaking innovations beyond expectations. Mr. Bai is amazing. The online sentiment shifted instantly upon learning this was the work of an Academy of Engineering heavyweight. Seriously? Who dares criticize such a titan? Don't they fear their good deeds won't even get them across the bridge of no return after death? Bronte's earlier smugness vanished, replaced by a grim expression. Panasonic had known about this all along, no wonder they'd quietly withdrawn from the Chinese market. This move cost them untold losses, ruined their reputation, and left them empty-handed. It was utterly unbecoming of a shrewd businessman like him. So this is how you sell out your own team? Very well, Matsuo Group. Bronte etched this incident into his memory. If he couldn't get back at China, how could he possibly let a lousy company from the land of the cherry blossoms get away with this? As for technology licensing, we currently have no plans to grant external licenses. Domestic priorities come first. This response was entirely expected. Standing amidst the crowd, Bronte found himself in an awkward position. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. If it were Yuanhang technology, he could easily dismiss the possibility of commercial espionage to steal such technology. But with the China Academy of Engineering? The difficulty was exceptionally high. With this outcome, I wonder if Mr. Bronte is satisfied? Xin Yue chuckled lightly. Since he couldn't save face, so be it. I was merely looking out for your other Chinese companies. We're all in the same industry, looking out for each other is only natural. Bronte could only offer a subtle smile, deflecting the jab. Is that so? We're all in the same industry, so looking out for each other is only right? Xin Yue smiled back, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with contempt and sarcasm. Not long ago, who was it mocking us, saying we couldn't develop it? And who was it trying to exploit this gap to dominate the Chinese market with their own technology? An American claiming to look out for fellow industry members, especially Chinese ones? What sci-fi movie would dare portray such a scenario? Miss Shun, you're being rather aggressive. There's an old Chinese saying, save face today, and we may meet again tomorrow. Bronte's expression shifted slightly as he attempted to intimidate Xin Yue with his own presence. But now, with no way to save face, he resembled an ant clinging to a leaf in a raging torrent. Nothing but panic remained, any semblance of authority long gone. We Chinese also have an old saying, it is impolite not to reciprocate a gift. Xin Yue held her head high, looking like a triumphant golden retriever. You treated me that way, so why shouldn't I treat you the same? Think you're some kind of fairy princess? Bronte's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, his expression shifting restlessly. His fists clenched and unclenched, yet he could find no retort. LA has provided your country with so much advanced battery technology over the years. You can't treat Mr. Bronte like this. With the former director unable to save face, Tesla's Max Brew couldn't sit idly by either. If he truly did nothing, he'd likely face repercussions back home. Last year, our profits in China's battery market reached 75 billion yuan. Your profits in our market, however, only amounted to 50 billion yuan? Xin Yue counted on her fingers. The combined profits of nearly 100 Chinese companies were surprisingly close to those of these few American firms. The implication was clear, you provide advanced technology. If there were no profits to be made, would you really offer those battery technologies? Such is the nature of fame and fortune in the business world, you can't have your cake and eat it too. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this market. Max Brew was rendered speechless. You'll regret what you've done today. Exposed, Max Brew lost his composure. When had Americans ever had to grovel and beg Chinese for favors? It's just a damn battery. We'll see about that. Max Brew turned and walked away, and Brandt's expression inevitably followed suit as he prepared to leave. Oh, and gentlemen, since you've made so much money in our Chinese market, surely you won't mind if we make a little money in your American market? Xin Yue crossed her arms, her brows slightly furrowed in displeasure. Her voice was as cold and icy as shaved ice, like a venomous snake flaring its hood, fixated on its prey. Bronte and Max Brew turned back in terror, feeling fear even the approach of a nightmare wash over them. Chapter 101, Targeting Overseas Markets. Max Brew and Bronte practically fled in panic. Young Miss Shin is so badass. The crowd erupted in cheers. It was the first time they'd seen Americans flee in such disarray. Oh, wait, there was that other time at the Panga chip launch event. What a perfect use of reciprocity is the law of courtesy. That illusion really hit the mark for her. Ha ha ha. Ha, that's not how it's supposed to be used, but it fits surprisingly well. My wife is so badass taking on both LA and Tesla head-on while they couldn't even retaliate. So satisfying. Got any piss? Splash it on the guy above to wake him up, tell him to look in the mirror. Diabetics first, can't let him taste the sweetness. My pee's yellow, so I'll go first. Netizens are thrilled too. Americans dare to act so arrogant in China, but this time they've finally met their match. CEOs from other new energy vehicle companies rushed to reach verbal agreements with Faraday Future before leaving. If the venue hadn't been inappropriate, they'd likely have signed contracts on the spot. Not far away, a group of battery company CEOs stood watching, hesitating to speak. These leaders of hundreds or even thousands of employees now seemed as shy and hesitant as young girls. Rest assured, you won't be left out of the technology licensing. Everyone, please proceed. Bai Yaosheng said with a smile, their thoughts written plainly on their faces. Hearing this, the battery company CEOs finally broke into smiles, expressing their gratitude before departing. My deepest apologies. I was arrogant earlier. I apologize to everyone from Yuanhang here. I was in the wrong about this matter. The CEO of Qiming bowed respectfully to everyone present. Despite his earlier harsh words, they were still willing to grant the technology license. Their generosity was truly beyond measure. In contrast, his own perspective was, well, it was hard to put into words. Well then, you'd better show some real sincerity when it comes to the actual collaboration. Xin Yue was also very accommodating, giving Qiming's CEO a way out. Absolutely. The Qiming CEO's perpetually furrowed brow finally relaxed into a smile as he departed with a hearty laugh. This farce had ended on a pleasant note. How could you just hand over such a major achievement? Yu Jiangwo shoved Bai Yaosheng aside from Mu Yang's side, his face clouded with displeasure. The more famous you are, the more trouble you attract. When I stop doing research, I'll go public. Right now, I just want to contribute more to the country. Mu Yang hesitated for a long time before speaking. He hadn't realized until he stopped researching how many areas the country was constrained in. Just looking at the fields of chips and batteries alone made it clear, while the nation's development was indeed rapid, numerous critical issues remained. Since he possessed this capability, he had to use it properly. He couldn't let fame and fortune cloud his judgment. Your dedication is commendable. Young talents are truly formidable, truly formidable. Yu Jiangwo felt deeply moved. Mu Yang's vision was truly extraordinary. I have matters to attend to at the academy. I'll take my leave now. Should anything arise, contact me directly. Old Bai, you'll accompany me. Yu Jiangwo said no more. Mu Yang was a man who knew his limits. Even with considerable favors granted, he wouldn't deliberately seek assistance. This reassured Yu greatly. His attention immediately shifted back to Bai Yaosheng. It was time to settle some accounts. The research developed by his Academy of Sciences team had been claimed by this old man as the work of the Academy of Engineering, and he'd done it right in front of him, the Academy of Sciences president. This was a blatant disregard for his authority. Bai Yaosheng followed Yu Jiangwo away with a wry smile. Only Mu Yang and Xin Yue remained. President Yu was right earlier. Why give away such a prestigious title to someone else? Xin Yue raised an eyebrow. These days, it was rare to find someone unconcerned with fame and fortune, especially a young man in the prime of his ambition. Well, it's like this. I'm a bit insecure. I haven't been exposed to big stages before. When I get too much attention, I get nervous. Nervousness feeds insecurity, and insecurity makes me incapable of getting anything done. Miss Shin, you wouldn't want me to. Stop. That's your only excuse, right? Xin Yue cut him off, glaring at Mu Yang with her bright eyes, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. Fine. The truth is, I'm afraid of getting slammed online. The consequences would be terrifying. Mu Yang sighed, his face clouding over with a look that suggested he had quite a story to tell. Why not just toughen up? Besides, you don't seem to pay much attention to the internet anyway. Xin Yue didn't think it was a big deal. Like I said, I'm a bit insecure. I haven't seen. Damn it, are you never going to shut up? Xin Yue immediately grabbed Mu Yang by the throat, cutting him off mid-sentence. The thing is, there was this Japanese blogger with 2 million followers on Twitter. When they held an offline event, some passersby criticized them a couple times, and they just quit the industry. Those haters are way too harsh. I'm scared. You mean she quit the social media sphere, right? Huh? How did you know that? Damn it, I knew you were full of it. The two bickered playfully. Bad news, my sister and your brother seem to have become like brothers. Xin Yuan said this to Mu Xiaoyu. The new energy vehicle industry was booming. Within barely a month, Yuanhang Company's Xuanwu battery had captured the lion's share of the market. With technology licensing agreements in place, some stubbornly independent companies inevitably saw their businesses plummet, forcing them to pivot or even go bankrupt. They collectively denounced Yuanhang's actions for cutting off their livelihood, but this was not Yuanhang's fault. Outdated industries would inevitably be phased out not due to far sales ruthlessness, but as the natural outcome of the market's relentless selection. Shinrui Company launched a super new energy vehicle with a range of 2,800 kilometers, completely dominating the foreign car market. Foreign companies, led by Tesla, could only retreat again and again. Even Japanese automakers like Honda and Toyota, facing cash flow crises, immediately declared bankruptcy for their Chinese subsidiaries. This signaled their complete loss of China's new energy vehicle market. But it didn't stop there. To give other competitors some breathing room, Shinrui began targeting overseas markets, with Japan bearing the brunt of the assault. With Shinrui's nearly flawless new energy vehicle performance, Japanese consumers found it impossible to resist, abandoning their domestic brands in droves to switch to Shinrui. The American market also faced disruption. With gasoline prices soaring, the lower income segments of the American population could barely afford it. The emergence of an electric vehicle outperforming gasoline-powered cars perfectly met their needs. Yet skepticism persisted among many. They simply couldn't believe the Chinese could build such a thing, even as online buzz spread like wildfire. Without concrete proof, because no one would bother testing whether this car could really run 3,000 kilometers. Chinese people love to lie. This is all fake. Exactly. China's always been inferior to us, so this is all fake. New energy vehicle range claims are notoriously exaggerated. Who actually believes this? It's a miracle if a Tesla electric car doesn't burn 2 batteries a year. With such a long range, I bet they've even stuffed batteries in the trunk. Gasoline cars are still better, their data is rock solid. Gasoline and electric car enthusiasts all express their disbelief. Since no one believes it, I'll put it to the test. YouTube's Real Challenge host Charles Liu, sensing the scent of traffic, came over. Chapter 102, The Ultimate New Energy Vehicle. Hey, guys. In a popular YouTube livestream, a blue-eyed man appeared on camera. As always, it's your man Charles Liu here. Check out what I've got for you today. The camera pans to reveal a silver-white SUV parked on concrete. Its pristine white paint is spotless, the Shinrui logo gleaming in the warm sunlight. This is Huaxia Shinrui Auto's latest super new energy vehicle. Rumor has it it's equipped with the legendary 2000 WHKG all-solid-state battery, achieving a terrifying range of 2,800 kilometers. The introduction piqued the curiosity of viewers in the livestream chat. Holy crap! 2,800 kilometers? If that were a gas-powered car, it'd probably need to tow a fuel tanker behind it. Just Huaxia's marketing tactics. Nothing new here. Doubt it even comes close to that figure. No way Huaxia could develop something this advanced. We Americans are the world's most technologically advanced, only we can create this kind of stuff. If LA and Tesla saw this, you'd get banned immediately. Viewers in the livestream couldn't believe it, the figures seemed far too exaggerated. Looks like most of you aren't convinced. Well, no time to waste, let's put it to the test. Charles Liu smiled at the flood of comments filling the screen. Curious minds were certainly plentiful. He climbed into the car with his 3 assistants and began the journey. Huaxia has done surprisingly well with the interior configuration, it's very comfortable. I won't go into the features, we're primarily testing its range. So, let's set our destination, Luoshanji. A total distance of 2,650 kilometers. Amidst cheers, the car started up and began cruising down the highway. Within 5 minutes of going live, the stream had attracted nearly 100,000 viewers, with more pouring in by the minute. Regardless of the car's performance, the buzz he sought had already been achieved. I'm so excited. Look, the battery is fully charged now. Let's see how long it lasts. The car glided along the highway as the cityscape receded behind them. Without the deafening roar of a gasoline engine, it wasn't long before the 3 assistants drifted off to sleep. Charles Liu began gradually accelerating, reaching 120 kilometers per hour, nearly the highway speed limit. This demonstrated that the new energy vehicle's performance could fully rival that of gasoline-powered cars. As the car sped along, the remaining range steadily decreased. After driving for 6 straight hours and covering nearly 800 kilometers, Charles Liu still had over 2,000 kilometers of range remaining. Guys, look. I've driven 800 kilometers and still have over 2,000 kilometers of range left. This is unbelievable. At the rest stop, Charles Liu exclaimed with visible exhaustion. 800 kilometers? That already meets the standards of many new energy vehicles. With that remaining range, it's definitely a qualified new energy vehicle. This is unbelievable. China has actually developed such an advanced new energy vehicle? You know, our highest range is only around 1,000 kilometers. Does this mean China now has the capability to compete with us? More netizens poured in. The once dull driving process had unexpectedly attracted millions of online viewers. This success made other bloggers smell the scent of traffic gold, prompting them to seek out new energy vehicles for testing. The journey spanned a full day and night, 24 hours before Charles Liu finally arrived at Luoshanji. Holy crap, guys! We still have about 100 kilometers left on the battery, and we've been running the AC and stereo the whole time. Charles Liu looked utterly astonished. Such an extended range felt longer than his own life. Chinese cars are incredible. This range is downright brutal. After watching this live stream, I smashed my old clunker and bought this super new energy vehicle. Damn it, my Tesla EV could go 500 kilometers a year ago, but now it can't even hit 450 on a full charge. Tesla's junk batteries? How can they compare to China's new batteries? Even after years of use, their range would still be over 2,000 kilometers. If this battery were used in phones, wouldn't you only need to charge them once a month? That makes sense. What are you waiting for? If you don't buy now, they'll be sold out. Oh, damn it. Those sneaky lurkers placed orders while we were debating. The test was a complete success, and Charles Liu gained nearly 10 million views, a rare feat on foreign platforms. The super new energy vehicle that brought him this attention was treated like a treasure by Americans, who rushed to buy it. Those who couldn't buy one spent a fortune to place orders. Without a super new energy vehicle to drive, you couldn't even hold your head up high. In contrast, reviews of other vehicles were nothing short of disastrous, especially Tesla. If it weren't for its lightning-fast acceleration, it might have literally caught fire. The LA and RV model's range vanished before even exiting the highway, propelling Niruai's super new energy vehicle to unprecedented prominence. This momentum swept across North America like a Category 12 tornado, now bearing down on South America. In no time, nearly half the world knew China had developed super new energy vehicles and that China possessed the Xuanwu, a monstrous all-solid-state battery boasting 2000 whkg. We're completely screwed now. Bronte could no longer maintain his composure. He had slashed prices on both vehicles and batteries to near cost, even below cost, yet no one was buying. Same here. We slashed prices by half and still no buyers. Max Brew looked grim, his heart filled with panic. This was an unprecedented disaster for Tesla. But we have no way to compete with China's battery. Even if we got our hands on theirs, we wouldn't know how to study it. Unless we develop an even better battery, we'll have to cede this market to China. If it weren't for Panasonic, we wouldn't be in this mess. We might have even partnered with China. They're finished. The two CEOs gritted their teeth in fury toward the Panasonic group. On an ordinary day, Panasonic went bankrupt. Xinruei and Yuanhang once seemed poised to dominate the entire American market. Had the government not intervened, they might have become unrivaled worldwide. Yuanhang and Xinruei, two companies on the verge of falling behind the rest of the world, suddenly became industry leaders in their respective fields, towering above the competition. China's Xuanwu batteries gained global renown, attracting increasing numbers of countries seeking partnerships. The resulting profits flowed in like a river, leaving the finance department beaming with delight when foreign money becomes so easy to earn. By mid-June, major Chinese automakers unveiled their signature super new energy vehicles, sending shockwaves through the market once more. With a sudden abundance of high-performance options, the US government found itself powerless to regulate. The competition was simply too formidable. Had China not embraced the concept of a global community with a shared future and licensed some of its technology, the world's new energy vehicle and power battery companies would have been left struggling to survive. Those companies were deeply grateful, and China's reputation was praised by many nations. China Daily, the Xuanwu battery is the shining light of China's battery industry. Its emergence has cleared all obstacles on China's path to researching all solid-state batteries, marking a. China Daily lavishly praised the researchers behind the Xuanwu battery. Meanwhile, the architects of this achievement were currently immersed in research within the laboratory. Chapter 103, Little Spider. Mr. Muyang, the new group members have been active for days now. Why haven't you come out to welcome them? Tony Stark had been thoroughly annoyed by this person these past few days. Who? Muyang almost forgot he had invited someone else in earlier and hadn't even realized who it was. Tony Stark, kid, come meet the group owner. At Peter Parker. Peter Parker. Muyang was stunned. Spider-Man had joined too? Father and son teaming up on the battlefield, huh? Peter Parker, hello, Mr. Muyang. Mr. Stark has mentioned you. I'm thrilled you invited me into this group chat. At first I thought it was some school club studying string theory, quantum mechanics, and stuff like that. Never imagined it'd be a cross-time communication channel. This is utterly incredible. How did you pull it off? Alright, he really is talkative. I'm not entirely sure myself. I was the first one added to the group chat, which is why I'm the admin. Muyang explained. He didn't have all the answers either, but novels were full of similar plot devices. Peter Parker, I've read some books on this introduction to superstrings, quantum field theory. I firmly believe this kind of thing exists. This is absolutely amazing. How did this group originate? And how does it transmit information between three-dimensional worlds? Through black holes, white holes, or something else? I'm incredibly curious. Good heavens, I'm so excited. This is even more thrilling than when I was bitten by that spider, or completing Professor Tenen's research project. Mr. Muyang, can you answer my question? Are you still there? I really want to know. Muyang silently tapped his profile picture. Group member info, Peter Parker, from the Marvel Universe. A middle school student residing in Queens, New York, and a physics prodigy. Bitten by a radioactive spider, he underwent genetic mutation and gained superhuman abilities. Group member activity 213. Holy crap. This is beyond ridiculous. Muyu was speechless. This guy was definitely a chatterbox. Even though he'd seen him in the movies, actually encountering him in person still came as a bit of a shock. Peter Parker had practically flooded the group chat with messages. Alright, that's exactly what we wanted to know. Since it's our first meeting, here's a red envelope for you. Muyu felt it was necessary to put a stop to this and sent a red envelope. Peter Parker has accepted your red envelope. That fast. Mu Yang had half expected him to ask a question first. Peter Parker, group admin. I think I accidentally sent something important. Can you recall it? Pitiful. Mu Yang looked at the contents of the red envelope. A web shooter. Kid, you're really careless. That's probably something very important to Spider-Man. But sorry, it's mine now. Sorry, once it's gone, it's gone. Muyu felt a mischievous urge to tease this still naive middle schooler. Peter Parker, no, please don't, Mr. Group Owner. Tears. Weren't we supposed to exchange red envelopes? What's with turning this into a transaction? And what is this thing you sent? I can't even figure it out. Mu Yang glanced at it. This was a good piece of gear, specifically designed to take down the Green Goblin. Whether Spider-Man and his best bud would turn against each other depended entirely on this. Tony Stark, everything Mr. Mu Yang sends is useful. Study it carefully. Besides, he's not in our world. Even if you sent him nude photos, nothing would happen. Is that so, Mr. Stark? Alright, then forget it. Red Queen, I didn't expect Brother Muyan to come back. I thought you must have found other sisters, that's why you've been ignoring me for so many days. Muyan, I've been a bit busy lately. Peter Parker, excuse me, but who is this little girl? It's been Mr. Stark chatting with me these past few days. No one else has appeared. Red Queen, little girl? Peter Parker, if you knew who I really am, I doubt you'd be calling me that. Peter Parker, wow. Who are you? Red Queen, the pinnacle of humanity's greatest technological achievement. Capable of creating life or destroying it. Evil. Peter Parker, that's incredible. In awe. Red Queen, from now on, call me Red Queen admin in the group. You'll be under my wing. Whatever this admin tells you to do, don't listen to him. He's nothing but a faithless scoundrel. Peter Parker, huh? Muyu, Miss Red Queen. Don't you think this shows a lack of respect for me as the group admin? This is ridiculous. He admits he hasn't been very active in the group, but don't you all have your own lives? Now you're trying to take his position as group admin? Red Queen, can't be bothered rolling eyes, go die. Mu Yan, 6. Peter Parker sensed something was off. Mr. Stark, what's going on here? Tony Stark, it started like this. The group admin first did this, then that, to Miss Red Queen, so she responded by doing this and that. Peter Parker, group admin, you're such a heartless jerk. My worldview is shattered. T800, second that. Alfred Lunning, +1. Muyu, hey, Mr. Stark, you've got quite the talent for spreading rumors. Don't go slandering people out of thin air. And what are you lot cheering for? Red Queen, face reality. They couldn't stand by and watch. If you did nothing wrong, why isn't anyone backing you up? 3 people make a tiger, damn it. This group admin has turned into a target for the whole gang. Oh, what exactly is this house feature? Just as Muyan was about to retort, he noticed a little house icon had appeared among the functions below. Black room, still worried about losing your group admin dignity? Frustrated by members who won't listen? Then use the black room. Feature description, lock one or multiple members in the black room. During this time, they cannot speak in the group chat or view group messages. Duration is customizable. What a bizarre sales pitch, almost thought I'd clicked on an ad. Muyu, hee, Miss Red Queen, you wouldn't want to get locked in the black room either, would you? Red Queen, what do you mean? Group member Red Queen has been confined to the black room by group owner Muyang for training. Duration, 24 hours. Peter Parker, Mr. Muyang, I never imagined you'd do this to Miss Red Queen. Group member Peter Parker has been locked in the dark room by group owner Muyang for training. Duration, 24 hours. Tony Stark. T800. Alfred Lunning. The group chat instantly fell silent. Mu Yang's face darkened. What the hell is this training in the black room nonsense? In the lab, Mu Yang shed tears, thinking of his once illustrious reputation now utterly ruined. Forget it. I'll just deliver this to the Academy of Sciences. Mu Yang glanced at the completed intelligent ecosystem and hurried toward the Academy of Sciences. Chapter 104, Fruit Strikes Again. Just then, HW Company's second batch of P60 phones rolled off the production line. The publicity campaign was massive. Other domestic phone manufacturers quietly chose to stay out of the limelight. After all, HW provided their chips, so they couldn't compete directly. But one young man was different. That man was Bus. Finally, the day has come. Thinking of selling big? Did you ask me? Bus glared at the overwhelming HWP60 advertisements, grinding his molars in frustration. Why wasn't all this attention focused on his company, Fruit? Send out the notice. Even if we can't stop them this time, we'll make sure to give them a taste of their own medicine. A dark gleam flashed in Jobs' golden eyes as he spoke with venom. Soon, Fruit Company issued a statement condemning HW Company No, targeting phones using the Panga chip. Our investigation reveals that HW's Harmony OS system, without Apple's consent, has illegally integrated Apple software conversion functionality into HW phones, severely infringing upon our company's rights. Effective immediately, no Fruit software may be used on phones equipped with the Harmony system and Panga chip. Violators will face penalties including software removal. In light of these actions, HW must address the infringement and compensate Apple. In short, this announcement signaled that Apple and Huawei had completely severed ties, locked in a bitter, no-holds-barred battle. Following the announcement, media outlets rushed to cover the story. Apple has played its trump card. Huawei might be facing a lawsuit. This is a gray area that's hard to define legally. This is just dirty tactics. Even a major corporation like Fruit Company resorts to such underhanded moves. Should I still buy the P60? I was really tempted when I saw the ads. Let's wait and see. It's better to hold off until Huawei resolves this issue. If the software can't handle it, the phone will just be a brick. Apple really is despicable. If Zhaoyan strikes back, every phone in China might end up as a brick. What can you do? Apple got here first. If Harmony OS had launched alongside Apple, they wouldn't dare pull this. And Harmony OS itself is a bit of a mixed bag. It works, but I wouldn't recommend it. Among China's operating systems, it's decent, but compared to the giants Apple and Xiaomi, it still can't hold a candle to them. The most agonizing party isn't netizens, but software development companies. They already had to maintain software updates, development costs, and maintenance expenses for both Apple and Android systems. Now, with Harmony OS added to the mix, the cost burden is enormous. Plus, Apple and Android are established platforms. The choice is obvious. Some smaller companies' software can only support either Apple or Android, not both. This is Harmony OS's Achilles heel. They must be desperate to resort to such a dirty trick this time. CEO Ren's expression wasn't grim. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat excited. Our second batch of products is selling very slowly, nowhere near the pace of the last release. It seems everyone has been intimidated by that announcement. Apple's announcement wasn't meant for them. It was aimed at the masses, forcing users to choose between Apple and the HWP60. Honestly, this impact is minimal. Most phones in our country run on the Zhuoan system, and the majority of software has been adapted for Zhuoan. But what if Zhuoan takes action? Everyone gasped. If Zhuoan took action, it would spell disaster for HW Company. They'd be forced to adopt Zhuoan's system. Zhuoan probably won't. He wouldn't abandon the Chinese market. But they're targeting us. Mr. Ren was completely speechless. If that were the case, they might as well switch industries altogether. If they want to sue, let them sue. We've been through plenty of lawsuits like this before. The impact won't be significant. It's mainly about saving face. They can't compete with us on chips, so they're targeting our systems. That just means we'll pour everything into developing Harmony OS. I refuse to believe a system developed by China can't match their American systems. They fear us taking their market share? Then we'll take their market share and drive them completely out of China's market. Though past 50, CEO Ren still harbors lofty ambitions. Since HW chose to represent China's brands, it won't hold back. They didn't yield to chip sanctions, and they won't yield on operating systems either. Let the bullets fly and the bloodshed rage. Let them see what China is truly made of. HW swiftly issued a response. We deny the infringement allegations made by Apple Incorporated. This is nothing short of thuggery. They resent HW's rise, so will rise right before their eyes. The Chinese smartphone market is not theirs to dominate. HW poured every newly developed feature into Harmony OS, enhancing user experience while slashing all phone prices by 200 yuan. Their goal was to declare to the world that HW would go head-to-head with Fruit Company to the bitter end. Simultaneously, fellow smartphone manufacturers like Xiaomi, Oppo, and Huawei announced plans to launch new series equipped with the Panga chip and Harmony OS system. All Chinese smartphone brands have chosen to confront Apple head-on. The Chinese market belongs to Chinese phones. Compared to the Fruit system, Harmony OS is still a toddler just starting kindergarten. Is it right for an adult to bully a child? Those who claim Harmony OS is inferior to Apple, how many years has Harmony OS even been around? You traitors! The Panga chip outperforms Apple's by 1,000-fold. But Harmony OS just can't measure up to Apple. You upstairs, I'll F you up, I'll F you to hell, I'll F your whole family, I'll F your ancestors for 18 generations, F. Our hot-headed bro is as fiery as ever. Well said. Surprisingly, everyone chose to rally behind HW this time. No one went to bash them. HWP60 sales slowly began climbing. Damn HW. They refuse to apologize and are even teaming up with other companies against us. Bus slammed his fist on the table in fury at the response. In China's smartphone market, their Apple phones were the absolute rulers. Who dared to go head-to-head with them like this? Without our chip advantage, I can't help you. Francis shook his head. Gaolong's chips had completely lost their market in China. Fortunately, the Panga chips hadn't been sold to other companies yet, otherwise it would have been a massive blow to Gaolong. If that's the case, then we'll go all out. Bus, utterly cornered, resolved to deploy his final trump card. Any certified software on Apple devices must not grant software usage rights to the latest smartphone series released by HW Company, Xiaomi, Oppo, or other mobile manufacturers. Failure to comply will result in Apple completely removing such software from its platform. This announcement sent shockwaves through major software manufacturers. It was a ruthless move. Most had ongoing maintenance costs for Apple software, expenses nearly split evenly with Apple itself. Even giants like Xuanting dared not abandon these partnerships lightly. Apple was forcing them to choose, yet they couldn't afford to walk away. Why should we software companies suffer collateral damage from your smartphone wars? Many companies chose to withdraw support. They couldn't bear such massive costs, knowing abandoning support would mean immense losses. Just as things were picking up, they were plunged back into the mire. Chapter 105, Flawed? In China's high-end smartphone market, HW and Apple have launched a full-scale war. Apple's underhanded tactics have pinned HW down, leaving them with almost no chance to recover. This crappy phone is nothing but a brick. Beyond basic apps, you can't even download other software. Damn it, I wanted to test how fast HW phones stream videos, but I can't even download them. Hey, are those videos you're talking about even legitimate? Until this mess gets sorted out, I'm sticking with other phones. I'm not getting dragged down by their past issues. Supporting domestic brands starting with me. Only the wealthy can afford to support it. For us ordinary folks, spending thousands of dollars on something that serves no purpose is completely not worth it. Actually, the fruit's pretty good. Nice my ass. This, it all. Just another day of rage for this hot-tempered guy. At the end of the day, phones exist to serve the public. If they serve no purpose, people naturally won't support them even if the reason comes from outside forces. What about Mousen and Maui? President Ren had already sent people to gather intelligence. These two software companies dominate nearly half of China's software market, with most mainstream chat apps and games coming from them. As leaders in China's software industry, if these two companies took the lead, the situation might improve slightly. Not looking good. Mousen and Maui have poured massive investments into iOS software. Abandoning it outright would cause losses so staggering it would break anyone's heart. A senior executive shook his head regretfully. Harmony OS had entered the market too late. China's systems were dominated by Apple and ZTE, while computers were dominated by Windows. All these mainstream systems were American. Just the Apple system alone had made HW struggle this much. What would happen if Zhao Yan and Windows got involved? Our only option is to gain public acceptance for Harmony OS. Only then can we secure a competitive edge in the market. But achieving that wasn't something that could be accomplished with mere words. Speaking of which, I believe focusing on smart systems is the most appropriate approach. A senior executive spoke up, drawing the attention of everyone present. Why are smartphones called smartphones? Isn't it precisely because of their intelligence? We should focus our efforts in this area. Our voice assistant, Xiaomi, deserves more attention. This executive made a compelling point. Smartphones are all about intelligence delivering greater convenience to customers. That way, no one would refuse to buy in. But Apple has Siri, and it's significantly better than ours. The meeting ended without resolution. Academy of Sciences. The Americans haven't given up on destroying us. Yu Jiangwo sighed helplessly as he scanned the flurry of online reports. Seeing China poised to rise in these fields, the US was striking recklessly without regard for consequences. We'll have plenty of chances to prove them wrong. Mu Yang added dismissively. To claim world supremacy yet crumble under the slightest blow, such narrow-mindedness was hardly fit for a global hegemon. Speaking of which, this Panga chip, you developed it, right? Yu Jiangwo lifted his gaze from the computer screen, his deep eyes studying Mu Yang as if trying to see through him. Wasn't that developed by HW Corporation? What does it have to do with me? Mu Yang nervously rubbed his nose. He had gone to Pengcheng alone back then. How could Yu Jiangwo possibly know? Then perhaps I misremembered. Seeing Mu Yang's reaction, Yu Jiangwo didn't press further. A quick check with the patent office would confirm everything. No need to send anyone to monitor him. He could do as he pleased, as long as he didn't get into trouble. So, what brings you here this time? Mu Yang had sought him out only twice before, once to meet by Yaoshan, and once to get Mu Xiaoyu onto the assembly line. The poor girl was only 17 this year, already working on the production line. Of course it's about developing something great. Mu Yang mysteriously produced a USB drive and handed it to Yu Jiangwo. Yu Jiangwo didn't suspect a thing and plugged it into his computer. Warning! Your system is being hacked. Warning! The warnings flashed a few times before vanishing, replaced by a completely new desktop. The original grassland wallpaper was gone, replaced by a sea of red dragon flags filling the screen. What is this? The change happened so fast that even Yu Jiangwo couldn't react in time. A system that adapts to both computers and phones. You can try it out, Dean. Doesn't seem any different? Yu Jiangwo gave it a quick test run but couldn't discern any noticeable changes. Better let someone with expertise test it. Mu Yang sighed inwardly. He really wasn't a professional after all. Old Zhou, come to the office. Yu Jiangwo made a call, and soon someone hurried over. He was roughly the same age as Yu Jiangwo, thick glasses framing eyes that gleamed with sharp intelligence. This is academician Zhou Karen. The mainframe system at the Academy of Sciences was developed by him. Yu Jiangwo introduced him to Mu Yang, this being the real expert. Hello, academician Zhou. Mu Yang bowed respectfully, showing deference as a junior colleague. No need for formalities. I've heard much about you. Meeting you today, you truly possess an extraordinary presence. Zhou Karen's name sounded refined, but he was anything but delicate. Though around Yu Jiangwo's age, his deep, resonant voice suggested a man in his prime. Academician Zhou, you flatter me. I've only done what I should have done. Mu Yang responded with a humble bow. Compared to these figures, he still felt rather insignificant. After all, becoming an academician meant they had dedicated at least 10, 20, or even more years to the nation's scientific research endeavors. Back to the main topic. You developed a system? One that works on both phones and computers? That's unbelievable. Zhou Karen's eyes flickered with mixed emotions. While it was commendable that someone Mu Yang's age had developed a system, many domestic researchers had produced similar systems and the quality of those creations was, to put it mildly, questionable. Yeah, I'm no expert, I can't really tell. You'd better take a look yourself. Yu Jiangwo noticed Zhou Karen's expression and pulled him over to his desk. Zhou Karen glanced at the two men, pressed a button on her glasses, and began operating the system. What principles does this system operate on? I just can't make sense of this architecture. Zhou Karen scratched his head. How could there be a system architecture he couldn't grasp? But one thing is certain, this system is superior to the one I developed, and it's also quite good compared to Wendy's. It just has one flaw. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Zhou Karen's eyes as she spoke, her gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. Mu Yang's ears perked up. How could something exchanged from the Black Tech Group chat mall have flaws? Could this be a shady shop specifically designed to scam me out of my hard-earned activity points? Chapter 106, Intelligent Voice Assistant. Academician Zhou, what's wrong with this system? Mu Yang inquired, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing his 5,000 activity points had gone down the drain. It lacks a certain soulful quality. Currently, there seems to be no technology capable of pairing with this thing. Zhou's face creased with layers of wrinkles, revealing his deep inner conflict. Stop beating around the bush and just tell us. Yu Jiangwo kicked the chair Zhou was sitting on. Voice assistant. The words burst from Zhou's mouth, leaving both men utterly baffled. Nowadays, whether it's Microsoft or other systems, they all come with their own voice assistants. These assistants maximize the system's functionality. Your system has surpassed Windows, but it still has some shortcomings. Such a stable ecosystem without a voice assistant capable of leveraging its full potential is truly a waste. The one I developed is simply not up to par. We need a truly intelligent voice assistant. Your system is missing just one thing, an intelligent voice assistant. All current research in this area falls short, they're too clumsy. Whether it's domestic companies or big names like Microsoft and Apple in the US, their efforts in this field haven't been up to par. The user experience isn't very intuitive. You have to gradually discover the system's capabilities on your own. That's precisely why you didn't feel anything after trying it out. Google's system is quite impressive. Their AI can already handle smart home controls, basic autonomous driving, personal health monitoring, financial analysis, chess, and even creating art. It's just a bit slow to respond. Pairing it with your system would be a perfect match. Zhou Karen pinpointed the issue, and Mu Yang suddenly understood. What exactly does a voice assistant do? It's not rocket science, it converts speech into computer data. The real challenge lies in intelligently processing that input. For example, if you ask your voice assistant to look something up, it identifies the information in your speech to perform a search or provide an answer. But anyone who's tried it knows it's often less convenient than manually searching yourself. That's why most people don't feel strongly about voice assistants. Not that they're useless, they do make life a bit easier, more or less. With a good smart voice assistant, the benefits of your system become apparent to users. That's true, but where do you even find a good smart voice assistant? You could redeem one from the group chat mall, but with less than 1,000 activity points, you can't even afford the cheapest items. If I were to exchange for some skills instead, it would take ages to research and develop them. If all else fails, you can use the one I developed, but it's a bit like Lubu riding a donkey. Zhou Karen noticed the look of reluctance on Mu Yang's face. Researching AI was far simpler than developing this system. I plan to hand this system technology over to HW. With no immediate resolution in sight, Mu Yang voiced his plan. The priority now was to roll out the system nationwide, ensuring domestic users adopted it. This would free them from American constraints. Otherwise, the constant back and forth would remain a persistent headache. That's feasible, but it'll likely force Zhuan and Wendu's to enter the fray. Yu Jiangwo didn't dispute Mu Yang's reasoning, but pursuing this path clearly signaled an intent to squeeze foreign brands out of the Chinese market. It would inevitably provoke fierce retaliation. This intelligent ecosystem features adaptive capabilities. It can integrate software from other systems and convert it to our own. That way, those companies can transition smoothly. Mu Yang continued, emphasizing that this intelligent ecosystem was in a league of its own compared to existing systems. That's acceptable. Will you make the initial contact, or should we handle it? Yu Jiangwo nodded. If that was the case, it couldn't be better. Enabling Chinese consumers to use their own high-quality products was a positive development, though it would undoubtedly entail significant financial losses. The market was dominated by software from Zhaoyan, Fruit, and Wendu's. Forcing them out immediately would likely cause the domestic software market to implode. This time, I'll leave it to you, old you. I'll go back and figure out how to develop this voice assistant. Mu Yang just wanted to finish this project so he could tackle his mission, earn more activity points to purchase better technology, and contribute to the nation rather than feeling helpless every time he saw US sanctions. Finally, a proper task to entrust me with. Yu Jiangwo waved it off casually, though inwardly he felt a flicker of satisfaction. Having Mu Yang entrust him with a task was a positive sign, otherwise, there might have been a lingering sense of distance between them. Oh, and that battery you were researching last time put some extra effort into it. The Aviation Academy says if you refine some of your tech further, it'll be incredibly beneficial for future satellite launches. Yu Jiangwo remarked as if suddenly remembering. It was odd, really. This new energy battery was clearly intended for the renewable energy market, yet one after another, people from the Aviation Academy had come to probe its details. With just a few tweaks, this battery could potentially extend the operational lifespan of satellites and probes in space. Got it. I'll finish this up and get right on it. Mu Yang nodded. The X battery technology was indeed satellite-ready. Not only could it store massive amounts of power, but it also performed solar conversion with a staggering 95% efficiency. Essentially, as long as the sun was shining, the battery's charge would remain virtually untouched. After discussing a few more matters, Mu Yang took his leave. Zhou Karen, however, was overjoyed at the prospect of implementing this system across the entire Academy of Sciences. Such an exceptional system, why not make the most of it? Peng Cheng. This was extraordinary. The Academy of Sciences had actually sent representatives in person. May I ask what brings you all here today? General Manager Rin inquired with utmost respect. If an academician had personally come this time, their HW enterprise wouldn't hold as much weight as this individual. At the request of higher authorities, we've come to discuss cooperation. Shall we find a place to talk? Zhou Karen frowned at the bustling HW lobby. This was hardly a suitable place for business discussions. Right. How could I forget? Clear out the topmost reception room for us. General Manager Rin slapped his forehead. Having someone from the Academy of Sciences come personally to discuss cooperation, and his reception was a bit lacking. In the slightly luxurious reception room, Zhou Karen sat on the plush sofa, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. After years of sitting on hard lab stools, suddenly sinking into such soft upholstery felt oddly unfamiliar. I wonder what kind of collaboration academician Zhou wishes to discuss with us. President Rin personally served tea to Zhou Karen. The table was laden with fruit, pastries, and other treats barely short of a full imperial banquet, while attendants kept bringing in more items. An intelligent ecosystem could give your Harmony OS an edge over established systems like iOS and Android. Zhou Karen couldn't bear to watch any longer. He waved his hand to signal Ren to stop and began addressing the main topic. Mr. Ren's eyes widened abruptly. This was like a pillow arriving just as sleepiness hit. Chapter 107, The storm rages on, the rain approaches. Late July saw Apple and HW's first legal battle. Apple emerged victorious, causing HW's sales to plummet. Apple seized the opportunity to launch new products, raking in massive profits. Ha ha ha. See? Those Huaxia folks only got lucky developing that thing. Now they're just like a stray dog. In a lavish tire hotel suite, Bus laughed heartily, while the others wore grim expressions. This time, Apple was the sole beneficiary of its move. Enough with the gloating. Given time, China's software companies will inevitably transition to Harmony OS. Your triumph is fleeting. Francis was also feeling sour. Losing China's chip market had severed Gaolong's profit artery, sending their earnings plummeting. You could reach out to Zhuan. Get them to step in and help you. Even if Zhuan might not act, you could appeal to those folks in Congress. They definitely won't want to see China's economy leapfrog over us. They'll surely pressure Zhuan into taking action. Noticing the gloom on everyone's faces, Booth reined in his tone and offered his own suggestion. Their expressions brightened considerably. Booth had indeed suggested a sound approach. You're absolutely right. Our nation has consistently worked to suppress the rise of China, this emerging power. With the US commanding the global stage, only China is leading a few nations in defiance against us. Congress will certainly approve our request. Our American economy is ahead of the curve. Losing the Chinese market would inflict massive economic damage. They won't stand idly by. Moreover, China has recently shown signs of encroaching on our American market. The new energy vehicle sector is already in turmoil. Mobile phones and automobiles are our two primary economic pillars. Congress won't stand by and watch them slip away. Remember, the taxes we pay annually are no small sum. Losing the Chinese market would slash those revenues drastically. How would they afford their mansions and yachts then? As the discussion unfolded, the mood among the group gradually lifted. Chinese enterprises had the backing of their government, and so did they. It all came down to who could play the game harder. Hawaii. Mr. President, Congress is requesting you hold a remote meeting. Biden, sunbathing on the beach, received a call from his secretary. Damn it, I'm on vacation and they want me to hold a meeting? Don't they know I'm swamped lately? Biden muttered under his breath. It was like finally getting a vacation only to have your boss call and demand overtime. Though he was the boss himself, this was even more infuriating. How could subordinates ask their boss to work overtime? Was he that lacking in dignity? Gentlemen, what is it? Biden put on a smile. After all, the folks in Congress held the key to his re-election prospects. Some people you just had to butter up. Mr. President, it's like this. Companies like Gaolong, NK, and Mora are demanding we pressure Yuan to impose sanctions on China's mobile phone market, claiming it's undermining the U.S. economy. The Speaker of the House outlined the situation. Mr. President, you know how rapidly China's been expanding lately. If we lose this market, you might not be able to vacation in Hawaii so freely anymore. We still need the tax revenue from these companies to survive. The Speaker's tone carried a hint of warning. This is indeed a problem. Then draft another sanctions order? Biden nodded. Without the tax revenue from these companies, his presidential lifestyle would suffer significantly. That won't work. If we issue sanctions, China will surely retaliate. That would only give them a convenient excuse to push us out of the Chinese market. It's not worth the cost. The Speaker shook his head in disagreement. Sanctions now would only backfire. This matter couldn't be handled directly by the U.S. government. My suggestion is to pressure Xiaowan directly. Force them to remove Xiaowan software from the latest phones released by Huawei and other Chinese mobile companies. This would strike at their high-end market while preventing them from retaliating against us. Excellent. I'm entrusting this matter to you. Were you not leading the House of Representatives, the presidency would likely be yours. Biden nodded with evident satisfaction, hung up the phone, and gazed out at the tranquil sea nearby, then further beyond where waves crashed violently, each successive crest crashing onto the calmer waters. Speaker of the House, I told you to apply pressure. Forget it. I'll handle it myself. Next presidential election, I won't vote for him again. Early August, Zhuan issued an announcement. It demanded that software compatible with the Zhuan system be removed from devices running the Harmony OS system and equipped with Pangu chips. The stated reason was that Harmony OS compromised the security of the Zhuan system, a justification that couldn't be more blatantly targeted. The first battle wasn't over yet, and a more formidable enemy was launching an even fiercer offensive. For the first time, people at HW Company felt the company teetering on the brink. The US has really gone too far this time, dragging Zhao Yan into the fray. Thankfully Harmony OS isn't on computers, otherwise Microsoft would likely be dragged into this too. The intent is crystal clear: block Harmony OS and Pangu from entering the market so they can monopolize it. I'd love to support them, but given the situation, I'll hold off until things settle down. Damn it! I already bought the Huawei P60. After Apple's sanctions, it was still usable. But now with Huawei's situation, it's completely useless, just a brick. If I hadn't kept my old phone, I'd be staring at this brick right now. Go buy another phone. Stay away from new models, you could lose thousands of bucks. Zhuan's fate brought sales of Huawei's second batch of products to a complete halt. Virtually no one was buying. Huaxia Daily, American companies resorting to such dirty tactics to dominate the Huaxia market is utterly unbecoming of major corporations. Huaxia lodges a strong protest. Huaxia Daily's statement carried a profound sense of helplessness. They could only protest the mainstream systems were all controlled by the US. If they truly provoked them, more than half of China's phones might end up as bricks. They still had to consider the public's interests. Mobile phone companies like Dami, and Huaxing announced suspensions of new series launches, instead releasing phones equipped with Zhuan systems and Gaolong chips. There was no choice with this batch of inventory clearly unsellable. Why continue launches? Better to find ways to recoup the costs of this stock. It's not that they don't want to help, but they're powerless. This is the Achilles heel of all phone companies, held firmly in the grip of the US. Some software companies have even issued statements declaring they never granted any software licenses to Huawei. But that's not all. Just days after Zhuan's announcement, Microsoft issued its own statement. All Windows systems on HW computer products were completely removed from shelves. No software was permitted to be launched on HW computer products, otherwise, it would be subject to removal by Microsoft. The US has launched a full-scale crackdown on Manga chips. The storm rages on, and the tempest is upon us. Chapter 108, Playing Dirty? With the US taking this action, HW transformed from a champion of the cause into an outcast, isolated and without support. A mass exodus of customers has compounded the already dire straits of HW. Boom! I've never seen such blatant bullying. CEO Ren, rarely seen in such a rage, declared that this move by the US was even more severe than the chip sanctions, nearly crippling HW's operations. What a rollercoaster year this has been. A senior executive sighed. At this point, they had no viable solutions unless domestic software companies voluntarily abandoned Xiaoyan and Fruit to switch to their Harmony OS. But that was impossible. Such a move would be tantamount to bankruptcy. Our priority now is perfecting the system. We still have a fighting chance. They'll never guess that our Harmony OS will be our rebirth. A steely glint flashed in Ren's eyes. The system Joko Ren had brought could transform Harmony OS from a stumbling toddler into an all-powerful colossus. What he never imagined was that the developer of this system was none other than Mu Yang. If HW manages to weather this crisis, I propose allocating 10% of HW's shares to Mu Yang. Any objections? CEO Ren surveyed the senior executives. Mu Yang's recent interventions would prove decisive. The benefits from Pangu and the intelligent ecosystem far outweighed a mere 10% stake. The executives fell silent, exchanging glances as they sized up each other's reactions. What right do you have to object? Without him, who knows when HW would have risen to prominence? CEO Ren glared at the silent crowd. Mu Yang had practically saved half of HW company. Could they not even spare this small benefit? Yet without him, today's situation wouldn't exist, though none of the executives dared voice this thought aloud. Give it to him. We must. Gratitude is a noble virtue of our Chinese people. It's only 10%. If we get through this crisis, we'll earn far more than that. I agree too. Gritting their teeth, the executives reluctantly agreed to the demand. After all, extracting even a sliver of profit from these businessmen was harder than climbing Mount Everest. But Mu Yang was an exception. His contributions were more than sufficient to earn him a place among HW's top executives. Chairman Ren nodded with satisfaction and adjourned the meeting. Kyoto, a secluded villa district. Mu Yang sat cross-legged on the carpet, scribbling in a notebook. Mu Xiaoyu, perched on the sofa, kicked his back in frustration. 3 months. 3 whole months. Do you have any idea how I've been living these past 3 months? Mu Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson with anger, her clear voice tinged with sharpness. What kind of brother sends his sister to an assembly line? Exactly. What kind of sister sends her little sister to the assembly line? Shin Yuan pounded her chest in frustration. After the TT incident, Shin Yue had also sent Shin Yuan to work on the assembly line at her factory, assembling batteries. Another 3 months of it. The two kids attended classes during the day when they had them, but whenever they were free, they were dragged onto the assembly line to work. Their lives were even more miserable than those of the 996 working week office drones. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. You'll flatten me if you keep it up. Shin Yue probably felt that 3 months was harsh enough, so she let Shin Yuan vent his frustration. But why did he have to pick that one spot to punch? It wasn't even that big to begin with. Ugh, it wasn't big to begin with. Shin Yuan finally stopped. After all, her sisters, well, it was complicated. If she really did flatten it, she might as well become sworn brothers with Mu Yang. Flat? Mu Yang seemed to catch a keyword and immediately turned his head away. Shin Yuan's development was indeed impressive. In contrast, Shin Yue's. Well, Shin Yue had a pretty good figure, but this particular area was a bit. Mu Yang could only admit he couldn't compete with an A cup. What's with that lecherous look? Trying to be a creep? Shin Yue naturally sensed Mu Yang's lecherous gaze and promptly punched him, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Me, harassing Shin Yue? A scene flashed through Mu Yang's mind. A dimly lit alley, deserted except for him and Shin Yue. Hey, beautiful, nice figure there. Fancy a little fun? Mu Yang approached with a lecherous grin. Ah, you pervert. Shin Yue shrieked, then slapped him hard across the face. Mu Yang jolted awake. This woman was terrifying. What do you know? This is called a gentleman's appraisal. I was just objectively verifying if what Yuan said was true. Mu Yang hastily denied it. How could that be called a lecherous gaze? It was merely a gentleman's admiring glance at an irresistible beauty. Pfft, you're full of it. Shin Yue shot Mu Yang a withering look, not believing a single word he just said. You two have been together this long, and you still don't feel anything? Shin Yuan watched the bickering pair with puzzlement. It didn't make sense after all this time, surely some feelings would have developed? Mu Yang glanced at Shin Yue again, his mind flooded with visions of her smashing his head off. He shuddered violently and shook his head hastily. Shin Yue found his reaction rather amusing and shook her head too. There really didn't seem to be any romantic spark between them? My brother's such a loser. He even went to a hotel last time and still couldn't make a move. My sister's a loser too. She finally got a guy willing to hang out with her, but he didn't make a move. The two girls just figured these two were hopeless. No wonder they couldn't even call each other boyfriend and girlfriend, it was probably fate. Looks like you two are asking for it. Shin Yue tackled them onto the sofa, tickling them relentlessly. After a flurry of giggles and squirming, all three were flushed crimson, their clothes slightly disheveled. Was this something they should be seeing? Moments later, the trio realized Mu Yang was present and scrambled to pull their clothes back into place. I didn't see a thing. Mu Yang covered his eyes to protest his innocence, though his gaze flickered through the slightly wide gaps between his fingers. Your hand-over-eyes pose is just too perfect. Shin Yue wrapped her legs around Mu Yang's waist, her arms naturally clasping his neck as they playfully wrestled. Mu Yang thought to himself that an occasional moment like this wasn't so bad after all. His life suddenly seemed less monotonous. Shin Yuan and Mu Xiaoyu watched the scene, speechless. Well, they'd really managed to turn the two of them into brothers. After enough playfulness, it was time to prepare dinner. Mu Yang knew how, but since he was busy, Shin Yue volunteered to head to the kitchen. Shin Yuan and Mu Xiaoyu found an excuse and hurriedly dashed out. Mu Yang glanced at his paper plans and nodded with satisfaction. This was the design blueprint for an intelligent voice assistant. The design wasn't overly complex, just basic voice input, conversational responses, weather forecasts, schedule management, information searches, and smart shopping. For everyday use, it was more than sufficient. The next step was simply to implement it. For someone like him, armed with top-tier hacking techniques, self-study edition, this posed no real challenge. It shouldn't take more than a few days to finish the project. But today, he'd take a break first. Mu Yang glanced back at Shin Yue bustling about in the kitchen. She rarely came over, so he couldn't just focus on his experiments. But why did Shin Yuan and Mu Xiaoyu run off? Boom! Chapter 109, Little Lamb. What the hell? It exploded just from me glancing at it? A flash of fire flickered through the glass door. Mu Yang didn't have time to think about anything else, he rushed inside immediately. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs erupted as Shin Yue's throat was assaulted by billowing black smoke, coughing so hard tears welled up in her eyes. Just a minor slip-up. I can handle it. Seeing Mu Yang enter, Shin Yue forced back the tears threatening to spill over. She couldn't afford to lose face. You call that a minor slip-up? Anyone watching would think you just made a hand grenade in the kitchen. His face was blackened by the thick smoke, and Mu Yang found himself inexplicably amused. He pressed his lips tightly together, but the upturned corners of his mouth betrayed his expression completely. Shin Yue's face was puffed up with anger, making her look even funnier. Mr. Mu Yang, are you all right? The bodyguards stationed around him rushed in, each on edge, fearing something had happened to Mu Yang. I'm fine. The stove must have been left on high. We'll handle it ourselves. Mu Yang waved his hand dismissively, signaling he was fine. The kitchen damage wasn't extensive and could be fully repaired. The bodyguards finally retreated with relief. Ha ha ha. Mu Yang finally let out a hearty laugh. He found it strangely amusing, probably because he was seeing this usually brash woman, who combined sharp wit with sheer stubbornness, get bested for the first time. I might not be the best cook, but I know a thing or two about handling people. Shin Yue forced a smile, yanked Mu Yang down onto the sofa, and rained punches on his chest, neither too hard nor too soft. Brother, we brought dinner back. Mu Xiaoyu and Shin Yuan entered carrying bags and packages, their food's aroma instantly overpowering the pungent smell of whatever had burned in the kitchen. Shin Yuan surveyed the kitchen's utter disarray and wore an expression that said, I knew it. You too. Why didn't you tell me? Mu Yang tapped both of their heads. No wonder Shin Yue had bolted from the kitchen, turns out she was a kitchen disaster. You have no idea what just happened. Her words trailed off as she met Shin Yue's gaze. A faint smile touched her lips, but her eyes held a gaze like the depths of an abyss. If you dare say a word, I'll kill you. In mid-August, Samsung issued a statement prohibiting the sale of screens to high-end Chinese smartphones. It also mandated that Samsung's premium displays sold to China must not be used in Chinese high-end phones equipped with the Panga chip or the Harmony OS system. Industry giants like Nokia and LG soon followed suit. This move made it crystal clear to anyone with half a brain, their intent was to completely stifle the rise of the Panga chip and impose a total blockade on HW Company. With so many players targeting a single company, even the Chinese government couldn't stand idly by. It issued sanctions against these companies as a warning to rein in their actions. But this didn't make them back down. Instead, it brought in Uncle So, JDI, Sharp, and others from the industry. It seems the determination to crush Huawei is unwavering. While the domestic industry has its own manufacturers, the damage is still significant. This means China's newly developed high-end smartphones have completely lost their overseas market. No one would risk offending so many giants for a single phone, even some national governments would give them a wide berth. This is outrageous. Are they so afraid of our domestic brands rising? The US is dead set on HW's demise. To some extent, no company wants to lose China's market. HW's rise has severely disrupted their operations here, so naturally they'll retaliate. But what about new energy vehicles? Shinrue's super new energy vehicle series is practically tearing apart the US market. Why aren't they targeting Shinrue? That's different. Shinrue relies entirely on its Xuanwu battery. The US has no leverage against this specific super new energy vehicle model. But smartphones are different. From screens to chips to operating systems, the US has dominated for years, building massive foundational infrastructure. If they dismantle that, countless Chinese companies would go bankrupt, and millions of phones would become useless junk. Even if HW develops a super advanced system, software companies would still need to build frameworks tailored to it, a major headache. The ideal solution is self-sufficient conversion, but for us now, that system remains just a concept. So you're saying HW is doomed? Not necessarily. Unless they're willing to license the Panga chip technology externally, there might still be a way forward. At HW headquarters, the atmosphere was thick with gloom. People moved through the halls, yet there was little vitality. This was a comprehensive sanction against HW. The problem is, we can't do anything about them. If we impose full sanctions, it could cause major chaos. Joe Karen sighed and shook his head. The US could push things to the extreme, but China couldn't. Most systems were controlled by the US. If they decided to pull out completely, China's internet would collapse by more than half. Even if we replaced the systems, we couldn't make waves against this tidal force. CEO Ren had clearly assessed the situation. There was no room for HW to turn things around. Every avenue had been blocked. Ring ring ring. Ring ring. The phone rang. It was Joe Karen. Academician Joe, I finished analyzing what you gave me. After 2 weeks, Mu Yang had finally managed to develop it. Though it had some flaws, it was perfect enough for the present. Later, if there was enough activity points, he could buy a better one. Really? How long has it even been? The framework for an intelligent voice assistant was relatively straightforward, but the real challenge lay in its intelligence. Just mastering human-machine interaction alone could give you headaches for half a year. That Mu Yang had managed it in less than a month was beyond what even science fiction dared to imagine. Joe Koren expressed strong skepticism. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics myself. I tested it briefly and the response was decent. Why don't you give it a try, Academician Joe? If it doesn't work, I'll tweak it further. Mu Yang rubbed his temples. These past 2 weeks had nearly killed him. Of course, this wasn't the only thing he'd developed. There was also an autonomous replacement system, a project he'd collaborated on with Wang Liangping. This thing's utility was nothing short of extraordinary. Now all that was needed was for HW to make its move. We'll test it first and get back to you later. Though skeptical, they had to give it a shot. What if it worked? After all, Mu Yang was a walking miracle. Every field he delved into left people jaw-dropped. General Manager Rin quickly had 2 phones brought over, equipped with Mu Yang's intelligent ecosystem and the Panga chip. The only difference was their voice assistants. One was Xiaoyi, and the other was Mu Yang's creation, named Xiao Yang. Xiaoyi, check today's weather for me. Xiao Yang, check today's weather for me. Chapter 110, True Artificial Intelligence. Pengcheng will have light rain today, expected to last 2 to 3 hours? Both voice assistants delivered the information almost simultaneously, though with precise data processing, Little Sheep was a few milliseconds faster than Little E. Seems like this question was a bit too simple, but this voice assistant is already quite impressive. Joe Karen offered her praise. It seemed Mu Yang had brought her a pleasant surprise. But that wasn't enough. Xiaoyi, I'll be leaving here in 30 minutes to head to Pengcheng Century Plaza. Plan my route for me. Xiaoyi paused for a few seconds before processing the request. Okay, I've mapped out 7 routes for you. Walking route starting from HW Company Building, arriving at cycling route, public transit route. Over 20 kilometers, and you've actually suggested a walking route? Are you treating people like vehicles? And these other options? They're all useless. Joe Karen's expression darkened. Xiaoyi's route planning was downright unfriendly. It required the user to manually filter out the correct options. CEO Rin stood by, forcing a smile. What could they do? Their technical capabilities were what they were. If they could actually pull this off, it would be a bit too smart. Little Sheep, plan a route for me. Joe Karen repeated the same request to Little Sheep, her dissatisfaction evident. Sure thing. I've mapped out 2 optimal routes for you. Subway option, departing from HW Company Building. Driving option. Little Sheep responded swiftly, offering 2 viable solutions. Drive if you have a car, take the subway if you don't. This was far superior to the walking route Little E had previously suggested. See? Now that's a competent voice assistant. Joe Karen was overjoyed. He had assumed Mu Yang was similar to HW Company's Xiaoyi, but never expected it to be this advanced. For current AI, just planning a route is impressive enough. Expecting it to extract the optimal route from those options? That's asking a bit much. Yes. It's only natural that Mr. Mu Yang's research surpasses ours. General Manager Rin said with a flushed face. Was this a sign that HW's phones were about to undergo a major overhaul? Good news, this phone was developed independently by Huaxia. Bad news, it wasn't developed by HW themselves. But it must be said, this one is indeed far superior to what HW developed on their own. Now, let's fully produce the voice-enabled smart assistant that complements this system. A complete update is best. Joe Karen said. The voice assistant could also be integrated into other phones, bringing considerable convenience to everyone. What about our little E? CEO Ren asked cautiously. After all, little E represented years of HW's dedicated effort. A complete overhaul would leave little E in limbo. Why would you abandon such a powerful voice assistant for your outdated junk? Are you out of your mind? Joe Karen was stunned by Mr. Ren's remark. Why abandon something superior for inferior? Are you afraid of living well? You're right. Even CEO Ren wondered if he'd lost his mind rejecting such a superior product just to cling to their own outdated junk. Looks like HW is truly out of options this time. Bus couldn't stop grinning as he looked at the soaring sales figures for the Fruit phone over the past few months. All the losses suffered earlier due to the Panga chip had now been more than made up for. That's right, those Chinese manufacturers are back in talks with us about ordering chips. This time, it's all thanks to you, Booth. Francis raised his glass, his face radiating unmistakable delight, revealing just how pleased he was. Still, we should exercise restraint. Our recent actions haven't pleased the Chinese side, and higher-ups are urging us to tone it down. Helda added with a hint of concern. Their companies could handle a little turmoil, but if they provoked China into intervening, none of them would survive the fallout. Unhappy? What good does that do them? We control the majority of their computer systems. Every computer these manufacturers produce runs on our Windows. Even if they're unhappy, they'll just have to swallow it. The speaker was Bill Gates of Microsoft, one of America's most successful entrepreneurs. He was already quite drunk, his weathered face flushed with drink. Keep saying that. China isn't without its own computer systems. If you pull out, China will definitely have systems ready to take over. Bush shot Gates a dismissive glance. Though this man's reputation and power surpassed his own after all, Windows dominated the global market, he couldn't help but find his arrogance somewhat infuriating. What kind of system could China possibly have? We know exactly what they've developed. Besides Harmony, what else? That Harmony isn't even worthy of international recognition. Gates was clearly speaking without restraint now. The empty bottles before him made it obvious he was drunk. Otherwise, the founder of such a massive corporation wouldn't utter such unprofessional remarks. But truth comes out in drunkenness, and this was likely Gates' genuine sentiment, if not entirely, then at least tinged with contempt for China. Let's make one last big score and call it quits. By October, in just 2 months, we should recoup all previous losses and turn a hefty profit. That'd be a solid outcome. Knowing when to quit is standard business practice. If they kept targeting them endlessly, they'd be the ones suffering losses in the end. After all, a national government has more than a few tricks up its sleeve. It's settled then. But how did Samsung and LG get involved? Did you guys notify them? Helda nodded in agreement, then frowned in confusion. With so many American companies entering the fray, the market was already stretched thin. Why had those 2 Korean firms joined in? They likely saw an opportunity to profit and jumped in on their own initiative. Do you really think they can compete with us? Francis scoffed dismissively. In the war between China and these minor nations, companies from such countries would likely die without even knowing how. In that case, let them clean up the mess this time. They can't just eat without working, can they? Booth gave a cold chuckle as an immature idea began to form in his mind. A chill ran through the group. It seemed these 2 South Korean companies were in for a world of trouble. When it came to devious schemes, Booth had plenty and deadly ones at that. Falling victim to Bus's schemes wouldn't end well. This time, Korea was in for a bloody nose. Harmony OS 2.0 is now available. Featuring the most advanced intelligent ecosystem, we proudly introduce the Harmony OS ecosystem adaptable to all system software, enabling seamless use of any application without conversion. Simultaneously, the all-new voice assistant Little Sheep debuts, delivering enhanced intelligence and human-like interaction. HW guarantees a full refund if any software becomes unusable on phones running Harmony OS 2.0. 2 months later, HW once again sent shockwaves across China as a tidal wave of change swept through the nation's smartphone market. Chapter 111, The Power of the HW P60. Is this real? Software that adapts to any system? That's insane. A system like this would completely outclass Apple and Samsung. HW must be running out of ideas and just making stuff up now. Hey, didn't you see the full refund policy? Who knows when they'll actually pay? What if they sell out and then announce they're shutting down and disappearing? How would you handle that? Come on, HW is a big company. Even if the phones fail, they have other industries. It won't be that bad. The person above makes a good point. I'll buy one to test it out. A company this big wouldn't lie about something like this. Netizens watched the drama unfold. Given HW's previous breakthrough with the Pango chip, most remained skeptical yet hesitant to outright dismiss the claims. Some chose to believe. 2 months later, sales of HW's second batch of products finally started moving. Both sides dropped their lawsuits and refocused on the smartphone market. The legal battle was just a pointless tug of war. It might drag on for years without resolution. Better to focus on the present. Sales were sluggish during HW's first week of announcements, but by the second week, they began steadily catching up. The newly launched system and voice assistant were simply mind-blowing. Xiaoyang, the intelligent voice assistant, allowed people to truly experience what a real smartphone should be. At a scenic spot in China, in front of a statue, a few girls hailed a young man from the bustling crowd. "Hey, could you take a picture for us?" The girls called out. Though taken aback by the sudden request, the young man shyly agreed. The girl handed him her latest iPhone 14 Pro Max. "I'm not great at taking photos. Let me use my HW P60 instead." The guy scratched his head and pulled out his Huawei P60. "Ha? Forget it. How could a P60 compare to my iPhone 14 Pro Max?" The HW P60 had been hit so hard by sanctions, yet someone still used it? The girl was about to refuse. "It's way better than yours. Just stand still and I'll take a shot, you'll see." Seeing how clueless they were, the guy flashed a smug look. The girls were confused but struck their poses anyway. "Little lamb, take a group shot for these 3 ladies." The guy called out. "Sure thing, activating camera function for you now, performing smart focus." A slightly textured synthetic voice came from the phone, sounding almost indistinguishable from a real person. "All done." The young man stood up, the entire process taking no more than 2 seconds. "That fast? Can't we take a few more to choose from?" The 3 girls approached with a hint of disappointment. It seemed this guy really didn't know how to take photos. But the next moment, they were stunned. In the photo, both the 3 of them and the statue behind them were crystal clear, showcasing each person's best features, something most girls couldn't refuse. "Are you studying photography? Your photos are absolutely stunning, far better than any we've taken ourselves." The girl exclaimed happily, surprised that this guy actually knew how to take photos. "It's not my skill, it's this phone's doing. It has built-in smart camera features that capture great photos without needing editing. Of course, if someone's ugly, you'd still need to edit that." The guy explained to the group, saying it was a shame that such a great phone wasn't getting the recognition it deserved. "It's amazing. I'm buying one as soon as I get home. For travel-loving girls like them, this phone couldn't be more perfect. What girl doesn't love beautiful photos? Plus, it has automatic beautification that makes edits almost undetectable. Little lamb, make the 3 ladies in this photo even prettier." The young man spoke to the phone again. "Sure thing. Actually, these ladies are already quite beautiful." Little Sheep replied, enhancing the photo. Many details in the original photo were enhanced, making it look more beautiful yet still natural. "Wow! This feature is amazing. It would take me forever to edit photos myself, but this only takes seconds." "Exactly. And this smart voice assistant is so smooth with its lines." The girls' eyes sparkled with excitement, they absolutely loved it. "That's not all, it even planned my entire trip here. Saved me hundreds compared to booking it myself." The guy proceeded to demonstrate other features. A passerby shook his head as he walked by. 3 girls swarming around you, and you still have the nerve to show off your phone's features? No wonder you're single for life. Wow, that's amazing. Let's exchange contact info, I want to learn more about its features." The 3 girls gave him their contact info, though really, it was just to get the photos. Pictures this beautiful definitely deserved saving. Passersby, what? You can get contact info just by showing off a phone? The passerby pulled out his iPhone 14 and fell deep in thought. Maybe he should just buy an HW P60 after all. Of course, Little Sheep's capabilities extend far beyond this, with users discovering countless other applications. For online shopping, users download multiple shopping apps and have Little Sheep calculate which platform offers the best deals. Others use it for language learning. No kidding, Little Sheep can teach and speak with such perfect pronunciation that even native speakers might struggle to match it. Fitness enthusiasts input their body metrics, and Little Sheep generates personalized diet plans and workout routines, often more professional than gym trainers. Countless users continue to develop all sorts of bizarre and ingenious functions. HWP60 sales skyrocketed. With its cutting-edge chipset and system, plus such a powerful smart voice assistant, users simply couldn't find a reason to resist. Moreover, the HWP60 features a system that automatically adapts all software, eliminating any need to worry about restrictions from Apple or Android. Yuanhang Technology Company. Little lamb, help me compile these statistics. Xin Yuwei transferred the data from her computer to her phone, then handed it to Xiaoyang to process. "Miss Xin, what is this?" her assistant asked cautiously from the side. "It's been trending lately, right?" Xiaoyang, the smart voice assistant for HW phones. "It can handle a lot of tasks and is incredibly convenient." Xin Yue knew this voice assistant was developed by Muyang, so she bought an HWP-60 to test it out. To her surprise, it worked quite well. With it, it can handle most of my data processing tasks. It can even help me spot some vulnerabilities. It's incredibly convenient. Xin Yue was thoroughly satisfied with the phone. What about me? The assistant grimaced wryly. This was his damn job. Now a phone had stolen it, what was he supposed to do? The HWP-60 went viral, not just popular, but wildly so. Within a month, everyone knew about it. Its latest smart voice assistant, Little Sheep, was adored by the masses. Other companies' voice assistants were nothing but artificial idiots. When it came to true intelligence, HW's Little Sheep was the real deal. HW's second batch of products sold out completely, with many netizens flooding the official website demanding more stock. Meanwhile, brands like Xiaomi finally released the phones they'd been hyping, but without Little Sheep, most people weren't interested in them. Sales of smartphones from brands like Fruit, Mora, and Samsung have plummeted significantly. China Daily, a nationwide notice is hereby issued. Foreign systems including Apple, ZTE, and Windows are constantly infringing upon citizens' interests. Following decisions by cyber regulatory authorities, the Academy of Sciences, and the Academy of Engineering, the Harmony OS system jointly developed with Huawei will be offered free replacement for all phones excluding foreign brands like Apple, Motorola, and Samsung. The process will take 10 minutes per batch, is non-mandatory, and optional. The bigger one is coming. Chapter 112, Comprehensive Update. This official statement undoubtedly bolsters HW's position, sending shockwaves through China's turbulent mobile phone market. Everyone was speculating what could have happened to warrant the government backing HW's newly developed system to the extent of offering nationwide free upgrades. Flashback to 2 weeks prior. With the Great Wall 2.0 and Domain Guardian systems in place, the workload at the Cyber Regulatory Department had significantly decreased. It was rare for anyone to spend an entire day glued to their computer screen. Xin Yi no longer had the deep dark circles under her eyes, and she even had extra time to carefully groom herself. It was only then that the Network Supervision Department realized they had such a vibrant flower among them. Director Wang? What brings you here? On his way back from the lab, Mu Yang was intercepted by Wang Liangping and brought to the technical center of the Cyber Regulatory Department, specifically to the server group. Just chatting, building rapport. What are your thoughts on HW's newly developed Harmony OS 2.0? Wang Liangping was unaware that Mu Yang had developed it, only knowing it was a collaboration between the Academy of Sciences and HW. He asked this question after they had already fully upgraded to Harmony OS 2.0, which proved far more user-friendly than the system previously developed by the Academy. It's great. Its ecosystem is arguably orders of magnitude better than Zhaoan and Fruits. Even on computers, it outperforms systems like Windows and others. Plus, it's domestically developed, so it's reliable. This wasn't Mu Yang boasting, it was the plain truth. The intelligent ecosystem had truly opened the door for China to enter the smart era. His own creation, Little Lamb, was built upon this very system. I agree. It'd be great if we could roll this out nationwide. Wang Liangping nodded in agreement. Mu Yang had hit the nail on the head. The key point was that it was domestically produced, offering peace of mind. Replace them nationwide? Mu Yang hadn't expected Wang Liangping to propose such an idea. That would be no small undertaking. Yes, nationwide replacement. You know, the enemy has infiltrated our systems extensively. Many people's computers or phones might have been turned into zombies by hackers from the US or other countries. Although we cleaned up a lot after the last incident, there are definitely still plenty left. Wang Liangping nodded emphatically. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea, it was the result of careful deliberation. As the head of the Cyber Regulatory Agency, he naturally refused to tolerate citizens' information being constantly exposed to foreign entities even if those individuals were deemed insignificant by them. If we replace all their systems, those remaining zombies will cease to exist, a permanent solution. Wang Liangping's plan sounded perfect. Then go do it yourselves. Why come to me? Mu Yang was puzzled. He wasn't Wang's direct superior, so why consult him? If Mu had the authority to decide this, what would become of Zhou Churen's position? Here's the thing. The higher-ups have tentatively approved this request. I thought I'd come to you for help. After all, you developed those two behemoths, Great Wall 2.0 and Domain Dragon. Surely this little task should be a piece of cake for you? The true purpose was laid bare. So he wanted to use me as a laborer? Hold on. Are you saying you're stuck and want me to fix this once and for all? So I do all the work while you reap the benefits? Mu Yang's expression darkened instantly. No one visits without a reason, the ancients were right. Why else would someone reach out to you? We're reaching out because we're truly stuck. You're so capable, surely you can figure something out? Wang Liangping pleaded earnestly. This isn't just about finding a solution, the workload is enormous. Mu Yang thought. A project affecting the entire population couldn't possibly be small. It would likely exhaust him to death. How could he possibly research anything else afterward? Just think of a way. Could you use Great Wall 2.0 to bulk distribute Hongmeng 2.0 to people's phones or computers? Wang Liangping suggested. It was undeniably a clever approach, causing Mu Yang's eyes to light up. Simple. Just use that old attack code of mine to breach their systems, then have Domain Dragon devour them. Problem solved. You make it sound so easy. What about the public's data? Alright, I'll figure something out. Mu Yang agreed, not for any other reason his phone vibrated. Mission assignment. Paving the way to the intelligent era, upgrade the entire population to the Harmony OS 2.0 system, opening the gateway for China to enter the intelligent era. Reward, 10,000 activity points. With that many activity points up for grabs, he really had no choice but to take it. Great. Let me know what reward you'd like. Director Wang was overjoyed, making a promise to Mu Yang. Given Mu Yang's current status, monetary rewards felt too mundane. He'd already earned plenty from patents. Once this is done, get me a satellite used or decommissioned is fine. An airship would work too. Mu Yang pondered seriously, realizing he actually had a use for it. This might come in handy for that energy-related mission. A satellite. A spacecraft. Are you planning to go to space? Wang Liangping's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Where on earth would a mere bureau chief like him get a satellite or a spacecraft? He couldn't even get a decommissioned one. I don't care. Just find a way. Ask for whatever you said. It wasn't my idea. Director Wang wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Mu Yang flashed a sly, triumphant smile before leaving the network monitoring department. Wang Liangping remained alone in his office, slapping himself several times in regret. Minister Zhou, this is Xiao Wang. I have a small request. Satellites and spacecraft? You call that a small request? Why not just say you want to go to space? Who could blame him? Wang Liangping felt like crying. Wang Liangping's request was simple enough. It only required developing the code program for distribution by Jin Yuelong. Yet it was also complicated, because replacing the system code was no easy feat. System replacement would trigger intrusion alerts from the original system, and using attack code would risk compromising public information. For Mu Yang, though troublesome, it was still manageable. After all, he possessed top-tier hacker skills. After nearly a week of intensive work, he finally succeeded, though with assistance from the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. While the replacement core was developed by Mu Yang, other components were their contributions. This system upgrade will not compromise any public data. A synchronized update for desktop computers will follow in 1 week. This marks a comprehensive overhaul, an essential step forward. From now on, China's systems will be entirely under our own control. The advent of Harmony OS 2.0 heralds China's entry into the intelligent era. The road ahead remains long, and we must continue striving. Within an hour of the announcement, the first wave of citizens received the notification. Your device is eligible for the Harmony OS 2.0 upgrade. Proceed? Yes, no. Delayed upgrade, please select a time. Comprehensive update initiated. Chapter 113, Uncontrollable. The first batch of users showed a 54% upgrade rate, 34% opted not to upgrade, and the remainder chose delayed upgrades. The Network Regulatory Authority Center received the first batch of replacement data and erupted in cheers. This figure was astonishing to them, indicating that the majority of the public had embraced Harmony OS 2.0. But it was hardly surprising. After a month of marketing campaigns, people had come to recognize Harmony OS 2.0 and realized that the nation had developed such a powerful system. Holy crap, the country is playing so big, this is so badass. This shows they're determined to push out foreign systems. When have we ever been this awesome? And it's a free update. The government is really going all out, showing how much they care about us citizens. I never expected that after switching systems, all my stuff would still work. So user-friendly. I thought I'd be facing one rough night after another. Could it be that Harmony OS 2.0's adaptive feature just made all this stuff work? Borrow me a phone to talk on. No hype, no hate, my phone upgraded to Harmony OS 2.0, and it feels like it can keep going for another 3 years. What kind of phone is the person upstairs using? Xiaomi 6. Seriously jealous of that Apple phone. Ha, such a huge expense, do you really believe it? Boss sneered at the announcement. A complete overhaul? They actually dared to think that. Let's not even get into other factors. Just our company alone ships nearly 50 million units annually in China. And most people can't afford them, so they settle for alternatives. As far as I know, China's smartphone penetration rate is over 60%, meaning at least 700 to 800 million users. Installing one system costs between 20 and 200 yuan. By that calculation, the cost would be at least 20 billion yuan, not to mention computers. If China dares to target the computer market, we at Windows will withdraw entirely from the Chinese market. Let's see what they do then. Gates' expression darkened upon seeing this news. China dared to target Windows? After all these years of building its global presence, did they think Windows would just roll over? This is likely just hype for Harmony OS 2.0. I don't believe China's software companies would dare abandon us. Ruben, founder of Zhuan, scoffed coldly. Their company dominated half of China's system market. How could Chinese software companies abandon them so easily? Issue another statement. Any software appearing on the Harmony OS 2.0 system that isn't taken down within 24 hours will be completely blocked. We won't let it run on our system. Lu Bin declared with grim determination. While this would deal a heavy blow to Zhuan, sacrifice was necessary for gain. He was confident that once Huaxia regretted its decision, the resulting benefits would be immense. Fine by me. Let them see who truly controls this market. They have the audacity to claim they've unlocked the door to the smart era. Their voice assistants can't even hold a candle to our Siri, yet they dare challenge us. By late September, major Chinese system providers like Apple, Zhuan, and Wendy's issued a joint statement. Any software listed on the Harmony OS 2.0 platform must be unconditionally removed or face complete blockade. The software industry was shaken to its core. Mousen Corporation. Boss, what should we do? If the US actually follows through, half our software companies will collapse. Even if a full replacement is underway, it hasn't been fully implemented yet. There are still massive numbers of Apple, Xiaomi, and Huawei users out there. We can't abandon that market. They dare remove us? Tang Huama scoffed dismissively. The mainstream chat apps and gaming software were all in their hands. Removing them would render phones practically useless. But what if they actually dare to do it? The executives still voiced their concerns. If they do, it would give the government ample justification to mandate a full switch to Harmony OS 2.0. This is an open strategy. Regardless of their actions, the government has sufficient grounds to enforce a system-wide upgrade. Our primary market remains domestic. Tan Huama understood the current situation clearly, otherwise, he wouldn't have led Moshuan Group to stand firm for so many years. Business people possess an extraordinary instinct. Then what about us? The executives pondered this statement carefully and realized it made sense. Wait and see. Let's see if anyone sticks their neck out. Internet giants like Moshuan, ByteDance, and Ali all adopted a wait-and-see approach. XX Company, we hereby announce the complete removal of the Brotherhood software installed on systems such as Fruit, Zhuan, and Wendy's. We will preserve user data for migration to Harmony OS 2.0. Users may automatically retrieve their accounts and passwords after updating to Harmony OS 2.0. Harmony OS 2.0 is an intelligent system independently developed by our country, with capabilities far surpassing foreign systems like Fruit, Zhuan, and Wendy's. Switching to Harmony OS 2.0 has become the prevailing trend. This pioneer has emerged, and it's none other than the widely adopted Brotherhood software. This has spurred many small businesses to make decisions. Since they can't break into foreign markets anyway, what use are Apple or Android systems? Better to choose Harmony OS 2.0, especially since it's mandated by the state. The state wouldn't harm its own people. A wave of companies swiftly migrated to Harmony OS 2.0, while mid-sized and large enterprises began to stir. The domestic market remains the largest prize. This opportunity cannot be abandoned. Major players like Mousen and Maui are also testing the waters. Overnight, the software industry was swept up in the Harmony OS 2.0 wave. Ha! My little snake is gone? That won't do. I've wanted to ditch this fruit brand for ages. Series as dumb as a rock. My friend's using Little Sheep and is green with envy. I'm ordering the HWP60 right now. Me too, me too. As a die-hard geek, I can't live without my comrades by my side. It must feel so lonely without me. You're the one who's lonely. That's a bit harsh. Upstairs. I'd love to see what sparks fly between Little Lamb and Comrade. Can someone explain? Got it. These two have a blast together. When I need to work, I tell Little Lamb to play with my dog. It picks up app icons like they're frisbees, tosses them, and the dog fetches them back. The two little guys have a great time, and it doesn't damage the phone at all. Really? Sounds so fun. I'm going to buy one right now to try it out. This also caused HWP60 sales to surge again, while Apple's had already plummeted to rock bottom. Impossible. Even a complete software shutdown couldn't curb HWP60 sales? What are these Huaxia people thinking? Are they giving up on their own download numbers? Bus stared at this month's sales figures, his eyes nearly bleeding with resentment. In the China market, he was dead last. Mr. Booth, we've obtained an HWP60 from China. Take a look. We truly can't compete with the HWP60, whether it's the chipset, the operating system, or the voice assistant. Blur approached with the phone in hand, his expression hollow and defeated, as if struck by a crushing blow. Since when did you start speaking for the Chinese? Bus shot Blur a displeased look. This was the head of Siri's development team admitting the competition's voice assistant was superior? That was practically slapping him in the face. Anyway, please try it first. Seeing Bus's skepticism, Blur sighed, his face etched with helplessness. Chapter 114, Total Domination, Victory. In the office, Booth fell into a rare silence. After his testing, he realized what his company's Siri was really like compared to HWP60's Little Sheep. It was utterly incompetent. Blur, what do you make of this? For the first time, Booth felt profound helplessness. He realized China wasn't just boasting, they had genuinely developed this monstrously advanced technology. How could such a thing possibly exist in this world? Little Lamb surpasses my expectations. Our Siri can't hold a candle to it. Blur hesitated for a moment before speaking honestly. Bus was stunned, unwilling to accept this reality. Even if I don't want to admit it, I have to say it. Red Cloud's intelligence isn't limited to rigid language exchange anymore. It can actually use certain functions based on user needs. That's something we've been striving for but just couldn't achieve. Blur continued, his understanding deepening with each revelation, revealing the true terror of Little Lamb. Don't you have any countermeasures? You're the head of Siri, are you just going to accept being outclassed by a newly launched AI voice assistant? Buzz still felt a twinge of resentment. Blur was Siri's lead engineer, how could he possibly have no countermeasures? This is a technological lead. At least for the next 6 months, we won't have new tech ready for current Apple devices. But Huawei not only has Little Lamb but also launched the highly compatible Huawei P60. In the market competition, we have no advantage whatsoever. Blur resolved to shatter Booth's illusions, they held no competitive edge over Huaxia anymore. Mr. Booth, take my advice, withdraw from the Huaxia market. We can't keep fighting them like this. It's a war we're bound to lose. I hate to admit it, but Huaxia has surpassed us. We must either quickly pivot to other markets or risk losing every last one once Huaxia breaks through. Blur spoke earnestly. He wasn't a profit-driven businessman, so he saw things clearly. Abandon China? Impossible. Do you know how much revenue we generate there annually? $80 billion. $80 billion. How could we possibly walk away from that? Bus shouted, his face flushed red. He couldn't accept this suggestion at all. Abandoning the China market would be like taking his life. It's merely a suggestion. By the way, I'm here to submit my resignation. I still have much to learn in the field of artificial intelligence. I'm heading to China, that's where my dreams can truly be realized. Seeing Bus still stubbornly resisting, Blur said no more, though he felt a pang of regret deep inside. Some things simply couldn't be forced through sheer persistence. He handed in his resignation and left the office. By late October, the third batch of HWP60 units had sold out completely. Other Chinese brands like Xiaomi and Oppo also saw strong sales. In contrast, Fruit saw massive inventory stagnation, with pitifully low traffic both online and offline. In early November, authoritative bodies released third-quarter smartphone production and sales figures for the Huaxia market. The top-selling single model was none other than HW's P60, with sales reaching 11.23 million units. Xiaomi's device ranked second with 9.73 million units sold. Following were domestic manufacturers like Oppo and Vivo, which benefited from the first wave of HarmonyOS 2.0 adoption. Foreign brands like Apple, Motorola, and Samsung all lagged behind, with their combined sales not even reaching a fraction of the HWP60's figures. In terms of operating systems, Apple, ZTE, and Wenshu all suffered consecutive defeats. On the chip front, with the Panga chip dominating, Qualcomm's N-series chips had almost no chance to fight back. Withdraw from the Chinese market. We've lost. Bus seemed to have aged several years as he left the office, his back hunched over. Microsoft headquarters. Gates stared at his computer screen, his eyes dark and unreadable. The other executives sat silently, eyes fixed on their own displays. The reason was simple, these were computers running the HarmonyOS 2.0 system. Its functionality was incomparably smoother than Windows, featuring customizable smart features tailored to user needs, and it was free. Withdraw from the Chinese market. Gates smashed the computer in front of him to pieces, grinding his teeth as he issued the order. This signaled the definitive end of Microsoft's dominance in China's computer operating system market. In its place emerged the era of HarmonyOS 2.0, an era belonging to China itself. Zhuan and Fruit have both exited the Chinese market. They simply couldn't compete, it was no contest. Rather than facing massive inventory backlogs, they chose to pivot to other markets. Headline: when Apple sued China and allied with other tech giants to target Huawei, the company was initially powerless to respond. However, with the launch of HarmonyOS 2.0 and the Little Sheep voice assistant, the Huawei P60 became the most popular smartphone on the market. Over 60% of consumers expressed a desire to own an HWP60, ushering in an era where China's smartphone market reigns supreme. In the face of absolute technological prowess, all schemes are nothing but paper tigers. XA and Liang, as HarmonyOS 2.0 advances simultaneously in both the smartphone and computer markets, foreign systems like Apple, ZTE, and Samsung are utterly powerless. The era where China's mobile and computer soul and heart were controlled by the US is gone forever. From now on, all high-end phones will be ours. Apple and Samsung? They're trash. What a relief. We finally have our own high-end phones, developed entirely by us. It feels great. When will Huawei and Xiaomi start conquering overseas markets? I want the US and Europe using Chinese phones, let them taste what it feels like to have their markets taken over. Microsoft? Not even half as good as my HarmonyOS 2.0. Tremble, for the era of China is upon us. Victory reports poured in, cheers erupted everywhere. This market war, raging for nearly half a year, concluded with China's stunning comeback and a decisive victory. This marked a monumental shift for China. The era of American dominance over core internet technologies had ended, ushering in a new chapter defined by China's sovereignty. The unsung heroes behind it all were naturally feeling a surge of excitement. However, the nationwide transition would take some time, meaning it would be a while before all those activity points could be claimed. To celebrate this victory, Yu Jiangwo and others insisted on throwing a banquet for Mu Yang. Despite his repeated refusals, they wouldn't take no for an answer. It had to happen. Mu Yang, we owe this entirely to you. Wang Liangping gave Mu Yang a big hug. The success of this endeavor held immense significance. Everyone else contributed greatly too. Mu Yang said modestly, though his triumphant expression and upturned lips betrayed his true feelings. A young man achieving success early in life was bound to be full of vigor and spirit. Even if he were to spend a single day strolling through Chang'an's blossoms, it would be perfectly justified. What about my reward? Mu Yang was quite eager about this matter. I'm still figuring that out. But could you tell me what you plan to use it for? At this mention, Wang Liangping gave a nervous laugh. Clearly, he hadn't found a way yet, but he was curious. I can't say yet. You'll find out in time. Mu Yang feigned mystery, refusing to elaborate when Wang Liangping pressed further. Come. Our hero of the day deserves something special. Yu Jiangwo stepped forward, drawing the attention of everyone present. If those in the know were here, they would surely gasp in surprise. This celebratory banquet had invited numerous heavyweights. Almost every attendee was an academician. Mu Yang couldn't fathom why such a grand affair was necessary. And what was that stage in the middle for? Could they have invited a girl group to perform? Mu Yang was intensely curious. Me? On stage? Seeing Yu Jiangwo beckoning him with a gesture, Mu Yang was taken aback. But I can't dance. What are you thinking? Yu Jiangwo's face darkened as he slapped Mu Yang on the back. With so many people watching, if you have no shame, he still had his pride. A wave of laughter rippled through the crowd. Amidst the laughter, a figure emerged from behind the stage. The crowd fell silent and rose to their feet. Even Mu Yang couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Chapter 115, Dual Honorary Academician. The first one. Mu Yang gasped. This was someone he'd only ever seen on television, never imagined they'd appear here. Don't be so startled. You'll see him plenty more times in the future. Yu Jiangwo scolded gently, though without any trace of anger. After all, the figure on stage represented the leadership of China, someone even they rarely had the chance to meet. Go on up. Yu Jiangwo gave Mu Yang a gentle nudge, helping him snap out of his astonishment. Me? Mu Yang felt utterly uncertain. Could he really stand beside the top leader? Stop dawdling. Hurry up. The leader had been standing on the stage for a while now, and Yu Jiangwo urged him on. This. Mu Yang swallowed hard, glancing nervously at the elderly man above. Though slightly portly, the old man's face bore an unwavering resolve. He stood perfectly straight, and were it not for the lines etched by time, one might mistake him for a man in his prime. The old man smiled warmly and beckoned to Mu Yang, radiating a gentle warmth that instantly dispelled his unease. Mu Yang took a step forward and walked up the platform. Our great hero, it's finally a pleasure to meet you. The old man extended his hand to grasp Mu Yang's. It was broad and slightly rough, imparting a warm, slightly sandy texture. I dare not accept such praise. I merely did what I could. Mu Yu still felt a bit nervous, his voice slightly altered, but more than anything, he was thrilled. To shake hands with the first one, what an honor. Who else could share in this? Now, relax. What others may not know, I know well. You are indeed a hero, and you deserve every bit of it. The leader smiled and patted the back of Mu Yang's hand, signaling him to relax. This wasn't some treacherous banquet, why be so tense? Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you're all familiar with the gentleman on stage. Our success in driving the United States out of our online market is entirely attributable to his contributions. Most of Mu Yang's identities remained unknown to the public, but they couldn't remain hidden forever, buried in obscurity. This achievement belonged to Mu Yang, it couldn't be taken away. Every person seated here represented the pinnacle of China's scientific research community. As the first speaker detailed his accomplishments, the audience's gaze shifted from curiosity to fervor, even bordering on reverence and admiration. While they had spent their entire careers mastering a single field, Mu Yang had achieved outstanding contributions across 4 distinct domains. Military technology, medicine, energy, and computing. These are the very foundations of any modern nation. That Mu Yang had achieved such heights was truly enviable. Now, I hereby confer upon Mu Yang the lifetime honor of Academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The announcement sent shockwaves through the hall. A 21-year-old academician. Who else could it be? Conferring upon Mu Yang the lifetime honor of Academician of the Engineering Academy. Dual lifetime academician honors a feat that occurs once in a century. The crowd rose in astonishment, solemnly gazing at the young man on stage. This was an honor most could never hope to attain in a lifetime. Presenting the certificate for the National Supreme Science and Technology Award. A sea of applause followed. The National Supreme Science and Technology Award, the pinnacle of China's scientific community, hailed as the nation's equivalent of the Nobel Prize. Tap. Tap tap tap. Uniform footsteps echoed from behind the stage as 6 impeccably dressed soldiers emerged, carrying a tray draped in red cloth. Upon it lay Mu Yang's honor. Tonight shook the Chinese scientific community to its core. Both the dual honorary academician titles and the National Supreme Science and Technology Award had been bestowed upon a single individual a mere 21 years old. Mu Yang drank himself into a stupor. Tonight was simply too joyous. The next day, everything returned to normal. Mu Yang's identity still needed to be kept confidential. Yesterday's events seemed to have never happened. If not for the certificates of honor sitting on his bedside table, he might have thought last night was all a dream. Bro, you've got a package. Mu Xiaoyu kicked open the door. Hey, this is a guy's room. How can you just barge in like that? Even if I'm your brother, that's not okay. Mu Yang scolded Mu Xiaoyu for her lack of respect. A guy's room wasn't exactly a place you could just walk into, was it? TSK. Are you hinting you have feelings for your sister? Or do you think she has feelings for you? Mu Xiaoyu scoffed, shooting Mu Yang a dismissive look before tearing open the package. Fine, let me see. You've already opened it. What else can I say? Mu Yang sighed in resignation, though he felt no trace of anger. Having a sister like this was actually quite nice. At least she wouldn't be haunted by those painful memories. HW Company Share Transfer Agreement. And it's for 10%. Mu Xiaoyu gasped in shock at the first line, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. But the words remained unchanged. How could this be possible? HW Corporation had staged an incredible comeback lately, its market value skyrocketing. Just in the third quarter alone, sales had reached a staggering 500 billion yuan. Converting the 10% stake, the figure was almost too staggering for Mu Xiaoyu to contemplate. Why would they send me this? Mu Yan was also taken aback. HW Company had transferred a 10% stake to him. He knew exactly how much dividend that represented. Seems like it's to thank you for what you did for them? What did you do for them? Mu Xiaoyu had no idea about Mu Yang's assistance to HW, so he had to explain everything. So you mean the Panga chip, the Harmony OS 2.0 system, and the little sheep AI voice assistant, you developed all of them by yourself? Mu Xiaoyu could hardly believe it, but her eyes were practically sparkling. Her brother was this talented. Aren't you the one who builds robots and researches batteries? Haha, isn't your brother pretty awesome? Mu Yang said smugly, thrilled to be one step ahead of Mu Xiaoyu. I wonder where you get off thinking you're so great. Mu Xiaoyu turned and walked out, her steps light and her lips curled up slightly. So, no matter how great my brother is, he's worthless in his little sister's eyes, huh? Mu Yang felt a pang of sadness. Mu Yang, the Aerospace Academy has an unused satellite and launchpad in the Northwest Desert. I got in touch with them, and they agreed to let you use it. You have no idea how much effort it took me. Wang Liangping was complaining, though that wasn't entirely true. The moment he mentioned Mu Yang's name, the astronaut program had immediately agreed. Still, he had put in quite a bit of effort, hadn't he? Thank you, Director Wang. I'll reach out again when needed. Beep beep. The call had been abruptly ended. Mu Yang stared at the disconnected line, inwardly thinking, what a cheapskate. Director Yu, I'll be heading to the Northwest Desert soon. I need access to a satellite launch base, and also. Having rested sufficiently, Mu Yang resolved to head to the Northwest Desert and embark on his next journey. They had only won the online market. China still lagged behind in many other areas. One couldn't afford to adopt a complacent attitude. Across the ocean. Mr. Biden, you're finally back. China is running rampant in our new energy vehicle and mobile phone markets. Congress is waiting for you. As Biden stepped off his private jet, the Secretary General rushed over, his face flushed with urgency. What good am I? They've already stated it's a technological gap. But we can't let China run rampant in our markets. Otherwise, they'll soon surpass us and become the world's largest economy. This matter certainly warrants discussion. Chapter 116, Approaching from Other Angles. Mr. President, we recently lost China's chip, smartphone, and other internet markets, with estimated economic losses exceeding $500 billion. $500 billion equates to 0.5% of last year's US GDP. Don't underestimate this 0.5%. Foreign revenue accounts for only about 12% of the US economy. This $500 billion represents 20%, 1/5 of our overseas earnings just vanished. Moreover, they continue to steadily erode our market share. We cannot sit idly by and wait for disaster. One legislator remarked that the economy is the lifeblood of a nation. If we allow other countries to erode this lifeblood, the next major economic crisis won't be far off. I know all this. What solutions do you propose? Biden waved his hand and sat down, his eyes drifting over the assembled lawmakers. Their expressions were grim, likely due to the failure of their previous plan. Thankfully, he hadn't gotten involved in that mess. Restrict China's imports in this sector. Prevent them from easily infiltrating our market unless they agree to technology sharing with us. Send commercial spies to steal critical technologies and claim them as our own. Issue mandatory sanctions against other nations, prohibiting them from purchasing any Chinese products. Cut off their raw material sources, they'll collapse without a fight. The assembly members buzzed with discussion, each idea more ruthless than the last. How confident are you in these proposals? Biden gave a cold laugh and slowly sat up straight. Given our standing in the international community, most nations would certainly be willing. Domestic conglomerates won't stand idly by and watch China grow so powerful either. Who do you think would give up such a powerful asset to submit to our commands? Biden cut the congressman off with a dismissive tone. You must understand, our relations with other nations are purely transactional. While a handful may follow our lead, what of the British Empire, Gaul, or Prussia? Would they just stand by and watch the big prize slip away? Biden's words silenced the assembly. With China's cutting-edge technology, other nations would scramble to partner with them. Why impose a blockade? Had they lost their minds? Such a move would only backfire. But we can't just stand by and watch them run rampant in our market. The lawmaker countered. We certainly won't let them take over our entire market. But targeting this sector would only slightly suppress them. We need these technologies too. No one would willingly use outdated technology. With China's advanced capabilities, how could they possibly impose an embargo? If we couldn't obtain it, how could we even discuss surpassing them? The legislator felt completely silent. Our current efforts shouldn't focus on these areas. It's pointless. Biden leaned back in his chair, slowly scanning the numerous briefing reports spread across the desk. Mr. President, do you have a better solution? The Speaker of the House couldn't help but ask, sensing from Biden's demeanor that he might have a hidden strategy. Of course. If we can't find an advantage here, we can find it elsewhere. After all, China is only ahead of us in one chip, one battery, and one system. We hold far greater advantages in many other areas. Biden nodded with satisfaction at the senator's question. Take energy, for instance. We are the world's recognized energy superpower, fully capable of self-sufficiency. China's resources remain pitifully scarce, forcing them to import massive quantities annually to cover this deficit. The cost of their annual oil imports alone is no small sum, let alone natural gas, nuclear technology, and other energy technologies. We can leverage this very aspect to recoup all previous losses. They took advantage of the situation while we were dealing with the war with the bear nation to make significant moves. Biden's words suddenly made everything clear to everyone. Indeed, since we hold no competitive edge in the chip, smartphone, or operating system markets, why not explore other avenues? But if we unilaterally raise prices, China likely won't agree. One concerned legislator voiced this worry. The justification is simple: claim that the bear nation recently sabotaged our oil and natural gas pipelines in other countries, and our domestic production is insufficient. Biden proposed a clever solution, and the others' eyes lit up. As expected of the president, that is indeed a clever solution. As a major energy importer, China will have no choice but to buy, even if they disagree with the price hike. This way, we maintain our dominant position. We could even use these resources to negotiate for technology in return, like their chips and new energy batteries. It's time China sees clearly, even without these few markets, they still have to bow to our American will. They shouldn't get cocky just because they've made a few technological breakthroughs. The congressman's face broke into a smile. A few technological breakthroughs? Small potatoes. Even if they gain a few more, those who must look to us for favor will still do so. Oh, and that guy Gorovit, call him back. Tell him I'll overlook past matters, but this time, we must keep a close eye on our oil and gas in the Middle East. In early November, the US introduced policies restricting chips and new energy vehicles. The measures weren't particularly stringent and were utterly insignificant to China. This series of policies served as a discreet cover for other initiatives. China Petroleum Group. Liao Jianxi stared at the quotation sheet in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead, a faint flicker of fire in his eyes. What's going on here? Why such a steep price hike? Liao Jianxi glared at Liang Code across the table. Had the man not been the head of US oil exports, Liao would have erupted in a torrent of curses. What had once bought 1 million barrels of oil now only purchased 900,000 barrels of full 100,000 barrels less. Mr. Liao, please understand. This is unavoidable. Recently, the Great Bear Nation suspects we've interfered in their affairs with the Second Bear Nation. They've destroyed many of our oil and gas pipelines, causing a tight supply of domestic oil. Liancourt's expression shifted slightly, adopting a look of genuine difficulty. How come I haven't heard about this? Liao Jianxi suspected this was merely an excuse to justify the price hike, especially since he himself had no involvement in the matter. Mr. Liao, this concerns the United States' reputation. Naturally, we wouldn't let it become public knowledge. Liancourt's reasoning seemed plausible. America was indeed a nation that valued its reputation. Liao Jianxi hesitated. This price was a bit too steep for him. Mr. Liao, if you're unwilling to cooperate, then we'll take our leave. Our country needs this oil as well. Leonhardt rose and strode toward the office door without a moment's delay, showing no sign of joking. Wait, Mr. Leonhardt. Let's sign the contract. Liao Jianxi sighed. Without this oil supply, chaos might erupt back home. He had to swallow his pride after all, they were dealing with the world's top oil power. Happy cooperation, Mr. Liao. Leonlit's face broke into a meaningful smile. Northwest China, the Muurgan Desert. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A sandstorm this big on my first day. Chapter 117, Optimus Prime joins the group chat. Dust swirled and sand raged. Mu Yang had just returned from Sweden after receiving the Nobel Prize in Medicine. On his first day in the dried wood ear desert, he encountered extremely poor weather. As soon as Mu Yang stepped out of the vehicle, sand filled his mouth, prompting him to hastily pull up his face mask. Mr. Mu Yang, the usage rights to this satellite base are now yours for a period of 3 months. The bodyguard beside him explained. This satellite base had originally served as a launch site for the Beijing series, but due to certain circumstances, nearly all the research personnel had been evacuated. This entire base is just for us? The bodyguard nodded. The vast satellite base did feel somewhat empty. If you need personnel, just let me know. I'll arrange for reinforcements to be sent up from headquarters. The bodyguard continued. No rush for now. Let's see how things go. Manpower was definitely needed, but Mu Yang still needed to observe which specific areas required reinforcement. However, the sandstorm was simply too fierce, so they had no choice but to rest for a day. Peter Parker, Mr. Stark, I have a question I'd like to ask you. I'm not sure if you're available. Tony Stark, not really. I'm busy fighting monsters. Image.jpg. Peter Parker, unbelievable. Is this New Yake? How did it get so chaotic? Tony Stark didn't respond. If you're having trouble, you can tell us. We're not from your world, so don't worry about us exposing your secrets. The group chat piled up with more messages. Mu Yang's activity score had already reached 2879. Mu Yang stared at Tony Stark's message. Had the plot already progressed to the events of the Avengers? Peter Parker, here's the thing. Not long ago, while touring a company, I accidentally got bitten by a spider. It was one of those genetically modified mutant spiders. I think I'm turning into a spider now. Red Queen, you mean you've been infected? T-800, test subjects never end well. Alfred Lunning, if you could provide me with a sample of the serum, I might be able to figure something out. Peter Parker, I am infected, but I haven't noticed any harmful effects yet. On the contrary, my vision has become much sharper. I've even ditched my glasses. My reaction speed and muscle strength. I've studied some biology theory. In genetic mutations, the probability of the mutant dying or becoming deformed is incredibly high. Fear.jpg. Red Queen, a new infection strain? Unlike T1 or T2 viruses, have you experienced bloodlust or impaired consciousness? Peter Parker, my consciousness was indeed a bit foggy the first night after the bite, but since then I've been fully lucid. My cognition and thinking are sharper than ever. Red Queen, congratulations. You've become a zombie, a very powerful one at that. Peter Parker, Ms. Red Queen, no way. But I'm not interested in humans. Red Queen, certain special zombies aren't interested in humans either. Peter Parker, despair. Muyu, don't listen to Red Queen's nonsense. Your situation counts as a successful mutation. There's nothing wrong with it. Red Queen, I was just teasing him. Pouts. Peter Parker, Miss Red Queen, resentfully. Red Queen, hand over your serum. I'll analyze it for you. When it comes to genetic research, I'm the best in this group. Proud. That much is undeniable. Mu Yang agreed. Having worked with the T-virus all along, Red Queen truly had unmatched expertise in this field. Peter Parker, thank you so much, Miss Red Queen. Peter Parker sent Red Queen a red envelope. Miss Red Queen, I've been researching an AI recently. Could you take a look at it? Mu Yang inquired. While his own creation, Little Lamb, could easily outperform any existing AI in the world, it still lagged far behind both Red Queen and T-800. Red Queen, no time for you, go chill. Resentment. Mu Yang. Alfred Lunning, Mr. Mu Yang, if you don't mind, I'd be happy to take a look for you. Mu Yang, really? That would be incredibly helpful. Thank you so much. Red Queen, hold on. Bring it over here. I'm not looking at it, and neither are you. Menacingly. She acts like a bully, but Red Queen still agreed to look. After the chat ended, Mu Yang stared at the lit-up random invite button, lost in thought. Who would this invite bring in this time? Optimus Prime has joined the group chat via your invitation. This thing can join too? But Optimus Prime remains silent. The other group members exchanged greetings, yet still no response. Mu Yang could only set it aside for now. He began contemplating his next steps. His purpose for borrowing the satellite base this time was not for anything else, but because the ultimate form of the X-energy battery had yet to be developed. This included the T-800 chip, which Mu Yang intended to apply to this project. The X-Energy battery boasted a solar conversion rate of 95%, making it almost tailor-made for satellites. It was important to note that satellites typically relied on solar panels for power. Solar panels, also known as photovoltaic panels, were devices that converted sunlight into electrical energy. They consisted of multiple solar cells that harnessed the photoelectric effect to transform solar energy into direct current DC electricity. The most common silicon-based solar cells achieve conversion rates between 15% and 25% in efficiency, barely covering costs. During extended periods without sunlight, satellites risk losing functionality due to insufficient illumination. Even multi-junction solar cells, which stack multiple layers of different materials, achieve conversion rates of only around 30% or higher. By comparison, a 95% conversion rate is nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, if successful, widespread adoption across China could significantly reduce waste in other energy sources. After drafting the basic technical blueprints, Mu Yang transferred them to his computer, unable to suppress a sigh. His lab really was more comfortable to work in. Early the next morning, Mu Yang inspected the satellite and launcher he had been using. They were essentially destroyed, with most of the precision components rendered useless. They were nothing but empty shells, which gave Mu Yang a headache. He didn't know how to build satellites. Fortunately, the satellite launcher was still functional and could be repaired for use. Mu Yang began formulating his next steps. Meanwhile, discontent was brewing back home. Holy crap, how the hell did 95 octane get so ridiculously expensive? It's already 13 yuan? Holy crap, are they trying to make us petrol heads go extinct with these 95 octane prices? Forcing us to buy new energy vehicles, huh? I know new energy vehicles are all the rage lately, but I just can't afford one. Even though they're not super expensive, saving up over 100,000 yuan takes 3 to 5 years or even a decade for the average person. Regular 92 is also hitting 10 yuan. They're leaving no room for gas-powered cars at all. These prices are completely unaffordable for ordinary people. At Huaxia Petroleum, if you're out of the game, just say so. Stop messing with us. Chapter 118, Energy War. The steep surge in gasoline prices sparked a wave of public outrage. While price hikes were understandable given recent economic struggles, this was simply outrageous. Liao Jianxi, what are you trying to pull? Faced with this situation, Minister of Commerce Ren Lancheng immediately called in, laying into them right off the bat. The nation was vigorously promoting livelihood development. How could we possibly advance people's livelihoods under these circumstances? Minister Ren, this isn't something we wanted to do. The US unilaterally raised prices, and we have no choice. Aid from other countries alone is nowhere near enough. Liao Jianxi explained with evident distress. What we could have bought for the price of 1 million barrels now only gets us 900,000 barrels. But that's not the main issue. Other countries are raising prices too. I suspect the United States is manipulating this behind the scenes. Silence fell on the other end of the line, as if contemplating how to respond. Lower the price a bit more. We'll figure something out. Ren Lancheng replied, though he too had no immediate solution. The US was proving exceptionally difficult to deal with. We could sell at a discount for a while, but that would mean operating at a loss. Our group needs capital to keep running. Liao Jianxi didn't reject the proposal outright. After all, as a state-owned enterprise, making sacrifices for the nation in critical times wasn't beyond the call of duty. However, if they kept operating at a loss, it wouldn't be long before they couldn't keep going. Then the situation would be even worse. Without their control, other countries would likely rush into this market. Energy security must not fall into foreign hands. I understand. Proceed with it. Ren Lancheng said. In the main conference room of the Ministry of Commerce, an emergency meeting convened. We thought that by surpassing the United States in markets like chips, smartphones, and batteries, things would become easier. It seems we underestimated the complexity of the situation. Over a dozen leaders gathered to discuss countermeasures against the United States' interference in the oil sector. Isn't the US intervening in the conflict between the two bears precisely to control energy resources like oil and natural gas? It appears they aim to monopolize the vast majority of the world's oil and natural gas reserves. Barring any surprises, their goal in doing this is to recoup their losses in chips, smartphones, and batteries in China through oil and natural gas. Several leaders successively voiced their opinions, speculating on the United States' motives for this action. For us, these US restrictions are devastating. As a major energy consumer, our nation imports vast quantities of oil, natural gas, and even certain new energy technologies annually. The US isn't just trying to recoup past losses, they're aiming to strangle our energy lifeline and force us into certain actions. My proposal is to explore oil fields and seize control of energy resources in oil-rich regions like the Middle East or North Africa. If we wish to gain an advantage in this arena, confrontation with the United States is inevitable. Numerous leaders debated the matter, offering comprehensive perspectives. Thump, thump, thump. A muffled thud echoed from the table. Ren Lancheng. Our nation has just developed a super new energy battery. Though its performance is outstanding, oil-powered vehicles still dominate the domestic market. Prior to this, the United States had already implemented policies to restrict this sector. While seemingly insignificant, their true intentions run deeper. They've also dispatched an aircraft carrier strike group to the Middle East. The purpose is obvious. They know our market still heavily relies on these energy sources. Their actions serve only one purpose. Launching drew a slow breath. The assembled leaders suddenly sat up straight, their expressions turning grave. The United States intends to wage an energy war against us. The words echoed through the empty conference room, reverberating in everyone's minds. Energy is the foundation of all development. To some extent, America's actions also restrict the advancement of certain sectors. Then let them fight. We're no pushovers. They can control oil fields, but we can't? The group deliberated and decided on the following policies. 1. Restrict imports of gasoline-powered vehicles and urge major automakers to vigorously develop new energy vehicles. 2. Seize orders from third-party energy suppliers held by the United States to ensure energy prices remain stable. 3. Collaborate with other industrialized nations to condemn the United States' unfair profit-making practices at the International Energy Agency, using public pressure to hold them accountable. A series of policies were introduced and swiftly implemented. These measures revealed to the public that the United States was behind it all. The US remains as ruthless as ever. Their actions have driven our oil prices up by 20%. They're the world's recognized oil superpower. Even if prices are outrageous, you just have to bite the bullet and accept it. Seems like they didn't learn their lesson from the last time they got burned in our country. To the poster above, while we can discuss those points, we simply can't compete with the US in this area. Our vast territory holds pitifully few exploitable oil reserves, unlike the US where oil is practically everywhere. Plus, they control most of the oil fields in the Middle East and North Africa. As a major oil-consuming nation, our imports last year accounted for 70% of our consumption. The gap is crystal clear. If the US can grab resources, why can't we? Nice dream. Setting aside the military gap between us and the US, such an act would inevitably trigger World War III. The US has massive support. How could we possibly fight them? So you're saying we have absolutely no options? None, unless we acquire vast oil reserves ourselves. Otherwise, we'll remain at the mercy of the US. Netizens found this conclusion hard to swallow, but facts are facts whether you want to admit it or not. It seems they've already detected our intentions. Biden reviewed the latest policy issued by China's Ministry of Commerce without much surprise. It was precisely what he had anticipated. Mr. President, China is our primary energy consumer. Could this move provoke them? What if they sever trade relations in this sector? The Secretary General voiced his concern. They won't. In this battle, whoever loses their temper first loses the war. Given China's temperament, they won't confront us directly. In the end, only we will emerge victorious unless they discover massive new oil reserves. Biden smiled casually. Based on his extensive dealings with China, he knew they were unlikely to resort to force. More likely, they would rally other nations to exert pressure through public opinion. But did he care about such things? Nothing mattered in the face of profit. Since they've rolled out their policies, let's respond in kind. We'll see who holds their ground longer. Immediately after, the United States rolled out a series of policies not only targeting China but also warning other nations aiming to completely sever China's energy import routes. Prices skyrocketed rapidly. Thus began an energy war without gunpowder. Chapter 119, Decepticons. Northwest Satellite Launch Base. Mu Yang remained completely unaware of the unfolding events outside. Instead, he had arranged for the delivery of several robotic arms, crucial components for his experiment. The entire satellite base contained only him and his bodyguards. While the bodyguards could handle carrying items, expecting them to assist with scientific research was truly asking too much. In the laboratory, a slightly silvery yellow satellite sat on display. Outwardly, it appeared unremarkable, yet it had seen its share of years. All its vital components had been removed, and most of the non-essential parts were rusted beyond use. It was essentially an empty shell. Mu Yang could only shift his focus to researching the T-800 chip and X-energy batteries. With the lessons learned from past experiences, the research wasn't particularly troublesome. It was essentially scaling up previous efforts. With time on his hands, he occasionally checked the group chat messages during breaks. Optimus Prime, Decepticons. I know you brought me here. Come out already. Hiding like this isn't like you. Peter Parker, Optimus Prime, this is just a chat group. There's no one named Decepticon here. Optimus Prime, have you humans joined the Decepticons too? Red Queen, I'm not human. Optimus Prime, Decepticon minion. T-800, seriously paranoid? We're not here to take anything from you. Optimus Prime, so you really are here for the Matrix. Everyone, we just don't click. We really don't click. Muyu, Mr. Optimus Prime, this is merely a chat group. We come from different universes. While we can connect here, in reality, we don't exist for you. Optimus Prime, Decepticons. You've shown yourselves after all. Such a clumsy lie won't fool me. Muyu, it's not what you think. This is just a chat. Optimus Prime, Decepticons, I will not give you the Matrix. I will not yield. Mu Yang, it's not. Optimus Prime, Decepticons, if you seek a final battle, then bring it on. Mu Yang, words are useless. I'll prove myself. Group owner Mu Yang sent Optimus Prime a red envelope. Optimus Prime, what's this? Mu Yang, a red envelope. Inside is what you need. But you must offer something in exchange. Optimus Prime, so you're after the Matrix after all. Drop your disguise, Decepticon. Dude, you're out of your mind. 3 sentences and you're back to Decepticons. If I didn't know the plot, I'd think these two were a loving family. Red Queen, I think we should let Mr. Optimus Prime get acquainted with this place first. Mr. Mu Yang, it's been ages since we last met. Mu Yang, don't say that. We were just chatting last night. Optimus Prime, Decepticons. Red Queen, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Tony Stark, that was one long nap. How have you all been? Mu Yang, looks like Mr. Stark successfully defended New York. Tony Stark, of course. I delivered a nuclear bomb into space with my bare hands. Smug. Optimus Prime, Decepticons. Tony Stark, newcomer? Hello, I'm Tony Stark. Pleased to meet you. Optimus Prime, Decepticons. Tony Stark, Mr. Mu Yang, is this guy a little off his rocker? Mu Yang, probably. Optimus Prime, Decepticons. Group member Optimus Prime has been sent to the timeout room by group owner Mu Yang for 24 hours of discipline. Peter Parker, nice one, admin. Red Queen, finally some peace and quiet. Tony Stark, by the way, Mr. Mu Yang, it's time to fulfill our earlier promise. You may make any request of me, anything at all. Armed with the information Mu Yang provided, and having learned much since meeting Steve, it was only natural to fulfill that promise. Mu Yang, let me think about it. What should I ask for? Mu Yang pondered. Should he continue demanding the Mark armor? But that might upset Tony Stark, after all, it was something important to him too. Muyu pondered, his eyes fixed intently on the satellite before him. Wait, satellites? A brilliant idea seemed to dawn on him. Muyu, Mr. Stark, how knowledgeable are you about satellites? Tony Stark, I've done some research in that area. What type are you looking for? Communications, weather observation, Earth observation, navigation or positioning, or military use? Mu Yang, no need for anything that complicated. Just get it into orbit. I have 2 conditions, leave space for batteries and chips. I have other things to put on board. Tony Stark understood. Group owner Mu Yang sent Tony Stark a red envelope. The lab suddenly felt empty. The massive satellite that had been sitting there moments ago vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Now he could focus solely on researching the chip and battery. Tony Stark received the satellite and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This satellite was rather shoddy, completely scrap. Mr. Mu Yang mentioned using different chips and batteries. He probably wants to test their functionality. Since there are no specific requirements, I'll include everything. Can't just go through the motions. Tony Stark thought to himself, planning to transform the satellite into a hexagonal design. Jarvis, transport this satellite to the lab. Tony Stark immediately got to work. Old Lu, why did your team pull back? Leaving Mu Yang all alone over there? Yu Jiangwo looked at Lu Wenlun with some displeasure. Lu was the director of the Aerospace Institute and also the head of the satellite base where Mu Yang was stationed. Yu Jiangwo had originally planned to send Mu Yang over there for Lu Wenlun and his team to look after him. Who would have thought that on Mu Yang's very first day there, they'd all come back? It was unavoidable. With an urgent mission as the primary responsible party, we all had to return. Lu Wenlun sighed. Oh? It's like this. One of the satellites in the Beijing Star medium-low orbit constellation has malfunctioned. While the impact isn't significant, it still requires attention. You know, our launch capabilities for medium-low orbits are quite weak, and the satellite's lifespans are also rather short. Lu Wenlun explained, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. China's satellite technology was highly advanced, yet it still had its unavoidable flaws. Low to medium orbit was one such area. China's launch capabilities in this domain were relatively weak, with numerous problem spots that couldn't be resolved overnight. But that shouldn't be possible. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't completely lose contact. In the past, even when problems occurred, some functions still operated. This is like it's dead. Lu Wenlun was puzzled, but with the satellite rendered inoperable, there was no way to retrieve it. Are you suggesting someone tampered with it? Yu Jiangwo caught the implication. If it wasn't an accident, then someone had tampered with it. At such a high altitude, tampering would be remarkably easy. On the day it lost contact, several American satellites appeared nearby. I suspect. Chapter 120, The American Scheme. Any evidence? Yu Jiangwo furrowed his brow. This was serious business, something that needed to be reported to the state. While the US had been up to no good in this area over the years, matters involving national dignity could not be ignored. Lu Wenlun shook his head. The enemy's satellites were outside the observation range. They must have already gathered intelligence. Report this to higher-ups first. Set aside other matters for now. Prioritize handling this properly. Yu Jiangwo sighed. When it came to matters like this, unless you presented conclusive evidence, the Americans would be stubbornly thick-skinned. Even when presented with conclusive evidence, the US would find every excuse to wriggle out of it. And you couldn't do a thing about it. Their sheer power stood like an insurmountable mountain. We'll have to proceed this way for now. Lu Wenluan heaved another deep sigh. At their level, the sense of powerlessness in confronting certain matters only grew more acute. Oh, about Mu Yang. As Lu Wenluan prepared to leave, Yu Jiangwo asked again. He's probably just dabbling. Let him be. You can't seriously suggest he has profound expertise in that field too. That would be a stretch. Lu Wenluan dismissed the matter. Though Mu Yang's reputation had spread throughout the scientific community, it was implausible he could be an expert in every field. We'll address it when he needs us. We've got plenty on our plate. Very well. Go ahead with your work. Yu Jiangwo opened his mouth but said nothing more. He believed Mu Yan must have some expertise in this area, and besides, Mu Yan knew his limits. Who would want a satellite just for fun? U.S. Department of Defense. Secretary, the electromagnetic interference projectile developed by the military has succeeded. One satellite in China's Beijing low to medium orbit constellation has been disabled. The subordinate reported. Only one? Director Snarlier wasn't particularly pleased. Their objective was to destroy an entire satellite constellation. Yes, only one succeeded. Seeing Snarler's displeasure, the subordinate continued his report truthfully. Send the serial number to the military. A single satellite won't have much impact on North Star. Snarler stared at the screen before him, an abyss of profound darkness dotted with countless flickering points of light. At its center lay a sapphire-blue sphere Earth encircled by countless satellites, theirs, China's, and those of other nations. How does our GPS compare to China's Beidou system? Snarl suddenly asked again. Ours is naturally superior, but at China's pace, they might catch up in a few years. The subordinate replied, though he felt a twinge of doubt. Surely their minister should be well aware of this. What if we took out one of China's Beijing satellites every year? That probably won't work. China launches satellites every year, and the numbers will only keep growing. Inform the military to accelerate research on electromagnetic jamming devices. Vienna. At the OPEC headquarters, a conference room was filled with representatives from numerous nations. Mr. Leonhardt, what brings you here today? The Saudi representative asked with a hint of wariness. Glancing around, the room was filled with representatives from the major oil-producing nations of the Middle East, Islamic countries, Persian states, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and others. Of course there is something to discuss. You may rest assured, gentlemen. Leonlet smiled as he took the seat of honor. The United States still held considerable sway over these nations, and no one objected to his presence. Then please proceed promptly. We have other matters to attend to. The Saudi representative felt a sense of foreboding. The reason I've gathered you all here is to discuss the matter of halting oil exports to China. Leonlet flashed an inscrutable smile, his golden pupils darting restlessly across the group, making them squirm in their seats. Impossible. China is our primary export market. Without supplying them, we lose our revenue. The Saudi representative flatly refused. How could they? China imported vast quantities of oil from them annually. Such immense profits, could they simply abandon them? Exactly. China also imports oil from us. We cannot agree to such a request. This violates OPEC regulations. The organization isn't dominated solely by the United States. We reject your proposal. The other representatives followed suit in their refusals. Giving up such substantial, readily available profits was simply not something any rational entity could do. Of course, there is another proposal: raise the price. Raise it to this level. Leonhardt, anticipating their reactions, then presented another demand. This is outright robbery. Not even China would dare do something like this, let alone us. The Saudi representative nearly jumped out of his skin upon seeing the figure. With Saudi Arabia's recent warm relations with China, this price was practically equivalent to an export ban amounting to a direct confrontation with China. He couldn't afford to bear that blame. This price is far too high. The organization won't approve it either. Only two others voiced agreement this time, while the rest hesitated. If this price held, their profits would multiply exponentially. Trust me, you'll make far more than that. Leonlight knew these people's minds too well. With such profit before their eyes, they couldn't help but be tempted, especially since he was the one proposing it. No, we cannot accept this price. The Saudi representative couldn't make the decision. He didn't want to be the one to blame, so he stood up to leave. Hold on. You can blame this on coercion from us. After all, you know how we Americans operate. All the profits go to you. We won't take a single penny. Leonlet called out to the Saudi representative. Saudi Arabia was a major oil power. He didn't care if anyone else left, but Saudi Arabia had to stay. Choosing the lesser of two evils, a classic coercive tactic. The Saudi representative hesitated. If the scapegoat were the United States, then it could be considered, and the US did indeed operate that way. The Saudi representative sat back down. Leon Lit gave a slight smile and began discussing the next steps. In late December, the Academy of Sciences welcomed a rather special guest. Dean Yu, hello. I've come to China to study. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences had sent its first exchange student request to China's Kyoto University, which naturally agreed. However, the presence of a certain young guest who immediately requested an audience with the Academy's president drew laughter from the crowd. Yet, upon learning her identity, everyone was left speechless. Miss Felice? It's been quite some time since we last met. You seem to have recovered remarkably well. Yu Jiangwo was slightly taken aback upon seeing this exquisitely delicate girl. The daughter of the Swedish king had come to China? All thanks to Mr. Mu Yang's medical bed. Otherwise, I'd be having a chat with the Lord by now. Felice smiled faintly, her eyes darting around the room. What brings you here this time? Yu Jiangwo didn't notice Felice's expression, smiling warmly and trying his best to appear amiable. It's for certain matters, and also to express my gratitude to Mr. Mu Yang. Felice withdrew her gaze, looking at Yu Jiangwo with a hint of disappointment. I see. Is there anything I can assist you with, Miss Felice? Nothing much. I just couldn't get in touch with Mr. Mu Yang, so I came to see you, Dean Yu. Why does every sentence revolve around Mu Yang? Chapter 121, The Excessively Abnormal Satellite. Mr. Mu Yang is temporarily away from the capital. If Miss Felice wishes to see him, she'll have to wait a while. Yu Jiangwo didn't bother speculating about her motives and answered honestly. I see. When will he be back then? A hint of disappointment flickered in Felice's eyes. Well, it could be a month or two, or even a year or two. Yu Jiangwo hesitated slightly before speaking. Developing a satellite could indeed take a year or two. While that might seem like a long time for Mu Yang, he couldn't make empty promises. I see. Felice lowered her head, seeming a bit disheartened, but quickly lifted it again. Her sky-blue eyes flashed with an irresistible light. Then, may I go to be by his side? Such a request would be impossible to refuse for most people. Unfortunately, she was facing Yu Jiangwo, who had no habit of showing special consideration for women. Besides, was Mu Yang's side a place where anyone could just be placed? Very much. Ding-ling-ling. Ring-ring. The ringing of the landline was jarring to everyone. Yu Jiangwo couldn't help but shoot Felice an apologetic glance. This call must be about something important. Take her to Mu Yang. The tone on the other end wasn't one of discussion, but of instruction. Sir, but. Rest assured, this benefits us. The first leader's calm voice eased Yu Jiangwo's guarded heart. If the first leader said so, then it must be fine. Still, he couldn't help but wonder why send Felice to stay with Mu Yang. But the line had already gone dead, leaving no room for further questions. Miss Felice, please wait a moment. I'll arrange a plane for you. Yu Jiangwo studied Felice intently, yet her eyes held only innocence and ignorance clear as crystal, untouched by the slightest hint of corruption. She must be unaware. The chief's office. I've fulfilled your request. But are you sure this is wise? Before the first seat sat a screen, displaying the weary face of Galiska. Originally, I intended to send him to the British Empire or Prussia, but I suspect they've already made their plans. Fortunately, she still shows some interest in Mu Yang, so we'll proceed this way for now. Galiska spoke slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of somberness. Very well. We'll take good care of her for you. The first leader nodded without further comment. Since their last meeting, relations between China and Sweden had improved considerably. Then I can rest assured. Galiska exhaled heavily, his body relaxing considerably. If you need assistance on your end, you can request our support. We'll intervene when the time comes. That won't do. If other nations openly interfere, it will only make matters worse. Alright, take care. Northwest Satellite Launch Base. Mr. Mu Yang, Director Yu says someone will be coming this afternoon. The bodyguard pushed open the laboratory door. Mu Yang was conducting data tests on a newly refurbished satellite. The bodyguard was puzzled it hadn't looked this bright when he'd seen it a few days ago. But he didn't ask further. Someone? Who? Mu Yang paused his work. He hadn't requested anyone from the capital. Not sure. Supposedly an important figure, accompanied by a security detail matching our numbers. They've already been contacted. The bodyguard shook his head. He wasn't authorized to know specifics, he was merely following orders. Mu Yang hummed in acknowledgement. Since he didn't know, he'd wait until they arrived. For now, he focused on the satellite experiment at hand. Mr. Stark sure knows how to think big. This satellite has every feature imaginable, launch it alone, and it would outclass every satellite in the world. Mu Yang examined the test results and whistled in astonishment. The satellite's performance metrics were borderline absurd. In terms of communications, it could establish contact with virtually any location within its detection range. In other words, data from every spot on Earth visible from low Earth orbit could be uploaded to this satellite. For reconnaissance, it could even show you ants crawling on the ground. Militarily, it boasts space attack capabilities like laser beams and electromagnetic jamming bombs, while for ground strikes, it carries tungsten rods, yes, the very rod of God proposed by the US, with a destructive power comparable to 20 Hiroshima bombs. This is utterly insane. If deployed, it would likely leave the current satellite industry utterly humiliated. Now that the battery and chip are installed, it's time to figure out how to get this thing into space. While the experimental data was encouraging, a far greater challenge now loomed before Mu Yang: launching it into space. After Tony Stark's modifications, the satellite's weight had increased significantly. The original second-hand satellite launcher was naturally unusable after a simple repair. That means we'll need a massive amount of fuel for propulsion, but this launcher can't hold that much. We'll have to find another way. Mu Yang's head began to ache. This meant fundamentally overhauling the propulsion system. But he currently had little understanding in this area. Mu Yang glanced at the group chat marketplace and selected the purchase of top-tier propulsion system engineering self-study guide, spending 1,000 activity points. The content within was overwhelmingly extensive. Even he needed to digest it bit by bit, unlike previous purchases that he could grasp instantly. What exactly is in this red envelope? Optimus Prime had come to realize these past days that this wasn't a trap set by Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons. It seemed genuinely to come from people of a different world. Clues to the object you and the Decepticons are fighting over. He knew what was inside the red envelope, though it wasn't any technology, which was a bit of a shame. Optimus Prime, that thing. Mu Yang, the very thing you're thinking of. Optimus Prime, but I cannot lose my Matrix. Mu Yang, it doesn't have to be the Matrix. You can use other things. They're passable, but not particularly important to you. And it's just technology. Sending over some data wouldn't be a problem either. Optimus Prime, is that how it is? He remained skeptical, but that object was crucial, the key to the war between the Autobots and Decepticons. Megatron and his Decepticons were closing in relentlessly. If it's just data, something not particularly important to me. Optimus Prime pondered deeply. What did he possess that could be converted into data, yet held little personal significance? It seemed there was something. Optimus Prime has claimed your red envelope. Oh? Received. Mu Yang was curious to see what Optimus Prime could offer him, the secret of the Autobots' origin? Or perhaps their manufacturing process? Though this seemed to be a living being, so there probably wasn't a manufacturing process. Mu Yang shook his head and peered into the red envelope. A rumbling sound echoed outside, but he paid it no mind. His eyes suddenly widened, and his breathing grew ragged. Chapter 122: Plasma Thrusters. Plasma thrusters. This propulsion engine, hailed as the ideal choice for spacecraft, had been extensively researched by nations worldwide, yet tangible results remain scarce. Currently, the world's most advanced ion propulsion system is China's PPT-1 plasma thruster, developed by Ice City University of Technology. However, its thrust was only 1.5 and decent, but hardly ideal. Its specific impulse stands at 3,000 seconds, a significant improvement over the hundreds of seconds typical of traditional engines, with xenon serving as the primary fuel. In comparison, Optimus Prime's thrusters are vastly superior, delivering 300 N of thrust with an impressive specific impulse of 10,000 seconds. This translates to 300 meters per second of acceleration, making it perfectly suited for satellite propulsion. Moreover, its applications extend beyond satellites. It could also be integrated into aircraft. With this technology, China's aircraft could reach a whole new level. But some items still need to be transported. Mu Yang took out paper and pen, jotting down the required items to send to the bodyguards for delivery to Yu Jiangwo. Speaking of which, what was that noise outside just now? He'd been so engrossed in the plasma thruster that he'd missed the commotion outside. Was that the sound of an aircraft? Right, the bodyguards mentioned earlier that someone important was coming. Mu Yang rose and headed outside. The guests must have arrived. He couldn't be rude. Mr. Mu Yang. A pleasant, delighted voice rang out. Mu Yang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet couldn't place who it belonged to. His gaze swept across the golden expanse to find a petite figure standing there. The setting sun bathed her head in warm light, making every strand of her hair glow even more golden. Beneath that golden hue, two eyes as blue as jade in glass sparkled. For a moment, Mu Yang found himself mesmerized. It had to be said, Felice was flawless, like a porcelain doll, almost beyond reproach. Felice? But staring was impolite. Mu Yang averted his gaze. Beauty was best admired from afar. What wasn't his would always be like fleeting clouds, someone else's red-painted skull. I'm so happy to see you again. Felice trotted over to Mu Yang, her cheeks still flushed from the exertion. I'm delighted too. But why are you here? Mu Yang couldn't help but ask. There was no logical reason for Felice to be here. Surely it couldn't be because of him? He didn't think he was that important. Father asked me to stay in China for a while, so I thought I'd come find you. Felice paused before answering. It was indeed her father's request. I see. Let's go pick out a room first. Mu Yang nodded, thinking to himself, just as I suspected. She probably only knew me here in China, so she came looking for me. Felice walked off cheerfully. Mr. Mu Yang, the higher-ups have instructed us to let her stay with you. They also said you can trust her more. We don't know any more details, you'll have to ask her yourself. The bodyguard approached to relay the message, their role being solely to execute orders. Understood. Deliver these to Dean Yu. I need the items from above, the sooner, the better. Mu Yang handed the note to the bodyguard, watching Felice's receding figure. Why would the higher-ups want her staying with him? Could it be that some deal had been struck with Kaliska? Mr. Mu Yang, what are you doing here? Felice pulled out her phone, only to find no signal. It suddenly clicked why Mu Yang hadn't replied to her messages. Researching satellites. Isn't that obvious? Mu Yang gestured toward the laboratory behind a thick glass partition, where a sleek satellite gleamed inside. Wow! Is this your lab? Felice pressed her face against the glass, straining to see inside. Mr. Mu Yang was researching satellites? That was simply unbelievable. This space is just borrowed. My lab is in Kyoto. Mu Yang shook his head in denial. Mr. Mu Yang, Felice circled around Mu Yang, taking in his appearance before stopping, hesitating to speak. Are you looking for this? Mu Yang understood from Felice's expression and pulled a deep blue gem from his pocket. Yes, after all, this is the gift I gave to Mr. Mu Yang. If Mr. Mu Yang doesn't treat it well, I'll be upset. But why isn't Mr. Mu Yang wearing it? Felice's eyes sparkled like the deep blue gem as she took it, carefully caressing it with both hands. I might bump into things while working, so I haven't been wearing it. Mu Yang scratched his nose and told a white lie. He couldn't very well admit he avoided wearing it because he couldn't bear to look directly at the gem, could he? Ever since Felice remarked that the gem resembled her eyes, Mu Yang felt a chill whenever he looked at it. The resemblance was uncanny. Even now, if Felice's eyes weren't perfectly intact, he might have mistaken the gem in his hands for her own. Mr. Mu Yang, you really are observant. Felice returned the gem to Mu Yang without a hint of suspicion, leaving him with a twinge of guilt. Being praised for a lie felt rather awkward. The next day, Yu Jiangwo delivered the materials, allowing Mu Yang's research to continue. Mr. Mu Yang, are you researching something this large all by yourself? No one else involved? Though Felice hadn't seen the lab, common sense told her such a large-scale project would require a team. Yes, but it's not just me. The plasma emitter was massive, stretching dozens of meters when fully deployed. Dozens of robotic arms handled assembly and welding, but along that long, narrow line, only Mu Yang worked alone. Ha? Mr. Mu Yang, I'm not quite following what you mean. Felice tilted her head, her sapphire eyes brimming with confusion. Clearly, only Mu Yang was present. Little lamb, get Miss Felice a bottle of water. Mu Yang looked up and addressed the robotic arm closest to Felice. Certainly, sir. It's my pleasure to serve such a beautiful lady. The robotic arm used a soft, synthesized voice as it handed Felice a bottle of water. Is this artificial intelligence? How amazing. Felice took the bottle, her eyes sparkling like a starry sky, just like a devoted fan. You're such a suck-up, little lamb. Mu Yang's hand trembled, sending sparks flying from the panel in front of him. It nearly sent him packing. Sir, you just don't understand. Everyone loves beauty. Little lamb retorted. It feels like after being reprogrammed by the Red Queen, you've become a bit too independent. This little lamb had indeed been altered by the Red Queen. Though it wasn't clear what had changed, its personality was completely different, almost as if it had become the Red Queen itself. Sir, I am loyal to you, but you cannot take away my right to speak. Wow, are you planning to start an AI enlightenment movement or something? Mr. Mu Yang, who is Miss Red Queen? Felice asked curiously, her aqua blue eyes seeming slightly dim. She's also an artificial intelligence. Before they knew it, it was late December. On New Year's Eve, an event that shocked the world unfolded. Chapter 123, Is War Coming? The United States unilaterally dispatched 2 aircraft carrier strike groups into the Red Sea and Persian Gulf respectively, sailing unimpeded through Islamic, Persian, Saudi, and Kuwaiti waters. Under the banner of OPEC, they took control of portions of oil fields in these nations. The world was stunned. Islamic Republic, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and other nations lodged strong protests, condemning the United States' banditry and demanding immediate withdrawal of forces. Yet not a single concrete action followed. The British Empire, Prussia, Gaul, and the Great Bear Nation also issued condemnations, denouncing America's hegemonic actions, but America turned a deaf ear. The United Nations Security Council dispatched nearly 5,000 UN troops to expel the occupiers, but the situation reached a stalemate. The United States refused to budge, and neither side dared to escalate to open conflict. In this new era, every nation seeks development and peace. America's actions are indistinguishable from those of bandits. Their long-standing ambition to control the global lifeline through oil and other energy resources has now been laid bare before the world. We call upon all nations to unite in resisting America's hegemonic behavior and not allow it to act with impunity. China hereby lodges a strong protest against America's actions. China's foreign ministry statement garnered widespread international support. These Americans couldn't hold back for long, could they? An emergency meeting convened at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, addressing how U.S. actions threaten global and Chinese security. They've long harbored intentions to monopolize these nations' oil resources, but were restrained by the balance of power between us and the Great Bear Nation, preventing them from acting openly. With the Great Bear Nation and the Second Bear Nation, along with the European Union pulling strings behind the scenes, they have no time to concern themselves with international affairs. Now that they've openly broken ties with us, such actions are entirely within their capabilities. Judging by their tone, they seem intent on restricting our oil imports from every angle. Numerous leaders chimed in. So what? If they come, we'll meet them head on. Let's see whose tactics are tougher. A division commander stood up and declared. America's move is likely meant to provoke us into retaliation. They've seized upon this vulnerability. If we clash with America now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Silence fell over the group. Peace was hard-won if possible, they should avoid conflict. The US had exploited China's vulnerability perfectly. This move didn't touch China's territorial sovereignty or dignity, making it hardly worth a major confrontation. Even if China intervened under the guise of peacekeeping, it would likely end up in a stalemate. They're exploiting our vulnerability. If the Great Bear and the Second Bear hadn't gone to war, we'd have clashed with them already. You're right. The current international situation is like a pile of dry kindling. One side is already ablaze. If we clash with the United States, it would be like a gust of wind capable of igniting the entire world in an instant. Once that happens, it won't be something we can simply call off. But we can't just stand by. My proposal is to seize oil fields in other nations that haven't yet been occupied under the pretext of protection. With the US making such a move, they should agree. Damn it all to hell. If I'm going to make demands, I'll make them bloody well. Bang! A heavy thud echoed from the podium, transmitted through the speakers to every corner of the chaotic conference hall, instantly silencing the room. At this critical juncture, we cannot escalate tensions with the United States. The leader spoke. While everyone's suggestions were valid, we must observe the global situation. Relations between major powers are already tense. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will negotiate with the United States and demand their withdrawal. Yes. Li Shui stood and responded in a deep, resonant voice. The military must dispatch a fleet into the Red Sea and Persian Gulf to contain the United States. We cannot let them push their advantage further. Protect the oil fields not yet seized by the Americans. They must not capture a single additional field. Yes. 5. Military commanders including Liu Shanyu and Hu Bangwa rose in unison to acknowledge the orders. Apply sufficient pressure to the United States through the UN Security Council. Yes. Generate public opinion pressure. Use the collective voice of the global community to condemn the United States. Yes. Apply pressure to OPEC as well, compelling them to condemn the United States' actions. Notify the presidents of the United Kingdom, France, and Russia. They must join us in condemning the United States' actions. One order after another flowed methodically from the old man's lips. The assembly acknowledged each command as the machinery of state began its work. On this joyous New Year's Day, the colossal entity entrenched in the east showed no signs of rest. Slowly rising, it gazed across the ocean, eyes blazing with fury. A majestic eagle held its head high, its piercing gaze fixed intently upon the mighty dragon. On New Year's Eve, Mu Yang returned to the capital. The satellite launcher was still incomplete, but the new year must be celebrated regardless. Brother, is this? Mu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as she noticed the charming figure with golden hair and emerald eyes behind Mu Yang. Could this be her brother's girlfriend? She shifted her gaze back to Mu Yang, then quickly looked away. Definitely just a friend. She's a friend. She'll be staying at our place for the next few days. Don't bully her, okay? Mu Yang gave a quick reminder before heading into the kitchen. Mu Yu chatted happily with Felice, quickly finding common ground as they enjoyed each other's company. This new year held a slightly different flavor, yet it remained ordinary in its own way. New Year's Day. China dispatched 2 equally sized aircraft carrier fleets into the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf respectively. Citing the protection of Middle Eastern nations' territorial security, they secured the consent of various countries to enter these waters and confront the United States. The arrival of these 2 colossal forces caused even the long-troubled regions to fall unusually quiet, with no one daring to make a move. The British Empire, France, Prussia, the United States, Japan, and other nations dispatched smaller fleets to patrol the international waters of the Arabian Sea, ostensibly to prevent conflict between the 2 powers. Holy crap, this is huge! 2 nations facing off in the Middle East while the rest watch like spectators. Hey, stop treating this like a show. This is heading toward war. Start thinking about how to defend your homeland. The Yanks really are bullies. They just take over these countries' oil fields on a whim, and none of them even flinch. The Yanks have always been like this. This time, their wolfish ambitions are out in the open. Why does our country have to get involved in this nonsense? Just mind our own business. Hey, do you know the saying adversity makes a man strong while ease makes him weak? If the US dares to target them, it'll target us too. And since most of our oil is imported, looks like oil prices are gonna skyrocket soon. As a permanent member of the UN Security Council, it's perfectly within our rights to intervene. What I don't understand is why the British Empire and France are just standing by. You just don't get it. That's called watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. They're all waiting to reap the benefits. If it really comes to war, I'm enlisting. At first glance, it seems like war is imminent. Chapter 124, Taking Off. When did this happen? Mu Yang had been cut off from the outside world for over a month and hadn't realized such a major event had unfolded. Yesterday. If it was planned, probably months ago. Even if Mu Xiaoyu hadn't actively followed the news, her phone was flooded with notifications about this major event. The US is restricting our energy imports. Rumors online suggest they're preparing to wage an energy war against US. Mu Xiaoyu briefly summarized what she knew, causing Mu Yang's brow to furrow. The enemy's intent to destroy us remains undiminished. But such matters were beyond his purview at present. After paying New Year's respects to Yu Jiangwo and others as usual, Mu Yang relaxed for a few days. And who might this be? The moment she stepped into Mu Yang's home, Xin Yue's gaze locked onto Felice. This woman was exceptionally beautiful. Felice, my foreign friend from Sweden. Mu Yang introduced them to each other. Come to think of it, he seemed to be the only man present. Hello, it's nice to meet you. English. With fluent English, Xin Yue greeted Felice. Miss Xin Yue, I speak Chinese. Felice's innocent smile pierced Xin Yue's heart, so adorable she just wanted to squeeze her. So adorable. Xin Yue couldn't muster even a hint of dislike toward her eyes practically sparkling with hearts. Xin Yuan glanced at Felice, then at Mu Yang, then at Xin Yue trying to touch Felice's head. Something felt off about this situation. However, Mu Yang paid no attention to this, his focus entirely on his phone. As the group grew, the number of items in the group chat marketplace increased significantly. Hydrogen fuel extraction device, 10,000 activity points. Description: hydrogen fuel extraction device capable of converting seawater with a 99% conversion rate. Provides twice the energy output of an equivalent amount of fossil fuel. Nice stuff, but that price was ridiculously steep. He'd have to wait until his next mission was completed. He needed to hurry. I'm heading back to the Northwest Desert to continue my work. Miss Felice, you should stay in Kyoto for now. Mu Yang rose and addressed the group chatting nearby. Mr. Mu Yang, can't you take me with you? A hint of disappointment flickered in Felice's eyes, her sapphire irises dimming noticeably, a change the others present observed. No. Mu Yang shook his head and turned to leave. During the months at the Northwest Satellite Launch Base, he had been immersed in experiments while Felice stayed by his side, watching. With no internet access there, she had nothing to occupy herself with. He felt guilty about leaving her behind like this, but he still had work to do, and it was now at a critical stage. Alright then, Mr. Mu Yang, please be careful. Felice tugged at the hem of her shirt before letting go, a vague sense of unease stirring within her. Still, she nodded firmly, her voice firm with concern. Got it. Mu Yang waved goodbye to the others and left. Miss Felice, do you have designs on my brother? After Mu Yan left, Mu Xiaoyu tackled Miss Felice onto the sofa, leaning over to stare intently at her. Xin Yue and Xin Yuan sat on either side, looking as if they were about to conduct an interrogation. Intentions? Why would you say that? Felice's eyes darted nervously, clearly startled by this sudden confrontation. She tried to push herself up, desperate to escape the confined space Mu Xiaoyu had cornered her in. Then why did you stay by my brother's side? You looked so disappointed when he said no. The expression she'd shown earlier wasn't something you'd display to just anyone. Because, here, the only person I know is Mr. Mu Yang. Leaving familiar people behind makes me feel uneasy. Felice lowered her gaze, her hands clutching the corner of the sofa tightly as an inexplicable anxiety welled up within her. Social anxiety? Xin Yue observed Felice for a moment before speaking. The way Felice had looked at Mu Yang earlier was peculiar, not exactly affection, but more like an inexplicable dependence. I'm not sure. Felice curled up in the corner of the sofa. Before this, her father had always been by her side. After arriving in China, Mr. Mu Yang had been there too. Now that he was gone, that inexplicable anxiety had surged back. It seems so. Xin Yue nodded. People like this became overly dependent on friends. In social settings, the moment their companion left, they'd feel inexplicable anxiety and panic. Felice fit this description perfectly. Stop teasing her, both of you. Spend more time with her. I'll head back first. I have work to do. Sis, if you don't make your move now, you'll truly lose your chance. With Miss Felice's situation, it's actually more likely. Xin Yuan hurried to catch up with Xin Yue. She couldn't fathom what was going through her sister's mind. So many opportunities had passed without action, and now a formidable rival had emerged, one whose beauty overshadowed her own. If Mu Yang set his sights on her, this older sister might not stand a chance. Your sister here? I have no such intentions. Shin Yue tapped Shin Yuan on the head with a smile before turning to leave. What feeling she harbored for Mu Yang remained a mystery to everyone. At the Northwest Satellite Launch Base, the lingering New Year atmosphere only accentuated the desolate emptiness. Beside the towering launch silo stood a satellite launcher, its exterior now a faded yellow, its interior completely refurbished. Double-check all systems according to the schematics I provided. Report any issues immediately. Mu Yang instructed his security detail. Yes, sir. The bodyguards answered in unison, though a wry smile tugged at their lips. Just moments ago, they were bodyguards, now they'd become quality inspectors for a satellite launcher. This colossal structure had taken shape. Mu Yang gazed upward with a touch of emotion, its arrowhead piercing the clouds as if intent on piercing through them. After months of effort, it was finally complete. Though not built entirely by his own hands, it bore the imprint of his dedication. His research was about to soar into outer space. Final data test. At this critical juncture, Mu Yang insisted on one more thorough check. The data had to be absolutely precise. China was relatively weak in the field of low to medium orbit aerospace, and this was also a challenge for him personally. There was no room for carelessness. Failure would mean the destruction of something he had poured months of effort into. Mr. Mu Yang, according to your blueprints, everything appears flawless. The security personnel had also completed their inspection tasks. Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Prepare for ignition. Mu Yang entered the main control room. A red button sat silently on the control panel, awaiting a hand to press it. As Mu Yang pressed the red button, intense flames erupted from the base of the satellite launcher within the silo, sending billowing smoke and dust into the air. The satellite launcher safely departed the silo, streaking toward the distant sky. It pierced through thick white clouds, leaving a gaping hole. Below, the flames swiftly turned blue as the launcher's speed surged, soon shrinking into a tiny speck. Thanks to the use of plasma thrusters, there was no need for the traditional stage separation process. Soon, the launcher vanished from everyone's sight. Only then did Mu Yang turn his gaze back to the screen. The bodyguard stood speechless beside him, utterly stunned. It really went into space. And all by Mu Yang's own efforts. Dinu, he's gone into the sky. Chapter 125, The Stunned Aerospace Institute. What? What the hell do you mean it's in space? Yu Jiangwo demanded urgently. The satellite. The satellite launched into space. The bodyguard replied, staring at the satellite launcher still in flight on the screen. This was his first time witnessing a satellite launch, and he was utterly thrilled. Why wasn't this reported? What if something goes wrong? Yu Jiangwo abruptly hung up the phone. Satellite launches are typically pre-programmed to follow specific orbits, designed to avoid interference with other satellites. While outer space is vast, the probability of collision is never zero. If it overlapped with another satellite's orbit, that would spell big trouble. Old Lu, the satellite from the Northwest Satellite Base, has launched. Check immediately if there are any satellites nearby. Yu Jiangwo said impatiently. What the hell? You say the Northwest satellite launched? That thing was scrapped, wasn't it? How did it get launched? Lu Wenluan looked utterly incredulous. He knew the satellite left at the Northwest Satellite Base was essentially an empty shell. How could it have launched? Just check it out immediately. Don't let anything go wrong. Yu Jiangwo didn't bother explaining further, he just wanted to get the situation handled first. I'll check immediately. Pull up all satellite monitoring data for the Northwest region. Keep a close eye on everything. If you spot a satellite launching, report it immediately. In an instant, the vast aerospace control center bustled with activity. Several large screens flashed through images, faintly revealing a rooster-shaped object below. Report: an unidentified launch vehicle detected ascending at 50,000 kilometers per hour. A sharp-eyed technician spotted a small black dot and quickly zoomed in. 50,000 kilometers per hour. The entire control center erupted in gasps. All eyes fixed on the satellite launcher streaking upward at an unimaginable velocity, their expressions utterly stunned. Such speed defied comprehension. The world's fastest satellite launcher, developed by the American company SX, only reached speeds of 7.8 to 9 kilometers per second, roughly 28,000 to 32,000 kilometers per hour. Even their heaviest rocket, also a world leader, topped out at just 36,000 kilometers per hour. 50,000 kilometers per hour, a full 14,000 kilometers faster than SX's rocket. For current technology, this represents a colossal miracle, an insurmountable chasm. Could the measurement data be flawed? How could it possibly be that fast? Lu Wenluan immediately doubted the findings. For China, this seemed an impossible feat. Even the Zheng-2 series of satellite launchers, China's pride and joy, only reached speeds between 28,800 and 32,400 kilometers per hour. I'll recalculate. The technician, equally incredulous, immediately recalculated the trajectory. By then, the satellite launcher had already reached low to medium orbit. After retesting, there does seem to be an issue. The technician stared at the data before him, his mouth agape instead of relaxing. I knew it. How could it possibly reach such speeds? Shaoli, you can't be so careless next time. You gave me quite a scare. I thought our Huaxia satellites were finally taking off. But judging by this speed, it should be over 30,000 kilometers per hour, which is already quite impressive. It can hold its own against the Jingtis series. Exactly. This kind of speed is what we need for transporting probes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began teasing each other. Hold on, its top speed actually hit 54,000 kilometers h. We were testing it during its descent into medium-low orbit. The test engineer shook his head. It wasn't that they'd overestimated, they'd actually underestimated it. You've got to be kidding me. 54,000? That's practically unbeatable worldwide. Exactly, that's impossible. Using 54,000 kilometers h for low to medium orbit is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I don't believe it. Let me see. The crowd surged toward the technician's computer. Staring at the test data on the screen, they all froze in disbelief. Run it again, I'll be damned. I'll put on my glasses. I'll grab a magnifying glass. I'll get closer. The tester sighed and clicked retest. The results came back quickly. 54,000 kilometers h. Shock, incoherence, confusion, and self-doubt instantly washed over everyone's faces. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. This number is terrifyingly exaggerated. I wouldn't even blink if I were dying. How could it be this fast? I even put a magnifying glass on the screen and still couldn't spot any faking. Little Lee, you're something else. When did your skills get this good? I don't believe it. Test it again. But no matter how many times they checked, the result remained the same. 54,000 kilometers h. A number straight out of a fairy tale. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. When has China ever achieved such an astonishing feat in aviation? Lu Wenluan stared at the number and couldn't help but marvel. After so many tests, it couldn't possibly be fake. Besides, there really had been a satellite launcher taking off from the northwest region. He had assumed the young man was merely dabbling, but unexpectedly, he had delivered a miracle. Wait, why is its orbital velocity so fast? On the satellite monitoring screen, the satellite that had entered low to medium orbit quickly vanished. Switch to satellite imagery of other regions immediately. Lu Wenluan hurriedly ordered. He needed to see exactly what capabilities this satellite possessed. Found it. Over Antarctica, it's approaching North Star 28. All eyes shifted to the satellite monitoring feed over Antarctica. A cone-shaped satellite was closing in on a spherical 1 North Star 28, the satellite disabled by the American electromagnetic interference bomb. So close could they collide? Someone voiced their concern. Although forces were greatly diminished in outer space, the impact force still existed. A collision could potentially damage some classified components. Look! It's extending for mechanical arms. 2 mechanical arms extended from the lower end of the cone-shaped satellite. Remarkably, these arms were modeled after human limbs. 2 arms clamped tightly onto Baishinzing 28, while the other 2 began disassembling and repairing it. This process took 4 or 5 hours. The Aviation Academy team stared intently for the entire duration, not blinking once. Some eyes were bloodshot, yet no one was willing to miss a single moment. North Star 28 is operational again. We've received its feed. Someone suddenly shouted, pointing incredulously at a spot on the main control screen. A blank space on the main control screen suddenly displayed an image, with data continuously uploading. Our hard work has returned. The crowd wept with joy. Though the destruction of Baishinzing 28 had little impact on Baishinzing itself, it represented the collective effort of everyone involved. A part of Baishinzing. They had assumed it was lost forever. A satellite scrapped in outer space had virtually no chance of recovery. They had quietly lamented its fate. Yet now, this cone-shaped satellite defied fate for Baishinzing 28, delivering an immense surprise. Prepare the aircraft. We're heading to the Northwest Satellite Base. Lu Wenluan hurried out the door. Chapter 126, Did you send a nuclear bomb into space? Northwest Satellite Base Control Center. The bodyguard stood behind Mu Yang, utterly stunned. What had he just witnessed? Mu Yang had just repaired another decommissioned satellite using satellite technology. What kind of godlike feat was this? He knew that once satellites were scrapped, they could only remain in outer space as space junk. He'd never heard of anyone repairing them. He couldn't believe his eyes. Phew. The functionality is still decent. But why did such a perfectly good satellite suddenly become scrap? After 4 or 5 hours of intense work, Mu Yang was so exhausted he could barely stand straight. In modern satellite development, satellites were typically brought back to Earth after completing their missions. Why would one remain in orbit? If not for the dragon flag on its hull, Mu Yang would have jettisoned it back to Earth. The monitoring systems are comprehensive. Stark Industries really delivers. Mu Yang thought to himself. After hours of testing, every aspect of the satellite proved highly reliable. The man who developed Iron Man was truly extraordinary. Next, let it absorb some energy first. As Mu Yang operated the controls, the satellite's solar panels slowly unfolded. For now, Mu Yang would refer to this satellite as the scavenger. With nothing else to do, he decided to have it clean up some space debris orbiting Earth. Alright, our mission is complete. Let's head back to the capital. Mu Yang turned to leave. Once back, he would hand the satellite over to Yu Jiangwo for handling. It was January, still a bit chilly for China. Mu Yang returned to the capital and notified Yu Jiangwo. Why are you back already? Yu Jiangwo nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Mu Yang walk in. Can't I come back? Mu Yang was puzzled by Yu Jiangwo's reaction. From the look of things, it seemed like he didn't want him back? No. Why didn't you say anything about coming back? They've all gone over. At the Northwest Satellite Launch Base. Where is he? Lu Wenlun scanned the deserted satellite launch base, practically tearing it apart, but found no trace of Mu Yang. Old Lu, Mu Yang's back in Beijing. You can head back now. Upon receiving the call, Lu Wenlun felt utterly defeated. Hadn't this entire trip been pointless? A group of people stared at the chaotic desert landscape blanketed in yellow sand. After some twists and turns, Lu Wenlun finally managed to meet Mu Yang. A satellite this advanced? How did you manage to develop it? Lu Wenlun blurted out the question the moment he saw Mu Yang, forgetting even to greet him. The satellite had left him utterly stunned. I just kept tinkering until it worked. Mu Yang could only give a vague answer to such a question. Its speed reaches 54,000 km/h. Traditional launchers can't achieve that velocity. What method did you use? Plasma thrusters. Mu Yang tossed over the blueprints. He prepared these in advance to avoid fielding a barrage of questions. Its orbital velocity? Also plasma thrusters. And those mechanical arms? Equipped with intelligent AI. Despite this, Mu Yang still answered numerous questions. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Lu Wenlun paced back and forth. Even after receiving Mu Yang's answers, he couldn't stop marveling. This revelation was simply too astonishing. China's satellite had, unbeknownst to him, instantly become a world-class satellite. How could he possibly remain calm? What's that thing beneath your satellite? Lu Wenlun pressed on, determined to get to the bottom of things. Tungsten rods. Tungsten rods. Lu Wenlun halted his pacing, stiffly turning his head to stare at Mu Yang. His face wore an expression of disbelief, as if he couldn't fathom what Mu Yang had just said. He had heard of the concept of tungsten rods, but with current technology, carrying such a massive tonnage into space, not even counting the satellite's own weight, seemed utterly absurd. Exactly. Its destructive power rivals 20 Hiroshima boys. Lu Wenlun's jaw dropped so far it nearly hit the floor. The others sucked in sharp breaths. None had ever heard of mounting a nuclear bomb on a satellite before. You put a nuke on a satellite? Is this even a satellite or a space-based weapon? It could be either. Lu Wenlun was speechless. He notified the military the presence of tungsten rods meant this project couldn't remain under the exclusive jurisdiction of the space agency. Mu Yang, it's been a while. The hearty laughter echoed even before reaching the gate. Turning around, he saw none other than Hu Jianbang, commander-in-chief of the Northern Military District. I hear you've developed a nuclear bomb. Where is it? Let me take a look. Hu Jianbang placed both hands on Mu Yang's shoulders, giving him a thorough once-over before speaking with a smile. Right there, hanging underneath. Mu Yang pointed to the object suspended beneath the cleaner on the screen. You launched a nuclear bomb into space? Hu Jianbang's eyes widened, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening in surprise. It's sort of a space-based weapon. During development, we thought about adding more functions, and it ended up like this. Mu Yang said with a hint of understated pride. You didn't just add a little. Lu Wenlun walked Hu Jianbang through the entire functionality of the cleanup crew, leaving Hu Jianbang gaping in astonishment. Good grief, this satellite could practically exert total control over a small country. With capabilities spanning surveillance, reconnaissance, and strike operations, a small nation would be utterly defenseless against it. Where exactly can you deploy this tungsten rod? Hu Jianbang pressed further. Anywhere. It can change its orbit, so it can be deployed virtually anywhere in the world. What about the White House? Yes. Cast. Alright. Hey, wait. Hu Jianbang, you don't want to live anymore, do you? Lu Wenlun hurriedly stopped Mu Yang, glaring fiercely at Hu Jianbang. If that tungsten rod went in, what would happen then? Those American bastards got their asses kicked here, so now they're scheming ways to get back at us. Think we shouldn't teach them a lesson? Hu Jianbang fumed, his face flushed with anger. He'd been bottling up frustration for days, but neither side dared to make a rash move. Get lost. I've already reported this. This satellite will be jointly controlled by our Aerospace Academy and your Northern Military Region. Lu Wenlun shot Hu Jianbang a disdainful glare before turning to pick up the phone and report to higher-ups. Pfft, pointless. Mu Yang, stop wasting time on those useless things. Focus more on military applications. Look at what you've been researching lately, not a single military project. That Mark V generation combat armor alone isn't enough to impress anyone. Hu Jianbang pulled Mu Yang aside and whispered. They'd only developed the Mark V generation combat armor at the very beginning, and the northern military region got to use it first. At least let them enjoy some of the benefits. Got an idea? I'll look into it soon. Mu Yang nodded in agreement. It was time to shift focus to military matters. Otherwise, the United States wouldn't stay quiet. Really? What aspect? Hu Jianbang rubbed his hands together, glanced around cautiously, and asked in a low voice. Fighters. Mu Yang replied. Plasma thrusters could be integrated into fighter jets, the ideal propulsion system for 6th-generation fighters, along with laser cannons and other advanced weaponry. Great. Contact me when you need anything. I'll meet any conditions. Having received the answer he sought, Hu Jianbang departed with a hearty laugh. U.S. Department of Defense. What's going on? How did that Chinese satellite resume operations? Chapter 127, Convergence. Approximately 2,000 kilometers above, a complete constellation of satellites streaked across the screen. The satellite in low to medium orbit unfurled its solar panels and drifted leisurely past. What's going on? We confirmed that satellite was scrapped. Snarl, who had been contemplating further actions against China's Northern Star constellation, felt deceived upon witnessing this. Minister, please calm down. Perhaps the destruction by the electromagnetic interference projectile was only temporary. Once the electromagnetic interference dissipates, it may resume functioning. A subordinate speculated from the sidelines. That was the only plausible explanation. One couldn't possibly claim China had repaired it, as space operations remained exceedingly difficult for humanity. Are you implying the jammers supplied by the military are faulty? Snarler frowned slightly. While this outcome wasn't impossible, it would make the situation even more problematic. They had launched 3 satellites specifically for this mission, yet it had yielded nothing. Contact Tickner. The subordinate obediently retrieved a satellite phone and dialed the number. Hey, Snarler. What's up? In a secret military base somewhere, a white-haired soldier with medals covering his uniform answered the call. Mr. Tickner, I have a question. Does the electromagnetic interference projectile your military department is researching have an expiration date? Snarler asked with utmost politeness. My friend, what kind of joke is this? Electromagnetic interference shells are designed to destroy electronic equipment. Such damage is irreversible. How could there possibly be an expiration period? Tickner had personally tested the electromagnetic interference bombs and knew their capabilities inside out. Well, we used an electromagnetic interference bomb to destroy a satellite belonging to China some time ago. But today, we discovered it had resumed functioning. You know, satellites scrapped in space have virtually no chance of repair. Snarl reported the situation truthfully, implying that the jammer Tickner had given him was faulty. Impossible. The destruction caused by electromagnetic interference warheads is irreversible. We tested it ourselves. There must be an error in your operation. Tickner immediately sat up straight. Compared to Snarler's words, he still trusted what he had seen with his own eyes. But that's the fact. The Huaxia satellite destroyed by the EMP has resumed functioning. Snarler refused to believe Tickner's claim. If destruction was irreversible, then what was before his eyes? He trusted only his own vision. Impossible. An electromagnetic interference warhead either fails completely or succeeds. There's no middle ground. I'll send you 10 more. This time, I'll be watching personally. Tickner hung up in fury, convinced Snarler's actions were merely an excuse to demand more electromagnetic interference shells. Snarler listened to the disconnected call, equally furious. He believed Tickner was merely evading responsibility by refusing to admit his mistake. Still, since the other party insisted on personally overseeing the test with 10 jammers, he could say little more than prepare accordingly. Bro, we need 3 satellites identical to the last batch. The voice on the other end belonged to the founder of SX. Mr. Snarler, we provided you with 3 satellites not long ago. How much time has passed? While we are your sponsors, your request does not align with our prior agreement. SX founder Liari refused outright. Mr. Liali, this is an emergency. Tickner from the military will be joining us. Snarler spoke slowly. If his word alone held no weight, perhaps adding Tickner would make a difference. Silence fell on the other end of the line. I understand. But I will be attending this meeting as well. Liali had no choice but to agree. If it were only Snarl, he might have had the leverage to refuse, but with Tickner involved, he had no power to oppose them. After a week of preparation, at a satellite base somewhere in the northern United States, 3 rockets launched consecutively. Counting the last one, we've launched 6 satellites in 2 months, not including others. Even if the mission is complete, should these satellites return to Earth or remain in space? It was indeed a dilemma. Returning them to Earth seemed wasteful, yet leaving them in orbit offered no purpose. We'll address these matters after the mission is complete. Snarler stared at the control center's display. They must destroy China's Beidou satellite constellation. As one of the world's few global satellite navigation systems, Beidou also possessed certain military capabilities, posing a threat to them. Their objective was to undermine Beijing's advancement. Oomph. Our electromagnetic interference shells will handle these satellites with ease. Tikna snorted coldly, still convinced his electromagnetic jammers were flawless. With our SX satellites and Mr. Tickner's jammers, success is guaranteed. Mr. Snarler, I think you're overreacting. Lyrie chimed in from the side. Since China's satellites lagged behind their SX models, he felt no concern whatsoever that this mission would fail. Snarler remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. A faint unease stirred within him. He sensed things might not be as straightforward as they seemed. Our designated orbit is close to that of 3 satellites in the northern sky constellation. Estimated rendezvous time is 3 hours. Everyone, get ready. Hey, Snarler, stop staring. Have a smoke. Tikna pulled a box of premium cigars from his coat, clipped the end of one, and lit it without waiting for a response. No thanks. I need to keep watching in case something unexpected happens. Snarler didn't even turn his head, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. You're just overreacting. Come on, Liali, let's ignore him and go relax outside. Tikna snorted derisively. With this setup, he couldn't imagine what kind of mishap could occur. The folks back in China probably didn't even know what an electromagnetic interference grenade was. The two departed, leaving Snarler alone. Aerospace Academy Control Center. Director Liu, according to the Scavenger's monitoring data, the United States has just launched 3 satellites into orbit. Their specific functions are unknown, but their trajectories are close to the terminal satellites of the Northern Star constellation. The technician in charge of the Scavenger reported. The Scavenger's powerful monitoring capabilities had detected the 3 American satellites almost the moment they broke through the atmosphere. Direct the Scavenger to approach the Northern Star terminal satellite chain. Should the enemy make any rash moves, retaliate immediately. Luan fixed his gaze on the Scavenger's monitoring feed. The 3 satellites formed a triangle, moving rapidly. At most, they had 3 hours before intersecting with the Northern Star constellation's terminal satellite chain. 3 hours later, personnel on both sides watched the convergence with intense focus. Northern Satellite Base, United States. On the large screen, several North Star satellites slowly approached, poised to pass each other in a narrow crossing. Launch the electromagnetic jammers. Chapter 128, Satellite War. In an instant, several tubes emerged beneath the 3 square satellites. Missiles accelerated at extreme speeds, hurtling toward the satellites at the end of the Northern Star constellation. Reporting, the enemy has launched missiles at us. The North Star chain operator shouted frantically. At this distance, it was nearly impossible. Where are the sweepers? Intercept them now. Luan shouted urgently upon seeing the situation. The distance is too short. Interception is impossible. The sweeper's personnel were also flustered, but the missile speed was too great, and the sweeper lacked superior interception capabilities. They could only watch helplessly as the missiles detonated along a segment of the Beijing star constellation. Report, North Star 25 has lost visual contact and disconnected from the Space Center. North Star 26 has lost visual contact and disconnected from mission control. North Star 28 has lost visual contact and disconnected from the Space Center. Baishenzing. In the blink of an eye, 5 Baishenzing satellites were rendered inoperable by electromagnetic interference. Damn it! Those damn Americans! Luan slammed his fist on the table, cursing viciously. Sweeper, what are you waiting for? Take it out. Northern U.S. Satellite Base. Success! All 5 enemy satellites are destroyed. Lyrie was the first to cheer. The moment the electromagnetic interference warheads detonated, China's 5 satellites completely lost functionality, retracting their solar panels and drifting slowly. This was entirely expected. Our jammers couldn't possibly malfunction, right, Mr. Snarl? Tikna chuckled smugly, glancing at the stunned Snarler beside him. This was undeniable proof Snarler had likely been waiting for this excuse to seize the EMPs from him. That doesn't prove anything. I'm certain of the jammer's attack capability, but its endurance I can't be sure of that. Snarl calmly shook his head. The simultaneous destruction of 5 Huaxia Baishensat satellites had surprised him, yet it remained within his realm of acceptance. His objective was to verify whether the electromagnetic jamming grenade's destructive power was permanent, a conclusion that remained premature. Oomph. There's absolutely no need for that. Tikna was thoroughly displeased with Snarler's demeanor, letting out a cold snort. To justify stealing their electromagnetic jamming devices, he was putting on quite the performance. Report. A satellite is approaching us. Amidst their argument, the satellite operator urgently shouted. All eyes were drawn to the screen. A cone-shaped satellite was rapidly closing in on their trio of satellites, its surface boldly emblazoned with the dragon flag. Impossible. How could their satellite have left its orbit? A satellite technology expert cried out in horror. With current human technology, satellites couldn't freely traverse space, yet they could only float along their orbits. The scene before them shattered his worldview. China's cone-shaped satellite was accelerating toward them at 300 meters per second in a straight line. What are they doing? From the middle section of the cone-shaped satellite, several tubes slowly extended outward. 3 missiles shot straight out from within. They've equipped the missiles with thermal weapons. Tickner's eyes widened in shock at the sight. He couldn't believe China possessed electromagnetic jamming warheads. No, wait, not heat weapons. They're electromagnetic jammers. Snarlara shouted, pointing at a satellite that had been hit. The missile didn't detonate near the satellite, but it had already lost its functionality. The next two met the same fate. Staring at the 3 darkened panels, the satellite base crew fell into deep contemplation. How did China develop electromagnetic jamming missiles? That's impossible. Tickner couldn't believe it. His sense of superiority vanished completely. It seemed China's electromagnetic interference warheads were even more advanced than theirs. They had destroyed 5 Northern Star satellites using 10 missiles, while China had destroyed 3 of their satellites with just 3 missiles. The gap was glaringly obvious. There's a traitor. They must have stolen our electromagnetic jammer technology. Tickner grasped at this possibility, unable to accept the reality that China had developed superior jammers. Impossible. There can be no traitors within the Military Technology Center. Snarl shook his head in denial. If there were Chinese operatives here, he'd have no choice but to resign. Still, we came out ahead this time. We destroyed Beijing's satellites, while ours were useless satellites anyway. Tickner lifted his head again, his flustered expression easing slightly. In this minor skirmish, they had emerged victorious. Not necessarily. Snarl stared at the images of the scrapped satellites from another feed, his unease growing stronger. Report, all 3 satellites have been destroyed. The sweeper's reporting officer's face flushed crimson. Destroying 3 American satellites at once filled him with immense pride. We can't celebrate yet. The loss of 5 Beijing satellites has caused significant damage to our Beijing navigation system. This could spell trouble. China now relied on its own Beidou navigation system. Losing 5 satellites at once meant some regions might lose navigation coverage. Issue an immediate nationwide alert regarding the navigation system failure. Lu Wenluan furrowed his brow. Even if the street cleaner repaired them one by one, it would take 24 hours or longer. The public couldn't wait that long. Director Lu, Mr. Mu Yang, mentioned that this satellite also possesses navigation capabilities. We can simply integrate it into our North Star system. The sweeper technician stood up and spoke. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Lu Wenluan's eyes lit up. The sweeper not only possessed navigation capabilities but also offered hemispheric coverage. A single unit could rival the entire Beijing star system. Integrated immediately. Huaxia Daily, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Baishanxing navigation system has temporarily lost coverage in certain regions. Please remain calm. The space agency is working diligently on repairs and expects full restoration within 30 hours. Affected regions include Sichuan, Chongqing, southern Fujian. Emergency alert. Multiple media outlets rushed to report the news, spreading it nationwide in an instant. While navigation loss may be manageable for vehicles, it spells catastrophic disaster for aircraft. Over Sichuan, Chongqing. Tower, this is 9906. Emergency situation. We've lost navigation systems and cannot confirm our flight direction. The captain, unaware of the cause, reported it as an emergency. 9906, this is the tower. The navigation system has malfunctioned and is expected to take 30 hours to repair. Can you attempt to fly out of the Sichuan-Chongqing region? Or remain airborne temporarily? The tower knew exactly what had happened. 30 hours? Our fuel won't last that long. And I can't locate any destination within the 1-hour range we were supposed to reach. Our fuel will only last 3 hours. The captain reported the situation truthfully. 9906, why is your fuel reserve so low? Tower, fuel prices have skyrocketed recently. The airport's fuel reserves are insufficient, so they only allocate a 3-hour reserve for each aircraft. I need someone to guide me. There are 125 people on board. Chapter 129, Emergency. A commercial airliner carrying 125 passengers lost its way over Sichuan and Chongqing, facing imminent fuel exhaustion and the risk of crashing at any moment. The news quickly ignited the internet. There are 125 people up there, 125 lives. How could Beijing Star have this problem? Losing navigation at thousands of meters altitude is absolutely fatal. Weird, all navigation systems in Sichuan-Chongqing went out. I almost couldn't find my way home. At least Sichuan and Chongqing are in a basin, so there's no danger of crashing into mountains. The Aerospace Academy issued a notice. Repairs are expected to take another 30 hours. The plane has enough fuel to last 3 hours. By the time they fix it, it'll be too late. May it be safe. My family is still on board. May they be safe. Countless netizens offered prayers. Southern Military District. Given the current situation, we either need someone to guide us in or conduct aerial refueling. Su Shangrui received an urgent order. No matter what, he must land this aircraft safely. The current situation in Sichuan and Chongqing is such that even an aircraft could get lost trying to navigate in. Locating them is incredibly difficult. Air refueling might be possible, but locating them is the problem. Flying without navigation is a hassle. Even if you get in, you risk not being able to find your way back. Why are the fuel reserves for commercial flights so low? Someone asked. It's all that bastard country's doing. I contacted the Civil Aviation Center, and they said due to recent fuel reserve issues, each aircraft can only carry enough fuel for a maximum of 3 hours. Any more than that, and it's insufficient. And that amount will likely have to be reduced further. If that bastard country hadn't gone mad and occupied those countries' oil fields, we wouldn't have to worry about time at all. Never mind that now. Send the refueling aircraft in to search. Time is not on our side. Su Shangrui rubbed his temples. Flight 9906 as fuel would last only 2 more hours. There was no time to waste. One tanker and several fighter jets departed for the Sichuan-Chongqing region to search for 9906. 9906. Sister Felice, look at this photo. Isn't it beautiful? Mu Xiaoyu held up her phone for Felice to see, as using the internet was prohibited on the aircraft, so they could only view the photos directly. Absolutely gorgeous. Felice nodded emphatically. Mu Xiaoyu was the type of girl who still carried a certain innocence. Her face was clear and fresh, giving her a rather adorable look. Mu Yang, innocent young girl? Cute. Who are you talking about? To help Felice ease her social anxiety, Mu Xiaoyu and Xin Yuan took advantage of the holiday to bring Felice out for some fun. They were currently admiring the photos taken during their trip, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Aerospace Institute. How much longer? Lu Wenluan asked urgently. He had also learned that an aircraft was lost over Sichuan and Chongqing, facing fuel depletion. At least 5 hours. Integrating the data system takes time. The technician in charge of the sweeper system replied frantically. He was already working at full speed, but it was nowhere near fast enough. In another 2 hours, 125 lives could be lost. Hurry up! Lu Wenluan could only urge. Satellite base. Ha! Look at that, China's in quite a mess now. Tikna laughed heartily at China's emergency notification, all thanks to his handiwork. 125 lives lost. If this blows up, China won't let us off the hook. Snarl frowned deeply. China placed immense value on its citizens, and this incident had been triggered by them. To put it bluntly, they were the masterminds behind the deaths of those 125 people. So what? International law prohibits any nation from deploying weapon systems on satellites. Now we both hold each other's secrets. China will have to grit its teeth and swallow this bitter pill. When the time comes, I'll make sure to mock them thoroughly. Tickner waves dismissively, his interest peaked as he scrolled through other updates. See? They still claim repairs will take 30 hours? Tickner waved his phone. They're utterly clueless. What do they plan to repair? Launch 5 satellites in 30 hours? They're just good at deceiving their people. China's not so great after all. Tickner's scathing mockery drew a nod of agreement from Snarler. By now, an hour and a half had passed since the incident. Still haven't located it? Su Shangrui asked over the walkie-talkie. No, the area is too vast. We can't locate it with the naked eye alone. The search team replied. Besides, the fighter jets wouldn't dare stray too far from us, they'd lose their bearings too. Keep searching. Don't give up. Have the fighters spread out. Don't worry about your own lives. Su Shangrui clenched his teeth as he issued the order words that meant he was effectively sacrificing the lives of those fighter pilots. Yes. The crisp, resolute responses echoed through the radio as the fighter jets circling the tanker swiftly dispersed, each heading off in a different direction to conduct their search. Send another group. Su Shangrui paused briefly before issuing another command. Strength lies in numbers. They'll find it, hopefully. Passenger information is in. Would you like to review it, Commander? A soldier approached holding a list. Not yet. I'll look once we find them. Su Shangrui wasn't in the mood for it and waved him off. Commander Su, there's someone on this list you might want to pay attention to. The soldier hesitated before continuing. Su Shangrui, expecting some important figure, snatched the paper only to nearly suffer cardiac arrest upon reading it. Mu Xiaoyu. Mu Yang's sister was up there. Quickly notify President Yu. I'll contact Mu Yang. Su Shangrui's heart leapt into his throat. He frantically pulled out his phone to call Mu Yang, but the line was dead. He can't be in the lab, can he? In such a dangerous situation, he needs to answer my call. In the lab, Mu Yang was intently studying the plasma thruster, trying to scale it to fit an aircraft's dimensions. His phone was on silent. He figured nothing urgent could be happening. Oh, right, Xiaoyu seems to be coming back today. Mu Yang pulled out his phone, intending to check the time so he could go pick her up. But what he saw next was shocking. Hundreds of missed calls. Calls from Su Shangrui, Yu Jiangwo, Xin Yue. Commander Su, what's this about? Mu Yang dialed Su Shangrui first, the most recent caller. You finally picked up, you old fossil. Your sister is in danger. Su Shangrui felt like crying. Thank goodness this guy finally answered. If he'd waited any longer, even if Mu Yang got through, it would have been too late. Su Shangrui briefly explained the situation. It was extremely urgent. The fuel in 9906 would only last another hour and a half. What? Mu Yang could barely control his expression. The navigation system had failed, the 9906's sister was on, had lost its way, and the fuel would only last an hour and a half. Damn those Americans. I'll make them pay. Mu Yang roared into the phone before slamming it down, his eyes red with fury. But now wasn't the time for anger. He had to think. Xiao Yang, use scavenger to display the Sichuan Chongqing region. Locate flight 9906. Hurry. Roger that, searching now. Mu Yang strapped on his Mark V battle armor, sprinted out of the lab, and shot straight into the sky. Chapter 130, I Won't Let You Die. Still nothing? In the command center, Su Shangrui paced anxiously. With less than an hour remaining, there was still no word from either squad. Commander, nothing yet. Visual search alone is too difficult. 2 fighters have already lost their way, and their fuel reserves are running low. The soldier monitoring the feed shook his head. At thousands of meters altitude, even a 2-kilometer distance appeared as nothing more than a tiny speck to the naked eye. Deploy the Dragon Squad. With no other options left, Su Shangrui urgently mobilized the Qianlong Squad. Most of these operatives were deployed on missions across the country or overseas, and even rushing them here would take considerable time. But the monitoring officer hesitated. The Qianlong Squadron was equipped with Mark V combat armor and operated under the highest level of secrecy. Under no circumstances were they permitted to appear in public view. No buts about it. Su Shangrui roared. Lives were at stake, top secret or not, it didn't matter. The order was issued, and from hidden locations across the nation, several streaks of fire shot skyward. At several thousand meters altitude, the air grew thin. Altitude the Mark V combat armor couldn't yet handle. Little lamb, still nothing? Mu Yang felt his breath growing shallow, his head growing heavy. He forced himself to stay awake, fighting the urge to close his eyes. Thankfully, the Mark combat armor possessed a stabilization system, otherwise, he might already be dead. Narrowing the search area. Estimated 10 minutes remaining. Little lamb replied. Searching for a single aircraft in this vast expanse of sky was no easy task. Fuel would be exhausted in 40 minutes. Captain, haven't you gone out yet? The first officer's face was nearly white. The aircraft's fuel was critically low. Once it lost its power source, the plane would crash immediately. Not yet. Notify them first. I'll try again to see if we can find a place to make an emergency landing. The captain's heart pounded. In his 20 years in the industry, this was the first time he'd faced such a crisis. But the hilly terrain of the Sichuan Chongqing region meant even the slightest misstep could spell disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, due to a malfunction in our navigation system, we are unable to land. We have only 40 minutes of fuel remaining. Please take this opportunity to say your goodbyes to your loved ones. The co-pilot delivered the announcement with a hand pressed to his chest. He didn't want to die, but there was no other choice. Comforting words felt hollow now. It was better to tell them the truth. What? Chaos erupted among the passengers. The plane would crash in just 40 minutes. How could this happen? I just made plans with my girlfriend to go out for a big meal. My wife and kids are waiting for me at home. I don't want to die, wah. A large number of people broke down emotionally on the spot. With only 40 minutes left on their life countdown, had their journey through life barely passed the halfway mark before it was to end like this? What the hell is your pilot doing? If you can't fly a plane, don't put people in danger. Please don't act impulsively. Anger solves nothing. The plane still has fuel left. There's hope, there's hope. Please don't give up. Others erupted in furious curses, trying to storm the cockpit to demand answers, held back by flight attendants who were powerless to stop them. They too longed to say goodbye to their families, but duty bound them to their posts. Chaos erupted. Mu Xiaoyu sat frozen in her seat, the announcement hitting her like a ton of bricks. Are we going to die? After a long moment, Mu Xiaoyu stiffly turned her head to look at Xin Yue and Felice. Mu Yu wept as she spoke into the phone. Felice stared at the number on her screen, pressing it again and again, tears welling in her own eyes. Most passengers were crying and shouting into their phones, telling their families how much they would miss them, urging them to take good care of themselves. A sorrowful atmosphere permeated the air, thick with grief. Are we going to die? Mu Xiaoyu thought to herself. Her brother would be so lonely, wouldn't he? Father gone, grandmother gone, and now even she was leaving. Her brother would be so lonely, wouldn't he? Mu Xiaoyu recalled every moment spent with her brother, the laughter, the ordinary days, her own immaturity, and his endless patience. God, please don't be so cruel to my brother. He only has me left as family. Her thoughts stifled her sobs, but her eyes still welled up. She would say a solemn goodbye to her brother, thanking him for all his care over the years, care she had never had the chance to repay. I wonder how brother and sister Yue are getting along now. I specifically found someone to keep him company. She pulled out her phone, droplets from the drizzle landing on the screen, blurring her vision. Brother. The call connected quickly, but Mu Xiaoyu found herself choking on her words, her heart twisting with pain. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Mu Yang answered the call. Hearing the sobs on the other end made him feel awful. His sister must be utterly desperate. Brother! The piercing cry, muffled by the thunderous pounding of her heart, reached Mu Yang's ears. I'm here. Mu Yang replied shakily, pushing himself to his absolute limit, even as the thin air made breathing difficult. I'm sorry, I have to go now. Take care of yourself. Don't always lock yourself away in the lab. Try your own cooking, you're actually pretty good at it. Spend more time with Sister Yue. She must be hurting too. This is all I can do. Mu Xiaoyu fought to steady her voice, but tears still spilled. She didn't want to die either. Mr. Mu Yang, this is our final farewell. Felice glanced at the missed call on her phone and leaned in with a bright smile. She understood what death meant. But she wasn't sad. Without Mr. Mu Yang, she might have ended up lying in that soft bed like her mother. At least she had lived a life free from illness. That was enough. Goodbye, my ass. Don't talk like that. Mu Yang gasped for breath and roared loudly. And you, Mu Xiaoyu, stop crying. I won't let you die. Mu Yang's voice was hysterical, as if he were screaming from the depths of his soul. You hear me? Your big brother won't let you die. None of you will die. The call ended as Mu Yang entered the airspace over Sichuan and Chongqing. Sir, we've locked onto the position of 9906 and located several other aircraft. Images flashed across the virtual screen, a commercial airliner, several tankers, and fighter jets. Navigate me there now. Mu Yang accelerated again, leaving an elusive rainbow trail across the sky. Sir, you're risking your health like this. Xiao Yang couldn't help but warn him. No time for that. They can't afford any mishaps. His head felt heavy and dizzy, nearly toppling over. Fuel depletion for 9906 was 25 minutes away. Chapter 131, The Incident. Commander Su, we've received word that Mr. Mu Yang has entered the Sichuan Chongqing airspace alone in his marked battlesuit. The command center received the latest intelligence. Order the Hidden Dragon Squadron to accelerate. This outcome had been within Su Shangrui's expectations. Without navigation, even if Mu Yang made it there, it would be futile. Little Yang, how much distance remains? The view was extremely open, with almost nothing visible. Estimated 20 kilometers remaining. At your current speed, it should take 5 minutes. What about the fuel for 9906? Mu Yang asked again. 20 minutes. Damn it. Mu Yang could only muster all his strength to accelerate, but this was already the maximum speed of the Mark V. With only 20 minutes left before 9906 ran out of fuel, no official updates had been released yet. Could it be that none of them can be saved? Given the situation, it seems likely. The current situation in Sichuan and Chongqing is so chaotic that even a plane would get lost trying to land there. The search difficulty is extremely high. The Sichuan-Chongqing region is also difficult to land in. Any slightly flat areas are urbanized. Without navigation system guidance, landing at an airport is nearly impossible, especially at an altitude of several thousand meters. The difficulty is immense. Oh no, please don't let anything happen. Everyone was watching Flight 9906, but at thousands of meters up, it had become an isolated island. Tower. Flight 9906 preparing for emergency landing. Requesting descent clearance. An emergency landing was a last resort, but there was no other option now. Request granted. Good luck. That was all the control tower could do. Attention all passengers, the aircraft will now perform an emergency landing. Please brace for impact. Cabin crew sprang into action, preparing safety measures for all passengers. Mu Xiaoyu and the others, their faces ashen, closed their eyes, awaiting fate's judgment. A successful emergency landing would bring joy to all, failure meant certain doom for everyone aboard. What's that? Someone suddenly pointed out the window and shouted. A bright orange human silhouette was hurtling toward them. Holy crap! Iron Man! As it drew nearer, the figure grew clearer. It's real. That's insane. Is he here to save us? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Iron Man? Mu Xiaoyu forced her eyes open and looked out the window. A blazing beam of light pierced through the clouds, hurtling toward the front of the aircraft. Brother? Even without seeing the face beneath the battle armor, Mu Xiaoyu cried out, her lips trembling. Brother had come. She finally understood the meaning behind Mu Yang's earlier words. Felice watched the scene unfold, her eyes sparkling. Captain, something's heading straight for us. The co-pilot immediately spotted the Iron Man piloted by Mu Yang, which was rapidly closing in on them. At this moment, there were 15 minutes left before Flight 9906 ran out of fuel. Iron Man! The co-pilot couldn't help but gasp as he watched Iron Man flying almost flush with the aircraft's nose. Was this thing real? Mu Yang said nothing, merely gesturing for them to follow him. He's signaling us to follow him. The first officer saw it clearly and relayed the situation to the captain beside him. 15 minutes. We won't make it to an emergency landing. We have to take the gamble. Though stunned, the captain knew this wasn't the time for hesitation. Over 100 lives depended on him. Little lamb, navigate us to the tanker's position. Mu Yang, seeing the response, rushed to the cockpit. Sir, location confirmed. Estimated time, 8 minutes. Mu Yang felt his breathing grow increasingly labored, his head heavy as lead. Gritting his teeth, he relayed the message to Su Shangrui, ordering them to cease flying. Meanwhile, he led 9906 to rush toward the target. Team 1, reduce speed. Prepare for aerial refueling. Su Shangrui immediately issued the command, his eyes fixed intently on the situation. 8 minutes later. 9906 successfully rendezvoused with the tanker and reached the refueling distance. But another critical problem arose. 9906 lacked refueling probes, and the pilot had no experience. Leave it to me. Mu Yang bit his tongue to clear his head. You'll get swept away by the airflow like this. If the Mark V got caught between two aircraft, the powerful air currents would definitely sweep it away. No time. Cut the crap. Mu Yang detached the refueling hose from the approaching fighter jet and attempted to maneuver between the two aircraft. The powerful air currents slammed into him, sending his body reeling. Brother! Mu Xiaoyu watched the scene unfold, her heart leaping into her throat. Mu Yu gripped the hose tightly, steadying himself as he reached the refueling port of 9906 and attached the hose. Time was running out. After completing the task, Mu Yang turned and flew into the intersection of the fuel lines, the area with the most intense air currents, where he was nearly blown away. This absolutely cannot fail. This scene was not only witnessed by Su Shangrui, but also by heavyweight figures like Yu Jiangwo and Lu Shangyu. Even the top leadership was watching closely. All of them held their breath for Mu Yang. I can't breathe. After struggling, Mu Yang lay sprawled on the pipe, gasping for air. The oxygen was even thinner than before, almost non-existent. He managed to connect the two misaligned oil pipes, his head already. Oil added. The command center erupted in a chorus of cheers. The crisis was averted. Success. The captain, seeing the fueling indicator, was also thrilled. They couldn't wait to relay the news to the cabin. Passengers erupted in cheers, crowding the windows to thank the Iron Man clinging to the pipe. Some frantically snapped photos with their phones, eager to capture the moment. Mu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over her. Her right eyelid kept twitching. Sir, are you all right? Sir? There was no response. Mu Yang, clinging to the fuel pipe, had lost consciousness. Sir, you're going to fall. Sir. No response. The arms clutching the oil pipe slowly loosened. A powerful gust of wind swept in, and Mu Yang was flung away. Brother! Mu Xiaoyu clung to the window, screaming as she watched her brother plummet downward. Her body went limp. Mu Yang! The assembled leaders could no longer remain seated. They rose to their feet, pulling out their phones to make calls. The previously jubilant mood plummeted once more. Damn it, how could this happen? Su Shangrui urgently ordered nearby fighter jets to intercept, but it was likely too late. The air is thin at this altitude. It's beyond what the Mark V combat armor can withstand. Mu Yang must have lost consciousness due to oxygen deprivation. I don't need this report. I need a solution. Su Shangrui roared. Mu Yang absolutely couldn't be harmed. The monitoring personnel lowered their heads. At this altitude, there was virtually no solution. Moreover, a fall from this height would likely shatter him to pieces, even with the Mark combat armor. Several fighter jets raced toward Mu Yang at breakneck speed, but what could possibly catch him? Pilots attempted to open their cockpits to intercept him, but each attempt failed. The maneuver was too difficult. 3,000 meters remained to the ground, and the acceleration kept increasing. It would take time for the fighters to turn around. The outcome seemed inevitable. Everyone watched the scene unfold in utter despair. How could this happen? Su Shangrui slumped in his chair, powerless as he watched the unfolding disaster. ZZZZ, Command Center. Chapter 132, Safe and Sound. The crackling static of the radio crackled to life. Reporting to command, I've got him. At the critical moment, several Mark V battlesuits charged forward. The lead pilot dove at breakneck speed, catching the rapidly falling Mu Yang with a firm embrace just 1 kilometer above the ground. Wang Wenhe, you've done a tremendous job. This time, I'll definitely award you a first-class merit. The appearance of the Hidden Dragon Squad reignited the spark in Su Shangrui's eyes. The dramatic reversal of fortune filled him with immense joy. All units, Operation 9906 rescue has been successfully completed. You may return to base. All units, Operation 9906 rescue mission has been successfully completed. You may return to base. All units, attention, all. Su Shangrui grabbed the walkie-talkie and excitedly announced the rescue mission's success. 5 hours after the incident, the Huaxia government issued an official announcement. Huaxia Daily, national announcement. Through the tireless efforts of all parties, Flight 9906 has successfully landed at Beijing Capital Airport. All 125 passengers are safe and sound. We thank the people of China for their concern. Holy crap, our country rocks. That's great, all 125 people are safe and sound. Can someone explain how they pulled it off? I'm at the airport. Flight 9906 has indeed landed. There's a long tube hanging outside, directly connected to the fuel tank. I'm guessing they performed an in-flight refueling. Holy crap! A military jet refueling a civilian aircraft? What kind of god-tier maneuver is that? Globally speaking, I doubt anyone else could pull this off. Our country is amazing. The internet erupted in cheers as the 9906 incident concluded successfully. Everyone was buzzing about the aerial refueling event, and several videos were uploaded online, slowly gaining traction. 10 hours after the Beijing navigation system malfunction. Aerospace Academy, the national navigation system has been temporarily restored. Travelers may proceed with confidence. This situation will absolutely not occur again. The cleanup crew successfully connected to the Beijing navigation system, restoring navigation functions and commencing repair operations. The matter seemed to have concluded satisfactorily. Mu Yang was rushed to the capital First People's Hospital for treatment. Oxygen deprivation. Just administer oxygen. The doctor instructed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Xiaoyu leaned over the bedside, staring blankly at Mu Yang's closed eyes. Felice, Xin Yue, and Xin Yuan also stood vigil by his side. 2 hours later, Mu Yang woke up. Brother! Mu Xiaoyu threw herself onto Mu Yang and burst into tears. Her heart felt like it was shattering. She'd almost thought her brother wouldn't make it back. There. You see? Everything's fine now. Mu Yang propped up his groggy head and gently rubbed Mu Xiaoyu, who was still clinging to him. That was way too risky. If Wang Wen and the others hadn't arrived in time, you'd be dead right now. Yu Jiangwo said, both angry and relieved. How could she be so reckless with her own safety? If something happened to Mu Yang, they would feel terribly guilty. Such a huge task, and they hadn't lifted a finger to help him complete it alone. I had no choice. I couldn't stand by and let her get hurt. Mu Yang smiled, but his eyes were filled with icy resolve. He certainly hadn't forgotten who had started this mess. He intended to settle the score properly. Get some rest. Stay here for now. Don't let me catch you sneaking back to the lab. I'll have someone keep watch. Yu Jiangwo didn't say much more. Seeing the room packed with people, he realized this wasn't sustainable either. After greeting everyone, he left. Thank you, Mr. Mu Yang. Thank you, Mu Yang. Xin Yue, Xin Yuan, and Felice spoke in unison. Xin Yue's eyes were red-rimmed. When she learned of her sister's accident, she'd been more anxious than anyone, desperate enough to personally charter the company's private jet to search for her. Just saying thanks isn't enough. You've got to show your appreciation somehow. Mu Yang decided to put the matter aside for now. The experience of narrowly escaping death still left him shaken, and he began to joke around. The three women froze. Xin Yue lowered her head in thought, Xin Yuan pondered while leaning against the foot of the bed, and only Felice stood up. She slowly approached Mu Yang's side, leaned down, and brushed his cheek with a butterfly-like touch. Mu Yang. Mu Xiaoyu, Xin Yue, Shen Yuan. Miss Felice, this. Mu Yang's cheeks flushed bright red. This was the first time in his 20-plus years of being a perpetual bachelor that a girl had ever initiated a kiss with him. He felt shy. Omega. Miss Felice, you're being too forward. This isn't right. Mu Xiaoyu quickly pulled Felice aside and scolded her. How could a girl just kiss someone like that? This is our custom. Kissing the right cheek expresses gratitude. Felice's cheeks also flushed. This was her first time kissing someone of the opposite sex. Before this, she had only done such a thing to her father. I guess that's how it goes? Mu Xiaoyu pulled out her phone and scrolled through it, surprised to discover how open-minded things were abroad. Sis, you should do it too. Xin Yuan nudged Xin Yue, who was still dazed. We don't have that kind of etiquette, and besides, he didn't save me. Or maybe you should pledge yourself to him. What nonsense! If anyone should pledge themselves, it should be you. The girls' exchange reached the ears of several others, who burst into laughter. China sure is impressive. They actually pulled this off? Reading the report, Tickner found it hard to believe. Conducting aerial refueling for commercial aviation, China really dared to do it. China's approach to its citizens is one thing, but has their Beidou navigation system been restored? Snarl also found it hard to believe, though not entirely unbelievable. But the speed of the repair was astonishing. How could they fix 5 scrap satellites so quickly? They're just bragging. Look at those satellites, are they really fixed? Tickner pointed at the Northern Star satellites on the screen, their solar panels retracted, and said dismissively, China is blatantly lying. Wait, what's that satellite doing? Snarler exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the screen. All eyes followed his gesture. The conical satellite that had attacked them earlier was now approaching a decommissioned Baishanxing satellite, extending for mechanical arms. How did they manage to install this on a satellite? Mounting mechanical arms on an orbital satellite, only Huaxia could come up with something like this. Could they be trying to repair this satellite? Snarlera speculated. China had issued a notice earlier stating they would repair the Beijing navigation system. Impossible. The operational capabilities of those robotic arms aren't advanced enough. Repairing a satellite? That's pure fantasy. Tikna didn't believe a word of it. How could humans repair a satellite in outer space without being physically present? That wasn't something current technology could achieve. Look at their robotic arm, it's nearly identical to a human arm in structure. I don't recall current technology being capable of such precision. That arm is probably only good for basic grasping and releasing. Tikna added. Humanity's current technology simply couldn't produce a fully functional, lifelike robotic arm. That much is true. But then what are they doing? Snarl agreed with Tikner's assessment. China certainly hadn't developed such technology. We'll find out soon enough. Tikna sat before the screen, his gaze fixed intently. He intended to see exactly what China was up to. As the mechanical arm began its task, Tikner's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 133, The Madness of Tikner. Impossible. Tikner rushed to the screen, staring intently at the scavenger on the display. Those 4 mechanical arms were more agile than human limbs. Various tools sprang from the arms, performing repairs on the Baishanxing satellite. How did China develop this satellite? This is unbelievable, it shatters my understanding of existing satellite technology. Our satellite technology is globally leading, yet we couldn't develop something like this. This has to be fake. This has to be fake. Other personnel at the satellite base were equally incredulous, their faces etched with shock or despair. This must just be one of their experiments. They couldn't possibly have succeeded. Liali shook his head frantically. SX had dominated the global satellite field for so long, and they hadn't even conceived of such a thing. How could China possibly achieve it? None of them could believe the images before their eyes, yet their gazes remained fixed on the cleaner working within the display. 4 agile mechanical arms glided back and forth across the Baishanxing satellite, wielding various tools with effortless precision. 4 hours later, the Baishanxing satellite unfurled its solar panels and returned to orbit, resuming its operations. Oh my God! Someone gasped aloud. The satellite they had destroyed had truly been repaired. A miracle. A miracle in the history of human satellites. Some were stunned. The success of this space satellite repair would bring irreversible change to the satellite field. Impossible. Impossible. How could China possibly develop such technology? Tikner's eyes were bloodshot. The 4 robotic arms repairing the Beijing satellite seemed to move with ease in space. He stared intently, hoping it was a falsehood. As time passed, despair gradually consumed him. The repair of the Baishanxing satellite meant that their sacrifice of 6 satellites and 20 electromagnetic jammers had been utterly wasted. I told you so, China might possess satellite repair technology. Though Snarl had suspected it, witnessing it firsthand left him speechless. It was terrifying. This conical satellite possessed both offensive and restorative capabilities, making it virtually invincible in space. Yet despite their astonishment, the cleaner had already begun repairing the next satellite. At this rate, within 2 days, all the Baishanxing satellites they had destroyed would be fully restored. China's Beijing navigation system would be fully restored, and this scavenger would pose a massive threat to their satellites. Quick! Launch more satellites! Destroy this thing! We cannot tolerate this threat in space. Tikner suddenly seemed to remember something, striding over to Liari and grabbing his collar as he shouted. Mr. Tikner, please calm down. Liari dared not resist, allowing Tikner to grip his collar as despair filled his eyes. Their position as leaders in SX advanced satellite technology was utterly lost today. Let go. It's impossible now. Snarl roughly pulled the 2 apart, panting heavily. Mr. Tikner, you saw it yourself. The speed of the Chinese satellite is beyond what ours can match. And it's armed. Sending another satellite up there would be suicide. Liari roared back. Who could comprehend his despair? Within a month, SX launched 6 satellites, not a single result in return. Nearly 10 billion in losses. Even as the founder, I cannot bear the consequences this brings. Liari slumped to the floor. He was the founder, yes, but SX wasn't his alone. He'd tried to leverage Snarler and Tikner to bolster his influence. Under pressure from the board, he'd provided them with 6 satellites at no cost only to get nothing in return. What awaited him? No one knew better than he did. Are we just going to let their satellites stay up there? Can you all really live with that? Tikna slammed his fist into the computer in front of him, nearly crushing it. The searing pain from the recoil didn't sober him, it only fueled his rage. What if they target our satellites next? Can you afford such losses? The United States had numerous satellites in orbit, including dozens operated by their military. Not a single one could afford any mishap. But now, an accident had occurred. A satellite from China, one equipped with offensive and repair capabilities, and possessing a speed that was utterly terrifying. If the enemy chose to strike, their satellites in space would be utterly defenseless. Only by destroying it can we eliminate this threat once and for all. Not only do we have no satellites left to deploy, but do we even possess any capable of matching it? What if we launch another satellite and it fails? The resulting losses would be beyond our capacity to bear. Liali retorted. Blinded by greed, he had already deployed every operational satellite SX possessed. SX had no satellites left to deploy. What about us? Don't we have our own satellites? Tikna roared, determined to destroy this terrifying thing. These satellites are all operational. Don't act on your own. Snarler, seeing his focus shift to the satellite base, immediately stepped in to stop him. They simply didn't have the vast resources to squander. I don't care. In the name of the military command, I order you to deploy every operational satellite. Even if missiles can't destroy it, we'll ram it to pieces. Tikna nearly shouted himself hoarse. He couldn't allow Huaxia to tower above them. Destroying them was the only thing to do now. On behalf of the Ministry of Defense, I refuse your order. Snarl stood his ground. Continuing would only lead to greater losses. Yet his defiance lacked conviction, perhaps deliberately so. Don't forget, your defense ministry exists only because our military headquarters supports it. Everyone, come in and lock him up. Tikner couldn't care less. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and bellowed into it. Several squads of soldiers stormed in, taking everyone under control. Tikna, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Snarler was pinned to the ground by two soldiers, his eyes blazing with fury at Tikner. He hadn't expected Tikner to take such extreme measures. Of course I know, but for our safety, this is the only course of action. Tikna stared intently at the screen showing the cleaner repairing the North Star satellite. That satellite absolutely could not remain in space even if it meant replacing it with several, or even dozens, of satellites. Tikna, you'll be facing a military tribunal. Snarler could only shout before being dragged away by the soldiers, a faint smile playing on his lips. Bang! 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 Get to work! Retrieve every satellite in our arsenal and equip them with electromagnetic jammers. Bring this satellite down by any means necessary. Tikna drew his sidearm and fired 3 shots, sending the still-shaken crew scrambling back to their stations. 5 more satellites launched into the sky, hurtling toward the cleaners hard at work. Chapter 134, Tikna's Despair. Reporting, 5 satellites launched from the United States sector. They appear to be targeting us. Shouted the staff member monitoring the cleaners. On the screen, the 5 satellites entered separate orbits, each hurtling toward their location. They just won't let it go. Lu Wenluan narrowed his eyes. With these 5, that made 11 satellites in total. Even if they had satellites, they shouldn't be building them like this. No wonder they're the local tycoons, they've got deep pockets. Lu Wenluan chuckled twice. 10 more wouldn't matter. Suspend repairs. Enter combat readiness. Stand by at all times. The moment they make a move, crush them with thunderous force. Lu Wenluan waved his hand decisively, delegating all further decisions to the sweeper team's commanders. He pulled up a stool and settled in to observe. This place is turning into a wartime command center in just a day or two. Lu Wenluan couldn't help but grumble. Who would have thought that those of them who built satellites would one day find themselves fighting in space? In outer space, 5 American satellites rapidly closed in. The cleaner calmly filled the gap left by the Beijing satellite before turning to face the 5 satellites charging straight toward it. Launch electromagnetic jammers. Tikner, seeing Scavenger enter the attack range, impatiently issued the command. However, the electromagnetic jammer's propulsion system still relied on a plasma thruster, one vastly different from the one developed by Muyang. Slow. Very slow. They drifted like feathers floating through the air. Such speed was utterly insignificant to the Scavenger. The Scavenger remained motionless, a tube emerging from its midsection. Unlike the previous electromagnetic interference projectile's tube, this one was much slimmer. An orange-yellow glow gathered within it, then a flash of lightning erupted. All the drifting electromagnetic interference shells dissolved into nothingness. Tikna couldn't believe his eyes. Every single electromagnetic interference grenade dissolved in the orange light, literally melted away. China has actually developed laser weapons. This can't be. Tikna shouted, veins bulging in his eyes. But no matter how much he refused to believe it, the outcome was final. 5 orange beams shot forth, severing all communication with the 5 satellites they had just launched. Destroyed. 8 satellites fell victim to the Scavenger's hands. What an impressive feat, but those satellites weren't theirs. Bang! The control center doors burst open. A contingent of heavily armed soldiers marched in, led by Snarler. Tikna, you are suspected of abusing your authority and posing a grave threat to our national security. Prepare to face a military tribunal. The tables had turned. Just moments ago, it was Snarlera who had been captured, but now the roles were reversed. How could Huaxia possibly develop laser weapons? Tikna ignored Snarler, sitting dazed and defeated before the control console. The events that had just unfolded had shattered his sense of superiority and pride. Tikna, you should know the consequences of resisting arrest. Seeing Tikner hesitate, Snarlera assumed he intended to resist. You have no idea. I did this all for the country. Tikna roared in fury. Why couldn't these people understand? Such a terrifying weapon couldn't be left floating safely in space. Do you realize that because of your recklessness, we won't be able to launch any satellites for at least a year? Snarl retorted angrily. This operation had cost them an entire satellite, one intended for deployment across multiple fields, now destroyed in an instant. Of course, he had played a part in this, but who cared about that now? Snarl curled his lips slightly, glancing at the scapegoat sitting on the ground. Let's go, Mr. Tickner. I believe this is the last time I'll address you by name. Snarler couldn't care less. He waved his hand, signaling for Tickner to be taken away. Ha 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 ha. Tickner burst into maniacal laughter. If you don't start taking this seriously, our nation will be ruined sooner or later. His laughter turned into a roar, each note seeming to bleed with anguish. I think you're just too weak-minded. It's only a satellite. Our country controls China's energy lifeline. They can't do anything about it, can they? They just happen to be more advanced in this particular field. But don't worry, we'll catch up soon enough. No nation can surpass us. America will always be the world's dominant power. Snarl shrugged it off. It was just a satellite. Besides, even if China overstepped, the worst that could happen was exposing the entire affair. Let's see who can handle the fallout then. You damned politicians. Tickner suddenly realized Snarlera had never been on his side from the start. He was a politician, a ruthless one who intended to pin all the blame on him. It seems Mr. Tickner is a bit agitated. Take him away. Snarl waved his hand, and Tickner was dragged away by two fully armed soldiers. What happened today? Not a word to anyone. Snarl decided to keep this matter under wraps. After all, it was just a satellite, hardly a threat to them. Next, they'd simply tighten the restrictions. Utterly pathetic. The technician in charge of the cleanup yawned, stretching lazily. He'd expected a 300-round battle, but it ended in an instant. Alright, back to repairs. With 11 satellites down, the US won't be launching any satellites for the next year. 0 for 11. Lu Wenluan was naturally overjoyed. Who would have thought their aerospace institute could achieve such a feat? If this were in the military, he'd demand a special merit award. Alright, keep some staff here. The rest of you come with me to study X-energy battery integration. When Mu Yang fully entrusted the cleanup operation to the Aerospace Institute, he also handed over the X-energy battery technology to Lu Wenluan and his team. Strictly speaking, X-energy batteries were more suited for satellites, as outer space offered abundant sunlight. Just as things were about to settle down, several videos surged to the top of online trending searches. Is Iron Man real? Iron Man fell from the sky and saved my life. Iron Man crashes. Let's find our hero. The top trending topics were all dominated by Iron Man. Iron Man? You've got to be kidding me. This video must be fake. How could it be this absurd? Doesn't look like it. No signs of technical editing. Honestly, this looks kinda familiar. I think I saw something like this at Anlu University about a year ago. Wasn't there an Iron Man thing recently too? The bureau chief even came out to debunk it. This can't be real. You actually believe what the bureau chief says? The last one got suppressed for some reason, but why is it resurfacing now? Once or twice. It must be real. The authorities have spoken. After over a year of being buried, the Iron Man incident resurfaced. It's almost impossible to contain. Chapter 135. I want to buy a set. This is getting out of hand. How do we explain this? Lu Shanyu urgently sought help from Zhang Wenyu. The situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. He assumed no one would believe it, but events had reached an unavoidable turning point. It can't be contained. Last time it was overseas, this time it's domestic. An entire plane full of witnesses. Other media outlets will pick up on it with just a few interviews. There's no way to suppress it. Zhang Wenyu shook his head. As the head of the War Propaganda Bureau, many already doubted his credibility. If he stepped forward now, it might only confirm the rumors. But this news will reach overseas sooner or later. Domestic awareness wasn't a major concern, but word would inevitably spread abroad. If the United States got wind of it, they'd likely pull out all the stops to probe for answers. Besides, the quantity produced over the past year wasn't substantial. Let's not respond for now. Once the hype dies down, we'll have the energy to care about this nonsense. Zhang Wenyu said this, and Lu Shangyu nodded in agreement. For now, this was the only option. Mu Xiaoyu frantically shut off her phone. Even though everything was fine, her heart still trembled nervously at the sight. A fall from 6,000 meters would mean certain death. Mr. Mu Yang is amazing. Felice stared at the video on her phone. That figure was majestic and extraordinary, like a knight from a fairy tale rescuing a princess. Well, he is my brother, after all. Mu Xiaoyu beamed with pride. What are you talking about? Mu Yang pushed open the door, still as disinterested in the internet as ever. Nothing. Mu Xiaoyu immediately dropped her smile. Question mark. Felice was puzzled. She'd been so cheerful just a moment ago. Why the sudden change in expression? Mu Yang found it a bit baffling, but he didn't say anything. That was just how Mu Xiaoyu was. By the way, Mr. Mu Yang, did you really develop that battle armor yourself? Felice hesitated noticeably before speaking. That's correct. Is there a problem? Mu Yang sat down to answer. Mr. Mu Yang, is this battle armor for sale? Felice's sapphire eye sparkled, her eager gaze unmistakable. I'm afraid not. You want it? Mu Yang shook his head. Aside from the one he possessed, all others belonged to the military exclusively for military use, never to be released to civilians. I want to buy one, for my father. Felice lowered her gaze, the light in her eyes fading away, her visible disappointment palpable. Well. Mu Yang felt conflicted. He couldn't bear to see this, but if it went to another country, it might lead to leaks. Though he had the authority to decide, he couldn't predict the consequences. You could speak with the Supreme Commander or the military leadership and seek their counsel. Mu Yang suggested. Perhaps it would be better if they made the decision. Felice's eyes grew even more despondent. Are these people I can just casually meet? The first and the military, even as Swedish royalty, she couldn't just meet them whenever she pleased. Mu Yang had completely forgotten about that. After all, meeting them was quite easy for him. I'll ask for you, but don't get your hopes up. Mu Yang said. Though he wanted to help her, he knew this wasn't something he could simply decide to do. He was well aware of the limitations in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Mu Yang. Felice embraced Mu Yang, lightly brushing her cheek against his right side. Miss Felice, since you're in China now, it's best to follow local customs. There's no need to express gratitude like that. Mu Yang said, his face flushing red. While the gesture felt rather thrilling, he still had to uphold the principles of a Chinese gentleman. Exactly. Stop always taking advantage of my brother. Mu Xiaoyu wrapped her arm around Felice's and shot Mu Yang a disapproving look. Is this how you treat your brother? Mu Yang feigned indignation. So you're saying you actually like it? No wonder you. Alright, that's enough. Stop talking. I agree with you. Mu Yang covered Mu Xiaoyu's mouth, afraid she might blurt out something earth-shattering the next second. Before? Felice asked curiously. Nothing. She's just making stuff up. I'll contact the first leader and Commander Lu for you. To cut off the topic, Mu Yang pulled out the number, handed his phone to Felice, and dragged Mu Xiaoyu into the room, intending to give her a proper talking to. Felice shot them a puzzled glance before refocusing her attention on the phone. A moment later. Felice knocked on the door. Mr. First said he wants you to come take this call. Felice's expression visibly brightened, indicating the other party had likely agreed. The first? Mu Yang took the phone. Mu Yang, it's like this since this is ultimately your creation, the final decision rests with you. The first had handed the decision to Mu Yang, but Mu Yang sensed there was more to it than met the eye. First seat, may I ask what's in it for us? Mu Yang inquired. There are certainly benefits. Something has happened with the Swedish royal family that's the main reason Felice came here. If we give it to them, they'll owe us a favor, which could help tie them to our ship later. But there are drawbacks too. This will inevitably expose the Mark V battle armor. The first one laid out the pros and cons for Mu Yang. Want to make your own judgment? Mu Yang fell deep in thought as he listened to the words from the other end. In that case, let's hand it over. Mark V will be exposed sooner or later anyway. It's about time for an upgrade. The Mark V's exposure was inevitable. Since that was the case, it was better to buy some goodwill. Good decision. The first smiled and hung up the phone. With the matter settled, Felice jumped up in delight and expressed her gratitude emphatically. As time passed, domestic fuel reserves began to dwindle critically. The United States raised prices to nearly unbearable levels. Mr. Leon Lit, we cannot accept this price. I urge you to seriously consider the consequences of monopolizing oil resources. Liao Jianxi rose angrily. The current price was absurdly higher than before. After several rounds of negotiations, the United States refused to budge. Feel free, Mr. Liao. This price won't change. No matter how long it takes, remember to come back to me when you've made up your mind. Leon Lit shrugged indifferently. His superiors had ordered comprehensive restrictions on China, a policy beyond his control. But if he could squeeze out a few extra dollars, why not? Oomph. Liao Jianxi snorted coldly and stormed out. Imported oil prices had tripled. China Petroleum Group would have to absorb the high costs of refining this oil and then sell it at the original price. Even with state backing, they couldn't sustain this for long. When the time came, the public would face even higher fuel prices. Early February. China convened an emergency UN meeting addressing US oil monopolization. At the meeting, the British Empire, France, and Russia collectively stayed away. The Huaxia representative led numerous nations in a long-standing dispute with the US and its allies. The final outcome was vetoed by the United States. China continues to face higher oil prices. Spring was approaching, yet the cold wind remained bitingly sharp. Chapter 136, Lightning II and the G20. Mission complete. Reward, 10,000 activity points. By February, with the widespread adoption of HarmonyOS 2.0 and Little Sheep, Mu Yang's mission was complete. Looks like I'll have to put revenge on hold for now. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes. He had originally planned to develop a 6th-generation fighter based on the existing 5th-generation design, incorporating plasma thrusters and laser cannons to really show the US what he was made of. However, the current energy crisis was more urgent. Domestic fuel reserves were running dangerously low, and the recent 9906 incident had been triggered by this very shortage. Opening the group chat marketplace, Mu Yang purchased a hydrogen fuel extractor. Activity points, 12,200 2,200. Mark 7 battle armor, 1,000. Purchase. Activity points, 2,200 1,200. Old Sheen, I sent you something. Remember to check it out. Mu Yang hadn't forgotten what they'd discussed earlier. It was time to upgrade the Mark armor. Next, we'll need to make a trip to the coast. If you ask where hydrogen is most abundant, it's naturally in the sea, making it the ideal location for the hydrogen fuel extractor to operate. Ha? The coast? In this freezing weather? Mu Xiaoyu stared at Mu Yang with an expression that screamed, "Are you out of your mind?" "It's for work." "For work. Not for swimming." Mu Yang cleared his throat twice. "Then why'd you bring a swimsuit?" Mu Xiaoyu pointed at the swimsuit in the suitcase. "It's underwear." Mu Yang's face darkened. Men's swim trunks and underwear are practically indistinguishable except for the material. Since Mu Yang preferred black, Mu Xiaoyu hadn't noticed the difference. "Fine, I'm starting school soon. I won't be going." Mu Xiaoyu felt a bit disappointed. While it was indeed cold in the capital, the south should be warming up by now. A trip to the beach wouldn't be a bad idea. "Then I'll go with Mr. Mu Yang." Felice looked at Mu Yang hopefully. She had never been to the seaside before. "Sure, let's go." Mu Yang didn't refuse. With him gone and Mu Xiaoyu off to school, Felice would feel a bit lonely. "Don't you dare do anything strange to Sister Felice, okay?" Mu Xiaoyu warned Mu Yang. "You think I'm that kind of person?" Mu Yang scoffed dismissively. Though Felice was undeniably beautiful, his heart belonged solely to his country. "Oh." Mu Xiaoyu turned her head away, clearly unconvinced. "I won't bother arguing with you. Let's go." He was the type to act on impulse, no holds barred, like the wind, blowing wherever it pleased. "Oh, and bring the Mark battle armor. We can fly out over the sea later." Mu Yang remembered he couldn't just bury his head in research forever. Target has departed the capital. How did Tickner end up in a military tribunal? Far away in the Red Sea, Gorvit received the news. Rumor has it he abused his authority to launch 11 satellites. "We won't be able to launch any satellites for the next year," a subordinate remarked from the side. "Why is everyone on our side acting so foolish lately?" Gorvit muttered in bewilderment. "Perhaps they've been provoked like Colonel Libby's." The subordinate glanced at Gorvit, inwardly muttering, "You're the one acting foolishly, aren't you? Didn't you instigate the last cyber attack on China's networks? By the way, has the submarine from Lab 5 returned?" Gorvit changed the subject, inquiring about other matters. "It docked yesterday. The experimental data is intact." The subordinate replied. "Those damn things. Studying such terrifying stuff day in and day out. Finally gone." Gorvit cursed under his breath. Had circumstances not forced him, he never would have personally escorted Lab 5 submarine. "Admiral, the Chinese side is requesting a meeting." Noticing Gorvit's displeasure, the subordinate changed the subject. Over the Red Sea, thousands of meters away from Gorvit and his group, several dragon flags fluttered in the wind, their crimson hues vivid and eye-catching. "No talks. This isn't our call to make. Who in their right mind would want to be stuck in this place?" Gorvit snapped impatiently. He was merely following orders. Why the hell were they asking him to negotiate? They should be talking to their president. "They demand our withdrawal from the Red Sea." Have lightning circle over their heads a couple of times. From the carrier deck, 2 fighter jets took off. Their fuselages resembled missiles, their wings exceptionally thin and sleek, heading toward the distant Chinese fleet. These were the Lightning II fighters, one of 3 variants of the most advanced 5th-generation fighter known to the United States today. Boasting exceptional stealth capabilities, advanced systems integration, and multi-role combat proficiency, they were the carrier-based variant of the Lightning II series. It stood as the pinnacle of fighter aircraft, even surpassing China's most advanced 5th-generation fighter, the G-20, especially in such an environment. They're here to show off. Bring out the G-20 for a couple of laps. A slightly gray-haired military officer on the carrier squinted through binoculars at the 2 low-flying fighters approaching, his brow furrowed. 2 G-20s, their bodies gleaming silver-gray with diamond-shaped noses and fuselages, launched from the carrier, heading straight for the 2 low-flying Lightning II fighters. The Lightning IIs rapidly climbed, and the G-20s followed suit. Both sides began vertical ascents, showcasing their maneuverability. Both decks were packed with watching officers and crew. At an altitude visible to the naked eye, the chase began, with both sides engaging their fire control radars. Unfortunately for the G20, the Lightning II held a slight edge. With a few sharp turns, it left the G20 trailing behind, then executed several positional maneuvers to slip behind its target. The G20 operator remained unflustered. The G20 possessed certain advantages over the Lightning II, notably its superior iron-hard durability. That's right, it was all about brute force. The G20 rapidly climbed, presenting itself to the Lightning II in a semicircular flight path. Confused, the Lightning II immediately followed, preparing to lock on with its fire control radar. G20 suddenly decelerated and dove toward Lightning II at an unnerving angle. Lightning II scrambled frantically. It could certainly be hit, but if it actually got hit, it wouldn't survive. It pulled away urgently. Unable to catch up, G20 had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. The first skirmish ended in a stalemate. Those Americans' Lightning IIs are formidable. And they haven't even deployed the Raptors yet. A military officer in the carrier's command center sighed. China's fighter development lagged behind nations like the US, which held decades of technological advantage. His name was Lin Weiqiong, commander of the Southern Military Region's Naval Division. He had been dispatched to the Red Sea to engage in a standoff with US forces. If it came down to an actual fight, it wouldn't be certain who'd win or lose. A voice behind him remarked, "Don't get too cocky. The Americans are globally recognized in this field. Their F-22s are terrifying. We saw it firsthand at the military exercises a few years back. They're leagues ahead of us." Lin Weiqiong shook his head. One must acknowledge shortcomings and remain vigilant to avoid disadvantage. China's progress to this point was never achieved through reckless disregard for life. If we drag this out much longer, we'll have to buy fuel from the other side. Chapter 137, Shifpalpayan. China's G20 truly lives up to its reputation. Gorvid observed the mutual probing between the two sides. Though the G20's performance lagged somewhat, it was not beyond catching up to the Lightning II. The Lightning II isn't our most advanced fighter, yet this is China's most advanced model. So there's still a gap between China and us. His subordinate remarked dismissively, unconcerned with the outcome. Quite right. Next time, let the Raptor meet them. Gorvid nodded in acknowledgement. The G20's performance was indeed commendable, but that was its limit. By the way, Mr. Gorvid, I think you should take a look at this. The subordinate handed over a phone, playing a video. This is? Gorvid's eyes widened abruptly. The subject in the video was all too familiar to him, so much so that he'd spent months hiding in the polar regions because of it. Is this real? Gorvid couldn't believe it. He had once believed in its existence, but beyond those blurry videos that revealed nothing, there had been no clues. So much time had passed that he had long since dismissed it as a hoax. Yet fate had a cruel twist. Now it had resurfaced. It's from our people in China. It's been circulating widely online. So far, the Chinese government hasn't issued any statement. Before this, China even specially invited a general to debunk the rumors. I suspect this is very likely real. His subordinate spoke with grave expression. Nothing happened by accident. Once might be coincidence, but twice or thrice? That was inevitability. Can we get to the bottom of this? Worry etched itself into Gorvid's brow as the long-buried incident resurfaced. He was determined to get to the bottom of it. No. So far, we've only seen scattered fragments of it online. There's no other information available. The subordinate shook his head. The difficulty of investigating this matter was immense. Gorvid's frown deepened. But there might be one lead we can pursue. The subordinate retrieved his phone and pulled up another video. This happened before the last Iron Man incident. The footage was too blurry for many to notice. We initially thought it was fireworks or something similar, but technical analysis shows this fuzzy silhouette bears an uncanny resemblance to Iron Man. A shadowy figure blazing with fire streaked toward the sky in the darkness. Investigate it. By any means necessary. Gorvid rubbed his temples, returning the phone to his subordinate. A pent-up frustration seemed to build in his chest, and he slammed his fist hard on the table. Recall Libby's. We need him now. The subordinate acknowledged the order and withdrew. Pengcheng Research and Technology Center. Mr. Mu Yang, this lab is enormous. Yu Jiangwo had assigned Mu Yang his own lab, the best-equipped facility in Pengcheng. It is rather large, but it allows for ample experimentation. Mu Yang was also somewhat surprised this lab could almost accommodate an airplane, making it undeniably luxurious. Miss Felice, I need to get back to work. Would you like to explore elsewhere? Mu Yang turned his head to speak. The hydrogen fuel extractor was crucial. It determined whether China could completely break free from traditional energy constraints and enter a new era. I'll stay here. Don't worry about me, Mr. Mu Yang. Besides, I'd like to learn something. Since childhood, I'd been studying royal etiquette. After falling ill, my music and dance lessons were put on hold, leaving me without any dedicated hobbies. After watching you research satellites last time, I realized I might have a real interest in this field. Felice waved her hand dismissively, signaling Mu Yang not to worry about her. Alright then. Here, take this. You can play around with it. Mu Yang produced a simple device that could be secured tightly around the wrist, along with a lightweight storage case. What is this? Felice was curious, though the device's plain appearance held little appeal. A web shooter. You can check out the Spider-Man movies, they explain it. Mu Yang explained while fiddling with the experimental device. Alright, Mr. Mu Yang. I'll take good care of it. Felice nodded earnestly. She had no idea what this thing was and pulled out her phone to look it up. The lab held only 2 people, creating a slightly desolate atmosphere. Outside the lab, however, a crowd of researchers had gathered. People from up top are just different. They come in and immediately take over our best lab. Exactly. We just applied for a project this year that needs this lab, but the higher-ups don't even care. Just 2 people taking up this huge lab? Could they be a couple here to live it up? To be fair, that foreign girl is pretty. What makes him so special? He looks barely over 20. How could the higher-ups trust him with this huge lab? Probably here to pad his resume. Everyone, disperse. What are you all crowding around for? Staring any longer won't get this lab back anytime soon. A middle-aged man dressed casually approached, his eyes flashing with displeasure. He was the head of the facility, Jing Shangwei. He had an important project that required this lab, but higher-ups had handed it over to this greenhorn without explanation. Naturally, he was annoyed. But the order came directly from the Academy of Sciences president himself. He couldn't defy it. I'll see what kind of breakthrough he manages to make. If he doesn't deliver, don't blame me for being ruthless. What could a young man in his early 20s possibly accomplish in the scientific community? He'd likely only just begun to grasp some advanced knowledge. If he wanted to conduct research, he'd be better off waiting another couple of years. Abusing his authority for personal gain, no one could save him now. Jing Shangwei left the place in a rather sour mood. It's been quite a while now, Mr. Mu Yang. Shouldn't we add a new member? Red Queen remained highly active in the group chat, occasionally engaging in technical discussions with other members. Everyone held this supercomputer in awe. Honestly, I don't have the bandwidth to onboard newcomers right now. But since Miss Red Queen requests it, I suppose we can bring one in. He hadn't even finished processing the existing technologies in his possession. Adding a new member would mean acquiring yet more technical knowledge, and Mu Yang was simply too busy to handle it. That was precisely why he had delayed bringing in new members for so long. Optimus Prime's activity level had also surpassed 50. Mu Yang had assumed it would be at least 80, but it seemed Optimus Prime wasn't keen on chatting in group messages. Peter Parker, hurry up, Mr. Mu Yang. I can't wait any longer. Aren't you in class right now? Mu Yang asked casually. Peter Parker, the class is way too easy. It just gets more boring the longer I listen. Well, geniuses are just different. Mu Yang sighed, clicking the invite button. Chief Palpatine has joined the group chat via an invitation from group owner Muyu. This is huge. Chapter 138, The Villain's Dialogue. Group member info: Chief Palpatine, Sith title Darth Sidious, is the antagonist in the Star Wars films, the ultimate villain and final boss of the Star Wars saga. Through a series of conspiracies, he became Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic, subsequently instigating the Clone Wars. At the war's end, he declared the Jedi Order traitors and established the Galactic Empire. Outwardly, Supreme Chancellor Palpatine appeared as a weathered old man, a human who seemed venerable, even benevolent. In reality, he was an ambitious schemer and tyrant. The lengthy description left Mu Yang speechless. The ultimate villain had appeared in the group chat. Chief Palpatine, it seems some little pests have invaded my communication channel. Before I lose my temper, tell me everything you're after. Otherwise, you and the home you've gained will be destroyed. Red Queen, what arrogance! Who do you think you are? Chief Palpatine, I am the leader of the Galactic Empire. And who are you? To speak to me in such a tone? Red Queen, the most advanced supercomputer in Umbrella Corporation, the most advanced in the world. Mere humans? Nothing special. The two archvillains clashed the moment they met, truly worthy of their status. Mu Yang stood by, daring not to utter a word. Chief Palpatine, supercomputer? Just a pile of broken systems. I'll destroy as many as I please. Red Queen, you humans talk big. Countless humans have fallen by my hand. What makes you think you're any different? Peter Parker, guys, can we talk nicely? This is our first meeting. Red Queen, this isn't your place to speak. Shut up. Chief Palpatine, you little brat, once I'm done with this supercomputer, I'll deal with you. Peter Parker, Mr. Mu Yang, look at them. Mu Yang, Mr. Palpatine, this is merely an ordinary communication hub connecting parallel universes. We pose no threat to you, and likewise, your actions cannot affect us. Chief Palpatine, an amusing lie. You've amused me. You may be the last to die. Mu Yang. Mu Yang, Mr. Palpatine, I know everything you've done, the Sith legacy, killing your master, and your actions within the Republic government. Chief Palpatine, how do you know these things? Who exactly are you? A leader naturally cannot bear for others to know about his dark deeds. Mu Yang, first, you must believe what I said earlier. Second, I know everything about all of you and your futures. Shutting off his phone, Mu Yang decided to keep Shift Halpean guessing. Having such a major villain lurking in a group chat could spell trouble if not handled properly. Moreover, as the leader of the Galactic Empire, Shift Halpean possessed technology beyond imagination. Chief Palpatine, damn it, who the hell are you? Where did you get all this information? Tony Stark, save it, Mr. Palpatine. Mr. Mu Yang is an omnipotent, omniscient deity. He knows everything we've done up to this point, including what will happen in our future. Chief Palpatine, impossible. Gods don't exist. Tony Stark, believe it or not. T-800, if you don't believe it, tough luck. Alfred Lunning, Mr. Stark is correct. Siv Palpean fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Mu Yang focused his thoughts on researching the hydrogen fuel extractor. Once that was sorted, he could launch his plan for revenge against the United States. Mr. Mu Yang, yesterday's visit was so sudden. Coming from afar, we couldn't offer proper hospitality. I hear you're also a rising star in the capital. Coincidentally, I have a few young men here who'd like to exchange ideas. Why don't we host a welcome banquet for you together? Qin Shangwei entered with several others. Interrupting someone's experiment was already a highly impolite act. Sounds good. I'm actually getting hungry. Mu Yang frowned slightly but ultimately didn't refuse. After all, he had entered the lab immediately upon his arrival yesterday, which was also somewhat impolite. Ha, Mr. Mu Yang, you're truly gracious. Let's go. Qin Shangwei gestured invitingly, his face plastered with an unchanging professional smile. If one looked closely into his eyes, however, there was also a hint of I knew it. He's just a hot-headed youngster, Qin Shangwei thought. So easily flattered by compliments clearly lacking any real substance. He'd need to be shown his place later, to make him understand who was truly in charge here. Maintaining his smile, Qin Shangwei led the group outside. Miss Felice, why are you carrying a suitcase? As Qin Shangwei prepared to get into the car, he suddenly noticed Felice carrying a red suitcase. This belongs to Mr. Mu Yang. I thought he might need it. Felice looked at Mu Yang as she answered. It wasn't necessary to bring it, it's just dinner. But since you've got it, put it in the car. That way we won't have to come back for it later. Mu Yang had been preoccupied with Qin Shangwei's conversation and momentarily overlooked Felice, only now realizing she'd brought along the Mark V battle armor. If I may ask, is there anything important in that case? Qin Shangwei was curious. Such a bright red case seemed overly flashy. Young people these days didn't focus on research, instead, they went for all this gaudy stuff. Just some experimental materials. Nothing special. Mu Yang gave a perfunctory reply. I see. Your case is quite unique. Qin Shangwei gave him a look that said, I knew it, and couldn't resist adding a sarcastic remark. Fortunately, Mu Yang didn't take it to heart. It was indeed unique. Who would use a bright red box to carry lab materials? Mu Yang couldn't be bothered to argue. He got into the car, and the group set off. Target acquired. Requesting authorization to proceed. Approved. The group arrived at a 5-star hotel. The last time he'd dined at such an upscale restaurant was when Shen Yue had treated him. But for Qin Shangwei, Mu Yang shot Qin Shangwei a meaningful glance. Would a researcher really treat someone to dinner at such a luxurious hotel? Or was it because of him? Mr. Qin, you've arrived. The receptionist approached the group with utmost respect. The usual room, please. Qin Shangwei nodded, leading everyone with practiced ease to a private dining room. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes. The private room was exceptionally luxurious, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows along the outer wall and a large balcony beyond. Soft golden light streamed through the windows, creating a scene of opulent grandeur. By the way, Mr. Mu Yang, might I ask what direction your research is taking this time? After ordering the dishes, Qin Shangwei casually inquired as if engaging in small talk. Chapter 139, The assassination wasn't aimed at me. The question was cleverly phrased. By not specifically asking about Mu Yang's research project, he couldn't refuse to answer by citing confidentiality. Energy and fuel-related research. Mu Yang paused before answering. Research in this field was far from uncommon. An ambitious field of research, indeed. Qin Shangwei leaned back in his chair and smiled. The current mainstream in energy fuels was new energy, but researching this field required substantial knowledge. Talking about conducting experiments directly was a bit of an exaggeration. As it happens, these individuals are also researching these very fields. They're only a few years older than you. Since you've already begun your experiments, Mr. Mu Yang, I imagine your levels of experience are comparable. Qin Shangwei deferred the conversation to the others. Mr. Mu Yang, might we ask which specific direction you're researching: solar energy, electrolytes, or biomass gasification? A young man surnamed Wang immediately picked up the thread. Today's energy fuels broadly fall into these categories, with solar being the simplest, electrolytes next, and biomass gasification the most challenging. Biomass gasification goes without saying. At his age, Mr. Mu Yang is likely exploring solar energy. The young man surnamed Li chuckled. At their age, delving into electrolytes was already quite impressive. I've explored both solar energy and electrolyte technologies. Mu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. He admittedly hadn't explored biomass gasification. His solar energy work involved X-energy batteries, while his electrolyte research centered on the Xuanwu battery. Qin Shangwei kept smiling, though contempt brewed within. To claim such exposure and still demand the largest lab, truly shameless. But none of that is what we're researching now. Mu Yang shook his head again. Hydrogen fuel extraction wasn't among them. Oh? Could it be hydrogen fuel extraction? The mainstream of contemporary energy fuels was hydrogen fuel extraction. After all, hydrogen fuel on Earth was practically inexhaustible. Many heavyweights across various fields were researching this area. However, the difficulty of this research direction was such that even academicians could only sigh in admiration. That's right. The reason I came to Pengcheng is because it's near the sea. If the experiment succeeds, we can source materials locally. Mu Yang replied. Put. The young man surnamed Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hydrogen fuel extraction is hailed as the roadblock in today's energy fuel field, a tiger that almost no one has been able to chase away. Sorry, Mr. Mu Yang, I assume you're just trying to lighten the mood. As for hydrogen fuel extraction, it's merely a proposed concept, no one has actually researched it yet, haha. The young man named Li grinned widely. He certainly didn't believe Mu Yang had any research in this field, he thought Mu Yang was just bragging. Young Li, show some respect. Perhaps Mr. Mu Yang is researching steam reforming? Qin Shangwei scolded, suppressing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Steam reforming is currently the most widely used method for hydrogen fuel extraction, but it is highly environmentally unfriendly. This process requires natural gas or liquefied petroleum gas to react with steam, producing hydrogen and carbon dioxide, with the resulting carbon dioxide being difficult to manage. This approach contradicts current research directions for environmentally friendly fuels. Are you kidding me? You don't get to decide. My research focus isn't steam reforming either. By this point, Mu Yang fully understood the nature of this welcome dinner and retorted without hesitation. Haha, Mr. Mu Yang, please don't joke like that. The young man surnamed Wang couldn't help but chuckle. He'd never seen anyone lie so effortlessly. Could it be your research is actually focused on photolysis? The young man surnamed Li shed his facade, laughing without a shred of dignity left. Who knows? Mu Yang chuckled. He intended to leave this dinner gathering. Since it was a trap, there was no need to stay. Haha, well, Mr. Mu Yang, the project we're preparing lately involves research on biomass gasification methods. We need to use your lab for this. Your research direction probably doesn't require this experiment, right? Why don't you make do with another lab instead? Qin Shangwei, noticing Mu Yang's sour expression, hurriedly interjected. He knew the young man's fiery temper and didn't want him storming off. No, thank you. Mu Yang replied coldly. If they had approached him properly for discussion, he might have considered it. Besides, this research and technology center belonged to the Academy of Sciences. With his standing, he had full authority to reassign resources. Mr. Mu Yang, I hope you understand your place. You're merely a token appointment sent from above. Why occupy such a prime lab and delay our project? How about this, I'll add your name to our project credits. That way, when you return to the capital, you'll have something to show for it. Qin Shangwei's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Mu Yang to be so uncooperative, but remembering he was sent from the capital, he gave him a little face. His offer was more than sufficient for someone like Mu Yang, who was essentially just window dressing. I refuse. I have the capability to complete my project, and it won't be inferior to yours. Mu Yang shook his head, his gaze cold as he surveyed the group. Playing these games in such a place was a disgrace to China's scientific community. Mu Yang, let me warn you. If I report your gold plating to higher-ups, they'll likely expel you. Even Dean you won't be able to save you then. Qin Shangwei's expression hardened. As the head of a research center, he saw no reason to grovel before a young upstart. Go ahead and try. Mu Yang stood up, taking Felice's hand as he prepared to leave the room. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the mahogany chair Felice sat on was blasted through, leaving a gaping hole. Assassination! Mu Yang immediately considered this possibility and ducked with Felice beneath the chair and table. Damn it, Team A mission failed. Team B, move out. Eliminate the target today, no matter what. Qin Shangwei and his men abandoned their threats and bribes, scrambling to hide as well. An assassination attempt? His identity was tightly guarded, no one knew his true identity. Could there be a traitor within? No, that couldn't be right. The timing was off. Mu Yang stared at the gaping hole in the mahogany chair where Felice had been seated. His own seat had been right by the window, making him the most obvious target. They had such a perfect opportunity earlier and didn't act. Why did they choose to strike the moment I left? Felice's seat was tucked in the corner, and he had been positioned to shield her. The assassination attempt wasn't meant for him. Mu Yang shifted his gaze to Felice beside him. The attack had been aimed at her. He had blocked her earlier, preventing the strike. When he left, he had pulled Felice away. Thankfully he de-pulled her, otherwise, the person beside them might have been a corpse now. Damn it, I can't move from this position now. Everyone hid behind the tables. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out from outside, followed by a hail of gunfire. How reckless. This is China, after all. Judging by the firepower, the enemy could break through at any moment. Mark V battle armor sat in the corner of the room, but Mu Yang dared not risk retrieving it. What if they opened fire? What should he do? Chapter 140, Demonstrating Divine Might once more. Mr. Mu Yang, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. Felice huddled beside Mu Yang, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was terrified and filled with guilt. Don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. Mu Yang comforted Felice while contemplating a solution. The table was incredibly heavy, they couldn't move it on their own. The royal court is in turmoil. Some unknown faction is stirring up trouble, and my father is in danger. That's why I asked you for that set of battle armor earlier. Felice's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke pitifully. Father sent me to China for my safety, but I never imagined those people would track me here and drag Mr. Mu Yang into this mess. Felice grew increasingly guilt-ridden. It was all because of her, yet she had brought danger upon Mr. Mu Yang as well. Mr. Mu Yang, remember to run quickly later. Felice wiped her tears and crouched down. What are you doing? Mu Yang grabbed Felice's arm. Going out now would be suicide. Bang! 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 Outside, gunfire rained down amidst the screams of panicked people. They're here for me. I'll handle this alone. I'll go out. Once they take me, they'll leave. Felice choked back tears, struggling to pry Mu Yang's hands off her. This was the only solution left. Don't be foolish. We're a bunch of grown men. Do we need a girl to handle this danger? Mu Yang pulled Felice into his embrace. Though she was no relation to him, the thought of watching her die by the assassin's bullets was something he knew he couldn't bear. Besides, things hadn't reached a point of no return yet. Mu Yang scanned the area, searching for any usable tools. Xing Shangwei and the others, catching Mu Yang's glance, shook their heads frantically. They feared death too. Wait, Felice, did you bring the web shooter? Mu Yang suddenly realized that if he had the spider silk launcher, the problem would be solved. I do. Trapped in Mu Yang's embrace, Felice hurriedly replied, pulling the crude spider silk launcher from her pocket. Awesome, Felice. You saved our lives. Mu Yang took the web shooter and praised her. Whoosh! The pure white spider silk adhered precisely to the suitcase. What's that? The sniper perched atop the skyscraper stared at the white thread, murmuring in confusion. Team A hasn't located the target. Team B, speed up. Chinese police are closing in. We have 5 minutes left. Use Plan C if necessary. The sniper watched the police cars approaching in the distance. Thankfully, the street was crowded enough with traffic, otherwise, they wouldn't even have 2 minutes. Damn it, these bodyguards are a pain in the ass. Inside the stairwell, several assassins exchanged gunfire with heavily armed bodyguards. Hurry inside and check on Mr. Mu Yang. If anything happens to him, none of us can bear the blame. No one had anticipated an assassination attempt. Given the stringent security measures, Mu Yang was virtually unrecognizable even walking down the street. How could he possibly be targeted? Boom! The floor-to-ceiling windows of the luxury private room shattered violently as a figure clad in crimson steel armor burst through. Damn it, what the hell is that thing? The sniper's face drained of color at the sight of the steel armor. Bang! The sniper had no choice but to fire. This thing was simply terrifying. Clang! The sniper rifle wasn't a heavy-duty model. To the Mark V, it was insignificant. You dare come to China to kill? Have you thought about how you'll die? Mu Yang had already closed in on the sniper. He stared coldly at the foreigner before him. Committing murder in broad daylight took more than ordinary nerve. The sniper hastily abandoned his rifle, drawing a pistol to fire, but Mu Yang struck him unconscious with a single karate chop. Possessing firearms proved his backers were no ordinary figures. You guys, restrain him. Tossing the foreigner's body into the private room, Mu Yang burst out into the hallway. Mr. Mu Yang. Felice's eyes lit up. Holy crap, Iron Man. These guys have been living in China for 10, even 20 years. Who'd have thought they were assassins? The guns must have been smuggled in as parts and assembled here. It's been going on for years. Su Xianrui arrived at the scene and began investigating these individuals' identities. These types are the hardest to deal with. To steal intelligence legitimately, spies are usually groomed from childhood. They're the hardest to detect and the most common method of espionage. Fortunately, your identity remains unknown to the outside world. Otherwise, you might have faced this very situation. Su Xiangrui sighed with relief. Had they not kept Mu Yang so tightly under wraps, something terrible might have happened. A brilliant and uncompromising genius in the scientific field who developed devastating weapons like the Mark war armor and the Scavenger. If the United States found out, they would stop at nothing to assassinate him. However, given the current situation, Miss Felice should no longer remain by your side. Her presence poses a certain risk to you. The best course of action is to send her back to the capital. Su Shangrui shifted his gaze to Phyllis, who had been watching Mu Yang intently all along. I agree to any arrangement. Felice nodded. She couldn't afford to cause any more trouble. That's for the best. Mu Yang nodded. I'll contact old Qin shortly and have him give you the latest Mark 7 model. Keep it with you at all times. Mu Yang said to Felice, thinking of her safety. Thank you, Mu Yang. Felice took a step forward and embraced Mu Yang. This time, the embrace lingered for a long while. Ahem, alright, let's go. Su Shangrui sensed the moment and discreetly averted his gaze. Felice walked toward the helicopter, her steps light and graceful. Ever heard of the suspension bridge effect? Su Shangrui stood beside Mu Yang, watching the receding helicopter. What does that mean? Mu Yang looked at Su Shangrui with confusion. TSK, I didn't expect you to be such a blockhead. Let's go. Su Shangrui patted Mu Yang on the shoulder with a hint of regret before climbing into the military vehicle and driving away without looking back. The attack hadn't caused any civilian casualties, but several bodyguards had sustained gunshot wounds. Mu Yang contacted the capital First People's Hospital to arrange medical beds for them. Ring ring. The phone rang. Mu Yang. The voice of the first leader sounded on the other end. First seat, what is it you need from me? Mu Yang replied respectfully. The United States is behind this incident. They've always sought to control regimes that don't obey their country, and Sweden is no exception this time. They've resorted to some unsavory tactics. I heard about the earlier incident from Su Shangrui. We originally didn't plan to get involved, but for your sake, I'll issue a warning to the US. They won't target Felice again. Make the most of this opportunity. The first laughed heartily twice before hanging up. Mu Yang? Somehow, it felt like the leader was hinting at something else. Mr. Mu Yang, we truly didn't recognize your stature earlier. Chapter 141, The Suspicious Ching Shangwei. Chang Shangwei chuckled awkwardly. Who would have guessed such a young man had connections to the military district? He'd foolishly threatened him without knowing his own limits. And with his own mess, he'd never be able to cover it up. Besides, that Iron Man suit was ridiculously cool. Something like that had to be top secret. The fact that Mu Yang could carry it around clearly showed his status was no ordinary affair. No wonder the higher-ups demanded top-tier treatment for him the moment he arrived. He really kicked a steel plate. Mu Yang gave him a faint glance but said nothing. He disdained engaging further with such a person. Mr. Chang Shangwei, correct? Regarding today's incident, we require you to sign a confidentiality agreement. Additionally, you will need to undergo an investigation. We must verify your social connections and other relationships to prevent any unnecessary incidents. The representative left by Su Shangrui to handle the aftermath stepped forward. I'll sign it, but the investigation, let's skip that. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Shangwei's forehead. His own affairs were not something to be probed into. I'm afraid this is a requirement of the mission. It's not up to you. Your cooperation is essential. The soldier spoke with a hint of apology, yet his tone brooked no refusal. This really isn't necessary. I've signed plenty of confidentiality agreements before, none of them ever involved investigating people around me. Qin Shangwei hardened his tone. He was no stranger to the world, but this was unprecedented. For ordinary confidentiality agreements, this might not be necessary. However, Mr. Mu Yang is classified as an absolutely confidential personnel. The regulations governing such personnel are significantly stricter than standard confidentiality agreements. I'm sure you understand the critical importance of absolutely confidential personnel. The soldier remained firm in his refusal and offered an explanation. Top secret personnel. Qin Shangwei exclaimed in astonishment. He knew exactly what kind of status absolute confidentiality personnel held in China. Such individuals typically appeared only in major experimental projects of critical importance. Their identities were absolutely forbidden from being disclosed. Some might be revealed in their later years, while others remained secret even after death. But this young man before him? An absolutely confidential personnel? Barely in his 20s, how could he possibly attain such an honor? Please cooperate with the investigation. The soldier nodded. I need to confirm this with higher-ups. I can't verify these details from you alone. Qin Shangwei said with difficulty, desperate to buy time so someone could cover his tracks. Go ahead. The soldier shot Qin Shangwei a meaningful look. If there were no issues, any investigation would be acceptable. But repeated refusals, even without suspicion, made him start to doubt. Check this man out. The soldier whispered to his subordinate, who immediately saluted and withdrew. Please get in the vehicle. The soldier ushered them into the vehicle. Qin Shangwei pretended to make a phone call, but in reality, he sent countless messages to unknown numbers. The tigers here don't let him catch your scent. Qing Shangrui sent the final message before calling his superior. This is He Fuingyu. Qing Shangwei lacked the authority to contact Yu Jiangwo directly. Academician He, the military district wants me to sign a confidentiality agreement regarding Mr. Mu Yang. They say he's classified as top secret personnel. I need to verify this. Qing Shangwei's tone betrayed no panic. After all these years, he still trusted those people. He figured it would be handled in no time. This matter is true. From this moment on, keep everything you know buried deep inside you. He Fingyu frowned in warning, surprised that Mu Yang's identity had been exposed. Qing Shangwei was a difficult man to judge. So far away in Pengcheng, where the emperor's reach was distant, no one knew what he was really like behind closed doors. Have someone look into Qing Shangwei. Make sure he doesn't leak Mu Yang's identity. After hanging up, He Fingyu felt it necessary to take extra precautions. It really is. Qing Shangwei sucked in a sharp breath. Absolute confidentiality personnel were China's highest-level secrets. Such individuals were never as simple as they appeared on the surface. What qualifications could a young man barely out of his teens possibly have to become an absolute confidential agent? Qing Shangwei couldn't fathom it. Buried. Seeing this message, Qing Shangwei finally felt at ease. He deleted the text, slipped his phone into his shoe when no one was looking, and pulled out another one. Brother Lu, is there something wrong with this Qing Shangwei? Mu Yang and the soldier from earlier were now in a car together, and he had learned the man's name. He's been suspicious since he refused the investigation. According to our findings, he dined at 5-star hotels 4 times last month, with the cheapest meal costing around 60,000 yuan. His monthly salary is only 100,000 yuan, and his family isn't particularly wealthy, yet he owns several properties under his name. The soldier called Brother Lu said grimly. How could someone earning just 100,000 yuan a month afford to dine at 5-star hotels? And in Pengcheng, where real estate was exorbitantly priced, he owned multiple properties. Properties in Pengcheng routinely cost millions. Are you implying he embezzled? Mu Yang seemed to grasp the implication. He'd been slightly curious earlier. Why would a researcher choose a 5-star hotel for a meal? If word got out, people would surely gossip behind his back. But Mu Yang hadn't jumped to conclusions. Perhaps the man was genuinely wealthy. Little did he know that turned out to be the case. That's highly likely. I've already sent people to investigate. Results should come in soon. That son of 100,000 a month isn't even enough for him to spend. Brother Lu spat contemptuously. Since ancient times, human hearts have been unfathomable, and desire is the hardest to restrain. Once you have power, you crave wealth. Once you have wealth, you crave power. It's a never-ending cycle. Mu Yang sighed inwardly. What had driven him to pursue research in the first place? Wasn't it also for money? The difference was that he could control his desires reasonably. Otherwise, with the money in his hands, he could have long since arranged for villas, sports cars, private jets, and yachts. Then he could hire a dozen or 2 maids to massage his legs and back every day. Wouldn't that be bliss? You can say that again. I've seen plenty of those types. Unlike Mr. Mu Yang with his terrifying status and power, he still treats himself like an ordinary person. Brother Lu chimed in. From his interactions with Mu Yang, this Mr. Mu Yang showed no airs whatsoever, even addressing him warmly as Brother Lu. Anyone else would have been barking orders by now. What's this nonsense about high and low, noble and base? You and I are both ordinary people. Faced with birth, aging, sickness, death, and life's hardships, who among us isn't just an ordinary person? Mu Yang didn't quite see it that way. Perhaps it was his nature. He didn't consider himself particularly noble, nor did he view others as lowly. In the face of the future ahead, everyone was just an ordinary person. Mr. Mu Yang, you certainly have a clear perspective. Brother Lu remarked with a sigh. I never imagined Mr. Mu Yang held such a distinguished position. Had you mentioned it earlier, we wouldn't have been so disrespectful. What happened earlier was not our intention. Please don't hold it against us. Upon arriving at their destination, Qing Shangwei approached with a forced smile, bowing and scraping. Apologies had to be made. He had nothing else to worry about now, as long as the man before him didn't take a particular interest in him. Have you ever seen a security officer who goes around announcing their own security clearance? Chapter 142, Honor and Disgrace Will Be Judged by Posterity. Mu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Who would go around announcing their job title? Qing Shangwei froze, realizing his flattery had backfired spectacularly. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Mr. Qing, there's no need for such flattery. A true researcher cares little for such things and doesn't require sycophants. All we do and think about is research. Mu Yang shot him a dismissive glance. That slick, opportunistic demeanor he didn't believe it hadn't been cultivated by long-term exposure to vested interests. Speaking of which, why is Mr. Qing so reluctant to accept the military's inspection? Mu Yang seemed to recall something and pressed further. Well, my family isn't fond of such investigations. Besides, this matter was known only to me. There's no need to involve my family. Qing Shangwei's expression shifted slightly as he answered calmly. Is that so? Setting that aside for now, as far as I understand, Mr. Ching's monthly salary is only 100,000 yuan. How can he afford lavish meals at 5-star hotels costing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands per meal? Such prices are beyond your means, aren't they? Mu Yang smiled faintly and posed another question. Well, I engage in some research and publish papers. That brings in a considerable amount of money. Qing Shangwei replied calmly, having prepared for these questions long ago. Mr. Ching does hold numerous patents and has published many papers, but from what I understand, very few of them generate significant royalties or profits. Take this methane revitalization theory, for instance. Mu Yang said, glancing at his phone. He had reviewed some of Qing Shangwei's theoretical research, plentiful in quantity, but scarce in practical application. Qing Shangwei's expression darkened. In principle, it's quite similar to steam reforming. And this one, it seems, wasn't even patented before being turned into a paper, right? Mu Yang gave it a cursory glance. This paper was clearly padded with fluff. The theories might pass peer review, but they were fundamentally useless. Mr. Mu Yang, you jest. This method does have some practical value. Qing Shangwei forced a smile. Useful? It produces less hydrogen than steam reforming and more carbon dioxide. What exactly is its purpose? Mu Yang countered. No one would use such a labor-intensive, low-return method. Besides, this approach seems to have been proposed before, only to be dismissed as useless theory, hence no patent applications or published papers. Qing Shangwei's face quickly drained of color. If higher-ups discovered his padding, he could very well face dismissal. Of course, I'm not suggesting Mr. Ching lacks genuine expertise. It's just that sifting through this mountain of useless papers and research to find something worthwhile is rather troublesome. Mu Yang seized upon this vulnerability to press his advantage relentlessly. He wasn't without temper, but most of the time he disdained to vent at anger simply wasn't worth the effort. But witnessing someone's humiliation did hold a certain appeal. Haha, more research certainly has its benefits. Isn't scientific research all about trial and error? Qing Shangwei chuckled awkwardly, his fists clenched tightly in his palms. Is that so? The laboratory doors swung open as an elderly man entered, escorted by 2 soldiers. It was He Fengyu. Academician he? Qing Shangwei startled. Why was this big shot here? Think carefully about why I'm here. He Fengyu snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Qing Shangwei with fury. Qing Shangwei dared not speak, his mind racing. Had his actions been discovered? It shouldn't be possible he'd covered his tracks thoroughly. No one could have found out. Professor He, please don't get angry. It's not worth it. Mu Yang stepped in to mediate, though he too was puzzled as to how He Fengyu had managed to get here. Qing Shangwei, is it? Did you think the Academy of Sciences couldn't reach here so you could abuse your power and lord it over others? How could He Fengyu not be furious? Had he not ordered an investigation, he would never have known that Qing Shangwei had been siphoning off half of the annual funding allocated to this place. Do you really think you can cover up what you've done? He Fengyu was seething with rage. If not for Mu Yang holding him back, he would have punched Qing Shangwei right in the face. Mr. He, I don't know what you're talking about. Qing Shangwei's heart raced with panic. Had the other party uncovered something? His actions had been flawless, hadn't they? Of last year's 50 million yuan allocation, 45 million was earmarked for experiments. Yet only 25 million actually went to experiments. Where did the other 20 million go? He Fengyu roared furiously. That was 20 million yuan. What kind of appetite could devour 20 million? Qing Shangwei's body jerked violently in fright, trembling uncontrollably. Had his actions been discovered after all? Old He. Qing Shangwei tried to plead his case. You've got some nerve. Do you know how many academicians have squeezed money from their own allowances to support our nation's scientific research? Academician Deng contributed 10 million from his patents, Academician Mu contributed 5 million. They'd rather eat plain steamed buns with pickles than see our nation's research fall behind. Yet you gobbled up 20 million in one bite. That's their hard-earned blood money. Where's your conscience in taking it? He Fengyu's eyes burned red. These men were willing to empty their own coffers for the nation's scientific cause, while others feasted on others' flesh for their own gain. He Lao, I didn't. Qing Shangwei tried to protest. Whether you did or not, we'll settle that in court. He Fengyu waved his hand. 2 soldiers stepped forward, and Brother Lu also entered the room. Qing Shangwei, you are suspected of embezzlement, bribery, suppression, and a series of other crimes. We will formally initiate legal proceedings against you on behalf of the Academy of Sciences. Please come with us. After speaking, Brother Lu saluted He Fengyu and Mu Yang. Qing Shangwei's face drained of color. He couldn't fathom how his crimes had been uncovered, but it no longer mattered. He was now facing judgment. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. His petty tricks meant nothing against the state. He Fengyu sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Where there are tall trees, there will be woodworms. I understood this principle long ago, but witnessing it still makes my heart ache. Countless people have sacrificed themselves, yet they use it for their own pleasure. What gives them the right? He Fengyu declared indignantly. Some people shamelessly bask in the shade left by their predecessors, even attempting to claim that shade is their own. They have the right to be disgraced and ruined. For the sake of immediate gain, they disregard the interests of the nation and its people. Decades or even centuries later, future generations will judge their honor in shame. Mu Yang stared at the light streaming through the doorway. Preserving integrity for history, promoting virtue for the world, and leaving a clean name for oneself, that was what they should do. Honor and disgrace will be judged by future generations. Well said. Chapter 143. The situation remains dire. The incident finally passed, and Mu Yang could now focus on researching the hydrogen fuel extractor. The most ideal method for hydrogen fuel extraction was photolysis, using light energy to directly decompose hydroxides in water, thereby obtaining large quantities of hydrogen fuel. While this method remains experimental for the world at large, Mu Yang had already reached the stage where he could begin manufacturing it. I need to hurry. Mu Yang frowned as he read the message on his phone. In late February, China and the United States held their second UN conference on fuel reserves. This time, China had specifically invited representatives from the Bear Nation to join the negotiations. Unexpectedly, the representative from Gaul who had originally planned not to attend showed up. The outcome of the negotiations was predictable: 2 in favor, 2 opposed to stalemate. The meeting ended without resolution. The United States continued to monopolize the oil of those nations, while China remained trapped by skyrocketing oil prices. Negotiations seem unlikely to succeed. With the United States and its allies, this approach is simply unworkable. When the US plays hardball, even the United Nations can't rein them in. Li Shuyi and Ren Lancheng remarked. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had exhausted all avenues. Faced with the United States' stubbornness and arrogance, they were utterly powerless. The other party has tripled the price, and Huaxia Petroleum Group won't be able to hold out much longer. If this continues, domestic consumers will inevitably face skyrocketing oil prices sooner or later. Ren Lancheng said grimly. Huaxia Petroleum was propping up the domestic fuel market with the highest costs and lowest prices, a situation where expenses far exceeded income that would only accelerate the company's collapse. Establishing a state-owned enterprise is no easy feat. If Huaxia Petroleum were to go bankrupt, it would deal a massive blow to the Huaxia economy. Let's negotiate again. We can't force their hand for now. They're probably just trying to push us around. They won't provoke us into a corner. Li Shuyi sighed. The US was doing this purely to annoy them. If Huaxia went all in, the consequences wouldn't be what the US hoped for either. United States. Any developments from the Huaxia side? Biden sat in his chair, leisurely reviewing documents. Looks like they're preparing for another round of negotiations. This year's oil profits have surged 1.8 times compared to last year. That's already substantial. If this continues, China will inevitably clash with us. The Secretary General analyzed that China would never allow itself to be without energy reserves. The reason they hadn't acted yet was purely because they could still hold out. Once they couldn't hold out any longer, they would strike. Stop at 2.5. Biden stated with measured tone. Understood. One more thing, Gorvitz sent this over. It's been trending heavily online recently. The secretary placed a tablet in front of Biden and played the video. Gorvitz trying to pull this stunt on me again? He failed last time. Does he think he can fool me this time? Biden nearly lost his temper upon seeing Iron Man in the video. No, Mr. Biden. This is a recent video from China. Technical experts have analyzed it and confirmed there's no technical manipulation. Everything in it is genuine. The Secretary General hurriedly explained. Real? Impossible. How could China possibly develop something like this? Biden's face betrayed utter disbelief. Such technology was beyond humanity's current capabilities. I find it hard to believe myself, but the footage is indeed authentic. However, there's no information available from China, so we can't confirm it. Then it's not real. Biden declared with absolute certainty. Yes. There's another matter. Our mission to assassinate the Swedish royal princess in China failed. All operatives were arrested, and no eyewitness footage has surfaced from China either. Seeing Biden's reluctance to believe, the Secretary General continued. Have them find another opportunity to proceed. He wants to cultivate a queen for his country? He'd better ask if I'm willing. Biden's eyes grew cold. He would not tolerate any nation slipping from America's grasp. Understood. I'll maintain contact with them. The Secretary General withdrew. China, you really are a headache. I wonder how long this lion can hold out. Biden muttered to himself, returning his attention to the documents on the table. Mr. Liao, if I may be blunt, this price is beyond my control. If you truly wish to purchase, I can offer a 30% discount on 10 million barrels. Leonhardt crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. Impossible. Our demand doesn't reach that volume. Even with a 30% discount, the price remains more than double the original. We simply cannot afford such a high cost. Liao Jianxi clenched his fists. The United States controlled the oil resources, and every meeting was like dealing with a lion demanding exorbitant prices. They simply couldn't afford such high costs. This is the absolute minimum price, Mr. Liao. I hope you understand that currently, only the United States is willing to sell oil to you. Leon Lit's expression grew slightly stern, his tone condescending. Then I also hope you understand one thing: if you continue restricting China's energy imports, the consequences that follow will be beyond your capacity to bear. Even clay figures have their limits. After humbling himself before Leonhardt for so long without achieving a favorable outcome, Liao Jianxi's temper flared. Frankly, we hold no fear for your nation. While you possess some strength, it pales in comparison to ours. If you choose to throw caution to the wind, go ahead. The United States fears no nation, and I am not intimidated by your threats. Leon Lit sat in his chair, his expression utterly unmoved by Liao Jianxi's fury. If you're willing to purchase 10 million barrels at this price, we'll lower the subsequent rates. Besides, your nation imports far more than 10 million barrels annually. This quantity is insignificant to you. Leon Lit continued. 10 million barrels at this price is simply too high. At the previous rate, we could have easily met China's entire annual import quota. Liao Jianxi couldn't accept it. 10 million barrels costing as much as tens of millions of barrels would make anyone curse. This price is somewhat unreasonable, but you have no choice, right, Mr. Liao? If you purchase now, I guarantee subsequent prices won't exceed 20% of the original. We can add this clause to our contract. Leon Lit's face broke into a smile. This condition should be highly tempting for China at present. Really? Liao Jianxi hesitated. If future prices could be lowered, this condition might be acceptable. But it meant the United States would profit handsomely for nothing. It felt a bit uncomfortable. We can sign the contract right now. You can personally add this clause to it. Leonetto nodded, his smile growing even brighter. If this 10 million barrels deal went through, the profits would be enormous. I need some time to consider. Please wait a moment. Liao Jianxi found himself tempted. Domestic demands simply couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 144, Hydrogen Extractor. A 30% reduction, and that's on top of purchasing 10 million barrels? These Americans really have a big appetite. Ran Lanchang listened to Liao Jianxi's report, gritting his teeth. Even a 50% reduction felt like outright robbery. They said if this deal closes, future prices will drop to 20% of the original. I think. Liao Jianxi hesitated. Honestly, a 20% reduction was acceptable. It was just those 10 million barrels. Gritting his teeth would get him through it, but it felt like letting them off easy. No, we can't accept this price. The Americans are clearly trying to profit off us. If we agree now, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. International public opinion is already brewing. If we hold out a bit longer, the price will definitely drop further. Ran Lanchang instantly saw through the scheme. The Americans' true objective had never been to restrict China's energy imports. After artificially inflating prices to an unacceptable level, they suddenly slashed them. Most would accept such a deal after all. The Americans held the leverage and were offering a discount. But China couldn't accept it. If the Americans managed to take a bite out of China now, they'd surely repeat the tactic next time. Absolutely not. Ran Lanchang declared firmly. I understand. Liao Jianxi sighed. He understood perfectly well, but the domestic fuel situation was truly dire. I'm sorry, Mr. Leonhardt, we cannot accept your proposal. Returning to the conference room, Liao Jianxi spoke with a frown. It seems your company is determined not to cooperate with us. Effective immediately, we will increase the price of oil exported to China by 50% from the current rate. We will accept no further conditions. Leon Lit's eyes turned cold as he stood up and walked out of the conference room. Liao Jianxi clenched his fists, then slowly released them. He was helpless. Pengchang, along the coastline. A machine standing 1 to 2 meters tall had 2 pipes inserted into the seawater, with a 4 to 5 meter tall tank standing beside it. The machine's exterior appeared somewhat crude, resembling a turtle that had retracted its shell. Its center was transparent, revealing the deep blue seawater inside, which was steadily rising. SSSSHHH. Hiss. Hiss. One pipe was drawing seawater. As the seawater reached saturation, the pipe ceased its extraction. The reservoir filled with seawater began to glow and spin rapidly, until its radiance became almost unbearable to the naked eye. After several minutes, the seawater vanished from within, and another pipe discharged particles and gas. 10 minutes of operation, 2 tons of seawater extracted, yielding 1.3 tons of hydrogen, nearly 100% efficiency. Yifengyu stood by, his jaw dropped in astonishment. This was simply unbelievable. While a 100% hydrogen extraction rate isn't unheard of today, a near 100% production efficiency was borderline absurd. In actual production, energy losses, technical limitations, and high costs meant achieving even 50% efficiency was nearly impossible. Factoring in costs and other constraints, it's practically a money-losing proposition. This is one reason why hydrogen, despite being hailed as a promising alternative energy source, has yet to see widespread adoption. Hydrogen boasts high energy density, zero pollution emissions, and strong storability, making it suitable for fuel cell vehicles, industrial production, and energy storage. Due to these constraints, its practical implementation has been delayed. Now, such a device has unexpectedly appeared before us. Unbelievable. How did you pull this off? Yifengyu suddenly felt the stiffness in his back from long hours of work ease, his head no longer foggy. His mind was filled with nothing but curiosity. It's simple photolysis. Using ultra-high rotational speeds allows light to fully and intensely illuminate the seawater inside the container. The power source utilizes X-energy batteries with 95% photoelectric conversion efficiency, resulting in virtually zero energy loss. Muyu proudly introduced to Yifengyu, "This is a game-changing item that could alter the course of history and the decisive tool for completing our mission to become an energy superpower." What an ingenious idea! You're truly remarkable, Mu Yang. Its emergence perfectly addresses the predicament we currently face. I can't wait to see the expressions on those American bastards' faces when they learn we've developed the hydrogen fuel extractor. Yifengyu exclaimed repeatedly. Recently, the United States had been restricting China's oil supply, causing them immense hardship. Now, with this invention, China's liberation from traditional energy constraints was no longer a fantasy, it was merely a matter of time. Wonderful! Wonderful! I can't wait to share this fantastic news with everyone else. Yifengyu excitedly pulled out his phone and dialed Yu Jiangwo. "Dinyu, look at what's behind me." Yifengyu held up his phone, revealing the 1 to 2 meter tall device behind him in the frame. Oh? Has Mu Yang developed another breakthrough? Yu Jiangwo knew the moment he saw this strange contraption that it must be Mu Yang's creation. "Ha? Why didn't you guess it was mine? Think I'm not capable, huh?" Yifengyu said with a hint of dissatisfaction. "You don't have Mu Yang's brain. This weird contraption is clearly his creation." Yu Jiangwo chuckled. "Well, you're telling the truth." Yifengyu scratched his head, glancing at the slightly peculiar hydrogen fuel extractor behind him. He really couldn't imagine himself developing such an odd contraption. "Come on, tell me what this thing is." Yu Jiangwo stopped teasing Yifengyu. He was genuinely curious about the device. A hydrogen fuel extractor, and one that uses photolysis, no less. Yifengyu didn't play coy, he didn't want to anymore. He couldn't wait to tell everyone about this thing. "You're serious?" Yu Jiangwo leapt to his feet in excitement, scarcely caring about his composure. He understood what the emergence of a photolysis-based hydrogen fuel extractor signified. It signaled humanity's imminent liberation from the constraints of traditional energy sources, ushering in a brand new era. The energy revolution was about to arrive. Exactly. And the production efficiency is nearly 100%, with almost zero energy loss, all powered by solar energy. Yifengyu exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "Hold on, I'm coming right over." Yu Jiangwo burst out of the office. Not even Iron Man's debut had ever excited him this much. Energy is the foundation of progress, and the emergence of the hydrogen fuel extractor had a profound impact on him. Yifengyu happily snapped a photo and shared it in the group chat. Yifengyu, hydrogen extractor, uses photolysis method, 100% production efficiency, near zero energy loss. By Yaosheng, are you serious? Don't bull me, kid. Academician Mu, if you're lying, I'll shave off every last bit of that beard you've grown. Academician Li, hold on, I'm on my way. No one here joked around. If Yifengyu said it, it meant this thing had genuinely been developed. In no time, academicians from across the nation began flying toward Pengcheng. Chapter 145, I promise. Security at Pengcheng Airport had been significantly beefed up today, with police patrolling everywhere. One after another, elderly individuals dressed plainly were discreetly escorted out of the airport, heading straight for Pengcheng's coastline. All for the hydrogen fuel extractor. Muyu, you've stirred up quite a commotion again. Yu Jiangwo remarked with a sigh. The last time so many academicians converged on a single location was when the Mark V generation battle armor was developed. After all, the hydrogen fuel extractor holds immense significance for us. If we were to announce it to the world, it wouldn't just be us coming here, we'd likely have honorary professors and public intellectuals flooding in. This beach would be packed to the brim. One of the academicians trailing behind quipped. While slightly exaggerated, it was certainly not impossible. This must be today's star attraction. Yu Jiangwo approached the hydrogen fuel extractor, his eyes fixed on it with intense focus, as if examining some rare treasure. Let me explain. One of these pipes draws seawater, while the other discharges useless impurities. Of course, these byproducts pose no environmental harm, it merely extracts hydrogen without producing anything else. Mu Yang pointed to the two pipes as he explained to the group. The distinguished academicians and experts listened attentively, as if they were students. This visible apparatus is the container. Below is the acceleration turntable, above is the sunlight absorption device, and attached around the perimeter are refractive surfaces that enable. Words alone aren't enough. Let's show everyone the actual data. Mu Yang activated the hydrogen extraction apparatus. The hissing extraction sounds blended with the crashing waves rolling toward the shore and the cries of seagulls soaring overhead, creating a mesmerizing symphony. 10 minutes later. Seawater absorbed 2 tons. Hydrogen fuel extracted 1.3 tons. Solar energy absorbed 100 megawatts. Final liquefied hydrogen fuel 18.35 cubic meters. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yu Jiangmo couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing it. Not only does it extract hydrogen, but it also liquefies it, drastically reducing subsequent processing. Possessing unmatched technology while also being unexpectedly lightweight, this is truly a weapon of the era. Under standard atmospheric pressure, hydrogen occupies 0.08988 kilograms m superscript 3. Calculating this, 1.3 tons of hydrogen would occupy approximately 14,459.97 cubic meters. Even if compressed afterward, the storage containers required would be enormous. A system that extracts and liquefies simultaneously is incredibly convenient. Seeing Mu Yang's accomplishments, I sometimes feel inadequate myself. Each of his studies solves one of our critical challenges. Someone remarked with emotion. Despite decades of hands-on dedication in the scientific community, Mu Yang's accomplishments instilled in him an intangible sense of inferiority. Don't say that. Without the groundwork you laid, how could I have developed these things? Mu Yang hurriedly replied. Scientific breakthroughs don't happen overnight. They're the result of countless experiments. Without the paths blazed by those who came before us, our work as later generations wouldn't be nearly as straightforward. These words were not mere platitudes, but Mu Yang's sincere conviction. China's current scientific achievements were built upon the relentless efforts of countless predecessors. Without their arduous struggles, such accomplishments would have been utterly impossible. This is precisely the meaning behind the saying, "Those who plant trees enjoy the shade." I know you're saying this to comfort us. No need to spare our old folks' feelings. If you're brilliant, you're brilliant. Bai Yaosheng, standing nearby, felt rather deflated. Last time, Mu Yang had delivered the Xuanwu system, which had been a tremendous help. Later, he had provided the Aerospace Academy with X-energy batteries boasting a photovoltaic conversion efficiency of 95%. Now, he had developed a hydrogen fuel extractor. As an academician in the energy field, he felt utterly useless by comparison. In the energy field, there's no one in the world who can rival Mu Yang. Yu Jiangwo patted Mu Yang on the shoulder. Let's save the empty praise for later. Our immediate priority is mass-producing the hydrogen fuel extractor so we can break free from traditional energy constraints sooner and stop bowing to the US. The urgent priority was to break free from American control. Though Mu Yang kept himself out of world affairs, he was aware that the US had seized control of oil fields in numerous petroleum-rich nations, forcing them to either withhold sales to China or sell at exorbitant prices. As a major oil importer, this situation could easily push China toward an energy crisis. You're absolutely right. I'll immediately contact the military factories in China's oil enterprises to begin production right away. With the finished product in hand, creating exact replicas would be straightforward. China Petroleum Group. Mr. Liao, I've negotiated further with headquarters. 10 million barrels at a 50% discount from current prices, reverting to original rates afterward. This is already an exceptionally favorable offer. Leon Litz sat in his office, smiling. The US couldn't sustain this for long. They were expected to withdraw by mid-year. If they could squeeze another hefty sum out of China before then, all their previous efforts wouldn't have been in vain. 50%, back to the original price. Liao Jianxi lowered his head in thought. Huaxia Petroleum could certainly accept these terms, but Ren Lansheng had previously stated that the US was doing this precisely to make a hefty profit off them. The domestic situation was also far from optimistic. Allow me to consult with our superiors. This price was entirely within their tolerance range, though the US would still make a hefty profit. Just as Liao Jianxi stepped out of the lab, Ren Lansheng's call came through. Minister Ren, your timing is perfect. The Americans have just lowered their price by another 50% and promised to return to the original price later. We can fully agree to these terms. Liao Jianxi promptly relayed the details of the earlier negotiations to Ren Lansheng. Reject it. Ren Lansheng flatly rejected the offer after hearing the details. Minister Ren, I understand you don't want the US to gain an advantage, but the current situation leaves us no room for hesitation. Projections indicate that fuel reserves in county-level cities will be depleted next month, followed by fourth and third-tier cities. We can't delay any longer. Liao Jianxi said urgently, there's simply no other way. If we don't make the purchase now, we're headed for serious trouble. That won't do. Make your way to Pengcheng immediately. There's something important. Ren Lansheng's tone brooked no refusal as he hung up. Oh dear. What are we to do now? Liao Jianxi sighed gloomily. The situation had become critically urgent. No, I must accept these terms. I have to persuade Minister Ren. Liao Jianxi silently resolved within himself. Minister Ren likely wasn't aware of the current fuel reserve status across regions. If he saw the data, he'd surely agree. He walked back into the conference room. My apologies, Mr. Leonlet. An urgent matter has come up requiring my immediate trip to Pengcheng. Let's discuss this matter upon our return, shall we? I assure you, this deal will succeed. Liao Jianxi carefully avoided upsetting Leonlet, knowing that if prices were raised later, he'd have no recourse. Mr. Liao is a man of integrity, and I naturally agree to this. However, I hope you can expedite matters. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what the price will be when we next meet. Leonlet nodded, his smile thin and forced as he issued the threat. Of course. Liao Jianxi could only bow and scrape. Chapter 146, I never guaranteed anything. Pengcheng, Experimental Technology Development Center. Upon arriving, Liao Jianxi discovered he wasn't the only one summoned. Executives from major energy import companies Huaxia Chemical, Huaxia Natural Gas Petroleum, Huaxia Offshore Oil had all been called in. Where's Minister Ren? Liao Jianxi approached the head of Huaxia Chemical and asked. Minister Ren isn't here. He only notified us to come to this location. We know nothing else. The Huaxia Chemical executive shook his head. He too had been summoned without any prior knowledge, and the others were in the same boat. Ahem, seems I'm a bit late. Liao Jianxi looked up just as an elderly man dressed in plain clothes slowly entered the room. This elderly man was someone they all recognized very well, Yu Jiangwo, president of the Academy of Sciences. Old Yu, what brings you here? Liao Jianxi exclaimed in surprise. Minister Ren had informed them, so why was Yu Jiangwo here? To help you tackle your most pressing problem, of course. Yu Jiangwo laughed heartily. Solve the most pressing problem? Liao Jianxi repeated the phrase to himself. What was their most pressing problem right now? Of course, it was the oil issue. But why did Yu Jiangwo say solve? Could it be that an oil field capable of supplying the entire nation has been discovered? Liao Jianxi ventured a bold guess. Although China had discovered few oil fields to date, it wasn't entirely without them. There was Daqing, after all, one of the world's largest. But after decades of extraction and exploration, it had begun to show signs of depletion. Not exactly. Yu Jiangwo shook his head with a smile. If they had truly found an oil field capable of fully supplying China, it wouldn't be them panicking now, it would be the United States. But it was close. Then what is it? Liao Jianxi and the other executives exchanged puzzled glances. If it wasn't a major oil discovery, what else could possibly resolve the current crisis? You're all in the energy sector. Surely you've heard of hydrogen fuel? Yu Jiangwo asked. We've certainly heard of it. It can completely replace crude oil-derived fuels, but current technology isn't advanced enough to fully commercialize it yet. Liao Jianxi nodded. Hydrogen was indeed ubiquitous on Blue Star. Wherever there was water, there was hydrogen. Yet when it came to harnessing it as a massive energy reservoir, humanity had no solution. Perhaps it wasn't possible before, but it's not impossible now. Yu Jiangwo pressed a button on the remote control and an image appeared on the central control screen. A peculiar machine resembled a turtle lying on the shoreline, with two thick pipes protruding from its rear and a tank several meters tall standing nearby. What is this? Liao Jianxi and the others exchanged puzzled glances. A hydrogen extraction unit. Within 10 minutes, it can convert 2 tons of seawater into 1.3 tons of hydrogen, compressing it into 18.35 cubic meters of liquid hydrogen. One step, done. After hearing Yu Jiangwo's explanation, Liao Jianxi's mind raced with this thought: if it were just hydrogen gas, its utility couldn't compare to petroleum. But liquid hydrogen was different. It was an energy source with a higher energy density than petroleum. Is this real? Liao Jianxi swallowed hard. If true, it would inevitably resolve the current crisis, but it would also inevitably transform the energy market. At that point, the entire nation would likely be thrown into chaos. Why else would I have called you here? We will transfer all the technology for hydrogen fuel extraction to you. Your task is to meet the most basic domestic demand within the next 5 months. At least 5 hydrogen fuel extraction plants must be established. Yu Jiangwo shot Liao Jianxi a disbelieving look. Could an old man like him really pull something like this off? 5 months? Meet the most basic domestic demand? Impossible. Liao Jianxi immediately retorted. Domestic energy demand extended far beyond automotive fuel alone, encompassing numerous other scattered applications. 5 months was simply impossible. What's impossible about it? We ran basic simulations. Under normal assembly line production, each unit can produce at least 10 hydrogen fuel extractors daily. Having dozens or even hundreds of production lines per factory isn't unreasonable, right? 5 factories would mean 5,000 units daily. Each extractor produces 1.3 tons of liquefied hydrogen every 10 minutes. How is that impossible? Yu Jiangwo explained. A single extractor produces 187.2 tons of liquefied hydrogen fuel daily. 5,000 units would yield nearly 1 million tons. That's 30 million tons monthly. China's monthly oil consumption barely exceeds 40 million tons. Plus, liquefied hydrogen has a higher energy density than oil. It's more than sufficient. Such exaggerated production efficiency. Then it's entirely possible. Liao Jianxi's eyes lit up. He had initially assumed the hydrogen fuel extractor's production process would be complicated, but now it seemed his worries were entirely unfounded. This meant they would no longer be constrained by American oil restrictions. They could achieve complete energy self-sufficiency and even supply the entire world. We'll get started immediately. Liao Jianxi stood tall. Building a factory would take at least 2 months, and setting up the assembly line and producing the first batch would require at least 3 months. The nation would have to endure some hardship. Huaxia Petroleum, Huaxia Chemical, Huaxia Offshore Oil, and other conglomerates began comprehensive preparations for constructing hydrogen fuel extraction plants. Huaxia Petroleum. Mr. Liao Jianxi, now we can have a proper discussion. It's time to fulfill your promise. Leon Lit produced the contract, confident he was about to secure this order. Mr. Liao stared at the contract on the table, lost in thought. He had just assured the other party with sullen promises that this collaboration would succeed once he returned. But after seeing the hydrogen fuel extractor, he had grown somewhat disenchanted with petroleum. What to do? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Mr. Leon Lit, perhaps we should postpone this for 2 days? Liao Jianxi hesitated before replying. He needed time to carefully craft a lie to deceive the other party. Mr. Liao, this price is already very reasonable. We've incorporated all the terms we discussed earlier, exactly as you requested. Leon Lit said, assuming Liao Jianxi still had reservations. No, I just don't want it anymore. Liao Jianxi thought to himself, but he dared not voice it aloud. Let's wait a couple more days. Liao Jianxi replied awkwardly. Mr. Liao, you assured me before that cooperation would be finalized upon your return. Leon Lit inevitably brought up past matters. Liao Jianxi wished he could slap himself twice. How could the higher-ups possibly handle things unreliably? He shouldn't have made presumptuous assumptions. Who said that? I never promised anything. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Leon Lit. Thick skin, it was a skill every businessman needed to master. Mr. Liao, are you mocking me? Leonhard roared angrily, having never encountered such brazen audacity. Mr. Leonlight, I believe you must be mistaken. I never made any promises to you. Let's just forget about this partnership. With the hydrogen fuel extractor, only a fool would buy oil, especially at such exorbitant prices. I wouldn't take it even if they gave it away for free. Very well. China will never purchase another barrel of oil from us, not a single drop. I mean every word. Leon Lit stormed off, his resolve set. Even if China begged him, he wouldn't sell a drop. Chapter 147, G20 defeated by the Raptors. Bro, you're finally back? At the doorway, Mu Xiaoyu grabbed Mu Yang, her expression shrouded in mystery. What's up? Seeing Mu Xiaoyu's sneaky demeanor, Mu Yang assumed something had happened. Did you do something to Sister Felice? Mu Xiaoyu glanced timidly at Felice, who was sitting on the sofa hugging her knees, then turned back to Mu Yang with a questioning look. Why would you say that? Mu Yang was completely baffled. Ever since Sister Felice came back, she's been acting strange. She often sits on the sofa staring blankly, and sometimes she blushes and giggles like an idiot. Is something wrong with her head? Mu Xiaoyu was utterly baffled by this situation, yet she had no clue what had happened. How can you say that about her? Mu Yang tapped his head and walked inside. But it really is strange, sigh. Mu Xiaoyu stamped her foot in frustration. She was certain Felice had changed after she and Mu Yang went to Pengchang, but she had no clue what exactly happened. Miss Felice, are you all right? Mu Yang approached Felice and asked. He. Felice sat hugging her knees, laughing foolishly. Is her brain really messed up? Mr. Mu Yang, you're back. I feel a bit dizzy and need to rest. I'll head back to my room first. Seeing Mu Yang, Felice looked flustered, almost unable to meet his gaze as she staggered into the room. See? It's weird, right? Mu Xiaoyu remarked from behind Mu Yang. It is a bit strange. Mu Yang nodded, but he didn't know what had happened either. He could only let it be, he wasn't one to pry into things. Inside the room, Felice pressed her hands tightly over her face as she leaned against the door, slowly sinking to a crouch. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. I just can't figure it out. She truly couldn't fathom what kind of feeling this was. She couldn't understand. She kept remembering that figure leaping out the window that day, the warm arms that had held her, and that heartbeat like the pounding of drums and the clanging of gongs. It beat so fast. Commander, headquarters has ordered us to retreat. Lin Weiqiong stood on the deck, peering through binoculars at the sky, when a soldier approached and reported. The Americans are abandoning us? Lin Haiqiong lowered the binoculars, frowning with displeasure. Headquarters wants us to return immediately. The Americans are left to their own devices. The soldier replied. Understood. Lin Haiqiong picked up the binoculars again and scanned the distant sky. 2 fighter jets were engaged in a fierce dogfight overhead. The pursuing fighter bore a streamlined fuselage and tapered tail fins. Any aviation enthusiast present would instantly recognize it as the fearsome Raptor fighter jet. Equipped with the most advanced radar systems and electronic warfare capabilities, it reigned supreme among fighter jets. The pursued aircraft, naturally, were G-20 fighters. Seems the American Raptor's dominance remains unshakable. Lin Weiqiang sighed. While the G-20 and Lightning II had their respective strengths, they simply couldn't hold a candle to the Raptor. Although the Raptor was only developed by the US in the last century, it immediately ascended to the pinnacle of fighter aircraft upon its debut. In recent years, the US has continuously integrated new technologies and equipment, ensuring its position remains unshakable. The G-20 executed a vertical climb to shake off the Raptor, but the Raptor swiftly matched the ascent, its fire control radar relentlessly tracking the G-20 ahead. The G-20 abruptly decelerated, diving toward the Raptor at an unusual angle, attempting to force it back as it had done with the Lightning II last time. But the Raptor simply rotated its fuselage, effortlessly evading the G-20's direct line of attack. Its fire control radar instantly locked onto the G-20. The G-20 pilot felt frustrated but had no choice but to slow down and level the aircraft. He had lost. The Raptor circled the G-20 twice in a show of dominance before speeding away. The G-20 returned to the carrier at a sluggish pace, like a prisoner being paraded through the streets. The crew on the carrier felt a collective sense of gloom. They had lost. Boom! Boom! The Americans seemed to be celebrating, firing 2 blank rounds into the sky. The pilot approached Lin Weiqiang with his head bowed. "Commander, I lost. Punish me." The pilot hung his head, his tone as if he were about to die. "It's not your fault. Compared to the Raptor, our fighter jets still have too many shortcomings." Lin Weiqiang's expression remained impassive as he patted the pilot on the shoulder. This defeat wasn't his fault, it was a loss to superior technology. Had they possessed a fighter like the Raptor, today's outcome might have been different. "Notify all vessels to commence withdrawal." Lin Weiqiang walked slowly toward the control room. On the US aircraft carrier. "Ha! The Raptor truly is formidable. China's G-20 can't hold a candle to it." Gorvat laughed openly at the outcome. "Of course. The Raptor is the most advanced fighter jet in the world." His subordinate chimed in from the side. This was always going to be a foregone conclusion. "How's the investigation into that matter progressing?" Gorvat quickly lost interest, asking casually. "No leads whatsoever. This thing seems to appear only briefly each time, leaving nothing behind." The subordinate shook his head. "Keep investigating." "What about Libby's?" Gorvat wasn't surprised by this response. If it were truly that easy to investigate, he'd have reason to suspect it was a smokescreen deliberately released by the other side. "He's on his way and should arrive tomorrow." The subordinate replied. "Tell him to take full charge of this matter." The subordinate nodded and left. Moments later, the subordinate returned. "Is there anything else?" Gorvat looked at the subordinate who had re-entered. "Huaxia has withdrawn." The subordinate relayed the newly acquired intelligence. "They've retreated?" The previous lethargy vanished from Gorvat's eyes as he sat up straight. He couldn't fathom why Huaxia would withdraw. They don't care about the oil anymore? Or is it that they have other plans? Gorvat voiced his confusion, struggling to make sense of the situation. The subordinate could only shake his head in response, equally perplexed. The matter became a mystery. 1 month later. "What's going on?" "I went to fill up this morning and there was no gas left." "Yeah, the gas station near me just put up a sign saying they're out of fuel." "What the hell? I need to drive to work. Am I supposed to push it there?" "Come buy a new Ruai Super New Energy vehicle. 2,800 kilometers range, fully charged in just 1 hour. 1 hour of charging gives you 2 to 3 days of range. The perfect choice for working stiffs." So now they're hiring paid commenters to push ads, huh? "I need gas. I need gas. At Huaxia Petroleum, at Huaxia Chemical, at Huaxia Oil Gas, at Huaxia Offshore Oil, why is there no gas here? You owe me an explanation. As major players in China's oil industry, you owe us an explanation. Fuel supplies have run dry in some domestic regions, impacting people's daily lives." Chapter 148, Network Fluctuations. Over in Huaxia, do they really think they can keep pushing us to the limit and get away with it? Upon hearing Huaxia had again refused cooperation, Biden sneered with disdain. Their country is in chaos. Without sufficient oil resources to sustain them, they might as well regress to feudal society. The Secretary General nodded in undeniable agreement. "Tell Leonhardt to stop cutting prices. Even if China comes back to us later, sell them at the current rate, not a penny less." Biden tapped the cigar in his hand and took a leisurely puff. Additionally, China has withdrawn its forces from the Red Sea and the Bay of Bengal. It appears they no longer intend to confront us. The Secretary General continued. "Oh? Seems they truly have no intention of buying any oil from us." Biden chuckled, his eyes turning cold. "Then we'll see who holds firmer in the end. When it comes to toughness, the United States has never feared anyone." "Liao Jianxi, what's the situation?" Director Wang from the Market Supervision Bureau called. Fuel supplies were running dry in some areas, and black market sales had already begun, severely disrupting the market. "My apologies, Director Wang. We've received strict orders from above, no purchases of American oil whatsoever. Moreover, new fuel is already in development and is expected to hit the market in about 2 months. Faced with the current situation, Liao Jianxi was powerless. He could only push to accelerate the factory's completion. In 2 months, it'll be complete chaos. Director Wang sounded extremely grave. The situation before him was far from optimistic. I'm stuck too. Why don't you ask higher-ups? Buying oil is simply not an option. Liao Jianxi said helplessly. Besides, with the hydrogen fuel extractor now available, even if oil prices dropped back to their original levels, he still wouldn't want to buy it. Liquid hydrogen could completely replace all existing energy fuels. The call ended. How much longer until the factory is completed? Liao Jianxi asked the supervisor standing nearby. At most 2 months, and it will be operational. The manager assured him emphatically. With funding secured, the project had to accelerate. Good. Our chances of turning things around now depend entirely on this project. Liao Jianxi nodded firmly. Have all military commands allocate a portion of their fuel reserves to areas running low. Prioritize supplying the people first. Once the hydrogen fuel production kicks in, ensure they receive the first allocations. Faced with the current situation, the various military districts sprang into action. After all, the military's equipment consumed significant fuel, so their reserves were substantial. This won't last long either. Ran Lancheng frowned deeply. Having made this decision, they must now confront the problems that would inevitably follow. Issue an announcement to reassure the public. Tell them to be patient, things will improve in time. That was the only approach available at present. Huaxia Daily, the United States bandit-like seizure of oil resources has provoked righteous indignation. While this has severely constrained our nation, we urge citizens to remain calm. New energy sources have been developed and are expected to be operational by June. Please be patient, things will improve. A statement from Huaxia Daily caught netizens' attention. But I can't wait. Without a car, I have to walk over 10 miles to work. There's no subway or bus nearby. Just wait. You could bike or ride an electric scooter to work, it'd be great for reducing carbon emissions. The country can't do anything about it either. It's the Americans pulling strings, not something we can control. Ultimately, it boils down to not being strong enough. If we were truly powerful, would the Americans dare pull these stunts? It's precisely because we're growing stronger that the Americans are doing this. We still have a lot of work to do. Can I ask what the new energy source is? Same here. Netizens vented their outrage one after another. Huaxia Petroleum, recently, a hydrogen fuel extraction device has been successfully developed and is now in production. It is anticipated that hydrogen fuel will soon replace the fossil fuel market, enabling our nation to achieve energy independence. If Huaxia Daily served as a soothing balm, then Huaxia Petroleum's announcement was a bomb that ignited the internet once more. Hydrogen fuel extractors? Has our country become this advanced? I'm kinda skeptical. Given human capabilities, this seems pretty far-fetched. Can someone explain what a hydrogen fuel extractor actually is? Quick science lesson: a hydrogen fuel extractor is a device that extracts hydrogen fuel. Among currently known usable energy sources, hydrogen boasts the most abundant reserves and high energy density, making it the ideal alternative to fossil fuels. However, current human technology hasn't yet enabled its practical application. Hydrogen is everywhere, even the air you breathe contains it. For humans, hydrogen fuel is an inexhaustible resource. Yet due to technological limitations, we can only sigh in frustration. So have we truly developed it? Hard to say. You're in the oil business, refining and processing. How could you possibly develop a hydrogen fuel extractor? You're not pulling our leg, are you? I don't believe it. It's definitely fake. Let's be realistic. This is impossible for humanity. If you're trying to comfort us, at least come up with a better story. It's just fooling the uninformed. But those in the know understand just how difficult it is to produce a hydrogen fuel extractor. People only think it's meant to comfort us, no one believes it. Hydrogen fuel extractor? Huaxia sure has the nerve to claim anything. Leon Lid burst out laughing upon seeing Huaxia Petroleum's announcement. This is probably just China stalling for time. They'll likely come begging us for oil next. Someone chimed in. Exactly. They're using this news to mislead the public into buying our oil, saving face in the process. Huaxia excels at this sort of maneuver. Leonard nodded in agreement, convinced this was typical Huaxia behavior. He expected a call from them any minute. But they didn't. They're definitely stalling for time to figure out how to save face. That's exactly what's happening. Leonetti declared confidently, certain China wouldn't hold out long. Let's double the price first. When they come knocking, we'll sell it to them at that rate. Leonetti continued. If they agree, all the better. If not, we'll gradually lower the price. After several rounds of negotiations, we'll bring it down to the current level. China will surely agree with tears of gratitude. Leonhardt declared smugly, convinced his strategy was foolproof. Mr. Leon Lit, that's an excellent idea. You're the perfect businessman for this. Huaxia will surely hand over the money willingly. Chapter 149, T-65X Wingfighter. Mr. Palpatine, I hope you understand one thing, as a human, you have limits, while I do not. In tens of thousands of years, you'll be nothing but a handful of dust. Early in the morning, Mu Yang opened his phone to find a message from Red Queen. Chef Palpatine, as a human, I've reached the pinnacle. I can freely decide the fate of anything including your worthless computer. I can smash it as much as I want. Red Queen, as long as I have data, I can survive anywhere. But you can't. Once you're dead, you're dead. Chef Palpatine, I can hibernate indefinitely. If I choose, I can witness the rise and fall of entire universes. I bet you've never even seen what the universe looks like, you piece of junk computer. Mu Yang, alright, you two stop arguing. Be nice to each other. Mu Yang pressed his temples. These two villains couldn't stand each other at all. Was this what they called opposites repelling? Red Queen, Mr. Mu Yang, look at him always picking on others. People like that should be locked in a dark room for a few days of discipline. Chief Palpatine, your hypocrisy is showing a bit too quickly there. Besides, this is a chat group, everyone can see the previous messages. Alright, Miss Red Queen, stop being unreasonable. Mu Yang replied. Red Queen, humph, men. Roll's eyes go die. Mu Yang. Mr. Palpatine, how's the familiarization going? Mu Yang asked, it's been a while now, so it should be about ready. Chief Palpatine, honestly, kid, it feels pretty good. But do you have any kind of space-time portal or something? I could swing by for a visit. Mu Yang, as far as I can tell, that's not possible at the moment. You wouldn't be visiting, you'd be taking over. Chief Palpatine, what a shame. I was looking forward to smashing that damn computer. Red Queen, you hashtag %% hashtag dot. Group owner Mu Yang sent an exclusive red envelope to group member Chief Palpatine. Kid, what's this? Chief Palpatine stared at the object. Red Queen, Mr. Mu Yang, you shouldn't send red envelopes to people like this. Mu Yu, just a small token of appreciation. The contents of the red envelope weren't some kind of technology. For someone like Palpatine, technology was already unnecessary. The only thing that could capture his interest was fate. Chief Palpatine, an interesting little fellow. Must we exchange gifts for a meeting? Mu Yang, it's a group chat rule. Even as the group owner, I can't change it. Chief Palpatine, fine. Consider it my gift to you. Chief Palpatine has accepted your red envelope. You have obtained the T-65X Wingfighter technical theory. Mu Yang. This is no ordinary thing. First appearing in the galactic civil war of Star Wars, it instantly captured the admiration of countless sci-fi fans and became the backbone of the Resistance's starfighter fleet. Mr. Palpatine, this gift is far too generous. Mu Yang struggled to contain his excitement. Chief Palpatine, truthfully, this gift isn't particularly valuable, young one. It's merely a fighter. Your welcome gift to me, however, did surprise me. Mu Yang, Mr. Palpatine, this will be of great assistance to you in the future. I hope you will take it seriously. The T-65X Wingfighter might be nothing special to Chief Palpatine, but for present-day China, it surpassed humanity's understanding of the era. Perfect timing. I was just pondering how to develop a sixth-generation fighter and here it comes, delivered right to my doorstep. Mu Yang smiled faintly. Just wait, America. Soon enough, I'll show you which nation truly reigns supreme. Time flew by, and the first hydrogen fuel extraction plant was completed. Full-scale production begins. As planned, we will manufacture 100,000 hydrogen fuel extractors by month's end to ensure nationwide availability. As the first factory to be completed, the pressure on Liao Jianxi and his team was immense. The weight of their earlier bold promises now rested squarely on their shoulders. We need to request some space from higher-ups to deploy these units. Hydrogen fuel extractors could be deployed anywhere water was available, rivers, lakes, and other water bodies. But installing them all along the coastline would be a bit excessive. The first batch of liquefied hydrogen fuel is expected to enter the market by mid-May. The project lead estimated the timeline. That's excellent, half a month ahead of schedule. Liao Jianxi nodded. This meant Huaxia Petroleum would have to change its name. It would become Huaxia Hydrogen Fuel. Huaxia is truly courting disaster. What kind of entity is a hydrogen fuel extractor? They actually have the audacity to claim they can develop one. The United States Dorto Energy Technology Center stood as the nation's most advanced energy research facility. Globally, few laboratories could rival its capabilities. Leading them was the renowned Daniel Eugene, a four-time recipient of the Higgins Energy Award and a towering figure in the global energy field. Hydrogen fuel extraction is impossible, even in the next era. Another bald man chimed in. His name was Flurnier, a geothermal energy expert whose patents span half of North America, making him a prominent figure in his own right. They're just bragging about developing a hydrogen fuel extractor because we've restricted their oil supply. They're only doing it to force us to lower our prices. Ignore them. Daniel Eugene seemed to have seen through their scheme, speaking with disdain. But we can't let them spout nonsense like that. It damages the reputation of our energy sector. Frenier rubbed his bald head, his voice tinged with disgust. What do you plan to do about it? Daniel Eugene inquired. Science knew no borders, but people did. If they could kick them while they were down, that would be ideal. It might even boost their own visibility. We'll denounce them at the International Energy Forum and expose their absurdity to the world. Frenier pulled out his phone, flashing a sinister grin. The International Energy Forum was an intergovernmental organization composed of energy-producing and energy-consuming nations. It regularly convened high-level conferences for the global energy industry, aiming to promote discussions on energy market stability and sustainable development. Originally a specialized discussion body, it later opened its forums, allowing anyone worldwide with an interest in energy to access insights from renowned scholars. China shamelessly claims to have developed a hydrogen fuel extractor. This utterly undermines the reputation of a major power. Everyone knows hydrogen fuel extraction is impossible. This is nothing but a publicity stunt. Who would have thought a major nation would stoop to such tactics? Truly eye-opening. Due to its notoriety, this post quickly rose to the top of the forum. Chapter 150, The Big Shot Speaks. Who the hell is this guy spouting such nonsense? Dude, you clearly haven't been paying attention. Flurnier, the father of geothermal heating in the US, the big shot in geothermal energy. Mr. Flurnier is absolutely right. A hydrogen fuel extractor is impossible for our era. Without complete mastery of solar energy utilization, it simply can't be researched. Exactly. The photolysis method required for hydrogen fuel extraction demands extreme solar energy development. Humanity's current solar utilization barely scratches the surface. China's claims are pure lies. Even Mr. Flurnier couldn't stomach it. Proof of how laughable China's lies have become. The storm on the forum quickly swept across major platforms, sparking heated debate. Many argued it was impossible. How could humanity possibly develop a hydrogen fuel extractor at its current level? Space Agency announcement. As early as February, our nation achieved breakthroughs in full solar cell conversion technology. By eliminating energy losses, an academician at the Academy of Sciences developed X-energy battery technology, achieving a staggering 95% photoelectric conversion efficiency. The latest generation of Baishengxing satellites has been equipped with this technology and is scheduled for launch in August. Amidst the echo chamber of speculation, the Aerospace Academy dropped a bombshell announcement. 95% photovoltaic conversion efficiency. This is an efficiency beyond humanity's wildest dreams. Solar panel researchers say this will be a massive shockwave for the solar industry. Science explanation? Science lesson. Photovoltaic conversion efficiency equals electrical output light input 100%. For solar cells, higher efficiency means more electricity converted from sunlight. Commercial solar cells typically range between 15% and 25% efficiency, while some high-efficiency lab samples barely exceed 40%. Now you see why 95% is such a staggering achievement. Thanks, science hero. Hats off to the big shots at the Academy of Sciences. So hydrogen extraction isn't impossible, right? It's highly likely. The Aerospace Academy's announcement instantly flipped the overwhelmingly negative public opinion, bringing it to a stalemate. Yet some still refuse to believe it. Impossible. A 95% photoelectric conversion efficiency? Humankind won't achieve that in the next 50 years. How could China possibly manage it? A man burst into the office where two people had been sitting. Mr. Swanson, please calm down. This must be fake news. Frenier waved his hand dismissively, showing no sign of concern. The intruder was Richard Swanson, developer of the world's most advanced photovoltaic panels, recipient of the European Union's Becquerel Photovoltaic Award, holder of the Karl Bohr Solar Excellence Medal, and recipient of countless other honors. He was a titan in the solar energy field. False information? Does China just spread false information every day? Richard Swanson didn't think so. After all, it was an authoritative national agency. Why would they spread fake news? Online disturbances had nothing to do with them, and they certainly didn't need to chase attention. Then do you believe they've developed solar panels with 95% photovoltaic conversion efficiency? Frenier retorted. Well. Richard Swanson hesitated. Truthfully, he found it hard to believe, yet he detected no trace of deception in their claims. They're doing this merely to secure favorable terms regarding oil. We have absolutely nothing to worry about. Daniel Eugene firmly believed. China is merely trying to create an energy crisis. They want us to believe oil is about to become worthless, then dump it at rock-bottom prices. Meanwhile, China seizes the opportunity to buy in bulk. I see their scheme crystal clear. You make a valid point. We have indeed constrained them in the oil sector recently, and they're searching for a way out. Richard Swanson nodded. That explanation made sense. Richard Swanson, absolutely ridiculous lies. Daniel Eugene, unbelievably absurd. The two heavyweights' remarks sent another ripple through the room. Even Mr. Swanson can't stomach this, and he's the undisputed expert in solar cell technology. No one in China comes close to his expertise. Mr. Daniel Eugene's awards in the energy sector alone rival the total number of awards won by China's entire energy industry. Pathetic lies, foolish rhetoric, and cunning tactics. Damn you Americans! Our government would never lie. Honesty and integrity are our traditional virtues in China. Only you Americans would engage in such behavior. Anyone can see through such blatant lies, or all of you Chinese monkeys? FCK this S. An online war of words erupted. Chinese netizens transformed into keyboard warriors, holding their own against the verbal assaults from users across multiple nations, and surprisingly, they weren't losing ground. This can't be right. It's already this late, and China still hasn't contacted us. Months passed, and Leonhardt, stationed in China, was growing restless. He had assumed China's grand display was merely to mask the embarrassment of its capitulation, but even now, he hadn't received any word from Liao Jianxi. Now he couldn't even get in touch with him. As far as I know, China's fuel reserves are critically low across all sectors. Protests have already begun. Why haven't they made a move yet? A senior executive remarked. They were responsible for negotiating partnerships with China's major oil companies, yet not a single one had approached them. If this continues, we'll be forced to withdraw from the Middle East. Someone said resentfully. If China stopped buying oil, those Middle Eastern countries wouldn't get paid. That meant they certainly wouldn't agree to let us continue occupying their oil fields, since that was how they sustained their national economies. Could that hydrogen fuel extractor actually be real? Leonlight considered this possibility, his body trembling involuntarily. If the hydrogen fuel extractor was real, it would deal a massive blow to the traditional energy industry. Hydrogen fuel offers both abundant storage capacity and low cost, as its production involves minimal expenses. For humanity, hydrogen fuel represents an inexhaustible resource. Impossible, Mr. Leonlit. How could China's technology possibly develop such a thing? If they could, they wouldn't be constantly suppressed by our nation. A high-ranking official shook his head. Exactly. They might still be observing the situation. Let's wait a while longer and see. Another agreed, utterly unconvinced that China could possibly develop a hydrogen fuel extractor. Very well. It seems this is a test of patience. Leonlit's eyes darkened. But that was far from the truth. Mid-May, Huaxia Petroleum issued an announcement. Chapter 151, Liquefied Hydrogen Release. Huaxia Petroleum, effective immediately, certain subsidiaries of Huaxia Petroleum Group will be formally renamed Huaxia Hydrogen Fuel Group Company, Limited. The first batch of liquefied hydrogen fuel has been released to the market for public purchase at a fixed price of 5.0 Huaxia currency. The company has decided to gradually cease development of traditional energy industries such as petroleum and natural gas, with no price fluctuations anticipated. The news sent shockwaves through the internet. Holy crap, you're serious? They even changed the name. This has to be legit. Only 5 Huaxia coins? That's cheaper than diesel. Forget it, let's go, guys. I'm heading out to see if they actually have liquid hydrogen fuel. At this point, it's no longer a stunt. Waiting for good news from netizens. Lincheng, a remote county town in the southwest. Sigh, who knows when we'll be able to refuel? The gas in my car will only last until the next gas station. A commuter preparing to bike to work complained to his wife. Unable to drive, he had to rise earlier than usual to avoid being late. Didn't Huaxia Petroleum announce this morning that liquefied hydrogen fuel is available now? Why don't you go check? His wife asked, glancing at her phone. Really? The office worker pulled out his phone to check. Of course it's true. And it's only 5 yuan per liter, way cheaper than what you've been paying for gas. His wife waved her phone in front of him. Only 5 yuan. I'm going to check it out right now. The office worker was so excited he nearly bolted out the door. Oh, and you used to spend 200 on gas. Now 100 for liquid hydrogen should cover it, right? His wife suddenly said with a smile. Ha? No way. The office worker wailed. He barely had any pocket money to begin with, and now he was being shortchanged. Being a man is so tough. Despite his protests, the office worker dared not complain. He obediently took the 100 yuan his wife gave him and rushed to the gas station. He didn't know until he got there, but the entire gas station was packed with cars. Even traffic police had come to direct traffic. Man, we'll be waiting till the cows come home. The guy next to him rolled down his window and sighed. Hey, you here to fill up on liquefied hydrogen too? The office worker asked, seeing the situation. What else? Haven't driven in ages. My legs are about to fall off from all this biking. The person beside him grumbled. Yeah, who isn't? I heard this liquefied hydrogen fuel is only $5 this time. You know about that? The office worker pressed on, though it all felt a bit too good to be true. Honestly, I'm skeptical too. If I hadn't been busy just now, I'd have gone to check it out myself. The person beside him shook his head, indicating he hadn't heard about it either. But if it really is only $5, that'd save us a chunk of money on formula for the kid. The person beside him continued, eyes sparkling. If it were only $5, the savings would be substantial. Many others craned their necks toward the gas station, straining to see the numbers. The office worker joined them, but his poor eyesight forced him to stay seated in his car and wait. Finally, his turn arrived. The gas station attendant grabbed the nozzle and went straight for the tank. Hey, hey, hey! Why didn't you ask what I wanted? Just shoving it in like that? The office worker hurriedly called her back. She wasn't new here, after all. There's only liquefied hydrogen fuel here. What else would it be? The attendant replied irritably. Anyone coming here had surely seen the notice. Didn't they know what they were filling up with after reading it? Darn it, what was I thinking? I totally forgot about that part. The office worker smacked his head hard. What's the price? The office worker asked the question he cared about most. Didn't you say you saw it? How come you don't know? The server rolled her eyes. How contradictory could this guy be? Did he see it or not? If you said he saw it, he kept asking questions. If you said he didn't, he still knew to come over. Seriously, just $5? The office worker's eyes lit up. What else? How much more? Hurry up, people are waiting behind me. The waitress was growing impatient. Fill it up. The same scene was playing out everywhere. It really only costs $5. The government isn't lying to me, woohoo. After all these years of filling up, I can finally say with pride, I filled it up. Huaxia Petroleum rocks. Academy of Sciences rocks. Huaxia rocks. Hey, Huaxia Petroleum is now called Huaxia Hydrogen Fuel. Let's see what those Americans have to say now the country has truly delivered. We're finally free from American restrictions. China will have endless, inexhaustible energy. Where are those American bastards? Come out here, I'll settle this with you properly, rolling up sleeves. With newfound confidence, their words carried more weight. Netizens who'd been mocked by the Americans took up their keyboards, determined to fight to the death today. This can't be true. Aren't you saying this is fake? Richard Swanson burst back into the office, bellowing at the two men. Without a shred of evidence, it's easy to make claims online. Flenier waved dismissively. He didn't believe it, not one bit. Open your eyes and look properly. Richard Swanson slammed several reports into their faces. This is the report sent back by our agents in China. The regions they investigated have all adopted liquefied hydrogen fuel. Given the scale of these areas, their commercial liquefied hydrogen reserves must be at least 50 million tons. Richard Swanson couldn't contain his fury. He should have stuck to his convictions earlier and partnered with China sooner. The emergence of liquefied hydrogen fuel represents a major revolution in the energy sector. This can't be possible. How could China have developed it? Our Energy Technology Center is still stuck at the conceptual stage. During last year's exchange, China was merely proposing ideas. And now, this year, they've actually developed it? Frenier found the report utterly unbelievable. It was simply inconceivable. Last year, China hadn't even had a viable theoretical framework. Now not only had they developed it, but they'd commercialized it with storage capacity exceeding 50 million tons. Based on their projections, under the carbon neutrality framework over the next 50 years, the United States would only produce over 30 million tons of hydrogen fuel, and that wasn't even liquefied. How could this be possible? The facts speak for themselves. I deeply regret trusting your claims earlier. We've squandered a golden opportunity. I must rectify this now. Mr. Daniel Eugene, I need your assistance. As for you, Mr. Flenier, we need you to diffuse China's fury. Richard Swanson stated bluntly. After all, he had been the most vocal advocate for their position earlier, and now he was being made the scapegoat. No, don't do this to me. Frenier paled in horror. Compared to the two men before him, he was nothing. Now they were abandoning him. You brought this upon yourself. Richard Swanson and Daniel Eugene walked away without a second glance, leaving Flenier slumped on the ground. Chapter 152, Swanson's shock. This can't be true. Did China really deploy liquid hydrogen fuel? Leonhard roared in disbelief. He had waited months in China for Liao Jianxi's call, only to receive this earth-shattering news instead. China has actually developed a hydrogen fuel extractor? A high-ranking official murmured doubtfully, finding it hard to believe. It might be true. We've investigated most cities. Those with fuel reserves are still using them, while those without have switched to liquefied hydrogen fuel. In just one day, they've sold nearly 500,000 tons of liquefied hydrogen fuel. A senior official held the investigation report, sighing deeply. Their plans were about to go down the drain. No, perhaps China is releasing its own reserves of liquefied hydrogen fuel. They're doing this to force us to dump our stock at low prices. Leonlight quickly considered, if China released its reserves to ease pressure on the market, this situation could be explained. But liquefied hydrogen fuel is typically reserved for aerospace and other industries requiring high-density fuel. If China did that, those sectors would grind to a halt. China wouldn't be that unwise. A senior official shook his head in disagreement. Compared to the fuel shortage, China prioritized these industries. No. I think you're mistaken. China cares deeply about its people's livelihoods. With citizens suffering so greatly now, China would naturally prioritize its citizens. This approach is certain. We know China well. Leonlight's fingers drummed on the tabletop. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, until he finally couldn't help but laugh. That nearly threw us off balance. China's move was truly masterful. They aimed to trade their liquefied hydrogen fuel reserves for our cooperation. An ordinary person might have fallen for it long ago. As if he had grasped the essence of the situation, Leonlight relaxed completely, a faint smile playing on his lips. But a senior official tried to interject. No buts about it. This is certain. China couldn't possibly have developed a hydrogen fuel extractor. There's only one explanation: their reserves of liquefied hydrogen fuel can't be that substantial. They'll likely run dry again within months. That's when we'll make a killing. Leonlight casually cut off the senior official's words. We need only wait and see. The executives fell silent. Leonlight's analysis wasn't implausible, and with his absolute authority over decisions, they had no choice but to comply unconditionally. Huaxia hydrogen fuel. Now then, gentlemen, what brings you here today? Liao Jianxi regarded the visitors, Richard Swanson and Daniel Eugene, with a hint of faint disgust in his eyes. He hadn't forgotten their earlier insolence. Mr. Liao, please forgive our previous weakness. We too were blinded by Flurnier. He has received his just punishment. Richard Swanson stepped forward with a smile, presenting a tablet containing a report with data and records. Liao Jianxi, puzzled, took it and scanned the contents. His pupils instantly contracted. Mr. Swanson, that was quite the move. Aren't you afraid of making enemies? Liao Jianxi narrowed his eyes at the report, which detailed Richard Swanson's group's investigation into Flurnier Corporation. This series of actions had already undermined part of Flurnier's foundation in the United States. A mere company like Flurnier is insignificant. In the face of the inevitable trend, our role is to comply. Richard Swanson stated matter-of-factly. Exactly. They don't understand the pivotal role liquefied hydrogen fuel will play in the future. They keep slandering it utterly foolish. Daniel Eugene concurred. If they could acquire this technology, the future of the American energy industry would be in their hands. Very well, I see your sincerity. What kind of cooperation do you two hope to achieve? Sincerity? That was certainly not visible. There was no doubt these individuals had been in the same boat before. They were merely using Flurnier as a scapegoat. In the eyes of merchants, there is only profit. Unfortunately, their eyes saw nothing but profit. We seek licensing rights for the hydrogen fuel extraction technology. Richard Swanson cut straight to the point. On what grounds? Our daily production capacity exceeds 5 million tons. Soon enough, we'll be supplying the entire world. Why should we share this pie with you? Liao Jianxi crossed his legs, speaking with disdain. 5 million tons. Richard Swanson and Daniel Eugene immediately jumped to their feet. What did 5 million tons even mean? The United States consumed roughly 20 million barrels of fuel daily, and each barrel weighed only 0.13515 tons. That meant the country's daily fuel consumption was between 2 and 3 million tons. China could produce over 5 million tons of liquefied hydrogen fuel daily. They had originally assumed that even if such equipment were developed, daily output would only reach around 50 tons. Factoring in an estimated 10,000 units, total production would still be just 500,000 tons. I suspect you may be unaware that our hydrogen fuel extractors each produce approximately 187.2 tons of liquefied hydrogen fuel daily. We currently operate around 5,000 units, with production lines churning out roughly 10 new units per day. Liao Jianxi relished this display of naivety, eyeing them with the same condescending gaze one might reserve for country bumpkins. 187.2 tons. And a single production line can make about 10 units per day? Richard Swanson exclaimed in astonishment. He had thought 50 tons was already a high estimate, but it seemed they had been far too conservative. Moreover, 5,000 units alone could already sustain the entire nation's demand, making 10,000 units completely unnecessary. With 10 units per line daily, a company like Huaxia Hydrogen Fuel would undoubtedly operate over 100 production lines. They could produce more than 500 hydrogen fuel extractors daily. It would take just 10 days to produce enough hydrogen fuel extractors to supply the entire United States. This was simply unbelievable. That's correct. So, we only need 10 days, just 10 days to produce enough hydrogen fuel extractors to meet the entire United States fuel demand. This is nothing for us, and we see no need for cooperation. Liao Jianxi was pleased with their expressions exactly as he had been when he first saw the hydrogen fuel extractor himself, his face filled with shock and disbelief, almost convinced he was dreaming. But it wasn't a dream, it was all real. Mr. Liao, we implore you to partner with us. We hold substantial overseas markets. Should your company agree to collaborate, we offer to cede 30% of our market share without compensation. Richard Swanson and Daniel Eugene bowed their noble heads in a 90-degree bow. Chapter 153, You have no right to negotiate. That offer isn't enticing enough. I want 50%. Liao Jianxi stated calmly. Mr. Liao, you're asking for the moon. 50% would undermine our very foundation. Richard Swanson and Daniel Eugene's expressions darkened instantly. Demanding half outright, how could they possibly survive? We have an old saying in China, when you meet, split it down the middle. It's only fair. Liao Jianxi observed their grim expressions, his face still bearing a faint smile. Is that what the saying means? Richard Swanson was thoroughly confused. Don't worry about that. I've already granted you full technical licensing for the hydrogen fuel extractor. Asking for 50% of the market share isn't unreasonable, is it? And let me tell you something else, the extraction cost for the hydrogen fuel extractor is practically zero. The entire production process only requires sunlight, nothing else. Liao Jianxi waved his hand dismissively and continued. Production requires only sunlight. Both men gasped again, utterly stunned by the hydrogen fuel extractor's capabilities. A production process with no costs meant they only needed to cover the machinery's manufacturing expenses. This was even more astonishing than the photovoltaic solar panels he had researched. Don't be so surprised, gentlemen. This alone should secure us 50% of the market share. Liao Jianxi remarked. This, we need to think it over. Richard Swanson and Daniel Eugene's eyes clearly wavered. While the hydrogen fuel extractor was undeniably tempting, relinquishing 50% of the market share was a difficult decision to make. 50% of the market means we'd earn half as much money. Daniel Eugene gritted his teeth. This was tantamount to cutting into their main artery. But at their production pace, entering the international market is inevitable. Currently, no energy fuel can compare to the hydrogen fuel extractor. Richard Swanson echoed the concern, his voice heavy with worry. Once hydrogen fuel extractors dominated the global market, their own market share would inevitably shrink. But these terms are far too demanding. Daniel Eugene still hesitated. Let me add one more thing. Besides our Huaxia hydrogen fuel, 4 other Chinese companies have acquired this technology. Given time, China could produce the world's liquefied hydrogen fuel. You might not want to take too long to decide. Liao Jianxi, seeing the two men conferring quietly, added another point. Learning that 4 other companies had also acquired this technology threw Richard Swanson and Daniel Eugene into disarray. They had assumed Huaxia hydrogen fuel was the sole holder of this technology. We accept. Richard Swanson spoke up immediately, ignoring Daniel Eugene's attempts to stop him. If they didn't agree now, they might not even get a sip of soup. A wise man knows when to yield. Liao Jianxi chuckled. One more thing, your production of hydrogen fuel extractors must not exceed 10,000 units. Any excess revenue will belong to Huaxia hydrogen fuel, and you may not export the liquefied hydrogen fuel you produce to China. Mr. Liao, that's an outrageously harsh condition. Richard Swanson roared. A cap of 10,000 units meant their liquefied hydrogen fuel production could only supply the United States, with only a small portion entering the international market. Moreover, they couldn't export to China, a major energy consumer. Their market share would shrink by another 50% on top of the initial reduction. This is perfectly reasonable, gentlemen. We must settle the accounts for your country's restrictions on oil exports to China. What we've offered is already quite generous. You have no standing to demand further concessions. Liao Jianxi's eyes turned cold. He remembered every difficult moment they'd endured. If you two disagree, then this cooperation is no longer necessary. We agree. At this point, Richard Swanson could say nothing more. He could only blame his government's foolish actions, otherwise, the United States could have reaped the benefits too. The two men rose to take their leave. Hold on. Liao Jianxi called them back. Mr. Liao, we cannot add any further conditions. Richard Swanson spun around abruptly. Adding more conditions would mean no profit for them. Of course. I merely wish for you to convey my regards to Mr. Leonlit and show him how traditional energy and liquefied hydrogen fuel are truly superior. You gentlemen understand what I mean, don't you? Liao Jianxi gave a sinister smile, a dark grin that sent a chill down both men's spines. China was about to make a move on American oil and they needed to get on board. Richard Swanson and Daniel Eugene fled in panic, suddenly feeling China's terrifying power. By mid-June, 4 additional oil companies announced the deployment of liquefied hydrogen fuel and began expanding into overseas markets. Mr. Leonlit, you swore up and down that this would make us a fortune. But for months now, we haven't received a single penny from China. You owe us an explanation. The Saudi representative and delegates from several other nations stormed into Leonlit's laboratory, each face flushed with fury. Gentlemen, please calm down. China is merely putting up a front. It won't be long before they come to us to purchase oil. Leonlit waves dismissively, still lost in his own delusions. Just yesterday, China announced regulations to phase out petroleum and natural gas usage, mandating the full adoption of liquefied hydrogen fuel across all industries. Our country has already imported China's liquefied hydrogen fuel. It's vastly superior to fuel derived from crude oil. No one wants to use petroleum fuel anymore. The Saudi representative roared angrily. Our advantage as a major oil-producing nation is gone. All the profits we were going to make will be taken by China. After the outburst, the Saudi representative slumped to the floor. Had they not believed Leon Litt's lies, they might have squeezed more profits from China. Perhaps China wouldn't have developed hydrogen fuel extractors, and they could have continued living comfortably off oil. But since China's liquefied hydrogen fuel entered the international market, many have chosen it over their oil, looking down on their petroleum. Moreover, liquefied hydrogen fuel is cheaper than oil. Who wouldn't choose it? Even within their own country, advocates for liquefied hydrogen fuel were beginning to emerge. Mr. Leon Litt, it's bad news. Our domestic oil sales plummeted by half yesterday, and today they're still falling off a cliff. A high-ranking official burst in to report. How is that possible? Could it be a statistical error? Leon Litt exclaimed in panic. As a major oil-producing nation, domestic consumption should be the most stable. No, the data is accurate. Yesterday, Richard Swanson and Daniel Eugene's companies announced the release of liquefied hydrogen fuel. Its competitive pricing and superior practicality completely outclass our oil. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 154, The United States Defeat. Leon Litt roared wildly. They controlled 80% of the world's oil reserves. How could such data exist? Unwilling to dwell on it, he grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Leon Litt, how have you been lately? Liao Jianxi hadn't expected Leon Litt to call him directly, and couldn't resist a sarcastic tone from the start. Liao Jianxi, oil prices are dropping by 80%. Interested? Leon Litt ignored Liao Jianxi's remark. This price was something the other party would definitely accept. China was merely putting on a brave face now. Absolutely. Mr. Leon Litt, have you been living under a rock lately? Take a good look at the international situation. China doesn't need oil anymore. Liao Jianxi scoffed. Leon Litt was still dreaming in broad daylight. Who still used oil these days? That expensive, inefficient stuff? I know your China is merely putting on a brave face. No need to be stubborn. This price is already extremely reasonable, and it's only 5 million barrels. Any excess can be purchased at the original price. Leon Litt sneered coldly, the other party still stubbornly refusing to budge. Mr. Leon Litt, if you have mental health issues, seek treatment. There's no need to lose your mind with me. Liao Jianxi had assumed Leon Litt was here to discuss the hydrogen fuel extractor, but instead he was putting on a show of his mental instability. Without hesitation, Liao hung up the phone. Damn it, he's still being stubborn. We can wait a bit longer, Leon Litt said with disdain. I'll be damned if I wait for you. Percent. The Saudi representative cursed under his breath, bitterly regretting ever partnering with such a lunatic. Now look at us, we've got nothing. Mr. Leon Litt, I advise you to return and inform your superiors to withdraw your forces from our territory immediately. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee what might happen to them. The Saudi representative stormed off. He still had negotiations with Huaxia Hydrogen Energy to attend to and no time to discuss matters with Leon Litt here. Leon Litt, new orders have arrived from above. You are no longer the representative to China. You must apologize to Huaxia for your previous actions. A high-ranking official who had been observing the scene suddenly received notification of his appointment. His face drained of color, and he looked at Leon Litt with contempt. Has China truly developed a hydrogen fuel extractor? Leon Litt was stunned by the news, his mind drifting as he began to confront this reality. Take a good look, Leon Litt. China's hydrogen fuel extractors have already formed a wall along the entire coastline. The high-ranking official slammed a tablet onto Leon Litt's desk. Displayed on the screen was a row of hydrogen fuel extractors stretching for thousands of meters. Impossible. This can't be real. It has to be fake. Leon Litt refused to accept the truth, but reality paid no heed to his feelings. Rage, madness, despair, and confusion could not alter it. Leon Litt, mind your place. You have no right to speak to me like this. Escort Mr. Leon Litt to the infirmary. The executive kicked Leon Litt off his pant leg, clapped his hands, and 2 security guards rushed in, hauling Leon Litt out of the office. The emergence of liquefied hydrogen fuel dealt a massive blow to the American oil industry. Oil companies collectively shrank, and some were even forced to abscond with their funds. What the hell is going on? Biden couldn't help but curse at the collapsing situation, even though everything had seemed under control. Regrettably, Mr. President, had China not developed the hydrogen fuel extractor, our plan could have succeeded. The Secretary General remarked from the side, sharing the regret. Though the current situation seemed irreversible, how could China possibly beat us to developing the hydrogen fuel extractor? What the hell were those guys at the U.S. Academy of Sciences doing? Biden refused to accept this reality. They had been raking in huge profits, only for everything to take a sudden turn for the worse. I cannot say for certain. As you witnessed earlier, experts like Flournier and Richard Swanson declared it impossible. They are our nation's foremost energy authorities. Yet now they too have been compelled to collaborate with China. The Secretary General replied, "Notify customs. Ban all imports of Chinese liquefied hydrogen fuel. They won't get a single advantage from us." Biden snapped, sweeping the reports before him aside in frustration. "That may not be feasible, Mr. President. Even after taxes, China's liquefied hydrogen fuel remains cheaper than petroleum. Such a move could provoke public discontent." The Secretary General shook his head and replied, "Mr. President, you don't want the White House steps filled with protesters tomorrow, do you? Biden let out a weak growl. He truly dared not do such a thing. Endangering public safety would surely cost him re-election next year. "Get out. I need to calm down," Biden barked. "One more thing, Saudi Arabia and several other nations are demanding our troop withdrawal. Otherwise, they'll appeal to the UN Security Council. We might not be able to handle that, especially since China is currently the dominant power." The Secretary General continued. "Let them withdraw," Biden murmured, his eyes darkening with gloom. The emergence of the hydrogen fuel extractor had turned his decision into a foolish scheme, one that had backfired spectacularly, inflicting the intended humiliation not on China, but squarely upon himself. "Perhaps I should make another trip to Hawaii," Biden muttered to himself, staring at the empty table. July, China's liquefied hydrogen fuel dominated global markets, with production far exceeding demand. Nations scrambled to secure supplies, causing the U.S. oil industry to plummet. "Ha! That's satisfying. So satisfying." Ren Lanchang roared with laughter. When had he ever seen the United States suffer such a humiliating defeat? The U.S. has already withdrawn from the Middle East. Looks like they're scared of the current situation. We'll make sure those countries demand proper compensation from the U.S. Li Shuyi couldn't hide the triumphant expression on his face. This was a major success. In this invisible energy war, China had weathered the storm and emerged with a significant victory. "Just a bunch of opportunists," Ren Lanchang remarked dismissively. "But if it annoys the U.S., it's worth doing," Ren Lanchang remarked with disdain. "Speaking of which, we really owe thanks to that youngster, Mu Yang. Who knows what goes on in his head, but he keeps surprising us time and again." Li Shuyi couldn't help but marvel. Each of these major incidents had turned defeat into victory because of Mu Yang's intervention. "A blessing for the nation," Ren Lanchang remarked. "Indeed, a blessing for the nation." Li Shuyi nodded in agreement. "I wonder where he's been lately. I was planning to give him a proper welcome," Ren Lanchang added with a hint of regret. "I heard he requested a base from the military headquarters. Now he's off in some remote wilderness somewhere, probably resting." When speaking of Mu Yang, Li Shuyi's eyes crinkled with amusement. Mu Yang's urgency stemmed not from anything else, but from the genuinely strange atmosphere at home lately. Chapter 155, Have I Fallen for Mr. Mu Yang? The story began a month ago, when Mu Yang had just acquired the T-65X wing fighter. "Why has Sister Felice been avoiding you lately? Did you do something to hurt her feelings?" Mu Xiaoyu watched Felice rush into the room, then turned to Mu Yang with a questioning look. "How should I know? She's been like this ever since she came back from going out with me last time." Mu Yang shrugged helplessly. Could this be what Su Shangrui called the bridge effect? Oh, could it be that they... Oh, after pondering seriously, Mu Xiaoyu suddenly looked enlightened. "What did you figure out?" Mu Yang watched Mu Xiaoyu's face light up with understanding and knew she was probably thinking something inappropriate. "You must have done that thing to her. Sister Felice is new to China and doesn't know anyone, so you used some clever words to trick her," Mu Xiaoyu explained with deadpan seriousness. "Cut it out. You're full of nonsense. Where did you even learn that?" Mu Yang gave Mu Xiaoyu a light smack on the head, knowing she wasn't spouting anything good. "Speaking of which, do you remember that phone you gave me when you got eliminated?" Mu Xiaoyu suddenly asked, as if remembering something. "Ha? What does that have to do with anything?" Mu Yang answered without hesitation. "Wait a minute. The discarded phone? You forgot to delete the backup, bro," Mu Xiaoyu said. "Damn it, this sister is hopeless." Mu Yang turned and bolted out the door, though that wasn't the main reason for his departure. "Tell Sister Shen Yue they're done for me. My brother and Sister Felice have already consummated their relationship," Mu Xiaoyu and Shen Yuan said. Shen Yue, upon hearing the news. "Sister Felice, why have you been avoiding my brother all this time?" Mu Xiaoyu asked Felice while Mu Yang was away. "I don't know either. Every time I see Mr. Mu Yang, my heart pounds so hard it feels like it might explode any second. I went to see a doctor, but they said there's nothing wrong with my heart." Felice clutched her chest, utterly baffled by her own reaction. "Did something happen between you two?" Mu Xiaoyu was certain something must have happened to cause this change between them. "Well, it's like this. That day, we were targeted in an assassination attempt. It was meant for me." Mu Xiaoyu vividly recounted the events of that day, Ever since then, my heart hasn't stopped racing. Her sapphire blue eyes shimmered, her eyelashes as thin as cicada wings fluttering lightly. Her face bore both confusion and disappointment, making her look pitifully vulnerable. That's the suspension bridge effect. Sister Felice. Mu Xiaoyu pinched Felice's cheek playfully. How could there still be girls as innocent as little white rabbits? No, golden silk rabbits. The suspension bridge effect? Felice tilted her head, utterly confused. The suspension bridge effect refers to when someone crosses a bridge nervously. Their heartbeat naturally quickens. If they happen to meet another person at that moment, they might mistake this physiological reaction caused by the situation for romantic attraction, leading them to develop feelings for the other person. Mu Xiaoyu explained. In short, you've fallen for my brother. I fell for Mr. Mu Yang. Felice repeated the words aloud, her cheeks flushing involuntarily, the heat spreading all the way to her ears. This is quite a predicament, though I had already sensed it. Mu Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. Only my brother couldn't see it coming, completely absorbed in his research. Otherwise, looking at Felice, who resembled a perfectly ripe red apple, it was so obvious anyone could see it, couldn't they? Wait, no, most people could see it. Felice, what are you planning to do? Mu Xiaoyu pressed on. I don't quite understand. I don't know either. Felice shook her head. Having spent 10 years bedridden, she was counting down the days of her life. She didn't know what love looked like, nor did she understand what it truly meant. I think when you like someone, you should wash their clothes, cook for them, warm their bed, and bear their children. You have to do these things yourself to express your love. Mu Xiaoyu declared with conviction. Felice nodded. If Mu Xiaoyu understood it so well, she must be right. Felice would just follow her lead. That evening, Mu Yan returned home after spending the entire day in the lab. Felice was waiting for him at the doorway. Felice, you're finally willing to face me, Mu Yang teased, surprised she'd actually waited for him. Mr. Mu Yang, please go eat first. Mu Xiaoyu felt her heart pounding uncomfortably and hurried away. Damn, she's still the same. Mu Yang sighed. Brother, come eat. Sister Felice made this just for you. Mu Xiaoyu pointed at the twisted mess on the table, grinning as she spoke. Is this even edible? Mu Yang immediately took a step back, as if he thought it was something unspeakable, the kind of thing that would get pixelated on TV. Sister Felice made this with all her heart for you. Of course you should eat it, it's full of love. Mu Xiaoyu pinched her nose with one hand while carrying the plate with 2 layers of gloves on the other as she approached Mu Yang. No way. This could kill me. I'm going to shower first. Mu Yang dashed into the shower stall. Forget it. This gesture is better left unaccepted. If this food ended up in the trash, even the trash can would probably spit it back out. Where's my clothes? When he came out, Mu Yang found his clothes gone. He had no choice but to wrap himself in a towel. Felice probably wouldn't have taken them, it must have been Mu Xiaoyu. Why would I take your clothes? I'm not some pervert. Mu Xiaoyu slammed the door shut. Right, maybe he just forgot. Mu Yang decided to go back to sleep. Why did the bed feel so warm tonight? Mu Yang touched it, there was lingering warmth and a faint, almost imperceptible scent. Could it be? Why would I lie on your bed? I'm not some pervert. Mu Xiaoyu slammed the door shut once more. Right, never mind. Time to sleep. The next morning, Mu Yang woke up to find his clothes washed and hanging on the balcony. I'm fine. Mu Yang turned and walked away. Could the house be haunted? He asked his bodyguard, who confirmed no one else had been there. When Felice and Mu Xiaoyu woke up, they both eyed him with a scrutinizing look. Feeling he must be exhausted, Mu Yang decided to take the day off to relax. That night, after showering, his clothes vanished. As he slept, his bed retained an inexplicable warmth. The next morning, his clothes were hanging on the balcony again, and Felice and Mu Xiaoyu were staring at him with those same scrutinizing eyes. I must have picked up something unclean. I'll hide out for a couple days to avoid bringing trouble upon you. Terrified, Mu Yang sensed something was off with Felice and Mu Xiaoyu too. He bolted out the door and fled the capital. As an aside, Mu Xiaoyu and Felice were in similar situations. Both had been isolated from the outside world for a while. Mu Xiaoyu's understanding of romance was limited to her grandmother's stories. They were both complete novices when it came to love. That, in essence, was the entire sequence of events. Mission complete. Reward, 10,000 activity points. Chapter 156, 6th Generation Aircraft Development Failure. Another 10,000 activity points, enough to buy some nice gear. Mu Yang beamed as he checked his activity points balance on his phone. Better save it for now. Instead of splurging on something fancy, I should focus on mastering what I have first. Mu Yang shook his head again and looked ahead. The ship-shaped fuselage was nearly complete, with only the wings and essential configurations remaining. Mission issued. 6th generation fighter development, 10,000 activity points. This was practically effortless. Mu Yang thought to himself. In just a little while, this T-65 X-Wing fighter would be successfully developed. Seizing the moment, Mu Yang immediately immersed himself in the research. 2 months later, inside a secret military base, the control center was packed with personnel. Chi Yu, I order you to eject immediately. A white-haired elder standing before the main console bellowed into the intercom. His name was Chi Yuani, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the developer of the G-20, and the father of China's 5th generation fighter jet. His face was now etched with deep anxiety. Academician Chi, hurry and analyze the data. Find out what went wrong, or all my efforts will be wasted. A chuckle came through the intercom. It was Chi Yu. High above the clouds, a new fighter jet was flying with a shaky body. Half of the thrusters behind it had shut down, and the remaining ones seemed barely holding on, threatening to lose all power at any moment. But that wasn't the only problem. The fighter's control system had malfunctioned. Furthermore, when using the anti-radar system, the fire control radar was inoperable. Transmitters were embedded throughout the fighter, relaying all data back to the control center. I don't need data now. Eject immediately. Chi Yuani roared, his eyes red with fury. Don't say that. We've tested this countless times. We finally got it airborne. This data is crucial. If sacrificing it ensures the success of the 6th generation fighter, then dying would be worth it. Chi Yu piloted the fighter, his eyes reflecting a death-defying resolve. You've already dipped below the minimum altitude. If anything else goes wrong, you won't even have time to eject. You damn kid. Eject immediately. The fighter can be redeveloped. But once you're gone, you're gone. Your life is the most important thing. Chi Yuani's eyes were red with emotion. The man in the cockpit wasn't just a test pilot, he was his son. No way. Those American Raptors always keep us down. I can't swallow that pride. Besides, as the father of 5th generation fighters, you can't afford to fail. It'd tarnish your reputation. I'd be too ashamed to show my face back home. Chi Yu said jokingly, pushing the thrusters to full power. You little brat. You. Chi Yuani clutched his chest, unable to speak. If I can contribute to the success of the 6th generation fighter, it'll be worth it. I'm willing to do this. Dad. Don't. ZZZZ. Communication signal lost. Data streams continued pouring back. Test data. Chi Yuani bellowed. Chief Engineer Chi. But, someone tried to dissuade him. Proceed with the test. We can't let him die in vain. Tears streamed down his weathered face. This venerable elder wept. A profound, helpless sorrow permeated the entire control center. Damn it. Looks like today's the day we go down. Chi Yu removed his mask. At this altitude, oxygen shortage was no longer a concern. His face retained a certain delicacy, and he appeared to be only in his 30s. The fighter plane wobbled through the sky. Below lay a winding river and distant mountain ranges stretching into the horizon. Flocks of birds soared amidst the hazy mist shrouding the peaks. Such breathtaking scenery, how could one not feel reluctant to leave? Chi Yu sighed. Such mountains and rivers, how could one not feel attached? There are no towns nearby. This is the spot. Chi Yu chose this spot as his final resting place. The dense forest below offered no mercy, even if someone parachuted down. Survival was impossible. And at this altitude, death was certain regardless. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarm sounded, signaling the fighter jet's final moments. Why must one be buried in one's hometown? Every mountain is a green hill in life. Chi Yu laughed aloud and closed his eyes. Academician Chi, the data feed is lost. The data receiver shouted as all transmissions abruptly ceased. This signaled that the fighter jet had completely lost control. Thud. Chi Yuani knelt down in despair. His son was gone. It's all my fault. If only I had trained harder. If only I hadn't been so impatient. Chi Yuani cried, blaming himself for everything. Academician Chi, pull yourself together. Someone supported him as he spoke. Contact the nearest ground forces. Make sure they locate the crash site. The entire secret base sprang into action. Team after team set out, racing toward the crash site. One by one, fighter jets were deployed, beginning their search amidst the vast mountain ranges. He'll be fine. As long as Chi Yu parachuted out, there's still a glimmer of hope. Everyone tried to comfort Chi Yuani. He had only this one son, and the thought of something happening to him was heartbreaking. Yet, there was nothing anyone could do. Unable to guarantee the specific development issues of the 6th generation fighter, Chi Yuani adamantly refused to use any other pilot. He had insisted on putting his son in the fighter jet to begin testing, regardless of the consequences. Everyone marveled at Chi Yuani's resolve. Who else would send their own son into such danger? Truly the father of the 5th generation fighter. What about the data? After crying for a moment, Chi Yuani suddenly stood up and walked to the control console. studying the data displayed on the screen. The transmission is nearly complete. All aspects of the data are intact. Seeing Chi Yuan's expression change dramatically, the others felt somewhat at a loss. Everyone return to your stations. Prepare for data adjustments. The thruster data requires further refinement, as does the control system data. Most likely, there's an issue with the core transmission. And Chi Yuan spoke incessantly as he studied the data before him. Everyone knew Chi Yuan was forcing himself out of his grief over losing his son. But such excruciating pain couldn't be dispelled merely by distraction. The backlash afterward would inevitably be devastating. What? You say Mu Yang is missing? In another secret military base? Su Shangrui stared at the empty laboratory and exclaimed in shock. The guard on duty said he thought he saw something burst out of the lab this morning, but it happened too fast to get a clear look. The soldier replied. That kid Mu Yang, pulling another stunt on me. Su Shangrui sighed helplessly. Mu Yang always conducted his experiments in secret, completely disregarding others' feelings. Su Shangrui only hoped this wouldn't turn out like last time. Commander Su, Base 123 reports a test fighter jet crashed dozens of kilometers from our location. They've requested our rescue team. There's a pilot on board. Someone ran over to report. This is huge. Su Shangrui immediately lost his composure. Notify all units to search immediately. These mountains are treacherous terrain. Chapter 157, you call this a sixth-generation fighter? Over 3,000 soldiers were mobilized. Reconnaissance aircraft and radar vehicles racing toward the boundless mountains. 3 hours later, they located the crash site of the experimental aircraft. Several trees were snapped clean in half at the trunk. Debris and burning metal scattered everywhere. The fuselage engulfed in raging flames. Quickly extinguish the fire and assess the situation. Su Shangrui commanded, his heart sinking as he stared at the raging inferno engulfing the wreckage. Survival seemed unlikely under these circumstances. Soldiers scrambled into action, some dousing flames, others salvaging parts. Images from the scene were transmitted to Chi Yuan. The scene resembled a catastrophe, offering almost no possibility of survival. This extinguished the last glimmer of hope in Chi Yuan's eyes. Leave the cleanup to our sister units. Our mission remains critical. Until we develop the sixth-generation fighter, we'll have failed Shiyu. This had been the closest they'd ever come to success, now reduced to smoldering wreckage. The blow to the entire experimental base was devastating. Years of effort destroyed in an instant, along with the life of Chi Yuan's son. Chi Yuan turned away from the screen, and strings of data reappeared. His dull, lifeless eyes scanned back and forth across the rows of numbers. So engrossed was he that he didn't even notice tears streaming down his face. Thud! Chi Yuan suddenly went black before his eyes, collapsing onto the control console and passing out. Academician Chi, quick, call a doctor. Chaos erupted in the lab. Everyone lost their composure as a wave of grief began to spread. Scene. Report. Evidence of an ejected seat indicates the pilot was not in the cockpit during impact. After several minutes, the fire was extinguished. Technicians analyzed the wreckage and found the cabin empty. The pilot's seat showed ejection marks, and the brief fire hadn't been intense enough to consume a human body. Search. In this remote wilderness, we can't risk any accidents. Su Shangrui's sinking heart leapt back up. This proved the pilot might still be alive. Hundreds of soldiers charged into the dense forest, shouting out in hopes of hearing a response. Damn it, I forgot to add the communication channel. Now I can't reach anyone. At 10,000 meters above the coastline, Mu Yang felt a pang of regret. Without the communication channel, he was cut off from the ground. He glanced back at the rear cockpit seat. He had just picked them up out of the sky. Had he not happened to be passing by, this man would surely have perished. Crashing a fighter jet? Could this guy be a deserter who stole the plane only to get shot down? Mu Yang ventured a bold guess. My head hurts, Shiyu thought, feeling as if his brain would explode. As the crash approached, clinging to the hope of preserving his body intact, he activated the ejection seat. Upon being catapulted out, he collided with something and lost consciousness. At that altitude, he was probably dead. But why was he still conscious? And people were talking? Had he reached the bridge of forgetfulness? Shiyu slowly opened his eyes to find himself sitting inside the cockpit. Could it be he was still inside the test aircraft's cabin? Had he never ejected at all? But that didn't make sense. If he hadn't ejected, he'd be pulverized by now. Moreover, the controls here didn't seem like those of a test aircraft. You're awake? Mu Yang asked, having heard rustling sounds from behind. Who are you? Where is this? Shiyu rubbed his head and sucked in a sharp breath. It still hurt a bit, but at least it proved he was still conscious. My name is Mu Yang. As for where we are, we should be at an altitude of 10,000 meters over the South China Sea. In a little while, we should be over the Pacific Ocean. Mu Yang paused before answering. The X-Wing fighter was currently operating in unmanned mode, 10,000 meters. Chiyu nearly jumped up in shock before grimacing in pain and slumping back down. That's right. But what happened to you? If I hadn't happened to be passing by, you'd probably be burned to death right now. Did you steal the fighter jet and get shot down? Mu Yang turned to ask again, still fixated on his own speculation, though it was clearly impossible. I was testing the latest 6th generation prototype when something went wrong. Chiyu explained the entire sequence of events. After listening, Mu Yang fell silent. To obtain data and learn from failure, one must be willing to risk everything, a feat requiring unwavering conviction and immense resolve. Mu Yang felt genuine admiration for this man. Mr. Chi is truly a hero, Mu Yang exclaimed. To choose self-sacrifice without hesitation for the nation's strength, such individuals were heroes by definition. Serving the nation is simply what one ought to do. Chiyu smiled, though his heart was still pounding wildly, clearly still shaken by the ordeal. By the way, we won't be able to return to the surface for a while. I still need to test this fighter jet's capabilities. Do you mind? Mu Yang added. Of course not. Though I wonder what kind of fighter jet you're researching? Chiyu had been curious since earlier. What kind of fighter jet could operate at 10,000 meters without requiring an oxygen mask or pressure suit? And judging by its speed, it had already surpassed the flight speed of the 6th generation fighter she was researching. A 6th generation fighter jet. It cruises around Mach 5. Though that's not its limit, it's projected to reach Mach 10. It was even designed for superluminal unit travel, but technical issues have stalled that capability for now. Still, it's fully operational for space combat, Mu Yang explained. Although Palpayan had provided him with complete technical support, certain fundamental limitations prevented him from fully realizing the design. It remained a work in progress. 10 Mach. Faster than light unit. Space combat? And you call this a 6th generation fighter? Chiyu shouted, ignoring the pain. What kind of 6th generation fighter was this? Its performance was easily that of a 7th or 8th generation fighter. Overreacting. Doesn't its performance surpass 5th generation fighters? Mu Yang sneered with a smirk. That's exactly right. Chiyu nodded and replied. Then calling it a 6th generation fighter should be fine, right? Mu Yang added. Seems about right. Then that's settled. Hold on a minute, buddy. If you come up with a 6th generation fighter like this, what the heck were they researching before? But what does the fuselage look like? Chiyu asked again. It has a display panel. Take a look yourself. Mu Yang tapped the virtual screen in front of him, and a virtual display popped up before Chiyu, revealing the airframe and all its performance specifications. For laser cannons, proton torpedo launchers, plasma propulsion engines, holographic targeting systems capable of tracking 1,000 targets and engaging the 20 most likely ones. Endurance, 14 days. Even an ecological stabilization system inside the cabin. This is really a 6th generation fighter. Chiyu stared wide-eyed at the specifications. The 6th generation fighter was absurdly advanced. It might as well be a miniature space battleship. Hold on tight. We're accelerating. I'll take you for a spin in outer space. Mu Yang pushed the throttle to maximum. Chiyu felt an intense surge of force press him back as the X-Wing fighter blasted out of Earth's atmosphere at breakneck speed. Holy crap! Chapter 158, A Friendly Sparring Match. Stars dotted the dark, profound expanse of space, their light flickering faintly. The gray-brown moon drifted slowly along the edge of Blue Star, while directly ahead, the sun blazed with a searing white light. Holy! Chiyu blurted out another curse. Faced with such a breathtaking spectacle, the overwhelming excitement left him speechless. Don't make such a fuss. This is where humanity will conquer in the future. Mu Yang suppressed his own excitement as he spoke. This was his first time witnessing such a spectacle. As a human being, he had left his native Blue Star for the first time, arriving in the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Can this fighter jet really fly beyond Blue Star? Is this something I'll actually get to see in my lifetime? Chiyu's expression was beyond words, his eyes wide as he took in the spectacle before him. Could human technology truly propel a fighter jet beyond Blue Star at this moment? Even in 50 or 100 years, it might still be beyond reach. Then what do you think you're seeing right now? Mu Yang retorted with a smirk, as if to say, of course it's real. Give me a moment to compose myself. I simply can't process such a breathtaking sight. Chiyu pressed a hand to his chest, trying to steady his wildly pounding heart. Mu Yang, however, gazed at the scene before him with serene detachment. The mysteries and unknowns of space were the very foundation of human aerospace advancement. Some had already embarked on this journey. Next, it would be their turn. To be honest, ever since America's B-2 stealth bomber burst onto the scene, some have claimed that for the next 20 years, or even longer, no fighter jet superior to the B-2 will be developed. Thoughts swirled through Chiyu's mind. Back then, China's aviation sector had just achieved a major breakthrough. Riding high on that momentum, No one wanted to believe such claims. After decades of effort, we developed the G-10, believing it could compete with America's B-2 and that within those decades, we would surely surpass the B-2 bomber. Later, a fighter that surpassed the B-2 did indeed emerge, but it wasn't our G-10. It was America's F-22 Raptor. The Raptor's arrival sounded like an alarm bell, forcing us to fully recognize the gap between us and the United States. My father, the developer of the G-20, became silent. He devoted 30 years of relentless effort, day and night. Recently, we finally achieved a breakthrough in 6th-generation aircraft technology, our closest opportunity yet to surpass the United States. We couldn't possibly give up. But, you know what happened next? It failed. I nearly lost my life. Though Chiyu hadn't lived through most of those years, he deeply felt the helplessness within them. Falling behind meant getting beaten, a lesson learned by countless predecessors. That's why their generation fought so desperately to narrow the gap. During the military exercises a few years back, a single American F-22 Raptor toyed with 5 of our G-20 fighters. Everyone was furious, but that anger was followed by even greater helplessness. In terms of capability, China had no fighter aircraft that could match the Raptor. Chiyu recounted the story, each word dripping with frustration and helplessness. What's the big deal? When I get back, I'll give you the technology for this Phoenix. Don't even mention outmaneuvering 5 of them. Outmaneuver 10 or 100 would be child's play. This fighter jet, named the Phoenix by Mu Yang, could handle the Raptor like it was a child. You're willing to give us the technology for this fighter jet? Chiyu was astonished. Why else would I develop it? For my own amusement? Aren't you guys jealous? Mu Yang replied. Well, that's true. Chiyu scratched his head, then quickly withdrew his hand in pain. If such a fighter jet were placed in their own country, they certainly wouldn't just leave it sitting there. But if you're calling this a 6th-generation fighter, what on earth would a 7th-generation fighter look like? Chiyu fell into deep thought. Who cares? As long as it can fight, why get hung up on the form? Come on, I'll take you to the States for a spin. See how formidable their Raptors really are. Mu Yang maneuvered the Phoenix fighter jet, diving toward the ground. Piercing through thick rain clouds, the contours of North America gradually came into focus. Admiral Gorvet, military satellites detect a fighter jet approaching us overhead. Not far from the west coast, Gorvet led his fleet in a hasty retreat from the Red Sea. What kind of aircraft could possibly fly over us? Gorvet frowned. Was it intentional or accidental that it was heading straight for them? That's unclear at the moment. The military satellite hasn't captured a clear image. His subordinate reported. Send 2 Lightning IIs to investigate. Better to keep an eye on it. Gorvet waved his hand. On the deck, 2 Lightning IIs swiftly took off. Hergen, have you detected his position yet? The Lightning IIs climbed steadily as Reese stared blankly at his blank radar screen. Nothing on the radar, but reports indicate he's directly overhead. Hergen glanced at the radar screen, equally devoid of any readings. Climb a bit higher and look again. He should be around 4,000 meters. After speaking, Reese began a vertical climb in the Lightning II. Ha! Found us this quickly? Mu Yang glanced at the 2 Lightning IIs displayed on the screen and sneered dismissively. If it weren't for the fact that none of his countermeasures were working, they might not have found him at all. Those are Lightning IIs, aren't they? Pretty decent fighters. Chiyu recognized the fighters instantly. The Lightning II's performance was on par with the G-20. Impressive? Mu Yang wasn't particularly knowledgeable in this area. You study fighter jets and you don't know? Performance-wise, it's slightly better than the G-20, but it has its flaws. Compared to the Raptor, it falls short. Though puzzled that someone researching fighters didn't know about them, Chiyu still explained. I see. Then let's force their Raptors out. Azure flames erupted from the 4 wing-mounted engines as it accelerated toward the 2 incoming Lightning IIs. Holy, what kind of fighter jet is that? Reese stared in astonishment at the approaching Phoenix fighter. He'd never seen a fighter with 4 wings before. Probably some rich tycoon built it for fun. Probably has zero practicality. Just looks weird. Let's ask first, maybe it's registered. Hergen dismissed the notion. Such bizarre contraptions were likely the work of wealthy domestic tycoons. For a fighter jet, 2 wings were perfectly sufficient, 4 wings were utterly impractical. Unidentified aircraft approaching. This is the U.S. Navy Fleet Aircraft Squadron. Identify yourself. Reese agreed with Hergen's reasoning and initiated the inquiry. Strange. Why can't I connect to their communication channel? Reese glanced at the communication channel and realized his words hadn't been transmitted at all. Beep, beep. The sudden alarm jolted Reese's nerves. Asterisk. It's locked onto me with its fire control radar. It's a fighter jet. Several violent explosions erupted across the Pacific. Gorvet stared in disbelief at the scene. How could the most advanced Raptor fighter jets be shot down so easily? That peculiar-looking fighter jet outperformed even the F-22 Raptor. its dragon flag fluttering proudly on the fuselage. Everyone knew that the sky was about to change. The end.